You awakened as the most useless 4S class divine profession, the life exchanger, capable of binding to an opponent in battle and committing suicide to kill them simultaneously. The entire school mocked you as the top-tier trash, but you felt smug. Since birth, you possessed terrifying regenerative abilities. Even if hacked down to a lump of flesh, you could regrow your entire body. The money you used to register for the divine profession awakening was earned by selling your own organs, so you had no fear of self-harm. The school beauty Lu Ruyan, who had previously misunderstood you, took pity and invited you to team up. Though she awakened as a 3S class weapon master, you declined to protect your secret. Just as you turned to leave, the school bully gathered a swirling vortex of wind in his palm and strode toward you. He had publicly declared his pursuit of Lu Ruyan, yet today you repeatedly entangled with her. Humiliating him, you stared back defiantly, unbothered by the threat of some low-tier divine profession. Move, you're in the way. The bully, Sia Zixuan, paused before sneering. You think awakening a 4S class divine profession makes you hot? You simply shrugged and retorted. What do you think? Don't assume being from the Sia group gives you the right to bully others. What even are you? Sia Zixuan was utterly enraged. No one dared to humiliate him in public. Summoning 2 fierce whirlwinds from the ground, laced with razor-sharp blades, he roared. Today, I'll show you the power of a windmaster. If you've got the guts, trade lives with me. The nearby students whispered among themselves. Though you'd awakened as a 4S level fate exchanger, using your ability recklessly could cripple or even kill you. Without hesitation, you bound your target as the attacks came. The onlookers recoiled in shock, gasping, "He's insane. He's really going to exchange fates with Sia Zixuan." Fate exchange, hell's howl, you declared without pause. Just then, several wind blades pierced through your body, leaving gaping wounds that bled instantly. You deliberately avoided healing them to avoid suspicion. Meanwhile, Sia Zixuan, now bound as your target, mirrored the same injuries. Under hell's howl, he endured double the agony, his screams of pain tearing through the air like a soul in torment. Pale-faced, the crowd retreated further, murmuring in awe, "That really is hell's howl. Fate exchangers are terrifying." Sia Zixuan quickly pulled a bottle of medicine from his pocket and gulped it down, the pain in his body greatly subsiding. He couldn't bear such humiliation, so he roared, "Is that all you've got? If you have the guts, kill me, do you dare?" Sia Zixuan burst into wild laughter, his face twisted with madness. "Ha ha ha, I heard you have a little sister. If you dare kill me, I'll make sure she suffers a fate worse than death." A ruthless glint flashed in your eyes. No one was allowed to threaten your sister's life. If this guy wanted death so badly, you'd grant his wish. In the next second, your hands clawed at your own abdomen, tearing it open to expose your internal organs. Many girls in the crowd covered their eyes in horror, screaming, "Madman, this guy is a complete lunatic." A massive wound split open on Sia Zixuan's stomach, and fear finally gripped him. Though he had taken painkillers, the sheer horror of watching his own body being torn apart was more terrifying than any physical pain. Still, he shrieked hysterically, "What are you doing? If you hurt me, my father will destroy you. The Sia Corporation will hunt you down." With a fierce grit of your teeth, you plunged your hand into the gaping wound, crushed a kidney, and ripped it out, snarling, "Screw your damn Sia Corporation. All of you combined aren't worth a single strand of my sister's hair." Shattered organs splattered across the ground as Sia Zixuan howled, "Stop! Stop right now!" Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Lu Ruyan beside you hurried back to fetch the principal. A golden humanoid silhouette gradually materialized behind you. Your innate ability, Undying Body, had been triggered. You roared, "You self-righteous bastards! Just because you were born into privilege, you think you're superior. Today, I'll show you what true equality means." You tore out another piece of your internal organs, instantly painting the ground crimson with blood. Sia Zixuan let out a blood-curdling scream, blood already bubbling from his mouth as he pleaded, "You can't kill me." Ignoring his words, you reached out and seized his heart. Sia Zixuan felt his heart constrict violently, instantly shrouded in the shadow of death. At that very moment, Principal Su Yun, having heard the commotion, rushed out at top speed and shouted, "Lin Jian, stop this now." Seeing Sia Zixuan's pale face and blood-soaked abdomen, Su Yun grew anxious. After all, the young master of the Sia Corporation couldn't afford to die on school grounds. You turned a deaf ear, staring coldly at Sia Zixuan as you said, "You think I don't dare kill you? Someone like me, living day to day, do you really think I fear you?" As you spoke, your grip tightened relentlessly, nearly crushing his heart to a standstill. Su Yun quickly grasped the crux of the matter and said to Sia Zixuan, "Sia Zixuan, apologize to him now." Sia Zixuan was genuinely terrified. He could already feel his heart gradually stopping. In the face of death, all dignity and pride became meaningless. With fearful eyes, he pleaded in a low voice, "Lin Jian, I was wrong. Spare my life. If you crush my heart, I'll fight you to the death." Seeing you remain unmoved, Sia Zixuan panicked and fell to his knees with a thud, shouting, Master Lin, please don't kill me, I beg you, I truly know I was wrong. The surrounding classmates watched in stunned silence. They were used to Sia Zixuan's arrogance, but seeing him kneel and call someone master was a first. At the same time, they developed a deep wariness toward you, thinking, this guy is a complete madman, we must never cross him in the future. You slowly loosened your grip, dissolving the life exchange contract between you, then wrapped your wound with your clothes, pretending to stagger as if on the verge of collapse. In truth, your internal organs had already healed. Sia Zixuan, his drugs' effects worn off, lay limp on the ground before being carried away by the arriving school medics. After awakening, the physical abilities of clergy members have significantly improved. Losing 2 kidneys won't kill him, but he still needs to find a kidney source as soon as possible. You mutter a few words to yourself and are about to leave when Principal Suyun stops you. Lin Jian, you can't go back in this state. Go to the infirmary right away. Suyun checks the time and turns to Lu Ruyan, saying, please take him to the infirmary for me. The senior meeting is about to start. I appreciate your help. After watching the principal leave, Lu Ruyan turns her head and sees you almost disappearing around the corner. She quickly catches up and says, hey, you really aren't afraid of death, are you? Hearing this, you ignore her and keep walking with your head down. Lu Ruyan speeds up and forcefully shoves a bottle of medicine into your hand, saying, go back and recover properly. Whether you team up or not, don't embarrass the Divine Capital Academy. Also, about the incident where you barged into the changing room, I misunderstood you. You glance at the medicine bottle in your hand, slightly surprised. The vitality elixir is incredibly potent, and resources are limited, even money might not secure it. For the Xia family, it's an extremely rare medicine. Lu Ruyan was actually willing to give it to you, but you don't accept it. Instead, you toss the bottle back into her hands and say, no need, I just prefer to do things alone. I already apologized for what happened last time, we're even. This time, I'll definitely take first place in the Divine Realm trial. You're the one who shouldn't embarrass the Divine Capital Academy. Keep this medicine for yourself. Lu Ruyan was somewhat angry but quickly calmed down, snorting, keep dreaming, with me here, you'll never take first place, she thought to herself. This person is stubborn and hard-headed, but they've got backbone. Too bad they're about to die. Your obsession with winning first place stems from the fact that your only remaining family, your younger sister, is bedridden with illness. The only way to cure her completely is by becoming a divine official. However, registering for the Divine Awakening requires a 500,000 yuan fee. Fortunately, thanks to your extraordinary regenerative abilities, you sold your own organs and successfully awakened this god-tier divine role. Little did you know, someone else had already set their sights on your talent. In the room, Sia Zixuan was seething with grief and indignation, choking back tears as he said, Dad, you have to avenge me. I want that guy torn to pieces. Sia Zixuan narrowed his eyes and murmured, you said he's a 4S level life exchanger, and he has a sister? Hearing this, Sia Zixuan's eyes instantly lit up. He cares deeply about his sister. Dad, send someone to kidnap her right away. Sia Zixuan scolded, you fool, just as stupid as your mother. A life exchanger is like a lunatic strapped with a nuclear bomb. We need to find a way to control this bomb. Even if we do nothing, it'll serve as a massive deterrent to others. Understand? Sia Zixuan nodded thoughtfully. Then I'll have his sister kidnapped. That way, he'll have no choice but to obey. Sia Zixuan took a drag from his cigarette, thought for a moment, and said, I'll send someone to handle this. You just focus on recovering. Then, Sia Zixuan pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Lu Zi, gather some men and take care of something. Make it quick. Lin Jian was on his way home when he received a call from the school. The Divine Realm Novice Realm will be opening soon. Come back first. He didn't hesitate to turn around and head for the school. The Divine Realm trial was very crucial, especially for a newly awakened cleric like him. It was the capital to earn the first bucket of gold. As long as they can make it into the rankings in the Divine Realm trials, not only will the school reward them, the city leaders will reward them, and the state will also hand out rewards. Maybe by the time the resources pile up, his sister's illness could be easily cured. It's got to be first. Lin Jian secretly resolved in his heart that only the first place reward would be the most generous. There were already quite a few people gathered in front of the school's Divine Realm Gate. These were the clergy who had awakened at the school this year. Though their qualifications were all very ordinary, the school leader was relentlessly explaining the do's and don'ts of entering the Divine Realm. And as Lin Jian absent-mindedly listened, he turned his head to see Qin Xiu looking at him from a short distance away. The first one is mine. Qin Xiu lifted her chin slightly and looked at him with a provocative gaze. Lin Jian found it funny and said, then let's make a bet on who will win first place. Yeah, what's the bet? Bet on one condition. Lin Jian's gaze traveled around her body and smiled. An offer that can't be refused no matter what you do. as if she could see through his thoughts. Qin Xiu instantly reddened her face and rebuked. I knew there were bad intentions. I just have bad intentions. If you don't even have that kind of courage, why are you competing with me for first place? Bet on it. At this time, hundreds of doors in the hall lit up at the same time, and Qin Xiu took a big step towards one of the doors, saying as he walked, I hope you can come back alive. Lin Jian also chose a door to walk through. The different gates lead to a random piece of the divine realm, which may hide dangers or great opportunities. Chapter 5, Trials begin. First kill shock. As he stepped through the gate of the divine realm, light flowed before his eyes, and in an instant, Lin Jian could smell the strong odor of blood. When he opened his eyes, what presented itself was a strange landform. The mountainous terrain was densely forested and surrounded by miasma. If not for the fact that the people who came in were those who had awakened their priesthood, if they were ordinary people, they would have been killed the instant they stepped foot. Due to the different teleportation portals that he entered, Lin Jian went into this area alone, while at the same time, Qin Xiu was teleported into another area alone, and outside the divine realm, Principal Su Yun and a group of teachers, and even Sia Zixuan of the Sia family were all watching the movements inside. Inside the divine realm novice realm, Lin Jian looked around and didn't notice any danger. He wanted to explore a bit, but he didn't expect a wild monster to come out from one side of the mountain forest. Several long feet, 8 of them, and nearly a meter long, running wildly, spear waving, and with that hideous face. It was clearly a spider. Wild monster, Sphinx spider. Grade, F. Talent, corrosive venom. Can release venom through spider spears. Spider silk, corroding flesh and blood. Skill, Big Dipper spider web. Tough, rich in toxins, can be controlled, and causes dizziness. This is an F-rank wild monster. The Sphinx spider. Lin Jian looked at the attribute panel of the Sphinx spider, but Lin Jian was surprised to run into it so early, but was not the least bit panicked. This divine realm trial, the rankings were important to Lin Jian. Any opportunity to gain points should not be missed. Life exchange contract. Open. In an instant, without the slightest hesitation, Lin Jian formed a seal and released it, enveloping its human-faced spider in energy. Change of life, Hell Whale. The skill was activated, and in the face of the spider wielding a spider spear, Lin Jian didn't panic, but instead adjusted his angle to allow the incoming spider spear to attack the vitals. Giggle. The spider spear penetrated and blood spilled out, but as a life changer, the human-faced spider had long been locked on, and it needed to take double the damage that Lin Jian suffered. The human-faced spider's spider web burst out, and it was actually like covering the sky as it lunged towards Lin Jian. This was the intention to strike first, kill the other party before Lin Jian, the life changer, got himself killed. However, in the face of the spider web that was coming at him, as well as the negative venom that was seeping out, Lin Jian didn't choose to avoid it. Any other life-changing master wouldn't dare to be so reckless, but Lin Jian was different. The spider web bound and the venom invaded, but it wasn't half as effective, and the hellish whale caused the Sphinx spider to suffer immense pain, so it could only wield its sharp spider spear and stab towards Lin Jian. Straight to the point, Lin Jian purposely picked the abdomen, and the instant this spider spear penetrated, the human-faced spider's abdomen instantly exploded as well. The place where the spider silk was originally stored instantly shattered. Along with the abdomen exploding, the Sphinx spiders were also killed one after another, the exploded abdomen bursting out cobwebs and blood, splattering into pieces. On the contrary, Lin Jian was unhurriedly pulling out the spider spear directly from his body. In his time, outside the god's domain, Su Yun and the others looked at the screen in front of the divine domain, which showed the status of the trainees who entered each of the trainees, as well as the trajectory of their actions. Although they were unable to see the real situation, they were able to give them a general idea of what was going on. Also, it can be switched to the designated trainee. This time, one SSS-ranked weapon master and the other is a SSS-ranked life swap master. Everyone knows how the weapon master is, so why don't we take a look at the life swap master? Sia Zixuan proposed. As the head of the Sia family, his weight was not low. He opened his mouth. Su Yun could only agree. She also wanted to know what was the situation of that Lin Jian who was like a madman. This place? It's the swampy wet forest of the novice realm, right? The Sphinx spiders that appear in this place are only F-ranked, but they're deadly to life changers. Although the life-changing master can exchange his life for a life, the human-faced spider's toxin is terrifying, so I'm afraid that he won't be able to hold out and die first. One step ahead of the human-faced spider. When a life-changing master encounters this kind of situation, I'm afraid it's only going to be a bad time. I'm afraid this guy will be the first to be eliminated. A group of teachers watched, and immediately distinguished where Lin Jian was, and looking at the map, it showed that Lin Jian had already run into the Sphinx spider, and the chances of this winning could be said to be completely non-existent. Principal? What to do? Someone died right at the start of the trial. and it's still an SSSS ranked priesthood. Some of the teachers got nervous. The life-changing division was not worth anything, but the SSSS ranked priesthood had value and was important to the school. As Soo-yoon watched, her heart was equally incomparably nervous. A life-changing master running into a sphinx spider. That wild monster was the most difficult opponent for a life-changing master. Unless Lin Jian exchanges 1-for-1, but then he'll die himself. Even though it's a SSSS ranked profession, it's an insignificant profession like life changer. This guy is afraid that he won't be able to survive. Sia Zixuan said, personally coming over, he was here for Lin Jian. He wanted to see what was so different about this SSSS ranked life changer, acting crazy, but if he wasn't capable, he wouldn't have to bother. Just like that, in the eyes of all the onlookers, Lin Jian encountered a human-faced spider as soon as he entered, which was bad luck and certain death. Divine Realm Novice Realm Trial Full Map Bulletin. SSSS ranked life changer Lin Jian kills F-rank spiders with human faces, completing the first kill of the entire map. First kill points added 1. In the next moment, voices rang out from the novice realm and even outside the divine realm, as loud and long as bells, reaching everyone's ears. First kill of the whole map. Points +1. First kill rewarded with 1 point. At this moment, Soo-yoon froze, and Sia Zixuan also froze. How long did it take to get in? Not even half an hour. And the encounter with the extremely difficult spiders. A life-changing master killed them so quickly? The point is, he's not dead? This is how it's done. At this moment was when all the people participating in the trial had just entered the novice realm, and many of them were even still familiarizing themselves with the environment and strategizing to form a team. But Lin Jian had already completed his first kill. Hearing the voice, Lin Jian also raised his eyebrows. Raising his hand, he looked at the watch on his wrist, which was a special prop used to record the Divine Realm trial rankings. At the same time, they can also use the watch to check the rankings and their points. On the watch screen, Lin Jian was in first place with a difference of 2 points, but this was just the beginning. By the time the others have slowed down and gotten ready, the points will have been separated and the jousting will have officially begun. Looking at the spider web that had fallen out on the ground, Lin Jian directly collected it. Although the sphinx spiders were F-ranked, which was the lowest rank among the wild monsters, their spider webs were the material to engage in the forging of implements, as well as the upgrade material. After awakening your profession, you will be equipped with some equipment according to your profession's characteristics, and these equipment need to be crafted, which means you need materials. The biggest source of material acquisition is the wild monsters within the divine realm. Lin Jian was already short of money, and for the sake of his sister, he didn't have any extra money to craft equipment. Ding! Kill F-rank wild monster. Gain experience value 1. To upgrade to level 2, you need 100 experience points, and killing wild monsters to gain experience value is the easiest way. Getting experience points. Lin Jian was also satisfied, and he had a perception of the divine realm novice realm. Naturally, there will be no further delay. Pack up and set off alone, heading over deeper into the mountains. As the saying goes, when the matter is over, you can hide your work in your name. But of course, the full picture briefing has brought the name Lin Jian to the forefront of attention. Chapter 6, shocking the whole place. Points climbing? The first kill notification of the entire map not only shocked Principal Soo-yoon, Sia Zixuan and the others, but even the rest of the people who had entered the novice realm were incredulous. At that time, the novice realm, within the small map of the land of buried bones, relying on his own SSS-ranked weapon master, Qin Xiu began to prepare himself after entering the land of buried bones. In order to take first place, Qin Xiu was full of confidence. However, just as she was about to make her move, the sound of the all-map bulletin rang out, instantly causing Qin Xiu to freeze. Yes, him. How is this possible? He's a life-changing master. All by himself. How is it possible to first kill so quickly? Qin Xiu listened to the broadcast and uncertainly looked at the rankings once more, realizing that at this moment, Lin Jian was already in the lead. This was difficult for Qin Xiu to accept. Humph. There's no way I'll lose to you. Qin Xiu let out a cold snort, even though she was not in the same place. Ranking-wise, Qin Xiu, would never be weak. Her profession is a weapon master. As an SSS-ranked priesthood, the talent likewise possesses two. One is a homebrew, and the other is a weapon gain, where using a different level of weapon increases the group damage, and the chance of a spike. Qin Xiu couldn't believe that he, a weapon master's priesthood, was still no match for a sewer's life-changer. The most amazing thing about the SSS-ranked Divine Priesthood Weapon Master is the talent Homemade, which allows you to go through the Divine Priesthood and get together the materials to craft an exclusive Weapon Master's weapon. The power is immeasurable. In the midst of his thoughts, a wild monster instantly broke out from under the parched earth. Wild monster, black skeleton, grade, F. Talent, hardened steel bones, which reduces physical damage by 10%. Skill, fearless charge. When activated, Attack power is increased by 5% and all attributes are increased by 1%. Seeing that the black skeleton appeared, Chinchou was not spoiled, and instantly exploded. Although she was a weapon master, but at this moment, she was not wearing a weapon. After all, she had just awakened her priesthood. But even so, the priesthood advantage, the attack power was amazing. Even the F-ranked black skeleton, which was known for its defense, could not withstand it and was easily exterminated. God's domain beyond. The rankings changed, and Chinchou's name followed suit. After all, he's an SSS-ranked divine cleric weapon master. I think it won't be long before Chinchou can surpass Lin Jian. Watching Chinchou's ranking rise and continue to grow, he actually surpassed Lin Jian in a short period of time. A life changer is a life changer, even if the priesthood level reaches SSSS. But this profession is a crotch puller. There are quite a lot of human-faced spiders in that place. Killing a single one might be a fluke, but with an extremely large number, it's hard to say. Sia Zixuan opened his mouth to comment, sounding like he didn't have any hope for Lin Jian and looked like he couldn't wait for him to die. Let it also be heard that this guy is because of what happened to his son. But in reality, Sia Zixuan wanted to see if this Lin Jian had any value. That crazy and ruthless energy, coupled with the life-changing master profession, it was best to use it as a pawn. Of course, Lin Jian had to demonstrate value. Otherwise, Sia Zixuan didn't mind letting Lin Jian die along with his sister. Quickly look, Lin Jian is moving again. Asterisk. Isn't he a life changer? How come so many Sphinx markings have appeared around him? So many of them. Wouldn't he be dead if this appeared at a high level? He won't be able to hold out for long. Not to mention the rank, but the number. Someone exclaimed, only to see that on the screen, markings appeared around Lin Jian, and those markings represented none other than the human-faced spiders. The numbers were staggering, and how long could a life changer, with no active attack skills, rely on life changing? At this moment, even Su Yun and Xie Jinghua felt that Lin Jian was in a bad way. Novice realm, swampy wet forest. After solving a Sphinx spider, Lin Jian intended to speed up his progress, but then, Chinchou caught up with the rankings, causing Lin Jian to be a bit surprised. There was nothing he could do. In order to catch up with the rankings and get first place, Lin Jian didn't hesitate to cut his palm and use his own blood to attract more Sphinx spiders. As more and more Sphinx spiders appeared, Lin Jian acted. With his heaven-defying self-healing, coupled with the ability of a life-changing master, Lin Jian only did one thing, and that was to expose his vitals, bind his target, and complete the kill. The speed and climb in the rankings is amazing, easily resolving one F-ranked Sphinx spider after another. Lin Jian was practically stress-free with his heaven-defying self-healing. However, just as Lin Jian felt relieved, the prompt rang out. Monster, Swamp Blood Bat. Grade, E. Talent, Radar Lock. Can lock onto the opponent based on scent and anticipate danger. Skill, Psychedelic Sonic. Sonic control that puts the target in a 5-second stun. The sudden appearance of the E-Class Swamp Bloodbat was a surprise to Lin Jian. F-rated wilds are just the bottom of the barrel, but E-rated is even somewhat powerful. It wasn't easy to deal with for a newcomer who had just awakened to the priesthood. However, this was for other priesthood newcomers. As for Lin Jian, the self-healing ability coupled with the life-changing division ability, the district E rank, was not a concern. Only to see this E rank Swamp Bloodbat come up and cast the skill Soundwave. In an instant, a sense of weightlessness and dizziness swept up, making it difficult for Lin Jian to help himself. Noticing that something was wrong with his body, Lin Jian didn't hesitate. The divine chain was bound, and the skill Hell's Wail was cast, and in an instant, that feeling of dizziness slowed down quite a bit. The E-rank Swamp Bloodbat that had sensed the difference let out a strange cry, sustaining its sonic attack while taking advantage of Lin Jian's inability to return the favor and charging straight out. Sharp claws and fangs lashed out, attempting to take advantage of Lin Jian's disorientation to kill him. Damn! This Soundwave can even disorganize the mind. Watching the Bloodbats come over, Lin Jian couldn't avoid them, and while annoyed at the skills of the Bloodbats, Lin Jian's restless heart gradually settled down. Change of life, Divine Chain Binding. Gritting his teeth, he cast Divine Chain Binding, but it also forced Lin Jian to spit out a mouthful of blood. Under the control and attack of the Bloodbats, although there was the ability to reverse the natural self-healing ability, it was ultimately somewhat affected. After all, the sonic attack interfered with the mind. Change of life, Hell Wail. One after another, the skills were unleashed, and only then did Lin Jian feel better in his heart, and the damage he received became so much more. But on the contrary, the Bloodbats were not calm. Hell's Wail took multiplier damage from him, and all of the original vicious attack returned on it. The Swamp Bloodbat sensed the difference and actually turned around without hesitation, intending to run away. This move was also an accident for Anglin's sword. He had just bound and had just cast a skill, And this blood bat ran away? It was reasonable to say that it would be furious and try to attack even if it took some damage, but it was as if this blood bat sensed the danger. Maybe it has something to do with its talent. Want to run? Too late. Lin Jian wouldn't give it a chance to escape. That sound wave interference was a real headache. If he let it slow down, he would be in trouble. Without hesitation, Lin Jian aimed a fatal blow at himself. The damage from Hell's Whale was doubled, causing the blood bat that had just escaped some distance to instantly burst out with a miserable scream and eventually fall down. Chapter 7, Seek Your Own Death? As the saying goes, if you hurt the enemy 1,000 times, you hurt yourself 800 times. However, under the self-healing ability, Lin Jian had not lost a single bit. Even the gifted undead battle body was catalyzed. Kill the blood bat before it manages to escape. Other people's life changers trade lives for lives, have losses, even lose their lives. But Lin Jian's was just like wearing resurrection armor, with a counter armor. Who could stand up to this? It's not going to hold up to the wilds if it's here to drain your blood bar. Ding! Kill A-rank swamp blood bat. Gain 10 points. 100 experience. Ding! Level up. Slaying the swamp blood bat gains the skill Night Eyes Exploration. With the death of the E-ranked wild monster, Lin Jian's level had increased. He had gained an additional skill, and his attribute panel had changed as well. Name Lin Jian. Occupation, Life Changers. Level, 2, 10 for 500. Talent, Divine Chain. As level grows, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Currently the number that can be bound, 2. Undead Battle Body. After exchanging lives, it triggers the undead primordial spirit and permanently increases the strength of the physical body and the strength of the spirit. Skill, Hellish Whale. The pain suffered by the body is doubled on the target. Pain multiplier increases with level. Skill, Night Eyes Exploration. Can detect dangers within 50 meters outside of the main body. Increase range with level. Flesh Strength, 0, 2%. Spiritual Strength, 0, 2%. Night Eyes Exploration? I didn't expect to get a brand new skill after upgrading. This skill, which is completely replicated from the Sphinx Spider, is a good one. Lin Jian stroked his chin and shook off his own blood, scanning his surroundings. At the moment at the edge of the swampy wet forest, not yet deep, the further inside you went, the more advanced and dangerous the monsters you encountered. But the accompanying point rewards were also more generous. Since we have Night Eyes, why don't we just do a big job? I'll see how Qinshou can catch up. Lin Jian had a cross look in his eyes. Right now, the points between him and Qinshou were biting very tightly, and whoever slacked off would fall off. Besides, if you want to get out of this swampy wet forest, you have to take care of the swampy wet forest's boss, God's Domain Beyond. Originally, as they watched Lin Jian being surrounded by a large number of human-faced spiders, everyone thought that Lin Jian would surely die, but those human-faced spiders died one after the other. And not only that, Lin Jian's points were also increasing crazily. At that speed, he was already leading Qinshou by a tiny margin. Hiss! How did this Lin Jian do it? So many Sphinx spiders, even F-ranked, and he, a guy who just awakened his priesthood, managed to kill them all. Could it be that under the SSS ranked priesthood, even a trash profession like a life changer could become strong? Everyone was silent. They knew very well how the life changer profession was, but what Lin Jian showed was extraordinary. Even if they couldn't see the specific reality, the points, the data represented everything. It's not like there haven't been other low-end professions with SSS ranked priesthoods before. But, even if it's an SSS priesthood, it doesn't change the strength of the profession. Su Yun was silent for a moment, then spoke in a serious tone, but oblivious to the fact that fire had appeared in the eyes of Sia Zixuan on the side. A life-changing master like Lin Jian was most appropriate to use as a force for the Sia family. The better Lin Jian performed, the more excited Sia Zixuan became. As long as he had his sister at his disposal, Lin Jian could only do as he pleased. Quick, look, Lin Jian is moving at high speed. Holy, how does he remember being in a hurry here? And the route is strange. No, headmaster, it looks like he's going to the booze location in the swamp wet forest. He completely bypassed the wild guard. Suddenly, someone exclaimed out, instantly causing Su Yun, Sia Zixuan and several others to tense up. Eyes dead set on the map. The swamp wet forest was not a high-level copy though, and the strength of the wild monsters was limited. But, that's where the boss is. Is this kid looking for death? Sia Zixuan's eyes narrowed. Lin Jian's earlier performance had been shocking. Being able to compare himself to an SSS-ranked divine weapon master had already impressed the profession of life changers. But now, he actually presumed to challenge the boss of the swamp wet forest? The boss of the swamp wet forest is the swamp ghost pig, leveled at D rank. It's the highest ranked within the swamp wet forest, and even though Lin Jian just went through a battle, even if he leveled up, he's still a low-level transmuter, so it's impossible for him to challenge a rank D. Headmaster, let's make a move. This is a trial. Besides, there's never been a life-changing master like Lin Jian before, and besides, He's an SSS-ranked priesthood. What this means for schools. A couple of teachers on the sidelines were already getting antsy. Originally, they didn't even think much of the life-changing master, and they even thought that Lin Jian was one of the first to be eliminated. But no one expected that not only did he get the first kill, but he was even able to compete with the SSS-ranked Divine Weapon Master. Such a person can no longer be treated as a waste of a profession. At this moment, Su Yun was similarly frowning, hesitating in her heart. That is, she wanted to step in to protect Lin Jian, but when she thought about Lin Jian's character, she hesitated. Besides, this was a trial, and it would be dishonorable for her to make a move. This swamp ghost pig is a nightmare for freshman transmigrants, and over the years, many of your school's outstanding freshmen have died in its mouth. If I remember correctly, there were even S-class ones that died as well. Is Principal Su really going to sit this one out? Sia Zixuan opened his mouth. It was inconvenient for him to intervene as an outsider spectator, but he also didn't want Lin Jian to die like this. However, just as Sia Zixuan finished his words, changes were on the rise. Quick look, Lin Jian has arrived at the swamp ghost pig. This guy is really crazy. A low-level transmuter actually dares to challenge a copy boss. Doesn't he know the horrors of the D-rank wildlife? One by one, they looked at the map and watched as Lin Jian and the swamp ghost pig had already met, and at this moment, even if they were to come to their rescue, it was too late. This kid, is he reckless, or does he have other means? Sia Zixuan narrowed his eyes and surveyed. Whichever it was, in his opinion, Lin Jian was bound to die. Although he had lost a good bottom card, he had indirectly avenged his son. This guy. Su Yun's eyes were dead set on the map, and as she watched Lin Jian still moving at a high speed, her heart was getting more and more nervous. It's too late to strike. This guy is already close. Can it be that Lin Jian, a SSSS-ranked priesthood, can have a way to deal with the swamp ghost pig? Principal, what if he can do it? Suddenly, someone coldly offered the opposite view, which instantly made everyone freeze. But the next second, Su Yun's low and angry voice rang out one after another. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. A freshly awakened life-changing master. A low-level life-changing master. You expect to be able to compare to a swamp ghost pig? Su Yun's words made everyone's hearts clearer. This guy, he's just asking for death. Su Yun gritted his teeth, but he was deeply powerless. No one could stop him from finding death in the trial itself. Chapter 8, Dueling Bosses. This guy ran into a swamp ghost pig. Suddenly, under the exclamation of shock, everyone's gazes were dead set on the map. At that time, within the Divine Realm Novice Realm, at the Swamp Wet Forest boss, Lin Jian arrived, relying on his new skill Night Eyes exploration along the way to avoid unnecessary trouble while also pinpointing the location of the Swamp Ghost Pig. Monster, Swamp Ghost Pig, Boss. Grade, D. Talent, Gravity Field, controls gravity within the swamp, suppressing 50% of the opponent's combat power. Skill, Tyrannical Rush, instantly bursts out with 3 times the speed and power of himself, with a 150% increase in attack. Skill, Ghost Thorn Jungle, within the gravity field. Erupt ghost thorns from the middle of the swamp for group control. Lin Jian fixed his eyes. The swamp ghost pig had already appeared in front of him, and the successive attributes presented surprised Lin Jian. 2 skills? This is a D-rank wild monster? Lin Jian encountered a D-ranked wild monster for the first time, and it was also the final boss of this swampy wet forest. Giggle! The swamp ghost pig's scarlet eyes exploded with a ferocious light, accompanied by a low roar from its mouth, venting its dissatisfaction with the provocateur. Seeing this situation, Lin Jian didn't hesitate. On the way here, he had kept his night eyes exploring, but now he couldn't continue to maintain them. However, since he had found the swamp ghost pig, Lin Jian didn't need to prevent danger anymore. Are life changers afraid of danger? If the skill is not on, it's natural to be afraid. But Lin Jian's life changer was fearless of danger. The reverse self-healing gave him a full head start. Even if the skill wasn't on yet, Lin Jian would have plenty of time. Just as Lin Jian was about to make his move to use the divine chain to bind the swamp ghost pig, the swamp ghost pig actually ran wildly without saying a word. It was extremely fast, and in the middle of the swamp, it was like walking on water. On the contrary, Lin Jian couldn't move within the swamp as conveniently as it did. Bang! Interlocking his arms and protecting his body, Lin Jian was still knocked out by the swamp ghost pig. Not only that, wherever it touched, the sleeves on the arm, and even the skin was quickly eroded, revealing bright red flesh in an instant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No martial virtues. The sudden attack left Lin Jian speechless. It was worthy of being a D-ranked wild monster, and it was so decisive in doing so. However, Lin Jian wouldn't let the swamp ghost pig take the initiative next. Change of life, divine chain binding. Change of life, Hell's Whale. The skill was turned on, but the swamp ghost pig was not the least bit intimidated. D-class wilds are not in the same league as F and E class, even though it was bound. the swamp ghost pig still attacked constantly, continuously launching attacks towards Lin Jian, beyond the divine realm. Su Yun's face was low, looking at the map where Lin Jian and the swamp ghost pig had collided together. He knew that they had already exchanged blows, but when they said they were exchanging blows, what they saw was the swamp ghost pig unilaterally crushing Lin Jian. Headmaster, this time Lin Jian is dead. The ability of a life changer is not enough in front of a swamp ghost pig. Not to mention, he's not even at level 10 yet. It belongs to a low-level occupation. Each of the school teachers had a heavy face. Originally, Lin Jian a SSS ranked priesthood. Even if he brought a sewer profession with him, it could be of great benefit to the school's promotion. Not to mention, Lin Jian was displaying unusual strength. Listening to the teacher's words, Su Yun's heart had long since sunk to the bottom at this moment. Lin Jian, a student she still knew something about, and her sister were dependent on each other. And in this era of universal transmigration, the strongest of the weak was even more evident. It had been so hard for him to awaken the priesthood, and now he had cut his life short. It is true that fate turns to pick on the suffering. I know, right now, even though he's not dead yet, the swamp ghost pig has a certain degree of self-healing within its own swamp, which is exactly where the life-changing masters are most deadly. To put it bluntly, the life changer has no active attack skills. Once the wild monster has high defense, or has the ability to heal itself, then the life changer is 10 deaths away. Also based on this judgment, they had always believed that it was impossible for Lin Jian to live. It seems to be quite a reckless fellow. Sia Zixuan squinted his eyes, calculating in his heart. If Lin Jian died, then he would have to seek revenge on his sister. The Sia family, however, never suffers humiliation. The moment. God's domain novice realm. Swampy wet forest. After the skill was activated, the swamp ghost pig's attack didn't weaken, and one by one, it launched an attack towards Lin Jian. In contrast, Lin Jian's strategy was much simpler. The moment the swamp ghost pig attacked, he took the damage himself while aiming his attack at the swamp ghost pig's vitals. Even though the profession was not combat-oriented, the physical abilities of the transmutants after awakening the priesthood were all improved to a certain extent. Not to mention, Lin Jian was still a SSS-ranked priesthood. Bang! The fist fell and slammed into the swamp ghost pig's head, but the tusks had already penetrated Lin Jian's arm, and the blood couldn't stop flowing out. At the same time, a bloody hole that had been penetrated appeared on the body of this swamp ghost pig as well. Hell Whale skill, which takes the same attacks and doubles the damage. Come, let's see who can afford to wear out. Lin Jian roared, comparing consumption to this automated humanoid blood bank of his own. He wanted to see how strong a D-rank wild monster could be. All of a sudden, both sides attacked and tore as if they didn't want to die. Soon, one person and one monster, the pitch-black swamp under their feet had turned into a pool of blood. Giggle, giggle. The swamp ghost pig pulled away, its body covered in scars, its pupils bringing up scorn as it looked at Lin Jian. He was clearly a low-level life-changing master, but he managed to last for so long. A human, even a transmogrifier, couldn't have this much blood spilled. The swamp ghost hog whistled up to the sky. The natural gravity field was exerted, and in an instant, Lin Jian's body weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, and he actually felt like he couldn't breathe. Ready to charge? Lin Jian watched as the swamp ghost pig talent was cast, and thought that he would use a skill next, but I hadn't thought that after the swamp ghost pig's backside, it actually sucked up the surrounding mire and protected its body, and the injuries on his body actually began to show self-healing conditions. Self-healing? Trying to counteract the damage from Hell's Whale with self-healing? You're still young to compete with me for self-healing. Ruthless colors surged in Lin Jian's eyes. This boss, he would kill it himself. This trial ranking number 1, he's going to want it too. As long as there are those great rewards, there is money to cure your sister. Come on, Lin Jian bellowed, his anger pulling full, and against the oppression of the gravity field, he backhanded a strike at himself, straight through the chest. As this blow came down, Lin Jian's mouth opened and a mouthful of blood was spat out, but there wasn't the slightest bit of pain on his face. Instead a touch of madness surged up. Giggling, Hell's Whale applied damage, causing the swamp ghost hog to instantly rage. Shaking off the mire, the swamp ghost pig instantly roared in anger, its entire body rolling with black gas, and the swamp under its feet actually boiled with it. One after another, a bone spur protruded from the swamp. Sharp and corrosive poison, swamp ghost hog's speed sword, tyranny punch, ghost spike jungle. The two skills were executed at the same time, putting Lin Jian under deadly control in an instant. Even if the swamp ghost pig would receive heavier injuries, it didn't believe that as long as it instantly killed this low-level life-changing master, it wouldn't die with its own self-healing ability. Chapter 9, First in the Trial. The swamp ghost pig chose to throw its weight around and fire 2 skills in a row just to wipe out Lin Jian directly. Otherwise, if Lin Jian was allowed to toss and turn, his little self-healing ability wouldn't be able to keep up. With the tyrannical charge and ghost thorn jungle cast, Lin Jian appeared to be controlled to death, but in reality, he was waiting for the swamp ghost hog to come over with a look of madness on his face. Bang! Tyrannical charge erupted, ruthlessly crashing into Lin Jian's body. In the next moment, Lin Jian's body was split apart in an instant, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. It's comparable to the ancient torture of splitting a horse in half. The full force of a D-ranked wild monster, a wild map boss, could not be blocked by Lin Jian, a low-level life-changing master. In an instant, the body was scattered on the ground like parts, and after the swamp ghost pig saw this scene, its entire body instantly exploded in the next second as well, until the pig's head rolled down. A scene of horror instantly appeared in those scarlet pupils. Lin Jian, who was originally too dead to die, actually began to heal himself. The speed was terrifyingly fast. God's domain beyond. Along with the simultaneous disappearance of the swamp ghost pig and Lin Jian's markings on the map, everyone was dumbfounded. How come? The swamp ghost pig is dead too? It can't be. Even though Lin Jian is a SSS ranked cleric, a life changer has only one life, so how could he get this kind of boss dead? Is this the same thing? One by one, the teachers were dumbfounded. In their cognizance, they had already defaulted to Lin Jian's death from the moment he arrived at the swamp ghost pig's side, but I didn't expect that the swamp ghost pig had died as well. This Lin Jian, a low-level profession, managed to kill a D-ranked wild monster. It really isn't simple. What's the point of being uncomplicated? Still not dead? Such good potential. Had to go and die. For a while, some people lamented the situation, while others felt they deserved it. After all, newcomers to the transmogrifier, even if they were SSS-ranked divine priesthood weapon masters like Qin Xiu, combat-oriented professions, at the top of the scale, they would only be able to fight against E-ranked wild monsters. Lin Jian, an auxiliary profession, or cannon fodder like a life changer, dared to challenge a D rank? Isn't that just asking for trouble? I didn't expect this Lin Jian to still have this kind of ability. It's just a pity that even the greatest ability is useless when a person is dead. Sia Zixuan looked like a rabbit dying, but Su Yun's heart was a little bad. Inform down. Let people take care of. Su Yun was about to open her mouth and let people take care of Lin Jian's sister, but before her words were finished, she was interrupted by a cry of alarm. Quick! Look at the scoreboard. Surprisingly, it wasn't Qin Xiu who came first. Isn't Lin Jian dead? How come there are still points? And so many more at once? At this moment, everyone looked up and on the scoreboard. Lin Jian's points instantly skyrocketed. 1,000 points. Good lord. A full 1,000 point lead. Just as everyone was shocked and dismayed, a loud voice rang out. And it was none other than the Divine Realms briefing. Divine Realm Novice Realm Full Map Notification. SSS Ranked Divine Cleric Life-Changing Master Lin Jian has successfully killed the replica Swamp Wet Forest boss, completing this trial and being the first to pass. Rewarded with 1,000 points. Killing the boss rewards 500 experience points. The full map notification rang out, and in an instant, inside and outside the Divine Realm, everyone exploded. No, it can't be. The Divine Realm must have misjudged. Lin Jian is dead. How can there still be a reward? Look everyone. Lin Jian's mark. The mark is lit up. Aren't life changers exchanging lives for lives? Is it hard to believe that he still has a body left? At the sight of the markers lighting up, a wave of shock went through everyone's mind. Life changer, an inconspicuous profession that was even regarded as cannon fodder, was able to appear in such glory on this day. The genus is amazing. Is this guy a monster? Is the SSS priesthood different? Sia Zixuan was equally stunned by this scene, but then he thought that such a talent would be his life preserver in the future. Not dead. Not dead. This kid's situation will be of great interest to the top. Su Yun's originally extinguished fire rekindled at once, with excitement in her eyes. In the meantime, land of the buried bones of the divine novice realm, Qin Xiu gasped for air, and his entire body was lying on the ground, sweating as if he was deflated. In order to catch up with the points and even overpower Lin Jian, she had been fighting all the time. I was looking at pulling away, but I didn't expect the full map briefing to go off again. And this time, Lin Jian had actually passed the trial by directly killing the boss. This made Qin Xiu unable to believe it. It's obviously a life-changing master. Why is it so powerful? Lin Jian, what secret are you hiding? Qin Xiu bit her red lips tightly, her eyes full of unwillingness, but once she thought of the bet with Lin Jian, this face couldn't help but burn. Pass the first kill and lead by 1,000 points. Qin Xiu no longer had a chance to catch up, and she didn't even dare to mess with the boss of the copy she was in. Inside and outside the Divine Realm, everyone was shocked by the crazy move Lin Jian had made, and no one knew exactly how he had done it, and how he survived the swamp ghost hogs. As for Lin Jian, who was the person in question? At this moment, with his heaven-defying self-healing ability, he had already recovered as good as new. Crunch! Craning his neck and stretching his arms as he looked at the dead swamp ghost pig, Lin Jian also let out a long breath. Looking at the points ranking, the corners of his mouth brought up a smile. That's steady. The points lead is far and away the top of the standings, and it's a must-win. Ding! Killed the swamp wet forest boss, gained 1000 points and 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade. Gained the skill gravity confinement. Leveling up. Skill talents have been enhanced and brand new skills have been gained. It's a good trip. Of course, what really made him happy was getting the first place in points, which would lead to a generous reward. And my sister will be saved. SSS-Level Divine Position Life-Changing Master Lin Jian has cleared the level and will be teleporting away soon. The trial will close soon. Along with the sound of the Divine Realm Bulletin, the trial finally came to an end. Chapter 10 Rewards are abundant. Suddenly bad news? Is the trial over? When someone cleared the level, the trial would end. And Qin Xiu had thought about catching up on the points, but from the moment Lin Jian killed the boss, it was no longer possible for her. Even though Qin Xiu was ranked second, he was the one who was thrown off by a gap of 1,000 points. This was a huge blow to Qin Xiu. Divine Plaza. One by one, the newcomers were teleported out, some with heavy loads, some dragging half their lives with them, and some intact. However, Suyun Xiejingwa and the others' gazes were all not on them, and even Qin Xiu, the SSS-ranked Divine Weapon Master, had little expression on the crowd after coming out, until Lin Jian appeared, really, alive, and intact. Looking at Lin Jian, the school teachers, one by one, stared with wide eyes as they went up to Lin Jian and raked him over the coals, hating to find an injury from Lin Jian. As a life-changer, killing so many wild monsters not to mention even the boss, but the whole thing is without the slightest loss? This is a bit of a departure. Lin Jian, congratulations on winning first place in the trial. Suyun stepped forward with a smile on her face. For the school to produce such a talented transmigrant, it would have been a good thing for the school, and for her as the principal. Principal Su, when will the reward be given? Lin Jian didn't ink. What he was most concerned about was the rewards. Only with a generous reward would he have a chance to save his sister. As for pleasantries and whatnot, there's no need for them. Suyun was also a bit embarrassed by Lin Jian's question, then said, the rewards from the city and the state will be a bit later. What schools give? Boom. Before Suyun could finish her sentence, she saw a black car driving in from outside the school. The license plate in front of the car is clearly the license plate of Jianghe-01. The person who came was none other than Mayor Jiang Hai. The city's rewards can be given now, too. The car had just stopped when the voice came over. When Suyun Xiejingwa saw the visitor, he rushed forward to greet him. Even these two had to keep a low profile in front of the mayor. Mayor Zhao, why did you come over? Suyun asked knowingly, the first in the trial, and it was still an SSSS-ranked priesthood. Even more so, no one has ever killed a boss in a trial before. Such a figure would have alerted those above him long ago. Mayor Zhao waved his hand slightly and didn't respond directly, but walked straight to Lin Jian, looking up and down with a smile on his face. Good, young and talented, SSSS-ranked priesthood. A life-changer can actually have such a high priesthood rank. You achieved first place, and according to the rules of the trial, the city will reward you with a villa in the center of the city, in addition to providing $3 million in funding. When Mayor Zhao said this, the rest of the people smacked their lips and were filled with envy. The villas in the center of Jianhai City, a block of villas have to start with 5 million, and now said to give away, and 3 million funds. It's a reward that is simply eye-popping. Thanks, Mayor. Lin Jian wasn't polite. Right now, he needed money the most. With this money, my sister will be saved. As for the resources needed for transmigrants to practice, there are still school rewards that aren't given, and the state probably gives rewards. No need to thank you. You are a SSSS-ranked priesthood. This is the first one in Daxia. Even though it is a life-changer profession, it is not trivial. If you perform well, the country will focus on cultivating you. Mayor Zhao patted Lin Jian on the shoulder, but there was something else in his words. Performance is good before focusing on cultivation. This trial first, the performance has been very good, but for the country, a life-changing master profession, obviously the attraction is still not enough. You are Miss Qin Xiu, right? Not bad, not bad. Second place score. The above is already considering it, recommending you to enter the Supreme Priesthood Academy. You should be prepared. Mayor Zhao's gaze turned to Qin Xiu. When these words came out, everyone also cast envious gazes. The Supreme Priesthood Academy, the advanced academy among the great summer transmigrants. Not only was it full of resources, but to enter it, it was a human being, and to be selected, the minimum must be an A-ranked priesthood. Only, the SSSS-ranked priesthood of Lin Jian was not chosen. Instead, the second Qin Xiu was looked at, the reason for which was well known to everyone. the profession of a life-changing master was really weak. Even if he had achieved first place in the trial, he still couldn't be compared to a weapon master. Despite being invited by the Supreme Priesthood Academy, Qin Xiu was not happy at the moment. It wasn't until Mayor Zhao left that Qin Xiu realized that Lin Jian didn't have any emotions the entire time, and the only thing he expressed was only interest in the reward. Lin Jian, don't be discouraged. Even though you're in the life-changing master profession, if you can level up with your priesthood rank, you'll inevitably enter the priesthood academy as well. Su Yun went up and relieved him, while also giving the school's reward. These materials, as well as the resources, are all suitable for life-changing masters, and will be used as the school's reward for you. Thanks a lot. Lin Jian nodded and accepted it nonchalantly, having planned to leave straight away. After all, his sister was still at home. But before he could leave, Sia Zixuan was walking up. Student Lin Jian, it's a pleasure to meet you. You performed very well in the trial, although you don't have a chance to enter the Divine Clergy Academy. However, you can join my Sia family. Whether it's financial power or resources, my Sia family can afford to give just as much, including treating your very sick sister. Sia Zixuan revealed a kind face, but the meaningful look in his eyes was something that allowed Lin Jian to see that it was not good. He almost killed his son, and now he's trying to recruit him? This Sia Zixuan is really something. Sorry, not interested. Lin Jian finished speaking and directly left. Watching Lin Jian go, Qin Xiu clenched his teeth and still followed. This trial, Lin Jian winded out, although he got a generous reward, but the best is not, simply because his profession is a life-changer, an unremarkable profession that serves as cannon fodder, so the opportunity to enter the clergy academy is lost. While being in this trial, Qin Xiu was aware that Lin Jian's strength was definitely not that of an unusual life-changing master. Lin Jian. At the doorway, Qin Xiu called out to Lin Jian, I'll send you back. I'm sure you'll be able to get in when it comes to the Divine Clergy Academy. Qin Xiu was serious in what he said, but Lin Jian hadn't taken it to heart. It's fine to send me. I thought Miss Qin Xiu had come over to honor her bet. Speaking of the bet, Qin Xiu's face immediately brought up a blush, and did not explicitly say so, but signaled Lin Jian to get on the car. The appearance, the sense of stealing, car. Lin Jian teasingly looked at Qin Xiu. Such a delicate beauty. It was impossible to say that there wasn't some manly thoughts. What do you want to do about the bet? Qin Xiu didn't dare to look directly at Lin Jian, and had thought to come out and comfort him for fear that he would be counting on him because of what happened in the Divine Clergy Academy. However, he had forgotten about the matter of the bet, and seeing as Lin Jian did not put the Divine Clergy Academy in his heart in the slightest, this also made Qin Xiu curious. Do what? Doing what a man should. Of course. Toot toot. Before the words were finished, the cell phone in his pocket was ringing, so Lin Jian had to swallow his words back and pick up the phone. Lin Jian, your sister has been kidnapped. There are so many people, our neighbors can't stop them at all. Chapter 11, Something to Ask For. The neighbor's sudden phone call instantly made Lin Jian lose his mind of flirting with Qin Xiu. Seeing Lin Jian's face lowering and even starting to appear ruthless, it made Qin Xiu not help but recall the scene when Lin Jian dealt with Sia Zixuan at that time. Lin Jian, what happened? Qin Xiu was a bit uneasy. Originally, he was worried that Lin Jian had thoughts because he hadn't been treated fairly, and now Lin Jian's low-pressure emotions had caused Qin Xiu to become a bit worried. My sister, kidnapped. Lin Jian's fists clenched as he looked at the car and then at Qin Xiu. Please, take me there. Lin Jian and his sister are dependent on each other, and it can be said that his sister is everything. Ever since he was a child, even if he suffered from what kind of humiliation and cold-eyed mockery, Lin Jian never cared. He understood that living at the bottom was not something he wanted to do, but if it hurt his sister, that was a different story. Even if you turn over, you will turn this day upside down. Okay, driver, hurry up and drive. Lin Jian, say the location. Qin Xiu realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately rushed to greet them. Although Qin Xiu had pride that belonged to herself, she was not some kind of unseen, pretentious princess. Instead, she was happy to reach out to those with strength, talent, and a heavier emphasis on character. Although Lin Jian had had a small friction with her, both sides were not the kind of people who counted, and in the trial, Lin Jian had even won the respect that he deserved. A low-level life-changer, a sewer-like profession, could be more powerful than a top profession like a weapon master. Soon, Zhanghai City border city, an old and dilapidated neighborhood. Here live, are the bottom of this era, cannot awaken the priesthood, also cannot stand firm in the ordinary people. The residence of the two Lin Jian siblings was located here. Just as soon as he arrived, Lin Jian helped run out, so fast that even Qin Xiu, who was following him, was startled. A life-changing master could have this kind of speed? This is truly amazing. Auntie, where did they take my sister? What are those people? Looking around the room, The cramped and simple room was furnished with only a bed, while bedding was still spread on the floor. This is where the siblings live, and because his sister is so sick, Lin Jian only has to take on all to make it work. No, not sure. Jian Lin, the man who left said that you offended someone you shouldn't have, and left you a note. The older woman was so frightened by the ferocity that filled Lin Jian's body that she seemed to stutter when she spoke. Trembling, he pulled the note out. Lin Jian opened it up and madness surged once again under his eyes. Sia Zixuan. Lin Jian said this through gritted teeth, and Qin Xiu, who was on the side, instantly understood. Seeing that Lin Jian wanted to go straight to the Sia family, Qin Xiu hurriedly stopped him. You're crazy, aren't you? They're doing this to get you to deliver yourself. The Sia family is not a small force in Zhanghai, and there are many transmigrators. What are you going to fight them with now? Qin Xiu hurriedly opened his mouth. If he let Lin Jian go to the Sia family at this time, then Lin Jian would be ruined. Even though he took first place and received all sorts of rewards, he couldn't compare to the Sia family. When Qin Xiu said this, Lin Jian's anger was hard to stop. Now that he thought back, the words that Xie Zhengguo said to himself at that time had long been traceable. Am I just going to watch them take my sister? This group of... Lin Jian gritted his teeth in anger. Even though he knew what Qin Xiu meant, he was still unwilling in his heart. Under universal transfer, ordinary people have no status, much less a voice. Even the alliance government wouldn't embarrass a rich and powerful family for an ordinary person. Even though Lin Jian had awakened and become a transmuter, he still wouldn't be taken seriously. The results of the previous trial were the best proof. I'll go back and think of a way. Right, Lin Jian, you can go to the principal. You're an SSS-ranked priesthood after all. And the alliance government has certain protective measures for priesthoods, especially to the families. It might help you. Qin Xiu was also in a hurry at the moment, and Lin Jian had no other choice despite his unwillingness to go begging. And the Xia family hard fight is the next best thing? Originally life has just improved. Lin Jian does not want to end up letting himself and his sister become desperate. Well, thanks a lot. Lin Jian responded. Qin Xiu looked at him like this and listened to the raw words of many thanks. Knowing that Lin Jian had a strong sense of pride, immediately, he said in a hurry, thank you for what? Consider it as our bet. You can't make any more excessive demands on me. Qin Xiu pretended to look arrogant, but he looked at Lin Jian and froze slightly. However, before he could open his mouth, Qin Xiu urged on, split up. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. After saying that, Qin Xiu and Lin Jian left together. Lin Jian went back to school, Zhanghai First High School. Since the end of the trials, the school has been a busy place. After all, a few very good seedlings had appeared among those who had awakened the priesthood in the first form this time. This is a good thing for the school. In addition to Lin Jian's SSS-ranked divine priesthood, Qin Xiu's SSS-ranked divine priesthood, weapon master, received much attention from above. Even people from the Supreme Clergy Academy had rushed to intervene in the matter. In addition, there were also 4 A-ranked divine priesthoods, one of which was Sia Zixuan, an A-ranked divine priesthood wind harnesser. At this time, inside the conference room, Su Yun is dealing with the people from the priesthood academy. Everyone, Lin Jian, who came first in this trial, is an SSS-ranked priesthood, which is unheard of, and I think he's equally qualified to enter the Supreme Priesthood Academy. It should also be respected. Is this disposition of yours too hasty? Su Yun frowned. This time, the people from the Divine Clergy Academy came over and asked for several people in one breath, but Lin Jian was not among them. This person, well, the priesthood level is unheard of, but there's no one who can prove that an SSS-ranked priesthood must be powerful. But don't forget that he's only a life-changing master. The academy won't spend energy resources to train a cannon fodder. The other party had a firm attitude, and even though Lin Jian's SSS-level priesthood was unprecedented, his status, however, was inferior. While the conference room was arguing, Lin Jian had already arrived at the door by now, and the voices inside kept coming. This person, Lin Jian, we've investigated him as well. There's nothing redeeming about him. To put it bluntly, he's a life-changer profession, and it's useless even if his priesthood level is good. No value. Principal Su doesn't have to say much. The words just fell. Su Yun was about to continue speaking, but the door was pushed open. Lin Jian, why did you come over? Su Yun froze, obviously not expecting Lin Jian to appear at this time. Lin Jian's sudden appearance had left Su Yun at a bit of a loss for words, and she had originally thought to fight for Lin Jian, but the attitude of the Divine Office Academy gave Su Yun a headache. Principal Su, adding to the trouble. Lin Jian sincerely thanked Su Yun. Originally he wanted to come to Su Yun and seek some help as Qin Xiu had said, but the words he heard on the outside made Lin Jian realize that Su Yun was just a principal and wasn't that capable. Letting her help would add to her problems instead. I have come because I have something to ask, not for the Clergy Academy. Chapter 12, Value? What's the point of proving it? For the first time, this was the first time Lin Jian had uttered words of mutual request after being reborn into this world. Originally, Lin Jian thought that after awakening the priesthood and getting the trial rewards, he would be able to cure his sister and have something to rely on in this world. But the cruelty of reality told Lin Jian that the current him was too weak, so Lin Jian could only do it his way. Something to ask for? Lin Jian, let's talk outside. Su Yun quickly realized that being able to make Lin Jian say such words might be her sister's condition worsening. Lin Jian had no connections, no relationships, and if he hadn't awakened his priesthood, Su Yun wouldn't have seen him. However, Lin Jian refused. Principal Su, this matter is rather troublesome. You're from the Clergy Academy, and I've heard that the Alliance has some shelter for transferees. My family has been kidnapped by Sia Zixuan, and I need you to bring my family back safely. Lin Jian didn't hesitate and stated his thoughts very directly. However, hearing this, a few people from the Divine Office Academy laughed. One of the men in particular, after hearing Sia Zixuan's name, the look on his face became intriguing. Sia Zixuan? The Sia family group, but one of my Divine Office's supporters residing in Daxia, is considered an addition to the Divine Office, though they are insignificant. But you? A life changer. It's a crime to slander someone. When these words came out, the corner of Lin Jian's eyes twitched viciously. He didn't expect that within this Divine Office Academy, there were people related to the Sia family. Whether I am a slander or not, you can find out yourselves. Don't you guys just think that I'm just a life changer with no connections and background, so I have no value to you? Do you guys know anything about life changers? Lin Jian's words were resounding, and instead, he questioned the people of the Divine Office Academy. The previous man was about to snap and reprimand, but was stopped by one of them. The Supreme Priesthood Academy was created by the alliance government formed by the major powers under the era of universal transmigration, and is also the party that has studied the priesthood most thoroughly. You're just a newcomer who just became a transmuter. How dare you say that? The one who spoke was an elderly old man with incomparably sharp eyes, gazing straight at Lin Jian. In response, Lin Jian but snorted coldly. Raising his hand, he did not hesitate to tear a piece of flesh from his other arm with great speed and viciousness. Didn't even blink, until the blood is dripping. The people in the room froze in fear. However, in the next second everyone's pupils contracted up as they looked at Lin Jian in shock. The place that had been torn off was actually healing rapidly. That's what a life changer is. A life changer of the SSS ranked priesthood, not the same as those D-ranked C-ranked life changers you've seen. Now, do you think it's worthwhile? Lin Jian knew that the only way to get them to step in and get the Sia family to release him was to show them the value. This is the optimal solution. Even though it might reveal his abilities, Lin Jian gave his own explanation for this. And its own self-healing ability can be somewhat controlled by itself, making it seem less perverse. Self-healing? A life changer actually has the ability to self-heal? No wonder it's a SSS-ranked priesthood. It turns out that with a high priesthood rank, the occupation will also be affected. A few old men from the Divine Clergy Academy were filled with shock. How could they not have expected that the life-changing masters, whom they regarded as cannon fodder and didn't place in their eyes, would still have this kind of change? So that's how it is. No wonder your kid dared to go for the boss. Not bad, not bad. SSS-ranked priesthood is indeed powerful. Several of you know about Lin Jian's claim, so please also step in to resolve it. After all, persecuting the family members of a transmigrator is something that the alliance government won't allow. Su Yun hurriedly opened her mouth. After learning what the Sia family had done, she realized why Lin Jian had come over. However, after these words were said, the people from the Divine Office Academy began to hesitate. Although there is a self-healing ability, but after all, it is limited. The late stage of the transmogrifier is able to easily wipe out a person. Although there is some value, but it is not enough. However, we can make an exception and admit you into the Priesthood Academy. As for your family's matter, that's your own conflict, and we've investigated it before. You nearly killed an A-rank Windmaster, Sia Zixuan's son. The old man continued to speak, the meaning of his words clear. It's fine to let you enter the Priesthood Academy, but it's not worth it to go against a Sia family for you. Even if a Sia family was insignificant in front of the Divine Office, it was just as unworthy. After understanding what that meant, Lin Jian smiled, just an icy laugh. Oh, so that's what the Union government and the Clergy Academy are like. Then you will remember what you said today. As for the Clergy Academy, I'm sorry, I haven't really looked at the Clergy Academy. Lin Jian snorted coldly. Wanting to rely on the so-called alliance government obviously wouldn't work, and the same is true of the clergymen. All of them are a bunch of dog-eyed bastards. At this moment, Lin Jian seemed to understand more about the saying from his previous life that the heavens and earth were not benevolent, and that they took all things as ruminants. Lin Jian thought that after becoming a transmigrator, there would be a change, but now it seemed that it was only himself that had changed, not this world. After saying this, Lin Jian directly turned around and left. Seeing this, Su Yun's face also brought up worry and hurriedly chased out. Lin Jian, don't be impulsive. The coalition government can't. We have other ways. Su Yun hurriedly stopped. She had seen the kind of ruthless madness Lin Jian had used on Sia Zixuan before. Even if he, a life changer, had brought self-healing abilities because of his priesthood rank, there was a limit after all. The Sia family was a dragon's den to him now. Principal Su, I've caused you trouble. I'll take care of the rest myself. When this path didn't work, Lin Jian had decided that he would go his own way. Don't be impulsive. The alliance government was formed by all the major powers around the globe. But this is Daxia, and there's the Daxia government, so I can go and ask. There might be a chance, Su Yun hurriedly said. Although nowadays, the relationship between the Daxia government and the alliance government is delicate, and under the universal transfer, the strength of each country has changed, creates some awkward situations, but Su Yun believed that with a talent like Lin Jian's, he shouldn't be buried. Hearing Su Yun's words, Lin Jian's expression was slightly stunned. Forget it, I don't like begging for this kind of thing. I appreciate Principal Su's feelings. After saying this, Lin Jian didn't stay any longer and left the school straight away. No one could help. No one could help. So Lin Jian relied on himself. No matter how powerful he is, even if it is a dragon's den, even if it is a mountain of swords, touching the scales, a life for 100 lives. If Lin Jian didn't even have the means to protect his sister's safety, what right did he have to survive in this world of the weak and the strong? After leaving the school, Lin Jian ran over to the direction where the Sia family was. Only, just as he reached the halfway point, he was stopped by Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu came in a hurry, panting for breath, but after seeing Lin Jian's expression, Qin Xiu obviously understood. Chapter 13, Final Help. Blood Enhancer. Can't. On the principal's side? Qin Xiu tried to calm his breathing and opened his mouth to inquire. When she went back, she immediately contacted her family, thinking that she could help Lin Jian this time with her own family background. But I hadn't thought that the family had given a firm attitude and wasn't willing to do such a thing for a life changer. The Sia family was not to be feared, but the Qin family also had their own considerations. No one is going to get offended over a little person, even if the person offended is not insignificant in their eyes. There's no need to trouble Headmaster Su. It's the clergy academy. No news from your end either, right? Rather, I am troubling you. Lin Jian does not like to owe others. This time Su Yun Qin Xiu has the intention to help, but cannot do anything. Even so, Lin Jian felt that he had taken their favors. So, roughly, he guessed that there was just as little good news on Qin Xiu's side. Seeing Lin Jian ask this, Qin Xiu's face was also a bit embarrassed. I didn't convince the family, but this is a bet between you and me, so just say what you need and I'll help you. Qin Xiu opened her mouth to speak. Such words, perhaps the maximum she could say and the maximum she could help. After hearing this, Lin Jian laughed lightly. Alright, you and I don't owe anyone anything in the first place. I'll take care of the rest. Lin Jian had already made up his mind, so he naturally didn't want to bother anyone else. However, when these words left his mouth, Qin Xiu was in a hurry. She was such a dainty beauty, but at the moment, her face was full of anger. Hey, what do you mean by that? I didn't defeat you during the trial, and I lost the bet. Am I the one who can't afford to lose? Besides, I'm still waiting to fight you. Qin Xiu spoke forcefully, holding out her attractive breasts and speaking with a straight face. Lin Jian was a bit surprised when he looked at her like this. He didn't expect that she would be so calculating when he just casually made a bet with her. Didn't you already go and ask for me? Even if the bet is done, hurry back. Lin Jian still had to go to the Sia family, so he didn't want to delay. No way. It's not done until it's done. I know what you want. You want to go to Shays alone. What's the difference between that and getting killed? Qin Xiu immediately objected. Talking sense. What's the difference between death and humiliation? Besides, who says I must die? Lin Jian responded calmly, but the calmer he was, Qin Xiu felt the more terrifying instead. The Sia family is only powerful in Shanghai, not considered a really big family. However, among the Sia family, there are more than a dozen C-rank priesthoods, and their ranks are probably all around level 10. And Sia Zixuan himself is a B-ranked priesthood and a windmaster, but his rank has already reached level 16. As long as he completes the transfer, the priesthood level could potentially be raised to a rank. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Qin Xiu spoke angrily, but Lin Jian was able to hear that she was telling herself about the Sia family's situation. However, with the details, Lin Jian was much better able to act. There's no chance of winning. Lin Jian's response was very dry, as if he was holding out for certain death, but in reality, with his heaven-defying self-healing, even if he was blasted into powder, as long as there was enough time, Lin Jian would be able to remain unharmed. His own heaven-defying self-healing ability was Lin Jian's biggest card. What was previously displayed in front of the clergy academy was nothing more than what had been deliberately suppressed by him. Besides, they all thought it was brought by the SSS-ranked priesthood. You're unbelievable. Qinxiu huffed and puffed and hummed, but when she saw that Lin Jian was about to leave, she immediately became anxious again. Wait. Qinxiu pulled Lin Jian's hand, only just pulling it, and then letting it go in the next second. The face became a little unnatural. This one's for you. It's a blood-enhancing agent, used above the transmutation army, something that is expressly forbidden to flow out of various countries, and will allow you to gain more strength in a short period of time. It can at least raise you by about 10 levels as well, but once the time passes, you will suffer a horrible backlash, and there is a great possibility that you will die. If you can pull through, you can also gain some benefits from it and level up, Qinxiu said, directly handing an encapsulated blood-strengthening agent to Lin Jian. This was something that she had secretly brought out, and it was also because of her family's refusal that Qinxiu had no choice but to do so. She had seen Lin Jian's madness and knew that she couldn't stop him, so, wanted to help out as much as possible. This thing. Lin Jian looked at it, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. She wanted to ask Qinxiu why she had left no stone unturned to help herself, but with her haughty face, it was obvious that she wouldn't say anything. Remember, time is only 2 hours. After 2 hours, if you fail to come out from Sia's house, then you hurry up and take it, and I can still get you there. Qinxiu was helping Lin Jian one last time in his own way. In his position, he couldn't get close to the Sia family. Looking at Qinxiu like this, Lin Jian also hesitated. Considering for a moment, Lin Jian then nodded. Count me as being in your debt. What love? What are you babbling about? I just think it's a strange shame if you die. I haven't even split the difference yet, Qinxiu said stubbornly, and Lin Jian let out a laugh and directly opened the blood-strengthening agent. This was the first time he had heard of this thing, but from Qinxiu's description, it was clearly an extremely risky thing. The risk was high for others, but for Lin Jian, that wasn't necessarily the case. As the blood-enhancing agent was injected, Lin Jian could only feel his entire body becoming sore as a wave of berserk power continued to wreak havoc, and his level began to change. Sting. Forced injection of blood enhancer. Level up 1. 2. Level up 10. Along with Lin Jian's time-limited leveling up, his entire aura changed the same. Watching the changes occur in Lin Jian's body, Qinxiu knew that it was working. Get in the car. It's close to Sia's house. Don't waste time. Chapter 14, Killing the Sia Family. Enhanced blood enhancer boosted by a direct increase of 10 levels. According to what Qinxiu had said, the effects brought about by the blood strengthening agent were very strong, but at the same time, the side effects were also extremely great. For 2 hours, this energy would keep destroying Lin Jian's flesh until it was over. If he couldn't hold on, Lin Jian would die. In the car, Qinxiu transformed into a top female driver and roared all the way. Even if she passed by a fish seller, the stall could be deflected by the speed of the car. Soon, the Shay family. The Sia family covered a large area in Jianhai, a huge manor. As the premier wealthy consortium in Jianhai City, their financial power was top-notch in the region, so the Sia family manor was protected by transmigrators inside and out. Arrived. Lin Jian, be careful. Qinxiu had a worried look on her face and opened her mouth to remind. Lin Jian didn't respond. He just opened the car door and walked straight towards the manor. The entrance to the manor. Stop. Just as they arrived, 2 guards at the entrance stopped Lin Jian. Private estate. No entry. The 2 guards immediately blocked it, with a fierce look on their faces. Seeing this, Lin Jian didn't bother to rub it in with them. Change of life, divine chain binding. Bind 2 people at once. Change of life, hell whale. When the skill was cast, Lin Jian was no longer polite, and raised his hand to strike, not towards the 2 men in the past, but to penetrate his own chest without hesitation. Pust. Blood flew, and the 2 guards were just about to taunt, but their faces changed drastically, instantly turning pale. Looking down, at some point they had bloody holes cut into their chests. You are a life changer. The voices came to an abrupt end, and the men fell one after the other. Lin Jian stepped forward and blasted open the iron door with a punch. Now that the strength of the physical body had been improved, the strength was comparable to that of a combat-oriented profession. Alarms went off throughout the Sia family manor as the gate blasted open. In a flash, a dozen people rushed out, clear of the transmogrifier. Each of them was a Sia-ranked priesthood and had a career level of around 10. Even though there were many people, Lin Jian didn't care. Change of life, divine chain binding. Change of life, hell's whale. Change of life, night eyes quest. Successive skills were fully activated, and Lin Jian's icy eyes gazed at the dozen or so people who were rushing in. Facing their skill attacks, Lin Jian didn't back down. Boom! As the successive attacks fell, Lin Jian looked bruised and battered, each one a fatal wound, and blood couldn't stop flowing out. However, Under the cover of blood, the flesh and blood were quickly repaired, and there was no damage to Lin Jian. On the contrary, these trannies can't hold up. All the damage they dealt to Lin Jian would be returned directly through Hellwhale. And it was 13 times more powerful. Ah, he's a life changer. In an instant, the manor was filled with screams. One by one, the transmigrants fell one after another. Inside the manor at the moment, Sia Zixuan looked at the scene in the courtyard, but his face brought up a smile. Beside him, Sia Zixuan, who had already recovered, was looking at Lin Jian with a resentful expression. Dad, we're wasting all this manpower just to corral him? This guy's skills are bizarre. Why don't we just kill him without doing anything? Sia Zixuan held a grudge against Lin Jian, having nearly killed him last time. Now it's so messed up in its own house. What was even more terrifying was that a dozen or so people could not help him even if they put their hands together. At this moment, Lin Jian was covered in blood, walking step by step like a demon from hell. What do you know? This kid is a SSS ranked priesthood. His life changer is different from others. It's a life-preserving talisman when used properly. Sia Zixuan was clearly in a position to get Lin Jian. As long as he took it, the Sia family would have one more thing to rely on from then on. Go, meet this guy. Sia Zixuan openly kidnapped people, so naturally he was prepared. He also knew that an impulsive nature like Lin Jian's was bound to not let up. It was delivered directly to his door and spared him the trouble. The moment. Within the courtyard, exterminating more than 10 people at a time, Lin Jian's heart fluctuated without a fluctuation. Just the lives of these dozen or so people are still far more than his own sister. Lin Jian, how dare you? How dare you come to my Sia family? In the next moment, Sia Zixuan's open-hearted appearance reappeared. In succession, Sia Zixuan's father and son walked out. Lin Jian, you're so grandiose that you killed over a dozen people from my Sia family. This matter won't pass so easily. Sia Zixuan looked at Lin Jian. This guy's whole body injuries were not small, but his chi and blood were vigorous. Not only that, but there wasn't even any pain visible on his face. Lin Jian watched coldly. Where is the heart to talk nonsense with them? Hand over my sister, otherwise, none will be left. Lin Jian didn't want to talk nonsense. This pair of father and son should have deserved to die. If anything happened to his sister, Lin Jian would never let them go even if he spelled out his life. Seeing Lin Jian directly picking his words apart, Sia Zixuan also laughed. Since they're all smart, that's good. That sister of yours is very sick, and to be honest, she's of no use to my Sia family, a waste of space. But you're different. Your life-changing master is very good. As long as you submit to my Sia family, not only will I provide you with resources, but I can also spend money to help cure your sister. Sia Zixuan spoke openly, yet he was making a gracious expression as if he was rewarding Lin Jian. People from the lower strata of society like Lin Jian could only live in a dirty and shabby little building for the rest of their lives, and even if they had awakened their priesthood, they couldn't compare to them. There are those who are born in Rome, and those who are born in hell and abyss, destined to suffer all their lives. In Sia Zixuan's eyes, Lin Jian was the latter. Two are also worthy of making me sell my life? Lin Jian watched with cold eyes. Sia Zixuan was not to be feared, but it was this Sia Zixuan, who was already level 16. It also meant that he was able to change jobs, and once he did, his strength increased greatly, and his priesthood level would also increase. I've only hit level 13 myself with the blood enhancer. Not a small mouth, it seems, and really teach you a lesson to make you obediently sign the priesthood contract. The so-called priesthood contract is a master-servant contract between transmigrants. Standing in the priesthood, once violated, the priesthood violated will be dissipated. Not only that, but also suffer cruel punishment. Sia Zixuan was planning to use Lin Jian's sister to get Lin Jian to sign the priesthood contract. Kid, but newcomer, even if you ranked first in the trial, you are not my opponent. Although life changers can exchange lives for lives, it depends on the rank gap. Sia Zixuan snorted coldly, just in time to teach a lesson and recover some interest for his son. As Sia Zixuan was about to make his move, Lin Jian was not ambiguous either. Get a head start. Divine chain binding, hell wailing, skills are turned on at the same time. Directly will bind the father and son together. No matter who attacked Lin Jian, they would receive 13 times the damage. Lin Jian didn't believe it. Without the ability to heal themselves against the heavens, how could they block it? Noticing the life-changing master's energy enveloping him, Sia Zixuan was not the least bit panicked. Instead, he backhanded his son and pushed him out, trying to avoid Lin Jian's range. But Lin Jian's life-changing master was carried on a SSS-level priesthood. If it was an unusual life-changer, the distance would be too far and it would be ineffective. But Lin Jian's won't. Chapter 15, Life for Life. Do you dare? Once bound, you will take damage whenever you attack within the skill's time limit. Therefore, at this moment, Sia Zixuan did not notice this gap at all. Thinks to himself that Sia Zixuan is safe. Lin Jian looked on coldly. Sia Zixuan, on the other hand, laughed contemptuously, "Kid, even though I'm a C-rank priesthood, I'm a combat type and my rank is higher than yours. You're not but 2 or 3 now, are you?" Sia Zixuan said contemptuously. Although he was a C-ranked priesthood, he was a not-solo rank, reaching level 16. With this strength, even Qinqiu's SSS-ranked divine priesthood weapon master couldn't fight against Sia Zixuan at this moment. After all, the level difference was too great, and today's Qinqiu was only level 2. "You think I'm afraid?" Lin Jian snorted coldly. Sia Zixuan no longer hesitated, lifting his hand and directly bursting out with a strike of wind blades. In response, Lin Jian didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding it. Boom! The wind blade struck, instantly splitting the skin on his shoulder. Blood flowed out, but Lin Jian didn't show the slightest bit of pain. An attack from an outsider is not nearly as painful as having your own organs removed by your own hands. "Sia Zixuan, can you carry it?" Lin Jian laughed coldly, and Sia Zixuan's eyes stared, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he actually realized that he had violently sustained additional injuries on his arms. And, easily, a bloody crack from the shoulder. The blood flowed out in a flash, and that injury was even more severe than the one Lin Jian had received. "All of them can see white bones." Hiss, "Brat, rather forgetting about your life-changing master's ability. But this injury is nothing to me." Sia Zixuan obviously did not care, but directly took out a plate of capsules and directly ate one. "Kid, this is a miracle healing medicine. Something a bottom-feeding piece of trash like you can't afford in a lifetime. Just this injury? It can be recovered in a matter of moments. I'd like to see what you have to fight me with." Sia Zixuan's face was full of complacency. The injury on his shoulder had healed quickly as the capsule was taken. Seeing this, Lin Jian was not the least bit flustered. "Yeah, you think getting high is going to help?" Lin Jian snorted coldly, and in the next moment, Sia Zixuan, who had retreated far behind him, instantly screamed miserably. "Ah, my hand, Dad, what's going on here?" Sia Zixuan screamed miserably and Sia Zixuan looked back, his pupils instantly shocked. One of Sia Zixuan's arms was actually cut off alive, and that injury was clearly caused by his own wind blade. "You think that it's okay to stay away? Sia Zixuan, hand over my sister, or else your son will be buried with her." Lin Jian angrily rebuked up, not wanting to waste time. Although Lin Jian had the ability to heal himself against the heavens, because of the blood-strengthening agent and the injuries caused by others, even if he would heal himself, the pain was still there. Therefore, Lin Jian was also enduring. "Little, really underestimated you." Anger presented itself in Sia Zixuan's eyes as he decided to ruthlessly teach Lin Jian a lesson. "Son, take your medicine and hold on. I don't believe this will last." Sia Zixuan's off-the-cuff remark almost made Sia Zixuan faint. "That's a broken hand. Why doesn't this old dang feel any pain at all?" Wind strangle. The skill was unleashed, and in an instant surrounding Lin Jian's body, hurricanes swept up and wind blades emerged like giant teeth, attacking non-stop on Lin Jian. However, the more he attacked, the worse Sia Zixuan's face became. On his body, the same injuries appeared, and they were even more powerful than Lin Jian's. As for Sia Zixuan, standing far away from him, at this moment, he was already covered in scars and fell into a pool of blood. "Dad, I'm dying." Sia Zixuan couldn't stop wailing. The intense pain, the horrific damage was too much for him to bear. Sia Zixuan gritted his teeth and really couldn't figure out why leaving so far away was still effective. Even more so, he couldn't understand that Lin Jian wasn't as high of a level as he was, and even if it was a life-changing master skill, it shouldn't have caused such a serious injury to him. Asterisk. Disarm the skill immediately. Otherwise, I'll have someone kill your sister. Looking at his son's dying appearance, once he launched an attack, he would surely die. This time, Sia Zixuan panicked. However, Lin Jian could never be soft. "I said let go. If you dare to make a move, I'll take your son's life." Lin Jian watched with cold eyes as he stepped out of the wind stranglehold. That face full of gloom, the coldness and madness in his eyes made Sia Zixuan's heart very unhappy. Asterisk. You disarm the skills on my son first. Sia Zixuan angrily rebuked, and clearly had no intention of letting up either. But Lin Jian was not accustomed to it. Lifting his hand, a blood chi surged forth and coalesced in his palm, simultaneously aimed at his own chest. "I forgot to tell you that the damage you guys are suffering now is 13 times greater. Even if you can carry it off, that son of yours is afraid that he won't be able to hold it off." Chapter 16, Unknown Destination. Hypocritical Clergy Academy. Threats were something that Lin Jian just didn't bring with him to be afraid of. He was a life changer, a life for a life, and he was not the one who was afraid. With these guys, it's all about being more desperate than they are. It's the only way to suppress them. "Don't you dare." Looking at Lin Jian about to make a move, Sia Zixuan immediately opened his mouth to stop it. If this blow went down, not to mention that he himself would be injured, his own son would certainly not survive. You think I wouldn't dare? Lin Jian snorted coldly and poofed. The palm of his hand was like a sharp knife, instantly penetrating his chest. At the same time, Sia Zixuan burst into a deathly scream, his entire face pale. Xie Jinghua similarly had bloody holes appearing in his chest, and the intense pain came from him, causing his face to look embarrassed. This person, even if he is a life changer, under the level suppression, it is actually still able to hold on for so long. So many injuries were on him, yet he was as if he was a nobody. Don't care at all. Not only that, but the guy was ruthless with himself. Lin Jian did not hesitate and yanked on the heart. In this instant, Xie Jinghua was afraid. Are you really going to die? Stop it, Lin Jian. I won't make things difficult for you and let you leave. Xie Jinghua panicked. He could feel that his heart was being held, and with a slight movement, the entire heart would shatter, and he will die. I said, give my sister back. Lin Jian's cold eyes and bloody pupils, even though blood was flowing from his body, he couldn't see the slightest bit of pain. Instead, he was showing ferocity. Dad! Suddenly, the distant Sia Zixuan let out a wail as blood continued to gush out of his entire chest, already severely injured. Even if Lin Jian didn't crush his heart, 13 times the damage was not something he could carry as a level 2 profession. Watching Sia Zixuan die, Xie Jinghua's face twisted as his anger surged up, wanting to kill Lin Jian with his own hands, but being unable to do anything about it. Zixian, my son. Xie Jinghua's face was filled with pain and anger, but when he looked at Lin Jian, the insanity in the guy's eyes was what made him get chilled up. A life-changing master, to be so terrifying. Those life-changers of the past were nothing more than minions, but Lin Jian was different. Xie Jinghua, release my sister if you don't want to die. Lin Jian spoke again. If Xie Jinghua didn't let up again, he would directly send him to heaven. Watching Lin Jian get ruthless again, Xie Jinghua got scared and spat out blood throughout his mouth, sustaining 13 times the damage. Even with the level advantage, he couldn't hold it up either. Your sister is not with me. Xie Jinghua gritted his teeth and said that he could only compromise if he wanted to survive and seek revenge on Lin Jian again. Otherwise, he would be finished, and everything in the Xie family would be finished. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You brought someone to kidnap my sister and you dare to say you didn't? Once Lin Jian heard Xie Jinghua's words, he instantly rebuked angrily. If anything happened to his sister, he would want all those surnamed Xie to be buried with her. As the words fell, Lin Jian's hand also rose with force, and in an instant, the sharp pain coming from his heart caused Xie Jinghua's entire body to spit out blood. Stop it. Xie Jinghua staggered and fell to his knees, his face pale. He was afraid that Lin Jian hadn't grasped the force properly and had directly crushed the heart. In that case, he won't survive. I didn't lie to you. The person was captured by my Xie family, but was taken away. Xie Jinghua hurriedly spoke, but Lin Jian listened with skepticism in his eyes. Just as Lin Jian was about to continue, in a flash, Lin Jian realized that he couldn't move. Not only that, you can't even blink. Everything around, as if it were standing still. Time stands still. The voice rang out, and in the next moment, several silhouettes appeared, walking in from outside the manor. Hearing the voice, Lin Jian's heart sank. The voice, it was none other than those guys from the Divine Office Academy. Only a few people from the Clergy Academy came forward and looked at the entire manor, which was littered with corpses. Along with Sia Zixuan, he died tragically in a pool of blood. If he had come a moment later, I'm afraid Xie Jinghua would have died as well. They had all underestimated Lin Jian's madness. That's enough. Cancel the skill. You're still young. Don't be impulsive. As for your sister, the party was probed by the old man, and there is indeed nothing inside. The old man at the head opened his mouth, then raised his hand and instantly returned to normal. This scene shocked Lin Jian's heart. A skill that can actually stand still in time. What is the strength of this old man from the Clergy Academy? What occupation? Being able to manipulate time is too sick. With this kind of strength, there was no way he could do it in front of people even if he was a life-changing master. Thinking of this, Lin Jian had no choice but to let go of his hand. Meanwhile, the injuries on his body were slowly healing. Of course, this was Lin Jian deliberately controlling the speed of self-healing. If it were to heal itself at that original counterintuitive speed, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Worthy of being an SSS-ranked priesthood, even a life-changer is endowed with such heaven-defying abilities. Lin Jian, you've caused a big mess this time. As soon as the words left his mouth, another man opened his mouth to reprimand. It was a blatant accusatory look, and Xie Jinghua also got up with the help of people, and hurriedly took the capsule treatment. Only, looking at Xie Zixuan lying in a pool of blood, Xie Jinghua's anger in his heart was hard to quell. Professor Han, this guy, who openly killed the transmigrants, even killed my son. He's a freshman in your priesthood academy. Sia Zixuan angrily rebuked, clearly intending to use the divine office to deal with Lin Jian. He, who had been tortured half to death by Lin Jian, didn't have the guts to face Lin Jian alone at the moment. However, after he said this, the head professor, Prof. Han, immediately waved his hand. In this matter, I, the Clergy Academy, will make my own decision, Professor Han said. Then his gaze fell on Lin Jian, killing dozens of transmigrators, and even killing a freshman from my Divine Clergy Academy. Lin Jian, do you know that you've violated the laws of the Alliance? This is a capital offense. If you are willing to join the Divine Clergy Academy, I can consider pleading on your behalf and saving your life. Prof. Han was talking about how such a profession is not worth pulling, but Lin Jian's life-changing master was clearly different from normal people, and SSS-Level priesthoods are rare in the world. Add to that the situation today, a newcomer who dares to break into a place like this single-handedly. More than a dozen transmigrants couldn't help. It does also have the value of being worth pulling together. However, Lin Jian laughed when Prof. Han's words left his mouth. Oh, the divine office is really moralistic. Previously, when I looked for you guys, you said private grudges. What? Now that I've resolved my own personal grudge, you guys are coming out instead? He kidnapped my sister, and even if everyone here dies, it's none of your business. Lin Jian didn't retreat. At this moment, the side effects of the blood-strengthening agent in his body had already begun to appear, and time was almost up. Even so, Lin Jian forced himself to endure the excruciating pain. The whereabouts of my sister have not yet been clarified, so there is no room for carelessness. Unbridled, the Clergy Academy was established by the Alliance government, and all transmigrants around the globe must abide by the rules. Lin Jian, don't give your face away. Chapter 17 I say? He shall die. Lin Jian's reply was tantamount to provoking the Divine Office Academy. This instantly angered the man who had befriended the Sia family, reprimanding Lin Jian on the spot. Hearing this, Lin Jian smiled. Even after awakening the priesthood and becoming a transmuter, his life remained unchanged. These damn guys are still arbitrarily trampling on them. People of low birth and powerlessness. What a Clergy Academy. What an Alliance government. If something happens to my sister, you will have a share in this matter. As for the Sia family, touch my family. You guys, you can't protect them. Lin Jian's eyes were scarlet. He was powerless in the face of power, in the face of people who were stronger than him. But if it was a fight for his life, Lin Jian would never be afraid. As the words fell, Lin Jian raised his hand, instantly penetrating his newly healed chest. In just an instant, Sia Zixuan instantly collapsed to the ground, screaming miserably as the bloody hole in his chest continued to present itself. If I want him to die, he has to die. Lin Jian's face showed ruthlessness, and in the next moment, without hesitation, he crushed his heart. Pust! Blood exploded out of Lin Jian's mouth and his entire body fell backwards, while Sia Zixuan was instantly killed. Only the chest that was constantly storming with blood was left behind, as well as the face with a face full of fear. The moment he collapsed, Lin Jian only felt that his life stopped for a moment, and then the overbearing self-healing ability in his body instantly repaired the broken heart back. Puff! Lin Jian fell backwards, but instead of falling on the ground, he was helped up by Qinxiu who rushed over. You crazy bastard, don't you want to die? You'll die if you do. Qinxiu looked at the appalling injuries on Lin Jian's body, and then looked at the Sia family manor, with corpses all over the place. Whether it was Sia Zixuan or Sia Zixuan, all of them fell in a pool of blood. But despite the horrifying scene, Qinxiu only looked at Lin Jian, unbridled. How dare you kill someone in front of us? I'll abolish your priesthood today and make you pay for your life. Sia Zixuan died. Professor Han was also instantly angered. Originally thought to pull together, and even sold Lin Jian favor face, but the other party dared to be so rude. The strikes were vicious and extremely fast, not giving them a chance to react at all. Professor Han thought that Lin Jian had cancelled his own skills, but he didn't realize that he had only cancelled someone else's. Sia Zixuan had been inflicted with skills by him. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Divine Office. Professor Han was furious to the extreme and raised his hand, wanting to make a move against Lin Jian. However, Qinxiu directly protected Lin Jian behind him and gazed at Professor Han with a cold face. Professor Han, are you going to kill the transmogrifier? Think about it. It won't sound good if you make a move on a newcomer with your status. Besides, it's within Great Sia. It's not yet a place where the Union government can run amok. Qinxiu spoke sentence by sentence, and Lin Jian, who was being protected by her at the moment, could also hear clearly. Even though he had crushed his heart, he quickly recovered under his heaven-defying self-healing ability, only because the time limit for the blood-strengthening agent had arrived, causing Lin Jian's entire body to suffer unimaginable pain. There was no way to talk for a while. Looking at Qinxiu with such an attitude, Professor Han's face stiffened even more. Student Qinxiu, You're going to be admitted to my Divine Office Academy. Is it hard to believe that you want to destroy your future for a piece of trash? Professor Han coldly grimaced. How could he have never imagined that in a tiny city in Daxia, there were actually people hitting the Divine Office Academy in the face one after another? This made Prof. Han feel bad in his heart. Seeing Professor Han lash out, Qin didn't know what to say for a moment. Entering the Divine Office Academy was what their Qin family wished for, and there was no way for Qin to disobey. Facing Professor Han's words, Qin knew that even if she entered the Divine Office Academy afterward, she wouldn't fare too well. Seeing that Qin was in a difficult situation, Lin Jian also slowly got up, forcibly suppressing the side effects brought about by the blood-strengthening agent as he looked at Professor Han with an icy gaze. The Clergy Academy is quite a surprise, and you guys are worthy of calling it a place for transmigrants to aspire to? Dogs who only bully others. This has nothing to do with her. Just come at me with whatever you want to do, Lin Jian said. Even though he knew that there was no way he could resist in the hands of these few people, he couldn't do the same. But Lin Jian didn't want to drag Qin down because of himself. Seeing Lin Jian speak in an overbearing manner, Professor Han instantly laughed and was about to retort, but he didn't want a loud voice to suddenly ring out. The Divine Office Academy is so powerful. How dare you openly threaten my Daxia citizens within my Daxia territory? When these words came out, Professor Han, who was originally ready to lose his temper, froze, and then looked to the back with an unhappy face, only to see a man. The pace is light. Each step out, the figure will disappear for an instant, but in the blink of an eye is 1 point closer. Ji Wuyo, why are you here? Professor Han spoke almost through gritted teeth, clearly very indignant at the visitor, and at the same time incomparably scornful. Ji Wuyo stepped forward and didn't respond to Professor Han. Instead, his gaze fell on Lin Jian and then looked at Qin. The SSS-ranked priesthood is indeed different. The self-healing ability is overly perverse. Not bad. Ji Wuyo opened his mouth and praised, directly leaving the few people from the Divine Clergy Academy out to dry. The Qin family's little girl is nice and has a backbone. Transmigrants aren't the one place where the Divine Clergy Academy can choose. My great Sia's State Clergy Academy can as well. What the Divine Vocational Academy can give, the Great Summer State Vocational Academy can also give. As Ji Wuyo uttered one sentence, Qin and Lin Jian also froze. Qin knew about the National Vocational College, but Lin Jian was confused. In contrast, the few people from the Divine Office Academy on the side had already turned green with anger. Ji Wuyo, you're too unbridled. If my Divine Clergy Academy's Vice Academy was around, would you dare to do so? Professor Han spoke furiously, but Ji Wuyo was listening ridiculously. That old thing, you think I'd be afraid of him? Hurry up and get lost. Today's matter, since you, the Divine Clergy Academy, said it's a private matter, then you have no reason to intervene. Otherwise, don't blame me. Ji Wuyo's eyes were thievishly cold, revealing a murderous aura that scared Professor Han's few people back. Their faces clouded, and yet, they can only hold their breath. At this time, I, the Clergy Academy, have remembered. The alliance government will also certainly seek an account from the Great Sia government. Putting down his harsh words, Professor Han's few people left in disgrace. On this trip, the face of the Divine Clergy Academy could be said to have lost all of its face. It wasn't until the people left that Principal Su Yun arrived with Mayor Jiang Hai. Looking at the scene here, the two instantly had their scalps tingling. Lin Jian's madness had also truly shocked them in their hearts. This was just a newcomer who had just awakened his profession. How did he manage to be so crazy with only 2 or 3 levels? A Sia family, dozens of transmigrators, were actually destroyed by the group just like that? Su, just in time. Have someone clean this place up. Also, tomorrow you'll go to the National Vocational College with Lin Jian. Ji Wuyo arranged it, and Su Yun came back to her senses. Although she had thus arrived at the State Vocational College and was considered promoted, but what Lin Jian had done was still palpitating. Moreover, Lin Jian's sister was nowhere to be seen, and it was even more unknown how Lin Jian had managed to do it. Chapter 18, Unknown. Mystery Guilt. G. Viceyard G. Where is Lin Jian's sister? How come we haven't seen his sister? Also, how did Lin Jian do it? Did you help him do it? Vice Academy G? Su Yun still couldn't help but inquire. After all, this kind of thing is just unbelievable. Sia Zixuan and not to mention, but there were quite a few Sia family transmuters, and their levels weren't low. Sia Jinghua was even level 16. Lin Jian, a newcomer to the threshold. Even if he was a SSS-ranked priesthood, he wouldn't have such heaven-defying strength. Su Yun's words also caused Lin Jian as well as Ji Wuyo to change their respective faces. This trip Lin Jian came for his sister, but he learned from Sia Jinghua that the person was not here. At this moment, Lin Jian somewhat regretted that he should have kept Sia Jinghua's breath and forced out the specifics. Ji Wuyo, on the other hand, looked helplessly at Qin and then at Lin Jian. Sighing, he said, His sister is in a special situation, and was indeed taken away by a group of people, and the Sia family has some connection with these people. But, boy, you don't have to worry too much, your sister won't die. This is not the place to talk, leave first. Besides, this body of yours, can you still carry it? When these words came out, Lin Jian's heart was also startled. Knowing that his sister wouldn't die, Lin Jian was originally slightly relieved, but Ji Wuyo's next words were clearly knowing that Lin Jian had taken a blood-strengthening agent. Without stopping, several people quickly turned back into the school. Inside the school infirmary, after being bandaged by the deranked cleric physician, only Qin Xiu, Su Yun, Mayor Jiang Hai, and Ji Wuyo remained in the room. Looking at Lin Jian lying on the bed, Ji Wuyo also sighed. Taking a blood-strengthening agent at such a low level and still being able to hold out. You're the first. It seems like it's really a benefit from the SSS-ranked priesthood, but therein lies the trouble. Ji Wuyo opened his mouth, and everyone was also confused. Qin Xiu, Su Yun and the girls were even more puzzled. Vice-Yard Ji, since Lin Jian has already carried it, doesn't that mean it's fine? And it's also a blessing to improve his strength due to the disaster. So how come there's still trouble? Su Yun was filled with confusion. Seeing this, Ji Wuyo didn't hide it. Enhanced blood agent, the use of which is expressly forbidden, was promulgated by the alliance government and unanimously agreed upon by the transmigrators of various countries. The matter that this girl gave him enhanced blood agent cannot be concealed. The clergy, and even the union government, will be looking for it. Accompanying Ji Wuyo's words, everyone also understood. The alliance government, the global powerhouse formed to govern specifically for the transmogrifier, led by the lighthouse state. The Eagle State can be said to have absolute authority. Ever since the universal transmutation, it was the globe that had erupted into a world war of transmutators of a not insignificant scale. Even the interference of wild monsters can't stop the strife of men. Elder, it was me who asked Qin Xiu to help me. Regardless of her business, Lin Jian stood up. The side effects of the blood enhancer were still lingering, but at the same time, Lin Jian could feel his level rising. Together with the perverse ability to heal himself, he has been able to speak. No, it's my own fault. It's none of Lin Jian's business. Before Lin Jian could finish his words, Qin Xiu directly interrupted. There was a stubbornness on his face, but a little bit of guilt in his eyes. If he had been able to stop Lin Jian, he wouldn't have become what he was today. Alright, you two little guys, what kind of love drama are you playing in front of me? There's no delay in the matter. Come with me to the National Vocational College. As long as you enter, the trouble won't be that big. Ji Wuyo opened her mouth. A romantic drama that caused Lin Jian to be embarrassed, and Qin Xiu also shyly lowered her head. Only, Qin Xiu rebuffed it. I'm sorry, Vice President Ji, I can't go to the National Vocational Academy. You know the situation of our family. I can only go to the Clergy Academy. You can just let Lin Jian go. He's gifted, and when he's strong, he'll definitely be able to find his sister. Qin Xiu said in succession, but Lin Jian froze. Although he didn't know what was going on with Qin Xiu's family, it certainly wasn't simple. And the vice president of the National Vocational College in front of him was equally unfathomable. But there was clearly some avoidance when they were talking about it. These evasions let Lin Jian know that because of himself, he had caused them all quite a bit of trouble. Qin family girl, you've already offended the Divine Clergy Academy. If you go in, I'm afraid your situation won't be too good. Have you thought about it? Ji Wuyo frowned and asked. And when he saw Qin Xiu nodding firmly, he was really helpless. It's just a matter of getting some rest and leaving Jianhai early tomorrow morning. Qin Xiu's firmness made it impossible for Ji Wuyo to say more. After all, that was the Qin family's business. It was not good for him to intervene too much. As Lin Jian watched, he just wanted to open his mouth to dissuade Qin Xiu, but in turn, he was preempted by Qin Xiu. Lin Jian, you have a good rest. I'll leave first, but don't forget I still have to fight you, and we haven't split yet. As if inspiring courage, Qin Xiu said this and turned around to leave straight away without looking back, letting Lin Jian call her whatever he wanted. She didn't hesitate in the slightest. Lin Jian knew in his heart that Qin Xiu and himself were two classes of people. If not for Qin Xiu's help, he would have no way to deal with the Sia family. But now, the need to bear the consequences of impulsiveness was being carried by Qin Xiu alone. This made Lin Jian feel bad in his heart. It was originally just a small bet between the two, but now Lin Jian owed so many favors. Boy, better talk about your business. It's out of your hands with her. Ji Wuyo could see what was going through Lin Jian's mind and immediately opened his mouth to interrupt. Although your sister was captured by the Sia family, however, she was taken by someone else. This time, firstly, Su Yun informed me about you, and secondly, it's also because of your sister. When Ji Wuyo's words came out, Lin Jian instead became even more confused. As Lin Jian remembers, he and his sister have been dependent on each other since they were young. When his sister contracted a serious illness, he had to rely on blood and organ sales to support himself and to prepare for the medical expenses. Linger on in a world of universal transfers. But I've never heard anything else about my sister. Elder, what's wrong with my sister? Just what kind of person took her away? And where is she now? Lin Jian sharply pursued the question. Not being able to retrieve his sister, and even involving Qin Xiu, caused a sense of frustration to rise in Lin Jian's heart. Because of the lack of power, because of the lack of strength, he can't do anything. Even with the priesthood and becoming a transmogrifier, the result is still the same. The bottom, is that really all you can live in? Lin Jian, unwillingly. Your sister was suddenly very ill a few years ago, wasn't she? Her illness was unusual, and a kind of transmutation awakening, to be precise. These types of awakenings are long and can make a person as sick as if they were seriously ill, and the group took her for that reason. Ji Wuyo's words almost caused Lin Jian's brain to go straight down. Obviously it hadn't sunk in that his sister had been very sick for so long and he had taken care of her for so long. It didn't feel like an awakening either. Besides, that's not how awakening is programmed. Obviously, what Ji Wuyo said was extraordinary. Chapter 19 Going to the National Vocational College. Elder, I don't quite understand what you mean by that. My sister is seriously ill. How can it be an awakened priesthood? Also, priesthood awakening doesn't seem to be like that, does it? Lin Jian inquired in disbelief. Ji Wuyo, however, only responded briefly. What you don't know is still much more. Improve your strength well and you will naturally know later. Just because your sister won't be in danger for a while doesn't mean she won't be in the future. You'd better think more about yourself. Ji Wuyo didn't say it explicitly, but it left Lin Jian with a mystery. But as he watched Ji Wuyo leave after he finished speaking, Lin Jian couldn't be bothered to ask more questions. One could only mentally pray that his sister was safe. That night, lying in a hospital bed, Lin Jian's muscles all over his body were aching beyond belief, and the torture of the blood-strengthening agent seemed to be coming to an end as he began his final catharsis. Despite the pain, it was to Lin Jian, as a life-changing master and with the ability to heal himself against all odds. This pain is nothing. Ding! The blood-strengthening agent was absorbed successfully. Ding! Leveling up 5 levels. Flesh strength, 0, 8%. Spiritual strength, 0, 8%. Lin Jian also breathed a sigh of relief. The blood-strengthening agent was too terrifying and the damage it caused to the human body was too powerful. If not for the fact that he possessed a heaven-defying self-healing, I'm afraid that the moment he took it, he would have burst into flames and died, not to mention the chance to survive it and even benefit from it. The blood-strengthening agent allowed Lin Jian to raise 10 levels in a short period of time, and after the statute of limitations passed, Lin Jian received 5 levels back from it, and now his career level had reached level 8. Even with the help of the credit of the blood-enhancing agent, there were not many people who might be able to carry the blood-enhancing agent. Skills have not increased. According to the transfer profession characteristics, 3 skills can be acquired before level 10, each appearing randomly at different levels, and after level 10, you can only get 1 until level 16. The priesthood skill will appear after a level 16 transfer. Lin Jian pondered. In order to be able to become a transmogrifier and bring about a transformation in his life, so that his sister could be restored to her former self and live a good life, Lin Jian was thorough in all preparations for the transmogrifier. But I hadn't thought that I had succeeded in my transfer, and it was still a SSS ranked priesthood, but my occupation was a life-changing master. In the eyes of others, this pairing of Lin Jian was Lu Bu riding a dog, somewhat unseemly. That's why he was despised by those guys from the Divine Office Academy. Gotta catch a boost. Lin Jian's heart was firm. A person of Ji Wuyo's kind of status wouldn't make fun of himself. Lin Jian was even less likely to let up on his sister. It was just that Lin Jian was worried at the moment that Qin Xiu's situation had become difficult because he had helped himself. Thinking of this, Lin Jian planned to go find Qin Xiu first thing in the morning, no matter what to persuade him or her. The next day, at first light, Lin Jian left the infirmary. He was just about to go see if Qin Xiu had come yet, but he was blocked by Su Yun. Principal, what are you doing? Has Qin Xiu come to school yet? Looking at Su Yun who appeared, Lin Jian also inquired. She already went to the clergy academy last night. Lin Jian, we need to leave right away as well, or else you'll be in trouble if someone from the alliance government comes over. As for her, you have nothing to worry about. A few words made Lin Jian become speechless. The trouble was caused by himself, but it was Qin Xiu who suffered. There was also the matter of the blood-enhancing agent, and the alliance government would surely be looking for her as well. This made Lin Jian feel bad in his heart. Hurry up and get ready. We're leaving right away, Su Yun urged, and Lin Jian could only nod. There wasn't much he could pack. What could be worth living in a place like that? Living like that. The only thing that was there was the reward for being first in the previous trial. However, They were all placed inside the space ring and given to Lin Jian along with the rewards. Touching the ring on his hand, Lin Jian's heart was complicated. It was hard to earn enough money, but his sister was gone. It even implicated Qin Xiu. Despite sighing, Lin Jian wasn't discouraged by this. As long as he was strong, with the ability of a life-changing master, there would be no more obstacles. Soon the car arrived. At Su Yun's urging, Ji Wuyo personally escorted and left Jianghai together. Looking at the fading Jianghai city, Lin Jian was silent all the way. It wasn't until Jianghai city disappeared from sight that Lin Jian spoke. President Su, what is the National Vocational College? Comparable to the priesthood? For all of this, Lin Jian wasn't clear. Su Yun also patiently explained. From now on, you can just call me teacher. Or if you can't, call me sis. I'm not much older than you guys. This National Vocational Academy is the Great Sia's Transmigrator Academy. And even though it's not as good as the Divine Vocational Academy in some ways, it's still the top of the line in Great Sia. At the same time, it can provide the best resources for the transmigrants to help with growth. And if they have outstanding talent and strength, Daxia will also give them a heavy responsibility. After Su Yun explained, Lin Jian had a general cognizance. To grow and improve your strength you need resources, and there are a lot of things that an individual can't have. For someone of Lin Jian's status, without help, he wouldn't be able to grow up even if he was a SSS-ranked priesthood. 3 hours later, the car entered a large mountain, and soon, it presented another huge building, like a city. Inside the high-rise buildings, a sea of people. In the forefront, the National Vocational College. 3 big words clearly presented in front of us, finally arrived. Su Yun got out of the car, stretching her waist, her marvelous figure unfolding like a picture scroll, delighting people's eyes. Lin Jian, however, didn't have this in mind and instead began to look around. Compared to Jianghai City, this place is more prosperous, but Lin Jian also noticed that there is also a status gap here. Come on, you being a special enrollment student, I'll take you to your special enrollment dorm first, after that I have to report to the academy. At Su Yun's greeting, Lin Jian followed. It was just that at this moment, Lin Jian hadn't understood what the so-called special enrollment meant, much less would he have thought that his idea that the National Vocational Academy was different from the Divine Vocational Academy would be completely shattered. Where there are people, there is a Jianghu. Even if it is a universal transfer, it just makes this Jianghu more unfathomable and also mixed. Lin Jian, however, was nothing more than a shrimp who had mistakenly entered the Jianghu from the slums. Chapter 20, Changing Ground Without Changing Lives. Bottom of the ladder sorrows. Entering the National Vocational Academy. Brand new things, trannies everywhere, along with regular people. Lin Jian followed Su Yun all the way to the location where the special enrollment was staying. The National Vocational College is huge, so just the location where the special enrollment is located is a third of the size of Jianghai City. Only, stepping into it, Lin Jian saw a completely different scene. When he first entered the National Vocational College, Lin Jian saw prosperity and a different scene. But once inside the special enrollment area, it's a mishmash of buildings and cluttered streets. It's as depressing as it can be, and it doesn't fit in with the outside. When Su Yun entered with Lin Jian, some of the people who saw Lin Jian come in didn't have the slightest bit of joy on their faces. Instead, they were indifferent, and some of them even had pitiful gazes in their eyes. Perverse. It's just too perverse. The first thing Lin Jian noticed was that the place where this special enrollment was located was nothing short of a slum compared to the entire state vocational college. Moreover, there weren't many people here, and yet every one of them looked wasted and unrefined. As a transmogrifier, it shouldn't look like this. The entire population has been transferred, and those who have been transferred are no longer of a higher status than ordinary people. Not to mention the National Vocational College. Since it could compete with the Divine Vocational College, how could it be this scene? Mr. Su, what exactly is this special enrollment? Why is there such a big gap between inside and outside? Lin Jian still couldn't help but inquire. Originally, I thought that by going into the National Vocational College, I would receive some fair treatment and be able to improve my strength without worry. But in the situation before him, Lin Jian was really hard to believe. In response, Su Yun was also quite helpless. The special enrollment is not admitted through normal channels, but rather selected from all over the world. Some of the more common professions with high priesthood level transmutations. It's kind of like the National Vocational College making a mindless move. In case someone can stand out from it, naturally, they're qualified for training. Lin Jian, I know you have high self-esteem, but I believe more in your talent, and there's not much a teacher can do to help you. Su Yun naturally understood Lin Jian's mood at the moment. Ben is the one who came out of the slums with his sister. It was so hard to take the first place in the trial, but it was such a result that was ushered in. There is no balance in anyone's heart. Teacher, don't worry. Lin Jian didn't directly voice his heart's dissatisfaction. For Su Yun who had helped him, Lin Jian didn't want to bring her trouble. Well, your room is just up ahead, so I'll go ahead and report to the academy. After greeting him, Soo-yeon also turned to leave. The moment. Within the special recruiting district, Lin Jian walked into his residence, and as soon as he entered, a strong smell of blood immediately hit him. As far as the eye could see, there were 4 beds in the room, 2 of which had people lying on them, and these 2 were covered in blood. Some even had broken legs. One person was left, sitting with a helpless face. What's this? What's going on? Lin Jian opened his mouth and asked, only to see the man slowly raise his head and look at Lin Jian, only to lower his head again. New here, right? Get in here and don't even think about leaving. Sit down and rest. We're just sandbags for those regular students at the state college. Seeing this person speak, his tone was filled with despondency, even with a few moments of numbness. This aggravated Lin Jian's heart with speculation. Sandbags? My name is Lin Jian. I'm also a special enrollment student who just came here. Isn't this the National Vocational College? Why is there such a big gap? Lin Jian inquired in disbelief, only to see the man stagger up, and Lin Jian realized that one of the man's legs was actually a prosthetic. My name is Zhao Feng, a knight of the S-ranked priesthood, ordinary knight profession, so I became a special enrollment, and I've been here at the National Vocational Academy for a year now. Zhao Feng opened his mouth, but his words caused Lin Jian to directly freeze. It's now level 16. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, Lin Jian also froze. The Zhao Feng in front of him was actually level 16. In Zhanghai City, Sia Zixuan kind of people with the 16th grade are mixed with the wind. However, in this National Vocational College, Zhao Feng was this appearance. Level 16. Senior Zhao Feng, you're close to transferring. Why are you in this state? And what's different about special enrollment? Lin Jian continued to pursue. Zhao Feng froze at Lin Jian's phrase senior, then reacted. The special enrollment occupations are all like you and me, with high priesthood ranks but poor occupations. So the National Vocational Academy puts us special enrollment students here on the loose. In normal times, no matter if it's a copy, going to a secret realm, or even a regular student needing to cut and join forces, we can't refuse. In other words, we are their millstone, their cannon fodder. Got it? And the National Vocational College is just taking our chances. After these words, Lin Jian was completely silent. Is this, sort of, going from one devil's den to another? If one's own treatment was still like this, then wouldn't Qin Xiu be even more miserable in the Divine Office Academy? It's not the same who bullies who. Lin Jian spoke in a low voice, but it made Zhao Feng laugh. Words like that have been said by every special admission student who's ever been here. But what about reality? Reality was cruel, and soon they had to put away their flailing tails and had to keep their tails between their legs. Bang! Sudden, just as the two were talking, the door to the room was kicked in. Who is called Lin Jian? The door to the room was kicked open, only to see a robust man with a tiger's back and a domineering face, sounding like a gong. A pair of eyes scanned the room with a tiger's eye. Looking at the visitor's imposing manner, Zhao Feng immediately lowered his head and stood aside with a terrified face. Lin Jian watched, his eyes gradually turning cold. You don't know how to knock? Lin Jian's cold eyes gazed, since they all wanted to press themselves down to the bottom of this bottom, in this quagmire, then let them see just how capable the life-changing masters they couldn't look down on were. You're Lin Jian? A raw face is right. What? Do I still need to knock? Cut the ing crap. It's not your turn to lecture me. The man chided one after another, blatantly not putting Lin Jian in his eyes. Looking at Zhao Feng stayed on the side. Lin Jian knew that this person was the veteran student of the National Vocational College. This is the quality of the students of the National Vocational College? Since no one has taught you respect, I'll teach you. Lin Jian's cold eyes erupted with murderous aura as he looked at the man in front of him and was about to make a move when he saw the man's attributes present themselves, and at the same time, a sense of oppression instantly swept over him. This was the second time Lin Jian had felt oppression on a transmogrifier. Last time it was the ones at the clergy house. Although the sense of oppression brought about by the person in front of him was far less than the ones from the Divine Office Academy. However, it could also be seen that this person's rank occupation was not simple. Chapter 21, Level 20 Provocation? Is life hard enough? The Tucson attribute is presented, a full 20 levels, above the level. It could be said that he had completely crushed Lin Jian. Nowadays, Lin Jian was only level 8, and putting aside the priesthood level, there was a huge gap in this profession level alone. Moreover, life changers belong to the sewer, cannon fodder type of professions. Master blasters, on the other hand, are cutting-edge combat-oriented professions. It's not even in the same league as a life changer. Boy, Goofy, I heard that you're still an SSS-ranked priesthood. It's just a pity that it's only a life changer profession, and being able to be a special enrollment, you're quite suitable. Tosin had a face of contempt in his eyes. Even if it was a SSS-level priesthood that he had never seen before, the occupation was still trash. As Toussaint's words left his mouth, Zhao Feng, who was silent on the side, froze. SSS-Level priesthood? A life changer? Isn't this the same person who's been rumored around Daxia lately? A newcomer who had just awakened. Yet he dared to directly annihilate a local clan in a group. Is this really a life changer profession? You guys really know me well. Lin Jian narrowed his eyes and surveyed, his heart already calculating. It was a pity that there were no more goodies like the blood-enhancing agent, or else Lin Jian would have been in full control. But even if it didn't, Lin Jian didn't see fit to retreat. A life for a life. Whatever your profession, cut the ing crap and come with me to the wrestling ring. Your special enrollment lives are for sandbagging us, but I've heard that you're quite a hardy life changer. So I came to look for you after making a special trip to level up. Boy, you should be honored. Tosin was in a towering manner, and the words he uttered were in a commanding tone, as if Lin Jian being chosen was an honor he bestowed upon him. For this kind of gesture, this kind of tone, Lin Jian had had enough. When Jian Hai, Sia Zixuan was able to use his status to take action against his sister, and even the alliance government, which was supposed to defend the rights of trans migrants, was defending them, simply because you have nothing to fall back on, no strength, and a career that doesn't work, deserve to be inferior. When I came here, I didn't realize that it was just a change of scenery, but everything else was the same. But Lin Jian was just going to use the identity of a life-changing master to spell out a path. Honored? Oh, you goods who think you're superior. Have you ever thought there's a time when you'll kneel and beg for forgiveness? Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Jian watched with cold eyes. Even if there was a 12-level difference, Lin Jian didn't have the slightest fear. Hearing Lin Jian promise, Zhao Feng on the side wanted to open his mouth to persuade him, but he saw that Lin Jian had already walked out. There was nothing he could do, so Zhao Feng could only hurry to follow. Rushing at the line of senior that Lin Jian had given him respect for, Zhao Feng felt that even if he couldn't persuade him, he should still go and collect his body. After all, it's been the norm for people to die every other day in the special recruitment area. Wrestling grounds. The venue specially set up by the State Council was large and could accommodate at least hundreds of people fighting here. Of course, the wrestling arena is meant to be cutthroat, and this cut is only for regular students. For special enrollment, their lives, they're not worth much. Just as he arrived at the wrestling arena, Lin Jian saw 3 or 4 people being blasted right out of the arena. The whole thing hit the ground hard and bled out. Even so, none of the people who struck out, none of the onlookers, came forward. Lin Jian didn't either. And at this moment, he wouldn't care about how others were in their situation, not to mention strangers. It's not that Lin Jian is indifferent, but he has a lot of ability to take on a lot of responsibility. Guys, come and take a look. There's a freshman in the special recruiting area this year. I'm sure you've all heard of the SSS-ranked Divine Priesthood's life-changing masters. Right out of the ring, before the fight even started, Toussaint started yelling at the top of his lungs. As soon as he said this, countless people quickly gathered around. It was obvious that he had heard of Lin Jian. He's Lin Jian? It's this guy who caused the alliance government to apply pressure, resulting in our state academy having one less place in the secret realm this year. More than that, it's rumored that the Daxia government was also forced to take a step back. Damn it, a SSS-ranked priesthood that is actually a life-changer profession? What a up? There were more than a few murmurs from the people around them, but they were all bashing Lin Jian. From their voices, Lin Jian also learned some news. No wonder all the way over. The Alliance government and the Divine Vocational Academy didn't come over to make things difficult. So it turned out that the Daxia government and the State Vocational Academy had already negotiated a settlement with the other side. Although Lin Jian is considered to have taken their favors. But favors to favors but also not have to trample on their own dignity. You guys talk too much crap, Lin Jian said in a cold voice. Just this? Even if your level is the same as mine, how can you compare to me as a support profession? Toussaint didn't put Lin Jian in his eyes at all. Moreover, the trait of a life changer is to exchange life for life. The only way to attack is this. With that alone, Lin Jian had no chance of winning to speak of. Next, it's time to show you the gap. Toussaint laughed out loud, then raised his hand, instantly coalescing a small turret in his hand. Immediately after that, the turrets instantly coalesced to form an incredibly powerful cannonball. Bang! The sound rose and instantly fired, actually running directly past Lin Jian's head. To strike was to kill, without any hesitation at all. Although the cannonball was not the most powerful, a level 20 strength against a level 8, even if it wasn't the most powerful, it could still seriously injure someone. Everyone watched, with expectations on their faces, expecting the cannonballs to grant Lin Jian damage, and some even couldn't wait for Lin Jian to just die. Chapter 22 Death on the Spot. Toussaint struck quickly, and Lin Jian didn't cast a skill at all. In front of a life changer, it could be said that such an attack was the most effective. However, this group of people didn't realize that after having the ability to reverse self-healing and growing to level 8, Lin Jian's physical strength had increased a lot, although the damage of a level 20 Blast Master wasn't low. Similarly, Lin Jian wasn't an unusual life changer. Boom! The shells arrived and exploded instantaneously. Dazzling sparks instantly bloomed out in front of Lin Jian's body. However, the scene everyone was expecting did not present itself. After the explosion, but only saw Lin Jian's arms in front of his body. Although the explosion power was not small, it did make Lin Jian's arms bleed, but in an instant, the injury had recovered. Ha! Worthy of being an SSS-ranked priesthood. No wonder the academy would still specially let you in as a life-changing master in the district. So it's still able to heal itself? Good. This way I can have a good time. Tosin grinned broadly. Even though he could tell that Lin Jian had the ability to self-heal, he was confident that under his own terrifying firepower output, Lin Jian's little self-healing ability wouldn't be able to keep up. SSS-ranked divine priesthoods were indeed rare in the world, but one couldn't remember that a divine priesthood of such a level was paired with an unremarkable profession. That's the gap. Humph. Just by you? Lin Jian laughed coldly, and in the next moment, he stopped holding back. Change of life, divine chain binding. Change of life, hell whale, gravity confinement. In an instant, Lin Jian continuously released skills, targeting Toussaint. After noticing the energy fluctuations of the life changers, Toussaint was not panicking at all. Kid, you don't think that I don't know the ability of a life-changing master, do you? I'm wearing gear. Toussaint gave a mocking smile, then raised his hand and sent a few more shells through. The cannonballs were flying fast, and Lin Jian didn't have any intention of dodging, just watched the shells coming. However, when the cannonball attack fell, Lin Jian was blown up to the point where his body was skinned and bloodied, even though his body was blown up. But Toussaint was out of luck, too. He thought he had a defense, but he who resisted the life-changing master's skill suffered attacks one after another, and the power was terrifying. Originally he just casually made a few ordinary attacks, but when it came to himself, the power was even more terrifying than a big move. Pust! Toussaint spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his entire face became pitch black. Not only that, the equipment armor on his body became shattered at this moment. Asterisk in hell. It's still weird. Toussaint spat, then unleashed his skill so far. Directional shells. The skill was activated, and in an instant an even more terrifyingly powerful cannonball was launched, so fast that only remnants could be seen. This skill power is not comparable to earlier. In everyone's heart, they all felt that this time, Lin Jian would be killed outright. Even if he locked onto Toussaint with his life-changer skill, once he was killed in seconds, that skill would lose its effect. The lock on life-changers is obvious, although the advantage is the ability to trade wounds for lives. But once it's broken and spiked, it's a completely different story. Boom! In a flash, the shells exploded. The loud sound brought up endless flames, presenting smoke that formed a mushroom cloud. It looks especially scary. It engulfed Toussaint and Lin Jian all together. Asterisk. It's so scary. Toussaint deserves to be an S-ranked priesthood. This blast master is really terrifying. This time Lin Jian is dead. With such a terrifying power, it's impossible for him to survive. The onlookers were talking. They didn't hold any hope for Lin Jian. Instead they hoped that it would be best if Lin Jian just died. Come on, listen. Who scream? Could it be Lin Jian? He's still alive? If he's not dead, then, at this moment, everyone instantly reacted. If Jian Lin didn't die, even if he had one breath left, then because of the life-changing master's skill, Toussaint would suffer 8 times the damage. A whole 8 times. Even if it was a normal attack that was stacked with 8 times the damage, the power was extremely terrifying. Not to mention it's a Toussaint skill. My hands, my legs, how? The next moment, the smoke dispersed, but the ring was covered in blood, like a pool of blood. Not only that, the arms and legs that had been blown into pieces were scattered all over the place, making everyone's scalp numb. There were even some girls who just threw up on the spot. It was a scene that was more frightening than a car accident. Tosin screamed miserably, but on the contrary, Lin Jian, despite being covered in blood and despite having his arm blown off, was still rapidly healing himself. The speed, it was unnerving. Lin Jian took a step towards Tosin. No pain on his face, only ice. Jesus, when did this life changer become so perverted? That's a whole 12 levels difference. Even if it's a SSS ranked priesthood, it's not that scary, right? Lin Jian's self-healing ability is so terrifying. This priesthood level is so high that it brings such a perverted ability. Toussaint is finished. The melon eaters had been shocked by Lin Jian's every move, and simply couldn't believe that this was something a life changer could perform. The whole time, Lin Jian hadn't unleashed a single tool, just bound skills, and the rest was all Toussaint's attacks alone. But his attack was withstood by Lin Jian. He himself, however, was not able to carry it. 8 times the damage. Even if the level was greater and the difference was more disparate, that would be fatal for Tucson. 2. Oh, so your so-called regular students can scream? Did you ever think you'd be here today if you didn't treat special enrollment as an equal? Remember the saying, the one who condescends is always humiliated. Lin Jian looked at him indifferently, and his cold, bone-chilling words traveled into the ears of every regular student, causing them to shudder. Tosin screamed miserably. His face was white, and his eyes were even more terrified as he looked at Lin Jian. How could he not expect that the damage brought about by a mere life-changer would be so terrifying? Thinking back to his earlier frivolity, Toussaint hated to slap himself. What do you want? I'm a regular student. Don't you dare mess with me. Lin Jian approached step by step, that face full of blood, his steps carrying this blood along with him, like an evil ghost crawling out of a pool of blood. He, who was claiming his life. Ha! Laughter rang out, and at this moment, Lin Jian's voice was like a devil's, chilling people to the bone. Regular student? And what? As the words fell, coldness exploded in Lin Jian's eyes, and in the next moment, Lin Jian directly raised his hand, which resembled a sharp blade, instantly penetrating Toussaint's chest. This time, Lin Jian didn't choose to do it to himself. Instead, it went straight through Toussaint's chest, killed on the spot. Chapter 23 The Uncrossable Gap. Pust, hands like sharp blades, instant death. Toussaint never thought to his dying day that what was supposed to be just a sandbagging session would end in a direct reversal. Not only that, but he himself was killed outright by a life-changer. As soon as Toussaint died, the regular students around them all stared in disbelief. The special enrollment students who were used as sandbags were equally open-mouthed and at a loss for words. Zhao Feng watched, dumbfounded as only shock remained in his heart. A level 8 life-changing master actually single-handedly killed a level 20 blast master straight away? This pressurized impossibility is now truly present. Special enrollment. How dare you kill regular students? This is a revolt. This Lin Jian, is he that terrifying? With that level of attack, he actually didn't die. For a while, the regular students were in a complete panic. For the first time in the history of the National Vocational College, there was an instance of a special enrollment killing a regular student. This is a provocation for the regular students. With Toussaint's death, the entire wrestling ring was an instant mess. Although the regular students were shocked at Lin Jian's strength, they still unanimously surrounded him. On the side, Zhao Feng watched, his brows furrowed. The next second or without hesitation, he directly activated his skills and hard pushed his way through the crowd and walked to Lin Jian's side. You guys, you really don't want to die? Just thinking about getting killed? Zhao Feng approached with a gloomy expression, eyeing the regulars. Even if he stood next to Lin Jian, he had no chance of winning against these regulars who were already strong. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, Lin Jian also grinned. And why did Senior come over? At this question, Zhao Feng fell silent for a while before he opened his mouth to respond. Big deal. Instead of living a humiliating life, it's better to die a painful death. Seeing Zhao Feng say that, Lin Jian also smiled. Senior, it won't die. Most of these regular students are above level 16 and below level 20. Lin Jian wasn't sure he could get them all killed, but all the same, he could cripple them. The regular students forced their way over one by one, their auras constantly exposed. Not only that, some even took out their professional weapons. It was clear that he wanted to get Lin Jian killed. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Just as the situation was tense, a chorus of voices came from the rear, silencing the entire wrestling arena. Only 3 middle-aged men, with majestic faces, came. The regular students backed away, each with a look of awe on their faces. Mr. Qin, this special enrollment killed Toussaint. He must be made to pay for his life. As soon as the 3 arrived, a regular student immediately began to sue. The leader, Teacher Qin, glanced at Toussaint on the ground, dying a miserable death. A level 20 demolition master would actually turn out to be in this state in the hands of a life-changer who was not even level 10. This Lin Jian is indeed not simple. Your Lin Jian sure has some tricks up his sleeve. We're from the law enforcement department of the National Vocational Academy, and even though you're a special enrollment, you shouldn't kill each other even if you're dicing. Teacher Qin started with a greeting, followed by a cold brow down as he began to reprimand Lin Jian. Regular students watched one by one, their faces throbbing with excitement. The law enforcement department stepped in. Lin Jian, a special enrollment, is still not dead? If you dare to lay a deadly hand on a regular student, you're asking for death. No one can help him. Here, the life of a special enrollment student is worth nothing. Pressing is not worth it. Even if Lin Jian had shown frightening strength earlier, so what? Careers that are more powerful the further back you go. But there are careers that get more and more cockamamie as they go along. There is no doubt that this type of profession is exactly the kind of life changer. However, on Lin Jian's face, not the slightest bit of fear had surfaced, and even a pair of eyes revealed a bone-chilling coldness. It's just a dog. Kill it. Why didn't you guys step in when they killed the special enrollment in the name of cutting? Is this the kind of place the National Vocational College is? All it does is fight amongst itself? Lin Jian didn't have any politeness. He admitted that before he came. Lin Jian was still quite grateful to Ji Wuyo. After all, he was the one who told his sister about the situation. Even Lin Jian had fantasies about the National Vocational College. But after arriving, the reality was a painful blow to Lin Jian. Lin Jian's retort directly made the scene awkward. The special enrollment students watched one by one, but there was no expectation in their eyes. So what? Teacher Qin looked at Lin Jian with a cold face, but he didn't expect that such a newcomer would have the courage to say such things to himself. Your special enrollment, as it is already a great honor for you to bear the name of the National Vocational College. The Academy gave you the opportunity. Then you must abide by the Academy's rules. Mr. Qin reprimanded one after another with full momentum. It was clear that this matter was Lin Jian's fault. It was clear that regular students had killed many special enrollment students as well, but this was the only thing they could see in their eyes. Rules? What if I don't follow the rules, and the State Academy is going to kill me? Have you never thought that the ants you look down on will one day be able to shake the elephant? Lin Jian likewise did not show any weakness. The matter has come to this. Lin Jian didn't feel that there was anything wrong with him killing Toussaint. On the contrary, Lin Jian only hated that he hadn't killed a few more. Arrogant. Teacher Qin's face had lost its face as he was lectured by Lin Jian one after another. With a shock of anger, the attributes were also presented, and a terrifying aura pounced like a mountain. The bewildering number of skills on Qin Shoucheng's attributes, as well as the various explosive attributes, as well as the dazzling rank, all shocked the entire audience. Lin Jian watched, his eyes even more grave. This Qin Shoucheng had actually reached level 50. Although Lin Jian didn't know what level Ji Wuyo and those people from the Divine Clergy Academy were, this person in front of him was indeed the highest level he had ever seen. Level 50. A profession that could reach level 50 could be said to have reached the level of denizenship. With such a feeling of oppression, Lin Jian had absolutely no room for resistance. And, in the first moment, Lin Jian tried to cast the skill, but it turned out to be futile. There is no way to bind impose on it at all, because the difference in rank was too great. It was an abyss of difference, a chasm that could not be crossed, unless Lin Jian ranked similarly to his opponent, a mere life-changing master. It's your turn to question the rules of the National Academy? Qin Shoucheng's cold eyes crossed as he raised his hand and blasted out with a fist. Bang! A punch of 10% power nearly killed Lin Jian on the spot. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Jian's physical body strength had been upgraded, as well as his heaven-defying self-healing power, it would have been impossible for him, a level 8 profession, to carry this fist down. Chapter 24 Giving Hope to Special Enrollment. The sudden punch made Lin Jian's entire brain buzz, but the fiery pain on his face brought up even more anger in his heart. This Qin Shoucheng was clearly using himself to set an example. With a level 50 rank, he had the face to make a move against a level 8 hit life changer. It was a pity that even though Lin Jian was a SSS ranked priesthood, he still didn't receive any attention. To be able to take first place in the trial, Lin Jian relied on the fact that he wasn't afraid to die to take it. Being looked down upon by the Divine Vocational Academy, Lin Jian relied on the strength and ruthlessness he had shown. Targeted by the Sia family, Lin Jian even proved it with his actions, using the full Sia family to maintain his dignity. Lin Jian slowly raised his head, but the marks on his face had long since disappeared. Although Qin Shoucheng's punch had a lot of power, it paled into insignificance in front of the reversed self-healing power. Ha! Is that all the power? Lin Jian raised his head and looked provocatively at Qin Shoucheng. Even though he knew that he couldn't do it, Lin Jian still didn't flinch in any way, and not the least bit intimidated. Zhao Feng on the side had been stunned with fear, completely unable to imagine that Lin Jian even had a teacher from the National Vocational College he didn't bring with him to be afraid of. Even out-and-out provocation. Hearing Lin Jian's words, Qin Shoucheng's eyes also twitched at the corners of his eyes. Being provoked by a special enrollment student like this, where would he put his face as a teacher? Speaking out of turn, breaking the rules and even killing a student of the National Academy. No matter how you got in, you will die today. Qin Shoucheng snorted coldly, and in the next moment, his palm formed a fist, revealing a shocking amount of power in an instant. It was as if he intended to directly blast Lin Jian with a single punch. A level 50 magical swordsman, himself belonging to the category of strong physical body. Even if he didn't use his magical sword, he would be directly whacked to death with this punch. Even if he was level 20. Seeing that the fist was about to fall, ruthlessness surged in Lin Jian's eyes. Big deal. Fight to the death. Relying on his own self-healing ability. Even if Lin Jian couldn't kill him, then he would make him regret it. As the regular students watched this scene, one by one, their faces danced with the same excitement, wishing for Qin Shoucheng's fist to slam down faster. However, the moment the fist was about to fall, A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire wrestling arena. Everyone couldn't move. Even Qin Shoucheng, at this moment, stiffened in place. When he looked again, he only saw Ji Wuyo's figure appear, obviously hundreds of meters away. But he walked to his front in 3 or 2 steps. Life and death is a matter of life and death among transmigrants, and the academy seems to have loosened its restraints on regular students a lot in recent years. Qin Shoucheng, you who are in charge of management, what are you doing? Ji Wuyo appeared and raised his hand, and the previous suppression instantly dissipated. Qin Shoucheng's face was also ugly, and he didn't dare to contradict Ji Wuyo when facing him. Vice Dean, this guy Lin Jian killed the regular student on the cut, shouldn't he be punished? What's more, the law enforcement authorities have the right to deal with defaming and insulting the National Vocational College and not following the rules. Even in the face of Ji Wuyo's pressure, Qin Shoucheng still couldn't help but retort. He was so humiliated by a special enrollment student. If he was still left unharmed, where would he put his face? As Qin Shoucheng said, Ji Wuyo just glanced at him blandly, instantly scaring Qin Shoucheng so much that he didn't dare to speak. Sure enough, having strength is different. The National Vocational College is also a virtue. Lin Jian laughed as he watched Qin Shoucheng act in such a manner. Strength honors the weak. Even after being reborn here, this world is still the same. Strength is capital. Lin Jian, you're still too weak right now. It's easy to break when you're too strong. Although special enrollment students are not treated with the same status as regular students, if you take the outside conditions as an injustice and think that anyone should give you respect, that's where you stop. Ji Wuyo spoke word for word, and his words, too, struck hard at Lin Jian's heart. As Ji Wuyo said, the outside world is the outside world no matter what. There is only one way to change, and that is to keep getting stronger. The outside world doesn't try to accommodate anyone. From now on, a sparring match is a sparring match, and if you are found to have caused injury or death again, you will be severely punished. The State Academy is a whole, not a place for you to strut your stuff. It's all falling apart. Ji Wuyo gave the word, and the group of regular students didn't dare to stay and ran away. Qin Shoucheng was also upset and looked at Lin Jian with an unkind gaze. With Ji Wuyo's words, he didn't dare to continue to make a move against him. But between Lin Jian and him, the difference was huge not only in strength, but also in status. These alone were not something he could compare to as a small life-changing master. Qin Shoucheng, behave yourself. Ji Wuyo finished speaking and flashed away. Only Qin Shoucheng, who was furious but had nowhere to vent his anger, was left behind, as well as a group of special enrollment students who hadn't slowed down yet. I didn't expect the Vice Dean to step in. Boy, you're lucky. But this is the National Vocational Academy, and I don't go back on my word. Qin Shoucheng was still gazing at Lin Jian in a grim manner. Only because of Ji Wuyo, he didn't make another move. Otherwise Ji Wuyo really wouldn't let him go. Facing Qin Shoucheng's naked threat, Lin Jian was equally unwilling to show weakness. I'll remember that slap of yours, too. In time, it will be returned. With the same ruthless words. After saying that, Lin Jian no longer paid attention to Qin Shoucheng, but turned around and left directly. Ji Wuyo's words eased many of the emotions that Lin Jian had been suppressing in his heart. In other words, he, who had once been a bit of a bullseye, became much clearer in this moment. Lin Jian left, and the rest of the special enrollment students coincidentally followed and left the wrestling ring. Over the years, the special enrollees themselves have been pressed by the regular students and allowed to be bullied. There is simply no strength or guts to fight back. Dead and maimed. How bleak. Now, once Lin Jian came, not only did he directly kill a regular student, he even dared to threaten the teachers of the National Vocational College. It was more than enough to draw the vice president out to defuse the situation. This gives hope to a host of special enrollment students who have no support and are numb at the bottom. Accommodation. Lin Jian Zhaofeng came back. The door is also a grand piece. All the special enrollment has gathered. Looking at these special enrollments, Lin Jian was actually quite helpless in his heart. Born in the slums, Lin Jian understood best that there was a disease that had no cure. That's the disease of poverty. And here, having become a transmogrifier, it's not like there's no way to fight back, even though the situation is the same. Instead, they willingly endure and fear power. Let them all disperse. Go back to cultivate and improve their strength. And don't think of relying on others when you run into things again. With superfluous words, Lin Jian didn't want to say anything. He couldn't be the mastermind and wasn't interested. Ji Wuyo made Lin Jian realize that he cared too much about external factors, which was clearly an unwise move. The only thing you can do, and that is to improve your strength. Chapter 25, Finding Your Heart. The Road to Madness. Strength is fundamental, the source of everything. Strength reigns supreme in the world of transmutators. Ji Wuyo had already used it twice presenting it to Lin Jian, clearly telling him that this was it. What respect, what self-respect, all of it. If one is strong enough, then all problems are solved. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Jian also sat down and took a long breath. With the reverse heavenly self-healing ability in place, Lin Jian wasn't worried about his physical condition. It was just that Qin Shouqing slap that Lin Jian couldn't forget. That slap in the face. One will definitely return it. And, tenfold, Lin Jian. It's fortunate that the vice dean came, or else we'd be dead this time. That Qin Shouqing, a notorious pickpocket villain, has never been kind to us special enrollment students. You kind of offended him this time, Zhao Feng said repeatedly, not expecting Lin Jian to be so raw. Crossing that big of a rank would be enough to kill a regular student. And the guts aspect is really admirable. Doesn't matter. That kind of person. Kill them sooner or later. Lin Jian casually responded with a sentence that seemed casual, but his words were filled with viciousness. Senpai, it's better to talk about the rest of the situation. What are some of the conveniences we have as special enrollment students when a transmogrifier is promoted? Lin Jian sidetracked the topic. It was useless to discuss this matter any further. Just as Ji Wuyo had said, Lin Jian only had the path of increasing his strength to follow. That, transmogrifier promotion, is through two ways. 1. Go to replicas, secret realms, and kill wild monsters to gain experience. This is also the fastest way. But of course, it's also dangerous. 2. It's with materials, and materials from some wild monsters have the same effect, except that you don't get much experience. Moreover, the materials, if you need to pay for them, are not cheap. As Zhao Feng finished speaking, Lin Jian also fell silent. The transmogrifier is promoted. In addition to the experience value, there is also the priesthood level. The higher the priesthood level, the more experience value absorbed, the faster the promotion. Of course, it can also change depending on the occupation. Lin Jian was now level 8, but it was also because he had previously injected a blood-enhancing agent, which gave him the strength he had today. Thinking of this, madness also surfaced under Lin Jian's eyes. Senpai, this place, does it have blood-enhancing agents? Or something with a similar effect? Lin Jian opened his mouth and asked, directly dumbfounding Zhao Feng. Blood-enhancing agents, that's expressly forbidden, and even if they are, you can't just use them, or else, it will kill you. This boldness of Lin Jian really made Zhao Feng admire him. That thing is very valuable. The National Vocational College should have it, but it's not something we have access to, and as for the market, it's even more unlikely. However, there is something that is also similar to the blood enhancer. It's just that this stuff is more dangerous, and most of it is used to make equipment. Seeing Zhao Feng say that, Lin Jian was also curious. One's own flesh had an extremely terrifying self-healing ability, even if it turned into powder. As long as there were cells present, a piece of debris, it could come back to life. Even though Lin Jian hadn't tried it so far, but there is a great deal of trust in the ability to heal oneself. Because, these dangerous things in the eyes of normal people, to Lin Jian that was a tonic. The body held up anyway. Since there are benefits, the risks can simply be ignored. This thing is a magic crystal, and it is only found in some secret realms when one encounters a magic beast. Magic crystals were originally used to enhance the quality of equipment, and if they were taken directly, although they could be leveled up, the risk they pose is no less than that of a blood-enhancing agent. In severe cases, they will lose control and become killing machines, and in less severe cases, their strength will be reduced and their priesthood will be damaged. After Zhao Feng finished speaking, Lin Jian probably understood. After briefly inquiring and gaining a general understanding of the National Vocational College, Lin Jian directly got up and left. The entire National Vocational College. In fact, the real core of the place is in the deepest part of the deepest part. That is, the range where the regular students are located. There is also a college there, and that is the real National Vocational College. As for the special enrollment area where the special enrollment students were located, as well as other locations, they all belong to the outer city, and were not much different from an ordinary city. There should be everything. So do all the regular people converts. Previously in Shanghai, the trial was first, and Lin Jian got a reward from the city and country, both of which were a huge sum of money. Since he was going to raise his strength, Lin Jian would have to prepare everything before going to the copy secret realm or whatever afterward. In the outer city, there is a wholesale market. It's a mixed bag of stalls set up by regular students and foreign families. But here, only one thing is recognized, and that's money. Money is hard currency, an economy, and even the most powerful transmogrifier has to choose to rely on power. Wholesale markets. Lin Jian walked in and heard countless yelling voices, and the wholesale market was so crowded that it was close to shoulder to shoulder. Take a look. Fresh magic crystals. You can't lose or be fooled. Only $300,000 for one. In the crowd, Lin Jian's entire heart was shocked as he listened to the shouting. $300,000 for one magic crystal? That's a lot of expensive material for what it is. When I think about it, in order to raise money for my sister's treatment, I sold my own blood and organs, and only saved a few $100,000. Now a single magic crystal costs that much. This exposure to the world after becoming a transmogrifier is completely different. It's obvious that they are all in the same world, but many of them are living in two worlds. Lin Jian didn't bother sighing anymore, but instead went straight up and bought 3 magic crystals in one breath. Of course, externally it's for making equipment. Transmutineers, regardless of their profession, need equipment, and aside from armor, it's weapons. There were special weapons, such as the SSS rank Divine Priesthood of Weapon Master, and Qin Xiu's profession didn't need to be that complicated. Weapon masters can craft weapons, and exclusive ones at that. Of course, the materials required are extraordinary. The rest of the professions require it to a greater or lesser extent. Among the equipment, there are the following colors to distinguish the strengths and weaknesses. There are, respectively, several types of white, green, black, purple, and orange suits. The higher up you went, the rarer the materials required, and the transmutator who was able to use them was bound to be powerful. But for Lin Jian, the profession of a life changer didn't need these things at all. Save yourself a ton of money. After all, defense would only affect Lin Jian's output. How do you inflict damage on your opponent if you are not injured or attacked? This is all accordingly. After wandering around for a while, Lin Jian left the wholesale market, and his next destination was the Divine Realm Square in the outer city. The Divine Realm Stone Tablet is the path to the replica, the secret realm. It is found in many places around the globe in large numbers. The State Council was established here, also because of the Divine Realm Stones. This is a product of the era of universal transmigration, which cannot be shaped by human power. And at the Divine Realm Square in the outer city, there was a bounty quest office. Chapter 26, Misty Forest. Big Brother's Bet? The bounty quests, which were specially established by the National Vocational Academy, were not only for the supply and demand of materials in the market, but also to provide a place for transmigrators to experience training as a way to enhance their strength. Although the Divine Realm Stone Tablet leads to a copy of the secret realm, the place entered is different from the original world, but under the universal transfer, it is also a crisis. There will be problems with some of the Divine Realm Stones that will cause the wild wraiths to disrupt the city. God's Domain Plaza, the reward office. Lin Jian walked in and looked at the huge silver screen at the front of the hall, constantly scrolling through a list of various quests. There's also the Divine Realm Stones replica secret world and more. And to get in, you need to pay a certain amount of premium. After all, the materials required on the mission, after arriving, are required to be handed over to the bounty office at cost, which is also a way for the State Academy to hoard wealth. And the rest is for my own possession. Lin Jian carefully examined it, recalling how he had entered the Divine Realm Novice Realm back in Zhanhai City. According to one's current level, it was still the Novice Realm that one could enter. Distinctions are evident within the Godhead, respectively, the Novice Realm, Spirit Level, Ghost Level, and Dragon Level among them. The copies within the last 3 are extremely difficult and the wildlife is strong. Spirit levels also need to be at least level 16 before they can be accessed. Thus, Lin Jian still chose to enter within the Novice Realm. I'll go. Isn't this special enrollment Lin Jian? This guy actually wants to enter the copy alone? This kid is really bold, but he is indeed a ruthless man. Toussaint was even killed by him, not even giving face to Mr. Qin. This year's special enrollment is really outrageous. A life-changing master profession is actually so powerful. Suddenly I feel that my profession is a bit weak. On the plaza, one of the transmigrants watched as Lin Jian walked into the Divine Realm Stone Monument and was still alone, and they were all of a sudden talking about it. To enter a copy, the most basic common sense is to form a team. Few can enter a copy solo, and the only ones who can do that are those who are S-ranked priesthoods and have very powerful professions of that kind. Life changers were originally a cannon fodder profession, and it was impossible for a person to enter it and survive. After Lin Jian entered, on the other side of the square, on the balcony of the tall building, instead, 2 figures appeared. One of them is Ji Wuyo. Old Ji, there has to be a reason why you're so attached to this kid, right? This time, because of him, the National Vocational College and also the Daxia government have suffered a loss. Even if he's a SSS-ranked priesthood, with this reckless and impulsive look, I'm afraid there's nothing to count on. The man beside him opened his mouth. He was also quite puzzled by Ji Wuyo's recent actions. Lin Jian had privately slaughtered over a dozen transmutants, and had even used something explicitly forbidden like a blood-enhancing agent. Such a person should have been executed, but Ji Wuyo vouched for it. Old Chang, this kid is not simple. I've seen a lot of transmigrators, and there is no shortage of geniuses among them, but no one can have the determination that he has, Ji Wuyo said, his eyes admiring Lin Jian. However, he never showed this in front of Lin Jian. Instead, he would respond to Lin Jian with an indifferent attitude. Firm, reckless, I'd say. Killing the regular student is more or less not giving face to the trainees. And, a person entering a copy? He's only level 8. Isn't that sending him to his death? Entering the novice realm this time. But it's completely different from the first time he went to the trial. Lao Chang gave a spat, and between his words, he was very foolish about Lin Jian's actions. Yeah? Then let's make a bet that he'll come back safe and sound, maybe even with a surprise. Well, as soon as he heard about the bet, the old changeling was also happy to agree to it. 2 vice deans, resounding figures, were now betting over a life-changing master who was only at level 8. If word got out, it would just be unbelievable. However, they weren't the only ones. Those transmigrators in God's Domain Plaza were spectating one by one. And they had the same attitude of eating and watching as they watched Lin Jian enter the replica alone. Everyone looked at the copy display on the Divine Realm stone tablet and looked at the copy Lin Jian had entered. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's actually the Misty Forest? This copy is one of the most difficult copies below level 16 in the novice world. The wild monsters inside are at least C rank. And the Misty Forest's bosses are also extremely terrifying. Lin Jian is dead this time. Everyone was shocked when they watched as the copy Lin Jian chose to enter was the Misty Forest, a life changer. Single-handedly breaking into a copy, and a copy with an extremely high difficulty factor for a novice. Isn't that just asking for trouble? This kid, he's really bold. Old G, you still believe him? Old Chang was equally surprised when he saw the copy. In his heart, it was impossible for Lin Jian to get through. There's no chance of coming out alive. Swabbing. In contrast, Ji Wuyo was calm, a stability that made Old Chang very curious about Lin Jian. Instead, while the outside of the Divine Realm was abuzz, inside, Lin Jian had already walked into the Misty Forest, God's Domain Novice Realm, Misty Forest. Stepping into it, the thick mist completely obscured the sight, making it impossible to see. There's no way to tell which way to go, not to mention going on a bounty mission. This Misty Forest is really weird, but it won't work for me, Lin Jian muttered, and immediately cast the skill directly. Change of life, Night Eyes Quest. With this skill, even if it was misty, Lin Jian wasn't worried, even though it's a life changer. It needs to be bound to the target to release the skill before it works. If it wasn't for the skill, Lin Jian wouldn't have been able to act. Of course, with his own heaven-defying self-healing ability, even when he encountered danger, Lin Jian would be able to remain unharmed. The big deal is that it's okay to let the wilds get some blood first, and then unleash the skills afterward. The reason for using the skill early was just to save time. With his night eyes exploring, Lin Jian quickly found the trail of the wild monster. Wild monster, Crypt Black Spider, Grade, C. Talent, Armor Break. Any attack can cause an armor breaking effect and can apply a bleeding effect. Skill, Spider Spear Penetration. With its strong and powerful Spider Spear, it can penetrate through everything, and the attack comes with a paralyzing effect that lasts for 3 seconds. Skill, Eyes of Death, Death Gaze, which can put the target in a dazed state with a brief disorientation that lasts for 5 seconds. Abruptly, the wild monster attribute appeared, and Lin Jian was also the first to lock onto the Crypt Black Spider. Change of life, Divine Chain Binding. Change of life, Hell Whale. In an instant, the skills were bound, and even Lin Jian didn't even bother to apply gravity. After all, now at level 8, releasing multiple skills in one breath was very consuming. And, having those two is enough. It's just that Lin Jian didn't expect that the same novice realm, different copies, a random wild monster that appeared in this was so strong. It's even more powerful than the original boss of the Swamp Wet Forest. Chapter 27, Fighting the 7 Wolves. The skill had just been bound, and the Crypt Black Spider instantly attacked. This Crypt Black Spider didn't have a spider web. Instead, it moved quickly and its spider spear was sharp and huge. The spider spear waved and ran directly towards Lin Jian. With the life-changing master skill activated, Lin Jian hadn't intended to dodge and let this Crypt Black Spider attack. Then with the skill of a life changer, it is made to suffer 8 times as much pain. But Lin Jian didn't expect that this Crypt Black Spider wouldn't follow the routine at all. The spider spear attacked, but instead of penetrating, it directly whipped over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No martial virtue. Bang! The spider spear twitched and directly sent Lin Jian flying. This body was not showing any injuries, but it was also very painful. Even though Hell's Whale could return 8 times as much to a Cryptic Black Spider, it wasn't a fatal wound, and the Cryptic Black Spider took that much damage. Unable to inflict lethal damage, Lin Jian stabilized his body and watched as the Crypt Black Spider was planning to do the same trick again, and he was instantly enraged. You want to torture me alive, don't you? Lin Jian's eyebrows crossed, and all of a sudden, his eyes brought up madness. Playing with yourself? That's not going to play with you. You don't dare to do it. I'll do it myself. Lin Jian wasn't polite either, and directly took out his pre-prepared short dagger and danced it in his hand. Watching the crypt black spider come over, Lin Jian directly stabbed down towards the vitals without saying a word. In an instant, the crypt black spider instantly screamed miserably under the 8 times damage of Hell's Whale. But the guy's speed didn't decrease. Instead he rushed over even more swiftly. Seeing this, Lin Jian didn't hesitate as the dagger flew over his body. It was like chopping and slicing, directly using himself as a tablet. On the contrary, the terrifying wounds on the crypt black spider's body grew. Even if it was a wild monster with a strong defense, there was no way it could take that much damage at the same time. The injuries Lin Jian received weren't big, but the crypt black spider had to endure 8 times as much. Come on, I'll see who you can stand. The crypt black spider was a C-rank wild monster, and by reaching C-rank, the wild monster itself already possessed a spirit and knew that Lin Jian was a life-changing master. That's why the torture option was chosen. Avoid causing injuries altogether. The crypt black spider's calculations were good, but Lin Jian wouldn't rub it the wrong way. The daggers attacked frantically, the injuries getting worse one at a time. Seeing that the injuries were getting worse, the miserable screams of the crypt black spider continued to ring out, and the attacks it sent out on its own were simply ineffective attacks that would only add to its own injuries for nothing. Then, Lin Jian saw a strange scene. The crypt black spider didn't continue to attack. Instead, it turned around violently and instantly rushed into the mist. There was absolutely no mind whatsoever to engage Lin Jian, only thinking about getting out of Lin Jian's skill sphere so as to be exempted from damage just the same. Want to run? No way. Change of life, Night Eye's quest. Looking at the crypt black spider actually intending to run away, Lin Jian didn't intend to be spoiled either, and directly ran wildly and chased after it. God's domain beyond. At the square, the crowd looked at the map of the misty forest and watched Lin Jian's actions. At first everyone thought that Lin Jian was bound to be in a bad way this time, but in the blink of an eye, the situation had actually changed. I'm going? Did I read that right? That wild crypt black spider is actually running away? Also, Lin Jian is still chasing the other side. He's a life changer. He doesn't have any attacks at all, and he's actually able to chase a C-rank wild monster around? The regular students were completely dumbfounded, and couldn't figure out how a district life-changing master, auxiliary profession, entering the misty forest single-handedly. He was even able to chase a C-rank wild monster around. Simply, unheard of. Unheard of. This scene is truly a pocket knife to the ass and an eye-opener. Too perverted. This special enrollment is no wonder he was able to kill Toussaint, so he's really something. Now it has to be that he's only level 8. Won't this be even more intimidating if he transfers? What's a life changer's transfer? The crowd murmured, dazzled by Lin Jian's actions, and no one could figure out how Lin Jian had done it. Just really watching him run after wild monsters just made my scalp tingle. Even combat-oriented professions weren't necessarily able to do what Lin Jian did. However, the crowd fell silent again when someone brought up the life-changing master's transfer. The life changer itself was a sewer profession to them. No one would pay attention to it, and most of the transmutators in the life changer profession were cannon fodder and either didn't continue to advance further. It's pretty rare to reach a level 16 transfer. God's domain novice realm, misty forest. Lin Jian chased after him furiously. While chasing, his dagger stabbed wildly, like a power kid, just as if the dagger had turned into a stimulant in his hand. Lin Jian scattered his legs in pursuit, but the crypt black spider was killing him. This all the way wildly chased down. The crypt black spider never escaped, and finally, under the non-stop aggravation of injuries, died with a grudge. Sample. A life for a life is something you can hide from. Being in my sights, your life is mine. Lin Jian looked at the corpse of the crypt black spider and immediately brought a smile to his face. Ding! Killed the C-ranked wild monster crypt black spider. Gained experience value of 800. Absorbing the experience, Lin Jian collected the materials he needed and then continued to explore inside the misty forest. The misty forest was large and thick with fog, but to Lin Jian, who had the Night Eye's exploration skill, it wasn't a problem. Soon, Lin Jian discovered several dangerous auras. Only 7 wolves instantly popped out of the mist. Each one was huge, 3 times the size of a normal coyote, and every single one of the eyes was as black as ink. It looks very spooky. Wild monster, misty demon wolf. Grade, C. Talent, focus, 10% increase in all attributes when locked onto a target. Skill, wind chasing claws, speed-based, with a 30% armor-breaking effect, accompanied by a 5% bleeding effect when dealing damage. Misty demon wolves, C-rank wild monsters, and 7 of them appeared in a row. Lin Jian watched, and for a moment, he was somewhat helpless. Although this time, he entered the God's Domain copy for the bounty quest, he also wanted to level up and enhance his strength. But this misty forest was really looking at itself. The wild monsters that appear are all C-rated to begin with. Gotta. 7 wolves. It's a shame I didn't bring the iota for, or I would have tortured you to death. Lin Jian twisted his neck. and in the next moment his eyes instantly sharpened. 7 wolves, and nowadays the life changers can bind 8 targets. That and affluence. As such, Lin Jian stopped inking and chose to quickly make his move without the slightest hesitation. Hell's Whale opened, and although the 7 wolves attacked ferociously, they couldn't hold up to the 8 times damage return, directly letting these 7 wolves die alive underneath their own attack. If it was any other life changer, they would not have this ability to deal with it alone. And with his own self-healing ability, Lin Jian began a route that was exclusively his own. Cannon fodder turned warrior and crazier. Chapter 28, Flat Push Brush? How dare he? In the misty forest, Lin Jian kept fighting the wild monsters, while at the Divine Realm Square, the number of onlookers was increasing. Half of the regular students of the entire state vocational college came. Originally, Lin Jian had already caused quite a shock when he had killed Tosin earlier, a special enrollment student who had committed the following offense, and it's also a SSS-ranked priesthood life changer. Naturally, it's eye-catching. This Lin Jian, he's simply too perverted. This year's special enrollment is really different. A life-changing master, soloing a copy, facing so many C-rank wild monsters, is actually fine. It's okay to be okay. He's chasing wild monsters all over the place. Each of the regular students' scalps went numb. There were new students and old students among them, and many of them had priesthood ranks above B rank, while their occupations were even far more than Lin Jian's life-changing master. But even so, they couldn't do something as capable as Lin Jian. This guy, how much can he level up when he comes out? The misty forest, but the further back you go, the more troublesome it gets. There will even be B rank and A rank wild monsters. He won't be able to cope with those wild monsters, will he? The regular students began to talk. The misty forest was just one of the copies of the novice realm, and it was indeed not worth mentioning to those of them who were in their late teens, or even after they had already transferred. But for newcomers to transfer, it's a nightmare. Although Lin Jian had shown amazing strength now, after facing stronger wild monsters, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. If he makes it out alive, no matter what the outcome is, I'm afraid that the status of special enrollment is going to change in the future. At some point, someone in the crowd coldly came out with a sentence that instantly silenced many people. Lin Jian was a special enrollment, and he wasn't even considered a student of the National Vocational College in the National Vocational College. But now the strength he had shown was already very stunning. Once they do make it out alive, their status in the National Vocational College will rise. Don't worry, the bosses of this misty forest are not to be messed with. Even if they are combat-oriented professions, there's nothing they can do if they run into them. That's known as the wild monster with the strongest defense in the novice world. The regular students looked at the map and brought up their own expectations. The rise in special enrollment status means a change in their previous pattern and a tighter fight for resources. Misty forest. These wild monsters, they're so piss poor. 2. Let me chase it every time. After resolving a batch of wild monsters, Lin Jian smoothly collected his experience, and the materials needed for the bounty quest had been taken care of. The current him could choose to exit the misty forest at any time, but when he thought about it, he had just chased a wild monster leopard for half a day, making it seem as if he had to ask for emergency syrup from it. Furious, Lin Jian directly inflicted pain on himself and broke a leg, which killed the leopard. Since he had come to the copy, Lin Jian's principle was simple. No pass, no leave, a copy. Isn't that what it's for? Lin Jian's eyes danced as he immersed himself inside the battle for a long time, constantly engaging the wild monsters. Although it had been Lin Jian who had gained victories by exchanging his life for his life, for Lin Jian, the combat experience had accumulated quite a lot. At the same time, the career level was raised. Ding! Congratulations on killing a C-ranked wild monster, gaining 800 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, current level 12. As he watched his profession level up, Lin Jian was excited in his heart. Level 12, even though it wasn't quite what was needed for a transfer, it was still pretty good for Lin Jian. As long as this misty forest was cleared, the experience value gained might even be able to be raised again. Thinking of this, Lin Jian didn't delay any longer. Instead, they chose the simplest and crudest way, and just pushed through flat out. No matter what wilds you run into, just turn on your skills and zap yourself furiously. For a while, the people outside of the Divine Realm Square looked dumbfounded, while Lin Jian was straight up cool as hell, in front of wild monsters that couldn't directly kill him in seconds. Lin Jian, with his life-changing master profession, and his perverted self-healing ability, was a near-invincible existence. Ding! Kill the wild monster. Gain 800 experience points. Ding! Kill the wild monster. Gain 800 experience points. Boosts rang out one after another, and Lin Jian's experience value was rising. It quickly boosted to level 14. The average transmogrifier, the next time they make a copy, will be able to level up 1 to 2 levels at most, and that's still continuing the wild monsters they killed. For one thing, transmogrifiers were basically grouped together, and the experience value gained by the group was to be shared equally. Secondly, there was no way for them to be like Lin Jian, where they could make a direct move without having to care about their injury situation at all. This was Lin Jian's advantage. God's Domain Plaza. Lin Jian is too perverted. How many wild monsters has this killed? I can't believe he's still going inside. Quick, look, this guy's gotten to the Misty Forest's boss. This Misty Forest boss is the absolute natural enemy of the Life Changers. Everyone was shocked as they watched Lin Jian's course of action along the way. No one had expected that Lin Jian, a life-changing master, could have such terrifying strength, even if he went in the novice world. But again, he was just a novice himself. How powerful can a level 8 life changer be? But the might that Lin Jian presented before their eyes was indeed unparalleled. The boss of the Misty Forest, the Misty Ice Bear, has a powerful defense and belongs to the S-class wild monsters. Even among the S-rank wild monsters, its defense is top-notch. And the most deadly thing is that this guy has as much defense inside him. At this moment, on the balcony of the tall building at the back of the square, Ji Wuyo and Vice President Chang were also paying close attention. Old Ji, I think you're still too confident. A life-changing master is just a life-changing master, and it's not a high rank. So when you run into a true natural enemy, it's a 10-death situation. The permanent vice president spoke, in a serious tone. Judging from Lin Jian's performance earlier, he was already worthy of the National Vocational College's training. There's no need to prove anything, but looking at Lin Jian's movements, it was clear that he was running towards the Misty Ice Bear. This is clearly a death wish. There's no rush. Transmigrants live and die by their fate, and even if he dies, it's because of his arrogance. Ji Wuyo's words directly gave Chang Vice President a whole silence. That sounds like it has some truth to it. Just as the outsiders' speculations continued, in the Misty Forest, Lin Jian had already faced off with the Misty Ice Bear. Misty Forest. Looking at the thick mist in front of him, a huge figure appeared. Black and shiny fur, robust and incomparable limbs. The pair of blood-red pupils were murderous, showing their teeth, unusually frightening. The shocking roar alone could cause Lin Jian's figure to involuntarily back up. This is the boss of the Misty Forest? It's still scary. An S-rank wild monster. Lin Jian watched, and despite being shocked, he was unusually excited. Because, as long as he solved this S-ranked wild monster, Lin Jian would be able to level up again. Chapter 29, This Guy's Crazy. The Misty Ice Bear, as the boss of the Misty Forest, an S-ranked wild monster, could be considered powerful in all aspects of its attributes. Of course, when Lin Jian learned about it, the excitement that had been on his face all of a sudden lowered. It became grave and serious. Monster, Misty Ice Bear. Grade, S. Talent, absolute defense. The external defense of the physical body is massive, mitigating 80% of physical and magical damage and automatically repairing 50% when injured. Its internal organs also possess extremely strong defense capabilities. Skill, shock armor. Defense is instantly increased by 100%. Skill, explosive armor. Damage taken can be accumulated and actively released out. Looking at the Misty Ice Bear's situation, Lin Jian realized at this time how terrifying the S-rank wild monster he had encountered this time was. It's not even in the same league as the ones you've encountered before. Even now that Lin Jian had leveled up and was stronger than before, he was beginning to fret. Such a perverted defense. This is basically a shield, right? Lin Jian was a bit speechless. The skill of the Life Swap Master was the ability to make the target take more than a multiple of damage. But now this Misty Ice Bear's defense was amazing. The multiplier for Lin Jian's target Hell's Whale is at 14x. In any other wild monster, getting a random wound would kill them. Therefore, Lin Jian didn't make a headache every time. But now, Lin Jian was fretting. Whatever, let's try how sick this guy's defense is first. Lin Jian's eyes crossed and he couldn't think of a suitable method for the time being. After all, the life changer profession itself wasn't combat-oriented. This was also the first time Lin Jian felt restricted by his profession. It is indeed very unpleasant, but backing down is clearly not an option. Change of life, divine chain binding. Change of life, Hell Whale. Without any hesitation, Lin Jian directly greeted all of his skills. It was to test how perverse the defense of this S-rank wild monster Misty Ice Bear was. However, when Lin Jian's skill had just been cast, the Misty Ice Bear's sharp claws had already slapped out violently. Without even waiting for Lin Jian to react, a slap sent him into the ground. In the deep pit, Lin Jian's body was distorted by the beating, but he quickly recovered under the perverted self-healing ability. Lin Jian also couldn't wait to look at the Misty Ice Bear. However, on the body of the Misty Ice Bear, it only left a shallow trace. Not even the fur was damaged. Hiss, worthy of being an S-rank boss? It is indeed different. With this level of attack, if any other transmuter had come over, they would have already died. Moreover, under Hell's Whale, the Misty Ice Bear was taking 14x damage, but even so, the guy's absolute defense completely resisted. This made Lin Jian wonder if he had entered the wrong place. This thing, is it something that can appear in the novice world? Depressed as he was. But however, Lin Jian hadn't given up yet. I can't believe you won't get hurt. Lin Jian made his move and watched as the Misty Ice Bear attacked and didn't resist, but instead took out his dagger at the same time and dropped it against his arm. Giant claws fell and daggers swung. Lin Jian's entire was actually cut off at the waist. That moment of physical separation. But Lin Jian's consciousness was still clear, and the self-healing ability TSK exerts a horrible effect and quickly recovers. But when this 14x damage was transferred to the Misty Ice Bear, Lin Jian's entire heart sank. What the hell is this? All it can do is leave a scar when it's cut off at the waist? On the Misty Ice Bear's body, only a scar appeared at his waist, and it didn't break through the defense at all. This caused Lin Jian's heart to become heavy. It's even a bit of an emotional control. He himself was so badly injured, and he couldn't even do anything to this wild monster? Lin Jian didn't believe it. I don't believe that you can be at peace with having your heart out to you. Lin Jian clenched his teeth and began to dodge the Misty Ice Bear's attacks, and at the same time, he began to pull out his heart. It was a job that Lin Jian was familiar with. There is no other way. Only the hand is familiar. As someone who often sold himself, Lin Jian could be considered experienced. Nature will not be disturbed by this. But when Lin Jian pulled out his heart and lungs, the entire floor was littered with organs. Yet the Misty Ice Bear only roared in anger even as 14 times the damage of Hell's Whale passed. Even though it spat out blood as well, the terrifying power still didn't diminish. Although this approach caused damage to the Misty Ice Bear, it didn't achieve the effect Lin Jian wanted. Looks like it's really time to get tough. Lin Jian gritted his teeth. There was no way to get this boss killed by doing this. Lin Jian could only choose to go for the most ruthless means. Of course, this was his first attempt. Although he himself possessed an unbelievable self-healing ability, he could recover from whatever injuries he suffered. But this time, Lin Jian was really a bit worried, because the means Lin Jian was going to use was brain death. As long as it's brain dead, it doesn't matter how good this boss is, it has to die. Although the Misty Ice Bear had a powerful absolute defense, it was unable to resist this. Of course, Lin Jian wasn't sure if he could recover. But, as high as the risk is, it's worth the risk to try. Come on, Lin Jian roared, and the next moment the dagger poofed, piercing through the brain. This caused injuries from the inside. 14 times returned to the past. Lin Jian didn't believe that this Misty Ice Bear could still withstand it. Only, when this ruthless hand of Lin Jian fell, he himself instantly collapsed on the ground, holding on strongly for no more than a few seconds, and his entire body directly lost consciousness. The moment. God's Domain Plaza. The markings presented on the map dimmed instantly. Quick look, the Misty Ice Bear's mark has disappeared. Lin Jian. Lin Jian did it? How is this possible? Someone exclaimed, and for a moment everyone gazed at the scene in shock. But at the same time, someone else is onto something. Lin Jian's mark is gone too. He's dying with the Misty Ice Bear? Even if a life-changing master changes his life, he won't mark it as completely gone. He will still leave a faint bit. How complete is this death? This guy is a real nutcase. Watching Lin Jian die with a boss, everyone just felt their scalps go numb. Never seen such a desperate transmogrifier. Thinking back to when he killed regular Sengoku Toussaint earlier, it had been unbelievable. Feeling epileptic. Now that they saw this scene, everyone was even more incredulous. Even though they had no way to see the actual scene inside, they knew that Lin Jian was bound to be in a fierce battle with the Misty Ice Bear. Old quarter, you lost. It's a pity. Although this kid is a life changer, the advantages brought by the SSS ranked priesthood are indeed very good. It's a strange pity that he died just like that. The standing vice president had won the bet, but he still felt a bit sorry for himself. After all, such a person, if he could be cultivated, would be a great killer for the country. Perhaps we are, perhaps, jumping to conclusions too soon. Chapter 30, I'm not pretending. I'm really not pretending. Ji Wuyo's eyes were dead set on the Divine Realm stone tablet, looking at the Lin Jian symbol that had disappeared from the map. The sentence that came out of his mouth caused Vice President Chang to directly freeze. Old Ji, at least you're a level 85. Can't you see what's going on and what's the result? That kid is just a life changer. Just one life. Even if he's a SSS ranked priesthood, there's no that possibility of him surviving. Knew you had a favorable opinion of him. The standing vice president opened his mouth in relief, feeling that Ji Wuyo was more or less a bit emotional. Asterisk. See? Hell no. What's the situation? How did Lin Jian's mark appear? I thought he was dead. Just as everyone was about to disperse and stop spectating, someone took a look and instantly became fearful. On the map, the markings that had disappeared, surprisingly reappeared. This scene shocked everyone. The standing vice president was also wide-eyed and sure again. Ji Wuyo was similarly staring. and the heaviness on the corners of his mouth loosened at this moment. He had investigated before, and had learned something from Su Yun, knowing that Lin Jian had been in a similar situation amongst the previous trials. It's just not as thorough as this one. Now, Ji Woyo had gambled right. What's going on here? Old Ji, did you already know? How is it possible for this to come to life? Isn't he a life changer? How can a life changer have a resurrection? The permanent vice president growled like an ape and couldn't believe what he was seeing. Be quiet, old Chang. The students can be watching. This time, it was Ji Wuyo's turn to comfort him, and it was a marvelous feeling. The SSS ranked priesthood, which has never appeared globally, is the first of its kind, so naturally there are a lot of things that we don't understand. One sentence summarizes and one sentence answers all doubts. But Ji Wuyo, he didn't realize that this wasn't something that the priesthood had brought to Lin Jian, but rather an ability that he possessed after being reborn over God's domain novice realm, Misty Forest. Lin Jian, who had penetrated his brain and was brain dead, recovered his consciousness a little bit, and his terrifying self-healing ability began to recover. It took a bit more time than before to recover a broken hand or something, but it wasn't that much different. Phew! Suddenly, Lin Jian opened his eyes and exhaled heavily as if he had held his breath. After determining that he had no problems, and incidentally comparing himself to 1 + 1 = 2, Lin Jian was then relieved. Luckily, restoring the brain didn't affect the IQ, otherwise it's a big loss. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Misty Forest boss. The S-ranked wild monster Misty Ice Bear. Kill S-class wild monster. Gain 2000 experience value. Divine Realm Novice Realm Map-wide notification. SSS-Level Divine Cleric Life-changing Master Lin Jian killed the Misty Forest boss, setting a new record. Rewarded with 1,000 experience points. Along with the sound of the Divine Realm's notification, Lin Jian also came back to his senses, and looking at the corpse of the Misty Ice Bear, he also finally let out a sigh of relief. And the people outside the Divine Realm instantly exploded after hearing the briefing. The standing vice president was also agitated. This Lin Jian, he's simply perverted. By the way, he seems to be a SSS-ranked priesthood. Heavens, worthy of being the first SSS-ranked priesthood. Even a life changer can be so powerful. Obviously, he was just a newcomer, and what he had entered was only a copy of the novice realm. But the impact Lin Jian had caused, the sensation he had brought about, was shocking. Hard to forget. Old Ji, no matter what, he should become a regular student and enjoy the best resources. This kind of talent is so much better than those professions. The standing vice president was excited, and a satisfied smile appeared on Ji Wuyo's face. What he was curious about now was what level Lin Jian had reached. Such a terrifying upgrade speed was really enviable. Granted, the further back the transmogrifier goes, the more experience it requires. However, Lin Jian's way of brushing experience was unheard of. Misty Forest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level 16. Ding! The host may begin career transfer. Open the properties. Lin Jian took a deep breath. He had waited a long time for this moment and had finally reached level 16. It wasn't in vain that he had poured his heart out to the wildlife, even racked his brain. Paying it forward still pays off, and the payoff Lin Jian loved. Name Lin Jian. Occupation, Life Changers. Level, 16, in transfer. Talent, Divine Chain. As level grows, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Currently the number that can be bound, 16. Undead Battle Body. After exchanging lives, it triggers the undead primordial spirit and permanently increases the strength of the physical body and the strength of the spirit. Skill, Hellish Wail. The pain suffered by the body is increased by 16 times on the target. Pain multiplier increases with level. Skill, Night Eyes Exploration. Can detect dangers within 500 meters outside of the main body. Increase range with level. Skill, Gravity Imprisonment. Manipulate gravity within 50 meters of yourself. Gravity strength is 50 times your own. Can imprison enemies. Multiplier range increases with level. Flesh strength, 0. 1%. Spiritual strength, 0. 1%. Looking at the attribute boost, a smile immediately appeared on Lin Jian's face. All this effort was not in vain. When he was strong enough, he would be able to learn more about his sister from Ji Wuyo, and Lin Jian would be able to bring her back. Thinking of this, Lin Jian was also in a good mood, gathering the materials and directly leaving the Misty Forest. Outside, when Lin Jian stepped out of the Divine Realm Monolith, he immediately saw a huge crowd of people. Many of the special enrollment students rushed over, and Zhao Feng was the first to rush up. Lin Jian, you're amazing. One man can clear the Misty Forest. Zhao Feng spoke excitedly. Even though he knew that Lin Jian would most likely become a regular student afterward, he was still happy for Lin Jian. After all, he was the one who helped the special admission program earn its dignity. Senpai, isn't it just taking on a mission? Why are you guys so happy? Lin Jian hadn't reacted at this moment, and in his mind, He was calculating to turn in the quest and get something he needed, then figure out how to find out about the transfer. That's the priority. Mission? Oh, young people nowadays are still quite strong in pretending. In the crowd, Vice President Chang couldn't wait to come out, and the onlookers hurriedly quieted down and made way. Listening to the old man's words, Lin Jian also frowned. This person didn't look anything special, but to appear here, his identity shouldn't be simple. It's just that he was just taking a mission. How did he become a pretender? Where did this come from? I'm a special enrollment student. Is it hard for me not to be able to take on quests? Plus, I'm not pretending, am I? Chapter 31, Conditions for Transferring to a New Job. Lin Jian looked at the appearance of this group of people and immediately said this with an innocent face. Only, when these words were uttered, all the students of the National Vocational College rolled their eyes furiously when they heard them. What is this if not pretending? A bounty quest, and not the highest ranked one at that. That he, a life changer, took single-handedly, and it also killed back and forth in the misty forest. The kind of replica that is known to be the most difficult in the novice world. Even the final boss was killed. What is this if not pretending? At this moment, Vice President Chang was also not going to be whole by Lin Jian's words. He was truly surprised that this Lin Jian was actually so modest. Ahem, Lin Jian, how many levels are you nowadays? The experience gained from clearing the copy should be quite a lot. Also, you entered the National Vocational Academy as a special enrollment, and even though you're only a life-changing master, you're an SSS-Level priesthood with outstanding talent and extraordinary strength. The National Vocational College will not treat you poorly. Although he had lost the bet with Ji Wuyo, Vice President Chang had seen the genius that was Lin Jian. Even if the occupation was poor, it was still a heaven-defying existence under the SSS-ranked priesthood. This kind of talent, naturally, should be cultivated. Rank? It's level 16 nowadays. And looking at you, old man, you should be a teacher or something at the National Vocational College, right? I happen to have something I want to ask for advice. Lin Jian wasn't stupid. Once this old man came out, even the regular students became peaceful. Must have an unusual identity. It just so happened that even though he had leveled up to level 16, Lin Jian didn't know anything about the life-changing master's transfer situation. And I don't know what to do about it. Special enrollment isn't treated well here, and it's not easy to figure things out simply on your own. Hearing Lin Jian's words, Vice President Chang also smiled. Okay, no problem. Level 16. Pass a copy. Raise from level 8 to level 16. From now on, you are a regular student of the National Vocational College. Lin Jian, you come with me. The standing vice president was satisfied that the special enrollment was just a process of the college. That is, an operation of chance. But I didn't expect to really stumble upon a good one this time. Lin Jian froze as he listened. You're a regular student now? Despite the surprise in his heart, he was more than happy. And Tong Lin Jian was also clear that he was able to become a regular student because of the SSS-ranked priesthood, as well as his self-healing ability. Zhao Feng's priesthood level wasn't low, but his occupation was the same as Lin Jian's. It was the most common, and he didn't have the perverted level of abilities that Lin Jian had, so, not getting the same treatment. Lin Jian, what are you waiting for? Don't go yet, that's the vice dean. As he watched Vice President Chang leave, Zhao Feng also hurriedly urged him on. Looking at Zhao Feng, Lin Jian didn't know what to say for a moment. Come on, don't look at me. It's your luck and strength. Besides, you're the one who walked out of the special enrollment, and if it weren't for you, our special enrollment wouldn't be where it is now. Zhao Feng was looking very thoroughly with a sprightly face. At the same time, he was also incredibly grateful to Lin Jian, who had done one thrilling thing even though he had been here for a very short period of time. It also makes a difference to them, the muddled special enrollment students. Seeing Zhao Feng say that, Lin Jian didn't make any pretense and directly followed him. It's just that Lin Jian also didn't expect that this Ji Wuyo would take care of himself, and that the other vice dean was also keeping an eye on him. It seemed that they all agreed that the SSS-ranked priesthood gave them the ability to heal themselves, making the profession of life changer no longer simple. But in reality, the perverted self-healing ability was something that Lin Jian himself possessed, and it had nothing to do with the priesthood. Inside the State House, after leaving the outer city, Lin Jian also entered the inner city for the first time, which was truly within the National Vocational Academy. It's just like a regular university in here, with the same facilities, buildings, and so on. The only difference is that everyone here is a tranny. I am the vice president of the National Vocational College, Chang Qingfeng. You were brought here by old Ji. Very unusual indeed. Originally, the profession of life changer was not enough even to be a special enrollment, but you are a SSS-ranked priesthood, which has never been done before. Plus you've excelled, so a special exception has been made for you to become a regular student. As for the affairs of regular students, you'll naturally learn about them when you go to the dormitory. so I'll just take you through the transfer first. Following Chang Qingfeng, the two of them went all the way straight to the library. When he arrived at the library, Lin Jian looked at it. That is, the scale was a bit larger than the previous school, but the books in here are all related to transfers. After all, there are a lot of professions, a staggering number of them, and a clearly delineated priesthood hierarchy. As a result, the encapsulation is immensely varied. Vice Dean, this transfer, how exactly is it going to work? Arriving at the library, Lin Jian also finally pressed on. It was so hard to reach level 16, which was something that he had to pay for by pouring his heart out inside the copy and even risking his life over and over again. Only after a successful transfer can you continue to level up and improve your strength. What Lin Jian needed was strength. The situation of his sister was still unknown, and Lin Jian couldn't rest assured how Qin Xiu was doing in the Divine Office Academy. Profession transfer is the ability for every profession to transfer from their original profession once they reach level 16, in order to reach a higher level. To say its evolution would be an understatement. Of course, there are some low-level professions that have no route to transfer, so they can only be promoted according to their original profession. As for life changers, this is something I've never really heard of, but you can look for it here. After Chang Qingfeng finished speaking, Lin Jian roughly understood. For example, if you are a professional swordsman, then when you reach level 16, you will have several different professions to choose from. For example, ghost swordsman, mad swordsman, but a life changer? Due to being too low level and cannon fodder profession, no one has ever switched yet. Lin Jian didn't complain and began to check out the library. This look is a whole day long. If it wasn't for his own perverted self-healing ability, this kind of physical exertion would be too much for an ordinary person to handle. After reading countless materials and learning more about transmutators, Lin Jian realized, a low-level career transfer, with no career to choose from, would require a huge amount of experience value if you wanted to continue to advance, and a special material for a successful transfer. Of course, after the successful transfer, the occupation will not change, or the original occupation, but there will be some strengthening. Blood Demon Essence. This is the necessary material to break the transfer. However, this Blood Demon Essence is not available in the novice realm. Thinking about this, Lin Jian also had a headache. Now at level 16, it was reasonable to say that he had already left the novice realm, and to go to the divine realm after that was to enter the spirit realm, which was a stronger copy of the divine realm than the novice realm. Despite the greater danger, Lin Jian had no other choice. If it's a mountain of daggers, it's going to be a walk in the park. Chapter 32. Are you guys scratching an itch? After finding the transfer method, Lin Jian didn't delay and found his residence in the message left by Chang Qingfeng. Regular students live inside a real state vocational school. The dormitories are also standard 4-person suites and are relatively large. Facilities and equipment are fully equipped. When Lin Jian pushed the door in, his eyes saw 3 people staring at him. This is dorm 201, correct? I'm a freshman, Lin Jian. Looking at the 3 people looking out of their minds, Lin Jian didn't care. Instead, he took the lead in greeting. After all, they live under the same roof. Head down. No need to come up and make the relationship stiff. Lin Jian? You're that Lin Jian who rose up from the special enrollment? My goodness, how did you clear the misty forest all by yourself? Are you really a life changer by profession? The 3 of them reacted, even forgetting to introduce themselves, and began to look around Lin Jian. A life changer who can enter the National Vocational College as a regular student? This is unprecedented. Generally speaking, the life changer profession simply had no value for further study and improvement. But in Lin Jian's case, it did. It's me. We'll all be housemates from now on. There'll be plenty of time to get to know each other. Can I go in first? Lin Jian looked at the 3 of them speechlessly. A thin man, like a bamboo pole. A fat man, like a leather ball. The remaining one is still moderate, is the thin voice of speech, but also always cross the orchid finger. These 3, one more than the other. Hearing Lin Jian's words, the 3 of them also reacted. Hurriedly, he introduced himself. The skinny man was called Zhou Kai, an S-ranked cleric with the profession Black Armor Master, a profession that was ranked among the top ranks of defensive professions. It was just that, with his bamboo pole-like figure, Lin Jian felt a bit funny when he said that it was a top defense. And the fat man is called Su Dinghua, an S-ranked cleric with the profession Dark Knight Assassin, belongs to the assassin type, and of course, it's grossly out of character with his size. The remaining pussy, also S-rank, had the profession of Chess Soul Master, a rare profession but one that was bound to be above life changers in terms of intensity. Of course, this life changer is someone else's life changer. Lin Jian, you're really something. The life changer profession can be used like this. Marvelous, no wonder the vice dean has his eye on it. But be careful yourself, you've offended Qin Shoucheng, and that Toussaint you killed. It's a bit of a problem inside the regular student. After a few introductions, Joe Kai began to remind. There were already all sorts of fights that often took place between trans migrants. Even in the National Vocational Academy, that was a tacit approval of such a rule. After all, strength was honored, and at the same time, only killing could produce truly strong people. Qin Shoucheng is a level 50 anyways. He's not going to take it personally against me, is he? To Qin Shoucheng? Lin Jian remembered it clearly in his heart. When his strength improves, that punch in the beginning will definitely make him pay back. As for Toussaint, Lin Jian didn't understand. A level 20 being countered by a level 8 is not a great person to think about. Toussaint doesn't have much power of his own, but he can't help that he's a member of the Toho gang, or the brother of the Toho gang's boss. The two gang is within the National Vocational College, a little-known society. In your current situation, they are afraid that they will soon come to your door. Zhou Kai continued to speak, and Lin Jian listened for a moment, but didn't take it to heart. After coming out of the god's domain, the bounty quests hadn't even bothered to settle. The material that got here hasn't been cleaned up yet either. Lin Jian also had to go and prepare some magic crystals, which were similar to blood-strengthening agents. To Lin Jian, that was good stuff, so of course he had to prepare more. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Jian left the dormitory. After being a regular student, there were indeed a lot of conveniences. No matter where he went, no one would come to his door to provoke him. And when you get to the special recruiting area, it's even more of a scary look for all of them. If they hadn't recognized it as Lin Jian, the special admission students wouldn't have dared to approach the reward office. After the mission was handed over and the payment was received, the materials were disposed of in one breath to earn more than $2 million. However, when he thought about the price of magic crystals, Lin Jian instantly felt that this amount of money was just that. After all, one magic crystal was $500,000. Stockpiling more so that Lin Jian could go to the divine realm and find the blood demon essence to use to transfer. Yo, isn't this Lin Jian? A life-changing master who thinks that just because he walked out of the novice realm, he's not the same? Just a life-changer. How many lives can he have? Having just purchased the magic crystals, Lin Jian had planned to go back and plan to see if there were any quests that went to the spirit world copies. But before the people could arrive, they were blocked by a few people. Upon closer inspection, all of these people were regular students. I know you guys? Lin Jian frowned immediately as he looked at the other party's bad intentions. Right now, he only wanted to level up and improve his strength, and wasn't interested in taking care of other tedious matters. Naturally, there was no interest in hitching a ride with them. But nah, don't want trouble, but trouble still comes up. Kill Toussaint, and you think you're going to get away with it just because you became a regular student? Kid, even if you leveled up fast, you're only level 16. I'm telling you, you're dead today. Seeing the man in charge say this, Lin Jian probably understood. These people were the people from the two-gang society that Zhou Kai was talking about. However, since he was here to find trouble, Lin Jian didn't back down. I've heard that personal grudges between regular students can be resolved on their own. That's a good rule for the National Vocational College. Do it, and don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Lin Jian raised his hand in a gesture. Having reached level 16, he hadn't yet faced off against a transmogrifier. The three people in front of him were all higher in level than himself, and higher than Toussaint in the first place, basically all around 23. But Lin Jian was equally different. Sure is an uneducated guy. Lin Jian's arrogant provocation made the man in charge furious. The spirit of the weapon calls blood hook. The skill was activated, and the next moment a blood-red long hook emerged. This was the artifact spiritist profession, similar to a weapon master, but without the intensity of a weapon master, and belonged to the next tier of professions. As the bloody hook appeared, the man flung his hand in a gesture, and the bloody hook instantly smashed towards Lin Jian. Seeing this, Lin Jian didn't avoid it and raised his hand to clasp it, and countless barbs instantly protruded from the bloody hook, actually controlling Lin Jian's hand completely at once. Looking at the odd bloody hook, although it had caused damage to himself, this injury was not even enough for Lin Jian to stuff his teeth. That's it? Lin Jian laughed. Why did it feel like the skills of these transmuters were just like that? It's not as good as an attack from a wild monster. This amount of strength of yours is not enough to tickle me. In that case, I'll be rude. Change of life, divine chain binding. Not good. Do it quickly. Don't let him continue to unleash his skills. As he watched Lin Jian unleash his skills, the man in charge also reacted, and immediately violently flung his bloody hook, hard enough to rip Lin Jian's palm apart into a bloody mess. However, it was too late. Change of life, hell whale. Chapter 33, the two-clan crowd wailing all over the place. Changing lives, gravity. It was only when Lin Jian was about to use his third skill that the other two gang members around him reacted. Silence. A woman pointed her finger at Lin Jian and chided. Lin Jian raised his eyebrows slightly as he clearly sensed that he couldn't be releasing the gravity confinement skill anymore. Or rather, he couldn't release any of his skills anymore. However, the effects of the skills he had released earlier were still there, so Lin Jian was relieved. As for the neutral confinement that wasn't released, he didn't care. Ha ha ha, dumbfounded. I don't think you thought we'd have an S-rank forbidden master here. The man at the head of the group shouted excitedly. We came over to you after we learned about your skills. The gag master is a relatively rare profession, but at the same time, it is also extremely strong. Most of the skills of the gag master are control skills, the most disgusting of which is gagging. Once the ban is used, the enemy cannot use any active skills at all. It could be said that if they had banned Lin Jian before he could use his skills, then he really wouldn't have been able to deal with these people. Unfortunately, Lin Jian had used his skill one step ahead of the banning master. Lin Jian sneered and waved his ripped, bloody and torn palm. Don't you see? What's wrong? Lin Jian's words made the man in charge realize that something was wrong. An intense pain came from his own hand, a sharp pain that he simply couldn't stand. Ah ha ha ha. The man wailed and looked to his left hand, only to realize that it had long since turned into a puddle of mud. Aha, my hand. Asterisk. Screw him. He must be the one who did it. It hurts. Ji-Yun, why are you using your skills so slowly? The forbidden speech master named Ji-Yun was also pale at this time, her forehead covered in sweat, and she also knew that it was because of her mistake that she had caused the current predicament. You feel pain from such a small injury? Lin Jian coldly gazed at the crowd, his tone even more filled with malice. So what do you say? If I crush the heart, will it hurt you more? The faces of the two gangs people changed, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Previously, they only knew that Tosin was killed by Lin Jian, but relying on their high level, they thought that Lin Jian's skills were ineffective against them. Plus, there was the presence of the forbidden wordsmith. That's why they were so confident. Humph, do you think the two gang is that easy to mess with? At that moment, a man holding a staff in the crowd of the two gangs stood out. You're a life changer. What else can you do but change lives? Purification. A greenish-blue light shone on the bodies of the members of the two clan, and the two clan immediately felt the pain diminish. Healing. Another green light appeared, slowly healing the left hands of the crowd, and in just a few moments, the left hands of the members of the two gang had been restored as before. Ha ha ha, Lin Jian, you're out of ideas. The man at the head of the group laughed and pointed at the man holding the staff. This is an SS-ranked holy priest. His purification spell can purify all negative statuses. The skill you linked us to has been purified. Lin Jian snorted and said coldly, really? Then do you want to try again? Lin Jian's confident appearance caused the man in charge to hesitate a bit. Holy priest spoke confidently at this time. What are you afraid of? It's hard to believe that you still don't trust me. He's a punk life changer. I can just purify his skills at will. Right. The man at the head of the group instantly gained confidence as well. Let's all go together and save him a breath. But don't beat him to death. There's still a long day ahead of us. We'll have to teach him a good lesson. The man in the lead held a bloody hook and swung it directly towards Lin Jian. At the same time, the rest of the two gang on the side launched an attack. Eagle Spirit Wind Vector. This is an S-rank Beast Spirit Ranger, who can summon various beast spirits to attach to his weapon, increasing the power of his attacks. A translucent eagle spirit fused with the arrow and shot towards Lin Jian. Slow Curse, Binding Blade Curse, Armor Breaking Curse. A series of 3 dark black rays of light shone down on Lin Jian's body. An S-rank Curse Warlock, who could use various curses against his enemies. The 3 curses he put on Lin Jian could weaken Lin Jian's speed, attack power, and armor respectively. At the same time, the Bloodhook of the Leader Man and the Eagle Spirit Wind Vector of the Beast Spirit Archer hit Lin Jian at the same time. Pust! The Eagle Spirit Wind Vector shot straight through Lin Jian's right arm, and the bloody hook of the man in charge even pierced into Lin Jian's chest. Die for me! The man in the lead roared with a fierce face, and the bloody hook in his hand emerged with countless barbs hooking onto the bloody flesh at Lin Jian's chest. As the man in charge exerted his force, all the flesh and blood on Lin Jian's chest was torn off, and the entire chest became a bloody mess, and even white bones could be vaguely seen. Not bad. Lin Jian nodded appreciatively. This attack is a bit more powerful than the previous one. The people of the two gang also changed their faces at this moment, as they felt the familiar pain again. The entire 16 times of damage was all returned at this point. Even though these people were 5 or 6 levels higher than Lin Jian, the damage that was returned back was not something they could withstand. Ah, it hurts. Asterisk. Wang Yi, didn't you say you've purified his skills? Wang Yi, heal us quickly. The two gang members all covered their wounds with agonizing faces. All of their right arms were drooping, and the huge wounds almost separated their right arms. The wounds on the chest were even more appalling, and some people could even see the internal organs inside through the wounds. If it weren't for the fact that these people were clerics, they would have died here long ago. I'm afraid. Impossible. Why would my purification spell have no effect? Wang Yi shouted angrily. Ha, are you stupid? Lin Jian let out a light laugh and answered Wang Yi's doubts with a face full of disdain. You want to purify my SSS ranked priesthood skills with a single SS ranked priesthood skill? Then wouldn't this SSS ranked priesthood of mine be a little too worthless? Wang Yi's lips trembled, and he was tempted to say that life-changing masters were originally worthless and a wasteful profession. But when he thought that his purification spell hadn't been effective, he couldn't say anything at once. The wails of pain from the surrounding two gang people and the pain coming from their bodies made Wang Yi, who was a holy priest, react that now was not the time to dwell on this. He raised his staff and was just about to cast a healing spell when Lin Jian moved. Splat! Amidst Wang Yi's horrified gaze, his arm and staff fell to the ground together. If you want to heal them, then you need my permission to do so. Lin Jian grinned as he held a dagger. It was him who had just swung his sword and cut off his own arm before interrupting Wang Yi's spell casting. Chapter 34 Entering the Divine Realm Spirit Level Copy. Wang Yi was sweating in pain, but it was naturally impossible for him to beg Lin Jian. He was a regular student. If he begged for forgiveness from Lin Jian, a special enrollment student, then would he even want to hang out in the group of regular students in the future? Although the professional weapon had fallen with his arm, that didn't mean he couldn't cast spells, just that the effect would be weaker. Just as Wang Yi was about to continue using his healing technique, a large foot came into view. Boom! Wang Yi was sent flying by a kick, and the injuries on his body became even more serious. What? And try to use a healing spell in front of me? Lin Jian smiled and retracted his leg. He was the one who had just kicked out. Wang Yi looked at Lin Jian in despair, as well as the two gang members who had all been seriously injured on the side. If there was no one to block Lin Jian, he wouldn't have a chance to use his skills at all. At this moment, the lives of the people of the two gang were completely in Lin Jian's hands. Lin Jian, you can't kill us. Wang Yi swallowed his saliva, his face full of anxiety. Vice President Ji has said that any further maiming will be severely punished. If you kill us, no one will protect you. Yeah, Vice President Ji did say that. Lin Jian grinned like a demon. But these injuries on your bodies are not caused by me. This is your own attack. Plus, what's wrong with killing you people? Even if you get some punishment? Do you think it's more important to have a bunch of dead people or one living one? Wang Yi's face grew paler and paler, and the other two gang members around him were also filled with horror at this time. They all thought of Tosin, who had been resolved by Lin Jian earlier. The man at the head of the group was crying in pain at this moment as he crawled to Lin Jian's side. Lin Jian, no Master Lin. You, just spare us. We also came over to deal with you because of the orders of those people from the two gang. Lin Jian let out a cold smile. He had just learned about the two gang from Zhou Kai, and the two gang had sent someone to deal with him. It looked like he had to find a chance to teach those people from the two gang a lesson. However, it was imperative to carry out a transfer, and the two gang, as a society of the National Vocational College, must have quite a few high-level existences within it. The only way to hit the door is to transfer and level up. It's not impossible to spare you. Lin Jian looked at the crowd in front of him with a smile on his face. Wang Yi and the others all looked at Lin Jian excitedly. They naturally didn't want to die if they could live. All of you kneel down and learn to bark. For every 3 barks you learn, and then yell out that the people of the two gang are all of you. Stick to it for 3 minutes and I'll spare your lives. Wang Yi and the others looked at each other in dismay. They all knew how powerful the two gang was, and inwardly they were naturally unwilling to do so. Once they did that, they would have a hard time in the two gang in the future. With the injuries you have, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold out in 5 minutes. Keep hesitating and you may not always get another chance. Wang Yi and the others were pale. At this moment, Lin Jian was the devil in their eyes. Woof woof woof. The figure gang is S-Class Forbidden Words Master Ji Yun was the first to kneel on the ground and shouted while learning to bark like a dog. The pain coursing through her body, and the feeling of her life draining out of her, dared her to think too much about it. With Ji Yun taking the lead, the others couldn't care less and all began to do as they were told. Lin Jian retrieved his dagger and walked in the direction of the Divine Realm Stone Tablet. You guys go on. I'll be watching you the whole time. And if anyone doesn't last 3 minutes, you know the consequences. Lin Jian, who had left behind a sentence, just left. However, none of Wang Yi and the others who stayed in place dared to stop. They all knew that with Lin Jian's life-changing master's ability, as long as he still linked them, even if he went far away, he could still kill them. In the face of life and death, no one dared to bet on whether or not Lin Jian was watching them from afar. Soon, the Toho gang knew what was going on here. A group of people rushed over, and at this time, Wang Yi and the others also ended their 3-minute barking, and under Wang Yi's treatment, the injuries on their bodies gradually recovered. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Zhao Ji, the third in command of the two gang society, coldly looked at Wang Yi and the others and asked, Wang Yi and the others all lowered their heads in silence. They all knew that what they had just done had angered this third leader of the two gang. Zhao Ji scanned the others who had gathered around to watch the show. So fond of watching the action. Shall I take you all to the two gang to watch the action? Zhao Ji's cold voice caused many of the onlookers to change their faces. The two gang was little known in the National Vocational College and did extremely overbearing things. Many people had been bullied by the two gang. However, there is also more than just one club in the state college. The figure gang. Yo, Zhao Laosan, take me to the two gang to see the action? A man spoke up at that moment. I'd like to see how many you have in your two gang. Zhao Ji's face was grim, and his gaze coldly looked at the man in the crowd. Feng Yi, is your Flying Bird Society trying to start a war with our two gang? Feng Yi had a hangdog look. At Zhao Ji's words, he looked very disdainful. Zhao Laosan, as far as you two gang stripe are concerned, we Flying Birds can take care of you with just a few people, okay? Zhao Ji snorted coldly. Although Feng Yi's words were a bit exaggerated, the Flying Birds were indeed stronger than the two gang. The figure gang was only a minor celebrity, while the Flying Birds were one of the 5 major clubs in the National Vocational College. He coldly swept his eyes at Wang Yi and the others. If it wasn't for these losers, he wouldn't have lost face in front of so many people. Under Zhao Ji's gaze, Wang Yi could only stiffly tell what happened. Well, what a Lin Jian. Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with killing intent. In his heart, Lin Jian was already a dead man. Arriving at the Divine Realm Stone Tablet, Lin Jian looked at the novice realm that he couldn't choose from and directly chose the Spirit Realm. Hey, isn't that Lin Jian? Yeah, that's him. Why is he here again? Holy, he entered the Spirit World copy alone. What? He went in alone? Doesn't he know that the Spirit World is different from the Novice World? No way. Isn't that common sense? It seems like he hasn't transferred yet, right? Entering a Spirit World copy by himself without a transfer. TSK, that's pretty bold. The people beside the Divine Realm Stone Monument who were originally preparing to enter the copy all stopped at this moment when they noticed Lin Jian's movements. For Lin Jian, a famous person in the National Vocational College, many people have heard about his deeds. Now that he saw that Lin Jian had entered the Spirit Realm all by himself before he had even transferred, he was immediately interested and wanted to see how Lin Jian would perform in the Spirit Realm copy. TSK, this Lin Jian is really bold. He even chose a copy of the Scarlet Castle. What? You mean the Scarlet Castle that's comparable to a copy of the Dragon Realm? Chapter 35, The 5 Societies are on the move. The two men's exclamations of surprise instantly attracted the attention of many people. There are many copies of the Spirit World, but among these copies to say that the most difficult, that Scarlet Castle is undoubtedly the most difficult. Unlike other copies that can be teamed up, Scarlet Castle cannot be teamed up, which means that Scarlet Castle is an extremely rare single-player copy. Another thing that makes Scarlet Castle different from the other copies as well is that Scarlet Castle doesn't require the cleric to find the monsters on their own, as the monsters are all in one castle. The whole castle is full of all kinds of monsters. Only after cleaning up all the monsters in the castle and the 5 bosses in the castle, it can be considered a complete pass. Its difficulty was so high that it was simply not something that could be cleared by a cleric who had only transmigrated once. Scarlet Castle was also thus considered by many clerics that this copy should be a Dragon Realm copy. TSK, is this guy Lin Jian crazy? Even if he breaks into a copy alone, he still chooses Scarlet Castle. Isn't this looking for death? I guess he thought he was bullish after clearing a copy of the Novice Realm. An egomaniac like him wouldn't survive 2 chapters in a novel. Whoa! Just as the crowd by the Divine Realm Stone Tablet was talking, a small group of people hurriedly arrived. The leader, Zhao Ji, scanned the surrounding crowd and after realizing that there was no sign of Lin Jian, he instantly understood that Lin Jian should have entered the Divine Realm. Humph! Wait with me for that Lin Jian fellow to come out. Zhao Ji snorted coldly, his tone icy. I'll let him know that our two gang is not that easy to mess with. One by one, the clerics holding professional weapons that were at least S-rank directly surrounded the Divine Realm Stone Monument. As soon as Lin Jian came out of the Divine Realm, they would make a move against him. These are the elite of the two gang, aren't they? Why are they all gathered here? A passerby asked suspiciously. The passerby next to him, who knew the inside story, laughed and explained the reason. Seeing as you don't know yet, a group of people from the two gang just went to look for trouble with that Lin Jian guy. As a result, these guys weren't even a match for Lin Jian, and they were directly beaten by Lin Jian in that miserable O. In order to stay alive, those guys from the two gang learned to bark like a dog while yelling at the two gang for being. The words of passers-by quickly spread. The surrounding crowd, too, understood why Zhao Ji had surrounded the Divine Realm Stone Monument with the people from the two gang. Ha, Zhao Ji, you two gang are a bit too vegetable, right? Indulgent laughter rang through the crowd. Zhao Ji's cold gaze went straight to the direction where the laughter came from. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding people all tacitly stepped aside. They didn't want to mess with the two gang for no reason. The crowd parted and a scarred man appeared in sight. The scarred man didn't seem to care at all about offending the two gang as he looked at Zhao Ji with a teasing face. Zhao Ji, your two gang is getting worse by the day. You can't even beat a special enrollment. And now you've even gathered all of the two gang's elite. What? Are you guys preparing a group of people to surround a special enrollment? Zhao Ji gritted his teeth. The words of the scarred man in front of him were simply a slap in his face. But what the scarred man said was also the truth. As for making a move on Scarman, Zhao Ji simply didn't have the guts. Nyomu, don't mind your own business. Nyomu picked his nose, full of disinterest. A giant axe appeared in his hand at some point, and Nyomu waved the giant axe in his hand. What? Zhao Ji, do you want to spar with me? Or is it that the guy in Tuli who is 98 on the Heavens Pride ranking wants to spar with me? Who is 32 on the Heavens Pride ranking? Zhao Ji snorted coldly and didn't dare to answer. The Heavens Pride ranking was a list in the National Vocational Academy that ranked the 100 strongest people in the National Vocational Academy. Among them, Tuli, the leader of the two gang, was ranked 98 on the Heavens Pride ranking. It was also because of Tuli that the two gang was little known. The opposite side, Nyomu, was ranked 32 on the Heavens Pride ranking. The huge difference in rankings meant that Nyomu could easily defeat Tuli. Of course, if only Cattle Pastor a figure gang can still deal with. After all, one-on-one cannot beat the group beating well. What really made Zhao Ji scornful was the Star Ceremony Society behind Nyomu. The Star Ceremony Society was one of the 5 major societies, not something that a little-known society like the two gang could mess with. Seeing that Zhao Ji didn't say anything else, Nyomu was also bored and put away his giant axe. He couldn't look down on the two clan, but he wouldn't take on the two clan just because of Lin Jian, someone he had never met. Swish, swish, swish. At some point, a figure appeared around the Divine Realm Stone Monument. Some were in the surrounding houses, some were hidden in the crowd, and some were even standing in front of the Divine Realm Stone Tablet. Old ox, you've got nothing to do again, have you? Nyomu was surprised to hear a voice coming from behind him and turned back. A person wearing a Taoist robe and holding a floating dust like a child slowly walked over. Boy, what's gotten you boys all out? The Dao-robed man let out a light laugh and pointed to the Divine Realm Stone Monument not far away. I'm not the only one who came. The Flying Bird Club, the Tiger and Leopard Club, the Flower Moon Club, and the Air Spirit Club are all here. Nyomu scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted a familiar figure. He touched his head, full of confusion. Suyu, what's going on here? Why are all the people from the 5 major clubs here? Suyu put down the floating dust in his hands and faintly explained. Lin Jian knows, doesn't he? The society's analysis report on him is out. Nyomu instantly became interested. He had just been arguing with Zhao Ji because of Lin Jian. The analysis report of the club is actually the conclusion of the club's analysis of all aspects of the students of the National Vocational College. Those of them that are highly rated will naturally be taken in by the society. This is one of the reasons why the 5 major clubs of the National Vocational College have remained unchanged, even though students from the 5 major clubs have continued to graduate, while at the same time there have always been new students with high potentials being pulled into the clubs. Nyomu asked with interest. It looks like this Lin Jian's analysis report is highly rated, otherwise it wouldn't have sent out so many people. I remember the last time so many people came out. It was because of me, wasn't it? Suyu nodded slightly, his face very serious. Not high, extremely high. According to the society's analysis, Lin Jian possesses extremely strong restorative powers and is even suspected to have the ability to resurrect, and coupled with the special nature of the life-changing master's skills, ordinary people are simply no match for him. Our club's evaluation of Lin Jian is 95 points, and I guess the other 4 clubs are similar. 95 points. Nyomu couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. His rating back then was only 86 points, and according to the one he pointed out as number 1 on the Heavens Remarks list, it was only 93 points back then. This Lin Jian's rating was even higher than the number 1 on the Heavens Remarks list? Chapter 36, The Scarlet Castle. Divine Spirit World, Scarlet Castle. A blood-red castle stood under a blood moon. A light reddish fog filled the area, making the surrounding vision extremely poor. The corners of Lin Jian's mouth rose slightly as he surveyed the castle in front of him. Before entering the spirit world, Lin Jian had deliberately investigated a few of the more famous spirit world copies. One of them, the Scarlet Castle, was even taken in by Lin Jian at a glance. The monsters were all gathered in the castle, which, in Lin Jian's opinion, wasn't the same as saying that he didn't have to painstakingly look for the monsters one by one. He could just go straight to the door. As for the high number of monsters, Lin Jian needed more monsters, and the more monsters there were, the more magic crystals there would be, plus the bounty quest he took when he came in. This trip was a straight-up big profit alright. Lin Jian surveyed the castle in front of him. Saying it was a castle was actually more like a huge manor. The manor is filled with monsters, including a mini-boss in the north, south, east, and west, while in the castle at the center is the final boss of this copy. Walking into the manor, in front of Lin Jian, more than 30 monsters appeared. No wonder so many people are saying that the Scarlet Castle should be a copy of the Dragon Realm. There's simply no one who can deal with so many monsters, right? And it's still a single copy. Those people couldn't even team up if they wanted to. This was just after entering the manor, and Lin Jian had encountered over 30 monsters, so you could imagine how dense the monsters in this copy were. But just because other people couldn't solve it didn't mean Lin Jian couldn't. Ow. The monster in the lead let out a wolf howl, and the 30-odd monsters behind him howled up to the sky one after another. Wild monster, bloodthirsty demon wolf. Grade, B. Level, 25. Talent, wolf pack. When the number of wolves in a pack is greater than 10 and there is a wolf king present, all bloodthirsty demon wolves' attributes are enhanced by 50%. Skill, dance with wolves. Let out a wolf howl to inspire yourself and other bloodthirsty demon wolves around you to gain up to a 10% increase in all attributes. Skill, bloodlust. When dealing damage to an enemy, you can gain 1/10 of the damage healed. More than 30 bloodthirsty demon wolves were just staring at Lin Jian in death, and the bloodthirsty wolf king at the head of them was even a Class A monster. These 30-odd bloodthirsty demon wolves alone were enough to stop 90% of the students of the National Vocational College. However, to Lin Jian, these bloodthirsty demon wolves were still too weak. Ow. With a wolf howl from the bloodthirsty wolf king, the bloodthirsty demon wolves all methodically rushed towards Lin Jian. Lin Jian didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, a confident smile appeared on his face. Change of life, divine chain binding. Change of life, hell whale. Gravity confinement. In an instant, 3 skills were used, and the bloodthirsty demon wolves that rushed at the front were all bound by Lin Jian. The bloodthirsty demon wolf that was leaning back, on the other hand, had its speed greatly reduced because of the gravity confinement. Lin Jian's current divine chain could only link 16 targets, so he purposely didn't use gravity imprisonment on the top 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves. The purpose was to resolve the 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves in front of them before resolving the rest. The slowdown of the bloodthirsty demon wolves in the back caused the wolves to have some panic. However, under the command of the bloodthirsty wolf king, the frontmost 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves still rushed in front of Lin Jian. Woo-hoo-hoo! The bloodthirsty demon wolves surrounded Lin Jian, and all of them let out low growls as if they would attack at any moment. Lin Jian simply raised his hand, and the bloodthirsty demon wolves instantly launched an attack. One by one, the sharp claws of the wolves attacked Lin Jian, and there were quite a few bloodthirsty demon wolves that even bit directly at Lin Jian's throat and other fatal parts. A shocking wound appeared on Lin Jian's body, and the bloodthirsty demon wolves didn't continue to pursue after their attack was successful, but instead retreated to their original position. They continued to surround Jian Lin, seemingly looking for their next opportunity. At this moment, Lin Jian looked very miserable. His entire body was almost completely covered in wounds caused by the bloodthirsty demon wolf. The aorta at his throat was bitten off and his heart was penetrated by the wolf's claws. Looking at the bloodthirsty demon wolves, Lin Jian revealed a bright smile. It's your turn. That's a whole 16 times the damage. God's domain beyond. At the square, the people from the 5 major societies couldn't help but smack their lips a little as they looked at Lin Jian's location on the map of the Scarlet Castle. This guy is so unlucky to land on the west side of the opening. If I remember correctly, the bloodthirsty demon wolf's pack in the west is a tough one to deal with, isn't it? Is that called hard to deal with? No one of the same level can even handle the bloodthirsty wolves by themselves. Okay, indeed, those bloodthirsty demon wolves are like an army. Not only are they well trained, but they also have a wolf king in command. No. I think the most disgusting thing is the bloodthirsty demon wolf's ability to recover alright. As long as you can't kill them, they can keep recovering. The people from the 5 major societies were talking, and their words were all filled with disfavor towards Lin Jian. They had all read the society's analysis report and knew that Lin Jian's strongest point lay in the interplay between his superb recovery and the life-changing master's skills. But Lin Jian himself doesn't actually have any damaging skills, relying mainly on his enemies' attacks or self-inflicted wounds. And in order to solve the bloodthirsty demon wolf, one must have the ability to kill the bloodthirsty demon wolf in seconds in order to do so. Lin Jian simply had no other way but to use his own death to trade lives with the bloodthirsty demon wolf. The people from the 5 major societies all suspected that Lin Jian possessed the ability to resurrect, but they didn't think that Lin Jian could resurrect indefinitely. So no one would think that Lin Jian would use his precious resurrection ability on a small monster either. I guess it's coming out soon. The Scarlet Castle isn't humanly passable at all. Look, Lin Jian is surrounded by bloodthirsty wolves. Over 30 bloodthirsty wolves. Now Lin Jian can only choose to exit the copy. It's a pity. If we bypassed the bloodthirsty wolves and dealt with the boss directly, Lin Jian would actually still have a chance. Amidst the lamentations of the crowd of the 5 major societies, Lin Jian's mark on the map disappeared into thin air. Soon, Lin Jian's markings reappeared, while 16 bloodthirsty demon wolf markings disappeared from the bloodthirsty wolf pack. This is Lin Jian using his resurrection ability? Stupid. Too stupid. Using the resurrection ability against a small monster. How can you deal with a boss then? Could it be that Lin Jian can be revived more than just once? How is that possible? You think resurrection is easy? While the crowd outside the god's domain was bickering, Lin Jian inside the god's domain was full of smiles at this moment. Bang! 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 A series of wounds appeared on the bodies of the bloodthirsty demon wolves, and in an instant, the bloodthirsty demon wolves that attacked Lin Jian all wailed in pain. The fatal wounds at the heart and throat even made it impossible for these bloodthirsty demon wolves to continue attacking or escaping. They staggered to support their bodies, yet 2 fatal wounds had doomed them to no possibility of survival. Chapter 37 More Than One Resurrection. In just a few moments, all 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves were lying powerless and dead on the ground. Until this moment, the bloodthirsty wolf king not far away hadn't even reacted to what was going on. Ding! Killed the level 23B wild monster bloodthirsty demon wolf. Gained 2000 experience value. 16 messages popped up in a row, causing the smile on Lin Jian's face to grow even wider. At this rate, the experience he needed to transfer was expected to come together soon. Sure enough, it's better to be in a place where monsters like this are clustered, and you can just take care of 16 of them at once. But my level is still a bit low. If my level was high enough, these 30-odd monsters could all be completely eliminated in seconds. Lin Jian's gaze looked in the direction of the bloodthirsty demon wolf again. His entire body dyed red with blood. At this moment he was more of a monster than these monsters. Ow! The bloodthirsty wolf king looked at Lin Jian with scorn. The sudden violent deaths of those bloodthirsty demon wolves just now were simply incomprehensible to his limited intelligence. But it knew that the violent deaths of those bloodthirsty demon wolves definitely had something to do with Lin Jian. Under Lin Jian's astonished gaze, the bloodthirsty demon wolf took the remaining bloodthirsty demon wolves and turned to run. Hiss! Are all these monsters so smart that they run away if they can't beat them? Lin Jian somewhat helplessly pulled out the weapon he had prepared. A long knife. Earlier, he had stabbed himself while chasing after those wild monsters in order to take care of them. So he had been prepared for this for a long time. After just resolving the 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves, he directly linked the remaining 15 bloodthirsty demon wolves and the Wolf King. At this moment, if these bloodthirsty demon wolves wanted to run, they would have to ask Lin Jian if he was willing to do so. The bloodthirsty Wolf King ran wildly while using his afterimage to look at Lin Jian behind him. It was on guard against Lin Jian's sudden strike, and as long as Lin Jian made a move, it would command the wolves to dodge. In the bloodthirsty Wolf King's horrified gaze, Lin Jian grabbed his hair with one hand, while his other hand gripped the long knife and chopped off his head with a single slash. The bloodthirsty Wolf King's already unintelligent head was instantly stuck. The human, who killed himself. The Wolf King was puzzled when his vision suddenly swirled skyward. It was hard for his vision to stabilize, but he saw a pack of headless bloodthirsty demon wolves running around. As they ran, these headless bloodthirsty demon wolves collapsed one after another. Are there any other bloodthirsty wolves around here? Why don't they have heads? The one at the front. Why does it feel so familiar? A final doubt surfaced in the bloodthirsty Wolf King's mind before he was plunged into darkness. Ding! Killed level 24 a rank wild monster bloodthirsty Wolf King. Gained 2,500 experience value. Lin Jian sighed in relief as he looked at the bloodthirsty wolves whose heads were rolling all over the ground. As for himself, his wounds had long since recovered. Bloodthirsty demon wolf's wolf teeth, wolf claws and wolf skins were all materials needed for bounty quests, as well as weapons needed for many professions weapon forging, coupled with the fact that the bloodthirsty demon wolf was a pack animal. Once encountered it was a pack, so the price of the materials on the bloodthirsty demon wolf was still very high. Lin Jian happily collected the materials from the bloodthirsty demon wolf as well as the magic crystals. Packing up his things, Lin Jian continued to walk in the direction of the castle. He was going to clear out all the wild monsters and mini-bosses in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and north before tackling the final boss in the castle. After all, a monster-intensive copy like the Scarlet Castle, it was still a question of whether or not you would be able to encounter it in the future. God's Domain Beyond. The people from the 5 major societies just watched as Lin Jian's mark on the map flickered, as if it was a bad contact. This map, it's not broken, is it? A man in the crowd said weakly. Why has Lin Jian disappeared several times? And those bloodthirsty wolves' markings are all gone. Could it be that Lin Jian wiped out all the bloodthirsty wolves? How can that be? That's a bloodthirsty wolf pack, one of the toughest pack monsters to deal with. Then how do you explain the fact that all the markings of the bloodthirsty wolves on the map are gone? There's no way the map could be broken. This is the divine realm. It should be that Lin Jian died a few times and took care of all the bloodthirsty wolves. Hiss! This Lin Jian even solved the bloodthirsty wolves. Will he be able to pass the Scarlet Castle? Right? Impossible. The bloodthirsty wolves are just small monsters, alright. The Scarlet Castle is not that simple. While the surrounding crowd of onlookers were chattering and discussing, the people from the 5 major clubs were only concerned about the fact that Lin Jian mark had disappeared several times. Generally, the marker only disappears when you die or exit your copy. However, Lin Jian didn't exit the copy, but the marker disappeared several times and then lit up again. The answer was in the minds of all present. Maybe Lin Jian's resurrection wasn't something that could only be used once. At the thought of this possibility, the people from the 5 major societies present all of a sudden had incomparably blazing gazes. They were all well aware of how terrifying the potential of a life-changing master with the ability to resurrect multiple times and strong recovery power was. Hey, this is going to be a problem. Suyu sighed helplessly. He was already afraid of trouble, and this time he would come just on a whim. But as a result, who would have thought that this Lin Jian's potential was so high? It was probably difficult to snatch Lin Jian from the other societies, but if they didn't, going back was probably troublesome. Hey, it's still a pain in the ass. Nyomu looked at Suyu, whose small face was wrinkled into a ball beside her, and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. When the 5 major societies were fighting over him, they almost all fought. His rating at the time was still only 86, and now Lin Jian's rating was as high as 95, plus the ability to be revived multiple times. It is estimated that these people from the 5 major societies will have their dog brains beaten out of them this time. Look, Lin Jian has cleared out all the monsters in the west. No way. Is he preparing to clear all the small monsters before going to fight the boss? That mini-boss to the west seems to be a werewolf, right? Yes, it's the werewolf. Back then, Li Chengfeng, who was the 18th in the heavens remarkable ranking, was the one who almost died in the hands of this werewolf. Then Lin Jian is probably hanging by a thread. Within these few mini-bosses of the Scarlet Castle, it's the werewolf that has the strongest recovery ability. I heard that even Li Chengfeng cut off that werewolf's head back then, and that werewolf didn't even die. Really? Is it that good? What's the point of lying to you? That's what Li Chengfeng himself said. The onlookers of the transmogrifier were talking. Even though Lin Jian had cleared all the small monsters in the west before, they didn't think that Lin Jian was a match for the small boss in the west. Scarlet Castle so far no one passes. In addition to the large number of small monsters, one of the greater reasons is that the boss is very perverted. Almost all of the people on the Heaven's Pride ranking had entered the copy of the Scarlet Castle. Before going in, they all thought they could pass with their strength, but every single one of them ended up falling at the feet of the boss. That's why even the people from the 5 major societies didn't think that Lin Jian would be able to take care of the werewolves in the slightest. Chapter 38 S-Class Boss Dark Knight Werewolf. It's a pity. If Lin Jian had descended to the east, it would still be possible. The mini-boss to the east is indeed a bit better, but the one in the castle can be harder to deal with than the werewolf. Hey, I don't know how this copy of Scarlet Castle got leveled as a Spirit World copy. I've heard that it seems to be graded as a Spirit Realm copy because the monsters inside are of a lower level. Inside the Divine Realm, Lin Jian had seen his target in his line of sight. The dark, but rooted hair that stood up like steel needles, a pair of blood-red eyes, and that robust body. All of them were illustrating the power of the monster in front of him. Wild Monster, Bloodthirsty Werewolf. Grade, S. Level, 28. Talent, Dark Moon Bloodline, Under the Light of the Moon. A werewolf's recovery is enhanced by 1000% and speed by 50%. Skill, Demonic Flesh, defense is enhanced by 80%. Physical damage received is reduced by 30%. And physical strength can be consumed to recover quickly when the body is hit hard. Skill, Bloodthirsty Tear, clings to the enemy, constantly tearing at them, attacking them while healing himself. Skill, Dark Moon Wolf Howl, absorbs the essence of the moon and lets out a howl, dealing mental damage to enemies while stunning them. Hiss. Lin Jian sucked in a mouthful of cold air and immediately felt some toothache. He had heard before that the werewolf to the west in the Scarlet Castle was the most difficult to deal with within the mini-bosses, but he realized after seeing it that it wasn't generally difficult to deal with. Ow. Without waiting for Lin Jian to think too much, the bloodthirsty werewolves not too far away had already discovered his trail. Along with a wolf howl, a figure instantly appeared beside Lin Jian. Boom! Lin Jian's pupils shrunk, and his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. After hitting several trees in a row, he came to a stop on top of a wall. Cough cough. Lin Jian stood up in a cloud of dust. There was a huge wound on his chest, through which his beating heart could even be seen. This werewolf's speed, it's too fast. Lin Jian gazed at the bloodthirsty werewolf standing in his original position, his gaze filled with vigilance. Although that just now had something to do with his lack of defense, he really didn't see the bloodthirsty werewolf's attack clearly. The bloodthirsty werewolf's level was a full 12 levels higher than Lin Jian's, and his attributes were much higher than Lin Jian's, plus the skill's bonus to speed. It could be said that in front of the bloodthirsty werewolf, Lin Jian's speed was just like slow play. The level is still too low. Lin Jian couldn't help but sigh. If he had the same level as the bloodthirsty werewolf, he wouldn't be so passive. Seeing that the bloodthirsty werewolf didn't move, Lin Jian hurriedly used his skills. Change of life, divine chain binding. Change of life, hell whale. Change of life, gravity confinement. In an instant Lin Jian used all of his skills. He knew that with the speed of the bloodthirsty werewolf, if he didn't use his skills in the first instance, he would only be able to take a beating as a sandbag after that. The bloodthirsty werewolf's gaze suddenly looked in Lin Jian's direction. A pair of blood-red eyes revealed a hint of humanized doubt. The bloodthirsty werewolf didn't know how many enemies as weak as Lin Jian had encountered. Every single time, he was killed in a single strike, which was the reason why he just didn't chase after them to continue the attack. Swish! The bloodthirsty werewolf didn't think much of it, and if he didn't kill it, he'd just make up for it. A residual shadow rushed towards Lin Jian, and this time, because of the 50 times gravity of the gravity bind, Lin Jian could barely make out the bloodthirsty werewolf's figure. However, Lin Jian didn't fend off the bloodthirsty werewolf's attack. He had now linked the bloodthirsty werewolf. A bloodthirsty werewolf hitting him would be like hitting himself. Blood-red wolf claws roughly tore open Lin Jian's chest, and one wolf claw reached into Lin Jian's body, crushing and exploding his heart. Cough cough. Lin Jian couldn't control his coughing, and the bloodthirsty werewolf on the side didn't spare him. The blood-red wolf claws were like sharp steel knives, directly splitting Lin Jian's body in half. Looking at Lin Jian, who had fallen to the ground and was split in half, his heart pinched and burst. The bloodthirsty werewolf was relieved. That should kill this human now. Boom! Without waiting for the bloodthirsty werewolf to react, his heart suddenly exploded open, and an extremely deep wound appeared on his waist. The wound cut off more than 2/3 of the werewolf's waist, nearly cutting him off at the waist. The level difference is too great. 16 times the damage didn't even cause the bloodthirsty werewolf to take the same amount of damage as himself. Lin Jian looked at the bloodthirsty werewolf somewhat helplessly. The 12-level difference, coupled with the skill bonuses, gave the bloodthirsty werewolf a very impressive defense. So even if Lin Jian linked bloodthirsty werewolf, the return damage was only about 60 or 70%. Ow! The bloodthirsty werewolf wailed in pain, blood flowing along the wound like a stream. On the other side, the injuries on Lin Jian's body recovered quickly and soon returned to normal. He looked at the bloodthirsty werewolf in front of him, who had originally been deeply and seriously injured, but at this moment, he had already recovered more or less. A single sprout of flesh sprang up from the wound in his waist, and the wound continued to recover. The recovery speed wasn't as fast as Lin Jian's, but it was still amazing enough. This bloodthirsty werewolf's recovery power is a little too perverted, isn't it? It's going to return to normal so soon? Lin Jian smacked his lips a little. He finally realized how helpless those monsters were when they faced themselves before. I'll kill you while you're sick. If I really let you recover, I'll be the one in bad luck. Lin Jian took out his own long knife and without the slightest hesitation gave himself a slash to the waist. The bloodthirsty werewolf's wound, which had already recovered most of the way, instantly collapsed and opened up, while an even bigger wound appeared on the bloodthirsty werewolf's waist, directly cutting the bloodthirsty werewolf's waist into two halves. Ow! The bloodthirsty werewolf wailed in pain as his gaze instantly looked towards Lin Jian. He was just as stupid as he was, but he knew that the injuries he suffered must have something to do with Lin Jian. However, on Lin Jian's side, he was acting like an ancient executioner, holding his hair in one hand and a knife in the other, constantly beheading himself. If he wasn't worried that the head would roll all over the place if he didn't grab it, Lin Jian would want to take turns decapitating the head with a knife in both hands. Only after Lin Jian decapitated himself for the second time did the bloodthirsty werewolf's body and head separate. Phew, now you're dead. Lin Jian looked at the bloodthirsty werewolf whose eyes were gradually losing their light, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of boss with high defense and strong recovery was the one he hated dealing with the most. Of course, this was also because the level difference between the two sides was too great. If the levels were the same, bloodthirsty werewolf Lin Jian would still be easy to deal with. Just as Lin Jian was about to put away his long sword, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. If the bloodthirsty werewolf had been killed by him, then why hadn't he heard the system message? Chapter 39 Bloodthirsty Werewolf's Perverted Recovery Ability. Realizing that the bloodthirsty werewolf wasn't dead, Lin Jian didn't even look in the direction of the bloodthirsty werewolf, but instead swung his sword directly at his own head. However, Lin Jian was still a step too late. Ow! Deafening howls came from the direction of the bloodthirsty werewolf's corpse, and Lin Jian only felt a heavy blow to his head. Lin Jian, whose head was groggy, couldn't perceive the situation around him at all. At this moment, the direction of the bloodthirsty werewolf's corpse, the bloodthirsty werewolf's head quickly connected with the body. The bloodthirsty werewolf didn't wait for his body to fully recover. Only just connecting his body, he violently pounced on Lin Jian to the ground. At this moment, Lin Jian finally came out of his dizziness. It was the bloodthirsty werewolf's skill. Dark Moon Wolf Howl. Lin Jian instantly thought of the bloodthirsty werewolf's skill. And the werewolf that was now pouncing Lin Jian to the ground was undoubtedly another skill in use, bloodthirsty tear. Pieces of flesh and blood were torn off of Lin Jian's body, while a wound erupted from the bloodthirsty werewolf's body. However, these wounds recovered at an extremely fast rate, which was exactly the effect of bloodthirsty bites. Although the injuries on Lin Jian's body could return 60 to 70% to the bloodthirsty werewolf's body, the bloodthirsty werewolf that used bloodthirsty tear recovered faster than it was injured. In just a few moments, all the wounds on the bloodthirsty werewolf's body were healed, and the bloodthirsty werewolf stopped tearing. As for Lin Jian, at this time, his whole body was also broken and unrecognizable. This guy is so perverted. Lin Jian lay on the ground and couldn't help but curse out profanities. All along, because of his sister's existence, Lin Jian would rarely swear, but the bloodthirsty werewolf's perversion made him really unable to resist swearing. Lin Jian was just lying on the ground, and had no intention of getting up. His body was like a rag now. There was no point in getting up. It was better to lie down and wait for recovery. As for the bloodthirsty werewolf standing next to him, Lin Jian didn't care. It wasn't like the other party could kill him anyway. Pust. The bloodthirsty werewolf also seemed to realize that Lin Jian was very difficult to kill, and the blood-red wolf claws directly slapped Lin Jian's head to pieces. Boom! The bloodthirsty werewolf's head also cracked open, and a hideous wound surfaced on the bloodthirsty werewolf's head. Looking at the unrecognizable Lin Jian, the bloodthirsty werewolf was relieved. He stepped aside into a clearing and absorbed the moonlight to recover from his injuries. This guy is really ruthless. Lin Jian looked at the bloodthirsty werewolf who was about to recover almost as much not far away, and a sardonic smile appeared on his face. But I can be more ruthless than you. Pust. Lin Jian slashed at his own head, directly splitting his head in half. Ow. The bloodthirsty werewolf let out a miserable howl, and his head, which was about to recover, had a huge wound appear at that moment. The wound ran from the top of the head to where the werewolf's nose was, almost splitting the bloodthirsty werewolf's head in half. The bloodthirsty werewolf knew that the injuries on his body must have something to do with Lin Jian, and he wanted to continue using bloodthirsty tear to recover from his injuries in his old trick. However, his eyes had already been blurred by blood and his brain was like mush after receiving a heavy blow to the head. At this moment, the bloodthirsty werewolf couldn't even see the situation around him, let alone find Lin Jian's position. After a few moments had passed, when the bloodthirsty werewolf's vision had recovered almost as much as his wounds had recovered halfway, he also saw Lin Jian's figure in his sight. Lin Jian held his long sword in his hand and looked at the bloodthirsty werewolf with a fierce smile. Dog, I don't believe you won't die even after this. In the bloodthirsty werewolf's horrified gaze, Lin Jian split his head in half with another slash. Ka-chow. The wound on the bloodthirsty werewolf's head instantly split open, and the entire head was split in half. Phew, this should be dead now. Lin Jian recovered and looked in the direction of the bloodthirsty werewolf, only to see that the bloodthirsty werewolf's head was recovering at an extremely slow pace. This isn't even dead. This guy's brains are coming out. Is it too much to ask that he's still alive? Lin Jian gritted his teeth and gave himself a few more slashes until the bloodthirsty werewolf's head split into 4 pieces, which was when he finally heard the system message. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Scarlet Castle boss. The level 28 S-ranked wild monster bloodthirsty werewolf. Kill level 28 S-class wild monster. Gain 10,000 experience value. Divine Realm Spirit World full map notification. SSS ranked cleric life changer. Lin Jian killed the Scarlet Castle boss, setting a new record. Rewarded with 2,000 experience value. Lin Jian sat on the ground gasping for breath, finally dead. No wonder they say this guy is the hardest boss to kill in Scarlet Castle. With so many enemies and monsters that Lin Jian had encountered, whether it was S-ranked wild monsters or those S-ranked clerics from the National Academy, he could handle them all with ease. The bloodthirsty werewolf, on the other hand, gave him unprecedented pressure. The superb recovery and extremely high defense gave Lin Jian a feeling of being at a loss for a while. The only thing that made Lin Jian thankful was that although the few remaining bosses were also strong, there were no bosses that possessed an extremely strong recovery power like the bloodthirsty werewolf. And at this time, outside the Divine Realm, the people who heard the Divine Realm's briefing had long since fallen into a boiling frenzy. What? Did I hear right? Scarlet Castle. Bloodthirsty werewolves? Too ruthless. There are really ruthless people who can kill that bloodthirsty werewolf thing. Didn't they say that if you want to pass through the Scarlet Castle you have to bypass the bloodthirsty werewolf as a boss? How is it that someone actually killed the bloodthirsty werewolf? The bloodthirsty werewolf is a bug-like existence. I seriously doubt that guy Lin Jian is hung up. Everyone was discussing the deaths of Lin Jian and the bloodthirsty werewolf. If it was true that Lin Jian passing through the misty forest before had only surprised them a little, then, now that the bloodthirsty werewolf had been killed, it was a shock to everyone. That was an existence that the transmigrators of the Heaven's Pride ranking could do nothing about, and was known as the most perverted boss in the spirit world. Instead, he was killed by a special enrollment student who was only level 16 and hadn't yet been transferred. If people had only felt somewhat familiar when they heard the name Lin Jian before, then now they were just deeply impressed by the name Lin Jian. At the Divine Realm Stone Tablet, the people of the 5 major associations all had a fiery gaze at this time, and their gazes towards the people of the other associations beside them were filled with ill will. Swish, swish, swish. In the State Academy, a figure hurriedly left and arrived at the Divine Realm Stone Monument. Among these people, some of them were transmigrants from the Heaven's Pride ranking, some of them were teachers from the National Vocational Academy, and even Vice President Ji was among them. Su Yu, Nyo Mu, you all follow me. Su Yu and Nyo Mu, who were standing in the crowd, also heard the familiar voice and fixed their eyes to see that the boss of their society was leading a large group of people in the direction of the Divine Realm Stone Tablet. The two hurriedly followed the group, and Nyo Mu asked suspiciously, "Boss, why are you here? What do you say? If I don't come, Lin Jian will have nothing to do with our club." Hearing these words, Nyo Mu realized that the elites of the 5 major clubs of the National Vocational College had almost all arrived at this time. Chapter 40 The Reluctant Touri. The bosses of the 5 major clubs, namely the Star Yi Club, the Flying Bird Club, the Tiger and Leopard Club, the Flower Moon Club, and the Empyrean Club, were all gathered here at this time. TSK, 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 are all special enrollment programs this fierce nowadays? The boss of the Tiger and Leopard Society, the 4th in the Heaven's Pride ranking, Warden smacked his lips. Just the bloodthirsty werewolf guy. I was all over him in the first place, and then he recovered from just one bite. This kind of monster can even be killed. This Lin Jian, there is indeed something. Su Hun, the leader of the Flying Bird Society and the 2nd in the Heaven's Pride ranking, touched the wound at his shoulder. There was exactly where the bloodthirsty werewolf had left him. Everyone, how about giving this Lin Jian to my society? The boss of the Empyrean Society, the 6th in the Heaven's Pride ranking, Su Fu, said with a smile, those good seedlings from before. Our empty spirit didn't get any of them. They were all snatched away by you guys. It's not too much to give this one to our empty spirit, right? Old Su, when did recruiting for our club become assigned? Zhuge Yi, the boss of the Starry Society and the 3rd on the Heaven's Pride ranking, walked over with Nyo Mu and Su Yu. That's right, the major clubs recruit people based on their own abilities alright, Su Han said as he gripped his professional weapon. As the strongest existence among these people, he was still very confident in his strength. Guys, it's better not to fight yet. At this moment, the Flower Moon Society's boss, Su Linger, who was 5th on the Heaven's Pride ranking, said with a smile, have you guys forgotten how many of our 5 societies died in that battle 3 years ago? The people from the 5 major clubs fell silent. 3 years ago the 5 major clubs were also fighting over a student. As they fought, the people of the 5 major societies gradually got angry, and it finally turned into a melee of the 5 major societies. If it wasn't for the dean of the National Vocational College in that battle, the 5 major societies would have almost been lost. Little Su is right. Vice Dean Ji didn't know when he came to the side of a few people, his gaze faintly scanning the crowd present. You guys are robbing people. Don't give me another fight. That battle between the 5 major societies at the beginning almost made Ji Wuyo and the leaders of the National Vocational College pass out without taking a breath. Though the National Vocational College usually doesn't care about fights between students. However, like the 5 major societies, a melee of thousands of people, and all of them were the elite in the National Vocational College. A situation where a large number of people died at a single death. There is no way the top brass at the State House are going to sit back and do nothing. Su Hun, the warden and the others looked at each other in disbelief. After all, in several of their minds, they were still thinking about how they could win when they fought. Su Linger also saw the embarrassment of several people, and she smiled faintly. Everyone, we're arguing about this and that here. We might as well wait for Mr. Lin Jian to come out and ask him personally for his opinion. The few people present didn't say anything, obviously acquiescing to Su Linger's approach. Almost all of the area around the Divine Realm Stone Monument had been encircled by people from the 5 major societies, and others could only look on from afar at this point. This included the group of the 2 gang led by Zhao Ji. When the 5 big clubs didn't come, they could still show off a little bit, but when the 5 big clubs came, they didn't even dare to let out a single fart before giving up their position in a grayish manner. What is it now, Lao San? Turi came to Zhao Ji's side, full of displeasure. But you can't handle the special enrollment that just came in? Zhao Ji had a bitter look on his face. If only things were as simple as the picture said. Now that Lin Jian had been given the eye by the 5 major societies, he now wanted to just take the people away. However, once he thought of Tuli's canny character, Zhao Ji still told all about what happened. You mean that Lin Jian is likely to become one of the 5 major societies? Tuli looked in the direction of the Divine Realm stone tablet, and in his heart, he believed in Zhao Ji's words for a few moments. He had heard the Divine Realm briefing about Lin Jian killing the bloodthirsty werewolf earlier, and naturally, he knew that Lin Jian was capable of a few things. Of course, as capable as Lin Jian was, Turi was confident that he could kill him. After all, Lin Jian was only level 16 right now and hadn't even made his first transfer yet. Turi, on the other hand, was now level 35, an existence that had been transferred twice. Boss, Zhao Ji looked at Turi and hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. Why don't we just forget about it? We'll let this Lin Jian off the hook. After saying that, Zhao Ji lowered his head and dared not speak. He knew that what he had just said was probably going to make Turi very upset. To put it nicely is to let Lin Jian off the hook. But in fact, it's just a wimp. With how much the 5 major societies valued Lin Jian, perhaps all they needed was a word from Lin Jian and they'd be on their asses to take care of the 2 gang. That's why Zhao Ji took the risk of saying those words. Turi gazed coldly at Zhao Ji. My brother. Then, did he die in vain? You don't have to say much. I'll take care of that Lin Jian guy. Zhao Ji opened his mouth, but in the end, he only let out a sigh. He knew that with Tuli's personality, no amount of persuasion on his part would change anything. Inside the Divine Realm, after Lin Jian rested for a moment, he got up again and walked in the direction of the northern part of the Scarlet Castle. Unlike the other transmigrators who had entered Scarlet Castle, Lin Jian's goal was to clear out all the monsters in Scarlet Castle, even the toughest little monsters in the west, the bloodthirsty wolves, and the most perverted boss, the bloodthirsty werewolf, had been taken care of by Lin Jian. The small monsters and mini-bosses in several other directions were also easily taken down by Lin Jian. Unfortunately, the mini-bosses in the other directions had been killed by other transmutators before, so there was no first kill reward or Divine Realm notification. God's domain beyond. The crowd of the 5 major societies surrounding the Divine Realm stone monument let out a burst of exclamations at this moment. Wow! All the little monsters in the north have been cleared out by Lin Jian. Lin Jian, is he, like, trying to sweep away all the monsters in Scarlet Castle? It's too much. There were so many monsters in the Scarlet Castle and he cleared them all. Hiss, the other 3 mini-bosses were all taken care of by him as well. Isn't that normal? Even the bloodthirsty werewolf was killed by him. The other 3 bosses aren't as perverted as the bloodthirsty werewolf. Here it comes, the final boss. The crowds of the 5 major clubs chattered in disgust, and their bosses were gathered at this time. What do you guys think? Is Lin Jian the opponent of the final boss? Zhuge Yi asked as he scanned the crowd. Hang on. The last big boss of the Scarlet Castle doesn't have as perverse a recovery ability as the bloodthirsty werewolf, but it's superior in that it has a balanced ability in all aspects. As a transfigurator who had once entered the Scarlet Citadel, Su Han analyzed very objectively. Although Lin Jian is very strong, his current level is too low. He's only level 16. If he's leveled up to 30, then it's probably possible. 16 is basically hopeless. Chapter 41, Final Boss Vampire Count. Inside the Divine Realm, Lin Jian arrived in front of the Scarlet Castle and pushed open its door. As soon as the doors were pushed open, the castle's interior came into view. Big red carpets, gilded decor, lavish furnishings and crystal lights on the ceiling. All of these things, none of them, indicate that the owner of this castle is an aristocrat who knows how to enjoy himself. This Scarlet Castle's final boss, it won't be a humanoid monster, right? Lin Jian walked inside the castle and muttered to himself with some confusion. In the information about the Scarlet Citadel, the description of the final boss was very vague, so Lin Jian only knew that the final boss was level 30, but nothing else. However, over the years, countless transmogrifiers have entered copies of the Scarlet Citadel. Although the bloodthirsty wolves in the west had been undefeated, there were still some heavenly prides in the 3 directions that could be resolved. They didn't need to with Lin Jian. They resolved the bosses in one direction and headed straight for the Scarlet Castle. There were quite a few people who had fought the final boss of the Scarlet Citadel over the years, but all of these lost. None of them were spared. Lin Jian carefully searched through the castle, and although he found traces of people living there, he didn't find the final boss. Strange, where did this final boss go? Lin Jian looked at the empty castle in front of him in confusion. Inside the entire castle, not to mention the bosses, even the small monsters, Lin Jian hadn't encountered a single one. Oh, honorable sir, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice rang out from above Lin Jian's head. Lin Jian gazed overhead, only to see a pitch-black coffin floating at the very top of the castle. At this moment, a handsome man dressed in aristocratic attire, holding a red wine glass with a very pale face, was smiling and raising his glass towards him. Vampire count. Grade SS grade. Level, 30. Talent, blood pool. Enemies killed by the vampire count's body will have their blood incorporated into the blood pool, and when the vampire count is harmed, he can recover through the blood in the blood pool. Note, the blood pool cannot be too far from the vampire count and is extremely easy to destroy. Skill, blood made, through his fangs. The vampire count injects his body's essence into his enemies, and can subsequently manipulate their bodies for a short period of time. Skill, phantom bat. The vampire count can transform into countless bats. Each bat possesses 1/10 of the vampire count's attributes, and if all the bats die, the vampire count cannot use this skill again for a short period of time. Skill, compulsion. Using this skill, you can make one of your enemy's skills temporarily blocked. Skills in use cannot be blocked. Seeing the vampire count's attribute panel, Lin Jian raised an eyebrow. How did he feel that this vampire count was going to be better than the bloodthirsty werewolf? Change of life, divine chain binding. Change of life, hell whale. Gravity confinement. Even though Lin Jian felt deep down that the vampire count wasn't as good as the bloodthirsty werewolf, he still used all of his skills at the first opportunity. The vampire count possesses the skill compulsion, which is still pretty nasty. If the vampire count had used compulsion on Lin Jian in the first place and then blocked the divine chain skill, then he would have been in tears. Once he ran out of the divine chain skill, Lin Jian would have no choice but to flat A with his weapon against the vampire count, and there was basically no possibility of winning at that point. When using the divine chain, it seemed that because there was a bit too much of a difference between Lin Jian and the vampire count's levels, the link almost didn't work. Seeing that the link had been successfully linked, Lin Jian was relieved. The vampire count was sitting on the coffin, looking at Lin Jian with amusement. He didn't seem to care what Lin Jian was doing at all. He raised the glass of red wine in his hand and slowly drained the blood-red liquid from it. "Sir, it looks like you're ready to go." The vampire count left the coffin and floated in midair. "Then it's my turn to attack." Without waiting for Lin Jian to react, a bloody arrow pierced through his chest. Lin Jian was slightly stunned. He hadn't noticed in the slightest where the bloody arrows had appeared from. Boom! The vampire count's chest also suddenly burst open at that moment, and an identical wound appeared on his body. The vampire count froze slightly as he touched the wounds on his body, and the corners of his mouth could not be restrained from rising. "Funny, too funny." The vampire count looked in Lin Jian's direction, a smile covering his face. "Surprisingly, I can transfer the damage from my body equally. That's your skill, isn't it? It's so much fun." Lin Jian frowned slightly. The vampire count in front of him was very different from the monster he recognized. All the monsters he had encountered before this were basically unintelligent. At best, they had a bit of a brain like the bloodthirsty wolves, but not much. However, it was the first time he had seen a monster like the vampire count in front of him, who possessed intelligence no less than that of a human. Even if his skills were seen through, Lin Jian didn't panic. "Oh, sir, I'm surprised you've recovered from your wounds." The vampire count gazed in surprise at Lin Jian's already healed wound, which was currently wrapped in a mass of blood where his chest had been. "Very powerful recovery. You remind me of a nasty fellow." The vampire count was talking to himself. Even if Lin Jian didn't pay attention to him, he didn't care. Brush! A blood arrow ran through Lin Jian's body, and in just a moment, Lin Jian's entire body was covered in wounds. This time, Lin Jian clearly saw how the bloody arrows appeared. These blood arrows, they all suddenly appeared from under his feet and then attacked Lin Jian. Similarly, the vampire count had sustained the same injuries as Lin Jian. What made Lin Jian feel excited was that the vampire count seemed to have taken a little more damage than Lin Jian's because of his low defense. "Oh, such a serious injury. And you can even recover from it?" The vampire count's entire body was wrapped in blood at this moment, except for his head. This was his blood pool skill, which was recovering the injuries on his body. However, it was clear that the speed at which he used the blood pool to recover was simply no match for Lin Jian's recovery speed. Lin Jian had already fully recovered long ago, and the vampire count was only half recovered. With such a strong recovery, would you be interested in fighting that werewolf in the west? "Sir," the vampire count spoke slowly. Even after knowing that Lin Jian possessed the ability to change lives and a strong recovery power, he still wasn't the slightest bit nervous. "Bloodthirsty werewolves?" Lin Jian smiled slightly, looking very human and harmless looking. "To your dismay, I've fixed him." Chapter 42, Exit the copy directly? Lin Jian's words caused the vampire count to faintly freeze. Then, an incomparable smile appeared on his face. "Well, you've done a great job, sir. That guy is finally dead." Lin Jian shrugged. He didn't care about the matter between the vampire count and the bloodthirsty werewolf. All he cared about was killing the vampire count. Pulling out the long knife he had prepared, amidst the vampire count's dismayed gaze, Lin Jian began to skillfully decapitate the head. Pust! Lin Jian's head was chopped off, but quickly recovered. However, when Lin Jian looked in the direction of the vampire count, he was surprised to find that the vampire count's figure was long gone there. In its place, a swarm of bats flew through the air. Splat! A bat's corpse fell in front of Lin Jian, the bat's head and body having separated. Obviously, the injuries that Lin Jian had just received had all been taken by this bat. Lin Jian felt the target of the divine chain binding, and his gaze went to one of the many bats. He could clearly sense that the vampire count was inside that bat. Lin Jian skillfully gave himself a slash, and the bat he was watching fell down as a corpse. However, at that moment, the target of his link had suddenly become another bat. Lin Jian took a deep breath. He probably understood that the vampire count in front of him was able to travel amongst these bats to each other. So in order to kill the vampire count, you have to kill all these bats first. Thinking of this, Lin Jian didn't hesitate in the slightest and continuously launched attacks towards his vitals. Sir, you can't kill me. A bat suddenly mouthed the words of a human, and the voice that came out was that of a vampire count. I'm not going to make things difficult for you. How about you just leave? Lin Jian sneered coldly, and the movements in his hands didn't pause in the slightest. Jokes aside, his goal for coming in this time could be to pass the Scarlet Castle, so how could he possibly leave just like that? The scene inside the castle at this time was extremely bizarre. Lin Jian was constantly committing suicide, and the bats in the sky were constantly falling like rain. The bats that were originally densely packed and covered the entire Scarlet Castle were less than one-third left at this point. God's domain beyond. The bosses of the 5 major societies watched as Lin Jian's mark on the map continued to blink, their hearts incomparably speechless. Twinkle, twinkle, shiny, how many resurrections does that Lin Jian guy have? He can use it like that. Nyomu muttered in a small voice. Yet the one of these people around him wasn't a transmogrifier, and his words were naturally heard by them. The vampire counts should be turning into bats, but it doesn't look like those bats will last long. Suhan shook his head as he watched the densely packed red dots on the map continue to disappear. The vampire count should have to use that one. Though, hey, I have to say that the vampire count is not a very strong boss, but what he does is probably something no other boss can do. Who says it isn't? If we really want to fight head-on, any one of us here can kill him alright. Ha ha ha. I reckon Lin Jian will be pretty dumbfounded when he comes out later. You talk about people who weren't clueless when you guys first came out. Hey, stop it. You guys are also too shady. If it wasn't for the fact that you guys hid the information about the vampire counts, I would definitely be able to pass the level. You're just blowing it off. That stuff can't be prevented. It can't be avoided. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm really looking forward to what Lin Jian's expression will be like in a moment. The elites of the 5 major societies all had a bad smile on their faces at this moment. Almost all of them had tried to pass through the Scarlet Castle. After all, to be able to become the elite of the 5 major clubs, those were the top strongest among the same group of students. They are all confident in themselves that they can get through. Only as a result, it gave them a head start. Inside the divine realm, watching one bat die made the vampire count a little anxious, but he also knew that Lin Jian's recovery power that could be called perverse, as well as his ability to change lives, making him attack Lin Jian was equivalent to attacking himself. It looked like that move would have to be used. Lin Jian was still in the middle of his skillful suicide. He didn't even bother to find which bat the vampire count was on now. Anyway, as soon as he gave himself a cut, one of the bats was sure to die. By the time the bats are dead, the vampire count will have no place to hide. Lin Jian, who was in the midst of committing suicide, didn't even notice that behind him, a bat had approached him. Suddenly, Lin Jian felt a stabbing pain coming from his neck. He casually grabbed it, and a bat appeared in his hand. It was this bat that he had just been bitten by. By this bat, Lin Jian didn't take it to heart. It was just a bat bite. The wound would recover immediately. Sir, it's time for you to leave. At that moment, the bat in Lin Jian's hand spat out human words and said. Lin Jian raised an eyebrow, knowing that the vampire count was now on this bat. He didn't kill the bat, after all. The vampire count could always switch to a raven. Lin Jian felt a bit curious about the vampire count's words. What did he mean that it was time for him to leave? As long as he didn't show, could the vampire count still kick him out of his copy? Don't dream. I'm not leaving, Lin Jian said indifferently as he crushed the bat in his hand. Today, you will die. Sir, it's not for you to decide. Oh. The vampire count summoned a bat and said confidently. Lin Jian still wanted to retort, but he suddenly realized that his body was out of control. But he didn't care. He had read the vampire count's skills before and knew that the other party's blood-made skills could manipulate him. As for when the vampire count had used the blood made on him, Lin Jian knew after thinking about it that it should have something to do with the bats from earlier. With his body being manipulated, Lin Jian didn't care because the vampire count didn't have the means to kill him. However, the next moment, Lin Jian completely froze. I'm quitting the copy. Lin Jian opened his mouth and shouted. And just as the words left his mouth, Lin Jian froze, and he instantly realized what the vampire count was trying to do. All transferees can exit the Divine Realm copy at any time after entering it and encountering danger. Only if you quit in the middle of the game. All the items and rewards gained in the copy cannot be taken away, but to a certain extent, this also ensures the safety of the transmogrifier. The current vampire count was actually trying to make Lin Jian exit the copy by manipulating him. Are you sure you want to quit? The Divine Realm's beep sounded, and Lin Jian's heart suddenly panicked. If he really quit in the middle, then the materials, magic crystals, and experience he gained from killing those monsters and bosses would all be gone. However, Lin Jian's face was filled with a smile at this moment. I do. Chapter 43, Successful Transfer. With the last word of determination, Lin Jian was slow to speak. The vampire count was shocked in his heart. Clearly Lin Jian's body was still under his control, but he was hardened by his own will, making it impossible for him to say this last word. Now, the vampire count was also anxious, but he was well aware of his abilities. If he couldn't send Lin Jian out, he would definitely end up dying at Lin Jian's hands. The vampire count instantly gave up his control over the rest of Lin Jian's body, fully controlling him to say that last word. Lin Jian was also anxious. The materials and magic crystals he obtained this time could be taken out and sold for at least tens of millions of dollars, and he couldn't get a single dime if he just quit. Not to mention, the huge amount of experience he had gained at the Scarlet Castle had almost saved up enough experience needed for the transfer. If this goes out, the experience needed to transfer will have to be refreshed. At that moment, Lin Jian, who had sensed that he could manipulate his arm, instantly had a note. It's okay. The vampire count was overjoyed in his heart. He could manipulate Lin Jian into saying that last word, but before the words came out of his mouth, the long knife in Lin Jian's hand directly split Lin Jian's head in half. At the same time, Lin Jian also lost his consciousness, and the vampire count could no longer manipulate Lin Jian's body. After all, his skills worked on living creatures, not so much on corpses. With his head chopped off like that, he should be dead, right? The vampire couldn't help but mutter a little inside as he looked at the white and red expanse of mold on the floor. As perverse as Lin Jian's recovery power was, he shouldn't be able to recover from this kind of injury. Aside from bloodthirsty werewolves, the vampire count had never seen that creature alive with its head split open. However, amidst his horrified gaze, Lin Jian's injuries gradually recovered. The vampire count sensed that something was wrong and maneuvered the bat, still wanting to pounce and use blood made on Lin Jian. Lin Jian, however, was prepared for this and gave himself a direct slash to finish off the bat. I won't fall for the same trick a second time. Night Eye's Quest. Lin Jian directly used his only auxiliary skill, and a red light lit up around him. The positions of all the bats were incomparably obvious in Lin Jian's eyes at this point, even the ones behind him. With the blood made failing, the vampire count could no longer get half a step closer to Lin Jian. Lin Jian kept stabbing himself, and in just a few moments, the vampire count returned to his original form because the bats had died out. The vampire count wanted to say something else, but Lin Jian didn't even have the heart to talk to him and just stabbed himself. The move that the vampire count had just made Lin Jian's heart palpitate even now. All he wanted now was to hurry up and finish off the vampire count and leave the copy with the reward. Facing the madly suicidal Lin Jian, the vampire count could only keep mobilizing the blood in the blood pool to recover his injuries. However, the speed of recovery of the blood pool was simply no match for the speed of the damage taken. The vampire count eventually collapsed helplessly after struggling a bit. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Scarlet Castle boss. The level 30s ranked wild monster vampire count. Kill a level 30s ranked wild monster and gain 11,000 experience points. Divine Realm Spirit World full map notification. SSS ranked cleric life changer. Lin Jian killed the Scarlet Castle boss, setting a new record. Rewarded with 2,000 experience value. After hearing the Divine Realm inform him, Lin Jian was relieved. One could only say that it wasn't without reason that so many celestial pride hadn't cleared the Scarlet Castle after so many years. Whether it was the extremely perverted bloodthirsty werewolf or the vampire count who could make the transmogrifier exit the copy, all of them could be said to be bug-like existences. These two bosses, either one of which could have been put into the Dragon Realm copy as a boss, turned out to be in the Spirit Realm copy, God's Domain Beyond. What? Did I hear you right? Lin Jian actually really cleared the Scarlet Castle? Unreasonable. This is simply too unreasonable. That idiot-like vampire count. Isn't it possible to just have someone send out a copy? Why wasn't Lin Jian sent out of the copy? I'm now completely convinced of this Lin Jian. The crowd around the Divine Realm stone tablet was abuzz at this moment. The Scarlet Castle is not a novice copy of the Misty Forest. The Scarlet Castle is a copy of the Dragon Realm that has been called comparable to the existence of the Scarlet Castle, which has made it impossible for countless heavenly prides to pass. Moreover, The Spirit World copy was allowed to be entered by level 16 to 29 transmutants, and Lin Jian had cleared the Scarlet Castle at level 16. The bosses of the 5 major societies were looking at the Divine Realm Stone tablet with incomparably blazing gazes at the moment, waiting for Lin Jian to come out. Ji Woyo couldn't help but look around while feeling happy for Lin Jian. Nearly 1,000 people from the 5 major societies had gathered here, with a large portion of the Heaven's Pride ranking arriving. This is not a loss that the State Academy can afford if they fight. In the Scarlet Castle, Lin Jian gathered up the loot, but he found a blood-red crystal in it. An excited smile appeared on Lin Jian's face. This was the blood demon essence needed for the transfer. Originally, he had thought and if the Scarlet Castle didn't drop, he would have to look for other copies. I didn't expect it to fall straight off, and the experience brought by the Vampire Count's death just made up for the experience value needed for the transfer. Ding! The host has gained sufficient experience and blood demon essence. May I ask whether or not to carry out the transfer? Yes/no. Yes, Lin Jian said excitedly. As long as the transfer was successful, he could continue to upgrade and become stronger. Transfer successful. A wave of energy wrapped around Lin Jian's body and was eventually absorbed by him in its entirety. Lin Jian somewhat impatiently opened the attribute panel, wanting to take a look at what enhancements he had gotten from the successful transfer. Name Lin Jian. Occupation, Life Changers. Level, 16, first turn. Talent, Divine Chain. As level grows, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Currently the number that can be bound, 16. Undead Battle Body. After exchanging lives, it triggers the undead primordial spirit and permanently increases the strength of the physical body and the strength of the spirit. It also has the focus ability, which concentrates the damage of all targets bound to it into one person. Skill, Hellish Whale. The pain and damage suffered by the body is increased by 16 times on the target. Pain and damage multiplier increases with level. Skill, Night Eyes Exploration. Can detect dangers within 500 meters outside of the main body. Increase range with level. Skill, Gravity Imprisonment. Manipulate gravity within 50 meters of yourself. Gravity strength is 50 times your own. Can imprison enemies. Multiplier range increases with level. Skill, Equivalent Exchange. Sacrifice a random part of your body to gain 1 hour of dominance. This skill can be used when controlled. Physical Strength, 6, 9%. Spiritual Strength, 6, 9%. Chapter 44, The 5 Societies Attraction. Phew, Lin Jian exhaled deeply, light flickering in his eyes. He knew that the profession would become strong after the transfer, but he didn't expect it to become this strong. The first thing is that there is an additional skill equivalent exchange, so that he no longer has to worry about encountering monsters and enemies with some control abilities. It was like the banning master that he had encountered before. If that banning master had struck before him and banned him, once Lin Jian couldn't use his divine chain skill, he would be purely and simply a living target. There was also this time the Vampire Count's blood maid. If Lin Jian hadn't been strong-willed enough and reacted quickly enough, it would have been a real disaster. And with equivalent exchange, Lin Jian wouldn't have to worry about this kind of control skill being a threat to him in the future. As for the fact that using equivalent exchange would result in the loss of a body part, this kind of cost was nothing to Lin Jian, a man who couldn't move without chopping his head off like a watermelon. Alright, the next thing is that the Divine Chain and Hell Whale skills have been given epic enhancements. The previous Hell Whale could only double the pain of the enemy, but now it could double the damage. In other words, if Lin Jian gave himself a knife, it was the same as giving his enemy 16 knives, and with the Divine Chain skill, it gains a focus ability. This ability allows damage from all targets bound to it to be focused on one person. To put it simply, it meant that Lin Jian bound 16 people, then gave himself a slash, and then used the focus ability to allow one of them to take the damage of the 16 people. Combined with Hell Whale's ability to double damage, the two skills together can directly double damage 16 by 16 times. Even if the enemy's defenses were strong, there was not the slightest possibility of them surviving when the time came. Lin Jian could now confidently say that even if the bloodthirsty werewolf stood in front of him again, he could instantly kill the other party in seconds. God's domain beyond. When the eyes of the 5 major societies were about to glaze over, the Divine Realm Stone tablet flickered slightly and a silhouette walked out from it. Swish, swish, swish. A figure instantly rushed to Lin Jian's side. Lin Jian had just left his copy when he saw a large group of people rushing towards him with incomparable hunger. His heart was so shocked that he couldn't think carefully before directly using the Divine Chain skill to link the crowd. And at this moment, the people from the 5 major societies who didn't know they had been linked, all pulled Lin Jian to talk to you and me. Lin Jian, join our Tiger and Leopard Club. Our Tiger and Leopard Club is the strongest club in the National Vocational College. Lin Jian, don't listen to his bull ********. How about you come to our Flying Bird? I can make you vice president. What's the point of being vice president? Lin Jian, you come to our Star Ceremony Club. I'll give you the position of president directly when you turn 2. What's so great about being the president? Lin Jian, you should still be single, right? Our Flower Moon Club is full of great beauties one by one. Lin Jian, if you want to get stronger, it's better if you come to our Empyrean Society. Our Empyrean Society has gone out to many strong people. One figure pulled at Lin Jian and kept talking, making so much noise that Lin Jian's mind was confused. It was hard for Lin Jian to understand what they were saying. These people were all from some top 5 clubs in the National Vocational College, and the purpose should be to try to pull him into the clubs. Only after knowing that these people had no malicious intent did Lin Jian put away his divine chain skill. As soon as he just came out, he saw a group of people rushing over, and thought that it was the people from the 2 gang who wanted to make a move on him. There. At this time, Ji Wuyo walked over and said helplessly, "Why are you guys so excited? Listen to what Lin Jian thinks before you say anything." Hearing Ji Wuyo's words, the people from the 5 major societies gradually calmed down. Each and every one of them looked at Lin Jian with anticipation, wanting to know his answer. Lin Jian frowned and said indifferently, "Everyone, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no intention of joining any clubs." Lin Jian's words caused the crowd of the 5 major societies to faintly stare. They had thought that Lin Jian would stand by and sell, and they had thought that Lin Jian would choose one of the societies, but they had never thought that Lin Jian would choose none of them. Just as the people from the 5 major societies were about to persuade Lin Jian, a voice came from behind. "Lin Jian, do you dare to fight me?" Swish, swish, swish. A gaze looked in the direction from which the voice came. Turi held his staff and looked at Lin Jian with murderous intent. "Lin Jian, you killed my brother. Dare you fight me to the death?" Lin Jian was slightly stunned. Then he realized that this person should be the boss of the 2 gang. "Turi, you're shameless." At that moment, Nyomu came forward and said angrily, "You, a 35-second turn frost mage, are going to fight a level 16 to the death. With trash like you, I don't know how you made it to the Heaven's Pride ranking. If you want to fight, I'll fight you." Nyomu's words immediately caused the crowd present to react. One by one, people spoke up one after another. Tully, what do you have to fight with a level 16? Or come with me. I'm just 83 on the Heaven's Pride list, just a little bit higher than you. Bah, just a guy who was afraid of softness. Old me is 15th in the Heaven's Remarks list. Do you dare to fight me to the death? Turi, that's not a nice thing to do. Isn't it pure bullying? That's right, a fight between their lower ranks. Isn't it too much for you, a higher rank, to intervene? A large portion of the Heaven's Remarkable ranking was here at this moment, and all of them were ranked much higher than Tuli, the hangman. At this moment, they were all filled with disdain as they angrily rebuked Turi, and there were even quite a few of them who even took out their professional weapons. "Turi, you passed." Suhan spoke faintly. "If you want to fight Lin Jian to the death, you can wait until he's at the same level as you. Now that you're competing, are you trying to bully the small with the big?" Su Linger also sneered, her tone incomparably contemptuous. "Now is the Heaven's Pride ranking something that any cat or dog can enter? How come there's still this kind of goods?" In the face of the crowd's words, Tully remained expressionless as he looked at Lin Jian. "Lin Jian, don't you dare." Lin Jian suddenly laughed as he looked at Turi, who was holding a staff. If it was before when he hadn't transferred, he really wouldn't have dared. After all, Turi's level was too much higher than his, but now he had succeeded in his transfer, and just now he tried to use the divine chain on Turi, and although it was very forced, it worked. Turi is an S-rank divine frost mage with extreme control and killing power. Lin Jian now had equivalent exchange and could not be afraid of control skills in the slightest. Moreover, Lin Jian was also tired of the 2 gang coming looking for trouble 3 times. Since Turi wanted to die, there was no reason for him to refuse, wasn't there? "Tuli, I accept your challenge." Lin Jian's words immediately shocked the 4 seats. Chapter 45. If you fight me, sign a life and death contract. Various frost attributes, which are control skills in their own right, have a slowing effect at the very least. So here's the bottom line for Tuli. There are control professions that appear to be more perfect in terms of attributes. As for Lin Jian's mechanism of getting out of wounds, he already fully understood. That was basically a process of mutual attrition. If one could freeze with frost skills, then how could Lin Jian, a level 16, be able to consume a level 35? Well, let me see what the man who killed my brother is capable of. Wait, Tucson is your brother? Yeah, what? That's too much to answer? Lin Jian shook his head. No. I want you all to know that those who want to fight me will have to have the realization of facing death. Turi sneered. Who is this trying to scare? Level 16 little weakling? If you're not afraid to die, come. Seeing that this was going to rise to the level of life and death again, Ji Wuyo had to step in. What have I said that you've taken for granted? If someone perished in every fight, wouldn't the National Vocational College suffer heavy losses? Tuli said defiantly. Dean Ji, that's what he said. It's what I said. First point, I killed your brother. We are enemies. If I don't kill you when you come this time, there will be a next time. It's not allowed. Your family's 7 aunts and whatnot. I'm not afraid of you to kill, but I can't be delayed because of you. Lin Jian was experienced in destroying a family, and knew that you had to cut the grass and get rid of the roots. If the hatred can't be dissolved, then kill them, come one and kill the other, and settle them dryly. Otherwise, God knows when you will strike. And what if you threaten someone close to you then? In the case of his sister, it was a bitter lesson. Hatred, if not dealt with cleanly, would involve those around him. Lin Jian wasn't afraid to die. Weren't those around him afraid as well? When the words came to this point, Ji Wuyo really couldn't go on. Killing all of them, how to persuade the solution? Tuli's side of the fence is killing brothers for revenge. You take that as a joke. He can't open his mouth and make people generous even if he's the dean. Unless the last name is Tu and you're all in control. Lin Jian. In the State Vocational College, there are rules for the State Vocational College. Dean Quarter. Do you know what my profession is? What else could it be? A life changer. We've all seen it before. Isn't it a bit too much of a stretch for you to talk to a life changer about friendly sparring and not harming each other? Dean G. If the rules are unfair to me, then why should I follow them? You can bully me with your power. I have the right to fight back. Don't forget how I got here in the first place. My purpose is just to find my sister. There will be a lot of people looking the other way and trying to take a shot at me in the future. I understand. A poor kid what gives you the right? But you also need to know what my profession is, and that I only strike out at myself, and when the time comes that I don't make light of it, it's all my fault? No fair. Fight me and sign a life and death contract. Lin Jian had no way of retreating from his attacks. He wasn't able to slice and dice like others. Which one of the ungrateful ones messed with it one day? Could he afford to take a Lin Jian attack on a vital area? Not all professions have such thick defenses. Some are incredibly fragile. Ji Wuyo narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Jian. If you're like this, you're not giving me face. Lin Jian hooked up the corner of his mouth and let out a light laugh. I don't want fairness anymore. When Toussaint provoked me, he was 12 levels above me, and you guys still have to impose restrictions on me. That's just wanting me to die. So why should I give you face? I'll give you a face. Anyone else would have lost his life. Playing? And saying that, Lin Jian had already made plans to leave the National Vocational College. Why should I be spoiled when you all target me? It didn't matter if it was just Lin Jian himself. He wasn't alone. He still had his sister. What happened to the Sia family must not happen a second time. This seed of hatred, he had to kill it at the root. Otherwise his sister would be bullied just the same if he got her back. What about Ji Wuyo? What does he think? This is a SSS-Level good prospect and keeps surprising people. No one knows where Lin Jian's edges are. Such a rare sample of a study is worth the bottom line of the National Vocational College. Lin Jian is also right. Murdering brothers if you cut off the hands and feet. This kind of hatred you say can be leveled? If Tulijan can't handle Lin Jian again, is it fair for you to kill my brother and me to kill your sister? This can touch Lin Jian's scales. Turn back to the State Vocational College inside and outside. So Ji Wuyo's two choices were. One was to make Tuli give up his hatred and stop lashing out in this way. Another. Good. Then add one more article. Due to the special profession of life changer, anyone who wants to challenge Lin Jian has to sign a life and death contract. The challenger will be responsible for himself. The National Vocational College will not take responsibility. Only do persuasion. Tuli, you must challenge? Yes. I'll sign the certificate of life and death. But Lin Jian has surprised everyone many times. You still want to fight? Of course I will. What's there to be afraid of? I'm a level 35 frost mage. If I can't get him I'll be practicing for nothing. Ji Wuyo has no choice but to let Tuli sign the life and death certificate. This cannot be suppressed. In his eyes, the challenge was too suspenseful to be the one-sided affair Tori had expected. SSS-Level priesthood. At the moment no one could say what would happen. Lin Jian hadn't done amazing deeds once or twice. Even one less time he wouldn't be able to live now. There was no room for error at all. Looking at it this way, it does seem a bit too bullying. How do you expect a life changer to stay in the game? Oh ignorant and fearless young man. It is always when he regrets that he remembers the truth of life. Turi signed the life and death contract with great vigor and ambition. Lin Jian also signed. And every time he fought, it was no different from signing. Ji Wuyo had already retreated to the side. What could he say? Everyone was willing to gamble. At this time, Vice Dean Chang also came to the side. Old Ji, I can see that you value this SSSS rank seedling so much that you cross the level to challenge him every time. If you do that, aren't you afraid of what will happen if he misses? He's right. It's not fair. If he didn't have that, he wouldn't have had it last time against Toussaint. And at that moment, Turi and Lin Jian were ready for a battle. Phase less Xian Ice. Freeze. Turi's skills are almost instantaneous. And his second turn skills can completely freeze people out of existence. And the best way to do that to Jin Lin is to control the skill. Turi is not a momentary hothead. No matter how powerful Lin Jian recovered, There was a skill drain, and with his personal level lagging behind Turi, he used his personal level to suppress you, and you couldn't do anything about it. Even if the life changer skill was locked on, what could you do? Turi had already thought of the worst case scenario, which was that Lin Jian could really unleash all of his skills. However, his main body has been completely controlled by Turi, and amazingly, he'll just fight you hard until the end of the skill. Oh, I can afford to wear out level 35. How long can you last at level 16? Chapter 46, Hegemony, immune to all control. Ice cold is fatal to the body itself, plus control. That's why Turi usually does it without even using freeze to freeze a large group of people. It was a pity that he had encountered Lin Jian, whose two skills, Divine Chain and Hell's Whale, had already been issued before this. The Divine Chain locked onto Turi, but that was all. Turi had completely frozen Lin Jian. Not bad, the skill is released quickly, but it's useless. How long can you keep it up? Oh, and you're able to expand the negative impact to me? That's magnified many times over, isn't it? It's a pity that my attribute is frost. Naturally comes with ice resistance. You want to affect me with ice attribute damage. Isn't it a bit overthinking? Oh, my brother, folded in your hands. You don't think I haven't thought about anything, right? Turi wasn't stupid. To target Lin Jian, he had already inquired about the situation, and he'd looked into how his brother was gone, and he had to say that the life changer was a bit of a gatekeeper. But it's not so bad that you can't deal with it at all. And it's going to take a bit of ingenuity to fight this kind of specially targeted fight. The 5 major societies and the 2 deans who were watching the battle from afar, of course, saw all of this. Turi came prepared. The skill was sent out so quickly, that's for sure. He's not a stupid person, knowing that the other party is a life changer and still letting the other party have a chance to make a move. So, that life changer doesn't stand a chance? It's hard to say. Turi has a high personal level after all, and the life changers definitely don't maintain their skills as long as he does. Then haven't we come to see a play today for nothing? Individual level is also strength. Talent is only talent after all. Lin Jian, even if he's level 16, there's a gap against it. The level difference is visible to the naked eye, and it is assumed that those with higher levels have the means to do so. Old G, I think signing a life and death contract will be detrimental to him instead. Yes, life and death have their own destiny. You're not qualified to intervene anymore. The level gap is too big. Tuli has the means to play with each other to death. It's a pity. I'd also like to know what a SSS ranked priesthood means. It seems like he can't get past this hurdle, but he's always come over the top against them before. There's been no exceptions. Ji Woyo still wanted to see some miracles. After all, the battle of the life-changing master was too bloody. Basically the hands are to see life and death. Dean standing side slightly, survivor bias, all you see is him winning, and once he doesn't win sometime, that's the end of it. Just because you could do it before doesn't mean you can do it again. Every time you put your life on the line, it feels like it has to go down once, right? And failing once can be considered the end of the line. Life-changing masters, failing to change your opponent's life, you're gone too. They didn't realize that Lin Jian was truly immortal. But could an immortal body really be immortal? This was something that Lin Jian actually didn't know. Turi had frozen the man completely, and he walked slowly over to him. Does it feel cold? You can expand to pass negative effects, but my ice resistance is more than 100 times that of the average person. Depends on which one of us can withstand freezing. Frozen Frost Mage. Have you heard that joke? Turi laughed out loud. I don't have to attack you either. The difference in level allows me to consume you slowly like this. What can you do? How long can your body temperature last? It doesn't matter. I have all the patience in the world to watch you freeze to death. Even if he couldn't be frozen, it was still possible to freeze Lin Jian into an ice sculpture and imprison him forever. Turi is fully capable of freezing Lin Jian and sinking him into the deep sea. And in this life he doesn't care if he can freeze you to death. After all, this is the signing of a life and death contract. Not only deciding to win or lose, but also dividing life and death. Lin Jian was naturally unwilling. His sister hadn't been retrieved yet. He couldn't be subjected to others. Sacrifice the organs and equivocate. Lin Jian activated his new skill. Change life. Divine chain binding. Focus. He unleashed the focusing gift again, focusing the divine chains of the 16 bound targets directly onto a single person in Tuli. A kidney instantly disappeared inside Lin Jian, while Turi felt the weakness. The changes in Lin Jian's body would of course be synchronized in Turi's body, and that weakness was even stronger. You think that's going to work on me? What? You can still talk like that. Not only can I talk, I can do anything. It's control-free. Dominant? Turi was stunned. Even with the level difference, Lin Jian had immunized his skill control, and as for the freezing damage, he didn't care at all. The reinforcement of the undead battle body made Lin Jian not care about this freezing damage either. Lin Jian reached out and grabbed Turi, choking him with one hand. You wouldn't dare hit me, but I could hit you. With his other hand, bam, he slapped Turi twice. Lin Jian rarely attacked enemies directly in confrontations because he didn't do as much damage hitting them as he did hitting himself with his divine chain bound. But attacking enemies directly had the effect of taunting. It's not very hurtful. It's extremely insulting. After the 2 slaps, Lin Jian used this hand to choke himself again. Still want to continue to consume? Then let's see which one of us breaks first. What? You. Frost War Armor. Lin Jian's power to strangle his own neck had been increased by 16 times by Hell Whale. And even though his opponent's personal defense was no longer strong, the divine chain that he could bind 16 targets to focus on a single person had still reached a point of invulnerability. And with Turi's Frost Battle Armor, not only did he put one on himself, he also put one on Lin Jian. If Lin Jian harmed himself at this time, Turi's Frost Battle Armor would be useless on his own body. However, the ice armor on Turi's neck began to creak, and it looked like it was about to break. Lin Jian didn't pinch the ice armor on his neck, but he inflicted 256 times the damage on his opponent. Come on, you hit me. Don't you want revenge? Putting ice armor on me. Thanks for thinking of that. Isn't that feeling weak? That's what it feels like to have weak kidneys, and you feel it far more than I do. So you wouldn't even be able to beat a little kid if you didn't have the power of the priesthood right now. No moves? What's the point of being polite? Life changers are like that. They can't wait for their opponent to attack them. Turi also realizes that playing like this will kill him. Who knew this guy had a dominant body? The intelligence was incomplete, and it was good that he was well prepared to deal with SSS-Level geniuses after all. Frostbite. Turi finally unleashed. An ice blade sliced directly into Lin Jian's body. This is the sharp edge of 10,000 years of cold ice. Its hardness exceeds that of steel. It's indestructible. He actually broke free of Lin Jian's restraints and raised one hand, flashing the ring on it. See, the blocking ring? For you, this thing, any lock you have on me can be blocked. Really? This blocking skill of yours, what level is it? No way. Turi was surprised to find a large hole in his chest as well. Chapter 47, as it happens, I'm a playful one. This blocking ring was prepared by Turi with great effort. He'd spent a fortune to prepare for this, but now it didn't do a thing. Impossible. Why is this happening? This is an S-class blocking defense. Did you forget? I'm a SSS ranked priesthood. What's the point of having this rank if your low-level skills can be blocked? Don't you think so? But you should have spent a lot of money on this thing. As soon as Lin Jian reached out, he broke Turi's finger and removed the ring. This thing was a divine weapon. Don't think it didn't work in his case, but realize that this kind of thing didn't require the user to have any rank. That means that even the weakest average person wearing it can block skill locks. This was the benefit of the equipment. After all, there were few strong people above S rank, and having this could already deal with the vast majority of them. Then Lin Jian looked at Turi with a smile. You weren't prepared enough. Now, damn under your own skills, Lin Jian said, gripping the ice blade stuck in his chest to send it in. Wait, no, I don't want to die. Spare me. I won't bother you. The power of this cold ice sharp blade he himself knew best, and Lin Jian didn't have any defenses on his body at all. He was still afraid that others wouldn't cause enough damage to him. This sword would cut off all life, and as a frost mage, physical resistance to injury was not Turi's forte. Lin Jian wasn't even afraid of a werewolf's kind of natural recovery ability, let alone a frost mage. Lin Jian, wait. On this side, Vice President Chang also shouted, almost enough, let's be forgiving. Lin Jian looked over. Lord Dean, we've signed a life and death contract. Do you want to interfere with the results of the competition? This can't be interfered with, and if things get out, then of course there's nothing on Tuli's side, but the credibility of the National Vocational College will be affected. You do not count on what you say. Even if you have formed an agreement, why should we listen to you? Credibility is a mouthful of spittle and ale. You want to play a rascal after who do not believe you. That's a lot more serious for the National Vocational College than a few deaths. But the victory has been won. But life and death are not yet divided. This is between him and me. And which of you is going to make the decision on his behalf? Lin Jian looked at the people gathered in the distance. Now all of you can come forward and speak. I want to see who it is. You all didn't stop when he was trying to kill me. And you showed up when I was about to kill him. Who is it? Now even the standing vice president was not in a good position to speak anymore. Stepping in to stop it wasn't a problem, and Lin Jian was waiting for any of them to stop it. But the loss of credibility is something that no one can make up for. Is the NCAA capable of gagging the world? If this gets out, there are people who will take the opportunity to make waves. Lin Jian is waiting for any of them to come forward. You National Vocational College can really not want this face. He can also not kill. You want to think that you are the most powerful in the world. No matter how you change your mind, people have to listen. Then well, this consequence you will bear. Obviously, the state college can't afford it. If the clergy academy knew they were playing like this, it would be absolutely full of taunts. And the big powers who don't trust them anymore, who can change their minds in one breath to others, and will do the same to me in the future? Look, no one can save you, and the dean wouldn't dare come. And what about your minions? Did anyone come to your rescue? Challenging life changers, do you guys think it's fun? Thinking that you guys can be superior when others are fighting for their lives, right? Lin Jian even fired a taunt at the vice dean, but the two remained powerless. The people of the 5 major associations are all watching. This kid is crazy about human life. Good lord, making a mockery of the dean, the first ever, right? But people just hold it, and neither dean can do anything about it. How terrifying. Is this the life-changing master? If his life is in his hands, even if the king of heaven comes, he can't drag it back. Lin Jian is not panicking. At this time, Tu Li has been incomparably weak, and any of his attacks on Lin Jian will only be doubled back. The control skills have not been working. In the time of the hegemony, Lin Jian wants to do what he wants to do. At this point, if anyone dared to come out and stop it, then Lin Jian would just give up. He hadn't lost anything anyway, but you have a lot to lose by standing up for yourself, and it's a stain on the NCAA to allow anyone to stop it. The National Academy can't even guarantee a fair duel? Help me, Dean, help me. How arrogant he was just now. Now Turi was in such a mess that he didn't even dare to launch an attack. Lin Jian sacrificed a kidney to obtain a dominant body, and that feeling of weakness expanded 256 times to appear on Turi, including the pain from his injuries, causing him to not even be able to speak too loudly. But the fear didn't diminish at all. Your name is Turi? Remember how your brother died? By you. No, he was killed by himself, thinking that others were just his sandbags, that he was just playing around and others had to play dead. Did he think he was particularly superior? As it happens, I'm all about playing with my life, and I'm only good for it. Lin Jian hooked out a cruel smile. You'll realize that you're just a life in the end. That's why I'm the fairest of them all. Everyone is equal in life and death. Same for you. Same for everyone else. In the old days, you might just move your mouths and someone else would have to go and play. Now I'm the one playing with you guys. Think it's funny? Level 35 won't save you. Holding that ice blade in his hand, Lin Jian stabbed deep into his heart area. Turi just opened his mouth, unable to say anything, blood gurgling out with foam. You two brothers meet and go. There may be others, who knows? I promise to send you all together for a reunion. It was a slow and agonizing death, and little by little, Lin Jian allowed Turi to approach death. Even at level 35, he couldn't carry 256 times the negative effects, and Turi gradually lost his life in great fear. It wasn't until he was dead through and through that Lin Jian threw him down and turned to face the people watching the battle. At this moment, he was like a god of death, with shocking wounds on his body. This guy, indeed, is a bit scary. It's only level 16. It seems that this SSS's priesthood level is a bit beyond imagination. A life for a life. And he didn't die, but he can really carry. Lin Jian's image was absolutely shocking in front of the crowd, as if he was a demon crawling out of hell. Even though this was a world of life and death confrontation, they still felt so profound for the first time, especially the people from the 5 major societies, who hadn't taken themselves seriously before and thought they were invincible. Dean G, I'd like to take a step back. Lin Jian, this injury of yours, doesn't it need to be treated? There's no need for that. I have more important things I want to ask. Chapter 48, Sisters News. Lin Jian wanted this effect. You all watch, but you can't do anything. Everyone could feel Turi's despair, but any of you who came out to stop it, Lin Jian could stop. But do you dare? The 2 vice presidents are here, and the college does not tolerate out-of-line behavior. And the people from the 5 major societies didn't squeak, including those in Tuli, who chose to remain silent. Life changers, one-on-one life changers, letting you feel the cruelty of life and death. Not all professions were that bloody. Even many professions that made direct physical attacks didn't fight as brutally as Lin Jian's way, which made them feel the weight of those words from Lin Jian once again. You all have priesthoods. Do you feel superior? And that's the only life I'm trading with you for. And you all have only one life. What do you say, big brother? Regarding this Lin Jian, it's appropriate to take it slowly and we'll think of another way. Yeah, let's go back. This isn't the time to talk about things. Let's go too. Out of the way of the 2 deans. We're here to watch the fun. The 5 major societies left in droves. No one wanted to look for discomfort at this time. They all wanted such an SSS-level genius to join them, as it was all at least a strategic deterrent, because it really does change lives, and anyone who wants to engage in conflict in the future will have to think twice about it. They don't know where Jian Lin's ceiling is, but for sure, they can at least trade for one, and crossing levels to switch. Surviving a level 16 against a level 35, that's enough of a strategic deterrent, isn't it? A lot of conflict can be prevented if one of the opposing parties can be directly deterred at a critical time. The point is that there are people who don't believe in evil. And the people from the 5 major societies have left for the time being, but none of them have given up. Of course they all wanted Lin Jian to join their club. It wasn't like they had any grudges against him anyway. That was the business of the two of them, Toussaint and Turi. Only now it seemed like they'd have to use a roundabout way to want Lin Jian to join. You can't threaten people. Are you kidding? You threaten a life changer? I'm afraid that wouldn't do any good other than hitching a ride on one of my own. Zhao Ji brought a few people from his side and could only leave an embarrassment. Sango, say something. Their people are still a bit upset. This can't be left alone, can it? Otherwise they have to scatter. What can we do? You guys? Who's stronger than Turi? These people do not make a sound. At least a little self-awareness. Tully did think that after all the preparations, or was replaced by a life, and even failed to kill Lin Jian, then they can do it. Now that Lin Jian had the dean's attention, the dean wouldn't let them seek revenge. One-on-one? None of us can replace that guy, but he's not without weaknesses. Zhao Ji also loves to think. One thing that everyone recognizes is that it is impossible for a life changer to deal with multiple targets. Even if he can deal with more than one, there is definitely an upper limit, and even a weaker target is still a life. It was a thought, and the guys looked at each other with a sense that this should be the way to go. We can't let anyone ride on their heads, not even the 5 major clubs, but this is a freshman, and specially recruited, and now the boss is gone, so where will they put their faces? Go back and take your time to figure it out. No one is allowed to be reckless in this matter. Lin Jian knew that this kind of thing wouldn't end, but after today's experience, at least it wouldn't come up so easily. Level 35 didn't even manage to drain him of a life changer. Don't send heads below that, and above that level, it's unlikely to actively come and pick on you at level 16. Only Lin Jian and Ji Wuyo were left behind at the scene, and Ji Wuyo was fine with it, feeling that she was getting more and more correct in finding Lin Jian. The main forces of the National Vocational College are here today, and from now on, they will at least not take the initiative to provoke you. Still going dark, right? Sometimes you can't ask for that much. After all, everyone's gift is to fight, to kill. So, is asking for news of my sister too much to ask? Lin Jian asked a direct question. In fact, he could care less about anything else, just for his sister to be safe. If it wasn't for his sister, he wouldn't even care how these people provoked him. It was because there were other people around that Lin Jian had to think so much. He hated the thought of trying to focus all the firepower on himself. It didn't matter, but it was obviously impossible. When others felt they couldn't move you, they would go after your family. Absolutely, even the dumbest would have thought of that. But at the mention of this issue, Ji Wuyo hesitated. That's a question you're not fit to know right now. Dean Ji, if your sister's life and death were unknown, would you be eager to hear about her? You're not in a position to care about that. That's why I'm just asking. I'll make my own decision as to whether I'm capable of managing it or not. But you know the inside story. And if you don't tell me, I won't be able to get down to earth. And I'll feel like you're using it to threaten me into joining the National Vocational Academy. For the first time, Lin Jian was so pointedly opinionated. Dean Quarter, it's clear to everyone what you found me for, and that's the gold of SSSS. And today, I think it's enough to prove something, that you wouldn't have let me come if I wasn't valuable to you, and that I have a right to know about my sister. And if you don't tell me, I'll think of something else. My sister comes first in my heart, and I would even risk my own life. This is a weighty enough thing for a normal person to say. But from Lin Jian's mouth, which time he did not exchange his life with someone. But Ji Wuyo also knew the seriousness of the matter. That indeed, if he wanted Lin Jian to be down to earth, he had to let him know that his sister was safe. If there is no more bottom in his heart, Lin Jian is afraid that he will leave immediately, regardless of what kind of yard you have. With the life of his only relative at stake, does he have the heart for anything else? With this move, Lin Jian has also proved his worth. So you'll have to provide information in order to stabilize me. It makes sense, doesn't it? Well, actually, I can only be sure of a few things, and I don't know too much. The people who took your sister away wouldn't have threatened her life, and they wouldn't have bothered to do so, because they're from the priesthood and took your sister away, mostly for her talent. Besides, they took your sister from the Shea family to save her. Ji Wuyo certainly thought that the SSSS-ranked priesthood was valuable and told Lin Jian about the situation. In order to make Lin Jian feel at ease to stay here, it was now possible to tell him the news as well. It's the clergy academy? If they want an individual, just recruit them directly. Who wouldn't want to go? There are exceptions. Your sister's situation doesn't meet the selection requirements of the priesthood academy, and some of them see your sister's talent and might just take matters into their own hands. And besides, this isn't robbing someone, it's saving them. Chapter 49 Special Enrollment Without Attack. It's saving lives. Why does Lin Jian sound so awkward? He, as a relative, didn't even know where his sister had gone and just took her. Although it was said that it was rescued from the Sia family, But how could it be that they had to say something to Lin Jian? Did they treat their sister as a person? You're going to say you found something on the side of the road that doesn't talk and you think you can take it. That's nothing wrong with that. But it was a person. And Lin Jian couldn't believe that his sister hadn't thought to come back and tell him about it. Dean Ji, is my sister really safe? Don't worry about that. All I know is that whoever saved her couldn't have hurt her. Nonsense. That's the clergy academy. They won't fight a little girl. And their status won't allow them to do so. But this lack of a word is more than a little arrogant. Lin Jian didn't care about himself. He didn't care if the divine office looked up to him or not. But taking his sister without authorization was a vendetta. Even if they had saved her, it was a beam. But who dared to pick the divine office's beam? I know you're worried, and this lack of information from the clergy isn't right, but it was the clergy academy, and I never told you for fear of your recklessness. Here at the National Vocational Academy, you can enjoy more resources, such as the Divine Realm Trial qualification, but it's all up to you to earn it, and in the meantime you can keep getting stronger. This time, it was more convincing, and Ji Wuyo did have a reason for doing so. Lin Jian also used his strength to force him to reveal this information, but there was no use hearing about it. There was no way Lin Jian could ask the Divine Clergy Academy to do anything right now. The Divine Clergy Academy didn't care about saving anyone. All they cared about was the sister's talent, and that also meant that the sister wouldn't be in any danger. But if the sister didn't have her talent awakened, the Divine Clergy Academy would have abandoned her as well. Don't tell the clergymen about any ennui. They're just so high and mighty. Then Lin Jian would have to go and see just how superior they were. More than one life? While this is harnessed, it does work in my favor to be in the State Vocational Academy at the moment, and I'll take you up on your offer to tell me about my sister. At least you told me the truth, and I know where to look for someone, just for the news about your sister, not so you can get into the National Vocational Academy? Dean G, even though I'm not old, I know that you won't do anything without benefits, and if I didn't have that value, you wouldn't have brought me here. So don't make it seem like I owe you anything in that regard. Ji Wuyo laughed bitterly. It seems right when you say that. It seems that we are not that different from the divine office. Wrong. We at least won't somehow take people away and make it look like a kidnapping. That's the way the world is. And you want to talk about warmth. Lin Jian is not going to be wound up by him. I have value so that you will treat me like that. We are just exchanging. But telling him where his sister was going, this was really helped by Ji Wuyo. Otherwise Lin Jian wouldn't have known. And hadn't everything in the National Vocational College been earned by Lin Jian himself? I don't want to say that much either. Now that I'm a member of the State Academy and don't want to waste time, I'm going to enter the new Divine Realm Trial. It's only at level 16. What's the rush? Ji Wuyo faintly said. You're right. When you arrive at the State Vocational Academy, everything depends on your own efforts. You don't owe anyone, and no one owes you. This entering the new Divine Realm Trial requires you to qualify yourself. And how do I acquire this qualification? The priesthood will make the selection. Everyone knows that. You can ask yourself. After Ji Wuyo finished speaking, she turned around and left, her footsteps pausing slightly. Go back to treatment right away. It's not good to always look like this. Lin Jian didn't move and kept watching Ji Wuyo leave. He was in dire need of a trial, as he was bound to improve much faster than others. Whoever was in the god's domain wasn't as extreme as he was, so he had to raise himself to the point where he was strong enough as soon as possible. Clergy Academy. I'll go. Saving someone is a favor, but not informing them is a grudge. I make a clear distinction between grudges. He didn't care how much of an admired existence the priesthood was, who didn't have one life, and his life-changing skills. The speed of enhancement is not in the general sense of a level-by-level enhancement. Skills on the enhancement is a geometric progression growth, just that focusing ability, so that every time he rises a level, against the strength of a single body to enhance the magnitude of the multiplication rate. For example, raising from level 16 to level 17 can more than double the strength of the skill. Divine Chain Lock Multiplier plus Hell's Whale is a 33x boost. He's got this talent that will eventually elevate him to the level of a supermodel, so he'll be worth much more per level up than anyone else, and can basically be soloed over many levels. As he watched Ji Wuyo disappear, Lin Jian didn't leave right away. Come on out. You've been listening for so long. From not far away, a girl in ragged clothes actually walked out. The girl was still holding a gun, a long gun, and she asked in surprise, how did you find me? Lin Jian had long ago used night eyes to explore and knew that there was someone else next to him. He just didn't know if he was with Tori. Now that it had appeared, he remained skeptical. Who are you and why are you here? I'm here for the trial as well, and I happened to run into you guys here. You have a special talent. Even the dean didn't notice you. Well, but my gift doesn't have any offensive power. It's all I can rely on. She flashed her gun, then slung it back on her back, which was long. Lin Jian knew that many people awaken talents that had no actual offensive power, such as the one that banned words, but was very suitable for playing support. In fact, these people were very important and sometimes played a decisive role. You're a sniper rifle? You can snipe, but it's a combat rifle. It's equipment. It's not my natural ability, but I can employ special bullets, and I can attack the priesthood, especially when sneaking up on them. They won't even have time to activate their skills. She was still a bit smug, but these Lin Jian wasn't interested. Who the hell are you? I'm really passing by. Also, I'm a special enrollment student. I've heard of you. You're our special enrollment student's idol. With this ability, she could indeed be used as a special recruit, and even the vice president hadn't realized she existed. It suggests that her ability is related to stealthy sneaking, but lacks aggression. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Jian. All he wanted to do right now was to improve himself first, then go to the Divine Clergy Academy and ask his sister what was going on. A day without clarity was a day he wasn't grounded. Looking at Lin Jian as he turned to leave, the girl was in a hurry. Do you want to know the news? I have a lot of news. All of the Divine Clergy Academies. Lin Jian paused in his steps. Then what do you want? I want to enter the Advanced Divine Realm Trials. If you have the chance, can you take me one? Chapter 50, Challenging the Clergy Academy as a Team. Lin Jian was a bit interested in this offer, but the question was, how much information could this girl learn? How did you get the information that I have whatever I want to know? Well, you'll have to let me know if you want to know some of the lesser known and more off-the-wall information, and then wait a while. Wait a while and you'll get to find out? Not necessarily. Who knows what excessive demands you might make. I can't pack my bags. That's true. She's not credible as a special enrollment student if she says she knows everything. The question now was whether it would work if Lin Jian wanted to bring her in as well. That was her condition anyway. If it was, by the way, it didn't matter. If Lin Jian was too costly, it was hard to say. Can I just bring anyone in there? Of course you can. You can bring in a squad of 5. You don't even know that, do you? Teaming up to get in is the same as going in solo, and a squad of 5 is the easiest team structure. Of course any more can't be counted against the quota. Lin Jian certainly knew that many people couldn't train without forming a team. Some support professions, for example, have absolutely no attack power of their own and can't kill monsters on their own. However, many of the support professions were very sought after, like the banning master from before, who had given Lin Jian a deep impression. If she succeeded in her skill casting, then all of her opponent's skills were nullified. In such a case, the difference with an ordinary man is not too great. It may be harder, but guns and other firepower are not impossible to destroy, and ordinary men attack the priesthood with the help of means, and a single assist weakens a team. So what's your name? Call me Yorin, Yoru the Yoru. The name was quite apt, but she was still discovered by Lin Jian, showing that she couldn't be completely submerged either. Lin Jian wanted to take a closer look at Yulinga's face, and she had a rag covering her head, blocking most of her face, making it hard to see clearly, and it didn't feel too clean, like a little collar. You want to see it? Yorin graciously lifted the skullcap to reveal a very creepy face. How to say? Originally very beautiful, but a shocking scar on the face. One eye is still wearing an eye patch. It seems that one eye is blind. This makes people very sorry. Lin Jian do not know what to say in high emotion words. Isn't it scary? It's okay. I'm more intimidating when I perform my skills. Ha ha, you know why I'm like this. Because I'm so good looking. What's the reason for this? Yuling sighed. In this world, what you have has to match the strength. If it doesn't, then you calamity is on you. If I have a beauty that's better than the school flower, it's definitely not a match. She was quite confident, daring to say that she was better looking than the school's flower girl, but it's useless to talk about this now, except that Lin Jian thought, as for disfigurement, then help me inquire about my sister. Anything related to her I would like to know. At the moment all I know is that she is in the clergy academy. Can you inquire about this? I knew it was this one, wrapped up in me, more or less poking around. You don't ask who I am, who my sister is. Asking too clearly looks like I am incapable. You just wait. In fact, just now the Vice Dean hid one thing. There will be an opportunity to go to the Divine Clergy Academy right away, because the two academies are going to have exchanges, but your level seems to be insufficient. It is inconceivable that such two houses can still communicate. Lin Jian felt as if both organizations were not too friendly, even though they both took priesthoods. How many levels does it take? At least 2 turns. You are impossible. This is a duel between top students, and the distance is only a few days. And, you, a life changer, does not seem to be suitable for dueling. The fight is not good to hold. A few days, that wasn't enough. No matter how Lin Jian upgraded, he upgraded fast, but not so fast that he could get to the second turn in a few days, and he had to pass the school to do so. It takes days of research just for the school to decide who to let go. Lin Jian felt some regret. Otherwise he wasn't really afraid, having only taken out a second turn. That's because his talent bonus attribute is too horrible. Now rise a level plus dozens of times, and the further back will be higher. There is such a bonus. That priesthood ceiling is not impossible to break through. You seem disappointed? Can't I be disappointed? Luckily, there's still a way to keep up with this tempo to go to the priesthood and cut a deal, because they allow civil groups to challenge. It's a small group challenge, and they're very confident that their cadets are the best. Oh, anyone? Lin Jian's eyes lit up. With this way to enter the Divine Clergy Academy, he would be able to pry out some information. The clergy took his sister away without even a word. It wasn't so much that he wanted to stop his sister's prospects, but to at least let the clergy house know his attitude. Nothing is yours to impose, not even favors. Anyone can, but I think you this priesthood, more or less have to camouflage. After all, cut and replace life fight will make people alert. Can you disguise it? It's not a foul? Not really. You just don't have to say anything and they won't scrutinize it because they're so confident. That's right. The Divine Clergy Academy thinks that it has included all the geniuses, and it does have that confidence. There wasn't any rule that said that it was against the rules for a life changer to compete, since there hadn't even been such a profession before Lin Jian appeared. In that case, it was worth a try, and Lin Jian felt that there was a chance. Yurin felt the same way. You were able to take care of Turi, and I don't think it's actually too much to ask to be selected as an elite cadet to fight against, since Turi is already considered a top cadet in the National Academy. If it's for this challenge, the level should be a little lower, so it shouldn't be a problem for you. The problem is how to team up. Lin Jian shook his head. Do I still need to form a team? I can't do it alone? Their rule for the challenge was that they had to team up, because they were all geniuses and didn't want to bully anyone, and they felt that with all the geniuses in the Clergy Academy, the others figuring out some teaming skills might have a chance. If that's the case, then who wants to participate in a challenge that dangerous? Then you're wrong. There are people who want to participate because once they have a high performance, they can gain the favor of the Priesthood Academy, or at the very least, the Priesthood Academy's rewards, and their rewards aren't a joke, and they can't be taken poorly. Lin Jian then had a bit of a headache. Where to find these people to go on an adventure? Suddenly he looked over towards Yuling. Right now he didn't have any acquaintances around him, he didn't know anyone well, and he still had a stake in Yuling, so she should be a candidate, and she didn't need to do anything, just fill in the blanks. Yuling obviously knew what Lin Jian was thinking as well. That's still 3 short as well. Chapter 51, Getting the Numbers for the Challenge. In a few days' time, where could Lin Jian find a few people willing to form a team? In fact, he was thinking of doing it all by himself, and those other 4 could just fill in and surrender as soon as the wind was blowing the wrong way, and it's geared towards civilian rivalries, so I'm guessing the squads combined aren't as strong as one in Tully. The geniuses have all been taken in by the Divine Office, so the ones outside are all wastes they don't want to take in, and they won't take the elites to deal with them. This was Lin Jian's chance to win a few games to enter the Divine Clergy Academy to spy on his sister, and it was assumed that the Divine Clergy Academy wasn't interested in knowing who they were. The point was that it was too obvious that the life-changing master had made a move, and the Divine Clergy Academy must have known when Lin Jian had actually made a move, but at that time, he would be able to ask his sister's questions. You're allowed to take people away at random, but you can't let me challenge them? The problem was, who was willing to trust Lin Jian and go with him to challenge the Divine Clergy Academy? Yuling had seen him strike thankfully and had some confidence in him, while everyone else's impression of Lin Jian was only in legend. So Lin Jian planned to improvise people outside of the National Vocational College if he could be relied upon to do so. The point is that there are still a few priesthoods left that weren't chosen. You can't make up the numbers with regular people. Lin Jian went back and found Zhao Feng, intending to get him to agree to make up the numbers. You don't have to fight much. If I lose, you can surrender and admit defeat. How about that? Challenge to the clergy house? It's my challenge. Just help put a team together out there. You won't be needed then. Stop it. I'm going. Lin Jian froze. He didn't really understand Zhao Feng's character as a person. He just thought that it was quite honest, but it shouldn't be honest to this extent, basically agreeing to it without much questioning. And this kind of challenge that people from the National Vocational College usually didn't bother to participate in. More or less look down on people. Our vocational college is at least regular well. However, Zhao Feng actually agreed with alacrity. Not only did he agree, he also added another person to Lin Jian. Also, do you have enough people? Can I bring someone with me? You have someone else to attend? Yeah, a friend of mine. He wasn't even looked at as a special enrollment student by the NCAA. I did not expect to doze off but also come to the pillow. That Lin Jian of course is a mouthful of promise. Okay, you call him to come, tell him that there will be no danger. Just make up the number. Well, there are rewards that will also be shared with him. Instead, Zhao Feng said, no reward is needed. He wants a chance to prove himself. Yes, It would have been bad enough for me to enter the National Vocational College as a special enrollment, and he didn't even make the cut, so he's also very unconvinced, thinking that it's these people who don't have a vision, and that one day he'll blow people away. It doesn't have to be like that, it's just a walk in the park. Forget it, you let him come. One more to go. Lin Jian also suddenly thought, the reason why this challenge of the Divine Office Academy exists. There must be a large number of people out there who are trying to participate, surely not convinced who feel that they are the protagonist, a heavenly genius, and when analyzed on a practical basis, the Clergy Academy will be convincing every time. Lin Jian thought about it, then there was one more to go, and asked, do you know anyone else? No more. When I came to the state school, no one else paid much attention to me except you. Zhao Feng laughed awkwardly himself. Even though it's an S-ranked divine priesthood, my profession is too old-fashioned to be conveniently used in real combat, right? In the past, I thought that your profession was chicken dash asterisk 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 asterisk, but now it seems that I'm the most chicken dash asterisk 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 of them all. He was a knight, a well-balanced profession by all accounts, and up to S rank. It doesn't make sense that it's not a full-fledged student, does it? Anyone stronger than Zhao Feng was a super genius, and basically anyone who could reach S was a phoenix. So Lin Jian was puzzled, including that Dueling, her hiding couldn't even be detected by the two deans. How was this ability not formally born? Wasn't it just a lack of attack skills? Wasn't it important to detect on the battlefield? Zhao Feng, is the knight very cocky? That's not true. It's just because the skills I awakened are too cocky. The knight alone is quite inadequate. People have the Holy Knight, which can eliminate negative effects. It's very appetizing. In fact, the knight's little attack skills can't cause much damage. Also, without a secondary ability, knights are basically chicken asterisk 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 as well. In terms of attack, people's mages have too wide an attack surface, much sharper than you knights slashing one by one. Even if the monster has resistance, people would rather use a mage equipped with a resistance-reducing priesthood, which is really much more efficient. Well, you get your friend and we'll get together later, Lin Jian answered, thinking that he would go to Yuren and ask if she could help find another person. Since she was well informed, there must be quite a few people she knew, so providing a reliable one shouldn't be difficult. And you don't need to be powerful, just follow a matching team. Is that hard? So he called Yuren's number and the two agreed to meet. But before he even arrived at the appointed place, Lin Jian encountered someone he seemed to have seen somewhere before. Lin Jian, we're going to challenge you. Will you answer? Which one are you? My name is Zhao Ji. I'm a member of the two gang, and Tuli is our boss. So it's you. But both of their brothers are gone, and your club is still around? Lin Jian didn't have any other thoughts. He just thought that this person was quite loyal and was already righteous enough. At this time, it's still not broken up, and it's actually coming for a fight. So Lin Jian laughed. Is that all the challenge? No, I'm definitely not a match for you, and I can't fight if the boss can't fight me. So can you go out with me and settle this grudge? Because I still have to sign a life and death contract to find you a challenge in the National Vocational College. Get out so you don't have to fight to the death? It just doesn't have to be that much trouble, and I'm not going to hide it from you. To tell you plainly that I've got someone to deal with you. How dare you say that beforehand? Aren't you afraid that Lin Jian will ignore him? Not daring to take a shot at the State Vocational College. It's clear that they don't want to play by the rules. Lin Jian roughly guessed what they meant. They must have thought they could come up with something, right? Just as well. If we don't disabuse them of their illusions while we're at it, there will always be a next time. Lin Jian couldn't always be in the National Vocational College. Who knew when this group would be staring to strike? Okay, set a time. You can go out now. I'll meet you outside the back door of the State Academy. I have someone else to see, so you guys can wait a little bit if you're so inclined. Well, tonight, we'll wait for you. Lin Jian didn't think it was much of a big deal, but these remnants definitely had to be dealt with. As soon as Zhao Ji left, Yuling actually appeared right away. He must have prepared a whole bunch of people to block you. Why are you out of your element? This is not where we agreed to meet. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to try it out too. If you don't turn on your skills, you shouldn't be able to spot me, right? It's true that you can't find out. You have such an ability and you're not even a full-fledged student? At this point, Lin Jian couldn't help but ask out. It was easy for Yulin to kill whoever she wanted to. Chapter 52, there's still someone who has a second awakening. Really? You think I'm good? Don't need to feel that. If it's an assassination, then you have the potential to take out anyone, because no one has their skills on all the time. You can get close to anyone without saying a word, and no expert can have their skills on all the time, right? This Yorin skill is simply deadly. Who can stop it? While she has no attack power, she uses a gun, and bullets, no matter what, will do damage to non-combatant priesthoods, and if that's not enough, she has special bullets that are made out of monstrous materials. even without all of that, she could instantly restrain a priesthood with just a random knife. At this point in time, if anyone else was on the sidelines, they were also dead. Yurin laughed. So only you can find out. I won't hide it from you. My sneaking and concealment skill is SSS level. I'm surprised that I can be found by you, but my outwardly proclaimed skill is that of a gunsmith. Gunsmith? A priesthood of sorts? Count on it. Even though the guns are man-made, you have to do the aiming yourself, and I shoot 100 times. It turns out that she became a special enrollment student because of her priesthood as a gunsmith. No, why do you have 2 priesthoods? It was the first time Lin Jian had encountered such a person. He hadn't heard of anyone awakening 2 priesthoods. Usually awakenings are 1. So if there were such a person, wouldn't it spread everywhere? Yurin laughed again, her one exposed eye narrowing. Haven't you heard of it, the second awakening? And a second awakening? Yes, such chances are rare, but not unheard of. The Priesthood Academy would be able to perform a second awakening, but it's highly likely to be a blank slate. The cost of a second awakening is high, and it's very difficult for anyone to awaken a second priesthood. But why don't you want to become an official student when you're awakened? Everyone has their own hardships, and this reason has nothing to do with you. I don't want to talk about it. Lin Jian nodded and didn't ask any further, at the same time feeling that this person, Yu Ling, was also weird. She had been so confident in her beauty that she wouldn't lose compared to anyone, and even thought she was too dazzling. And this disfiguring behavior on her face, did she do it herself? Or did someone else do it? Finding Lin Jian looking at himself, Yu Ling said, I know what you're thinking. These pimples on my face are camouflage. No one knows my true colors. I can only tell you this much now. Are you still curious about me? There is, but I can hold back if it doesn't concern me. So talk about you. It's better to be cautious with them 2 gangsters. They can be more than just a club in the National Vocational College. They are all connected with the outside. Do you want me to accompany you? No need. Right. What can you do? Snipe out their core? Lin Jian felt that even if there were any gangs out there, they were still some underground characters. What could any underground figure be capable of with the power of these formal academies? With capable people they wouldn't be out there waving. They should come in like Tucson and Tully. I think you're still too inexperienced with the world. Having been in school before, right? Do you have a lot of experience? But I came here today to ask you to come out with someone. And there's one more to go. Let's not talk about that until you've been invited out and done their business. Yurin took his own gun and checked it, then wrapped it up in a cloth. My guess is that the trick they came up with was to have a lot of people and saturate you. How many of them can you replace with a life changer? At this point, Lin Jian was still confident. As many of you know, I've also had experience with multiple targets. Oh, how many? What about dozens or hundreds? What about hundreds or thousands? That's too many. Can they really get that many people together? Lin Jian is very skeptical. It seems that the 2 gang really used the forces outside the school. If there is no de facto expert, then the number of people can still be put together. He can now bind 16. In the limit, 16 priesthood or 16 ordinary people is actually the same. Looking at it that way is really the way to go. But ordinary people, can they really carry the pain of hell's wailing? And how long can they last? Let's go then. Let's see if they can actually do anything about it. The idea was right, but Lin Jian felt that they clearly had no concept of SSS-level priesthoods. That was true. No one else except Lin Jian himself had this concept because they hadn't seen it before. When she got out to the outside of the school, Yurin stopped in her tracks. I'll just hide in the shadows and help you. Kind of keep my hand in. Are you really going to help me? Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. You'll need it. Let's put the headset on and connect. Yurin's presence on the front was not much help. She was good for sneaking around, and having someone behind her to set up a gun was always a bit more solid. Then, Lin Jian saw a girl appear, the forbidden wordsmith from that day. You are. My name is Ji-yoon, and I'm a forbidden master. They wouldn't expect you to come after me, would they? No, actually I'm not much use if I can't have an effect on you. They sent me to lead the way. Lin Jian looked at her and suddenly asked, there aren't many surnames like Ji. You have the same surname as Dean Ji. You shouldn't be related to him, right? What makes you think that? No. So tell me what what do you really want? Are you determined to avenge the brothers Turi and Toussaint? I'm not. I'm just grouping with them anyway. Banners can't upgrade without grouping. It should be. No matter how righteous the rest of the 2 gang is, they can't all be this loyal. There aren't really many people like Zhao Ji, and he may not be motivated by righteousness, because he is supposed to be the number 3 in the Toho gang, and if he can avenge the first 2 at this time, then he could be at the top. And sometimes clubs can't stay in existence when they lose their soulmates. A club is not a fixed organization where you can pick a position up for whatever position is unoccupied. Why is it called the 2 gang? The 2 brothers with the last name 2 are the souls. If anything happens to them, the club ceases to exist. Instead of waiting for you to pick someone to be the boss. Speaking of teaming up, if the Toho gang is gone, would you like to team up with me? Ha? No, do you need me? Ji Yun looked at Lin Jian in surprise, a life-changing master. He didn't need her as a banning master, did he? He was still tired of his opponents not hitting fast enough, unless his opponents were still somewhat useful when they used their skills to try to escape. Lin Jian explained, I was recently in need of a team with someone. I'm just short of people. I don't have to do anything, and it's not dangerous. You'll be fine tonight before you say anything. So if you had made it tonight, would the Toho gang still exist? I don't know. As soon as someone teams up for a trial, I'm in. She was defaulting to the idea of not rejecting anyone, as long as she could have someone to lead the leveling, as was Lin Jian, as was the two gang. Chapter 53, Does a large crowd help? Lin Jian was led to an abandoned neighborhood where there was actually no one at night, and by this time, Yurin's voice had come from the headset. You're blessed. Strong isn't very strong, but there are more than 100 of them. How about it? Can you handle it? Then watch for a while. I'm amazed. Are these 100 or so people not afraid to die? Not necessarily. They probably thought you couldn't possibly handle that many people, and the Toho gang is a resource that a lot of people would want to maintain, I guess, especially if they have a reputation in the club. In fact, they guessed pretty much that a life changer really couldn't handle a lot at once, although the number of bindings for the Forest Sword Divine Chain increases with level. It is limited. If you really want to carry out a saturation attack, you can't really cope with it at the same time. What are you talking about? Ji Yun, who was next to him, heard Lin Jian seemingly talking to someone and asked curiously, Nothing, is it here? It seems that they have cleared the field, or a bit of power. Well, there are many of them. They are blocking you right in front. You are a life changer. If you run now, it is still not too late. Your arm twisting by telling me that. Lin Jian snickered, then saw a person coming from the front. Zhao Ji finally appeared, and he coldly said, Ji Yun, you can leave. Anything that happens here is none of your business, and you shouldn't talk too much about it everywhere. Good. Ji Yun timidly stepped back and turned away, but Lin Jian didn't move. Lin Jian laughed. You're making it look like that. I'm sorry, Tully and Toussaint are my brothers and I'm going to be righteous? You're just trying to get people to think you're righteous and that you're inheriting the Toho gang because you're righteous and it pays off. Anyway, no matter what you say, are you accepting our challenge? At this time, even if Lin Jian ran away, Zhao Ji had in fact gotten the benefit of this righteousness. At least he tried his best. He tried his best to avenge his big brother. The brothers saw it. Even if Lin Jian slipped away, Zhao Ji would in fact become the current leader of this society. What a calculating person. This Zhao Ji has ideas. He even informed Lin Jian that there were many of them. But Lin Jian wasn't afraid instead. Let's go. Let me see how powerful you guys are. Toussaint and Turi are gone. And you still have experts? You're a life changer. And even the most ordinary person has a life, right? Yes, but are there enough ordinary people to replace them? You'll find out soon enough. So confident? Zhao Ji was a bit flustered. He was quite the heartthrob, but his strength was definitely not as good as Turi and Toussaint. This kind of person wouldn't be too brave, and it would be best if he was here to scare off Lin Jian instead. There would be no need to fight, and he has in fact gained the respect of the community. But Lin Jian is not. He is immortal. The masters have confronted. Just try to see what you guys can do if there are more people. So, you did still agree to our challenge until now, right? Yes, I'm learning from you. Learn me what? Regardless of the outcome, I'll take this aura. Since he was immortal, there was no reason for Lin Jian to cower, and there were a lot of things that you couldn't avoid just by retreating. So in addition to the factual outcome, this aura Lin Jian also wanted. Now even if their opponents ran, Lin Jian had gained momentum, and they would never have the courage to face Lin Jian again in the future. Fighting one punch to avoid 100 punches, a retreat will be eaten to death by others. This is very understandable, right? Even if you can't beat them, you have to make this momentum. People are afraid of not wanting to die. Well, don't blame us then. Zhao Ji waved his hand, which was a signal, while he flew and dodged to the side. This situation even Lin Jian is very surprised. He thought that Zhao will rally to lead the charge. Just around you at least fight first. Sure is a speculative guy with a good head on his shoulders, but he's very shy about his life. Up ahead, Lin Jian saw a group of dozens of people rushing towards him in the night. They still have reserves. So many people. If they kill you, they've even figured out who's going to take the fall, haven't they? Yoren said lightly over the headset, with the calmness of a sniper. Really? But there's one problem they haven't figured out, and it's fatal. What is it? How should they kill me? Lin Jian immediately began to act, pulling out the dagger in his hand first. It wasn't for poking others, it was just for poking himself. Change of life, divine chain binding. Change of life, hell whale. Change of life, Night Eyes quest. Continuously casting his natural skill, Lin Jian had long since become very familiar with it, and the line locked onto the 16 people in front of him. He didn't even use gravity confinement, didn't slow these people down to see if they could carry it. With a straight cut, he poked into his right thigh and twisted it a little harder. 16 times the pain. Let's see if you can stand it. Real men aren't afraid of pain? There were no priesthood ranks too high among these people, and 16 of them fell to the ground wailing on the spot. The sounds of wailing and screaming carried far in the darkness, and their fall tripped those behind them. Just one cut and you can't walk? Expressing his disappointment, Lin Jian relocked on the other 16 and shined another slash down on the same leg as himself. The pain of a second stab to the wound is far superior to that of the first, at which point a 16-fold increase is added. Ah! The screams were endless, and a dozen more people fell to the ground in agony, feeling like they had broken a leg. Since these people were low level, they could not afford this damage even more, and soon, dozens of people lay down in front of them, and the rest were blocked, while all looked at the fallen ones in amazement and dumbfounded. Isn't this a life changer? How come so many people have fallen to the ground and he himself is still standing? They were surprised to find that they could not exchange them for anything, and at this point it was time to change the reasoning. The lives of mole crickets are lives too, but they can never be exchanged for the lives of elephants. At least not one for one. Do you guys think that more people will help? Too low of a level and you'll even get hurt. Lin Jian looked over and Zhao Ji froze. Not much of an action for a life changer. Just poked himself twice, and a large portion of his side went down. It still wouldn't work without rank, and it seemed that his move to surround himself in numbers wasn't very effective. He didn't realize that if Lin Jian were to focus on him, a little injury could kill him in pain. That's over 200 times the pain, and it doesn't even need to be a fatal wound. So now you think it's a life even if it's weak? Oh, there are still those who want to run away? This is afraid. Talk about what righteousness. All give me back. Lin Jian instead chased up. Want to run? There is such a cheap thing. When to fight you say, but when to stop, it is not up to you. Chapter 54. To kill or not to kill. It's all the same choice. Lin Jian dealt with the 100 or so people without much skill, just relocking and poking himself, afraid that they would run too far apart. Lin Jian ended up rebinding the beginning 16 and threatening them by holding a knife to himself. Move all of these people together or I'll let you experience what it means to be zapped. The 16 men didn't dare to make a move and hurried back to move the ambush. Without exception, they were poked by Lin Jian and rolled all over the ground in pain. All comfortable? Lin Jian crouched down on the side of the street and played with his dagger. Zhao Ji, come out. You should be the only one who isn't injured. In that case, I'll fight you. Zhao Ji rushed out, a knife in his hand as well, and charged towards Lin Jian's side. He thought that Lin Jian would also lock himself and then poke a knife to bring himself down so that he wouldn't stand out so much. Otherwise how else would he be in charge of so many people in the future? And you'd be able to say that you hadn't been harmed in the slightest yourself? You've made your brothers suffer. How dare you take over the club? But Lin Jian didn't make a move and just kept watching Zhao Ji rush closer. When he was still several steps away from Lin Jian, Zhao Ji actually stopped. He was like a clown now. Finally, let me try it out. Right, come on, go ahead and strike. I won't fight back. Lin Jian also provoked, but Zhao Ji played only with his heart. He didn't have the courage to stab himself. Zhao Ji knew deep down that his strength was far inferior to Turi's, and since Turi wasn't even a match for Lin Jian, what did he have to go on? Now if Lin Jian had gotten him down like everyone else, it would have been a high point instead. I'm only one man, and I'm brave enough to go on all of them. Isn't that brave? But now he was awkward, showing everyone that he simply didn't have the courage to make a move. No, I didn't give it enough thought because life changers are really rare. Really? So you just let your brothers charge and pick up the slack yourself? There is no way to account for this with all the brothers who are struggling in pain watching. Lin Jian didn't wait for him to react and directly bound Zhao Ji. You're not a low level. More than 20, so let you, then, feel the pain that Turi felt at that time. Don't. Lin Jian focused on Zhao Ji, which was not something he could afford. Although Lin Jian was only level 16, his natural skills were all geometrically increasing. Further down the line, one level of skill strength is dozens of levels of someone else's. So who can stand it? Lin Jian also merely poked a knife into his heart, and Zhao Ji directly fainted at the scene from the pain. It was still possible to wake him up in pain again, but there was no need. And that was the worst thing that could happen to Joji. I'm sure no one will want him as a leader after this. Yoren's voice appeared in the headset. Aren't you going to kill anyone? They're mobbing you. You have an excuse. What's the use of killing people? Killing mole crickets won't do me any good. Griffin, well, it seems that you are not unable to hold the strength. They're low level so they hold it well. I can't say the same for the high level ones. Is the rank low? There are quite a few in here that are at the same level as Lin Jian. They're even official students of the National Vocational Academy. but a pair of more than 100 still cannot help Lin Jian, can only be said to be SSS gold. The talent increase was so great that even if all their points were on defense, they wouldn't be able to catch up with this damage increase. Want to continue? I'll still give you guys a chance, but opportunities can't be given indefinitely, and people can't be endless, don't you think? I'll give one last chance. I'll appreciate it very much if you're really that loyal. I won't fight back if you attack me, but if someone wants to run, I won't leave him any way out, because I despise people like that. Those few words embarrassed them again, and at this point they were really out of it. Going on the attack yourself? They had tasted the pain before. Lin Jian was just an easy slash and it was as if nothing happened to him, whereas when it came to the others it was a dozen times bigger, so who dared to poke him? It was more of a matter of just hurting themselves. Even if they were also at the same level as Lin Jian, even if they didn't use any undead battle body, they wouldn't be able to carry 16 times the pain damage. We were wrong. We won't dare again. Finally, some people conceded. They thought that they could counteract the life-changing master's attack with a handful of people, but the reality was that all of them couldn't carry it, and the pain that was engraved in their bones was the lesson. Why should a person do something that was beyond their ability? Tully and Toussaint are gone without them, and they're no good anyway. We don't even dare. We'll quit the two gang in the future. More people are realizing that they're not going to get away with this. What is the value of SSS-Level gold? Even if it's a life-changing division that is considered to be a chicken rib, they can't touch it. Then you guys go. Ah, let us go? Yeah, if you don't leave I'm going to start up again and take this alpha of yours with me. At Lin Jian's command, more than 100 people ran cleanly. Yuling's voice came from his ear again. That's not like you. Don't you always have to sign a life and death contract? Spoken like you know me well. You're not like that? Of course not. It's just to cut down on the trouble for myself. And by the way, I know where you are, so don't aim at me. Soon enough, Yuling appeared in front of Lin Jian, facing the skills of an SSSS-ranked priesthood. She had nothing to hide from, unless she hid farther away. Sniper rifles had a long range, but Yuren wasn't sure of Lin Jian's perception range. It seems you've matured quite a bit. Letting Joji be taken back like this is worse than a brief moment of pain. Kill, to minimize the trouble. And don't kill, just the same. Lin Jian didn't see any difference between the two choices. I wouldn't care how much he suffers. He doesn't deserve it. Killing and not killing seemed like two opposite choices, but to Lin Jian, it was the same. Having to kill all these minions would be a hassle for him. In fact, he didn't care about the deaths of these people, just the people around him in the future. At least one good thing is that you have enough people on your team. Yurin shouted to the back, and that Ji-yoon ran out, timidly coming to heal. You won't make a move on me, will you? No, I'm even inviting you onto my team. I was with them before and you invited me to team up? What's wrong with that? It's just a team. It's not like I'm going to do anything with you. She didn't know yet that this team of Lin Jian's was just making up the numbers. It didn't matter who it was. And Ji-yoon was also deeply jealous of Yuling. When did this woman appear? If she knew that this was just a special enrollment, I'm afraid she would be even more surprised. In fact, Lin Jian was quite surprised as well. This Yuling definitely had a secret on her. Just by the fact that she had had a second awakening, she couldn't be an ordinary person. Generally geniuses in the Divine Clergy Academy were only qualified to make a second awakening attempt. It's amazing that Yoling is only a special enrollment at the National Academy. Chapter 55, Burning Money, can be awesome too. When the people were all together, then Lin Jian plotted how to blend in. Participating in the external challenge of the Divine Vocational Academy? We're students of the National Vocational Academy. Will it be humiliating? When Ji-yoon heard this news, he immediately beat a retreat. It is true, then, that this challenge was directed by the priesthood against the rest of the folk. Quite a few people awakened to cockamamie priesthoods or weren't very high-leveled, and they were all sifted down. Predictably, these people will get weaker and weaker because they lack resources, and the priesthood would not be interested in these people, finding it not worth wasting resources to train them. What if there's a missing pearl? Good idea. The Divine Clergy Academy will organize a challenge like this, and any of you who are not convinced can form a team to participate. And such a challenge would be a disgrace if someone from the National Vocational College participated. You came to the SOTC for a challenge like this because you don't think your National Vocational College is good enough? Not only would he himself be disgraced, but these deans of the Divine Office Academy would also hold a grudge. It's okay, you all attend anonymously. But what about you? Your profession is so specific. Anonymity doesn't really work, does it? A life changer, or SSS-Level. Is there a second copy in the world? Obviously this news was also known to the priesthood academies, although they also felt that this was a chicken rib occupation. It didn't stop them from knowing about it, it was just too famous, that high of a priesthood level. It was actually a life changer. Just hide yourselves, and I'll have my word at the clergy. He was there to seek justice for his sister. Of course he had to go. It wasn't about what was disgraceful or not. It was disgraceful for the Divine Clergy Academy to take someone away without informing them. So in this matter, I believe Ji Wuyo couldn't say anything about Lin Jian. Yurin nodded. But it's meant to be hidden a bit at first. You're too famous. How is this hidden? Just pretend you're a gunsmith like me. It's a profession no one will check. Of course no one checks this because gunsmithing doesn't seem to have much to do with talent. It's a person who can shoot. And the power of the gun has nothing to do with you as an individual. It depends on your bullets. So what can be said about this profession? Ordinary people can become sharpshooters with hard training. Okay, I'll take a chance on this one. Then try it with my gun. Yorin didn't mind handing over the gun directly. The most important thing for a gunsmith is to shoot accurately. Hitting 100 shots is what makes a true gunsmith. I mean, during the finalist tournament, you'll have to use the gun to solve at least some of the small monsters. There's a finalist tournament? Of course there is. It's not like anyone forms a team and people from the Clergy Academy play with you. That's right, that's at least the place where geniuses gather. It's hard for you outside to see one, and to play against them, you first have to go through a screening process. Priesthood Awakening is just like a big star. Do you think they will play with you if you say cut and run? So the people who teamed up to participate had to go through a shortlisting selection, and would fight some small monsters to gain points. In other words, Lin Jian couldn't reveal his identity in this selection. Otherwise, the Divine Vocational Academy would likely not allow him to participate. Of course they wouldn't check your identity, but if it was exposed, they would still reject it for a bit, because fighting this kind of challenge with the National Vocational Academies was obviously bullying too much. The relationship between the two colleges will be pulled straight then. To put it bluntly, this external challenge is the equivalent of a show of superiority, and it's a big step down for you, the students of the National Vocational College, to come and participate. I'll try. Then, Jian Lin took it over and took a shot at a trash can at the end of the street. The sound was small. Yulin had a silencer on, and it was a small caliber, so Lin Jian actually missed. Ha, missed? That's because you're a bad shot. Seeing doesn't mean you can hit. It's the power of your gun that's weak, isn't it? What do you know? It's a small caliber gun, but it has a long range and low recoil for easy control. Lin Jian really didn't think that shooting was easy. This shot just now wasn't far away. It felt like it didn't hurt, and there was no recoil at all. It wasn't like he couldn't see. The gun isn't calibrated, is it? Who says so? You watch. Yorin brought his gun over and raised it in a single blow, easily piercing the entire trash can. A caliber not so powerful? That's because the bullet is special. How much force do you think it takes for a dagger to pierce a human body? It seems that her bullets are also very sharp. Well, Lin Jian gave up. It seems that I cannot. Yulin then drew another pistol and shoved it into Lin Jian's hand. Dislike the target. You can always hit it, right? Yeah, this works. Lin Jian wasn't afraid of getting hurt anyway, so it was still okay to dislike him directly and shoot him in front of him. Yurin nodded. That's the excuse I'll use, and I'll have to get you a lance to pretend. At this time, Ji Yun suddenly spoke. In fact, top gunsmiths can rival other professions, but it's very costly. What about burning money? It is buy equipment. The power is not enough to make up for the equipment. A lot of bullets that use monsters as materials are so lethal that they can penetrate the defense of S-ranked priesthoods. I've heard of a legendary gunsmith. Look at us. We don't even look rich. Lin Jian laughed. Relying on equipment to smash money was certainly a way to go, but not for them. It didn't matter that it was just a matter of dressing up as a gunsmith now. All he had to do was hold out until he competed against the clergyman's team. Ji Yun let out another question. Can a team like ours really fight against the regular team of the Divine Clergy Academy? That's something you don't have to worry about, because it doesn't require any effort on your part. Yurin smiled and looked at Lin Jian. He's confident in himself that he can single-handedly take on the Divine Clergy Academy's team, and the Divine Clergy Academy wouldn't be able to put together an elite team to abuse the vegetables anyway. Right, and if Tully can do it, you should be able to as well. The one sent out should be the low end of the Clergy Academy's team. Turi could handle them all, so Lin Jian really wasn't under pressure. Don't worry guys, you won't need confrontation when it comes to the official rounds. Well, if you beat all the teams, there's a special bonus. Oh, you can mention a condition acceptable to the Clergy Academy. Make an offer? Anything? I'd say it's something the Divine Office can accept. You can't go too far, like letting the Divine Office take you in. This kind of condition has been mentioned before, but of course it wasn't agreed to, and the Divine Office just gave him a symbolic visit, added some money and told him to get lost. Visiting the Clergy Academy? This line, to others this doesn't seem to have much value, but Lin Jian can accept it, or he could just offer to let the clergy explain the matter. Can they not answer a public question? On the other hand, Lin Jian was hesitant. Would this ruin his sister's future? Although the Divine Clergy Academy carried arrogance, after all, they were going after their sister's talent. At least that's what Ji Wuyo said. Lin Jian felt that he could perhaps use a gentler approach. Chapter 56, the more you kill, the higher your score. The next day, they began preparations. Yuling had prepared a complete set of gunsmith's lines for Lin Jian, with both long guns and pistols, because Lin Jian has night eyes exploration. Now is 500 meters perception beyond ordinary people. He still used the gun to try, and is not allowed. The results show that being able to see and being able to hit are really two different things. Forget it, just do what Yoren said and dislike the face and shoot it. Zhao Feng also got his friend, an S-ranked swordsman. This swordsman had encountered the same embarrassment as Zhao Feng, who was only a knight and hadn't awakened any special skills. And this swordsman named Wang Dong is just that, a swordsman. If it was some kind of magic swordsman, ghost swordsman, berserker or something like that, then it would be worth it. But he doesn't have those skills, and upgrading can indeed be upgraded. But if all you can do is slash, the value of the profession will be very low. So these two brothers are as awkward as they come. Really? We're going to participate in the Clergy Academy Challenge? Great. I've been waiting for this. I'll blow them away. Underestimating me, aren't you? Even though I only know how to slash, I can slash more magnificently than the average person. Lin Jian felt that this guy was a bit fierce. He wasn't going to be bad, was he? After all, they want just a few to make up the number of people. To the Divine Clergy Academy after the exposure, they can disappear. A few other people exposed is not very good. Lin Jian can be one person to top. And this Wang Dong. Lin Jian pulled Zhao Feng aside and asked, this brother of yours won't go to any extremes, right? Why yes. He loved life so much that he was full of passion. Then you can tell him that this time it's just a filler. After all, he's afraid of danger if he really goes up against the people from the Divine Clergy Academy. Yes, I'll make it clear to him. Just going for a challenge. Ji Yun and Yu Ling were both very capable of recognizing themselves. Zhao Feng the duo should not be hot-headed, because no matter how much you disagree, the talent chosen by the priesthood is guaranteed to be strong. At that time not dead also have to take off layers of skin. They are not Lin Jian, can just go to death. After roughly confirming it, Zhao Feng said there was no problem. Okay, let's arrange the teams then. Yuren, have you heard anything about the challenge? The one thing I can say about the qualifiers is that all of the groups that participate have to go through a Divine Realm trial, which is exactly the same, depending on how many points the teams can get in the trial. The same trial content and scores? Yes, the highest scores filtered down and only 3 teams were picked to participate in the challenge. This Lin Jian couldn't understand, and a few of the others didn't really understand it either, since they hadn't bothered to learn about this challenge. It looks like Yuren does have a news doorway. I learned that this challenge is for an S-rank boss monster, the Red Spider Mother. You're sure now? Wouldn't that be an easy challenge? Just one, or a group fight. Lin Jian knew that there weren't many people like himself who challenged monsters, especially boss levels, over the top, but there was still a good chance if they fought in a group, because a few divine priesthoods could produce lethal kills if they worked together well. Is this hard to beat? It's not hard to fight, since it's only level 20, a level that isn't hard for many people. Lin Jian had fought it, and he knew himself well enough to know that it really wasn't difficult if there were only level 20 wild monsters. Even a group of people out there can be killed with a turn 1 core and the right skill set. Wouldn't that mean that all the teams involved would pass? Yeah, it must have been a sure thing to go. Some of the priesthoods are good enough to even kill them solo. So how do the scores improve? Is it based on who plays fast? No, the Red Spider Mother's ability is to spawn amazingly well, depending on who kills more. It turned out that this Red Spider Mother's S rank came from the spawning ability, and more pups led to more targets, which seemed to be a bit of a problem for Lin Jian, because a small individual spider is a goal. Is that little monster hard to fight? It's not that hard. Even if we use guns, we can get one shot at a time. The little monsters are very low level. When Yulin said this, the others also heard and understood that after going in, they could not tackle the mother body first, but kill the small monsters first until all the small monsters were cleared, and then go to fight the mother body, so that their scores could be improved. Otherwise, you're in a hurry to kill the Matrix, so I'm guessing the score won't be high. Since it's a race against a lot of people, there's a bit of strategy involved, and it's not a kill or be killed question. Does this monster have a limit? The limit of spawning so that it produces the highest score. Top scores are born every year, and basically, the teams that pass are the same ones that produce the top scores, and they're the ones that kill the Matrix when they've killed all the little monsters in the whole field, and there's not a single one left. Do the females keep laying eggs? It will, but it's not fast, so it won't be much of a wait with the time constraints. Lin Jian was a bit worried. Then we'll be a bit slow in killing the small monsters, right? Aside from Lin Jian's divine chain binding, and Yorin's strafing, the others don't have much in the way of large area AoE kills, And Yurin's guns may not be much more than that. She's just man-made firearms. No, we have the Forbidden Master. It may not be slow. Yuling smiled. The banning master has a great impact on the skills of the small monsters. The small spiders have a defense function. That is, molting. You don't see it is not really high, but it is also more laborious to kill. If you ban the skills of the small monsters, yeah, if it's chopping up melons and vegetables, even if it's one by one, we may not be slower than others. Zhao Feng perked up. His attacks were monotonous, but he was at least S rank, like his genius swordsman brother. It just lacks tricks. Yurin nodded. And if we use our guns, it's possible to do it one shot at a time. And as long as the Forbidden Master casts it successfully, the defense of the small monsters is almost close to zero. By then, only the boss is left and it's easy, right? Lin Jian nodded. Just do it, Ji Yun, it's all up to you now. I didn't realize that the temporary collection of a gagmaster served to boost efficiency. Zhao Feng was a knight and Wang Dong was a swordsman, and these two were quick to slash madly. Lin Jian himself and Yu Ling were not to mention that if the bullets were effective, then they would just sweep them away. After making the arrangements, Lin Jian led the team to enroll. To be honest, the scene was bustling, and there were still many people who had signed up. After all, the Divine Vocational College was the highest institution of learning in everyone's mind. Even though some of them were already quite old, they were willing to participate if they could get a high look from the Divine Office. Some people just had obsessions, and this affected Lin Jian and the others in participating in this selection, because multiple teams had already finished brushing up their records before they came to sign up. What? There are already several teams close to a perfect score finish? Lin Jian was simply dumbfounded when he saw these people's battle scores. Wait, is there a perfect score in this selection? Chapter 57, Killing Monsters also tests skills. The person counting the scores on the spot should be a muckraker from the Clergy Academy, but his status is not low. They glanced at Lin Jian, and the person who was counting said, "Why not?" Someone went in and went straight to a spell, wiped out all the little monsters, and then waited for the mother to lay down her pups until the very end. That should be the highest score. All the teams that passed had the highest scores? That's not true. There's still a difference because very few people can destroy all of the minions first in the first place. There's a cap on the existence of minions, and if you destroy them faster, the females can lay their pups a little faster. But the score bites hard. The man counting shot Lin Jian another glance. If you don't have much else you can do, don't sign up. The very close ones in front of you already have more than 3 teams. I don't see much of a chance for the ones behind you. Lin Jian was really poured a pot of cold water. How can this make people play? What spell can destroy all the little monsters in one? Fiery flame. Of course the level is too low. It can only kill small monsters. Otherwise this spell would surely become a forbidden spell. But the person who cast it does have hopes of entering the Clergy Academy. And the ones right behind him only use 2 or 3 spells. How does this compare? Lin Jian looked at Yu Ling, who also shook her head. Even if Ji Yun's banning works, we can't shoot them one at a time as fast as they can. And the mothers that lay their pups in the limited time are definitely not as many as they are. Sweeping couldn't even do it that fast, and Zhao Feng's 2 slashes and cuts were definitely even slower. Sign up first then. What? You're signing up for this? You think there's a way to kill more? Come what may. It's good to kill a monster on the way. I really don't get it. The monster level isn't high enough for a few of you to share? The person running the registration muttered, but since Lin Jian and the others wanted to participate, let them. To be honest, the 5 of them are all level 16, and beating a level 20 monster is indeed trivial. In the spirit of coming all the way here, Lin Jian, as the captain of the team, made a registration with his real identity. That's right, it's the real identity. And don't worry, the clergy won't look at it now. They don't care. Wait until you beat their clergyman's team. These guys are a waste of time looking at their names. Okay, then you guys go in. I say, a couple of you guys with knives and guns, can you kill them? The few people who registered on the spot laughed, knowing by looking at their weapons that they didn't have monster clearing skills. By the time you kill each of you slowly, you won't even be able to squeeze into the top 50. Lin Jian didn't care about them, and led the team into the trial divine realm. Just coming in, a couple of guys couldn't get their spirits up because it was clear that they couldn't win. Captain, are we really going to fight? Ji Yun was a little reluctant. My skills, it's too much of a waste to use them on these little monsters. Of course it's good if I can win. This kind of trial is so much better in our National Vocational College. Lin Jian was honestly a bit discouraged as well. He couldn't imagine that the outside of the academy was so rolled up as well. Look around again. It's all covered in cobwebs. The area is covered in cobwebs. And in the spider's web is a single white egg. And right now the egg hasn't even hatched a gargoyle yet. You have to startle these eggs to hatch the gargoyles. Yurin explained. People have large arson skills. They all burn out at once. And then they all burn to death at once. Zhao Feng also frowned. If I rush over to lure the monsters, I'll get caught in the cobwebs, right? Yeah, you'd be great if you were a fiery knight. Yuling's mouth was really poisonous, and at once he poked Zhao Feng's sore spot again. He was just too much of a chicken in his profession. Thick blood and high defense. No use. Look here. You can't rush out far before you get dipped. Captain, fight? Tell you what. Let's go check out the boss first. Lin Jian also shook his head. They were able to kill. They were just slow. They definitely couldn't score with those who were efficient. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong walked right in front, swinging their swords to slash and cut the spider silk. At the same time, some of the gargoyles were awakened, hatched from their eggs, and were cut down by them again. The monsters are weak. We basically need 2 or 3 swords to kill one if the banning master. Don't even think about it. You guys only kill one with 2 or 3 swords. There are hundreds of eggs here, and people clear them all with one skill. It seems that it won't be able to enter the top 3. Yoren suddenly said, actually, I still have a way to lure the monsters. I can help you guys burn the spiders. This is an armor-piercing incendiary bomb. A single hit is a passageway. Wait, this bullet isn't going to be expensive, is it? Lin Jian stopped her, but Yoren laughed. It's a small thing. It's all made from little weird materials. That was fine. And Lin Jian didn't want Yulin to spend too much time here, since it was already impossible to compete for the top 3. He came in, just reluctantly wanting to check it out. Bang bang. Yoren kept discharging his gun, the bullets trailing fire and striking out, burning through the spiders in front of him. It feels like we're struggling to walk. They only need one skill. Hey, watch out. There's the boss up ahead. Without driving out far, he had already arrived at the boss lair, and the level of this wild monster wasn't too high. Monster, Red Spider Mother. Grade, S. Talent, fast breeding. Can reproduce pups at an amazing speed. Skill, binding field. Covering a vast area with powerful spider silk, making it impossible to disengage and drive the cubs to siege. With this, it can be S rank? Zhao Feng looked disappointed. It's just a slower kill. If there's no time limit, we can actually fix it. Lin Jian nodded. Yeah, killing this isn't a problem. It's just that we're struggling a bit. Wait, how did it change color? My gun hit it, I think. Hey, why is it changing color? Yoren suddenly froze as well. Oh, hidden talent. It has a second form. Lin Jian also realized. Second form monsters aren't rare. So what are the abilities of the second form? I don't know. That won't be displayed until its rage level is raised to full. No one mentioned before that this thing has a second form? Never heard of. It suddenly occurred to Lin Jian that since this thing would raise the rage value after hitting it, the people from before must have known about it as well. But the fact that they didn't mention it means that neither of them triggered the second form of the Matrix. What does that say? It shows the opportunity. Quick, you guys hurry up and clear the little monsters. Ha? What do you mean? You're so excited. Do we have a chance? At this time, Yu Ling also thought of it. That's right. They should have failed to induce the monster's second form. I guess it should be that this monster's rage value didn't rise to its full level before it was exterminated. It should be very difficult to control. Are you sure about this? Lin Jian said indifferently. Try it. I don't know what the second form is. In case I can add points. Then you don't want to kill the monster. When it dies, all the little monsters will perish with it. Zhao Feng froze again. This is still a technical job? Wang Dong couldn't wait at this time. Start killing. Quick. The Forbidden Master sends out his skills first. Kill the pain. Chapter 58. Red warms up and gives birth so quickly. Outside of God's domain, the registrars were already getting bored. I think that's it for this year. The team in first place is kind of interesting. Neither can I. It's only so far. The priesthood is not accepted. It's too common. Also, just one large area of fire. Not powerful enough. Chicken ribs. They simply don't get it and think that this monster is low-leveled, when in fact it's the hardest monster to hit with a high score. A few people chatted, and although they were muckrakers in the priesthood, they had their eyes on the sky. There used to be an old saying that there were 3 officials at the prime minister's door. While several teams felt they did well and were pushing the limits with their scores, they were far from it. They don't know that this monster tests skill control. How could they possibly know about those high-end things? Not many people in the clergy can do it either. So it's too hard to come up with this question. Mostly because the weird is too weird. This Red Spider Mother. The strangest point is that the rate at which attacks take damage is higher than the rate at which it accumulates rage values. So trying to get a full fury level up before it gets destroyed would be difficult. Often, you kill the monster by pushing too hard, and the rage level isn't even halfway up at that point. It's not like the previous team didn't see it coming. They seemed to see it, but attacked the monsters by killing them first. In the world of the priesthood masters, it's a level that's hard to achieve, and the ones who can do it are the top ones. And right now, Lin Jian was trying to figure it out. Change of life, divine chain binding. Change of life, hell's whale. First, he locked onto a divine chain, Then Lin Jian stabbed towards his chest. The monster's status is dropping a bit fast. I realized. Is it so rookie? It's already level 20. Why is the desire to attack so low? Something's not right. The rage value is rising too slowly. If I go on like this, I won't be able to fill up the rage value even if I torture it to death. It looks like there's another solution to this problem. So let's try it first. At this time, the squad had already begun to eliminate the small monsters. Slow was really not slow. Under the effect of the Forbidden Master, Zhao Feng and Wang Dong each killed a bloody path. All in 1/seconds. The small monsters were turned into brittle skin under the effect of the Forbidden Master. Yorin was also killing, and she was certainly much more efficient than the two mangaka. At this rate, a few hundred of them would soon be killed cleanly. But Lin Jian hadn't made any progress here. This won't work. It's a little too lethal. Lin Jian drew his own dagger again. This time he couldn't go for the heart. He had to look elsewhere. It is said that 10 fingers are connected. So what if there is no major damage? Just irritating pain? When all was said and done, Lin Jian actually stabbed at his fingertips right there on the spot. Roar! The red spider mother began to scream in pain, raising her front legs as she found Lin Jian and was going to lunge this way. But Lin Jian couldn't let it pounce over. Coming over to hurt himself, wouldn't that mother body die first? Change of life, gravity confinement. Just as the matrix was almost close to Lin Jian, it was pressed to the ground by 50 times the weight of Ben. This monster already didn't have a high desire to attack and was slow to move. It couldn't be seen as a level 20s monster. Now it was even more unwieldy. It couldn't climb at all. And even the spider soap that spewed out couldn't reach Lin Jian. One more layer. Change your life, divine chain binding. Seeing that the effect was good, Lin Jian hurriedly added another layer and continued to prick his finger. Doubling down with just pain and stimulating the nerves won't do much substantial damage to the body, but at the same time, consider that there is a limit to how much one can tolerate pain. And I wonder if this spider has one. And if it does, where is the limit? Lin Jian only kept increasing the tests because he had to hurry and still couldn't let the spider die of pain. It wasn't really possible to determine exactly how much pain the spider had, and what parts of it could make it feel the most pain. But in the spirit of the other party's struggling reactions, Lin Jian was constantly looking for parts. And those 8 legs definitely had a sense of touch. The most painful part is definitely not the one cut, but the repeated torture of the pain nerves. Lin Jian used the tip of the dagger and kept scraping at his fingertips, while the mother body that was heavily pressed on the ground struggled desperately. Lin Jian only stuck his fingers to make sure that this mother body wouldn't die. It had 8 feet, so if it broke, it would change one. Anyway, as long as it didn't hurt the body, it wouldn't hurt too much. By this time, the squad had killed hundreds of small monsters, and the cobwebs were almost cleared. There are also a few scattered mini-bosses to winnow down, which in turn take more time. Zhao Feng at this time also cut cool. We actually kill is not slow well. What happened? The big guy turned red? As everyone gazed over, what had been a black and purple female turned into a red one. Don't clear the little monsters. It's a waste of time. Yorin immediately said. All gather around the matrix and kill any small monsters that come close. Why don't you kill? There's only a little bit of the smaller monsters left. We've already killed most of them, and the turnaround is only on this big boss. It's too much of a waste of time to scatter the monsters. Our only chance is to hold the second form. Yorin was more awake than any of them. There were at most a few dozen small monsters left, and it would be a waste of time if they didn't gather together. Regardless of these dozens, their scores are also very close to the ones in front of them. Whether or not it can be overpowered depends on whether or not the second form is useful, and if it doesn't add up, then there's no point in going for the loose monsters now. And by this time, Lin Jian's divine chain had already focused over 100 times the pain damage. He no longer dared to ascend further, fearing that this monster could not carry it for a moment to GA. Roar! The matrix red warmer ends and finally reaches its full rage value, and the second form appears. With a flash of red light, the matrix actually carried 50 times the gravity and stood up again, which was the true strength of the S-pole monster. Monster, Red Spider Mother. Rank, S-Class, second form, level 2 0 levels. Talent, Ultra Limit Reproduction. Reproducing much faster than ever before. Summoning small monsters. Skill, Confinement Field. Can restrict any object that enters the spider web. Absolute control below level. At this moment Zhao Feng cried out in surprise. It started laying eggs again. So fast. Yorin was again the first to react. Hurry up and kill. Kill the little monsters. Here's the score. When the two melee fighters heard this, they rushed forward to cut. Ji Yun called out to them. Wait, that spider web is a forbidden field. Absolutely controlled below level. You guys have a lower level than it. You won't be able to move if you go in. Ah, what about Lin Jian? At this moment, the one closest to the matrix was Lin Jian, but he wasn't worried. You guys find a chance to kill the little monsters. It's okay with me. Thinking about it, Lin Jian was a life-changing master. If Odd dared to touch him, the damage he would take would be dozens or hundreds of times that of him. This was the most unorthodox part of the life changer. The opponent was even willing him to attack directly. Dueling was already shooting, while greeting the two melee fighters. You guys guard the outside of the spider web. Ji-yoon banned, not for the boss, but for the small monsters. From now on, it's time for us to grab the points. Chapter 59, You Kill Me Directly. The staff members guarding outside the god's domain, of course, also noticed the changes in the god's domain. What? Ah, that's impossible. Second form, am I reading this right? Is this where Dean went in? And why did it induce a second form? Impossible. The people out there can't hold it. Inducing a second form, that's a title that can be rated even in the clergy academy. They clearly perceived that the matrix inside entered its second form. The first form was weak even at level 20, which is why they chose to test it with this monster. But once the matrix enters its second form, it's quite dangerous, and dangerous to the elite cadets of the clergy academy, because that spider silk is absolutely forbidden. Very strong. You can never move if you don't have a high monster level, no matter how counterintuitive your skills are, but as long as they are bound, the monster will either die or not be able to move. And at this time, the Matrix's defense would receive an amazing boost, which is what makes it an S-rank wild monster. Is there a possibility? Is blaming himself for storming off? So should we go in and save the day? The rules say we can only wait here for the results. It's not fair to the others to go in, is it? But I'm afraid the people inside won't be able to deal with the Matrix. None of them are level 20. The level was stuck dead. It was an absolute limitation of the S rank. Even though Lin Jian was SSS rank, his ability wasn't to break free from this damn thing. The attributes were different, and he had the benefit of the fact that monsters didn't dare to attack him either. Once it attacked Jin Lin, the Matrix would know that it wasn't something it could touch. I don't think so. Let's wait and see. There's a death quota every year anyway. I can't afford the responsibility of sabotaging the competition. The people outside had no intention of coming in, and by this time, Lin Jian was completely unable to move. He was completely trapped by the spider web. He couldn't move his arms and legs. He had no way to decapitate himself and shoot his own tongue. Captain, are you okay? Where had Ji-yoon seen this before? She was completely flustered. You guys leave me alone and kill the little monsters first. I'll be fine. Really? That's level 20. It's definitely ranked high. Then my priesthood level is still higher than it. Don't worry. Killing small monsters counts for points. While Dueling had already killed quite a few small monsters on point, the small monsters that ran out were again cut down one by Zhao Feng and Wang Dong outside. Jiyan couldn't do anything about it now. They were all level 16 and couldn't do anything about the spider web, so she did her best to cast banning spells, but only to reduce the defense of small monsters so that her teammates could kill them faster. Huge spiders had crawled along the web, and this one wasn't like the old ones, an absolute boss-level monster. Taking the lead was stabbing over with a claw, intending to ball up Lin Jian into a ball. However, after the claws pierced into Lin Jian's body, the Matrix retreated back as if it had been electrocuted. After wailing in pain for a while, it began to realize that this human was strange, and that it would be worse for itself if it were to move him. So, for a moment the Matrix was actually embarrassed. Everyone else was outside the spider web, and the mother body was circling around Lin Jian, just not daring to make a move. It was no good chasing after a few people out there, in case this most fearsome person escaped. Zhao Feng had already killed so much that his body was covered in slime, but he still wasn't soft at all. He and Wang Dong were both S-ranked divine priesthoods. Don't think they were lower than Lin Jian, but as long as they were S-ranked, they were of rare strength, so he was still in very good condition. He was just a little anxious to see Lin Jian being circled around by monsters. They didn't know what Odd was up to, whether he was truly afraid of Lin Jian or whether he was performing some kind of ritual. So Zhao Feng asked loudly, "Have you killed enough?" I counted the points. Seems about right. It's higher than the first place score. Let's kill the boss then. How's this going to work when we have enough points anyway? Scoring is the hardest part, and how to kill the boss, that's so easy. Lin Jian estimated that the time was almost up, so he shouted, "It's not very convenient for me here. Dueling, you kill me directly." I kill you? Yes. How painful. Do you have any ideas? There. I've got blooming bullets here, and anything that doesn't have a high defense can be killed in one shot. It couldn't be killed. What Lin Jian wanted was his own pain returned 100 times over. Since you're already bound and have enough points, you might as well be a little more ruthless and seize the moment. Change of life, divine chain binding. Focus. There is no need to dominate. Lin Jian can still attract the attention of the monsters here. Anyway, even if the dominant body can be free of control. In fact, Lin Jian cannot do anything, simply let Dueling to kill, so as not to put another skill himself. So I did shoot? Shoot. We don't have much time. We need to get out of here. Bang. With a single shot of Yulin's blossoming bullet, he hit Lin Jian, who didn't defend himself at this point, allowing the bullet to penetrate him, punching a hole in his body, while the bullet exploded inside him, blowing out an even bigger gash as it penetrated. A miraculous scene occurred. A large hole exploded in the matrix at almost the same time. This hole was even bigger than the hole in Lin Jian's body. After all, it was doubled over 200 times. Apparently, the second stage of this S-ranked matrix was very powerful, and that shell was probably harder than many level 30 monsters. It was the second form, after all, and it was still good enough to force it out. But it didn't work, and the matrix didn't have the same kind of resilience as a werewolf vampire, and its skills weren't in that area either. So Lin Jian could afford to take a shot, but the matrix couldn't afford to take a shot. Yorin looked at the situation and fired another shot. Bang! Another bullet blew through Lin Jian's body. Lin Jian did not activate his talent. This shot may not see an effect on the matrix, but hitting Lin Jian's body directly made the matrix come out with another big hole. Finally, the matrix couldn't take it anymore and collapsed with a thud. Down. Are you okay, Lin Jian? She hurriedly withdrew her gun, and as soon as the matrix fell, the spider web lost its effect, and Lin Jian regained his freedom. Lin Jian hurriedly said to a few others, "Quick, hurry out, it's almost time." And after he stood up, the injuries on his body were recovering rapidly, and this time Yorin had been paying attention. "Why? Go away. This is no time to dawdle. It's okay, there's plenty of time, just wait a minute." Then Lin Jian saw that Yorin walked over and actually put away the huge mother body. She came with storage space on her, and it wasn't small, and people who had this were usually either rich or wealthy. Associated with the fact that Yorin had just shot incendiary bombs like she didn't want any money, she didn't seem as poor as she looked, although she was wearing rags and had a tragic image of her face blocked up. But it was possible that this was something she was faking. Why did you install it? People don't normally suffer this on purpose, so she must be facing a bigger crisis. Thinking of this, Lin Jian didn't ask too many questions and nodded. "Let's go. Let's hurry up as well. Doesn't it matter if you have a bullet in you? It's okay. Look, the slugs will fall out on their own." Lin Jian shook, and the shattered warhead fell out of his body. Chapter 60, I want to win the second round. At the same time as the shortlisting competition over here, in the Divine Office Academy, exchanges between the two academies were also taking place. State Vocational Academy this side is exactly 2 Vice Dean led, and the Divine Vocational Academy out of the reception is also 2 Vice Dean. This is called reciprocal reception. You are what level, I also out of what level, so that everyone has nothing to say. The two sides also reciprocate in terms of the trainees brought in. There are about 2 parts. One is the best students of their respective academies, who have learned the essence of their respective sides, and the other, the new students who have just been recruited this year, and of course the best few are chosen. Veteran students reflect the ability of their respective colleges to train them, and you see how well I teach them, and how misguided you are, and as the freshmen embody their respective callings, you see that the best and brightest will come to us and will not seek you out. With exchanges like this, it looks like the clergy school has the advantage because they are really the place that all clergy aspire to be more. But if a handful of good players are selected, the NCAA can still compete. Your outstanding students look like the same ones from last year. Why? You don't want to graduate? The vice president on the clergy side of the academy is taunting because graduating prevents you from attending. So in a sarcastic way, the National Vocational College always keeps these guys to communicate, and we change them every year at the divisional college. And Vice President Chang and Vice President Ji on the side of the National Vocational College wouldn't be able to help it, because of habit. Yeah, a few don't make all, and a brief moment doesn't make an eternity, right? What does Vice President Chang mean by this? Meaning, you have always been the best academy, but who knows in the future? Vice President Chang is very confident. Everyone aspires to our Divine Vocational Academy. What else can you have in the future? It's true that it's a little embarrassing on the state college side, but all they can brag about is the freshmen. Of course, the standing vice president glanced at Ji Wuyo, who smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry, this year, among our new students, there are 2 SS-ranked priesthoods, and of course, we couldn't bring them all, so we only brought 1. Oh, you guys actually managed to recruit SS-level freshmen too? Hee, this isn't a simple SS rank. You'll see after that. I know you guys have an SSS-ranked weapon master, but ours isn't a simple one either. And sometimes you can't just compare priesthood ranks." Ji Wuyo also pretended to be mysterious because it was their capital to show off. It's also good to show everyone the strength of their National Vocational College, where such outstanding students are willing to come. But on the Divine Office's side, Dean Gu seemed to be smiling even more happily. "Then I must congratulate you, but we've included more than just a weapons master." Oh, when Ji Wuyo saw how calm they were, her heart was a bit weak. He was aware of Qin Xiu, that SSS-ranked weapon master, and the clergy academy side also knew about Lin Jian, so they wouldn't bring the life-changing master. Everyone felt that this one was chicken ribs despite its high rank. So in terms of gimmicks, the NCAA really recruited a good one. But the Priesthood Academy was the Priesthood Academy, and people had seen more than their fair share of geniuses. When he wanted to inquire further, someone came to report and whispered a few words in Dean Gu's ear. Dean Gu's eyes instantly widened. What? Someone was able to trigger the second form of the red spider mother? Not sure yet, because that side says it was triggered by accident. Is it luck? How can it be? You guys keep a close eye on this team. When the person reporting left, Ji Woyo inquired. What's so important? Dean Gu stated in an ancient manner. Nothing much, just accidentally triggered one of our institution's advanced tests. On Lin Jian's side, all the people had come out, and the results were valid within the time limit. The teams gathered outside were up in arms and the scene was buzzing with excitement as their scores were ridiculously high. How can that be? Someone must have cheated. How could the score be so high? We've managed to shorten the time for any session. There's no way anyone could score that much higher than us. They must be using cheating or this is shady. None of them believed they could score that high, and the team that came in first was even more unconvinced. Based on this test, they've already done the optimal solution, and no amount of boosting is going to hit double the score. Lin Jian was calm. How to explain? That was the staff's business. He looked to a few of the team and asked, "Are you all okay?" The remaining 4 people on the team all said that they were in good shape, so Lin Jian was relieved. Next, you won't need to make a move. Just stay with me for a game and I'll do the rest. Captain, you're going to take on the Clergy Academy's team alone? Zhao Feng shook his head. I don't care anyway. Why don't I help you put up a fight too? At least we're freshmen in the National Vocational College. No need. It would be bad to go back if you expose the identity of your National Academy. It didn't matter if Lin Jian was exposed. It was bad for others to be exposed. He was just trying it out on his own. There was no need to hitch a ride on someone else, and he didn't know how the National Vocational College would handle it when he got back. Yoren said lightly, if you can keep hiding your true occupation, it's no problem to easily pass the first round. How are there still a couple rounds left? Of course they do. They're so proud that the ones they send out against them in the first round are definitely freshmen. And there's no killing the average freshman for you, is there? But as soon as you win, they'll let the elite come out for the second round. Is there anything to be said for 2 rounds? If you win the first round, even if you win the Clergy Academy, they are saving face in the second round. You know, on Yurin's side, he told Lin Jian about what would probably happen. Winning the Clergy Academy is rewarded, which is the key to the challenge's appeal. But the Divine Vocational Academy lost. They must not be able to accept it in their hearts, so they will definitely arrange a game to beat you into submission. They salvage their face, and then give you a reward. That is to say that the field they have to find back. Can't afford to lose? Of course I can't afford to lose. This is the Clergy Academy. Can't I convince you to beat me? However, hearing Yulin say this, Lin Jian smiled. If only I could still hide my priesthood in the first round. What? You were expecting to beat them in the second round? In the second round, the ones who came up were definitely elites. The ones who were trying to gain face for the Divine Clergy Academy. But from another perspective, Lin Jian could only really make a big deal out of this if he won this second team. Wasn't he going to ask about his sister? The only way the clergy can be pressured is if they are noticed by more people. It's no use your ordinary one yelling at the top of his lungs. People won't listen to what you have to say. It has to be a stage that is in the limelight, and put the Divine Office on the shelf as well, so that Lin Jian can make the Divine Office have to pay attention to this issue, or else people won't pay attention to you at all. And if you want to expose a thing, someone has to pay attention to you. The problem is, no one in history has been able to win a second round. Chapter 61, the challenge begins. Have an idea? I'll help you. Lin Jian was surprised that Yu Ling actually dared to say this. Why? Because you're a SSS ranked profession. I think it's well worth helping, right? The combat power she showed was actually piled up with equipment, practically taking money. And the result of engaging in a vicious battle in this way is that it is likely to directly consume the life savings of an ordinary person. A lifetime's worth of earnings may not be enough for a single fight. Seeing as she's dressed in rags, she actually has that going for her? Yoren also looked at the others. What's your attitude? To help him or not? Zhao Feng immediately said. I'll help. I'm a special enrollment anyway, so if I don't do something, I won't become a full-fledged student. So why not go crazy if I have this opportunity? So that the Divine Vocational Academy will remember me. You have to think clearly. If all of them are explicitly licensed, it is equivalent to coming to the Divine Vocational Academy to smash the field. And both academies will be very embarrassed. This is okay if it is smashed. If it is not smashed, go back to be sure to be disciplined. Lin Jian made the stakes clear to them and told them to choose carefully. At this time Wang Dong laughed. I'm not even from the 2 academies. Lousy swordsman. Not afraid. Well, in the end, it was left to Ji-yoon, who looked at the crowd with timid eyes, but actually didn't hesitate in answering. I'll help too. Ji-yoon, think about it. You may not be able to afford the consequences of this. I'm fine. She spoke with a soft voice, but not a soft attitude. No wonder she dared to join a club like the Two Gang. Maybe she really did have some kind of backbone. And now it seemed like there was nothing to lose with just Zhao Feng and Wang Dong playing bachelors. Okay, then you guys can just help me get through the first level. I'll do the second on my own. The finalist selection ended with a lot of noise, and Lin Jian's team advanced with the first place. They can't do anything with the divinity school no matter how much they make a fuss. They can only go around publicizing what an injustice they have suffered. That's good. It's attracted more people around and the attention has increased significantly. And going into the actual rivalry game, there was really only one game for each team. As far as the seminary students actually competed once, this rivalry game, which is streamed live, is part of the entertainment. So the attention further increased, although it used to be held year after year, making people a bit tired of watching it, but at least it was the first school's external confrontation, and many aspiring young people liked to watch it. Hello everyone, we are broadcasting live. The live broadcast of the Clergy Academy Open Match. After a day of rest and preparation, the rivalry games really got going. The site is also live-streamed by a dedicated person and has been one of the hot shows for years. For this confrontation, an empty god's domain is going to be activated with no other monsters in it, and both sides of the rivalry target each other for offense and defense. The priesthood has also sent numerous healing clergy to work safely to ensure that the injured can be resuscitated in a timely manner. The live streaming event was quite a blast, and it's the kind of entertainment that can make a lot of money. It's just that the ratings have been going down in recent years because it's so unsuspecting. Basically, it's extremely rare to win one game, and the second game is completely out of reach. There was a lot of waning enthusiasm from the audience. Old Wang, the live broadcast has begun. Hurry up and watch. What's there to see? Every once in a while a team beats the Clergy Academy once and they send their elites to crush them. They can't afford to lose. Hey, it's not providing an opportunity for the average person out there who feels like a relic. Better not watch it. I attended one a couple years ago and it's nothing like a regular academy. The people outside are all left over from the screening. Of course they can't compare. Even if there is an occasional omission, they can't actually win. People have better resources in the academy, and gradually the gap will be widened. Ordinary people don't have the resources. And on Lin Jian's side, he was also ready to enter the battlefield. They don't really have to prepare much and don't seem to be able to do much. Lin Jian planned for them. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong could just strike out. They weren't too suspicious even if they were S-ranked because there wasn't much of a skill. Ji-yoon was a bit sensitive. Her forbidden master status was worthy of an elite trainee. As for Yurin, she couldn't attract much attention with her bare gun. Lin Jian himself is the gunsmith as cover. Except he needs to dislike the face to shoot. Ji-yoon, the worst thing to hide in here is you. You skills have to wait for the critical time to be released. I know. Ji-yoon was also energized. She seemed to be getting more and more excited. Originally she was still quite a reserved girl. I guess it's some kind of demonic attribute awakening. Their nature, and so on, is that the National Vocational College has come to smash the scene. It's all played out like this, and if they lose, they're sure to be greeted with disciplinary action when they get back. Well, it's not complicated. I've got you guys covered. Yorin concluded. The other two teams will start first, and we'll see them fight first. A total of 3 teams were screened to play against the teams from the Clergy Academy. Lin Jian's team was the one with the highest score, so of course they were the grand finale. And the first 2 teams had already begun their competition. The third place team went first, and after a warm-up interview, set the crowd's emotions ablaze. However, the race didn't even last 5 minutes as the third place finisher suffered a quick defeat. Lin Jian and the others were also watching in awe, not to mention the quality of each person. The team of the other Clergy Academy was much better coordinated, and after one round of skills, this third place team could no longer see any hope of victory. Eventually the therapists swarmed and saved their lives. Their team fits. They're all hand-picked, unlike us who are so random. Yes, there are damage-resistant front rows, long-range mages, and sneaky assassins. Ji-yoon, you have to hide it well. Don't let their assassins steal it. For Lin Jian didn't have to worry. Her sneaking skills couldn't even be detected by the Vice Dean. So Lin Jian focused on keeping Ji-yoon, who looked like a proper mage with her svelte appearance. Ji-yoon, you don't need to hide. Let Zhao Feng and Wang Dong protect you. Zhao Feng, can you keep it? Don't worry. I will defend it with my life, and my opponent will not pass unless he steps over my corpse. For an S-ranked knight, he still had thick blood and a personality that matched the profession. Lin Jian added to Yuling, you take command. Their hidden professions shouldn't dare to move until you show up. But I haven't commanded a regimental battle. Neither have I. You can see best from hiding in the shadows. So you come. None of them had much experience, so the only person to count on was someone who could see the whole picture. And Yorin was perfect for that. Yorin didn't panic. He just said, "It's your fight. I'm just keeping an eye on you, I guess, telling you the information, decision-making you do." Lin Jian always felt that Yulin was more experienced than all of them, especially since the information was still very well informed. Come on then, it's our turn. Chapter 62 The Smashing Team. While Lin Jian and the others were preparing to go on the field, the second place had actually already begun to race. The second place lasted longer, so Lin Jian and the others waited for a while. This second place, the team that originally had the highest score when Lin Jian and the others hadn't even conducted the finalist screening, they did come prepared, and it was estimated that there were awakened priesthoods in the team that the Academy had missed, so they are not willing to show themselves. This gave the Divine Office Academy's team great trouble, and the two sides actually went back and forth for a while. Word got out to the exchange between the two houses here, and all four vice presidents stopped to watch the game. Ji Wuyo also watched the broadcast live. This was the annual challenge match of the Divine Vocational Academy, which his National Vocational Academy did not have. There's something about this second place team. Dean Ku, your guys are getting pushed around. Oh, it's also in decline, but I have to say, there's a core in this team that's pretty good. It seems to be the Legacy Pearl. After this competition, we'll be specially recruited to enter the Divine Clergy Academy. It's a pity that he can't win either. That makes me curious. What would be the team that crushed them in the finalist scores? Everyone is curious. Such a team is actually good enough. They are 50-50 with the students of the Divine Office Academy. There is actually a team score crushed them, but the scene was watched with the two deans of the Divine Office, and Dean Standing was resigned in his heart. Look at people, picking a wave and then using this challenge to pick another wave to make sure the talent is all in the bag. Ji Wuyo shook his head and didn't say anything. The State Vocational College was indeed no match for the Divine Vocational College. Scene. Lin Jian's team had already finished their preparations. They weren't trying to get any equipment, but everyone was covered up. Yurin gave Lin Jian a makeover as well, and Ji Yun was also covered up with a large cloak. This is to avoid being recognized at the start for fear of someone interrupting the game. You guys are the top-ranked team in the finalists, right? I'm a reporter for the live broadcast, so I'd like to ask. No comment. Lin Jian coldly threw down a sentence and led his team into the preparation space. The reporter froze on the spot until he reacted to the fact that the live stream was still going on and laughed awkwardly. What a characterful team. The reaction from this team was unexpected. As anyone who wanted to show off before the broadcast, why have this challenge? Isn't it still to bring attention to yourself? To make the clergy realize that they chose to leave out? And Lin Jian's team is being secretive. What are they trying to do? There was certainly footage of this on the live stream, and it was seen by Ji Wuyo, who suddenly froze. What's the matter, Season? I don't know if I'm misreading it. It's fine. The standing vice president did not see it. Ji Wuyo did have a familiar feeling. Should not be. Not. This is equivalent to their state vocational academy to smash the field to come. In the official face is not allowed. It's worse than provocation. Or you can't win even if you provoke. If it's really what he thinks, then don't communicate yourself. Hurry up and lead the team to leave in the dust, and go back to thank again. The second challenged team still lost, but viewers watching the live stream lamented the loss. It's a shame. It should have been a win. I don't think we can win. Compared to the regular team of the Divine Office, it's still worse overall. Kidding aside, they're a priesthood academy, fully configured, and this team is considered to be strong individually, right? I'm starting to look forward to the first place team, who crushed second place off a cliff with their previous score. In anticipation of the crowd, the broadcast interviewed several people who came out of the second place team. One of them was already performing resuscitation, and the therapist was on hand to make sure no one was killed, and Lin Jian led this mysterious team into the battlefield. In addition to Wang Dong, he, a swordsman, did not need to cover up anything and appeared brightly. The others more or less covered themselves and put on white robes with their heads covered. For the final battle, both sides have entered the field and are still in preparation time. Remember, our tactics are simple. Ji Yun must be the target of their raid, so Ji Yun is our bait, and Zhao Feng Wang Dong guards around her. I'll roam around and prepare to deal with their sneaky assassination professions and attack when all of them reveal their positions. Yurin didn't need an arrangement. She was free to choose the position she thought was favorable to her. And on the other side, a few of the people elected this time they knew about their approximate occupations. They actually have 3 assassins, a basic squad of 5 people, but the academy will arrange it according to the number of challengers. If you have 5 people, the clergy academy will also arrange 5 people. Anyway, not taking advantage of you, but how they configure it is up to them. 3 assassins, another healer to extend the duration, and an S-ranked real eye. Yurin, Will they find you? S rank? I'll keep an eye out. Yorin didn't say whether he could dodge it or not. The Eye of Truth was the skill that made everyone in the battlefield have nothing to hide. It's usually not easy to start a fight until you've discovered all your opponents, because in a normal tactical setup, the hidden one can often bring about a reversal of the situation. So until Yorin was exposed, they would have at least a little bit of scruples. The wrapping up of the second game there was done, and the third game officially began. Lin Jian led the team to burst towards the opponent's field. He had a larger range of movement, while Zhao Feng and Wang Dong guarded Jian's side, slowly advancing, that is, pouncing to directly find the opponent to start a fight. It seemed like a very simple tactic. Now let's take a look at the third one. They're escorting a mage forward. That's quite a strange setup. I think it's a setup because they're hiding someone, and now the broadcast hasn't found where that person is. The one hiding is the gunsmith. Are they going to use the mage as bait to snipe? This tactic was guessed even by the reporter of the live broadcast, but is it that easy? The healer and the Eye of Truth are standing at the very back, supposedly out of range, and the three assassins are lurking in the area in front of them. Do they dare to go over there? Just as everyone was guessing how the fight would start, a gunshot startled everyone. Bang! Not only did Yuren not have a silencer, he used a large caliber, and the gunshot went out for anyone to hear. It was reasonable to say that both sides hadn't gotten close enough to be in range to hit the other side's back row, but the healer on the Divine Clergy Academy's side had fallen down himself. What? Their gunsmith actually rushed to the front? No one found out? I thought that their knight and swordsman were the front row, but I didn't realize that the one at the front was actually a gunsmith. This is really surprising. The therapist arranged at the scene began to resuscitate. The clergyman courtyard one person withdrew from the battle. It was only after the opening bell that one was stolen, and all the people watching the bout perked up. Chapter 63, the challenger finally wins. What's going on here? The S-rank real I can't even detect someone lurking close? On this side of the exchange between the two houses, Dean Gu, who was watching the live stream, jumped up. The Vice President Chang and Ji Wuyo, who came over to exchange ideas, looked bland, and both had strange smiles on their faces. It was the other Vice President who pulled Vice President Ku to his feet. Calm down, you probably weren't paying attention. After all, the gun has a long range. Yeah, Vice President Ku. It's not uncommon for the sniper rifle's range to be greater than your true eye, Ji Wuyo said in a serious manner. But it was completely unreasonable, because who could have discovered the Eye of Truth first? It's supposed to be a skill that lights up the entire field, and the fact that you have to see him first means you're better than the Eye of Truth. Ancient Dean could not say anything, resentfully sat down and said, this person can also stay. Now live are still unable to find the position of gunsmith. Is a talent, looks like, now can only rely on the three assassins. A full assassin sneak attack is also a pretty extreme tactic. If you gunsmith can hide, all three on my side can. In fact, the Divine Office Academy didn't need to be in a hurry. Their cadets were all geniuses, and it wasn't impossible for one person to turn the tables. It's all going your way at the moment. Can you spot it? Yuren was reminding Lin Jian, who said confidently, no problem. Right, you can even spot me. There's no reason you can't spot them, so I'll settle for the Eye of Truth and you deal with them. Many people didn't realize how powerful the SSS rank was. Yuren couldn't be clearer, because her sneak level was also high. Lin Jian was the only one who could spot her. Change of life, Night Eyes Quest. Lin Jian directly activated his skills, and even if he didn't change his life, he had multiple ways to use his skills. Within 500 meters, nothing could escape Lin Jian's detection, and he saw three gazes rushing towards him. Three targets, at different angles. They're pretty well trained. Captain, can you spot it? I'm disturbed now. It's like it's too quiet around me. Zhao Feng was at a loss in his heart with his great sword. It is hard to deal with unseen enemies. While Wang Dong was also at a loss, I would think that the surroundings seem to be all full of people. This Divine Clergy Academy does have a hand in this. It can't be this quiet. Lin Jian was already aware of this. You're all S-ranked, so at least confrontation won't be a problem, right? Then he raised his gun and fired a volley of bullets in one direction. See, hit it, get on it. One of the assassins was so close that he was hit by one of Lin Jian's bullets, and the wounded assassin couldn't hide at once. When Zhao Feng saw this, he rushed up and outputted. He wasn't a knight with a lot of powerful skills, but at least he was S-rank. If someone helped to limit the enemy, then Zhao Feng charging over and slashing was still powerful, and he only had this monotonous set. The assassin was stuck by Zhao Feng, who was also S-rank and had more skills, but there was no way to help having been wounded, being in the most unfavorable position, and facing a knight at all times. Then the assassin defense is thicker. Against the attack for blood is not afraid at all. The value of the assassin is a hit and go, but by Lin Jian found also wounded, cannot realize his value. Zhao Feng had already wrapped around one, while the other was approaching. appearing in the other direction. Lin Jian picked up his gun again and blitzed for a while. Wang Dong saw blood bubbling not far away and swung his sword to rush out as well. Far away Lin Jian was unable to hit, but at close range, the probability of a sweep was high. The second assassin was also entangled by Wang Dong, who hurriedly sent a warning. Watch out. They can spot us. You've got some moves, but are you as fast as I am? Hold on. The third assassin had already killed and appeared behind Ji Yun. His primary target was still Ji Yun, and at this time, the four deans watching the battle also looked dumbfounded. Dean Gu was even more hateful. How can this be? What's the point of you guys still going to attack that mage? She hasn't even played any role yet and you guys are about to be annihilated by the group. You should be circling around at this time. Apparently, the one that looked like a mage was actually just bait. She was close to winning without even needing to make a move. And there must be a skill like Real Eye over here as well. Dean Ku. At this moment, when we get close, that mage and gunsmith, at least we can take them down, right? Yeah, Lin Jian claimed to be a gunsmith to the outside world, so he should be afraid of melee combat as well. That was the last consolation. At the scene, Ji Yun's back spine was chilled. She even felt the assassin's sharp edge. Captain, it's okay, I'm here. You're ready. Of course Lin Jian knew that they would fight close to the outbreak. Did he need to change lives now? There was no need for it at all. He had more skills than just life-changing gravity imprisonment. It was as if the space around him had distorted, increasing the gravity by 50 times all of a sudden, and the assassin was rushing closer as fast as he could, and with one last leap, he was crushed out of the air by this 50 times gravity. Splat dropped to the ground, followed by a burst of output from Lin Jian's gun disliking his face. Ta-da-da-da-da. Even an expert from the Divine Clergy Academy couldn't hold up to such an output, especially for an assassin with weak defense. So Lin Jian's bullets weren't fatal, but they caused the assassin great damage. Also there was 50x gravity on it, and the severely injured assassin couldn't move at all. Oh my god, what did we see? The three assassins all fell into unfavorable positions. They were entangled by two warriors, while the third one seemed to be unable to move, and was given an output by the gunsmiths. Shouldn't assassins be flexible? Holy, Real I got hit by another shot and the healer intervened to resuscitate it. Having a therapist intervene means the person is out of the fight. There was now no hope of a turnaround for the Clergy Academy team, and every one of them was under attack. The best case scenario would be to trade blood with Wang Dong's swordsman, but could the assassin really trade? Wang Dong was also an S-ranked swordsman. His defense was qualified, and he was likewise just lacking skills. Battle aborted. At this time, a system tone appeared, aborting the match. Both sides stop immediately. The challenger has won. The crowd outside the arena was of course in an uproar, and all who watched it live roared with excitement. Great to finally see the challenger win again. A rare occurrence. I remember the last time I won was 2 years ago, right? The challengers won easily this time. No one even got hurt. Only the fighters put up a fight. I think they can still win. Don't think about it. Next, the Divine Clergy Academy will shamelessly send out experts to this point. Older viewers are still familiar with the piss-taking nature of this show, and the SOTC is definitely looking to get their game back. They can't afford to have their image tarnished. Righteous or not is another story. Their image must be invincible. Lin Jian was also greeting his teammates and retreated to the resting space. Chapter 64. Betting on rewards to win the second game. The priesthood did get a little careless, but that's nothing. Dean Gu muttered for a while before calming down. It wasn't like this hadn't happened before. Anyway, as long as there were outstanding talents, the Divine Office Academy recruited them inwards, so the challengers would be theirs as well. It's not a shame. It's supposed to be a way to sift through the leftovers. The second last one was to show people the image of the immense power of the seminary. Of course it's a benefit that the challenger can win and get higher ratings. It seems like there are no losers, so the next hard part is getting the challenger to lose a game. Congratulations, challengers, you get to pick the prize you want. The world has witnessed your success, and the Clergy Academy appreciates your courage. For your prizes, you may choose items, or money, and the priesthood will also be able to select some of you to enter the cadetship for further study, which is an honor for you, and a sign of the priesthood's openness and inclusiveness to the world. Even the words were spoken with such arrogance that everyone in the group looked at me and I looked at you. This footage is supposed to be coming out live. What prizes are they asking for from the clergy? Of course it couldn't be something ordinary that could be dismissed. Lin Jian first asked Wang Dong, "What do you want?" Wang Dong was the only one in here who wasn't from the National Vocational College, so that would definitely let him decide first. I don't know. Even if I choose someone, I don't think the Clergy Academy will look at me, right? That's for sure. He's too ordinary for a swordsman. And the Clergy Academy wants geniuses. Lin Jian suddenly remembered something. I've heard that there's a chance for a second awakening. Go ask. Really? Wang Dong was excited. Can I choose a second chance of awakening? Please don't get carried away. Even in the clergy academy, there are only a handful of people who can undergo a second awakening. There's no such option in the rewards, and unlike the first awakening, a second awakening costs a lot of resources. As well, Wang Dong was a bit downhearted, and the others didn't do much to improve himself, did they? The most affordable thing to do then would be to ask for money, but he would be doomed to a lifetime of no more opportunities. This time Lin Jian asked, if we can win the second game, can we pick this? The system is silent. This is really a shocking question that someone can actually ask? He's not burning out of his mind. Are you still trying to win the second game? There's no chance. The second match the Divine Office Academy will definitely send up a genius. That's right. That's what happened last time. One genius flipped the challenge team all over. Be pragmatic. Young man, any money you choose to take is better than unrealistic ideas. On the dean's side of the exchange, Ji Wuyo seemed to hear that the voice was familiar. Lin Jian was already pinching his throat to speak, but Ji Wuyo also seemed to have heard it somewhere. It's not good to be sure. And at this time, Dean Gu also laughed in anger. Good lord, these people think quite a bit. Don't they know that the second match will have to deal with a genius who has studied for at least a year in the Divine Office Academy? Are you kidding? A second awakening? How many people in the world can have such a precious opportunity? But Lin Jian has no concept of this. He guessed that Yuling also carried out a second awakening. Then even this callow girl has a chance. Reasoning should not be too difficult. At this point, the system was telling Lin Jian, there's no such option for the second game either. Not even a second game? You guys at the Divine Office don't seem to be very generous. It's the usual rule of the priesthood. The system suddenly made a pause before resuming its voice. According to the latest decision of the Divine Clergy Academy, if you win the second game, you will be able to choose an awakening opportunity. But if you lose, none of what you won in the first game will count. It's a forced choice. Can a young man be spoiled? It doesn't seem like a good idea to threaten a reward you've already earned. But Lin Jian didn't make the decision on his own. Turning back to his teammates and asking, those who agree raised their hands first. Everyone raised their hands. Okay, since you guys decided to play like this, we'll all agree that if we don't win the second game, we don't want any of it. And if we win, you have to give at least one of us a chance for a second awakening. I didn't realize that even Ji-yoon had a temper. Did they think that rewards were a handout to people? There were actually such bets against each other, and the spectators outside felt that the Divine Office was too ugly. What is this? Isn't the reward fixed, and this can be withheld? The pattern is small. It's hard to believe that the Priesthood Academy thinks they'll lose. I think it's a gamble that the Clergy Academy must overwhelm the challenger. How childish. Now I'm rooting for the challengers. Even if they lose, I think they're still heroes. The opportunity for a second awakening was indeed too precious for the Clergy Academy to say no. But they didn't have to bet against what they had originally won, and it did seem a bit unatmospheric. In the view of the Priesthood Academy, this was also a means to suppress the arrogance of the pricks. And in their view some of these people possessed the qualifications to enter the Priesthood Academy, and might be able to pick one or two people. The system listed the information for the second round of challenges. The team you're going to challenge next is also scheduled to have 5 people. Wait, how is someone still a second turner? Zhao Feng saw the Clergy Academy's mind games at a glance. How is this going to play when the second turn can beat me by 100? It's a rule that all those who win a challenge have to fight against a cadet who has studied for a year at the priesthood in the second round. 1 year to train to the second turn? Yes, this person was a talented student of the previous year and practiced faster than the average person. The second turn, the ordinary people out there didn't have the resources to practice, and probably wouldn't be able to do so for the rest of their lives. Zhao Feng found it unbelievable. Even if you had this resource, could you fight so many monsters to gain so much experience in a year? Lin Jian came out and said, okay, we accept, Captain. Even though it's the Clergy Academy, 1 year to the second turn is too fast. Really? I think there are still exceptions, because Lin Jian himself didn't feel that this was fast. It felt like he could also, mainly because of his high natural skill bonus. Challenging high-level monsters is not a problem. He did, and since he could do it himself, it wasn't new that others could either. Was it? Yuling laughed. Zhao Feng, there is always someone who is very special and therefore is a genius. It doesn't matter. This put is mainly up to the captain himself, and captain you have to be careful. Anyone who is called a genius is not simple. Lin Jian was able to fight against Tuli's level 35 at level 16. Why couldn't he do it for others? That was why Lin Jian and Yuling both took it for granted, and that the geniuses of the Divine Clergy Academy couldn't be taken lightly, and might be even more difficult to deal with than Turi. I'll keep an eye out, and with this one, I might not be able to hide my identity. It's time for that life changer that everyone thinks is chicken to make an appearance. Chapter 65, You're taking us on alone? They're definitely overthinking it. There's no way they can win this way. A second turn expert. How can they fight when several of them are level 16? The good rewards are gone. They fought for nothing. What do you guys think? Do you think they have a chance? How would they have one if they were still hiding their strength? You can't win anyway. The individual levels are there, depending on what advantageous professions are available. Everyone's focus, instead, was on Yorin, as she had impressed in the first scene. Godly snipers, defenseless, but now facing a second-turn career. The most excessive is that the other party actually prepared 2 therapists. This behavior directly makes everyone think there's no point in watching it, because Yorin just adapts to guns, which have no attack power in and of themselves. And guns don't get much of a boost from your level unless you drop money on upgraded bullets. And looking at Yorin's rags, no one could believe she had any money. Lin Jian and his group had certainly encountered such a dilemma when they entered the battlefield. They came at me. 2 healers? I can't get a second on anyone. Healers are good. I can ban them. Ji-yoon had a new trick on her side, but how was she going to keep it herself? In addition to the healers, there were also 2 swordsmen who were magic swordsmen who had awakened special skills, certainly not on the same level as a swordsman like Wang Dong who could only slash. And finally that second turn mage. That's right, it's a mage, or both ice and fire. With dual system skills, it is indeed much stronger than Turi, even at low levels. I'll take care of that second turn. Can you guys take care of the rest? What would have been? When you got here, you could have stayed out of it, because you really weren't conveniently exposed. But we agreed to a parley, so winning this round is the only way to really win. After Jian Lin finished analyzing them, he then proposed, how about this? You guys don't get involved first, and if I can't deal with the number of people they have, then you guys can join in, okay? Ji Yun was a bit disgruntled. I haven't even put my skills in yet. Is it going to end like this? Her identity is easy to guess once her skills are released. There couldn't be an academy that didn't want a banning division, so she must be a student of some academy. Lin Jian still hoped that their identities wouldn't be exposed, and that they would just highlight themselves. Wang Dong and Zhao Feng were straightforward. We want rewards. There's no chance of a second awakening anyway, so you guys might as well wait and see. Well, that's what I thought. Let's see how the captain and that second turn engage first. Yu Ling supported Lin Jian. If he can't beat us, then it's useless for us to join in. He can take care of us alone. If we can win, then we have a chance. So we need to save our strength. Zhao Feng looked at Lin Jian and asked, are you really okay with this? Nonsense. I put up the challenge myself. Of course I'll go first. You guys wait at the big back and protect Ji Yun. I'll come back after I've made contact with them first. It can't be harder to kill than Tuli. If I win, the prizes all go to you guys. Lin Jian then wasn't here for any prizes. He told Yulin to take the 3 of them and hide, and went forward himself. His behavior left the audience puzzled. What's wrong with this guy? Is he going solo alone? Looking down on second turn mages so much? Even if it's at the front, it should be that night. Is this gunsmith's blood thick? The first one just now shows that this guy has something. He can spot sneaky assassins, but now he doesn't work. He doesn't have much offense. The other side is bringing 2 healers. He probably won't even do enough damage with his sweeping shots. And at the exchange site of the 2 hospitals, watching the live broadcast, Ji Woyo fell into deep thought. By the confrontations he'd watched earlier, he didn't think this team should be stupid. So why play like this? Winning and losing is normal, but it's disappointing if you pull any stupid moves. Dean Quarter, what do you think this man is going to do? I'm not sure. He should still have his bottom card unrevealed. I also found out that he should have special skills that greatly limited the previous assassin. The deans could see a general idea, and even saw that Lin Jian's skill strength wasn't weak. They could recognize that in fact, Lin Jian's value wouldn't be lower than any of the people in the team, so why go up and give it away? This time, the Divine Clergy Academy's team didn't do any sneaking and directly 2 swordsmen killed over. The mage who had turned 2, waited in the back. He also had long-range skills to deal with Yorin. Can't spot it. Guess he'll burn the whole area down with it. The result was that the 2 swordsmen met Lin Jian head-on, and to be honest both of them froze for a moment. Why are you alone? Where are your teammates? Hidden? Do they think they can hide? It seemed that with a second turn sitting on the ground, there was basically no need to worry about any sneak attacks. Lin Jian was honest when he spoke. No, I don't know your background in this one, so the others won't be able to go on for now. I'll come to explore your strength, and they'll go on again if it's necessary. What do you mean? One man singles us out? The 2 swordsmen's mouths were open and round. The Divine Clergy Academy had met many challenges before, but this was the first one that was so rash. The students of the Priesthood Academy were the best of the best, and they were already strong enough to fight equally. Now these 2 were freshmen, but they were also geniuses selected from all over the place. So where could they stand this kind of anger? I'll do it. You stay on guard against his teammates. Immediately a swordsman stepped forward. The gunsmith was just a gunsmith. This distance was simply useless to him. Swordsmen aren't the assassins of the last game either. They have thick defenses and a healer in the back. I'm alone. Let's try you out. Bloodlust. Berserk. His sword swung and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Oh, and a berserk swordsman. This kind of enemy is very dangerous, as this profession is also a great choice for defeating high-level opponents over the levels. And in his berserk state, his own strength is increased by many times. This included speed and strength, as well as his own defense, and it was evident that the blood was burning in his body. It's still a form of self-mutilation. Burning blood to gain combat power, very close to taking pills. At the same time, Lin Jian saw a cloud of water vapor wrapped around his body, which was the healer casting a spell. One person is berserk, and there is someone behind him to replenish the blood. He has the nerve to say that he is alone. Lin Jian looked around and activated his skills first. Change of life, Night Eyes quest. Then it was discovered that within 500 meters, the rest of their team was already in position, with the two healers in a clear position, in addition to the second turn mage, who was not far away and ready to support them at any time. Change of life, Divine Chain Binding. Change of life, Hell Whale. With these two skills out, Lin Jian had completed his lock on both of them as well. Chapter 66, Are You Provoking? As soon as Lin Jian locked on, both of the other two felt it. What is it? They hadn't encountered this kind of situation before. The first swordsman was a bit inexperienced, and didn't care so much. First enemy attack was usually right anyway. Making the opponent unable to send out their skills should be the best choice in this situation. So he attacked. The mad swordsman's speed was insanely fast, and the rapier instantly stabbed Lin Jian. The audience could not understand. The gunmaster and people close to Y. The strength of the first do not say. Your brain is not good, ah? This is quite a berserker style, ah? I'm afraid that this sword can't be dodged even if it's a few levels higher. Well, this gunsmith is in trouble. He can't get away. Looks like he's going to have to quit the fight. Looking at it this way, the side that has arranged for a healer is pretty dominant. Hey, no. This sword poking at the gunsmith. How come the other side hurts a little more? Everyone saw that the sword blade stabbed through Lin Jian's chest, and he also took a stance to let the other party stab a little more smoothly. Usually this is a behavior that violates common sense, and not to hide is not a bad brain. Not only did he not dodge, he sent it towards the tip of his opponent's sword. What resulted was that both of the opposing swordsmen were all curled up in pain. Kidding aside, this was a 16x pain enhancement. If he stabbed Lin Jian once, both of them would be the same as each of them suffering 16 swords. So why would Lin Jian dodge? He wouldn't even take the initiative to attack the other person. It was more efficient to attack himself. It was just a 16th grade freshman, and it wasn't even enough to look at in front of Lin Jian's eyes. With the bonus of their natural skills, they would have to be at least 16 times stronger to be equal to Lin Jian. But at the same time, Lin Jian still had the focus function, so it wasn't really too difficult against the second turn. What? You? Life changer? In pain. Both swordsmen stared at Lin Jian with wide eyes. After poking their opponents, both of them actually developed even more horrifying wounds. That's right, it's me. Lin Jian didn't hide anymore. Anyway, it was all the way to the second round, and whether or not he could beat it would be exposed. He simply lifted his hat, completely revealing his face. I'll make you all laugh. I can't hit anyone at all, so I might as well hit myself. Aren't I merciful? Then he reversed the gun on himself. Bang! That shot to the body equaled 16 shots to each of the other two. Heal! Heal now! The two healers in the back began to power up, trying to make up for all the damage before Lin Jian dealt it. However, a 16x damage burst wasn't something a healer could fix. Their skills just patched up and went into cooldown. They couldn't save such a damage speed. As a result, Lin Jian was still standing, and the two swordsmen were already lying on the ground dying. At this time, the high-level healers set up on the battlefield took over the two. Accepting the skills of an off-court therapist is tantamount to forfeiting the game. Seeing that the two had managed to be saved by the healer, Lin Jian glanced to the side. Remember, don't apply any healing spells to me, or else your unauthorized intervention in the match is also cheating. The off-site therapist guarding the side froze. Yeah, how does that rule? Because this is a life changer. He inflicts damage on the opponent by attacking his own body. Wouldn't it hinder the fight if he attacked himself while you healed him? That's what you said. Don't blame the clergy academy if you lose your life because of it. Of course I said it. Everyone saw it. It was unlikely that Lin Jian would need a healer. His own recovery was much faster. Any act of healing was a hindrance in his eyes, a stumbling block that prevented him from inflicting further damage. At this point, the outside of the arena was already in an uproar, and this unexpected situation made everyone not react. What's going on? Life changer? I remember. I watched a news story a while back about life changers. Yeah, I was laughing at the time. How can there be such a funny profession? Trading your life for someone. Now it seems as if he's not much of a problem himself. With all those injuries, won't he die? Everyone saw that Lin Jian had quite a few injuries on his body, even though his opponent had taken 16 times the damage he had. But the damage he had done like that was actually not small, and he actually carried it off. And that was two swordsmen. Swordsmen are warriors who rush to the front line, and their defense must be thick. The two houses exchanged here, and Dingu stood up in surprise. What? A life-changing master. After saying this, he looked at the two vice presidents of the National Vocational College. Standing Vice President and Ji Wuyo were actually surprised. They didn't know why Lin Jian was here. Dean Ji, as I recall, you guys took in a SSS-Level life-changer, right? That's him. Ji Wuyo also did not hide. But this matter we do not know, does not represent the attitude of our National Vocational College. And, you guys, this challenge also did not limit his enrollment, right? And he entered the National Vocational College as still a special enrollment. So does this count as a provocation by your National Academy students? It depends on the attitude of the ancient dean. If you guys have to say that we provoked it, I'll go and stop him. No need to stop. Let him fight. It had to be said that Ji Wuyo's stance was just right, and the response was too natural. First of all, it is stated that this is not our official attitude and we are not aware of it, so there is no provocation. It doesn't make sense for them to police student behavior, and you guys gave them this opportunity. The key point is the secret mockery of the priesthood, a mockery that is hidden deep. Do you guys think you can't beat them? If we can't beat them, then we admit our mistake and hurry to stop our students. In such a situation, can Dean Gu concede? Since all provocative road came to our heel, let him continue. Interesting, life changer. Pity this occupation. Such a person did not enter our clergy academy. He must be unwilling, still plastering himself. In fact, Lin Jian didn't care if he got into the Divine Office Academy or not. He appeared here for the sake of not being himself, rather making Dean Gu misunderstand. Ji Wuyo and Vice President Chang looked at each other, and it was clear that both of them were helpless. Eyes exchanged opinions. They felt that Lin Jian was going to win this one. Clearly this one sent by the Divine Clergy Academy wasn't that much stronger than Turi. Of course, to others, this dual system mage was indeed stronger than Turi. But in front of Lin Jian, how many faculties you have are just means of rebounding attacks back to yourself. And while Turi didn't have the offensive talent of this man, he could carry damage no less well than this man. For Lin Jian, how many means of attack you have little effect. The key is whether you can carry yourself. No matter how many tricks there were, they were only two abilities, offense and defense. And compared to Lin Jian, only defense mattered. You have to be able to carry dozens or hundreds of times more than Lin Jian to barely be able to fight Lin Jian. Chapter 67, This Challenge, Regardless of Life or Death. As soon as Lin Jian made his move, the two talented swordsmen had retreated, and the other swordsman didn't even cast his ability, and it wasn't needed anymore. Lin Jian didn't care how strong his opponent's attack was. It didn't matter what kind of swordsman you were. The stronger the attack, the faster he lost. The off-court healer took the two swordsmen away, and Lin Jian continued to wait where he was. Come on out. What are you all hiding back there for? The only one left on the other side that had offensive power was this dual system mage, but he was the previous year's clergy academy genius. His cultivation speed was first class fast, and he was still an SS class profession, the pride of the Skya. For sure he thought he could pick off the entire opposing team by himself. Are you kidding? Those are all teams that have only completed the first turn. He is not a second turn to casually hanged? Now that the other party had easily disposed of two people, if he didn't show up, it would rather seem like he was afraid of him. Who did I say it was? A life changer. I saw the news about this and felt sorry for you at the time. Lament what? You think you can beat me? Oh, the fact that the clergy academy doesn't want you speaks volumes. Does that have anything to do with the fact that you can't beat me? Lin Jian was just outright mocking. No one could hold back such provocation without making a move, right? To strike is right. A profession like Lin Jian can't wait for people to strike him. The dual system mage was actually a bit weak inside. Who wouldn't be confused by such an act of swapping lives? But he didn't know Lin Jian well enough. He also taunted. You swapped out two opponents of the same level as yourself, and now you're injured like this. Can you still fight? No need for bull asterisk. Just come on. Really? I'm not polite then. Gotta respect an SSS level opponent. The dual system mage was really nonchalant, instantly sending out ice spells, blizzard, icy sky and frozen ground. His choice was basically the same as Turi's. Instead of using a fire skill, he came up and froze his opponent. If he restricted Lin Jian's movements, he thought he was invincible. So up came an advanced spell. It was hard to instantly fire this skill. It could freeze an area altogether. All the spectators exclaimed in shock. They all felt that Lin Jian had lost his life at this moment. The point was that at this time, Lin Jian hadn't activated his skills yet. and when his opponent froze, it was a large swath of them. The two houses exchanged here and there, and the ancient dean broke into a smile. Not enough experience. This is an ice seal spell. It's a control skill. Your academy's people can't even send their skills in time. It seems that they don't stand a chance, and the remaining 4 can only surrender. It's a pity. It's a pity. Ji Wuyo didn't say anything as he and Vice President Chang exchanged glances. They all knew that this move would be useless against Lin Jian because Turi had tried it. Although that move in the picture didn't have as much freezing range, it had the same actual effect on Lin Jian. The standing vice dean still wanted to save the day in time. Dean Gu. In fact, this student is also a thorn in our side. Those who challenged him had to sign a life and death contract. Isn't it a bit dangerous to fight like this? Dangerous what? That's what his profession is all about. Not fighting for his life or death is taking advantage of him. Instead, Dean Gu spoke for Lin Jian, so there shouldn't be a limit on his battles. Why are you guys scared? An SSS-ranked cleric. If he folds in our clergy academy, that would indeed be embarrassing. He's still smug about it. Actually, Vice President Chang is doing it for his own good. Dean Ku. I mean, we'd be embarrassed if he hurt your people. You don't have to worry about that. How many years have we been conducting this challenge? And when has the clergy academy ever suffered a loss? Dean Gu still felt that it was the other party who had wimped out and spoke for his student. In that case, someone, contact the scene. I want to speak to the people at the scene and ask them to be merciful. Immediately, someone connected Dean Ku's call to the battlefield. I'm good, the life-changing master of the challenge party. And you're supposed to be from the National Vocational Academy, right? As the vice president of the clergy academy, I feel sorry for you as well. It's a shame about this career. But the fact that you participated in the challenge shows that you're still on the up and up. And I'll just have to let our guy stay. Just watch yourselves and keep him alive. How great is this? You get all your face back and you look incredibly forgiving and tall. The live broadcasts are playing. The viewers can see it. And the divinity school is taking advantage of the situation. At this time, the two deans of the National Vocational College were silent. It seemed that they had to teach the Divine Vocational College a little lesson before they could do so. All they have to think about is how to wrap it up. They have to bring their own people back, right? If Lin Jian waited and won, the Divine Clergy Academy would definitely be furious. And it wouldn't work without the State Clergy Academy stepping in. And at this time, Lin Jian sacrificed one of his kidneys to obtain the hegemony body. Are you Dean? Once he was free of the control, Lin Jian immediately took over. And this was the opportunity he was looking for. What? You're not being controlled? I ask you, my sister, was she taken by you? Who's your sister? And what's the meaning of hijacking? We're in the clergy academy here. We don't do things like that. Really, the others do things that you, as vice president, know about? When Lin Jian asked this, Dean Gu couldn't give a definitive answer. And for him to say that he knew it all was obviously bragging. Even the dean couldn't possibly know what everyone did. So who was he? An associate dean. In the priesthood academy, there are a lot of capable people. And precisely because each has their own temperament, they secretly do things that others don't know about. And some of them are even very excessive. But the academy harbors them all for the sake of face. Because the face of the divine office cannot be lost. And the authority of the divine office is infinite. Of course I don't know everything. But there's no way the clergy would do such a thing. Listen to yourself what you're saying. Do you find it funny? The vice dean was even mocked. Which angered the ancient dean. Young man, don't give yourself too much of an inch. I heard that you have to sign a life and death contract when you accept a challenge in the state academy, right? Lin Jian also realized what he said. Yes, it's fine here. And our verbal promises count because everyone can hear them. Good. Then I'll have all healers withdraw from the battlefield. This one regardless of life or death. It seems to be very equal. But now Lin Jian has been restricted. And the healer has 2 more on their team. 2 healers holding up a second turn mage. It felt like an army coming wasn't enough to send off. However, at this time, Lin Jian had already broken the ice. What I want is for you to say this. Change of life, divine chain binding. Focus. Change of life, hell whale. Lin Jian threw out his direct talent skill during the hegemony time, binding the second turn mage. Dean Gu didn't even expect this. What? There's actually a hegemonic body? So who would have thought of it? The 2 deans of the state vocational schools next to me thought of it, and they were both shaking their heads. Chapter 68, The Clergy Academy Can't Bully People Too Much. Lin Jian realized that as long as he provoked, the other party would send up all he wanted. That felt really good, and that was what he wanted. Otherwise it was hard to tell if the offside healer guarding the side stepped in, since the offside healer was significantly higher ranked than the 2 freshman healers on the field. How did he know that Lin Jian had to sign a life and death contract to accept a challenge at the National Vocational College? No matter, Lin Jian had the initiative now anyway as he walked towards that second turn mage. I wonder how his ability to carry injuries compares to Turley. Tuli may be a bit worse in skill talent, but defense is not bad. And this second turn mage is another speed upgrade up. Come on, hit me. The only way you can win is to hit me. You're only level 16. What's wrong with level 16? It doesn't stop the fact that it's happening. These people are so funny. They think they're useful for shouting this out. It won't help at all. What happens in the real world has to be fought with strength. People are at least prepared in their charts and get a blocking ring. This one was not at all prepared. He hadn't even known how life changers fought before. Earth fire, prairie fire. Genius indeed. Such a wide range of spells that others struggle to cast. And this one came out instantly. And what he didn't realize was that the faster he attacked, the worse off he was. It happened almost immediately, as Lin Jian stood motionless in the blazing fire that burst out of the ground. The mage, on the other hand, had rolled on the ground with his entire body burned, wailing in agony. What injuries hurt the most, of course, are those in which the nerves of the whole body are stimulated at the same time, such as extensive burns. Lin Jian's side was actually able to endure it, while these injuries on his body had been transmitted to his opponent 200 times over. Don't be afraid, we're here to heal you. The two healers in the back came into play, giving the mage a quick reply. This mage's ground fire was too fierce, but two healers could still be useful if they struck at the same time. It can only heal injuries, not slow them down. Lin Jian is still in the fire. The second turn mage was still wailing in pain, except that he had help recovering from his injuries. Lin Jian shook his head. It can't always be like this. This really hurts people to death. Yes, it's not burning, it's hurting, and that pain goes back and forth while you're healing. But someone on Lin Jian's side couldn't stand to watch, and suddenly there was a fluctuation of energy. The two healers' spells actually didn't work. They were both banned by Ji Yun at the same time, and Lin Jian was flabbergasted. Ji Yun, is that you? It's me. Didn't give you any trouble, did I? By the way, your headphones aren't burned out? It's okay, I've got the headphones covered. Lin Jian laughed. In fact, it was fine if Ji Yun didn't put up a fight. This dual system mage would really die from the pain of his own ground fire. But it's okay, the therapist is wasted and the scene is better controlled instead. He stepped out of the fire, the horrible burns on his body actually recovering quickly, then crouched down next to the mage on the ground. How about this? It's the power of your own spells. First time you've ever tasted them. Do you still want them? No, you go away. Don't panic, I won't attack you. I'll only attack myself. Lin Jian drew his own dagger and jabbed it into his thigh, then the other. This one obviously didn't have the resistance that Turi had, and simply couldn't stand up anymore, lying on the ground and rolling around. And at this time, at the exchange office of the two academies, the ancient dean had fallen into silence. In Ji Wuyo's ear, came the tiny voice of Vice Dean Chang. That forbidden word master is also from our school. I know. Ji Wuyo nodded. The problem now is to keep them from noticing others. They will only stare at Lin Jian, who is here for his sister. With these two things, they won't be able to notice anyone else. The permanent vice president also nodded deeply, and by this time the ancient dean also noticed their exchanges of words. Dean Ji, Dean Chang, it's not right for you to condone students coming to provoke, right? Dean Gu, look at what you're saying. We tried to stop it just now. Didn't you not let it? That's different. What just now? Your students are already on the field. Dean Ku, didn't you hear what he said? At this time, Ji Wuyo had no choice but to speak out in righteousness, his attention drawn to Lin Jian. He said that you guys took his sister captive to the Divine Clergy Academy, and as far as I know, there is such a thing. So, this is not a fight between our two houses, nor are we trying to provoke you. Rather, it is the sister of this student of ours that you have taken. Such a disgraceful thing would have nothing to do with what student status he has. It's basic human reasoning, and I'm sure that all those who are watching the live broadcast will understand that it's you who have taken the man away. But then you say that it's the National Vocational College that has provoked him. Dean Ku was dumbfounded. Indeed, people were watching it live. It's not like it's something you can change with a red herring. Everyone heard you. Lin Jian is here for a personal matter, purely a personal vendetta against you. Being that old and a dean doesn't make it fun to play the whole announcing your victory and treating the bystanders like cuties. Oh, yeah, that's why Dean Gu's face turned green. Someone, find out who took his sister. Yes, immediately, someone went to investigate. Even though he was the vice dean, he could still investigate this kind of thing if he wanted to use his privilege to do so, and the proper dean couldn't stop it even if he came. Because what Lin Jian said involved the reputation of their Divine Office Academy, though they've never cared about the reputation either. All bounced off of their strength, but this time it was still different, because it was said so publicly on air. Normally, you guys don't bother if someone doesn't obey, and it's not like these people's voices spread far anyway, and you guys still have power. now that Lin Jian's voice had actually reached everyone's ears. It couldn't be shameless. With this attitude of Dean Ku, he knew it was true. To hide it is not out of the question. Internal communication, the caliber of the same that we did not do. In fact, Lin Jian cannot prove anything, but there were two presidents of the National Vocational College on the scene, so could they just watch and not say anything? Also, Ji Wuyo seemed to know about this matter, and the Divine Office could not be completely ignored at this time. At this moment, Ji Wuyo was still drawing towards this matter. You Clergy Academy. Ah, you're also too unruly. Although the clergy warriors are very powerful, but after all, they all come from the folk, and it's not good for you to offend the general public, right? It's not even a hint anymore. Ji Wuyo is sticking his face in mockery. Who doesn't know this reasoning? All of them know it, and Ji Wuyo even deliberately told it. You used to be a little arrogant even if the impact of such a big thing cannot be messed up. In the future the recruitment of people cannot be recruited. All run to the National Vocational College. That is also the Divine Vocational College cannot afford. It is true that there are those who are profit-oriented, but there are also those who uphold justice. In the future, do you want the profit-oriented ones to come to you? It's a great influence on the ethos. Chapter 69, Hegemony Academy being mocked. On the field, the second-turn mage had stopped wailing, but had also become much weaker. He was practically powerless against Lin Jian. He had originally felt that the profession of life-changer was too ribbed, but now he couldn't do anything about Lin Jian. All those skills he usually practiced, the professions he was proud of, he couldn't perform them at this time. If you can't beat Jian Lin, won't you lose? He had seen Lin Jian walk out of the earth fire with his own eyes, yet he didn't seem to feel the immense pain. In fact, the pain was still there, and it was the undead battle body that helped Lin Jian carry the pain. The powerful recovery ability also made it impossible for Lin Jian to die in the earth fire. It's time for us to split the difference. Remember what your dean said, life or death. Then let's compare now. Who will live and who will die if I go down with this knife? It's possible I'm dead yet, and your two healer teammates won't be able to function anyway. In front of Lin Jian, this genius mage was the first one to pee in fear, and he peed in fear right then and there. I thought I was just here to spar. Who would have thought to take a life? Lin Jian then put the dagger at his heart. Such a knife down. He Ice and Fire Mage is also not known for his physical recovery ability. This knife is certainly not good for a long time. Will die. All the healers are banned. What to do? Wait. There's no need for that. Man, we're just sparring. Cutting? Then you should have quit when your dean put out the word just now. But you didn't. You obviously thought you could kill me. Thought you had me under control and could do whatever you wanted. Ha! There's logic that you get a kick out of when it's placed on someone else, and it's embarrassing when it's your turn. As he spoke, Lin Jian sliced into his chest, and the genius mage screamed miserably. My god, is that so vicious? Still a genius, being played like this by a turn of talent. This is what the Priesthood Academy is all about? Let alone people. I wouldn't be able to think of what to do if I were you. There's just no way to crack it. Yes, it's neither a fight nor a no fight. The life changers are so clueless, but why is he himself still in such good spirits if, for life? Everyone saw that Lin Jian was definitely not acting as painful as his opponent at this point in time. Isn't it logical to say that you can only transmit as much pain to your opponent as you have? It seems that this life-changing master has a secret, and that's the key to life-changing. The mage's defense and resistance. Of course, there is no way to compare with the warrior. The second turn is no better. So by this time, the genius mage was already covering his chest and begging for mercy. Wait, are you really going to kill someone and not save face? The system resounded again with the voice of Vice President Gu, who was intimidating, trying to utilize the authority of the Clergy Academy. Lin Jian listened to music. Why should I give you face? What good is it to me? You guys took my sister away and didn't even say a word. If you were in your place, what should you think? What face do you guys still want? Everyone had heard it, and of course they were thinking the same thing as Lin Jian in their hearts. A normal person's reaction. The family is missing, of course anxious. And normal people leave home will certainly also say a word. If there has been no news, it must be taken away. The family will certainly be anxious. Therefore, Lin Jian still didn't believe that his sister was safe. If the person is safe and following normal human practice, why can't the sister come back and say so? You could have eased it a little bit by even sending a message. Is a normal person's heart big enough to be at ease without asking for news? If Lin Jian doesn't want to inquire about his sister's news, that only means one thing. He doesn't care about this sister at all. It doesn't matter if there's news or not. It's the same if she's dead or alive. How does one manage not to inquire if they care a little about their family? Okay, we promise to let you see your sister. I don't understand this. My sister was indeed captured by you at the clergy house? According to my information, your sister was captured and rescued by our people from the Divine Office. You should thank the Divine Office. According to you, Whoever you saved, his life is yours? That's different from being dead? On the side of the ancient dean, it was actually not good to push too hard, because the two deans of the National Vocational College were still there, and with so many people listening, usually we think that if we save a man's life, he should return the favor, but that perception is clearly wrong, and that's only if he wants it to be. Apparently Lin Jian's sister didn't even have the chance to go back and report a message, and this was what she wanted. This is clearly hostage-taking and bullying. The ancient dean couldn't answer well, and at this time, Lin Jian added to the dying genius mage on the ground. According to your dean, if I let you go, your life will be mine. From now on, you will do whatever I want you to do, and you cannot disobey. Even if I made you a dog, you'd still have to learn to bark properly because I spared your life and you're alive because of me, right? It was obviously not right, and Dean Ku knew that it would not stand up to scrutiny if it got out. Although Lin Jian was even more of a trickster with this claim, Dean Gu's explanation wasn't much better. Lin Jian, that's your name, isn't it? Your sister can get a better future by staying in the Divine Office Academy. I said, only if she wants to. Otherwise you're in no position to define a better future for anyone else. Lin Jian's words made Ji Wuyo very much recognize them, and he couldn't help but say to Dean Gu, maybe, our National Vocational College is more able to make use of our strengths. You see, this life-changing master is still studying at our National Vocational College. Dean Gu glared at Ji Wuyo, which made it even worse to hold Lin Jian. Originally, the students on the National Vocational Academy's side shouldn't have provoked the Divine Vocational Academy in such a competition. It should have been an embarrassment for Ji Wuyo's side, but the facts that had been found out now were because of Lin Jian's sister's affair. Instead of taking advantage of the situation, the State House was able to mock them in the process. The big-name clergy academy goes around arresting people without even informing their families. As for them, the National Priesthood Academy, they taught what the Priesthood Academy considered to be a waste of priesthood, and today they even slapped their face back. Any way you look at it, it's the National Vocational College side that has the advantage. Ji Wuyo could be too good at making use of the topic, shaking his head and saying, let's not communicate. Why? It's what we've always been used to. The standing vice president even cooperated with the question, apparently allowing Ji Wuyo to say the conspiratorial words out loud. Hey, what if other people think of us, the National Vocational College, as that kind of bully mouth? Dean Gu's face was green. In the past, they had been bullies outside even 10,000 times without batting an eye. But this time it's obviously different. The implications are too great. Plus there's incitement from the side of the National Vocational College. The two deans of your National Academy are also present. I won't bully you in this matter. Can this fight be over? It's over. Class, you may now surrender. Plus don't forget our reward. Chapter 70 Communication as a Human Condition. Because of the exposure of the gag master, this matter can't be ignored by the National Vocational Colleges. Lin Jian's purpose of expanding his influence was achieved, and the effect was better than he thought, because it happened that the two deans of the National Vocational College were here, and if it was just Lin Jian alone, they might not have been so enthusiastic, and with the appearance of the forbidden wordsmith, they realized that this team wasn't that simple. There was no way that a popular profession such as a gag master could have been left out, and there were definitely still students from the National Vocational College in this group. Therefore, Ji Wuyo stood up for Lin Jian on the spot, stating that he would oversee the promises that the Divine Office Academy honored. The competition had only been suspended when Ji Wuyo went to meet Lin Jian's squad. How many members of our academy do you have here? 4, and by the way, Dean Quarter, if it's not okay, I'll just cover it alone. Is this something you can handle on your own? Are we the kind of place that doesn't care about our students at the state college? Ji Wuyo even pretended for a bit, and Lin Jian doubted that he would have done so if he was the only one. Even though the fight was won, it doesn't hurt that many people still consider the life changers to be chicken asterisk 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 asterisk, because as long as you don't become an opponent with Lin Jian, you'll never realize how terrifying it is to be there. And in this bout, Lin Jian carried it, and his opponent didn't. That only meant that Lin Jian's defense was higher. And just because the two opposing healers were banned didn't mean that you were good at swapping life masters. And people still felt that dual mages were better to use if they had the help of a healer. People's second-turn genius mages, playing out in a large swath and developing in a much broader direction. What's the point of a life changer? If you're only dealing with a small monster, you take your life as well? This would be very offensive to many masters, and not at all reflective of a master's demeanor. And did they promise me to see my sister? Don't worry, they can't rely on this when it's made public on the live broadcast. At the same time, this is also an internal matter of their Divine Office Academy. Let's wait for them to resolve it on their own. And remember, although they're all from the Divine Office Academy, they're not a whole. Lin Jian understood this argument, which meant that the Divine Office would dump the pot. If the National Vocational College to take this to black them, They will say that it is a certain person I do what I want, and it has nothing to do with the Divine Vocational College as a whole. This is already good. In the normal situation, the Divine Vocational College do not even bother to look at you. That's good. I was expecting to have to play a third game. What? You're confident you'll make it to the third? Ji Wuyo froze. This child really dare to think the Divine Vocational Academy to play the third game means that they are really anxious. That kind of situation, even if the National Vocational Academy's people are here, they may not give face. People have anxious eyes. People won't listen to anything if they're really pushy. The centerpiece of this one isn't much better than Turi, so I think there's still a chance for the next one. And with all the attention on me against a level 16, how shameless can they be? Also, if the vice president is getting antsy too, it's time for the dean to come out. To be able to make the Divine Clergy Academy completely break defense and be shameless, Lin Jian shouldn't have this ability yet, right? Ji Wuyo then looked at the remaining ones. Who are you all? I'm a special enrollment student. Zhao Feng. Special enrollment. Yorin. Formal student. Ji Yun. I'm not from your school. Ha ha. It was still Wang Dong who had the least worries. Without the identity of a student of the National Vocational College, he was the purest challenger. But now the focus was no longer on any identity issues, but on Lin Jian's sister. The clergy house is really unkind in this matter. Although Ji Wuyo was a bit angry that these students were a bit too disorganized, the result was good. Communication is not fighting and killing. Communication is humane. Doesn't this prove that the National Vocational College is slightly better? Well, then there is no need to engage in this exchange. Openly our National Vocational College students have won you. There is no need for the two institutions to exchange again. Ji Wuyo can take the student representatives back. At this point, even if he said no comparison, we are weaker than you. In the years of the clergyman's college is like a yin and yang. Lin Jian's team was also considered to have given the National Vocational College a face, and encouragement was in order. Zhao Feng, Yuling, you two are then officially born, and what all of you have done today will be remembered by the State Academy, but it can't be publicized just yet, because it is, after all, unorganized and undisciplined, against the principle of exchange between the two houses, and the next one will not be an exception. Ji Wuyo's words were tantamount to a guarantee that they would be rewarded in the future. But we can't talk about it yet, because it's against the tacit agreement of the two houses to secretly send people to such external challenges. That's why Seasonless is discouraged in principle, but it has to be rewarded. Dean Ji, that Wang Dong is my brother. He is actually very powerful. Tell you what, he'll follow you to report to the state college office and follow you. Ji Wuyo also agreed to let Wang Dong join the National Vocational Academy, which was the most rewarding of them all. Wang Dong immediately grinned happily. Good day, Dean Ji. Ji Wuyo shook his head. Do you have any more injuries? I'll arrange for someone to treat you. No need. We're in good shape. Lin Jian, you're going to see your sister soon. Don't you want to change into something better? Oh, did they really agree to that? So easily? Lin Jian felt that there were still some tests to go through. Was it that easy for the Divine Office to let go? But in reality, with the National Vocational College right here to keep an eye on it, the Divine Vocational College wouldn't be stubborn in this matter. Soon, Ji Wuyo brought them to the exchange office of the two academies. The standing vice president of the State Vocational College was waiting here. They had actually brought two teams of students, but it seemed that they couldn't use them now, and they conferred that now was the best situation for the State Vocational College, and they were afraid that there was nothing to be gained by further exchanges. Seeing a few people, Vice President Chang was also a bit surprised, but he didn't show it. Great! You guys are kind of representing the State College on the exchange. Good job! Several people looked at each other in disbelief, and Lin Jian couldn't help but ask, isn't there another exchange? The standing vice president glanced at him with complicated eyes. With your two, there's no need to exchange the rest. It's called growing a big face and taking it for what it's worth. But of course you don't have to say it like that. Furthermore, they defined these two fights of Lin Jian as exchanges, so there was no provocation. How else to explain the provocative behavior of Lin Jian's group? That's going to seriously affect the relationship between the two houses. It seems that you guys at the National Vocational College have quite a few tricks up your sleeves. Dean Gu appeared, and this voice of his was tinged with dissatisfaction, obviously feeling that the National Vocational College was unkind. What can one do when a serious exchange is interrupted by this unexpected challenge? If the National Vocational College agrees, that's what the Divine Vocational College is claiming to the public. After all, losing to the National Vocational College wasn't too much of a fluke. After all, it was a regular institution. Brother! Without waiting for the others to speak, a person appeared behind Dean Gu and shouted out in joy at the sight of Lin Jian. Yeah! Chapter 71, I don't like the Clergy Academy. This is Lin Jian's sister, Lin Ya. Now his sister was also quite famous, because Lin Jian had stirred up the matter and tied up the Divine Office Academy with public opinion. Many people knew that there was such a thing, and the first time they saw Linya they all lit up. A very good-looking girl. Only, Linya was very sick, and it was obvious to see the sick look. Several years in a seriously ill state were very dazzling. Linya swooped in and embraced her brother first, and before Lin Jian could ask her, she began to say, "I've been trying to get to you every day, and they won't let me. It's okay, now that I've found you. They didn't do anything to you, did they?" "No, they said they would help me awaken. I don't want to. I want to see my brother." It wasn't really a bad thing, but the Divine Office was too deceitful and didn't treat people like human beings. Even recruiting students is like robbing slaves without any freedom. Linya yells to see her brother every day and they ignore it, which is a bit much. You call that a good thing? How can it be a good thing that no news is revealed to the family at all? In a world like this, the family must still associate her with being dead? That would be a major psychological blow to any family. But at this time, the ancient dean spoke. "This matter, which was mishandled by one of our professors, has nothing to do with the clergy academy, but you should also see that she is safe and sound, and that the clergy have not mistreated her. At the same time, if she receives an education from the priesthood academy, not only will she be cured of the disease in her body, but at the same time she will be able to awaken the priesthood. Isn't that a good thing?" When he said that, it made it seem like Lin Jian's group was being too unreasonable. "Look, we've been so good to your sister and helped her awaken. Aren't you a bummer for making a scene? How can I say this? Dean Ku, people always have feelings when they are alive, right?" At this point, Ji Woyo also had to help Lin Jian speak on. "You guys taking people away without asking is robbing them, and not informing the family is extremely bad behavior, and it doesn't match the status of your Divine Clergy Academy. As for her illness, and the problem of awakening, our National Academy doesn't dare to compare to the Divine Academy, but it's not without a solution. Look, doesn't it just show that people's little sisters are anxious to see their loved ones every day?" Ji Wuyo wouldn't have said that before Lin Jian had stirred things up, because offending the Divine Office words he as the Vice President of the State Academy cannot say. Now it is racked up, and this matter to expand the influence, the Divine Office will most likely to rest. He can go along to help a little. If Lin Jian hadn't stirred things up so much, it actually wouldn't have been useful for the National Vocational College to speak up. That was why, before, Ji Wuyo didn't dare to mention this matter either. The National Vocational Academy was far less powerful than the Divine Vocational Academy, and it could be said that it was not on the same level. If things hadn't been so public, the Divine Office would have treated Ji Wuyo the same way and wouldn't have treated him like an onion. That's why Dean Gu was also upset, but he could no longer say anything in this matter. "Lin Jian, your priesthood rank is very high, and the Priesthood Academy isn't looking down on you, but don't you think about your sister's matter? She'll have a better future if she stays in the Priesthood Academy than anywhere else, and there's nothing to be gained by talking things out." This matter was tolerated by the Divine Office, but the person still had to stay, right? A professor had his eye on Rinya. However, Lin Jian wouldn't be vain about such things. Indeed, everyone in the Divine Office Academy aspires to it, but you can't make decisions for others in this matter, and neither can I. We all have to respect the person's own decision. This one left the decision in my sister's hands. Nothing wrong with that, if Rinya could stay in the Divine Office for her future, but it would have to be her own decision. "Brother, I'm not staying here. They're no good. I'm going to follow you. Do you want to get it right? This is the priesthood, the place everyone in the world aspires to be. Of course I've thought about it. Brother, I'm telling you, that professor woman is a bit of a pervert." With these latter words, Linya lowered her voice and said, "I feel uncomfortable every time I see her." Lin Jian nodded. "Okay, Dean Gu, my sister doesn't want to stay. I'll take her away." Lin Jian, "Ha, you guys are also clear about what kind of opportunity was missed, right? Dean Gu, this is my sister. I will make her happy for the rest of her life. If she can't even be happy, then what future is there?" Well said. Where else would you all be able to have such an opportunity? And how can she be happy without strength? I'm going to use all my strengths to make sure she's happy, and if I can't do that, that's my own business. Lin Jian was full of confidence. He knew exactly what people lived for. Having money, having power, that's not the end goal. What's the point of having money? And what's the point of having power? But to have a good time. If Rinya felt scared here, then staying hard would be giving up her life. Next to Chang, Vice President heard also very upset. This is when the State Vocational College does not exist? Dean Gu, her illness is, indeed, brought on by her talent, and our vocational college is not completely helpless. Really? Then you'd better not beg to come here to my clergy academy again. Dean Gu smiled coldly. Obviously, he had brought Linya from that professor and there had been an unpleasant incident, and that professor was so powerful that he didn't even lose to the dean. and this matter had indeed made it very difficult for the Divine Office. In order to recruit talent, some of the professors with quirky personalities they keep hard. Talent, of course, has its faults, and the clergy can afford to indulge them, but it was too big an impact, and as vice president, he couldn't afford to ruin his reputation for a sickly girl. Don't hurt your feelings, it ends here. Ji Wuyo came out to round up the situation. Everyone calm down. It's time for us to end our visit. By the way, you guys have to cash in their rewards. We'll talk about other things later slowly. The ancient dean, that hard, still has to give rewards. If you don't give it, you can't. The team that challenged Lin Jian won. What will people think if you don't give it? Then don't run it in the future. It will adversely affect all the clergy houses of the union, and the clergy house headquarters will punish them. Okay, there will be rewards of course. You can each pick a piece of equipment or exchange it for money. Also, you can make a request to the clergy academy after you play your second game, but I tell you, don't go too far, or the clergy will help you set that requirement. The benefits are definitely there, but the lion's share is waived. Lin Jian certainly knew this. What was the status of the Divine Office? It was already not easy to be able to do this today. The rest of the team stayed quiet and looked at Lin Jian, who was the captain. So this condition was brought up by Lin Jian for them. Can we strive for a second awakening? No. Well, I'll have to ask the team. What are you going to offer? At this time, Yu Ling suddenly said, how about we ask for a chance to try out? Chapter 72, The Secret Trial Realm of the Clergy Academy. Lin Jian knew that Yu Ling was the one with the idea. She's well informed and knows what to ask for, so listen to her. Zhao Feng, however, asked strangely, what trial? Is it great? Well, it's a very usual divine domain in the Clergy Academy called the Blind Zone. A blind spot? Doesn't sound like much of a practice area to me. Contrary to your intuition, that's a good place for clergymen to practice. When Yu Ling talked about this, it shocked the several deans beside him for a moment. This place wasn't something everyone knew about. It was indeed a secret realm that belonged to the Divine Office Academy, a place where they trained their elite students. Even many of the Clergy Academy's own students didn't know what the name of this divine realm was. The blind spot, as the name suggests, seems like a place that many people usually forget about. This place, however, was a mecca for many elite students to practice, and the human students who could enter here were all geniuses among geniuses. This request from Yuring could be said to be very precise, and the point was that she even knew about it. The ancient dean all froze. Don't you guys choose something else, like staying at the Divine Office? I can't believe no one wants to make that request. They may not accept it, but you guys are really kind of looking down on people's topmost institutions when you don't even aspire to it. Isn't it a bit offensive not to mention joining them in front of the clergy? If they mention it, then the ancient dean is still in a good mood, although it will not accept people other than Linya. But as long as the ancient dean is in a good mood, he can give another generous conditions. And this blind area is indeed also the key divine domain of the Divine Office. What? No to this one too? Yulin asked faintly, and this condition of hers came out just right. Stuck at the pain point. There was no way the Clergy Academy would agree to anything more excessive than this, and she couldn't afford to look down on anything worse than this. What is the purpose of joining the Academy? Wasn't it because the Academy had the resources for these divine realm mysteries? Not only the resources for leveling, but also the materials on the monsters are the key targets to acquire. Divine resources, unlike real dangers, are not the same as in reality, because the levels are controlled. You enter a special divine realm secret realm where the monsters will not exceed your expectations, and monsters will appear that are not expected to be able to be dealt with. So it's very rarely life-threatening, and allows one to hone and grow. If the monster is too strong, then it's just destroyed and doesn't grow. Promise, that's what you deserve. You know a lot for a girl. The ancient dean still promised. He also did not want to pull too much on this matter. Go in and practice a level just. Nothing unacceptable, but also shows the generosity of the Divine Clergy Academy. Otherwise, it is too small and petty and also looks ugly. Then prepare yourselves, and I will have a team from the Clergy Academy accompany you. But just to be clear, we can't be blamed for any accidents you have in there. Here, this is the Holy Land for our elite trainees to practice. If you guys are greedy, there will be a huge crisis. Dean Ku isn't bluffing. Safety is relative. It's true that there won't be any uncontrollable levels of wild monsters in there, but the monsters are very strong. It's okay, our two vice presidents are also watching and will come to the rescue in a crisis. Ji Wuyo picked up the conversation. Bottlenecks in leveling often occur when you are not up and down, such as this state after the first turn. If you have a high personal level, then you can have a lot of powerful skills. With a low level, the monsters don't choose to be very strong. The state of not being on or off is the worst. High-level monsters can't be fought, and low-level monsters don't have much experience value. so that's where the SOTC is ahead of the game. Only they can accelerate at this stage. Ji Wuyo also feels it's a shame if their elite students also have this opportunity. The conditions for practicing were something that Lin Jian, the squad, had fought for on his own, and there was nothing anyone else could do if they were greedy. 5 people in addition to Ji Yun, basically all special enrollment. Wang Dongbi special enrollment is even worse, are not specially recruited. There are too many swordsmen, which is the largest number of any profession. 5 out of 10 of the awakened priesthoods are swordsmen, and your S rank doesn't make it much of a shock. After resting for a day, Lin Jian led his squad to follow a few deans to the entrance of the divine realm. This is the blind zone, the special gods domain of our clergy academy. I hope that you will take advantage of the opportunity and the greatest latitude that the clergy academy has given you. Also remember, if you can't hold out, you can signal for help. The ancient abbot handed over a stone that sealed the power, which was used to call for help. As long as the seal is broken, the power inside can be sensed by the outside world, and one can go in and save the day. But at the same time, the trial will end and the opportunity will be over. Lin Jian took the stone and smiled faintly. There might not be a chance for that. Humph, young and impetuous. If you don't want to live, then there's nothing left. Trials, or have to pay attention to the science. The intensity is too excessive if the life is not guaranteed. But the ancient dean did not say much. Open the divine domain. Go in. How to choose depends on yourselves. I also arranged a team to receive you inside. And your clergyman's team? What's to worry about? It's a freshman too. A first turn like you guys. Lin Jian shook his head and, without hesitation, led the squad into the divine realm. Outside of the god's domain, there were just 4 vice presidents left, and suddenly they felt quite awkward. What are they doing it for? If there are any talented students, it is still worthwhile for the 4 deans to wait here. But Lin Jian's team is basically special enrollment, or special enrollment in the National Vocational College, and the elites that they have prepared for the exchange are not here. Ji Wuyo suddenly asked, Dean Gu, you still look down on life-changing masters? Dean Ji, you look up to him, so why didn't you let him become an official student in the first place? There will always be doubts. Have to see his own performance. The ancient dean is very competitive. What do you mean by that? You've got a team of your own students in there. Don't you still have to compete? Ji Wuyo recognized the ancient dean's climbing mentality at a glance. Yes, the ancient dean was arranging talented students inside. All freshmen as well, but certainly geniuses among geniuses. We need to win back the momentum. There are a lot of monsters in there. What can he do with a life changer? This is why the life-changing division chicken ribs. You think the actual combat is a one-on-one change, but also tell you what is fair. Dean Ji is wrong about that. It's all about safety. Dean Gu still had a stiff upper lip. Of course, the geniuses of our Divine Clergy Academy are also here to try out, so it makes sense for them to be in there, right? Those who make it to the 2 academies are handpicked. And which of those who make it to the Divine Office is not better than the National Vocational College? Every year, the National Vocational College only handpicks a few to barely be able to communicate, and the rest are crap. Chapter 73, Seeing Qin Xiu again. After entering the Divine Realm, Lin Jian first asked the crowd, what equipment have you all picked out? I'll see what boosts are available so I can arrange what monsters to fight. I chose a sacred lance, and Wang Dong chose a sword, which is said to be very powerful. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong both chose weapons because they were simply too inefficient, and the weapons bonus might be able to give them a hand. Yurin said, I chose a scroll, mainly for saving my life at critical moments. The life-preserving scroll? Then Lin Jian stopped asking and looked at Ji Yun. Ji Yun raised his hand. This is also a protection ring that will give me a tertiary shield when used. Indeed, there's nothing wrong with her being a banister needing life-preserving gear. Lin Jian nodded. Alright, Zhao Feng, let's try the strength of both of your weapons first. Just as he said that, Yoren suddenly warned, someone is there. Not only did she have a knack for sneaking, but perception was also at the ready. While Lin Jian's needed to turn on her skills, everyone looked forward, and sure enough, 5 people appeared in front of them. You're the National Vocational Academy team, right? A voice drifted over. We're the freshman team from the Divine Clergy Academy, taking you through the trials. Zhao Feng was unconvinced. We're all freshmen. What makes you guys able to take us? But Lin Jian heard the voice as familiar, and he seemed to realize who was on the other side. Qin Xiu? Lin Jian. It's me. Finally we meet again. Sure enough, 5 people approached. One of them was Qin Xiu. She swept her gaze over the 5 people, especially on Ji Yun for a few more moments, and didn't know what it meant, but didn't care about Yuling, presumably because she didn't think it was a good look. Then she spoke to Lin Jian again. You're not simple. You shocked the Clergy Academy. Just a random challenge. You guys are joining us here? What our dean means, of course, is to have another competition inside, and we're all level 16 as well. to see who's more efficient. I see. Your dean has a strong desire to win. Lin Jian knew that displeased people were like this. They wanted to compare themselves to you at all times. With everyone watching, of course Dean Gu wouldn't be too much of a scoundrel, but he would think of all the ways to retrieve his honor. Qin Xiu was the potent one, an opponent who didn't need to do anything to make people feel inferior. SSS ranked weapon master. Without Lin Jian, who was SSSS ranked, she would be the highest rank, or weapon master. Physically it has been all-powerful. Zhao Feng Wangdong, such a few are not as good as weapon master a hair. Captain, you know her? Yuling asked suspiciously, and Lin Jian nodded. Qin Xiu, SSS ranked weapon master. He then heard Zhao Feng and Wangdong inhale the level and the priesthood, which both made them salivate. If such an opponent appeared in the previous challenge, then they wouldn't even need to compete. They would just die of envy. What they lack, people are all-powerful. Is she your girlfriend? This, Yoren asked again, not knowing how to answer, and said yes. Surely that wasn't right, but also cannot be too quick to say not. Obviously Qin Xiu heard, also quite annoyed. I am so good you still so dislike? This awkward question. Lin Jian intended to let Qin Xiu explain, so he looked to her. However, this question of Yuling was not something that Qin Xiu could answer directly, and it always felt like it was being suppressed. This student, do I need you to ask about my relationship with Lin Jian? Who are you? This comes across as stronger, but one would wonder if it's a default relationship. Yuling faintly said, I'm not known, just a gunsmith, or the National Vocational College specially recruited, are not official students. With you these pride of the sky cannot be compared to. Will be embarrassed to say it? Said you cannot remember. Seems like a bit of a flameout. And yeah, both sides are freshmen. Qin Xiu's team, on the other hand, had originally intended to conduct exchanges between the two houses. Lin Jian and the others were a challenge match, and the Divine Office Academy felt that they could handle it by sending some random ordinary students. But unexpectedly, everything was broken by Lin Jian, and he even defeated a second-turn mage. This was absolutely amazing. Basically no one could do such a level-crossing battle and still win. If there is anyone else who can do it, it is Yuling, the gunsmith, but she would have to take a huge family fortune to win, and if she had it, to defeat a second-turn clergyman out of thin air would be enough to consume all of a tycoon's family fortune. That's why no one is that stupid to just throw money at it. They all train their own priesthood fighters. Well, since we're all in the divine realm, we don't need to tit for tat on the surface. At this time, a boy came out from Qin Xiu's side of the team and said with a smile. He was a man who at first glance felt sunny, but at second glance, there was something indescribably strange in the sunshine. Zhao Feng asked, are you? I've seen your list. You're Zhao Feng, right? S-ranked bachelor knight. In fact, our professions are similar. I'm a SS-ranked priest. If you have me in that battle, I'm afraid that the win or lose won't be the result now. There really is something off-putting in the sunshine, and he's still so cocky. But that said, if his priest's skills are strong enough, it's not exactly arrogance. Since the priest also has a healing spell, he's still SS ranked, one level short of the highest SSS, that was the highest before, and after Lin Jian appeared, it was raised another notch. And what do you call it? My name is Yang Chong. Remember that name because I'm the captain of this side. Lin Jian, do you think you can beat our team? He pointed his spear at Lin Jian's side again, so Lin Jian was surprised. Never fought, not sure. Qin Xiu was dissatisfied. Yang Chong, Dean didn't let us in to fight against them. I know. You're looking up to this hairy guy of yours. He's not my hairdresser. Well, we're here to come in and lead the way, giving you directions to the monsters, and at the same time, would you like to have a friendly competition with us? To see who's the most efficient. This is a good place to practice. Sure enough, it was full of provocation, and Lin Jian didn't care. Clearly the other party was unconvinced. It also makes sense that Lin Jian's team would be impossibly efficient. The two whiteboard barebones S priesthoods can only be hacked one by one. Yuling relies on bullets to smash money, and Ji Yun, the forbidden master, doesn't have a direct attack power. A random mage with throws and spells crushed their efficiency. As for Lin Jian, he could only find high-level monsters to level up fast and perform over-level kills. There were more of them and Lin Jian really wasn't very efficient, so their group was awkward. Compete all you like, it's not a regular tournament. Yuren's light words dissolved the other party's provocation. Or were her words so lethal that they appeared as if they were children? What do you get if you win just by betting? Chapter 74, they must be jealous of each other. Yang Chong was also anxious once he heard Yuling's words. Then do you guys dare to bet? So, what do you think you can bet on? Money, don't you dare come? Oh yo, you say that to us in God's domain. Who knows if you'll honor it if you lose? Yuling began to yin and yang again, and this time it really pissed Yang Chong off. You ugly, look at you wearing that. It should be I doubt if you guys can afford the money. Then so, I bet $500,000. Can you guys afford to follow? If you can't, say how much money you have on you. Let's sign the agreement. Then sign. I'll personally bet you. You're ugly and dressed like that. You'll have money? Then look what it is. Yurin said, and suddenly took out a card, which actually looked like it had a special frame inlaid around it. That frame is yellow and the card is black. This guy directly stuttered Yang Chong. Black dragon card. No way. This will be your stuff? Don't you mean it as a joke? Who in this world would dare to pretend to be the owner of the black dragon card? Who the hell are you? Then you don't care. All you need to know is that I can afford this $500,000. This thing confused Lin Jian quite a bit. This card is powerful? He knew that Yurin probably didn't lack money, but he was just guessing and hadn't thought about how rich Yurin really was. The two of them were really quick to sign the agreement, but Lin Jian was a bit uneasy. Yuling, you really don't care about this $500,000? No. What makes you think we're going to lose? In terms of killing monsters efficiently, we do come up short. You're worth more than $500,000 even if you use special bullets to strengthen your attacks. You have to have faith in yourself, Captain. You can't let me lose. Lin Jian shook his head. How can he still rely on himself? To be honest, their team was really not as efficient as other people's mages throwing skills continuously. They don't even need any mages anymore. They have a weapon master in their team. It's impossible to kill them slower than them, and the speed of killing bosses is even faster. Lin Jian is not afraid of sparring, but he still doesn't have much confidence in the efficiency of killing monsters. He saw the smile in Yurin's eyes. Did she have a solution? Forget it, she promised to do it. So Lin Jian thought that she must be sure of it, right? Since you say you're here to lead the way, let's get started. Where do we start? See those two canyons up ahead, one on each side. The canyons are proper practicing grounds. Yang Chong pointed to the front. Pick any one of you, we'll go for the rest and see who's faster. Lin Jian looked up and saw the two canyons, which were actually the two sides of a single canyon, and they could enter through the center. So how do you compare? To the number of monsters killed? Nonsense. The strength of the monsters here are all the same, except for the bosses, and the numbers say it all. Lin Jian really didn't know how to choose. He wasn't familiar with this place, but at this time, he saw Qin Shou hinting at the right side with his eyes. That would be easier on the right side, I think, and Divine Realm will have a record of kills, so of course the easier the monster the greater the advantage. There are monsters that are good to kill and still have high experience, so of course you prioritize such monsters. Lin Jian knew that Qin Shou wouldn't trap himself, and they still had a little bit of love in them originally, but just as he was about to choose, Yurin spoke up. Pick left. Ha, Yurin, are you familiar with this place? Not familiar. I feel it should be left. As she said this, she looked over to Qin Shou's place. This couldn't be two girls fighting, right? Lin Jian didn't know what to choose anymore, but at the very least, he couldn't let there be infighting in his team. Let's go left then. It didn't matter. As long as everyone worked together, Lin Jian didn't think there would be any problems. He was always so confident. If you can't kill the small monsters, then just do the boss. He's more efficient at messing with that. Qin Shou was a bit angry that Lin Jian didn't listen to her. You guys will regret it. It's okay, weapons master, it's my money on the bet anyway. This has nothing to do with money. Didn't you guys come in here to practice in here? You're the one affecting your teammates. Oh, my teammates don't care, do they? As if Yulin was really fighting with Qin Shou. She turned back to look at her teammates. Zhao Feng and the others nodded their heads. It didn't matter. They were earning by coming in anyway. Captain, this Yuling seems to like you. Fighting with your childhood friend. Wang Dong whispered in Lin Jian's ear, and Lin Jian cried and laughed. Surely that wasn't the case. What childhood friend? Don't talk nonsense. Still pretending. That weapon master is so protective of you. They must be jealous of each other. Forget it. No more explanations. Lin Jian wouldn't be so simple. Yulin wasn't such a simple person. There was a vague feeling that Yuling actually had a higher vision than anyone else, and she was by no means a woman with vanity. At one point she said she couldn't be too pretty, so she got herself fixed up like this. Would such a person be vain? The conclusion is that Yurin purposely created a situation where everyone thought they were jealous of each other, in order to hide her purpose. Also, she's very well informed, so maybe she's familiar with the inside, so it's not likely that the left side is what she was going to pick in the first place. Well, it's your choice. You can't blame us. It's not too late to regret it. Yang Chong even asked them to choose again to show that he was so powerful that he needed no luck. But Lin Jian insisted, we'll take the left. Lin Jian. You. Qin Shou was so angry. He didn't expect Lin Jian to be so ungrateful and ungrateful. Yang Chong sneered. Then we'll go over there. You guys have to hurry too. We'll go over to you after the fight. After saying that, he led his clergy academy team away. Still slow and in no hurry at all. Lin Jian quietly asked Yulin. Now, you should say what's in there, right? It's not much. The monsters inside are swarms of cold poisonous wasps, which are really hard to deal with. What? A swarm of cold poisonous bees? Now Zhao Feng and the others were dumbfounded. This was much harder to deal with than the other monsters. It was small and poisonous. Monsters are actually better to fight when they're bigger. If they're venomous bees, they'll be hard to deal with. Too small, and it's very poisonous. This kind of cold poison single attack is nothing, but if it's attacked by a group after that, it's hard to top even a second turn divine. The point is, fighting against numbers like that isn't their strong suit on this team. What? Do you think I'm a competitive woman now? Are you sorry? You. Hey. Zhao Feng also found it difficult. Why did he have to fight this with someone? Lin Jian, however, felt otherwise. You're not a competitive woman. You didn't even react when he said you were ugly just now. But any woman with a bit of vanity couldn't possibly ignore that title of Yang Chong. The deadliest point of attack on women is to degrade their looks, even if it's the truth. Chapter 75, The Difficult Venomous Bee. Then the problem came when Lin Jian's group entered the canyon before they truly felt the difficulty. Only just into the canyon. I already saw poisonous bees in flight, and it was a desperate sight. This monster is a bit too small, right? Do you guys think I can poke one with my sword? Wang Dong takes his new gear and gesticulates into the air. The others froze as well. No matter how big the poisonous wasps were, they were still smaller than normal wild monsters, and it was a loss to fight this kind of monster because it was hard to hit, and even if the experience for each one was a good deal, it wasn't actually as good as the bigger ones. It's like the difficulty of hitting a mosquito. I'd even rather the mosquito turned into a rabbit. Better hit. Zhao Feng was also quite embarrassed. Even if I only have the experience of hitting a rabbit with a mosquito, I'd still prefer to hit a rabbit. Lin Jian laughed. Don't be silly. Rabbits can run. Captain, you're still laughing. How are we going to win against them with this? Jiyan, even if he can ban the poisonous needles of the poisonous bees, will still have a hard time fighting. Poison needles can't be banned. It's like a self-given talent. Passive. Jiyun immediately disproved the rumor that not everything could be banned. Although the poisonous bees didn't speak either. But they carry poison, which is not a skill but a self-gifted talent. And it would be too unreasonable for that to be banned as well. Lin Jian said indifferently. It doesn't have to be a win. Didn't we come here to practice? The poisonous bees in here are small but have a lot of experience. I think that Yoling definitely has a way for us to upgrade together. Everyone looked at Yorin. Yeah, she picked it herself. The bet was still her money. Yes, I have an idea. Yuling also stopped pretending. Because the poisonous bees give experience according to the quantity, it's cost-effective to practice, but this poison is too vicious, and usually no one chooses it. Now that we're in a team, just leave it to me. By the way, the poisonous needles that you guys have collected can be sold to me. Her goal was more than just practicing, it also included poison needle materials. It looks like it's ready to be used as a bullet, which is too toxic. By the looks of it, you're not short of money? Well, when did I ever say I was short of money? Yuling rhetorical question. Lin Jian dumbfounded. She was wearing so ragged, it looks like she is very poor. I thought this is needless to say. I did not expect her to actually be pretending. This is still a rich and powerful family's 1,000 gold? It doesn't make sense. Then what is she afraid of? A beautiful woman with such a good base turning out like this? Then you set it up. Lin Jian let Yuling take command. Since she was familiar with this place and had her own plans, it would be better to leave it to her. She had chosen this place anyway. Without her, Lin Jian and the others wouldn't have known about this place. And they, as a team, have a certain amount of trust. None of them have any grudging interest in each other, and they've been through the challenge together. Suffice it to say, they're a very cohesive team. Yuling nodded. Then I'm not polite. I'll buy all the poison needles that you guys acquired for a heavy amount of money, as well as the experience the group shared equally. Don't worry, the poison bees in here have a large amount of experience in each one of them. This is also the benefit of the blind divine realm, where all the monsters have tons of experience. The problem is that no one usually chooses the poison wasp. Killing a poison wasp does equate to the other minis. It looks like the poison wasp is smaller. However, the poison wasp is harder to kill, which is understandable just because it's so small and highly poisonous. The entire canyon of poisonous bees couldn't stand anyone if they attacked together. Even if the top experts came, such as those 4 vice-deans, they wouldn't be able to carry it. Of course, they won't take the damage the hard way and will actively kill the poisonous bees. Yurin did the same. Here's what I'm going to do. Set fires. You guys go to a few points separately and wait with the scrolls. I'll attract the poisonous bees' hatred and fire them after gathering them together. They have low fire resistance. You're not afraid of poison? Don't worry. The venomous bees can't find me. I'll hide in due time and you'll burn when the time comes. That's why the others won't come. The venomous bees don't usually get gathered because a few is enough for the average priesthood to be taught a lesson. That's what Yulin had. She alone could gather most of the poisonous bees? This is not something that can be done easily. as it has to attract a very high hate value. Just like before, Lin Jian attracted the mother's anger value. You damage is too high, easy to let the other party hang. Too low, the other party attack you cannot stand. The poisonous bees have to attract the monster for a longer period of time. How to ensure that they are not stung in the meantime? What about me? Lin Jian knew that Yu Ling was the most experienced in the team, so he didn't go worrying about her. With your ability, you can go to the queen bee, which is a boss monster, but not a high level. A queen bee? Aren't queen bees usually chubby and not very aggressive? The queen of the cold poison bee is different. Your body's resistance to injury is strong. I wonder how about resistance to poison? I'll try. You guys lead. Lin Jian decided to give it a try since the queen bee represented a large amount of experience. Since the level wasn't high and there was still a lot of experience. What a pity not to fight it. It was said to have more experience than all the high-level monsters he had fought before. The only suspense was Lin Jian resistant to poison or not? He knew he was immortal, but a poison wound was still different from any other physical injury. Generally speaking, fire is considered legal damage, but what it actually causes is still physical damage. It's just a legal attack that causes physical destruction to the body. Not so with poison, which destroys from the inside. The cold poison is even more metaphysical, which is one of the famous strange poisons. The poisonous bee level is not high mainly because the dose is too dispersed. There are rumors that 3 poisonous bees sting a person at the same time, that the second turn of the priesthood is instantly sick, and the poison is not good to solve, and the fluke can survive have irreversible sequelae. After discussing the matter, Lin Jian found a place to hide first, and Xiao Feng, Wang Dong, and Ji Yun took their positions. They each took the fire scrolls given by Yorin and set up fire formations in specific places. This fire formation was also only equivalent to the power of an S-rank fire mage. The key was whether or not Yulin could draw all the poisonous bees into the fire formation. Normal fire mages can't come in cheaply, because at best they can only burn a few, and then the poisonous bees will surround them from all sides, and they will also dodge, and the mages can't kill many of them even if their skills run dry. Yorin moved, and Lin Jian saw her hit the valley with incendiary bombs. The gunshot also rang out, immediately attracting a few poisonous bees, and then Yorin ran with them. The poisonous bees are actually quite intelligent and don't swarm right away, but only a few are in pursuit. Yorin shot, and she actually took care of the poisonous bees. Too accurate. Except that the next thing you know, the venomous wasps are back with a much larger tentative attack, this time with dozens of them. More than that, the entire valley of poisonous bees moved, but they still didn't swarm. The sea of poisonous bees seemed like black clouds, flying black and hovering over the canyon. They're so smart, they know they'll get burned if they gather. They've become immortal. Captain, go find the queen bee. That's the most crucial part. I don't have to worry about it here. Chapter 76, one of the most extraordinary poisons. After lamenting the intelligence of the poisonous bees, Lin Jian also began to walk deeper into the valley. At this moment, the poisonous bees were all paying attention to Yu Ling. It was a great opportunity for Lin Jian to go deeper. It seemed that the poisonous bees had already been killed with experience. They know that swarming is likely to get them burned in a single fire. The poisonous bees were not weak in any other way, but the fire resistance was extremely low, so there must not have been a lot of people who had beaten them in the past. Gradually, the poisonous bees have raised such a set of confrontation system. Sacrificing a few does not matter, is to use the number of skills against you, never swarming, but let the trialists a very headache, hair skills and feel loss. Yurin's idea was to draw in most of the poisonous bees with his sneak skill. The black swarm of bees covered the canyon, and Lin Jian was only able to get around it from the edge. So where would the queen bee be? At that moment, the 4 deans were also looking at their positions. How did you get to Poison Bee Valley? The ancient dean spoke doubtfully, and Ji Wuyo froze. Is this the valley of poisonous bees? Yes, the poisonous bees are not easy to fight despite their experience. They've been burned a few times before and have become very cunning. Your trainees aren't very smart, and besides, a life changer can face millions of poisonous bees? Obviously the number was too large for Lin Jian to deal with. Dean Ku thought, since they are centered around life changers, you guys should always find a boss, right? A single target was powerful, but not without a chance with a SSS-ranked life changer. When the number is large, can you skillfully put it over? The terror of poisonous bees lies in the number and toxicity. Do they, perhaps have their plans to send someone to draw the monster and then decapitate the queen bee? A swarm of poisonous bees isn't that easy to deal with. Killing the queen is just as attacking. They won't disappear. Besides, if the queen dies, a new poisonous bee will immediately evolve to become the queen. It's so complicated. Then you have to deal with the swarm. There are no shortcuts. Standing vice president was also shaking his head. It looked like Lin Jian's team had chosen a stupid path. Apart from using fire, the cold bee swarm is not at all easy to kill. and you'll die of exhaustion when you get hit by a knife. On Lin Jian's side, he also stopped bothering with Yulin and did what he could on his own. He stalked and checked out the swarm as he continued deeper into the canyon. Using the cover of the shrubs, the poisonous bees are all flying, ready for battle over the canyon, and they are real crafty. At this point, even if there was a massive fire spell that burned the entire canyon, they wouldn't lose much. However, this move was also convenient for Lin Jian, who wouldn't encounter poisonous bees if he moved forward again. Ahead, where the constantly poisonous wasps take off, must be the queen's main nest. Lin Jian was still waiting by the side for a long time, watching wave after wave of poisonous bees take off in succession. Urine, are you still holding up? I'm fine with that. The more I draw on my side, the emptier the hive will be and the better chance you'll have. Listening to the sound of it being a swimmer, Lin Jian began to focus on his situation when a poisonous wasp suddenly appeared around him. In order to avoid the poisonous bees from signaling the police, Lin Jian grabbed them with one hand and crushed the entire thing. It was only a poisonous wasp, and its poisonous needles had already stung Lin Jian's hands, and Lin Jian sat down to slowly feel this strange poison. The wound hurt so badly that if Lin Jian wasn't used to injuries, the average person would have cried out in agony. Not only was there a powerful pain, but Lin Jian also felt his entire arm stiffen with cold poison. So powerful. Just a tiny poison needle can injure me like this. It had never happened before, and even though he was immortal, this damage was still too much. It was more painful than having the whole arm cut off because the poison was still eating away at the body. The power of ice and cold is fighting against the undead body, and if a few more of them appear now, Lin Jian can't really say. It didn't take long for the cold poison to have eroded into his body through his arm. However, the body exploded with majestic vitality, fighting against the cold poison of the first sight. The toxicity had already attacked the heart, but it was here that Lin Jian's talent came into play and began to push the toxicity outwards, driving it back into the arm and then gradually disappearing again. The sharp pain was still there, but it had begun to recover. With just one shot, this effect was achieved, worthy of being a legendary level strange poison, but it's said that no one can collect this kind of toxicity. Can Yorin do it? Lin Jian looked up again, through the shrubs at the black swarm of bees over the canyon. So many, even if the immortal body can carry it, I'm afraid it's enough to drink a pot, and even if it doesn't die of pain, it will turn into an ice sculpture. It does seem a bit scary, with low fire resistance, but huge toxicity. Venomous bees can fight for numbers. People can't. That's the law they live by. Lin Jian was waiting for his body to adapt to this toxicity. Ordinary people's bodies could evolve resistance to toxicity, as long as they were constantly exposed to a certain kind of poison, not to mention Lin Jian's immortal body, so it would be beneficial for him to adapt more now. Soon, he touched another poisonous bee habitat. When the poisonous bees all flew up, he caught the last one and took another shot. Sure enough, there is resistance. The second hit didn't hurt as much as the first. Lin Jian had confidence. He had begun to adapt to this strange poison, and now the toxicity couldn't affect him much. Before it had been able to eat away at the body, now the poison had been pressed into his arm and finally eliminated. Then a third one, and the poison resistance actually got higher and higher. Lin Jian was more fortunate that he could take a few to get used to it. If a few attacked him at the same time, it would definitely be very hard to bear. It was hard to say if he could challenge the body of immortality. He would definitely have to lie down for a long time. The toxicity could also prevent his body from recovering. Many poisons can dissolve the body and make recovery quite difficult. Seeing that the resistance was almost up, Lin Jian regrouped his mood. Now that he could withstand more attacks from the poisonous bees, he could go and find the queen bee for a bit. But there was a huge black mass in the sky, so it was better not to mess with it. The entrance to the hive is a cave, and the poisonous bees flying out of it dwindle. When it thinned out at the end, Lin Jian struck decisively. He blocked the hole himself, and a handful of poisonous bees flew outward, and he used both hands, coming to crush one, and at that moment, the team was feeling the benefits, as Lin Jian had a lot of experience from killing the poisonous bees. Captain, have you started attacking yet? Quite a bit of experience. Huh? Yeah. One has 10 points of experience. If we burn all these in the air. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were very joyful. If they burned into it, the experience would be massive. And at that moment, the 4 vice presidents outside looked dumbfounded. How is it possible? The cold poison of poisonous bees is one of the best. He's not afraid? Still a close attack. Can he make sure the bee venom doesn't get to him? The ancient dean himself didn't dare to go in like this, and Lin Jian once again refreshed his knowledge. Even a warrior profession with a strong defense, when it reaches the advanced level, can't hold up to 3 poison needle attacks? Yes. Ji Wuyo shook his head. I don't know. We can't see the specifics. Chapter 77, What gives humans power? None of the 4 deans could see the specifics, and the situation was more frightening than they thought. Lin Jian is every kill a poisonous bee, take a poisonous damage. If the other first-turn clergyman here, but any hit a needle will have to lie down, and lie down is to wait for death, is so evil. However, Lin Jian's 2-arm perceptions were numb at this point, and there was no pain. That meant that his poison resistance was getting higher and higher, and his undead body was like a super immune system. His resistance to toxicity soared violently. Finally, no more venomous bees flew out of the hole, and it appeared that the adults had all flown out. The only ones left were also crushed to death by Lin Jian, so there should only be some larvae left inside, as well as the queen bee, right? Up ahead was a huge space that did contain a giant wasp. Unlike what Lin Jian had imagined before, this queen bee wasn't fleshy and without attack. On the contrary, although the body of this queen bee was large, there seemed to be a layer of armor covering the surface, similar to the hard shell of a beetle, but instead of a single block, layers upon layers of stacked caps. Wild monster, cold bee queen, grade SS grade, level, 25, talent, soul-devouring cold poison, corrupts all life forms, plus freezing effect, skills, poison needle flying, speed flight. To be honest, this level wasn't that high, not as high as the bloodthirsty werewolf levels Lin Jian had killed before. However, the horror of this toxicity surpasses that of a werewolf. That is truly something that no one can afford. Even Lin Jian's physique starts to be a little bit unable to carry it. The SS class is really true to its name, except that the fire resistance is also really a little bit low. And this queen bee actually has wings too, and is huge and can fly. Lin Jian looked down and saw that the bottom was full of densely packed eggs. This guy could lay so many at once. Luckily, these eggs don't hatch right away, and the survival rate will weed out some more. Buzz! The queen bee sensed the crisis and all at once her wings vibrated in the hole in the ground. Change of life, divine chain binding. Focus. Change of life, hell whale. Change of life, gravity confinement. In one fell swoop, Lin Jian released his natural skill, not only binding it, but also casting gravity confinement. This causes the queen bee's wings to no longer flutter, as it is simply too big for its body. Lin Jian breathed a sigh of relief. The bigger the body wasn't the better. This didn't look like it would be hard to kill. The body is small. This 50 times gravity actually has little effect. Like ants are able to casually carry objects 50 times their own weight casually walking, but only limited to a small body type. After getting bigger, this ability does not exist, because they also have to bear their own weight. Lin Jian was just about to activate life swap when suddenly, for a split second, the surroundings seemed to go black. He felt a special kind of energy fluctuation that was strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange about it. It was a different power than the normal priesthood, but it would never come from the queen bee. There was another power. Ha 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 ha, you're finally here. Been waiting for you for a long time. Who are you and why do you know me? Lin Jian looked around vigilantly. At this point the queen bee wouldn't move and there were no other creatures here, but there was a black aura rising from the queen bee that wasn't there a moment ago. At the same time, Lin Jian also noticed that he had been completely isolated from the team, meaning that his teammates couldn't perceive him now, equating to an off-team status, and even communications couldn't work. This place was actually isolated. Strange, isn't it? You have to wonder why this place is called a blind spot. The blind spot means the blind spot of the gods, and that's a secret that not many people know about. Human, you make me angry. Die here. What a nonchalant yet. Lin Jian was not in a hurry. Now that his opponent didn't even know who he was, he had to ask for clarification. Is this queen bee under control, or is it someone else? If it's that black gas, it's not really easy to deal with. How should I change my life if I change my life? Who the hell are you and do we have a grudge? Grudges? You humans don't deserve any grudges against us either. It's just that you make me so angry. Where are you? Come out and fight if you dare. Oh, I'm right in front of you. So big. Can't you see? Is this the queen bee? No, the queen bee is no longer the original queen bee. It seems to have been controlled. The voice sounded so strange and distorted that it was impossible to even tell if it was male or female. Are you a demon? Lin Jian suddenly thought of something, but it was just a legend and there was no official confirmation of the claim. Oh, you still know about the demon race. That's right, since you guessed it, I won't let you die for nothing. I am the demon, and I still have an identity among you humans. Originally, you weren't worthy of me, but you've messed with me, and I'll make you die in agony. Now the question is clear, but how to kill it? Lin Jian seemed to have guessed who this was, thinking about who all the people he'd gotten himself into lately were. I didn't expect the demon race thing is actually true. There must be a lot of secrets in it. Lin Jian didn't know if he could kill this thing, but he could only give it a shot, and see if he could still get some words out before he did it. What exactly is a demon? Can you tell me? Trying to trick me? Oh, there's no time for that, but won't you think for yourself about something so simple? You weak humans, Think about what makes you so powerful. While Lin Jian was isolated from the team, his teammates certainly sensed it. Hey, the captain seems to have left the team. What's the situation? Urine, shall we continue? I can't sense the captain. A few people panicked a bit, thinking that Lin Jian hadn't had some kind of accident. The point is that it disappeared so suddenly. How could it be gone in an instant? Yuling was also a bit bewildered, but she immediately took over the team. He disappeared from sight in the hive. We can't stop. We can't save him if we stop. We can only continue to lure the poisonous bees. And if we don't, the poisonous bees will go back. That's right. Right now Lin Jian is still in the hive. And if he doesn't lead it, it will be hard for the poisonous bees to return to the hive. Lin Jian. The problem was that this situation was too weird. They hadn't received any information from Lin Jian's side and were really panicking a bit. So what do we do? There are so many poisonous bees. It doesn't seem like we can burn them all, right? I can only trust the captain. I'll continue to attract the poisonous bees. The captain won't die that easily. Don't worry. When Yuling said this, she was also a bit worried, but she had seen Lin Jian's vitality. It could never be someone who died that easily, and being seconded in one go would be even more impossible. So what exactly was the accident? She knew more than these students but not much more. There was no way to judge. After all, she was in the same age group, and now all anyone could do was believe. The poisonous bees were staring at the sky. Let's find a way to burn a little more of the poisonous bees and set the canyon ablaze to drive away the rest. It's the only way we can get into the captain. There's no rush. Chapter 78, You're on your own. At this moment, the 4 deans outside the god's domain also saw Lin Jian's disappearance. Hey, what's going on? How did people disappear instantly? I don't know. Dean Ancient, is there something wrong with this god's domain of yours? The 2 deans of the State Academy were the first to inquire. This was their student. Dean Gu had his own judgment. What's the problem? Isn't this a life-changing master who swapped lives with a monster himself and died? I told you earlier, a life-changing master is not an excellent profession. Even if it's SSS ranked, your National Vocational College still takes it as a treasure. In the traditional impression, the perception of life-changing is indeed the same. Isn't it normal for a life-changer to lose his life all of a sudden? And you're blaming someone else's god's domain for the problem? Ji Wuyo and Vice President Chang also froze, but Ji Wuyo shook his head. Impossible. What's not to like? You've all seen Lin Jian's survivability. It's impossible for him to disappear instantly. Do you guys think that the cold poison is something so simple? Not to mention him, even if a few of us go into the hive, we won't be able to come back if we're unlucky. We can't stand that toxicity unless we take the initiative to attack and destroy the swarm. Aside from Lin Jian, no one was immortal and couldn't carry much damage. Even high defense is limited. Not to mention that most professions can't have high defense as long as they have high attack. Not to mention that it was a cold poison, and poisonous bees are good to kill because of low fire resistance. It's like a human can fight a poisonous snake with a stick, but a human can't be bitten by a snake. But Ji Wuyo didn't believe that Lin Jian could die that quickly. It didn't match his previous impression. Even if it was highly poisonous, Lin Jian wouldn't have disappeared in an instant. It was possible that even the divine realm couldn't sense his presence? Don't think about it, Dean Ji. Although this god's domain of ours is good for practicing, it's not without danger. As far as Poison Bee Canyon is concerned, there have been a few second-turn elites that have died before. It's not surprising. One can't blame others if they're not even a little bit vigilant, right? Dean Gu began to be gloomy. Because of Lin Jian he hadn't suffered a lot in the past 2 days. And the Professor Wang who brought back Linya had also gotten into trouble with him. And that Professor Wang was at a very high level. And the Dean didn't even offend him easily. Dean Gu wouldn't even dare to mess with Professor Wang if it wasn't detrimental to the reputation of the Divine Office. But now, he still stiffly returned Linya and turned against Prof. Wang. If Lin Jian died here, Dean Gu would definitely be the happiest person. Ji Wuyo couldn't say anything, and looked at each other with Vice President Chang, who said, "We have to go in and look for someone. That's not good to enter. Now that they've entered, the Divine Realm has opened up a level restriction. We won't be able to enter now. So there's nothing to be done?" There is, and that is to burn the whole canyon to the ground first, to drive the swarm away first. With this method, it seems not too good. If Lin Jian really died inside, a fire is not the scene or burned away. And now, Lin Jian team of 4 people are still thinking about how to burn the swarm of bees. Ji Wuyo said faintly, "Wait and see. Lin Jian will have to rely on his own efforts." To be honest, Lin Jian didn't expect Ji Wuyo to do anything. At this moment, he was circling around with that black shadow. The demon race should by all rights be a creature as well. It wouldn't be a mass of black shadows. The divine chain binding had been withdrawn, and Lin Jian felt that it was no longer useful to bind the queen bee again. This shell of the queen bee had been taken over by the demons, and the demons really did have the power to compel people. But right now the demons are just a rumor. and it's going to involve secrets from a long time ago. Legend has it that a long time ago, humans did not possess this kind of power, and then for some unknown reason, humans were able to awaken the priesthood, and the information about it was all in the hands of the Priesthood Academy, so ordinary people wouldn't know too much about it. Are all demons like you, without bodies? Young man, how could the demon race not have a body? It's just that it's not stuck in a certain image like you guys. There's no use in prying into this. It's pointless to know more when you're dead. Since you're a professor at the Clergy Academy, it's not a big deal to teach more. You actually guessed my identity. Very clever indeed. Just a pity. It seemed that the other party's killing intent was set. There was no more flukes. Lin Jian had to find a way to fight it off. For something he hadn't experienced before, he could only try to come to terms with it. Change of life, divine chain binding. Focus. Change of life, hell whale. He re-released his skill at the black aura, only to find that it was still tied to the queen bee. Is this occupying the body of the queen bee? It seems that the black gas is not the form of the demon race, and they can only occupy the body of other creatures to play a role, and they also have their own body. If this trick is used on the human body, what? You can actually lock onto me with a skill? This demon clan was also surprised and hurriedly drove the queen bee's body to attack. Tail spike flying shot. Whoosh! A poisonous thorn shot over at such a fast speed that Lin Jian couldn't dodge it at all, but he wasn't actually thinking about dodging. The stinger wasn't as small as a normal poisonous bee, it was literally the length of a tag. It directly penetrated Lin Jian's body, but he didn't react too much and instead looked calmly at the queen bee. Ah, what's going on? You? So it hurts to attack you like that? Then, I was worried that attacking the parasite wouldn't work, but since it did, I could attack it with all my might. Lin Jian's attack, on the other hand, was to hurt himself first, as he pulled out his poisonous stinger and proceeded to slam it into his body. Ah, why? You're fine with this kind of damage, but not this body of mine? Is it strange? The damage Lin Jian received, but it bounced back more than 200 times. Can it not be obvious? Although the queen bee is huge, her defense is not high, so this will be a practice ground, because it was good to kill. There had been many students from the Divine Clergy Academy practicing here in the past, but the toxicity made them retreat. Once Lin Jian struck, he didn't give his opponent a chance. Stabbing herself again with the poisonous sting, she pierced through and through, the queen bee's huge body writhing. I can't believe there's an attack like that. You, don't even think about running away. I don't believe you'll be alright after attacking this body. Lin Jian was even more ruthless next, taking out a bottle of flammable oil and pouring it on the ground. This was prepared beforehand and didn't need any scrolls to trigger it. Lin Jian directly lit it. After lighting it, Lin Jian stood over the fire and roasted himself. Knowing that poisonous bees had low fire resistance, this was the best way to deal with them. And it wasn't like it was the first time Lin Jian had burned himself anyway. Although it didn't have the damage of a fire spell, a normal fire wound doubled over 200 times in Lin Jian's case. Lin Jian was burned to a crisp, but the queen bee was even worse, crackling and burning directly. How can this be? You this ability. Ah, he heard the screams of the black gas and became even more certain of the validity of his divine chain lock. Scorched odor fills the hive. Chapter 79, 2 levels in a row. Lin Jian sensed that the other party had disappeared, and the divine chain binding was disconnected. But was this a kill? Or maybe it was just wounded and this demon's body wasn't here. Regardless of how badly injured the other party was, Lin Jian was curious as to why the demons were able to control this queen bee. This was also a powerful boss monster. Combat strength not to mention. The fact that the consciousness was completely controlled was outrageous. This control shouldn't be able to target all targets. Otherwise, why not just control Lin Jian? With curiosity, Lin Jian went up and first searched the loot. The queen bee's fire resistance was really low. In fact, it was also Lin Jian's high damage bonus for life change. So now the shell was basically burnt. And at the tail, Lin Jian took out a dozen or so long venomous stingers. As long as a javelin. Put it away for now. It should be useful later. Lin Jian realized that these poisonous stings that could be shot out were different from the stings of the small poisonous bees. The stinger of the small wasps only produces venom on their bodies, because when they die, the venom glands cease to function. But the inside of this javelin-sized stinger keeps the venom intact. Aside from the poisonous stinger, Lin Jian couldn't find anything else on the queen bee that could be used. What is it? Suddenly, he noticed a very small crystal-like object just inside the queen bee. It's like a black crystal. Is this something the queen bee ate in? Or did she originally have this growing in her body? Lin Jian couldn't figure it out. Maybe being possessed by a demon had something to do with this as well. Regardless of that, he loaded them into the storage ring together. By the way, when he got his equipment from the Clergy Academy, Lin Jian asked for a storage ring. This stuff doesn't seem to add to combat power, but it's very expensive. With this, Lin Jian can also carry more things, and the way he fights like this, at least it's a drain on his clothes. The clothes on his body had burned out before, so Lin Jian took out another set and put them on. Then it was time to open the panel and check your experience gain this time. Name Lin Jian. Occupation, Life Changers. Level, 18, first turn. What? Kill a boss and level up 2 levels in a row? Lin Jian was shocked. He clearly remembered that the last time he killed a level 25 monster, it only gave him 2000 experience. And this time, the system actually didn't prompt any information about the kill, including the experience gained, as if he was isolated from this divine domain system. Was it that demon's tactics? It was as if this belonged to a domain skill, completely isolating Lin Jian from this divine domain. So he didn't really kill the queen bee in the blind spot of the divine realm, and the divine realm didn't react at all. It's too much to go up 2 levels with 1 bountiful experience. Lin Jian knew that the monsters in this god's domain were all very experienced, but it wasn't possible for them to reach this level. He's got to be tens of thousands even at level 1 now. Do level 25 monsters have that much experience, or do they count what the demons give them? Talent, Divine Chain. As level grows, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Currently the number that can be bound, 18. Undead Battle Body. After exchanging lives, it triggers the undead primordial spirit and permanently increases the strength of the physical body and the strength of the spirit. It also has the focus ability, which concentrates the damage of all targets bound to it into one person. Live and die together. Reverse bind. You can bind one of your teammates and fully take the damage taken by your teammate. Skill, Hellish Wail. The pain and damage suffered by the body is increased by 18 times on the target. Pain and damage multiplier increases with level. Skill, Night Eyes Exploration. Can detect dangers within 600 meters outside of the main body. Increase range with level. Skill, Gravity Imprisonment. Manipulate gravity within 60 meters of yourself. Gravity strength is 50 times your own. Can imprison enemies. Multiplier range increases with level. Skill, Equivalent Exchange. Sacrifice a body part to gain 1 hour of dominance. This skill can be used when controlled. Physical Strength, 7, 2%. Spiritual Strength, 7, 2%. Lin Jian scrutinized the changes in the panel, and some attributes increased with level. Gravity Confinement has not changed in strength except for range, which is still 50x, and Night Eyes Exploration range has been extended. Wait, an extra reverse bind? This meant that Lin Jian could help a teammate take damage and could take it over completely. On second thought, this is still valuable. Lin Jian can be used as a secondary. For example, the teammates who were charging in front were definitely taking more damage. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were in the first line of kills, but their abilities weren't exactly the best, while Lin Jian, the one who could carry the most damage, had a qualitative improvement if he could share it for them. In addition to output, drawing fire from the opponent's skills is also an important part. In the front of the charge, in fact, do not need to provide much damage. Sometimes attract fire after enough. The output and so on the back row of the long-range occupations to carry out, after absorbing the skills of our side to enter a time of advantage. Thinking differently, Lin Jian could also save one of his side's relatively more vulnerable teammates. Professions such as mages, for example, don't grow in physical strength and defense the way warriors do. With Lin Jian, these so-called brittle guys could even go to the front and exchange skills with the opponent. This is very useful. With this, you can relieve the opposite set of crisis. Anyway, Lin Jian was immortal. He had no problem at all carrying damage. If it was a team confrontation at the same level, Lin Jian could even carry all the opposite side's damage. It was just a pity that he could only bind one person on his side. Being able to bind multiple people would be too counterintuitive, wouldn't it? Equivalent to one Lin Jian replicating into many. If you can bind many of them, you'll see a team of undead mages firing together. This was clearly Lin Jian's current skill with the greatest gain to group attacks, but of course it depended on his teammates having to have large attack skills. Captain, are you okay? Suddenly, Lin Jian heard a call from Yurin, and there were special team contacts for teaming up in the Divine Realm. Oh, I'm fine. How are you guys? Just now you disappeared directly from the group. We thought that our side was also fine, and the swarm was burned down by us for most of the time, and the rest were driven away by the smoke and fire, and they did not dare to enter the canyon again. Great. I'll be right over to meet you guys. Yurin's side actually took care of the swarm as well. It's pretty impressive. Can't she even find the swarm with her godlike ability? In fact, Yurin's skill is quite counterintuitive, as she has to constantly lure monsters and can't be surrounded by them. No one else could do it, and Lin Jian doubted that her priesthood level was hidden. With an ability like that, you don't need any offense at all. It's very powerful as a direct support, like Ji-Yun's prohibitionist profession. The team didn't need her to provide damage. The mere presence of such a person on the team to play a role is tantamount to weakening the opposing team's offense. Lin Jian hurriedly came out of the hive, which also didn't have any adult venomous bees left, but of course there were still many larvae. Taking one more look, Lin Jian realized that only one larva was still wriggling. Is this a metamorphosis? Then I'll take you with me. Chapter 80 Secrets of the Clergy Academy. This time, when he entered the hive, Lin Jian obtained a dozen stings and also brought a young bee with him. He planned to study these poisonous bees. How come they could just possess the demons? The demons must be a dangerous existence as well. And by the way, that black crystal, he didn't know what it was for at the moment. This thing must have something to do with the demons. Go back and plan to see if this will form in the bodies of the young bees. Obviously, the poisonous bees encountered this time were different from the wild monsters encountered before. Are the demons another powerful race and they are not friendly to humans? This matter was something Lin Jian intended to leave aside for now, especially in the Divine Clergy Academy, which had probably already been infiltrated by the demon race. After rejoining his teammates, Lin Jian saw the canyon that had been scorched by them. You guys burned the whole place down? Urine, just how powerful is that scroll of yours? All in all it's expensive. Now we should be ahead of them on the other side of the canyon. If you can burn most of the poisonous bees, then the other team is certainly no match for the sheer number of poisonous bees. Lin Jian then asked Zhao Feng and the others, what about you guys? Do you have any injuries? It's fine, we're just burning. These poisonous bees are stupid. Right now we're all still halfway to level 17. We didn't expect to go up half a level with a single fire. No wonder this is the secret realm of the Clergy Academy. All the poison needles we collected were given to Dueling, and she actually paid us. We're all rich now. Ha ha. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were both nervous and straight-tempered. Lin Jian looked at Dueling. Can these poison needles be used even after the death of the poisonous bees? Well, the poison glands are gone, but the residual poison is still powerful, and there's enough of it to paralyze at least one enemy in one shot if made into a bullet anyway, and it's deadly to the lesser ranked. The residual poison would be able to create a sharp weapon. That Lin Jian's dozen or so poisonous thorns had complete venom in them. He thought about it and didn't say anything about it. The queen bee thing was too weird to talk about within the confines of the Clergy Academy. Hey, Captain, what rank are you? I got to level 18. Ha, what do you mean? You disappeared for a few moments and straight away you rose 2 levels in a row? Everyone was dumbfounded. They hadn't seen anything so outrageous either. It was just too outrageous. Dueling was puzzled. The level of the poisonous bee was not high. It's just poisonous. As long as you master the rules it's very good to kill. And the level of the queen bee can't be too high. It's definitely not more than level 30. Where did you get so much experience? Well, the queen bee is level 25. But, I don't know how I got that much experience. Lin Jian didn't lie. He really wasn't sure where all this extra experience came from. The system didn't even hint at it. Yurin thought about it and nodded. Anyway, this is something you killed alone. We don't have that ability even with the whole team. So next, it's time for us to go to them to honor the bet, and I'll treat everyone to these winnings. Ha ha, how can that be a good thing? You're the one who paid for the poison needles we obtained. One size fits all. This is what we all won. Zhao Feng also very much recognized this kind of character of Dueling. Not to mention, Yuling's current appearance of being all scruffy and still full of grimace made her blend in better with the team. If it was really as pretty as she said, everyone would definitely be a bit detached. It's not directed at anyone, but it just seems like that lofty fairy image is at a distance anyway. Like Ji-yoon could feel the male team members keeping their distance from her. Yorin didn't. Yuling was also very good at reading people's words, and knowing that Lin Jian had something he wasn't comfortable saying, he covered it up for him. Regrouping. This canyon will have to wait for the smoke to clear before the swarm returns to recuperate again. Lin Jian led his team to the entrance of the right canyon and sent out a message. The fight wasn't over in here yet, and they waited a while longer before the Clergy Academy's team came out of it. What? You guys took care of the poisonous bees that fast? Yang Chong came out with his team and found that Lin Jian's side had finished the fight long ago and all had more experience points than them. It wasn't what he'd thought at first. Weren't poisonous bees harder to deal with? Soon. I think it's easy. Let's compete again so we don't say we took advantage of you. What do you mean? Poisonous bees are easy? Yeah, just use fire. That's something you guys wouldn't have thought of. How can this be? Are the poisonous bees that stupid now? He remembers that poisonous bees are very refined, and no amount of powerful pyromancers would go in there without them getting a potshot. Because after years of honing their skills, the clergymen are practicing here, and the poisonous bees are learning the ropes. Don't think that critters are stupid in what to do to live longer. They are perceptive. It had developed to the point where even if a fire professor went in, he couldn't burn many of them. Otherwise who wouldn't want to come here to practice? 10 points of experience a burn a large group. Yuling this time also ran away a lot of it. She draws monsters is already the limit. Reached an unprecedented over the group upgrade efficiency. Go in once half a level. That a semester everyone can turn to. A little too horrible. Don't talk so much. The system won't fake it for us. Have you admitted defeat? Yurin didn't care about that much. It was time to fulfill the promised bet. Yang Chong also admitted that no nonsense. he simply wrote the check and gave the money. This is also a tycoon. $500,000 said to give. Lin Jian previously did not know if he could earn that much in his life. So is there more next? We have to get at least one level up when we come in, right? Yuling asked again. Yang Chong didn't even want to look at Yuling's horrified face, and reluctantly said, let's go. It's really cheap. The two teams continued to set off, and Qin Shou walked and talked with Lin Jian because he was an old acquaintance. How have you been since you went to the State Academy? Is everything okay over there? Actually, it's about the same. A lot of people don't have much of a choice. By the way, what else is special in this blind secret area of yours? I don't know about that. I just got in this year too. Oh, you'll have to be careful at the clergy. I have a feeling they're not quite right. The demon race that Lin Jian had encountered earlier was definitely a secret of the Divine Clergy Academy, and it was still unclear just how many of them knew about it. But the attitude of the demon race was definitely off, or at least they didn't treat humans as friends, and they're actually quite powerful, so that's something to be wary of. Qin Shou had helped Lin Jian before, so Lin Jian had to remind her that there was no good way to say that somewhere in here was a pit. The demon he encountered was probably the one who took his sister, and it was unclear what more information was available. The only thing he was sure of was that there was no good intentions, and Lin Jian was even more certain that taking his sister was the right thing to do. Although the Priesthood Academy is desired by all and represents the strongest of the strongest, it should not be considered a good place because of this. Lin Jian didn't dare to show too much right now because he wasn't considered strong yet. Chapter 81, Do you really want to fight me? Qin Shou was still kind. She knew that Lin Jian cared about his sister the most. I didn't even know about your sister. But the Clergy Academy does have a lot of wacky teacher professors. I've heard other students talk about them, but I didn't realize that they could just arrest people. I should have at least told you about it. It's none of your business, and I told you to be careful because of that. Me? No way. They couldn't hurt their own students, no matter how weird they are. That's hard to say. There is no good or evil in the power itself, but the person who uses it determines everything. In the eyes of ordinary people, being rich is justice, being strong is justice, but there are prerequisites for this. The premise is that these so-called justice is not beyond the bottom line of human beings who are not of our kind. He still clearly remembered the conversation between himself and that demon. By the way, the professor who took my sister, what was his name? This matter has also spread in the Divine Office. I've heard that it's surnamed Wang, a female professor who has been in the Divine Office for many years. Not too many people know her. Her students are selected. In fact, there are quite a few professors like this in the Divine Office. Is there a lot more? The average student can't meet them if they don't stand out too much. Lin Jian was already worried about Qin Shou. She was a very outstanding talent, excellent profession, highest priesthood level. It was hard to say about others. Qin Shou was bound to meet that kind of professor. The problem now was that she wouldn't believe Lin Jian even if he said it, and it sounded more or less outrageous to the average person. Let's keep in touch during the week then. Good. It's a shame you're not coming to the priesthood. I'm sure they'll regret it. Lin Jian's heart, that layer of shadow, is getting heavier and heavier. The world is unpredictable. Good and bad now dare not say. At this time, their captain Yang Chong couldn't look away again. What are you guys talking about? Lin Jian didn't even bother to pay attention to him, but with an attitude like his Lin Jian could understand, because Qin Shou was the most dazzling girl here. Not only was her talent powerful, but she was also the prettiest. If you let this new school flower has been pulling Lin Jian to talk, who changed to Yang Chong that position he is not comfortable. There's going to be danger ahead. Student Qin Shou, you have to stay with the team. Qin Shou just do not understand. Together with the peer to say a few words. How? This is still old acquaintances. They also control? It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Once you say it. Qin Shou is very disgusted. Who is not a genius? Although we're teamed up, I'm not your subordinate, so you're not in a position to order me around. Fine. Go to their team if you can and see if anyone else will take you in the future. What's the point? I'll leave the team then. Qin Shou left the team in a fit of rage, then sent out a request to join Lin Jian's side. Are you kidding? Who isn't already a genius? And how dare you speak so loudly in front of an SSS-ranked weapon master? No one's willing to carry it. Just the label weapon master alone is a hot topic for countless people. Okay? Lin Jian froze and agreed to Qin Shou's application. There's no need for you to get so upset with your teammates. It's okay, we're teammates now. That priest thinks he's great. His dad is the age director. This was a snake in the ground. But with Qin Shou's talent, they certainly didn't dare to target it too explicitly. Or the same situation as Lin Jian's sister. Following you is a meal. But we are not beggars. You want us to kneel to take it will not mix with you. The future is kneeling to come? Then rather not. Qin Shou was originally a proud person. How could she accept this? Yang Chong directly burst into a rage. You hurry over. Is this an open rebellion? Daring to side with the enemies of the Divine Office Academy? What are you doing? Seeing the 4 members of the Divine Office Academy team pressing forward, Dueling also aimed his gun at Yang Chong. All of a sudden the smell of gunpowder intensified, and Lin Jian stepped out to block the front. What do you mean? This student from the Divine Vocational Academy, that you've declared the National Vocational Academy to be your enemy? If we're enemies, then what we should be doing right now is not standing around talking. Is anyone responsible for your words? Are you really going to start a fight with us? Right now, Lin Jian was still very intimidating because he had abused a second-turn mage in the challenge. Yang Chang's team was full of talented geniuses, but they were all only level 16. Faced with Lin Jian, a pervert who could do anything at the second turn, they wimped out. Although Yang Chong had previously said that with him as a priest, Lin Jian wouldn't be able to win that challenge. But it's just talk. The skills didn't fall on him, so he can say whatever he wants. At that time, there were 2 therapists behind that second-turned venerable master. The cure was over, but the pain suffered was not reduced, but increased, and the pain was repeated over and over again, and people would go crazy. What are you doing? This is the territory of our clergy academy. Isn't it you who wants to fight? I'll play with whoever comes. You all know that. I'm just a life changer. Not what I want. Never I won't attack someone directly, because that's too inefficient. Lin Jian laughed, and that cruel smile made the 4 of them shiver at the same time. They had seen the challenge match of Lin Jian's, and the second-turn mage was in pain in his hands. Fighting or not fighting? Humph. Let's go. Yang Chong took the rest of his teammates and turned around. The aura was so strong that those teammates had to follow him, because he was quite prominent in the clergy house. They were afraid of being put in their shoes. Lin Jian watched them leave without making a move and turned back to ask Qin Xiu, "Are you really alright? What am I afraid of? This year's Divine Vocational College freshman scholar is me. How dare they?" "That's right. Then from now on, but you can come to me for anything. He is such a big package. Put in the past Qin Xiu is not recognized. What do you have to pretend?" But now Qin Xiu had a strange feeling and nodded. There was a time when she didn't think much of this life-changing master's profession, and she even went toe-to-toe with Lin Jian. She was proud, but she admitted when she lost, and at the same time, she recognized that Lin Jian was a good person. "Well, once they're gone, what do we do?" Zhao Feng was dumbfounded. "This, Qin Xiu student, you are the only one who can take us." Qin Xiu shook his head. "It's also my first time entering this place, only that Yang Chong is familiar with it. He's actually not talented enough. Level 16 was all extra practiced out here, so he's been here before and is especially familiar with it. So that's it. That's fine. We'll just take our time finding it ourselves." It was said to be a mecha for leveling, and that meant that there were basically no monsters that were too dangerous. Dueling said at this time, "The grassland is in front of us, and I've heard that here, there are herds of savage mangabeis. You know?" Having inquired about the news, this kind of savage mangabe has a lot of experience and has a low desire to actively attack. If that's the case, it's really a good place to practice. Chapter 82, Consuming Level 30 Monsters to Death. Lin Jian didn't think that Dueling was so well informed that she could poke around in here. This secret realm wasn't even known by too many people in the Divine Clergy Academy, and it was actually possible for Dueling to inquire about it. So what do we do next? According to my idea, it's actually the same as dealing with the poisonous bees before, luring the mangabeis over to kill them. Dueling really has a way. Savage mangy bull. This kind of wild monster is very special. If you don't mess with them, they won't take the initiative to attack. That's why it's good to practice in this secret realm. But if you mess with it, Zhao Feng was puzzled. They're powerful? Yes. When the mangabeis get angry, they will be one of the most terrifying creatures. They can kill over the level. The mad cow, always the most terrifying animal, turned into a wild monster as well. So there's something to be said for this secret realm. And like the poisonous bees before it, if you have a way to kill it, then leveling will be easy. And if you do it the hard way, then all of the wild monsters here can kill people over the level. Cold poison is effective against cleric warriors of any level, and you can avoid it with tactics. The mangabeis are crazy and unafraid of any creature, but you just have to familiarize yourself with their temperament and they won't even attack you. So how do we kill it? It's still up to me to lure them in. We'll all surround them together and kill them one by one. Trust me, there's a lot of experience, but be careful. Once the mangy bulls go crazy, they'll go straight from level 20 to level 30. Ah, experience boost too? Right, so you'll get more experience by driving them crazy before you kill them. Everyone looked at each other. None of them had ever had the experience of killing a wild monster of that high level before. The only person here who has done this is Lin Jian, but it wasn't as if they didn't have experience when it came to group kills. For example, this time around, the banning master would play a big role. The crowd sits down together to plan, letting Yongwen lead the way, teasing the bulls into madness before banning them. That way, with the experience and the ability to disable the mangled bull's skills, there's only that strength to deal with. If you do it right, there's no problem killing it in a group, dealing with it as a boss. And the Mangnuts aren't S-ranked anyway. Everyone nodded. If they lacked the means to attack, then they would fight longer at best. That's an experience, baby. Even if Yorin is hiding in the shadows, he can kill it with one shot. Lin Jian had heard of people being able to level up with bugs before, but he didn't think it was even possible here. You're going into the herd to lure the cows? Those are level 20 monsters. Qinxiu hadn't seen what Yulin was capable of and felt that this was dangerous. She was only level 16 after all. When the cow is crazy, it is a herd of 30 level mad cow. This has to be a Dean level person to calm down. It's okay, I won't attract the attention of those bison. You guys wait over here in the valley. They found a valley and there was just one entrance. When Yorin introduces the cow to this entrance, we will all join in the siege. Sounds like it will go well. Killing cows in the valley won't alert the outside or its thousands of bosses. Zhao Feng listened with exhilaration. Then where else are we going to go? We'll just wait here and practice enough. Wang Dong also had to sigh with emotion. This Divine Office Academy, it is really guarding a good place. Isn't it a good place to practice with a little bit of strategy? As long as it's pre-arranged, there's no danger. They quickly made arrangements, and Yorin went out to lure the monsters. Lin Jian and Qinxiu stood at the entrance to the valley and watched as Yuling touched the edge of the herd. These teammates of yours are special. Well, there are those with poor talent, too, and then they have to use their own brains. This gunsmith, she gives me a strange feeling. Is she really a special enrollment for your state academy? I guess there are some enemies. That's my guess. Lin Jian could only think so. With Yuling's endowment, she wouldn't be just a special enrollment. Her attitude was just that she didn't want to be noticed too much, or else she wasn't an ordinary person just judging by the generosity of her outbursts. But often the more extraordinary the status, the more trouble she got into, so Lin Jian couldn't be bothered to ask too many questions. It wasn't long before they saw Yuring guiding a cow this way. The cows didn't even notice her presence, except for the one that was provoked and chased her all the way over here, bringing the cow into the valley. Yoling began to escalate his provocative behavior. She drew her pistol and took a shot at the cow, but not at the vitals. Bainesmith, get ready. Don't let it send out a brute charge. As this wave of banning went on, Mangnu had skills he couldn't use, so he was even more pissed off. Moo! The Mangnu was finally furious, and all of a sudden exploded into the mad cow form, which was a very special case. The Mangnu wasn't a boss monster, and this wasn't considered a second form. So many people like to think of it as an experienced baby. But beware, mad cow can be very scary if the arrangement is not realized. This time, the mangy cow turned into a mad cow and ran after Yuling, beside which Xiao Feng and Wang Dong also surrounded him. The two of them looked for an opportunity to sneak up from behind the flanks and bleed out with a single slash. The level 30 mad cow was so powerful that it scared the boss monsters, but it wasn't impossible to kill if you found the right way to do it. Lin Jian and Qinxiu also jumped down intending to join the fight. Yorin immediately warned, Captain Watch, don't use your skills here. Why? You're saving it to prevent accidents. Besides, we have to kill so many cows. It's too much trouble for you to change your life every time. Let's wait for us to kill it slowly. Even if we're tired, we can tire it out. There's no need for you to take a shot. Her words were right, drawing the cows in to fight depletion. Obviously, now that the Mangnia had lost its wits, Zhao Feng and Wang Dong both just needed to bleed it out with a single slash. Hard to kill. Just kill a few more. Anyway, it's not a boss monster. Come up to fight for your life, not to. Then I'll do it. Qinxiu couldn't help but step in as well. She was the first genius of the current session of the Divine Clergy Academy. How could she possibly watch the battle? She took out a lance and chased the cow over and stabbed it towards its stomach. The cow ate the pain and tried to counterattack, but was easily dodged by Qinxiu, and the others continued to attract hatred. It did not seem too difficult to siege just like that, except that Wang Dong was a little puzzled. And you're a weapons master. You need to pull out your anus from behind, you know. Wang Dong, you kill you. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. It's easy to stab the cardiopulmonary area with a long gun on the side. Yuling interrupted. Let the girls go to pull out the anus. I really don't know what you guys think. Also, don't use your skills. Save your strength and kill slowly. We still have to kill a lot of heads. They took turns attracting hate, mostly thanks to Yorin. Soon they had put down a bull, and the manga bays were really strong. Amazingly strong. But it was futile to hit anyone. And that was how both sides monotonously attacked and put down a level 30 wild monster. There's really a lot of experience. I'm approaching level 17. Yorin, quickly go and lure the monsters. Let's buy time to wear down a few more. This is a great opportunity. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were both full of energy and fighting spirit. After all, they were both S-class priesthoods. Chapter 83, The Legend of the Devil Race. Lin Jian was idle and didn't let him do anything, but the experience value of this mangy bull was truly amazing. I'm all upgraded. Ha! How many levels are you now? I'm up to level 19. Just now, his level 18 was one that was already close to 19, but the others in the team hadn't even risen one level. You can see how much extra experience value the Demon Clan provided. They are really mysterious, but the others don't know that there is this. Shinshio is even more dumbfounded. How much are you? No, how many levels were you when you came in? I came in just like them. The whole group was speechless. There was no way to explain it alright. No matter what you encountered, it couldn't be that fast. Shinshio looked at Lin Jian in a daze and said, in the Divine Clergy Academy, the most recognized geniuses, into a trip to the Blind Zone's secret realm will also rise by a third, also from level 16. You're eating something, right? He hasn't even finished one trial here. Yuling was not overly surprised. I will go to lure the cow again, and we will step up our efforts. After all, there are not many chances to get in here. That cow horn and cow bone have to be left for me. The rest does not matter. Good, we need to catch up too. Zhao Feng didn't have much of a reaction. He was used to it. People were different anyway. Some people can just level very fast. And does it matter to him as to how fast they can actually level? Yorin came to the exit of the canyon and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wait, I don't feel right. She seemed to sense something, and the next moment she was hidden behind a rock next to the entrance to the canyon. Lin Jian followed suit and inquired, what's wrong? Did you see that? The herd is stirring. When this herd goes all crazy, I can't think of anyone who has that ability to stop it. It's very unusual. Someone is influencing the herd to get them agitated. How do you feel? Sensing their emotions? It's an intuition. Wasn't it a skill? Well, Lin Jian lay down behind a rock and looked out into the grassland. He didn't see much of a name for himself, and at the same time, his Night Eye's exploration didn't go that far. Zhao Feng and the others also came over and inquired, what's going on? The herd is going crazy and I don't know what's going on. Ah, that one end we all killed half a day. Or band skills, this group if crazy, will not be someone intentionally make trouble, such as the Clergy Academy's group just now. They want to deliberately make bad. All the cattle are mad. They must not dare to go out. But to say that someone intentionally make bad, Yuling shook his head. They don't have that ability. Want this whole herd of cows to go crazy. Also need strength and spite. They don't care. Besides, how do they run by themselves? Meanwhile, the herd went really crazy, with one bellow after another. Moo! This sound resounded through the grassland. Hearing this sound, any creature dared not venture out. Even the more powerful wild monsters had to shrink. A massive herd of mad cows running towards their own take. What an exciting scene it was. They hadn't even run yet, and it felt like the ground was already shaking in the meadow. Everyone hide and don't make any noise. And at this time, the four deans who were watching from outside were at their wits' end. What's going on here? What seems to have happened to the herd of mangabes inside? Ji Wuyo was puzzled. Dean Gu, has this ever happened before? Dean Gu shook his head. Basically, the Mangniu is considered a very mild wild monster, and when students go in to bait and kill them, they tend to only go crazy for one or two. There has definitely never been such a large-scale madness. What about that? Mad cows are fighting for their lives, every single one of them. They can only hide. Wait for the cattle this crazy energy to pass. Yang Chong the team while not close to the grassland, but also have to notify them to stay away immediately. Even if we can go in, but basically cannot stop. The mad cow is more demonic than any demonic race. And this is still a herd. And they're each level 30 when they're mad. And they can't be killed in seconds one by one. Who else can second a level 30 skinned monster? So it's very arcane in this blind spot. Lin Jian and the others hid in the valley as they went up the side hill to hide. A couple of mad cows came charging in as well, rampaging around, looking with reddened eyes for any target they could attack. But the mad cows don't attack each other, which seems a bit insurmountable. How long will they be crazy? I don't know, because I haven't heard of that happening either. Finally, there was also something that Yulin didn't know about, and Lin Jian felt that it wasn't simple, so he pulled Yulin aside to ask. He held out the black crystal core. Do you recognize this kind of thing? It's magic crystals. Yulin froze, staring at Lin Jian and asking, where did this come from? Was it the queen bee there? And what else did you encounter? Lin Jian was sure she would know something. It seems you know what's going on here. Yes, creatures with this magic crystal will be controlled by the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan you've heard of. The legend is widely spread in folklore. I thought it was just a story that was circulating. No, it's true. The fact that you have this means you met them? Lin Jian nodded. Things actually he didn't know what was going on. That demon race wanted to target Lin Jian. It was just that Lin Jian's ability exceeded the other party's imagination. But what kind of group of guys were the demon race? At this moment, Yulin looked at the frantic cattle outside. Are you assuming that the cattle are also affected by this? Yes, it's not possible to have this in every cow, but it shouldn't be too hard to drive them crazy. If that's the case, things are a bit difficult. It means that the demon race is still chasing you, and it's not a solution for us to hide like this. What then? We can't even deal with one of the mad cows when we join forces. Actually, Lin Jian was able to deal with it, but there weren't many, and there were hundreds of crazy cows out there. These cows were so crazy and ignored pain and damage that Lin Jian's damage bonus didn't really affect them too much. Then there has to be trickery. There has to be a way to stop this herd of mad cows from going crazy. Wait, there's a way to do it that's harder for us, but potentially the easiest for you. What way? There is a bull king in the herd. Such a large area of mad cows is probably driven by the bull king. As long as the bull king is subdued, the other mad cows can only start to calm down. But the problem is that the bull king is more difficult to deal with than a group of mad cows. Lin Jian found it unbelievable. What in the world could be more difficult to deal with than a herd of mad cows? If such a being really existed, wouldn't the bull king be 50 levels up? It seems to really have to face. If it is really that the demon race to do things, certainly will not be easy to let them go. To hide is not to hide. This time cannot be solved, next time will come. Will always be in your unexpected place waiting for you. Chapter 84, Sneak Attack Level 40 Mad Bull King. Things didn't seem to be as tough as Lin Jian thought. That bull king is estimated to be level 40. We can't deal with it. We can only look to you. What? Only level 40? What do you mean by that? Is level 40 low? That's not true. I heard you say that the bull king can tackle a herd of mad cows. It shouldn't be able to do that with only 40 levels higher, right? There are thousands of mad cows, and when they get mad, each one is level 30. 1,000 a dozen? Yu Ling shook her head. It's not what you think. The Ox King has a bloodline suppression against the other oxen, so it's definitely not a hard case, but at level 40, it's also at the top of the heap for us to enter this god's domain mystic realm. If it was only level 40, it wasn't like Lin Jian didn't have a way to fix it. With his current additions, dealing with level 40 or even a little more was possible. Don't look at Lin Jian's level is not too high, but his talent bonus is high, after the leverage of the talent bonus. In fact, he can cross the level against the second turn of the divine priesthood is not difficult. Even a little higher is not impossible to think. That shouldn't be a problem. I'll figure it out. The question now is whether or not it is indeed the demon race that's up to no good. That should be right. We can go and try it out. Can't the demons detect your sneaking either? As long as I pay attention to the distance, it shouldn't be difficult. The problem should be with the Bull King. Yurin was also going to give it a try. He couldn't just sit around and figure out what was going on now. If it's just ordinary manga bays going inexplicably crazy, that's fine. They'll always die down. But if it's a demonic race that strikes, it won't end so easily. The other side carries a purpose. Lin Jian went back and explained the situation to the team. Now Yuling and I are going to go out and check to see what's going on. You guys keep hiding and wait for us to come back with news. Be careful not to be discovered by the mad cow. Is it necessary to take a chance? Because we don't know if the herd is just plain crazy or if it carries other intentions. Lin Jian's words made Zhao Feng a bit confused, but he didn't say anything else. Qin Xiu came over and said, "I'll go with you. Just don't go. It's not like we're going to stiffen the herd. No, this is the clergy academy. I'm a student here, so of course there's no reason to hide in the back." Lin Jian nodded when he glanced at Yu Ling. "Alright, the Mad Bull's perception won't be very good, so you guys just need to be careful to hide and there won't be any problems. The question is whether or not the Bull King will notice. Perception is drastically reduced when a mad cow goes to the head. As you can see from before, Qin Xiu, the weapon master, was talented in his own right, and his dexterous stance was also a part of his battle prowess, so she shouldn't have much of a problem avoiding the attention of the mad bulls. But Lin Jian felt that the target of this trip was the Bull King, who wasn't going to be mad, and was still a huge leveled boss monster that might maneuver the bulls to attack if they were spotted. It's not like we're going to fight, so you weapon masters shouldn't be of much use, right? What if you guys get found out? I can help you get out better." Qin Xiu couldn't help but say, "Let's go. It's not a solution to always hide like this. We need to know what's going on." Lin Jian could only nod. "Then follow me and don't spread out." Yorin touched out first, navigating her way through a scurrying herd of mad cows as she tried out the safe path. Lin Jian followed not far behind Yu Ling, with Qin Xiu by his side. The scene of thousands of mad cows running on the grassland is truly spectacular. Just the sound of the hooves of the cows treading on the ground can shake people's minds. Like war drums, thumping everywhere, just the sound of the power can be heard. A level 30 mad cow, but it has power beyond level 30, because that's the advantage of mad cow. Combined with the skill, it's enough to topple a team over. The reason they were able to consume one before was because the Yo spirit was attracting hate while also banning the brute bull charge. It was so loud that the Yorin in front of them could only wave at them to convey the message. Suddenly Yorin in front of her stopped and reached out to signal not to go any further as she turned around and came back. "You, get that rock out." Yuling spoke and gestured so that Lin Jian understood what she meant, and Lin Jian took out the magic crystals. Then, Lin Jian also saw the abnormality of the magic crystal. and inside the black crystal, a fire seemed to light up. I see. This means that the Bull King is also controlled by the demons. Lin Jian looked at Yu Ling, who nodded at him. What are you talking about? Qin Xiu didn't understand what the two of them meant, but now wasn't the time to explain. The three crouched down into a pit, avoiding the distractions outside, and were planning how to cope. Isn't it just level 40? It's a little harder. It's not like it can't be killed. Lin Jian, when you killed the queen bee earlier, did you use your life-changing natural skill? Of course I used it. You know, I don't have any other skills either. Then if it happens again, the Bull King is the consciousness of the demon race in his body. There is no way he can attack you the same way he did. He will run and let the mad herd consume us first. How will you deal with that? Right. If the Bull King learned his lesson and didn't directly clash with Lin Jian, it let the bulls consume it for a while first, and Lin Jian's side shouldn't be able to consume it for long. Definitely. The Ox King had learned his lesson from the last time he was over at the Queen Bee's side, and he would definitely turn around and run when he saw Lin Jian. Lin Jian's skills would be pointless targeting normal mangy bulls if he couldn't lock onto the Bull King and release them. Though the mad cows were also level 30 each and just as difficult to deal with as the bosses he had encountered before. But there were too many. Lin Jian couldn't possibly deal with that many crazy cows. Even if the king of the cows was powerful, he would have to start with the leader. What the hell are you talking about? It's like this. Qin Xiu student, I don't know if you can understand. Yuling told Qin Xiu about the devil tribe as well. In fact, many people have heard the story of the devil tribe, but all of them are only as a legendary story. This kind of thing will not be cared about once it is said by more people and has not appeared. It's like hearing a ghost story that anyone has on hand and none of them can prove it. That's a tacit admission that there are no ghosts in this world. Same thing with the demonic presence. They are not afraid for you to spread this. The more you spread it, the less believable it becomes. But who actually knows that those are true? You're saying that the Bull King is demonized and is targeting us? That's right. This wouldn't be your average mad cow. We'll never get out of here until we fix it. But, we're all only level 16. How can we possibly beat a level 40 Bull King? Lin Jian was also thinking about this, and he had the idea to try it. But the Ox King would definitely avoid himself. It would be too dangerous for the others, who don't have immortality. Hey, it's not that there's no way. Qin Xiu, if I ask you to face the Bull King alone, would you dare? I dare, yes, but what's the point? I can make sure it can't hurt you while you get its attention and I'll circle back. Chapter 85, Super Bull King Field. What Qin Xiu was trying to do was to attract the Bull King's attention so that Lin Jian would have a chance to approach. It was the first time Lin Jian had used his new reverse binding skill, which was actually the skill that had the greatest increase in combat power. Change your life, live and die together. The skill was cast out, and Qin Xiu immediately felt that special connection. According to the description, this skill could transfer the damage of any attack Qin Xiu suffered to Lin Jian. Let's test it first and see how it works. Why are you blushing? No, nothing. Qin Xiu didn't know why she suddenly blushed, because she had never felt this way with a man before. Or is it this connection that is created between a man and a woman, as if the two were one? To be honest, the two had also had the friendship of fighting together before. If Qin Xiu had been replaced by a male, the two would have had to worship each other. She hurriedly suppressed her strange emotions, drew the short knife at her waist, and cut herself on the arm. Something magical happened. The same wound from this slash appeared on Lin Jian's arm. Then Qin Xiu's wounds healed at a rapid pace, as did the ones on Lin Jian's hands. This healing ability was something that Lin Jian came with, and because of this skill, so Qin Xiu also had it at the same time. I feel as if the knife didn't cut on me. That's fine. You can have no fear when fighting against the Bull King. And by the way, don't ever be afraid. I can't die. Really, I'm afraid you. I'm fine. You see this healing speed? It's my power. Lin Jian also had to encourage Qin Xiu, because once a person couldn't perceive pain or injury afterward, they would fall into a special kind of fear. Everyone was the same. They could fantasize about a situation where they couldn't feel pain, because pain is a protective mechanism. Feeling pain is the body's way of informing you that you are being hurt. If this doesn't feel right, you'll panic. But Lin Jian wanted Qin Xiu to overcome this panic. Lin Jian himself was used to fighting in this manner. Qin Xiu wasn't used to it. If she was still tied up, she obviously wouldn't be able to serve her purpose. Don't worry, I'm a warrior and know what I have to do. This made Lin Jian feel relieved. Then get ready. I'll go and ambush while you provoke the Bull King. With that, Lin Jian touched the distance and hid in the grass. Lin Jian had a rough estimate of his abilities. Having defeated Turi before, he was already strong enough to effectively fight against second-turn ranked professions, and now he had risen to level 19. Even if it's a special boss, a level 40 or so should be fine. This was thanks to the talent overload. It was not synchronized with the level. The previous level 16 could give 256 times the damage. Now that he was level 19, the damage boost brought was by no means as simple as adding 3 levels. The counter damage bonus at level 19 is 361x. Any damage taken by Lin Jian can be countered 361 times onto the bound opponent after being focused. He hadn't tried this damage cap yet, but level 40 should do it. That's well within the realm of competence, and if the level goes any higher, it's a bit of a reach. After Lin Jian hid, Qin Xiu started to attract the Bull King's attention. Of course, Yuling brought her to avoid the obstacles of the bulls and directly entered the Bull King's domain. Entering the Bull King's domain, other mancows couldn't enter. Therefore, the Bull King is not worried about the bulls going crazy and even bumping themselves. The Bull King didn't need the sensible approval of the manga bay herd. It was bloodline suppression. So for Lin Jian to enter this area, someone had to attract the Bull King's attention. And this person had to at least be able to hold their own in front of the Bull King, or else they wouldn't be able to attract the Bull King's attention at all, and Lin Jian wouldn't be able to get close. The ultimate thing to use is Lin Jian's 361x counter injury. Qin Xiu had already arrived at the edge of the Bull King's domain, and for some reason, there was a black gas faintly bubbling in here. Don't you have any worries? If you can't stop it, we're all in danger. I understand. Take care of yourself. Yuling was dispelling Qin Xiu's concerns, because Qin Xiu knew that her injury was tantamount to Lin Jian's injury, and that any injury she sustained Lin Jian would bear them completely, so there were bound to be concerns when she fought. But then it's the same with the trolley puzzle. If she hesitates and can't top it, everyone is screwed. But the heart is worried about the harm suffered Lin Jian cannot carry. Yurin nodded. I'll keep a lookout around. You're the only one who can go in now. With that said, Yurin disappeared from view as she began to cast sneak to roam around. Qin Xiu lit up her spear and walked straight inside. The Bull King had already discovered her when she took her first step into the Bull King's domain, and in the distance, the huge body began to move over, as if the ground was shaking. The first thing you see is the huge bull's horns, towering like a crown. Wild monster, Mangnok's chief, grade A grade, level, 40, talent, power increase, strengthens strength and defense, skill, brute charge, can instantly explode 10 times its strength, berserking, can ignore any wounds on the body to savagely attack. As you can see, the rating of such a powerful monster is only rated at a grade. It's not that the mangaka doesn't have enough values, but it's the lack of attacking skills and awareness. That is to say, in terms of combat, the talent and skill of the mangabays were not as high as the rating of the fierce beasts, and the ordinary mangabays were even milder animals, and that strength was only shown when they counterattacked. For the average bull, the strength would be greater than that of a tiger or leopard, but no one would consider it much of a fighting force in the face of human intelligence. In fact, the mangabeas also lacked the means, only the strength. Qin Xiu gripped the silver spear tightly and drove straight in, actually arriving directly in front of the Bull King. Oh, a student of the Divine Clergy Academy. Good guts. The Bull King spoke, and it was clear that boss-level creatures possessed intelligence that surpassed that of small monsters. Qin Xiu's gun pointed at the Bull King and said coldly, "Did you encourage the herd to go berserk?" The talent is good. It's just that you're too confident. With even better talent at level 16, you're no match for me." Although the Ox King was unimpressed, his attention was drawn to Qin Xiu. It was curious. What makes a 16th grade freshman dare to stand here? Your talent is just talent. You can't take it out to fight. Is this girl not intelligent enough? Doesn't she know that she is sending herself to death? Not to mention the Ox King. If Qin Xiu was put into an ordinary herd of mancows, he could be trampled to death. Without that level you run this place, not to send to death is what? The talent is no longer good, will not go far. You know I'm a student at the Clergy Academy? Qin Xiu's focus was different. She felt that this Ox King's IQ was a bit too high, and that he also knew information about the Divine Office Academy. How did this happen? She was indeed famous among the freshmen of the Divine Clergy Academy, known as the First Day Talent. However, how is it that all the monsters in this god's domain know that it's monstrous? Chapter 86, Don't be vain. I know who you are. Qin Xiu didn't know that this was no longer the Bull King's consciousness. The black aura coming out of the Cow King's body already indicated this. Being possessed by a demon. This consciousness, Lin Jian knew who it was. It was the professor who had taken his sister. Her original body wasn't even human. Cut the crap. Let's teach you a lesson. Brute Bull Charge. The Bull King met and came with a charge. Qin Xiu was lucky to defend himself and hurriedly dodged. So this time it didn't even hit her. And the Bull King was surprised. Weapon Master? This talent is awesome. The Weapon Master's talent in combat is at full rank, and the SSS rank is even more exaggerated. It was important to realize that the masters who used weapons were also masters of physical arts, and the body was even more of an aid to the weapon. So Qin Xiu dodged out of the way in a flash, but the Bull King only finished and made another charge. Dang! This time Qin Xiu was knocked off her feet. She couldn't even imagine that this Bull King could launch skills continuously, and she wasn't even prepared herself. There was no way around it. After all, she was only at level 16, and many of her hard indicators couldn't fight against the other party. Chinchou flew far out and fell to the ground. The Bull King sneered. Level 16 dares to enter here. Have you received a lesson? Get lost. But the next moment, Chinchou actually stood up again. You don't want to kill me, but what's the point of invoking the herd? When you're going to kill them? Then why kill them and not me? Because I'm a student of the Priesthood Academy? No, it's impossible for a monster in the god's domain to have this kind of realization. She came over again and the Bull King froze. This was actually uninjured? Impossible. Level 16 is only a turn. Absolutely can't withstand this damage. At least a rupture of internal organs. Serious injury. The Ox King's level was more than twice that of Chinchou's, and the battle should be without suspense. How did you do that? And not get hurt? Was it with drugs? Anyway, one of you and I must die today. Chinchou was not ambiguous either. Once again pointing his silver spear at the Bull King, he began to launch his attack. Upanishad, 100 Battle Inferno Lance. That silver spear actually carried a fire dragon and stabbed directly at the Bull King. And Chinchou was surprisingly fast. The Bull King's reaction speed wasn't in the first rank, but the defense was so thick that the Inferno gun actually failed to break through it. Chinchou's shot stabbed through and was actually toppled back by the hard cowhide. Ha ha ha. Now, you recognize the class gap? Although you are known as the first genius, a low-grade genius is of little use. If this battle continues, you will surely die. The Bull King didn't even bring a dodge, and the defense of the mangy bull was already very high. Defense strength, the two main supermodel attributes of the mangled bull, will be low in other areas, but these two will suffice. Other monsters with a higher level than the Bull King couldn't carry its power. Defense, not to mention, has a thick skin that isn't afraid of damage. Chinchou's confidence almost didn't let this shot go. It wasn't that she wasn't good. The gun was stuck in but failed to break the defense, and with just that one strike, her power was extremely depleted. She was an SSS-ranked priesthood, which was the highest rank before Lin Jian appeared. I don't blame her. The class gap is just too big, and the most talented kids get hung up on by adults. It's time to teach you a lesson, or there's no one else in sight, the Bull King said coldly. Then the attack began. Barbarian Bull Charge. The attack wasn't one, but a continuous one, and at a given distance. The mangaka's charge arrived almost instantly. Moreover, the Bull King's attack was different from that of a normal mangaka, which could only come once. Chinchou was instantly knocked away, but before he could land, he was once again chased over by the Bull King and charged again. Her entire body had been floating in the sky, and she felt powerless, not even having the chance to fight back. It was as if all the bones in her body were broken, but she felt no pain, because she was bound by Lin Jian's skills. At this moment, all of the injuries on her body were transferred to Lin Jian, living and dying together. In fact, in the sense that it was Lin Jian who took the damage first, for Chinchou to die, unless Lin Jian died first. Oh, you can still hold up like that? Looks like you have some extra talent? The Ox King was surprised. It could feel Chinchou's physical state, and it didn't even manage to fight. A weapon master alone can't do this, and it doesn't seem to be a talent in defense either. But recovery. This recovery was too extreme to have been recognized before, as if it had a strong life force. Just as the Bull King was wondering, an unexpected situation was suddenly launched. Change of life, divine chain binding. Focus. Change of life, hell whale. Change of life, gravity confinement. The successive skill locks slowed down the Bull King instantly, and this huge force deadened and limited the Bull King's movement. Although the force was great, it was also huge, and its own weight was very considerable. Even if he went berserk, the Bull King would only gain a tenfold power bonus, which would be easily cancelled out by gravity confinement. What a guy! The Ox King gave up on Chinchou and turned over. Then he saw Lin Jian. Lin Jian had felt it since the moment Chinchou was attacked. Chinchou was afraid that if he wasn't able to deflect the damage, he would have lost half of his life at this point. Any person who was attacked this severely would lose all ability to resist. It has nothing to do with rank. If you're a higher rank, a broken bone is a broken bone. Unless it was a werewolf vampire type of creature with the ability to recover, it was all one death. But Bull King knew that Lin Jian was an exception. At this moment, Lin Jian's body also looked bruised and battered, all from Chinchou. But he still stood up straight and completed the lock as well, and said to the Bull King, I shouldn't call you the Bull King, should I? You're Professor Wang? What are you talking about? Don't be vain. I know who you are. You're a demon. Are you dying to kill me to silence me now? The existence of the demon race was a secret, but it was an open secret because the rumors had been spreading for countless years. Once a person has heard the same thing too much, they develop a strange resistance to being interested in it anymore. That's why the Bull King wasn't flustered at all. Oh, you have the ability to go out and say it and see who will believe you. Yeah, that doesn't help. People make a fuss at best and then nothing more. It's like someone saying they've seen a ghost, go out and tell it to someone else, and whether they believe it or not, they'll at most make a fuss about it, and then quickly put it behind them, and gradually immunize themselves against such things in the future. Besides, Lin Jian was still pointing at the professors of the Divine Office, and people thought you were hacking the Divine Office. Well, I really can't help it, so let's fight. Lin Jian began to close in. It was quite a good fight just now. Now it's my turn. You're more than twice my level. Want to give it a try? This was the demon-possessed Ox King, and she had already tried out Lin Jian's strength at the Queen Bee before. Obviously, such a frontal hard fight. Lin Jian was not afraid. This kid had an unusual tenacity. So the next thing you know, the Bull King actually turned around and ran. Chapter 87, the double race actually wimped out. It was because of the experience they had had that the demons wouldn't go head-to-head with Lin Jian. With Lin Jian's talent, whoever went head-to-head with him would immediately devolve into a numerical clash. All without fancy, is to see who can carry more. Basically, in addition to the legendary creatures of the werewolf vampire, there are very few monsters can compete in the recovery attribute. The manga beast defense is high, but cannot hold that talent bonus. At Queen Bee, the demons had learned about Lin Jian's 256 times counter damage. She realized at this time that even this mangy cow's body can't carry it, because Lin Jian's attack is not the Cow King's body, but Lin Jian himself, has nothing to do with the level. And he drops a leg, you Cow King must also drop a leg. Sure enough, before the Bull King could get far, he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. The huge body was piled up in a mountain on the ground, and that was because one of its legs was broken. Lin Jian unloaded his own leg, the other side is unprepared, struggling to get up and run. Lin Jian unloaded another leg of his own. Luckily, this is enough damage to be far higher than the previous 256 times, but keep in mind that the 256x counter damage was a level 16 multiplier, and it's now level 19. Why run? You're the king of the bulls, Lin Jian said indifferently. There are many things I don't understand. If you can tell me, I'll let you go. Instead, the Bull King was sneering. I don't need you to spare me yet, but you sure are surprising. She didn't use the Bull King's berserking skill because it was useless. Lin Jian's dagger stabbing down hurt not the skin, but also the tendons and bones. Berserking just lost the pain, but the real damage to the body still existed. At this point, the Bull King couldn't run away either, with 2 legs left. Really? Let's see if you can run that fast this time. As Lin Jian said this, he stabbed himself in the throat, even slashing left and right a few times. The massive black chi was very decisive and directly chose to leave the Bull King and flew towards the distance. The Ox King was unable to run, but this black gas could fly and was actually locked by Lin Jian, but could quickly escape. Lin Jian also collapsed to the ground as he recalled the binding sensation of the divine chain just now. That black aura had been wounded before, and now it had been wounded once more. The conclusion was that even if possessed, Lin Jian's attack on the creature she possessed could cause the demon to be injured. If the black chi didn't run away at this point, this kind of damage could still be passed on, and it was probably no better than the Bull King. Several hundred times the backlash is indeed powerful, even if the skin is thick. Can your sinews and bones withstand it? At this time, the Bull King's body could no longer move. It looked like there was actually no injury on the surface, but inside, the tendons had been ruptured. Together with Lin Jian's final throat slit, the Bull King fell to the ground gurgling and spurting blood. This also shouldn't be the life force of a proper Bull King. It was just controlled by the demons, who were unwilling to fight Lin Jian to the end in blood and gave up halfway through the battle, leading to a very hasty end. Let her get away after all. Lin Jian waited for his body to recover, and at this time Qinqiu ran over. Are you okay? How did you become like this? Still good? Help me. Get dressed. Lin Jian took out a set of clothes from his space. Although his body could recover, his clothes couldn't. Because of this particular set of his battle techniques, Lin Jian had prepared for it earlier, and preparing a few more sets was just that. It was only after lying on the ground for a while that Lin Jian recovered, but it was also very alarming. Qinqiu helped him change his clothes. Her pretty face flushed red as she sat aside and turned her head to look away. Lin Jian sat up at once and let out a long breath before Qinqiu turned around. Are you okay? Just now I thought you. It's okay, you saw it all. Right, big? Ha, you. Qinqiu turned away again with a red face. It's not her fault. The first time I saw all this. Lin Jian, on the other hand, does not matter. The body principle is enough. Don't misunderstand, referring to the ability to recover, while others seem to be a phenomenon. Lin Jian himself could feel it, a majestic life force running through his body that never seemed to run out, and as long as this life force remained, his body would recover no matter what kind of injuries he had sustained. So what is this vitality? Lin Jian couldn't explain this strange power. After all, it was SSS-Level, and Ji Woyo couldn't say anything about it. By the way, didn't you notice anything strange when you took on the Bull King just now? I'm too weak. It's not a matter of strength. You're 24 levels off. There's no way you can touch the Bull King. To be weird, I don't think this seems to be a Bull King, like it's talking to someone. Sure enough, Xinxiu felt it too, but she couldn't tell. The details would only give people a strange feeling, and if it were the true Bull King, he would never talk like this. Lin Jian nodded. That's right, it's not a Bull King, but a demon. If it was a real Bull King, it might be a bit of a struggle to fight it, and this demon I've encountered before. She's the Professor Wang who took my sister. I have to ask, how can you be sure? Because she's the only one who has that much of a grudge against me and has to be that good at it, and you'll have to be careful in the future. So, it's in this clergyman's house. Anyone could think that if the demon race was real, then they must still be lurking amongst the humans, and there was more than one of them. It's even scarier to think behind the scenes, not even knowing what they're up to. Lin Jian especially reminded her, there are some things you just have to understand in your heart. You have to be careful everywhere in the Divine Office Academy. You can't be too reckless until everything is clear. This matter has to be considered in the long run. We don't expose them? Don't be silly. No one will believe you if you go out like that. Come on, let's go back. Lin Jian wouldn't be so naive as to move to tell everyone that the demonic legends had long been circulating for many years, and now if you went out and said that, people would just think you were nuts, and no one would even look at you more than once. At least you have to have proof, and the demons are so strong. What proof can you find? There was no need to worry. Lin Jian thought that Professor Wang would still beat himself up. He stood up and tried how well his body had recovered. Are you recovering from this? Do you want me to help you? Okay. Lin Jian didn't refuse, so he let Xinxiu assist him and walked all the way back. Xinxiu just helped Lin Jian to completely change a set of clothes. That impressive picture is still in her head. At this time the two people have contact, so she cannot be inhibited to ramble on, instantly and full of red, as if the strength is gone. What happened? Did you just push too hard too? No, I'm fine. Xinxiu took a deep breath and looked at Lin Jian's arm, leading him away, but as a girl in love, it was impossible to have no reaction. It was just that Lin Jian didn't know. Lin Jian did feel quite comfortable and soft. Chapter 88, Why are you blushing? By the time they got back to the valley, the place had calmed down and the crew was relieved to see them. Are you guys okay? It's okay, the Bull King is just hard-hitting. So much for talent. Only Lin Jian could say that. Wasn't the power talent enough? That was a talent that belonged uniquely to the Manhwa. But when it came to Lin Jian, the more power you had in your attack, the more damage you would take yourself. Zhao Feng gave Xinxiu a puzzled look. What exactly did you guys go through that your faces are so red? No, just feeling a little tired. Take a break if you're tired. We've all gone up a level, and we're content. Zhao Feng also took the initiative to pick up Lin Jian. Lin Jian glared at him without even noticing. But going up a level did make them excited. Going up a level after entering the divine realm once was the speed of a genius. You come in a few times a semester, then everyone's a genius. Everyone gets a second turn a year, so it does seem that the blind secret is a great reward. Lin Jian also looked at his panel. He had reached level 20 as well, so it was true that his achievements were abundant. All of this leveling experience was shared by the entire team, but because of the demons, Lin Jian had leveled up by 4 himself. Lin Jian didn't deliberately say this either, and Yuling asked from the side, what about the Bull King's corpse? It's too big, and I don't have room in that storage ring. Then you guys rest, I'm going to load up. Yuling went to collect the corpse. In line with the principle of not wasting, the ordinary Mongobei carcasses she wants, not to mention the king of the bull. The pair of horns taken out are highly valued materials. The bull bones are actually very hard, and the bull tendons are all very good materials. Humans have discovered that this natural material in powerful creatures is better than synthetic. The team temporarily repaired and waited for Yorin to return. Lin Jian had a feeling that Yuling wasn't here to practice, but to collect materials. The creatures in this god's domain were indeed special. Looking at the level, they weren't powerful, but they had a lot of experience and all of them had their own special skills, like the tail stinger of the poisonous bees. That was powerful beyond their level, which was also traded off for their low fire resistance. By the time Yorin returned, the team would be almost ready to leave the secret realm. Because the strength wasn't even, Lin Jian had a strong recovery ability while the others were exhausted. Training that is overdone, instead of being beneficial, can give great disadvantages. When Yorin returned, he also took back the magic crystals from the Bull King. She secretly and quietly showed it to Lin Jian, who wondered, what's the use of this thing? To be researched, but certainly useful. If this thing can be possessed by a demon, will it become a demon's confinement? Good idea. you still do research like this? Because there are many priesthoods that have nothing to do with combat, such as building equipment, refining potions, enchanting equipment, etc. It looks like Yurin knows this business very well too. Makes sense too. She claims to be a gunsmith, so some of the special cartridges would have to be built herself. Lin Jian had also seen Yuling's many kinds of cartridges. Her gun never pursued caliber kinetic energy. The pursuit of large power would only burden herself with recoil, and even affect accuracy, and if she couldn't hit it all would be for nothing. As far as going for damage, you can work on the slugs. Guns don't really need to be that powerful. How much force does a knife, for example, need to stab into a body? So Yuring tinkered with many kinds of strange warheads, even enchanted ones. A career in gearing up is also in high demand, isn't it? That's because equipment is an essential part. No matter how powerful a person is, there are times when they can't fire their skills in an actual fight, and if someone is backstabbing you, they'll definitely create such an opportunity on purpose. Yulin said lightly, that's why equipment is a must. Sometimes it can save your life. Lin Jian agreed with this statement, as he had felt it before when he fought against Turi. It wasn't like Turi wasn't prepared. He had moved a lot against Lin Jian. That blocking ring was a good means to do so. It's just that SSS rank skills were too hard to target. The world hadn't found a higher rank than this. But if he blocked successfully and Lin Jian couldn't send out his skills, wouldn't he be passive? So this time, having fallen into the enemy's trap, you have to top it off with equipment. Even the most invincible people have times when they can't send out their skills. People need to sleep. And there are also times when they can't put out their mental energy when it's depleted. Whenever someone is counting on you, they always count on this. This time of year it's all about having the gear to survive, even if it's disposable gear. So, you came here for equipment materials? All this is money. Or where do you think I got all that money? This explanation from Yuling made sense. She saw that Lin Jian was having a bit too many problems, so she bumped Lin Jian with her shoulder. Hey, if you don't go over and talk to your girlfriend, she's always looking this way. She's jealous, isn't she? Lin Jian also turned his head to look over. It's not like she's, eek, does she also recognize that you're actually a beautiful woman? Yurin's disguise was perfect, and it was basically impossible to recognize what she originally looked like. Lin Jian didn't think much of it before, but then he realized that the scar on her face was also pasted on. Right? No wonder. Thought she was really that cruel to disfigure herself. Even though I'm not a pretty girl anymore, I'm still a female, and your girlfriend would still be uncomfortable. And she didn't say. Who decided she was my girlfriend? See Yuling mouth hard. Lin Jian also did not say further. Said that there is Qin Xiu such a girlfriend who is not willing. In the Divine Vocational College is also the school flower level, or the top of the talent. If she admits that Lin Jian a million willing. The point is, the gap between the two is a bit wide. Family history aside, it was impossible for Lin Jian to compare himself to others. Even if it was a priesthood, Lin Jian this would still be considered a chicken rib. He himself didn't know where the limit of his recovery was, and others knew even less. A group of 6 men, who had spent the night in the god's domain repairing before going out. It was his teammates who needed to rest. Lin Jian didn't. That life force in his body was too strong. The range is all much longer than others, and if it's just him, then he can practice in it for a long time. As long as he wasn't topping out at the limit, Lin Jian felt that he could keep practicing. The next day, he led the team out of the divine realm, and this time, the entire team had a huge harvest. Entering once and going up a level is a speed that many people can only dream of. But unfortunately, this is not the divine realm of the National Vocational College. 1-year transfer is not a dream. Everyone is a genius. But unfortunately resources are limited. Only just coming out, the 4 deans were already waiting outside the divine realm. Lin Jian looked around. The group of freshmen from the Divine Office Academy was actually next to them. They had come out as well? Ji Wuyo and Vice President Chan were on the side. Their faces expressionless, but anyone could see the air of smugness. This was a talented freshman from the Divine Vocational Academy, and none of their special enrollment students from the State Vocational Academy had fallen short. Lin Jian's group had greatly honored the National Vocational College. Chapter 89, He's my boyfriend. People's pessimisms are not connected. Some people are happy and some are unhappy. The ancient dean was very upset, even though Ji Wuyo did not show any expression, but the expressionless face is a mockery. In front of the Divine Vocational Academy heel you are still so loaded. Who is not lowly? But the student such a performance he cannot say anything. Then when he saw Qin Xiu come out with Lin Jian and the others, Dean Gu became enraged. Qin Xiu, you're the first day talent among the freshmen, and you're also the top talent among the past students. Why are you with these special enrollment students? Ha, can't I do this? Of course not. Relationship you need to figure out. Don't we have our own team at the Clergy Academy? Qin Xiu looked at not far away Yang Chongnem. Must find a reason if She pointed at Lin Jian and said, "He's my boyfriend, can't we even be together in such a relationship?" Ha, ha, Dean Gu and Lin Jian spoke out at the same time, but the significance was different. By and large they were not expecting it. It was just that Lin Jian sensed the atmosphere between the two. But it was not good to say anything until the window paper was poked. But now Qin Xiu actually admitted it directly. Worthy of being a great lady, daring to love and hate. Dean Gu, on the other hand, was confused. So what else could he say? His previous reasons were gone. People don't come to your seminary to sell their bodies, right? They can choose their own boyfriends, right? The others were dumbfounded, making no sound whatsoever as they stared blankly at Qin Xiu and Lin Jian. This was because those in the team knew that Qin Xiu and Lin Jian didn't have this relationship in the beginning. If that was the relationship to begin with, you wouldn't be talking like that when you met. Well, the ancient dean had nothing to say. Play like this right, and say it again to force his genius over. He turned to Ji Wuyo, those of you from the National Vocational Academy, you can take them back, and not owe each other anything. Wait a minute, since this is a friendly exchange, can I make another request? Lin Jian has spoken. And he's using the name friendly exchanges to do it. But is this friendly? At first, when Ji Wuyo and the others came, there was still barely a bit of atmosphere, and everyone was on their ends. But ever since Lin Jian had appeared, there hadn't been any friendly atmosphere from the start of the challenge until now. And you make demands? Well, I'll hear what you have to say. It is not an excessive request. In fact, I also want to do something for the relationship between the two hospitals. I want to take my sister away this time. I also have to meet with the professor who brought her back. That professor. Say it clearly, everyone's heart, there is no gap. Lin Jian was looking for an excuse. He could almost conclude that Professor Wang was a demon. Then Lin Jian wouldn't mind meeting her outside of the divine realm. He wasn't afraid in the divine realm, and he was even more afraid outside. This beam isn't going to end that easily, so meet up and see what else you can get. Then you're going to be disappointed. We can't do this one. The ancient dean flatly refused, but didn't specify what the reason was. However, he didn't have any other emotions in his eyes, only boredom. It seemed that it wasn't because of the truth about the demon race, but because of this matter of Lin Jian. It made him have a bad relationship with Prof. Wang and fall out just a bit. That'll have to do. Lin Jian was sorry. He still wanted to know how many demons were hiding in the Divine Office Academy, as well as the outside world. Where exactly were the demons still hiding? What was their purpose? And what exactly did they want to do with humans? Listening to that demon, the power of these priesthoods had something to do with all of them. The ancient dean hummed. You will regret it. I did ask about your sister's illness. Her illness, if she doesn't awaken, she will be consumed by her own power. But if she awakens, she can't carry the energy of awakening. It was indeed an awkward situation, and Lin Jian was a bit skeptical. Really? I don't have to lie to you, and that's something your Dean Ji can see. Lin Jian looked at Ji Wuyo, who nodded. Yes, because the test for awakening your sister couldn't pass. Her body couldn't withstand it, so there was no way for her to carry out the awakening ceremony. But at the same time, the power of not awakening her was tormenting her. This situation is not difficult to understand. It's as if someone is sick and the doctor says that the disease is very curable and that there is a special medicine for it. However, the patient's medical condition cannot withstand this medicine. That's embarrassing. If you don't take your medication, you'll get sick and die. And if you take your medication, you'll die. So this is the point of Sister Linya trouble. The general approach is to make the body stronger first. At least you have to withstand the power of the medicine, right, when the conditions are met in order to cure the disease. However, if you do not take the medicine, your body will never recover. It's a closed loop. It's not going to break. Lin Jian deliberately asked. So, the Divine Clergy Academy has a solution? Humph. It's too late for you to bring your sister back now. What kind of place do you think the Divine Clergy Academy is? No, I just like to know if there's a way for the Clergy Academy to do it. Don't be a braggart, right? Agitation doesn't work. Who in the world doesn't know that if the Clergy Academy doesn't have a solution, then no one else will either? It doesn't sound like there's a definitive way to do this, at least for Dean Ku. That Prof. Wang didn't seem to have it either. If she did, she would have had her sister awaken long ago, because only by awakening can you cure your sister's illness, and it will get worse and worse if you keep dragging it out. But where there is a way to do it, it will be done as early as possible. Otherwise, what is this for? And the priesthood doesn't have so much time on its hands that it will just waste it. They weren't sure at least yet, but Lin Jian also had a way. That was his newly awakened gift, and he could at least make sure his sister wouldn't be harmed while she was awakened. That's fine with me. Humph. Dean Gu was angry, and this exchange of vocational academies felt like a loss. Ji Wuyo and Vice President Chang were spirited, and brought out Lin Jian's squad. I didn't expect it, but in the end, you guys earned the face of the National Vocational College. The standing vice president was very happy, and now he did not pretend. Although we brought the elite of the National Vocational College, but the final result is really not good to say. You actually, okay, the result is good, Zhao Feng asked again. Other than the previous rewards for conversion, are there any other rewards? You, line, and the divine domain of the State Academy grants you more privileges, since it was an earned honor. These were all things that should be given, and Vice President Standing was quick to agree. Ji Wuyo also has this attitude. This is not to increase the reward. How to incentivize the students in the future. Lin Jian, your sister's illness. I've taken a closer look at it before, and it's indeed the same as what the Divine Office said. Dean Ji, I understand. Can you grant my sister a special authorization for an awakening ceremony? How dare you? Her body is weak. What if something happens to her? I'll make sure nothing happens to her. Regarding this point, Lin Jian was very certain that this was his talent. He was able to transfer all the pain and hurt his sister had endured to himself. Chapter 90, the most effective way to target Lin Jian. They had only left the Divine Office courtyard when Qin Xiu chased after them. Seeing this, Ji Wuyo said to the others, then let's go first. Lin Jian probably still has something to say. Very sensible. Well, Lin Jian is also slightly embarrassed, because just now Qin Xiu said in front of so many people's face the relationship between the two. As for whether it is true or not, other people do not know. Lin Jian didn't deny it, then it was true. You don't mind if I just said that, do you? It's hard to say. I don't know if I should mind. What do you mean? If you're telling a lie, it only benefits you because you're going to use it as an excuse to keep the clergy from thinking anything else about you, and it won't do me any good and you're still being used. Indeed, if Qin Xiu didn't say this, then the Divine Office might have a view on him. You're elbowing your way out, and with that relationship in place people can still understand you. If it's fake, then this side has nothing to do with Lin Jian, and it's still preventing him from chasing other girls. Lin Jian is not a licking dog. Guarding a misunderstanding there beautifully. Qin Xiu's voice became smaller. So do you want it to be true? Of course I want it on your terms. Otherwise wouldn't it be pretentious? Regardless of image or priesthood talent or family situation, Qin Xiu was an excellent girl. If this was all unwilling, then indeed Lin Jian was too pretentious. Wouldn't that be too cheap? What? That means it's fake? You, see how you behave in the future. You have to visit me often. Before he could say a few words, Qin Xiu turned his head and ran away. And Lin Jian didn't even get a word of accuracy. He also shouted from behind, hey, so what do you mean? In the end, really or not? Really, you really mean it. And the fake one doesn't need to waste everyone's time, lest we get into some misunderstanding that would be bad. However, Qin Xiu couldn't hear it anymore and ran out of sight. A voice from the side interjected, you're really straight. Isn't that a default? Lin Jian twisted his head to see that it was Yu Ling. How did you know about the default? And also, why are you eavesdropping on us? That's what girls do. They can't say everything plainly. That's a big advantage. And you can turn around and say that I misunderstood and she didn't actually mean it. Oh, according to you, it really should be made clear. Yuling surprisingly agreed with Lin Jian. I've seen a lot of girls do this. Turn around and say it's your misunderstanding if you don't like it. And if you like it, say that you're pig-brained and don't know how to imply it. It seems like the plot of some romance movie. She's a bit of a non-girly girl kind of girl, and is about as sensible as a boy. Lin Jian was also a bit surprised. He hadn't thought that Yu Ling could even agree with himself. No wonder she was able to be so hard on himself. That's right, conflict in rom-coms is all about misunderstandings. Come on, don't think about it so much. Girls do. You're not supposed to be some kind of relationship brain, are you? Wait, you're a girl too, so you're right on both ends. Yurin was definitely not an ordinary girl, and she was definitely hiding a huge secret behind her. She immediately changed the topic. About the demon race. You should not say anything in front of people in the future either. People will not pay attention to any demon race just because of your words. They will instead pay attention to you and secretly target you. We can't just wait around then. Besides, if I take my sister away, that demon must be paying attention to me. 1 or 2. It's not too bad. Let's take our time and figure it out. Lin Jian was puzzled. Listening to you, you know a lot about the demon race. Is there anything else I don't know? Yuling also only said here, this matter. The more you know, the more unfavorable to you. Now it is still only because of your sister's conflict. Not too big. Later, we will slowly say, this is not a moment can be solved. Lin Jian's younger sister, Lin Ya, was brought back to the National Vocational College by him, so she lived with Ji Yun. This was Ji Wuyo's arrangement, and he didn't know what relationship Ji Yun had with him, and neither of them admitted to having any relationship on the surface. However, living with Ji Yun should be better than Yurin, with Yurin's scruffy appearance. Back at the State House, Lin Ya's illness was immediately on the agenda. This time, Lin Jian was considered to have given face to the head of the state office, and his only request was to cure his sister. It's not a big deal to let your sister undergo an awakening. $500,000 is covered by our school. But your sister's condition has to be clarified first. She's been seriously ill for a few years now, and she can't even withstand a little bit of strenuous exercise. Ji Wuyo gave Lin Jian a clear explanation of what was at stake, and this was where the difficulty of curing the disease lay. The medicine can cure, but it can also poison people, so it's a risk. The clergy academy had taken people away for so long that they hadn't dared to do anything to cure them, which meant that Linya had awakened. I have skills to help my sister take the damage. Oh, all the damage? Yeah, even if someone attacks her, as long as I'm not dead, nothing will happen to her at all. That's pretty amazing. A SSS ranked priesthood talent can even evolve. Ji Wuyo made it even clearer that he was right to bring Lin Jian, and that the Divine Clergy Academy would actually dislike this profession. But he still had concerns. There's one problem. You're bound to your sister. If she awakens at the altar of the gods, do you have to follow her? By that time, no one will be allowed next to her for hundreds of meters. Will it still be effective beyond that distance? Then I'll follow along up there. Lin Jian wasn't very sure, and being around for protection was certainly the safest way to go. It was a matter of his sister's life and death, and there was no way he could use that for a test. Then there's a problem. If you go back up to the altar, there's a good chance the awakening ceremony will wipe out your priesthood. What? The priesthood can still be erased after awakening? Ji Wuyo nodded. The priesthood awakening ceremony, which takes place at the altar of the gods, is only for ordinary people who haven't awakened, and those who have already awakened will have their priesthood wiped out, and this has happened before. Lin Jian was incredulous. Then what's this they say about a second awakening? Second awakening is very difficult to apply for, and at the same time, it's an unspoken secret of the clergy academy. So is it okay if I'm under the altar of God, a little closer? I don't know about that. Basically no one wants to risk such a test. That's true. An accidental sleuth wipes out a person's priesthood again. That means this life is over. And without the priesthood, what's the difference between an ordinary person and an ordinary person? That's why those who have awakened the priesthood don't want to lose it no matter what. No matter how cockamamie the profession is. The second time will erase it, but what about the third time? Someone else actually tried it. The one that was erased, and he paid for a third awakening, to no avail. In other words, having been erased from the priesthood by the divine detective, there is no possibility of trying to awaken again. At the same time, this hand was the most effective way to target Lin Jian. Chapter 91, I don't care if I can keep my sister alive. Ji Wuyo said this, and Lin Jian easily associated himself with it. If a priesthood holder is captured and strapped to a divine probe for yet another awakening, his original priesthood is swiped. Of course, you don't have to go through such trouble with other people, a single slash will solve it. But what about dealing with Lin Jian's undead body, which had no solution by force? Just do whatever it takes to control Lin Jian, tie him up, and swipe him again on the altar of God, turning Lin Jian into an ordinary person. That won't make it possible to kill him at will. Dean G, just how far around the altar of God is safe? This is all I can tell you. At a distance of 200 meters, the power of the divine detective awakening does not repent to do anything to those who have not awakened, and every now and then, the awakened will hide far away. Ji Wuyo continued, but you should know that when awakening the priesthood, the divine detective creates a separate divine descent space against the awakened person, and it's not clear if this will cause a blockage to your binding. Lin Jian's heart began to tangle, which really made it difficult to choose. The moment Rinya awakens, he'll have to become a normal person, because it's simultaneous. But the good thing was, the moment Lin Jian lost his priesthood, Linya would also gain her priesthood, and she would have the ability to defend herself. Now that several professors from the National Vocational College had seen Linya's condition, the consensus was that Linya was 100% capable of awakening. Because it was because of this power that Rinya had gotten sick, awakening was just par for the course. But at the same time Lin Jian would lose his priesthood, and he was in deep thought. Lin Jian, if you lose your priesthood, it would also be a huge loss for the National Vocational Academy. But it's not like there's any other way to save your sister right now. So our opinion is to stabilize your sister's condition for now. If we can't, let's turn to the Clergy Academy for help and get something to save your sister's life. Lin Jian didn't want to lose the priesthood, and the National Academy didn't want him to lose it. It was a clear benefit. But on my sister's side, there was no stabilizing it. If the Divine Office really had a solution, it wouldn't have been delayed until now. Dean G, how much longer can my sister's condition be delayed? This is not easy to say. The power that affects her is too strong, and it is estimated that the awakening is also extremely gifted, a talent that even the demon race had looked at. Could it be bad? Lin Jian was convinced that his sister was a genius. What about himself? It was a tough decision because there was no telling when my sister wouldn't be able to carry it. It was the power of the priesthood after all. And my sister hadn't awakened yet, was just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person stand up to that? Dean G. I'm willing to trade my priesthood for my sister's life. What? Have you thought this through? Well, since my sister is also a genius, the National Vocational Academy isn't losing out, is it? That being said, it would be a shame to lose the progress you've made. Theoretically, the National Vocational College didn't lose out, as the profession of life changer was still unappealing to a lot of people. If his sister had awakened to another priesthood, she would definitely be more popular than Lin Jian. According to the current assessment of the National Vocational Academy, Linya's priesthood after her awakening would be at least SS or higher, so the National Vocational College won't stand in the way. It just explains the pros and cons to Lin Jian and lets him make his own choice. I don't care. It's more important than anything to keep my sister alive. And don't tell her any of this. Aha! What was Lin Jian? He was a reborn person, but his previous life hadn't brought him much else. The only good thing about it is that you can look away and live two lives anyway. The state council had told only Lin Jian about the situation, and Lin Jian's side had only told Yurin. For some reason, of all the people he knew, the only one who was the most reliable was Yurin. What? You're going to the altar again? Yurin actually knew this as well. I remember there used to be an awakened person who went up for a second time, and the result was that the priesthood was washed away and he became an ordinary person. So you have to be clear about what the consequences of this are. Lin Jian nodded. I know, but in exchange for my sister living, she will become stronger as well. That's true. You can't go up there without following it. There's a godfall space that envelopes the altar during the awakening, and being in there resets the priesthood. So if you're out there, your skills won't be able to reach inside. You actually know more than Dean Quarter? Lin Jian was surprised. Ji Wuyo wasn't too sure when he said it, while Yuling was sure. Does she have more information than the State Vocational College? Yurin laughed. Because I've known people like that. Seen them, and of course they understand. It's you who's willing to lose it all. Actually, I've accumulated a bit of stuff in the time since I awakened the priesthood. So living this life well isn't a problem. In that case, your clergyman's girlfriend may not care about you anymore. Yuling joked and patted Lin Jian's shoulder. Alright, it's very respectable that you can be like this for your sister. I can support you in the future. No need. Even the materials I fought in the Divine Realm Secret Realm can be exchanged for a lot of money. You need to, because you've messed with the demons, and I'm the most knowledgeable demon in the world. Lin Jian then remembered about that demon race. Would she really hold on to it? But in Yu Ling's opinion, it wasn't impossible to deal with, and after she heard what Lin Jian had to say, she was very supportive of Lin Jian's actions to protect his sister, and even gave him a promise that he wouldn't be harassed by the demons. A special enrollment student, who is she to guarantee this? Lin Jian only took her as a joke, and soon, the State Academy prepared Linya for the awakening ceremony. There is a price to pay to have the altar of God opened, and a higher price to open it for one person alone. It's the difference between wholesale and retail, but because Lin Jian had grown a face this time, the National Vocational College had borne the cost. On this day, Lin Jian finally brought Linya to the front of the God's altar. Watching from afar from the sidelines, there were Ji Wuyo and a few professors from the National Vocational College, as well as Yuling with their original squad, and no one else. And this wasn't a high school kind of annual awakening extravaganza. Brother, will I die? I won't let you die. Don't worry but I have the feeling of being unsteady. Won't it be a problem if you go up with me? Xiao Ya, to tell you the truth, your brother, I'm immortal. Awesome, right? Lin Jian was still bragging to Linya about not letting her know about those things. Linya had also been sick for years. Since she was a child, she practically didn't have much cognizance of the world. She was all at home recuperating from her illness, so she doesn't think about it so much and just chooses to trust her brother in this situation. She took Lin Jian's hand and stepped onto the altar, still wearing a sweet smile. With my brother with me, even if I die here, I won't be afraid. Don't be ridiculous. This time it's a good thing to cure you completely. Apparently, the years that Linya was sick, her will was also a bit depressed and her thoughts were not positive. So this time, will it be her dawn? Chapter 92, Linya's Great Prophecy Technique. Arriving at the divine altar, Lin Jian first performed the divine chain binding. Change your life, live and die together. This time, his and his sister's lives were tied together, and no harm would come to his sister unless he died. And Ji Wuyo, who was on the sidelines, sighed. A professor next to her said, "Good thing, that girl is also overly talented. Let's just see what profession she can awaken. With this kind of talent, it can be better than a life changer anyways. It's just that up to now, life changers seem to be pretty good at it too. Yes, at least it gave us a face in the clergy academy, but the life changers are still unpopular. This Linya, If we can awaken an SSS-ranked profession, our reputation this term will not be weaker than the Divine Clergy Academy. Look, the altar of the gods is open. A light flashed, and it was as if a huge eye had opened in the sky, and golden light shone down. Ji Woyo also got excited. This is a vision. Such a vision hasn't been seen in how many years? It must be of the highest grade, no worse than anyone else's, so how could they not be excited? But there are visions within visions. At this moment, what happened during Lin Jian's awakening happened again as the sky rumbled and struck down a bolt of lightning. The lightning bolt actually struck not Linya, but Lin Jian. Lin Jian was right next to Linya. Caught off guard, a little mental preparation was not chopped down on the ground again. Ha! Everyone froze. Nothing like this had happened before. No experience whatsoever. At this moment, Lin Jian stood up with a roll, looking up at the sky. Is there any mistake? The one who awakened isn't me, and I can't be split to death with this amount of ability. I shouldn't be clamoring for the master, right? He didn't want the lightning to be attracted to his sister's side, but this was her awakening ceremony. By all rights, the celestial phenomenon should have worked on the sister. It didn't matter who the lightning struck, the damage would end up on Lin Jian anyway, but if we don't react to Rinya, will she fail to awaken? Lin Jian was a bit bewildered. Could it be that this was wrong? That the deans of the National Vocational College had made an error in judgment? Then another bolt of lightning struck down. This time Lin Jian didn't move at all and carried it all. There was still a huge gap from when he first awakened, and now it didn't matter to that extent. While still wondering, a soft white light flashed and enveloped Linya. Her eyes were still closed a moment ago, but now they slowly opened, looking incredibly holy in the white light. Is this successful? It seems to be, and it's at SSS level. I should be right, right? And what priesthood is she in? In fact, no one is sure. This awakening is beyond the scope of their cognition. It doesn't matter if Lin Jian receives those few thunder. It doesn't matter. Everyone has remained calm about Lin Jian's out of the ordinary reaction, and the key is what Linya has awakened. Linya just stood there calmly, her dress rising up without any wind. She reached out her own delicate hand and pointed to the sky. The sky is the limit, and everything still passes away, beginning with one, and dividing it into up and down. There are three phases: past, present, and future. Man is not in control, nor is heaven. Linya's tone was soft, as if she was pouring out her words in a fine voice, but everyone could hear her clearly. The voice seemed to burrow right into one's head, softly carrying on drifting. The moment she spoke, a thunderbolt struck down, but stopped in midair as if frozen. Who's ever seen frozen lightning? That thunderbolt was just a foot away from Lin Jian's head, and it actually stopped alive. Go back. Everything will eventually go back to the beginning again. With Linya's words, this shocking thunderbolt actually retracted again. The heavenly punishment, the divine punishment that everyone was previously terrified of, was actually disliked by Linya with just a few words like this. Everyone doesn't know what's going on. Everyone looks at me and I look at you. It was Ji Wuyo who muttered. The great prophecy technique. This is the prophet. This is the prophet. What? Prophet? Dean Ji? We've never seen this kind of profession before. This is another uncharted territory. This brother and sister have so many surprises in store for us. Let's see what the Divine Office Academy says now. Can it still be better than our students? Professors are smiling. This is a huge harvest. 100 Lin Jian they are willing to change. And Yorin with his squad was stunned as they just watched the heavenly punishment retract. Wang Dong opened his mouth and did not say anything for a long time. He did not know what to say. What do you mean? This saying a few words can repel divine punishment? Zhao Feng muttered that this was beyond everyone's knowledge because people believed that the priesthood was given by God. Therefore, God is supreme and there is no one who can be compared to him. Today this pair of siblings gave everyone a three-way shock. And it's not like God can't carry what he's counting on. Lin Jian directly carried the divine punishment, and his sister directly disliked the divine punishment in a few words. Not sure what the actual significance is, but it gives that impression. And on the stage, Linya had already jumped to Lin Jian's side. Brother, are you alright? It's not alive and well. You awakened. Well, it feels a lot better physically. That's good. At least I made you a promise and kept it. Lin Jian smiled. This was what he had been telling Linya for the past few years. He said that he would definitely cure Linya's illness. Even for that promise, he would do anything. But I have a feeling that something has changed in my brother as well. It's okay, we're all alive. It's the perfect ending. At this time, Ji Woyo also brought his men over. The awakening ceremony had already ended. They had to check what exactly happened at the scene. As the common sense of the past was no longer enough to judge the situation, Ji Woyo came up to take a look at Linya first, then smiled and said, "Good, very good, Dean Quarter. She's fine. The previous illness was just a kind of backlash from the extension of this power. Now as long as she awakens, this power is instead a great help to her growth." Ordinary people can't afford this kind of power. Everyone was relieved, only knowing that Linya would be great, but it was unclear just how great. For the NCAA, another talent is super earned, and for Yorin and the others, the team had an additional powerful teammate. Just by looking at this stance, it must be powerful. The SSS-ranked priesthood alone is enough to defy the heavens. In this term of the Divine Clergy Academy, there was only one SSS rank, Qin Xiu. Ji Wuyo looked at Lin Jian again and suddenly frowned. Things were different from what he thought. What's the matter, Dean Quarter? Is my brother going to be okay? It's fine, but it's his priesthood that seems to have produced a change, and now he's actually a ranked mage? All gazes looked at Lin Jian again, who said with some embarrassment, good thing that the priesthood was left for me after all. Chapter 93, Deceiving the Eyes of God. According to the display of the divine altar, Linya had awakened an SSS-ranked seer, and Lin Jian actually reawakened again. He's now a Class A mage. Everyone feels sorry for Lin Jian, although there are still professors who feel that the life-changing division is too ribbed, but now that it has been reduced to a level, there is no place worth blowing up, and the special enrollment of the State Academy does not want this kind of level. Seeing the look on the crowd's faces, Ji Wuyo came out to speak. This is a good thing. Lin Jian has at least retained his priesthood and his current rank. It's already out of our expectations. We thought his priesthood would be washed away and he'd become an ordinary man. Now is the best outcome. And also, even if Lin Jian becomes an ordinary person, he's still a member of our National Vocational College. That's what I said beforehand. After all, he's made a contribution to the National Vocational College. Ji Wuyo hammered away. This time it was the National Vocational College that won the hemp. Hemp in hemp. The role of the prophet is amazing, and it's a profession that is just as rare as the life changers. It is said that there have been prophets in the past, and every time they appeared, they were existences that stirred up the storm. But there's one thing to be said for it. It's still the life changer that's more bizarre, and Lin Jian is the first case ever. What, brother, is it true what they say? What's true? You knew from the start that by accompanying me up to the awakening, your priesthood would be washed away? It's kind of lucky that this doesn't still have an A grade. The next moment, Linya jumped into Lin Jian's arms and cried, brother is bad, not talking to me. If she had told her this earlier, she wouldn't have come up even if she killed herself. Lin Jian knew it in his heart. Seeing this, Ji Wuyo waved his hand to the others and left the scene for the time being. The situation has stabilized. The altar of God has returned to peace. Then things are already stable. Despite the loss of a SSSS student, everyone felt it was a huge gain. The State Council intends to publicize this matter as a sort of advertisement for the State Council, as well as a response to the Divine Council. You have SSS-ranked weapon masters. Ours is even more overwhelming. A prophet who can even repel divine punishment. They'll publicize things a little bit, and they'll say it in a more magical way. Building momentum is a basic operation of a major power. The siblings who remained on the altar of the gods were still embracing, with Linya crying bitterly in Lin Jian's arms. Her feelings would be very simple, because from childhood, she only got along with Lin Jian. What Lin Jian lost, she would be more sad than Lin Jian. The general public could not understand this emotion. Because of the big illness, she also did not contact other people. Alright, don't cry. From now on you'll be the genius that everyone looks up to. I don't want it, as long as my brother is a genius. I want my brother to protect me. Who says I can't protect you later? Lin Jian knew that it was hard for Linya to stop crying like this, and a girl who had been very sick for many years was already prone to depression. This had to be coaxed a bit or it wouldn't end well, even for a cleric. It wasn't good to cry like this for a long time. He looked around, then leaned into his sister's ear in his arms and said, who says I'm washed out of the priesthood? Ha! His sister lifted her head from her arms and looked at him with a tearful face. Isn't that what Dean Ji said? Lin Jian shook his head, and it was only at this time that he withdrew his talent to live and die together. Brother, you've been protecting me. That's right, my original priesthood hasn't been washed away. The natural skills are all there. It's just that I have an extra priesthood now. Linya was overjoyed. This was even happier than her own awakening. Her brother hadn't lost his original priesthood. In fact, Lin Jian had always known, but Ji Wuyo had thought that he had just switched priesthoods from the awakening process. What other people thought was other people's business. Lin Jian didn't stop him, but he was puzzled by the fact that he could awaken twice. This is not a second awakening. It is a first awakening like everyone else. 2 first awakenings. Because the first awakening was to take place at the altar of God. It was thought that this would not fool God. God won't let you awaken twice. Once is already a favor. Twice. What do you think? Yet here in Lin Jian, it actually awakened a second time, and he actually fooled God. Such a miraculous thing that Lin Jian himself was shocked. If this was told out, it would cause even more of a stir than Linya, the prophet, because Lin Jian had actually tricked God. Something that was impossible for humans to do. But why is that? It wasn't like Lin Jian himself hadn't thought about it. And the first thing he thought was that it was because he was reborn. Rebirth comes with one soul. That's why God got it wrong and equated it with two identities. But these two identities can only be misrecognized on God's side and are not visible to ordinary people. So it was highly likely that this SSS-Level life-changing master's natural skill was due to the change in divine soul identity that Lin Jian had brought with him in his previous life. And that's when the divine altar had realized that something was wrong with him and divinely punished him. And this A-class mage should be his own identity in this world. It makes much more sense to think of it this way, that in God's eyes, he alone possesses a twofold identity. Go on, be happy, everything my brother does can be for you to be happy. Aha! Unsurprisingly, the State College publicized the story as the biggest publicity blitz the State College had ever seen. Since then, the State College has gotten a lot of notoriety, including gaining a profit. The profit was amazing, but at the same time, why Lin Jian had awakened a priesthood identity again at the altar of God had also become a research topic for the National Academy. Why would God recognize a mistake and give Lin Jian a different priesthood? There is a secondary awakening in the priesthood, but that one doesn't go through the altar. It is impossible to fool the eyes of God by simply passing by the altar of God, as was formerly known. So what's going on with Lin Jian? In the past, even someone who failed to awaken the first time would be recognized by God the second time they went back on. Ordinary people who go up there a second time will suffer divine punishment and may lose their lives on the spot. And those who have awakened will be stripped of their priesthood if they are not satisfied with their priesthood before going up. Because God cannot be fooled over and will punish greedy humans. So what's this about Lin Jian? For a while, there was a flurry of discussion about this matter in the State Academy as well as outside, even in the Divine Office. Of course each had their own perspective, and many of the girls just reported Lin Jian's sacrifice of himself with great favor. To wash away his SSS-ranked priesthood for the sake of his sister is simply touching. So Lin Jian's popularity was now polarized. On the boys' side, most of them were disgusted. What qualifications do you have to continue to be a formal student as an A-ranked mage? They had instead completely forgotten about Lin Jian's contributions. But on the girls' side, Lin Jian could be popular. And even more outrageous were the love letters that were sent in droves. Women, after all, are very emotional creatures. For a long time, Lin Jian was agonizing over how he was going to deal with the snowflakes of love letters. Chapter 94 Hero or Waste. Is he Lin Jian? Looks weak. Hey. No, I don't know how he's good enough to stay as an official student. Didn't he drop down to an A for his sister? Which is rumored to be quite a sensation. Winner takes all. Strength speaks for itself. Weak is weak. What's there to say? The students of the National Vocational College had mixed feelings about Lin Jian. After all, jealousy was human nature. Originally, the 5 major societies had planned to continue recruiting after the Lin Jian challenge, but this made them hesitate again. Wouldn't recruiting such a controversial person to the club make people talk? It's just that you're the only one. But there are 5 clubs here. Can you stop the other 4 from chewing on you? Sure, Lin Jian has contributed to the National Vocational College, but you recruited him as a mascot? Just for the sake of symbolism words. The members of his own society will also have a slight word. What right does he have as an A-ranked mage? In the society, he can contribute more than anyone else. The official student which is not better than him. It was so much naysaying that caused Lin Jian to become a hotshot again. Of course, his sister is also a hotshot, and it's rumored that the Big 5 clubs are starting their second round of snatching people up. These naysayers were heard even by Lin Jian in private, and they didn't even avoid it a bit when they talked about others. Hey, people nowadays, they only care about their own interests. They don't care about honor at all anymore. Ji Yun is too gang over. She can't even listen to it. The captain is obviously a hero. Helped the National Vocational College earn its face. Now go out, they can hold their heads up in front of the Divine Vocational College. Rely on who? Really a bunch of white-eyed wolves. She's so nonchalant when she's talking about a banister with no offense. Lin Jian laughed. It's fine. Fortunately the National Vocational College remembers us and specifically granted us a separate apartment. This is making a statement. There's no need for us to listen to the gossip. It can't affect anything. Right now, Lin Jian was in this separate apartment with his squad, challenging the Divine Vocational Academy. That battle was of great significance and had never been done before. The National Vocational Academy took it quite seriously. So for Lin Jian's convenience, a separate apartment was granted, also to avoid those conflicts. Even Rinya had taken up residence, another addition to their legendary team. If not, even Zhao Feng and Wang Dong would be gossiped about. What made them official students? The National Vocational College is allowing them to serve as a model and to inspire those who come after them to strive for the glory of the National Vocational College. Rewards and punishments are meant to have someone to help the collective in the future. Yuren was the most unique one. She could actually manage to be invisible even in this public opinion storm. Brother, several clubs have come to me and I won't join anyone. and there are people who say I won't talk to them. Linya was also filled with righteous indignation, and she was relenting to the 5 major societies. To be honest, the people from the 5 major societies were actually quite restrained, because the one to be recruited was Lin Jian's sister. So the 5 major societies had strictly ordered their members to keep their mouths shut and not to gossip about Lin Jian for no reason. It's a bit unfair that Linya has them all beat up. Okay, let's discuss the next plan for practicing. Yurin was always the most pragmatic one. The kind of words that made no sense to say she wouldn't get involved. The most important thing right now is to level up Linya first. When she catches up to our level it will definitely happen to be more useful. I'll take my sister on this matter. Without delaying everyone's practicing time, Lin Jian spoke. Now that we've all gained certain privileges given by the National Academy, we can enter and exit many of the Divine Realm's secret realms, but we have to pay attention to our interactions with others, and don't start disputes easily. There's no way around it. The windbag is just a lot of talk. Zhao Feng hung his head a bit. Then let's wait for you to bring your sister up. Anyway, if I go, there won't be many people willing to team up with me. In the end, it's not strength that I'm relying on as a formal student. That's right, Zhao Feng and Wang Dong honestly didn't have formal raw strength. If they entered the Divine Realm secret realm alone to practice, the others would definitely not welcome them, including Yurin. Yuling was actually capable, and right now Lin Jian wasn't even good at judging her strength, but she hit it too well and still wasn't recognized. The only one who could team up with someone else was Ji Yun. She would have been a full-fledged student, and a gag master, and wanted any team. The forbidden word master can double a team's strength, or even multiply it a few times. What are you all looking at me for? I'm already on the team. I'm not teaming up with anyone else. Ji Yun also expressed his own sense of belonging. They looked down on the captain for being so sentimental and righteous. I look down on them too. People have to have something else besides strength. Otherwise it's pretty much the same as a wild monster. That's a good point. But really, she's pretty much the same as those girls who think of Lin Jian. Now all the love letters Lin Jian receives are handled by Ji Yun, who burns them together without mercy. Lin Jian was downgraded to a rank. Ji Yun instead felt more of a sense of belonging, because before she didn't even think she had a chance. Don't forget that there was an SSS ranked weapon master on the Divine Clergy Academy's side, and Lin Jian definitely couldn't look at her. But now that Lin Jian has come down, what if that weapon master can't see Lin Jian? Then we can't be idle, can we? It's not easy to speed up our leveling over at the Clergy Academy, and now we're waiting? Yurin elaborated on the status quo. It's not that those of us can't form a team, but we lack a core of strong attackers. Before we relied on our captain's change of life. Now, none of us have that ability to attack, do we? The rest of their team could kill small monsters, but I'm afraid fighting a boss was almost fun. But they've all seen the power of Linya, and if Linya can grow up. At this time, someone on Lin Jian's side called, and he picked it up. It's Qin Shou. As soon as Lin Jian said that, the others immediately looked over, and Ji Yun even asked, "Is she still your girlfriend?" "I don't know. I'll ask." "What? Who is this? Who is brother's girlfriend?" Linya doesn't know about this yet. Her brother is so good. Who has this qualification? Lin Jian picked up the phone. "Qin Shou, is something wrong? I heard about you. Are you okay now?" "It's not bad. It's just a demotion of the priesthood. And of course there are naysayers. Isn't that the state of the world? Then shall we practice leveling together? Who would dare to underestimate you if I join you?" "Ah, are you still going to be my girlfriend?" I didn't expect Qin Shou to be so proactive this time. Lin Jian was also a bit surprised. By the way, Qin Shou was also a righteous person. Her voice on the other side did not have the slightest hint of yin and yang. If I don't admit it at a time like this, then am I not a villain? I took the initiative to say it before, so I should be responsible to the end now. Ah, just for that? I thought you genuinely liked me. Chapter 95, Fishing Out the Demons. Yuling, who was next to him, heard that Lin Jian was talking to Qin Shou and busily gestured at him. "Just wait." Lin Jian covered the phone and came over to ask, "What's going on?" Yuling pulled Lin Jian aside to speak. "Is that the genius from the Divine Clergy Academy who wants to practice with us?" That's true, but that doesn't seem realistic. Can our two houses practice together for a long time?" "No, that's not the problem. There must be a reason why she can say that. After all, Lin Jian thought of the problem, Qin Shou also thought of it. She can say so, indicating that it is not without a solution. The two institutions are only secretly competing, not like water and fire. And then again, the Divine Vocation Academy is a much broader organization, and may not really take the State Vocation Academy seriously. So whether or not students from the two institutions can train together depends, in the final analysis, on the attitude from above. Even if we can practice together, what's wrong with that? I reckon that someone has promised your girlfriend that there is a way for her to practice with you, and whoever this person is, they must have received a benefit from some big shot, and it's highly likely that this has something to do with that Professor Wang. Ah, the man who took my sister? You have to be prepared for this. Otherwise there's no reason why the two houses can practice together. And now that your sister is the #1 person in the State Academy, you can't afford not to think twice about any connection between the Divine Office and its associates. Makes sense. Lin Jian nodded slightly, picked up the phone and added, Qin Xiu, how could we possibly be practicing together? Qin Xiu's side then said, there is a way. My teacher and I said that because of your special status, the Clergy Academy will grant you the opportunity to practice. In reference to the relationship with me, both you and your sister can practice on our side. Is that something your teacher can decide? Ah, she said she asked the dean and he agreed. This is obviously not right. Even if the competition between the two institutions will not be put out in the open, it is impossible for the Divine Vocational Academy to let the students of the National Vocational Academy to use their own resources. Is it possible that they are still staring at their own sister not to let go? On Linya's body, what exactly was there that interested the demons? The prophet is certainly powerful, but there's a lot to consider when you can't see just how it's related to the demons. If you trick your sister back again, is the demon clan going to turn their back on the National Vocational College? Maybe it may not be necessary to turn the tables. It's just a pain in the ass for them to get these weird controls on Rinya. Okay, let's set a time then and see if you guys can agree. By the way, can my team participate? Considering that originally you were on the same team, the teacher said it should be okay, so I'm going to ask and set it up. Qin Xiu's side happily hung up the phone, and Lin Jian asked Yuling, that demon race, Professor Wang, is it something we can deal with now? Yuren thought for a moment and said, you must have been seriously injured after destroying her twice in her bilocation, and from what I know about them, she shouldn't be able to fight anyone for a long time. But if you've lost your original priesthood and are only A-ranked, I wasn't able to hook her up? Yes, she certainly isn't afraid of your A-ranked mage any more than she's hurt. I need to know exactly if I can handle her in my original state. Lin Jian's awakening for his sister was publicized all over the world by the National Vocational College, and everyone thought that he had dropped down to a rank. Lin Jian had no explanation for this, and by the way, it was also a big favor, and the demon clan would let their guard down. The devil race was in the shadows and had already begun targeting Lin Jian. He had to fish someone out. If it was still the original SSS level, it was likely that they wouldn't dare to move. Maybe they would even inform the other demons and things would start to escalate, which wouldn't be good for Lin Jian. It was so hard to deal with one demon, how could they fight with a few more? So, with the National Vocational College publicizing it like this, it actually worked in Lin Jian's favor. Yu Ling said indifferently, I'll only say what I can be sure of. The demon race can attack their enemies with spirit control detachment so that even if they lose, they won't lose their lives. But once they lose in this way, their spiritual power will be damaged. Once would seriously injure you. Twice would make you unfit to fight someone again. She performed it twice, and now the injuries must be so severe that they are not always apparent on the surface, as the damage sustained was mental, and surely she can't go through another life change. But you've now lost your original priesthood. Any more injuries and hanging on to the A's is still not a problem, and the A's won't even want the NCAA. Lin Jian thought carefully and said to Yu Ling, I need to deal with this demon now to avoid her expanding things. If she feels too weak, she will inevitably turn to other demons. Fortunately, I want to be in the drop to a level. But aren't you sending yourself to death by going over there like that? There's a secret that you shouldn't tell anyone. My original priesthood, it wasn't washed away. Ha, yes, the A-rank priesthood that I manifested during Rinya's awakening ceremony is not my own priesthood. Can you understand it that way? That is to say, I'm an A-ranked mage right now, but at the same time, I'm also a SSS-ranked life-changing master. Yu Ling was completely stunned. Lin Jian had never seen her so surprised. This matter was actually something that Lin Jian shouldn't have told anyone, but Yulin held the information and Lin Jian had to consult her, so it was impossible not to tell her the truth. And looking at the way she was acting, there was no way she was in league with the demons. Is this something that could happen? That you've been to the altar twice and retained your priesthood? Yes, this is reality. How is that supposed to explain that God didn't realize you already had a priesthood? That's the way it is, and I'm not responsible for explaining it, and besides you don't say anything about it. Yuren also came into the spirit. If that was the case, there was a possibility that they could catch a real demon. Of course, if that Prof. Wang really believed the propaganda of the National Vocational College, she would definitely do it. At this time, Qin Xiu called again. I talked to the teacher. She means that only you and your sister can come over, and the others say that they dislike their talent and will waste the resources of the Divine Office Academy. Lin Jian glanced at Yuling next to him, and without hesitation, he said, fine, Linya needs to level up anyway, otherwise she won't be able to integrate into our team, so I can bring her to you guys to practice until she's above level 16. Yeah, I'll bring her up to practice. Qin Shou was so happy that she didn't even realize her excitement while Lin Jian's side was laying out a plot. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries and hung up the phone. And Yurin said lightly, "To be honest, you're a bit of a gamble." "Why? I can't beat her even though she's been seriously injured twice?" "Because she is most likely not alone. And if she calls on another demon, it is not out of the question, but it is not very likely, since your sister is her prey. Given this danger, there's no way I'm taking my sister there." There existed the possibility of Professor Wang calling for help from the demon race, even if it was 1 in a million. Lin Jian didn't want to let his sister take the risk. Chapter 96, My girlfriend is in front of me. Lin Jian agreed with Qin Shou and went over to meet the next day. When Lin Jian saw Qin Shou at the entrance to the divine office, she headed behind Lin Jian and didn't see anyone. "What? Just you? I thought about it. Let them take Lin Yet and forget about it. Practicing leveling from scratch is too much of a delay for a genius like you. You're cursing. That's your sister. Would I dislike it? Besides, her priesthood isn't worse than mine. It's even stronger than mine. The prophet is one of the few priesthoods to break through the rules, and that's more important than anything else. It's not our date. I don't want my sister to be a light bulb." Lin Jian suddenly said such a sentence, directly causing Qin Shou's face to turn red, and her shyness made her forget everything. Looking at this state, Qin Shou hadn't disliked Lin Jian for downgrading and was still pure. Just do not know how long this state can be maintained. At the beginning, the feelings between young boys and girls are very pure. After seeing the complexity of society, they began to be realistic, and feelings cannot be eaten. We've only just started confirming our relationship. What's so unseemly about it? What do you want? No, I was thinking that I'm not good enough for you now, just an A-class mage. Let's not talk about it. Next time you'll have to bring your sister. You're not allowed to doubt me again. Okay. Of course Lin Jian did it on purpose. Even without this Professor Wang, he wouldn't have brought his sister. From Professor Wang, he realizes that his sister is attracted to the demons. So even without Professor Wang, Lin Jian does not dare to let his sister appear in front of the demon race. The question is, who is the demon race? Qin Shou brought Lin Jian inside, and there were a few people over here who had already formed a team to wait for them. Meanwhile, there was a teacher next to him with a kind face, and when he saw that Qin Shou had only led one he wondered, how come there's only one? Where's that SSS ranked prophet? My sister. Ah, the State Academy has plans for her, and right now she's not practicing her rank. In that case, actually, we at the Clergy Academy can also practice from the beginning. It won't be too much of a hassle. Then in that case, teacher, can I still join? Lin Jian saw this teacher's disappointment visible to the naked eye. It was obvious that what she was waiting for was by no means Lin Jian, but Lin Jian's sister. And now that the person hadn't been brought in, of course the Divine Office side was disappointed. They were treating Linya as if she were a student of the Divine Office. Although the means are not good to say, but after all, it is also captured, is not it? They also wouldn't think about the fact that the reason Linya had succeeded in her awakening was because of Lin Jian's sacrifice. If it's that easy, why did you at the Clergy Academy delay Linya's awakening? It's fine. Your sister can still come in the future. After practicing the basics, we actually have more resources in the Divine Clergy Academy. If it wasn't for the fact that her sister had become an SSS rank seer, would she do this to Lin Jian? Just kidding. What does an A-ranked mage like you have that deserves to be treated like this by her Clergy Academy teacher? Lin Jian said meaningfully. In the future, the National Vocational College may just focus on my sister. She wants to come over may also have to be the nod of the dean. This brother of mine is an A-ranked mage, and what is there to say? This teacher seems to have broken his defense? Bloom flickered across his face. Lin Jian looked at her. This has to drive me away, right? Then you can continue practicing. After all, you're Qin Shou's boyfriend. She squeezed out a smile, put on a humanistic look. Qin Shou blushed and glanced to the side. She also, when the teacher wants to be adult, the first love feeling still makes her a little lost. Everything is psychedelic at this time. Lin Jian, on the other hand, realized that it was possible that he had succeeded in fishing. They couldn't wait for their sister, and they were bound to do it to themselves. An A-rank mage is just a mage, weaker than those wild monsters under control. Controlling him and then going back to lure his sister here? This teacher symbolically arranged for them to be brought to the entrance of the secret realm and left. Hey, Qin Shou, if I openly establish a relationship with a Clergy Academy flower, won't they treat me as a public enemy? What are you talking about? Qin Shou's face was still red. You don't have to worry about this team. They're all very nice people. That boy mage, or that female swordsman's boyfriend, and there's a female healer. They won't treat you as a public enemy. That's sweet. This male mage has a girlfriend, so of course it's not good to show anything publicly. Lin Jian even greeted him. Hello, I know you. You lost your priesthood for your sister. A man of honor. Not really. Didn't I awaken an A-rank mage again? Yeah, you're A-ranked. So what kind of spell support can you provide when the fighters in front of you spar? That's the awkward part. Why the talented ones don't want to practice with the less talented ones. It is indeed a form of discrimination, but inevitably, what strength should be treated as such? I can do rudimentary spells. Well, a lot of them. Primary only? Yes. Fire only knows fireball. Wind knows wind blade. And ice knows ice spike. It can be seen that the other party is greatly disappointed. Primary spells are actually not very meaningful in real combat. You throw a small fireball is not as good as the warrior in front of you to slash. The damage is very small. The primary mage is not as good as the primary warrior. Only large, high-intensity spells are the point of a mage's existence. Forget it, you do your best. My girlfriend is cutting in front. We can provide enough fire support to be able to do so. It's okay, my girlfriend is cutting ahead too. What Lin Jian was talking about was of course Qin Xiu. This weapon master was there and didn't need much support from the mages. 5 people entered the secret realm. Such a grouping of the front and back rows was obvious. The front rows were weapon masters and swordsmen. The back rows were mages and healers. The students of the Divine Clergy Academy were of course very good, but Qin Xiu, the weapon master, was clearly beyond them by a long shot. Qin Xiu was of course the captain, and went in and said, "This time we are dealing with the prairie wolves. This is the wind wolf. Although it is fast, it has a strong desire to attack, so we don't need to draw the monsters in particular, just kill them in spite of it, and everyone practice a little bit of coordination. Being a new team, you certainly don't choose too hard at first. It's important to develop a tacit understanding in battle in order to go for the more difficult monsters." Soon, the wolves found them and the battle began. Qin Xiu charged forward with his lance and swung it out as the wolves fell in pieces. On the contrary, Lin Jian threw fireballs behind his back, and this one fireball scared the wind wolf at best. That swordsman's boyfriend mage kept shaking his head as he immediately cast a large ice spell to slow down the wind wolves while inflicting large ice wounds on them, making it easier for the warrior to kill. The female healer next to her looked at Lin Jian in disgust. "You can't do fire spells like this. They either have to be able to burn continuously or the intensity has to be very high. I heard you used to be a gunsmith? You might as well use a gun." Lin Jian was then treated like a cripple by them, and he didn't care. Between battles, Lin Jian quietly pulled out the magic crystal in his pocket to look at it, and it lit up. Chapter 97, Catching the Big Fish. Not far from where they were practicing, a figure stood on the hillside. No one paid attention to this side. She was that Professor Wang. She looked to be in her early 20s, but the age of the demon race could not be compared to that of a human being. They might have a long life, or they might die very quickly. He didn't bring his sister, so he's really got his defenses up. Still, think I'm too injured to move just because I failed to attach my soul twice? Naive. That's not something you can be confident in as an A-rank mage. She had watched for a long time, and what Lin Jian had shown was indeed just an A-ranked mage. It wasn't that Lin Jian was pretending. He did have a dual priesthood. It was just that the other priesthood was too ordinary. "Then I'll be polite, and I'll attach myself to you this time." The silhouette flickered and she disappeared down the hillside, and in the group that was killing monsters in the distance. Lin Jian twisted his head to look this way. He seemed to have a feeling. The practice of possessing a soul shouldn't be strange to Lin Jian, who himself had been reborn. Yuling judged that Professor Wang should not have called on any other demons this time because she wanted to have the prey all to herself. Therefore, she would surely try to possess a soul on Lin Jian and control him to go back and bring her sister. To be honest, Lin Jian felt that he wouldn't actually be possessed even if he didn't bring this magic crystal, because even God had no way of separating his two identities. Now that he had memories of his past life and was in a body in this world, was it considered a form of soul possession? Can't say. This is Lin Jian's ultimate secret. That who? Lin Jian, why don't you do this and wait at the back? Me? Why? Isn't this a fight yet? That's when the healer spoke. She kept quiet and told Lin Jian to go to the back again when there were only 2 people left in the back row, because the male mage was already in a hurry to go up and help. "Look, you can't help much here. There are a bit too many wolves and you're kind of in the way. It hurts my pride when you say that. I'm sorry, it doesn't make any difference practically. Take a break. I don't see you having enough mental energy." Lin Jian felt that there was definitely something wrong with this therapist's evasive eyes. She's deliberately letting herself be dragged back, seemingly in disgust, but actually saying yes, right? Okay, then I'll take a break in the back. You'll have to call me if anything happens. Lin Jian went with the flow and retreated further back from the back row, just waiting for the big fish to take the bait. There was a hill at the back, so Lin Jian hid behind it to rest, and suddenly, he was separated from the group. The last time he had fired something like this too, blackness filled the area around him, and he knew the demons were coming. But at this time, the team also noticed that Lin Jian had left the team. Qin Xiu resolved a patch of windwolves with a single shot and turned around to ask, "What's going on?" Where's Lin Jian? We're in the middle of a hot fight. Why did he suddenly leave the team? And he can't even collect any experience. He said he was tired and went to the back to rest. Then there's no need to leave the team. I'm not sure. Maybe he hurt his pride? That's what the therapist told Qin Shou. And Qin Shou didn't doubt that it seemed reasonable. Dropping down from SSS-Level and now seeing that he can't help. He looks like a soft touch. She clenched her teeth. Let's take care of these wolves first as soon as possible and turn back to him. Qin Shou judged that there was no more danger nearby because they had killed their way here. However, the dangers Lin Jian encountered were unimaginably powerful for them. The devils, who only appear in legends. It was said that each one was incredibly powerful mentally, and that even the top clerics among humans were no match for them. Now, Jian Lin came across. Wow, dare. The woman who appeared made Lin Jian very marvelous. Compared to the Qin Shou are too green. This was a slender woman in her early 20s. Was this body type really convenient for fighting? Lin Jian. I'm not mistaken, am I? Professor Wang. We've met several times. There's no need to be so formal. Oh, you know us? So many years of demonic legends. Can I not know? Only that the general public will not believe this. I am one of the more conspiracy theories. On the contrary, now it seems that there is really a demonic race. It's still really odd who really believes this unless they know something on the inside. It was the same as in Lin Jian's previous life. When people said there were ghosts, there would be people who were afraid, but really no one believed this. Lin Jian didn't move like a mountain, and he also observed the surroundings for any other helpers. Professor Wang, or what should I call you? You performed 2 possessions and were defeated by me. I didn't expect you to still be here. Didn't the rumors say that demonic possessions would be seriously injured after being struck? That's in the rumor? Professor Wang was puzzled at first. You're thinking that I'm seriously injured, so you don't dare to show up, right? That's why you're so emboldened. But no matter how injured I am, I'm still not something you can deal with as an A-ranked mage. Her hand reached out and suddenly a whip appeared in her hand. It's an amazing whip, with only the handle, and a black gas coalescing in front of it, which means that what she flung out probably wasn't anything physical. This black gas was some kind of power. Wind blade. Lin Jian suddenly unleashed his magic and struck towards this healed whip, and the wind blade actually penetrated through without any hindrance. Ha 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 ha, really is a primary spell. You still dare to come when you're like this? No, you've been defeated twice by possessing a spirit. What other monster can you possess to fight me this time? A wind wolf? This time, you're the one I'm possessing. With a cruel smile, Professor Wang's whip flung itself towards Lin Jian and directly wrapped around him. I just tried it. The whip won't be able to block it. It will penetrate the physical object, and it will be able to bind people on the side. However, Professor Wang didn't seem to have succeeded either. She was supposed to be controlling Lin Jian by now, but Lin Jian was still acting like he was fine. Then Lin Jian took out the magic crystal. I didn't expect it. I was prepared. So what? The slightest slackening of your will and your spirit will be controlled by me. Professor Wang pulled so hard that the black whip strangled Lin Jian, and he instantly felt pain deep into his soul. Young man, you won't be able to hold your own. Even if your dean comes, he'll be controlled by me. You don't realize what this means. We are naturally more mentally powerful than humans. Be my puppet. Was she trying to weaken Lin Jian's will with pain? It seemed like a reasonable thing to do, but Lin Jian is used to it. So what can this be? A good opportunity cannot be missed. Change of life, divine chain binding. Focus. Change of life, hell whale. Change of life, gravity confinement. Go ahead. Keep causing pain and see who hurts more. The result of this was that Professor Wang fell to the ground at once and wailed in pain. Ah, you. What happened? Your original priesthood wasn't washed away? Don't you feel it? This pain. Can you demons carry it? Impossible. It's impossible for you to have 2 priesthoods on the altar of God. Chapter 98, Catching Alive 1. The shock in Professor Wang's heart at this time was unimaginable to the average person, because she knew too much about how the priesthood came to be. The more she knew, the more shocked she felt towards Lin Jian. It is never possible to awaken 2 priesthoods on the altar of God. The second awakening exists, but certainly not at the altar. The clergy used a different means. Yes, it's a demonic tactic to awaken another priesthood. Once on the altar, God will never let you reawaken again, and all your original priesthoods are wiped out for you, because God wouldn't let mankind be so greedy. What are you thinking? One more time I'll leave you with nothing. However, how did Lin Jian do this? 50 times the gravity pressed down on Professor Wang. She was already injured. If she was fine at all, Lin Jian wouldn't be able to fight against her right now. Being defeated by 2 possessed souls was very hurtful to a demon clan. Possessing a soul is a very dangerous act. Once the person you possess dies, you have to be seriously injured as well. Any other demon race would not have been able to come here twice. Professor Wang was more special, so she was still able to appear here. but now she realized with a jolt that Lin Jian was also a different person. Beyond common sense, Lin Jian didn't let her escape, and at the first opportunity, he took out his dagger and stabbed into his thigh. Yikes! He was already seriously injured, and with this blow from Lin Jian, Professor Wang was completely unable to escape. Lin Jian was actually able to walk, as his opponent took 361 times more damage than him as he slowly approached. Can't figure it out. In fact, I haven't figured it out, but that's the way it is. Do you think it's a sure thing? But you also surprised me. The normal demon race was injured by me twice, and now they have long since gone into hiding to recuperate from their injuries. It seems that the rumors can't be believed in their entirety, and you actually dared to come after me. Tell me, what are you trying to do by hiding in humans? Professor Wang's petite body was shaking. It was too painful. She was already crippled with this blood bar. Now it was good. The bloodied was caught by Lin Jian. She couldn't even run if she wanted to. That black whip was being tugged by Lin Jian to death. It wasn't a whip. It was the tentacles of her divine soul, struck to control a person. Do you want to know? Ha! Think that carrying a magic crystal will be fine. You are still too naive. The demon race at any time. The spiritual power is far beyond humans. I can still control you. At this time, Professor Wang's spiritual power surged out, and her pair of phoenix eyes actually emitted a purple glow. Where's Lin Jian? Lin Jian didn't respond. What happened? Don't you struggle. Twice possessed by me and defeated by me. Your mental power can't hold up anymore long time ago, and you still want to control me. All I need to carry on my body is this magic crystal, and you can't do anything to me. No, not magic crystals. The light in Professor Wang's eyes disappeared as he stared blankly at Lin Jian. You're not a primordial soul. What do you mean? You're a possessed soul too. No wonder you fooled the divine eye. She actually found out. She found out that Lin Jian was reborn and still carried the memories of his previous life. What a powerful demon race. This can even be discovered. Lin Jian shook his head. This can't let you go. Then Lin Jian tugged on the black whip with one hand and wrapped that black chi around the black magic crystal. In this way, Professor Wang's already weak divine soul was sucked in by the magic crystal. Oh, I'm so stupid. You're the most special person. More special than your sister. Even the gods I can be fooled by you. Why couldn't I think of that? Ah, don't do this. We're not enemies. Professor Wang's divine soul was sucked into the magic crystal, but she didn't turn into a walking corpse because of it. The person still looked normal, but Lin Jian had withdrawn his skills at this point and was holding a magic crystal in his hand. Someone told me that this would control the demons. I wonder if it's true. You stand up. Professor Wang didn't move, but Lin Jian used a little bit of mana on the magic crystal in his hand. Ah! Professor Wang immediately clutched his head and wailed in agony on the ground. It really worked. The most serious attack against the demons was a mental attack. Unfortunately, Lin Jian didn't have any talent in this area. All he targeted was the body. However, this demonic race in front of her was incomparably powerful mentally, and luckily Lin Jian was immune to her control. Because it was a dual identity, it was impossible for the demons to control Lin Jian. This is the benefit brought by crossing over Ah. Yuling's method is not completely reliable. I said, stop it. So tell me, why are you still so strong now? Can't the damage of 2 possessions drain a demon's mental energy? Because I'm not like normal demons. I'm stronger than them. Because of this? You're still a strong one among the demons. The information obtained by Urin could not be said to be incorrect, but it was just incomplete. And the demon race also had distinctions. Just as people had 3, 6, 9 classes, the demon race actually had classes as well. And this was clearly a high-level one for her. Catching a high level, Lin Jian was satisfied. It is said that I can receive you into this magic crystal. No, Professor Wang shouted. Let me go. We're not enemies. Really? Of course Lin Jian wasn't stupid. They wouldn't believe you even if you told a 3-year-old. You're the one who grabbed my sister, right? You're wrong. I'm arresting her because there are words I can't say explicitly that you don't understand. Just don't understand. And you don't need to. I'm the strong one now. Lin Jian took hold of Professor Wang and pulled that black whip, and her entire body was actually collected into that magic crystal. It's really a demon race. A pure demon race, not utilizing a human body. This is her original body. Lin Jian's hand cupped the demon crystal, as if he had pinched the lifeblood of the demon race, and the demon soul had been firmly bound inside. Regardless of how she thinks she's right, you're going to have to live with that consequence without an explanation. If you don't have the ability to control the scene, you have to be reasonable, and in the past she's been fine, but unfortunately she's met the odd man out this time. Lin Jian, let me go. I'm not targeting humans. You're mentally strong. I think it's good for me yet. I'm helping you. God is the one enslaving you. The priesthood is just a scam. Really? And how do you explain what happened to my sister? Lin Jian was not afraid of any scams when he completely took the initiative. He could have experienced all kinds of scams in his previous life. Why didn't you say my sister was hospitalized and I needed to transfer $500,000 to the hospital? Because your sister, too, is out of the rules and not controlled by the rules of the priesthood. This profession is rule-breaking. Prophet, that the priesthood will receive the power of God is the biggest lie in the world. She'd get burned if she let those words out, wouldn't she? It is common knowledge that the priesthood gains immense power while being respected. If this is really a lie, then all the priesthood fell for it? They all worked for nothing? So this so-called truth was an enemy of all priesthoods. And Lin Jian didn't even dare to say so. Chapter 99, The Truth of the World. It doesn't matter. What Professor Wang told Lin Jian next was even more astonishing. Priesthood is a means for God to control humans. It does make people strong, but all clergy will become God's tools. Their cultivation, their efforts, will be siphoned off by God. So the more clergy God controls, the stronger they will be. Also, being the same SSS rank, Qin Xiu's priesthood was within the rules. Lin Ya's priesthood, on the other hand, was beyond the rules, so she was very different from Qin Xiu. What is within the rules and what is beyond the rules? It's like this weapon master profession where she takes a weapon and shatters a rock. That's the rule, and I'm powerful enough to do this. And Lin Ya, the prophet, is beyond the rules, that's why he's called a prophet. A simpler example, the stone is in front of your eyes, but you can't see the stone. You can't attack. Such invisibility is also beyond the rules. The rules make you can't see the target. You can't attack even if you are strong. Well, I seem to get it. Lin Jian nodded. It's like faith. With people's faith, a god is a god. A god can use our faith to strengthen itself. As for what transcends the rules, that's an accident in the system. You know it, right? So why don't you let me out? Why would I let you go? At the same time, I don't see anything wrong with that. God makes people strong. What's wrong with collecting some favors? Are you not afraid that one day the whole world will be controlled? It is true that there is this pitfall, that God does take some of the power out of the clergy. That's normal and acceptable. But what's not acceptable is to say take it without anyone's consent. It's like when Lin Jian's sister was taken captive, and they also saved her, and they also said it was for the good of your sister. But a powerful man says what he wants. He controls everything. This time it is indeed for your own good. What about next time? I can't think so much as against the clergy of the world, let alone against God. Demon race, if you have that ability, would you have to hide until now? Hiding among humans without a sound is because you don't have the strength to openly confront them either, right? Lin Jian saw through them all. If one day you realize that you're the only one who's right and the whole world is wrong, so what? Can you the whole world? Besides, your demon race's purpose isn't pure. It's fine to lie to others, but lie to me? Are the demons so kind as to help the humans out of their predicament? Of course not. They must have some other purpose, or to stop the clergy from growing and weakening that power so they can do something about it. None of it is pure awe. If there was no priesthood, the demons would have enslaved the humans as well, because that's the way it is in the world. The big fish eats the little fish. At this time, team communications in the divine realm resumed. Lin Jian, where are you? This was Qin Xiu's voice. Lin Jian hurriedly collected the magic crystals. Along with this Professor Wang, I'm resting in the back. Are you guys done fighting? Qin Xiu immediately led the team over. She was relieved to see Jian Lin. How are you here? Away from the team, you know. Experience you didn't get to eat. What's going on here? The atmosphere around them was a bit eerie, but there were no strange targets to be found. It's okay, I'm just tired. Practicing like this is holding you back. Lin Jian has a pained face and pretends to be up. He had a past life, so he wasn't going to show any power just to make Qin Xiu look high. If he really turned weak one day, would Qin Xiu ignore him? Then who can guarantee that they will always be strong? Every battle is a risk. If Qin Xiu is so snobbish, then this girlfriend is not to be handed over. Not to mention that now that Lin Jian has messed with the demon clan, he himself is also a trouble. How could you? Qin Xiu glared at Lin Jian, letting the others rest first and talking to him alone. Did someone say something about you just now? Well, it's normal for them to be like that. I don't even deserve to be in the National Vocational Academy right now. Don't be like that. I remember you weren't like that before. Why do you seem to have changed all of a sudden? Before? By the way, what would you do if I really just became a loser? I said, you're my boyfriend, even if you're not even an A-rank mage. Lin Jian was not expecting that Qin Xiu was so determined, and it seemed that she wasn't a snob. So what? The most important thing now is to settle this matter of the demon race first. The practicing was hastily aborted, and Lin Jian went back to the National Vocational Academy, where he immediately sought out Yu Ling. Well, now that I've captured that demon, is it considered over? What did she say? She said that all the priesthood powers in this world are a hoax. Which, ghost story or not, is out of our hands, so I'm not going to believe her, which really has nothing to do with believing or not believing. Well, then we'll just have to wait and see if there are any other demons looking for us. It was impossible for Yorin to know too much. The demon race was always a mysterious existence. Her opinion was the same as Lin Jian's, so what if it was true? Could it change anything? So, the demons are still the enemy, and they can't possibly be for the good of humanity. Lin Jian, I found that this is a good way for you to disguise an A-class mage, and the demons will be gullible enough to expose themselves. But you can't keep on disguising yourself like this. You'll be exposed once you fight someone. That's right, it turns out those people from the 2 gang are stupid again, so maybe I'll have to do something about it. You were able to awaken twice on the divine altar. Once this news gets out, the world will be shocked. At that time, Lin Jian would be pushed to the tip of the wind again, which was really distressing, because he had to go out. 2 gang, those old grudges people are still thinking about. See, you weak people will go out. So, do you have an idea? There is, but the method is also quite counterintuitive and not easy to explain. Yurin took out a bullet. Do you know about enchantment? Attaching spell power to an object through a special method. You can use this to fight. Since it's prepared beforehand, this is better than putting skills on the spot. What can I enchant? Elementary spells, too, can be powerful because they can be stacked constantly. This is really counterintuitive. Who learns advanced spells if there are no restrictions? Of course there is a limit. The upper limit of stacking is the extent of the backlash against the enchanter. If the enchanter can't carry this backlash, that's the upper limit of the enchantment. Usually, stacking a few layers of spells is already the upper limit. Lin Jian understood that Yo Spirit was trying to infinitely stack enchantments through his ability to carry damage. Even an elementary fireball was a super forbidden spell after stacking it countless times. But the problem with this is that the more you stack, the greater this equipment backlash will be, and the average enchanter's body will get weaker and weaker just because this backlash is so severe. They can't, but Lin Jian can. Chapter 100, I'm an enchanter. Lin Jian said that he would do it. In order to prevent any future crises from occurring, he had to be prepared. Taking Yurin along, Lin Jian found Ji Wuyo and got permission to go to the enchantment master of the National Academy. Enchanter is also a profession. It's a non-combat profession, and they're in high demand. Why is it in demand? Because the advantage of enchanted equipment is very obvious. The spells on the equipment are already poised, can all be sent out. Imagine you and people fighting, without any consumption. Instantly the whole body equipped with spells to play out. This type of play is very costly, but can set you up for a win. If you're willing to throw money at it, this one gives you a straight-up win. Of course such gear wouldn't be allowed in a fair fight, but who's talking to you about rules in a real fight? People can top all your skill consumption in one outfit, and ordinary people can have top-notch fights. So, the profession of enchanter must be very popular, right? It would be a mistake to think so. Very few people want to become enchanters. First of all, enchanter is not a profession awakened on the altar of God. It's an enchantment that a mage can only do through learning, and the other profession is alchemist, which is also not awakened on the altar of God, and neither is a combat profession that can have these skills through learning. Then, the life expectancy of an enchanter is short. They can stay out of combat and still have a short lifespan simply because the enchantment causes a backlash. Enchanting on equipment where the backlash forms absorbs the damage itself is not as bad as being an alchemist. However, Lin Jian's original job was a life-changing master, and he wasn't really afraid of the backlash from the enchantment. He'll only get stronger when he'll be enchanted. Oh, you lad, you really want to learn enchanting? In the enchanter's lab, Lin Jian and Yuling saw an old man as pale as a withered tree branch. This look was the National Academy of Vocational Education patriarch. As if the wind could break apart. So all still insisted on working? Lin Jian nodded. Yes, I want to learn one more craft. May I ask what I should call you? Teacher? Call me Professor Yuan. I'm 56 years old. This is 56 for you? Lin Jian was shocked. Old like this, ordinary people have to be 80 or 90. How can only 56? Professor Yuan laughed. That smile was very intimidating. Can't see it on the surface, right? I've already lived a long life in this line of work. Basically in my 20s I look like I'm in my 50s or 60s, and I'm aging exceptionally fast. Do you still want to learn now? And why is that? Because with every enchantment, the backlash damage caused is taken by your own body. So that's it, then I still have to learn. Professor One froze. Didn't that scare the students away? He looked at Yuling next to him and then asked Lin Jian, your girlfriend is so good looking, does she want you to learn this? This time Yuling broke defense. I am not. How do you see that I look good? Where do I look good? Your disguise can fool others. It can't fool me. You're better looking than all the women here. But don't worry, I won't say anything. Ha, then again, do you want your boyfriend to age before his time and live a short life? He shouldn't because he recovers quickly. Professor Yuan, where to believe this? The speed of human recovery is not up to the speed of the injury after all. That is visible to the naked eye. Once the injury is too severe, many injuries are irreversible. It is called a metamorphic injury. Never recover. It's the same thing with exercise. Proper exercise strengthens your body as you recover. It can be overtrained and the body can suffer irreversible damage. As for Lin Jian, Yuling still believed. How many times had he struggled back from the line of life and death? Only Lin Jian's speed of recovery was visible to the naked eye. If Lin Jian really hadn't lost his original priesthood, then this bit of backlash damage from the possessor wasn't a problem. Well, if you really want to learn, try it first. Professor Yuan brought in a metal stick. This is a normal one. We're going to turn it into an enchanted staff. All we need is for the mage to store his spells in reserve and deposit them into this first. When you use it, finish the last step and you can just attack. But you have to replenish the enchantment once every time you use it. And this kind of equipment is expensive. Expensive because you're buying the life of the enchanter. Surely menacing means, the divine prospector gives men the priesthood. But men can think of all sorts of ways to increase their strength. But lifespan depleting methods are still something most people stay away from. After all, they want to live. So, can A-rank mages also enchant very powerful equipment? You're an A-ranked mage? That's a bit of a problem. Because low-level spells have to be stacked up to reach the strength of high-level spells. And for each stack, the backlash you receive is twice as much as the previous one. The next time it's 4 times as much. And so on. What's the most that stack can go up to? Depends on how much damage you can take. Currently the most you can do to stack from a primary spell is 5 stacks. Because 5 stacks of a primary spell, you take 32 times the damage of the primary spell's backlash. The geometrically increasing backlash damage has forced one of the enchanters to shy away. Lin Jian didn't care about the backlash injury at all. He cared about the actual power. So how much damage can 5 stacks do? A primary spell with 5 stacks can reach the intensity level of an S-rank mage. So what if I stack it 10 times? Do you realize what you're saying? Professor Yuan shook his head and pulled out a piece of paper from the side, handing it to Lin Jian. If you fold this piece of paper 5 times, you'll get a very thick piece of paper. But it'll still be the same level of paper recognized by ordinary people. But if you fold it 10 times, it will reach over 10 centimeters, which is no longer the concept of paper, but a board. This reasoning goes back to mages. A spell that you stack 5 times is still a spell. Stacking it 10 times is beyond the range of spells that are generally perceived. That would be an exaggeration, and the intensity can reach the level of forbidden spells. So, if Lin Jian is in this business, he's going to be very good at it. Lin Jian got excited. What about stacking 20 times? Young man, don't say ghost words. That's not a backlash that people can withstand. This paper is folded 20 times. Do you know how thick it is? That's no longer a piece of paper, but a mountain. A mountain and a piece of paper, then the gap. How disparate, you know. That's not even a dimensional concept anymore. If the strength of a primary spell is a piece of paper, then a mountain. This is a mountain that could crush all the world of paper. But Lin Jian didn't think that this intensity was exaggerated. Perhaps the demons could reach this intensity, as well as the gods. He wasn't dealing with just anyone, and having been targeted by the demon clan, he had to prepare for the fight against the demon clan. Okay, I'll start learning right away. Let's see how powerful this backlash is first. This looked promising, and Lin Jian didn't know where his limit was. But right now, with a stack of 5x, he was already a top mage. Chapter 101, Easily Stacking Forbidden Spells. Enchanting was actually quite easy to learn, and Lin Jian learned it in half a day. And according to Prof. 1, no one can learn it for more than a day. This is easy. The difficulty is in how to carry the damage. So the enchantment actually learns how to perk. The principle of enchantment is simple. It's just like normal spellcasting. You're left with the last step of not sending it and injecting it into the artifact instead. However, this is even non-stacking damage, and there is backlash damage to the person, because that last one wasn't released and held. The attack that couldn't be released was sealed on the artifact in this way. Lin Jian could feel the damage of that backlash. It was almost as if it hurt as much as it hurt to endure an attack, and it was no wonder that no one was willing to engage in this line of work. Professor 1, so how does it stack up? It's also very simple. You unleash it continuously, but don't release it. These accumulate on you, and then seal it in the artifacts one at a time. Remember, it's only sealed once. It's not sealed more than a few times that can be stacked, so it's really that easy. It's easy? Prof. Yuan laughed in exasperation at the young man. All that is unreleased is going to stay in you, and if these forces are not released, they will hurt you, as if you were holding a knife in your hand, which is stirring in your hand. This hurts to hear, and Prof. 1 has been doing this for decades. Lin Jian's tolerance is different from others. He does not need to engage in this training to learn how to maintain health, so this is the same as customized for him. At the same time, he can understand the pain of other people doing this. So, Professor Yuan, How many more can you stack now? Me? I used to be okay, but I don't do enchantments anymore. You know, your Dean Ji is older than me. It was only then that Lin Jian remembered that Professor Yuan wasn't actually that old, just in his 50s. This look of his was entirely due to the fact that he aged faster than others due to his constant enchantment, and his year was nothing like anyone else's. Clergymen didn't live short lives, and those like Ji Wuyo had at least a few decades left to live. And Prof. 1. It looks like it's all coming to a head. So, Prof. 1. Is anyone else coming to learn this? Aren't you? Well, no kidding. The last few years, I also only took in 3 people, and all learned not to use, who all want to live a few more years. These 3 people's family is not good, can't afford to break their lives. Those were other people's tears of sadness, so Lin Jian didn't ask too many questions. I'll try to stack it then. Under Professor Yuan's guidance, Lin Jian began to stack the enchantments on top of each other as he built up a fireball spell in his hand. The target artifact was a staff, and because it was going to stack, Lin Jian didn't seal the power right away. How's that for pain? Add another one. Double the pain. Oh, you really stacked 2 of them. Okay, so the third one, that's quadruple the pain. I can't believe you finished it too. Another one could be 8 times as much, and one of my best students only made it this far. Professor Yuan hadn't even finished his sentence when Lin Jian had already stacked up the fireball spell still cupped in his hand, because the stacking mechanism of this power is not yet a simple addition. You put it one by one is very weak, concentrated together. The power is geometrically increasing, basically the second power of 2. After stacking for the 3rd time, Lin Jian began to try to continue, and this time he took the initiative to stack. Professor Yuan watched as Lin Jian built up another one, which was 16 times the damage of a backlash. Boy, hurry up and stop. You're hurting your energy. Isn't that right? Didn't it say that it would stack indefinitely for as long as I could hold out? That's true, but are you really holding up? That's okay then. I'll go ahead and see what it feels like to stack 5 times. Lin Jian came again. He began to feel fun. This is not as simple as 1 plus 1. The backlash damage is very drastic, and the fireball spells stacked behind it make the overall power double all the time. No wonder they say it hurts to play this. It was already 5 times, and Lin Jian felt the 32 times the backlash damage of that primary spell. That seems to carry the day a bit. What? You can withstand 32 times the damage? Young man, don't ever tough it out. There's no hardening. This damage is actually okay. It can't be compared to a poke in the heart, can it? It's no match, but no one in their right mind can resist a knife in the heart, can they? Professor Yuan couldn't speak. His mouth was wide open. Yuling saw that he was overly shocked, fearing that he would be overly surprised karma over. He hurriedly explained, Professor Yuan, he's like this. Only his tolerance is a bit stronger than the average person. This is called stronger? Possessor is skillful. General cleric mages don't dare to store energy in their hands. Once stacked on their hands, that hand will have to explode. How can a human body carry spell damage? If you put it on an ordinary person, without the good training of the enchanter, the internal organs in the body would probably be stirred up at this point. However, Lin Jian's powerful self-healing ability patched it up. According to the enchanter's tutorial, he couldn't stack yet. It was something to train for. But Lin Jian is not afraid. He will use his body to carry hard. Teacher, I think this can be stacked upwards. Ah, what did you say? Prof. Meta froze. He had never done more than a 5x stack in his life. Possessors need to practice powerful techniques to keep this power from harming themselves for a short period of time. And the greater the power, the harder it is to control. 5 times more. Professor Yuan estimates that he will explode when he's at his peak. What he didn't know even more was that Lin Jian didn't use techniques to avoid damage. Other possessors trained for years to avoid this kind of damage, and Lin Jian was eating it hard. 6x now. You stop, but don't die on me. No, teacher, I've decided to shock the 10x. You don't mess with it. Don't mess with it. 10x, do you know what that is? That's a forbidden spell. Do you know what a forbidden spell is? And why it's forbidden? Because every time this spell is used, it greatly damages the caster. Professor Yuan was infuriated. How could any young person not take their body so seriously? Then he figured this stack couldn't be wasted. Wait here, I'll go get a new staff. This won't hold up to your power with. By the time he replaced his staff and came over, Lin Jian's fireball art had already stacked up to the 7th level. Stop screwing around and seal it in the staff. Lin Jian also didn't want to irritate the professor too much, which was why he sealed the 7x stacked fireball spell into his staff. Professor Yuan could be relieved. 7 times stacked, but can only be used once. This fireball spell is now a quasi-ban spell. Do you know how much such equipment sells for out there? At least $1 million apiece. Ah, $1 million? Lin Jian was shocked. He had casually stacked 7 layers and he could sell it for $1 million? Chapter 102, Just Testing the Power. Lin Jian felt like he'd gotten rich. This staff could be sold for $1 million? Yuren nodded and said, really, if it reaches the level of a quasi-forbidden spell, and this is still a quasi-forbidden spell on a single person, then except for the top powerhouses, this staff can kill a person in seconds, and there are plenty of people worth more than $1 million. It seems to be the case that the staff is the equivalent of a jutsu. Of course, actual extinction isn't that simple, and people may be wearing gear as well. Meanwhile, senior clerics, whose own defense was not low, could possibly carry the blow. However, it was impossible for them to have a recovery ability like Lin Jian's, and they were basically waiting to die if they were seriously injured. In the case of a deliberate assassination, people still have a backhand. $1 million for a human life is an absolute bargain, and anyone with that $1 million to kill is worth it. Then I won't be rich afterward? AI. Young man, you're lucky this time. I've never seen anyone who can withstand this kind of backlash. Thank you, teacher. I will learn more from you in the future. You're the fastest learner I've ever seen. I've got nothing left to teach you. Graduate in half a day. Prof. Yuan even despaired a little. Is there really such a smart person in the world? Actually, no. Lin Jian hadn't learned how to circumvent the damage that backlash could do to himself. He took the damage the hard way. Anyone else would have been in the hospital if they hadn't died. Since it had come to this, Lin Jian excused himself first and went back to prepare. Professor Yuan looked at Lin Jian's departing back and lamented to himself. What kind of person did Ji Wuyo send here to learn so fast? Then, in the future, the profession of enchanting will have to rely on him to be the backbone. Not bad. Then again, there's only one person in the whole world who can stack up to 10 layers, and he died after attaching it. For the average person, there are pros and cons to attaching yourself, and the downside is definitely hurting your body. The benefits are also obvious. You have all your skills ready to go before the fight, and when the fight starts you just need to unleash them, and then the firepower in that short period of time will absolutely overwhelm anyone with a higher level than you. This kind of hurtful behavior wouldn't be done if there wasn't some deep hatred, but to Lin Jian, this was no problem. His body could recover quickly. After exiting the equipment lab, Lin Jian and Yu Ling headed back. No fear this time. Can you attach a batch of bullets in a short time? No problem. I feel like it keeps stacking up. There is no need. You just need a lot of 5 times stacked warheads. This kind of bullets need the most. Can second S-class priesthood, while the advanced ones are less, but cannot be unprepared. The key is the demon race. May want 10 times. 2 to the 10th power is 1024 times this damage. Can the demons really take that much damage? Lin Jian thinks that if they are so fierce, why are they still hiding? Is it because they are afraid of being seen by the gods? These are all possibilities. Lin Jian is thinking about 20 times stacking. That's a bit of an overstatement. That's over 1,000,000 times the damage. Lin Jian couldn't even say he could carry it himself now. 10 times was the highest damage of the forbidden spell. What about damage that exceeds the forbidden spell? Thinking so, suddenly someone blocked the way in front. It was Zhao Ji and the others. What? You two gang still want to play? Don't you want to die? Lin Jian couldn't figure out why they were so unafraid of death. So that's all you've got? Think it'll work again? Let me tell you, in order to deal with you, I've prepared more than that. Even if you haven't been cleansed of your priesthood, I'll still make you lose. Come out, big brother Lei Chuan, he shouted, and a large man came up behind him. The man had several scars on his face, unusually hideous, and was carrying a large knife. And who is this? This is considered a graduate of our National Academy. He's an S-class divine shield warrior, not knowing much about the profession. Are you trying to use him against me? His defense, which is not something you can imagine, can absorb all the pin damage from your group. Is it really that good? Lin Jian thought he could give it a try. Looking at the big guy, he asked him, do you know who I am to challenge me? There are rules in the National Vocational Academy. Since you graduated from the National Vocational Academy, you can't disobey the rules in the National Vocational Academy, can you? I know. Sign the death warrant. You think I'm afraid of you? It's not a matter of being afraid. Now that I've agreed, you can challenge me if you sign. A life-changing master greats, and so do you, Zhao Ji. What's there to be afraid of? That Lei Chuan mumbled, but still signed the life and death certificate. Remember, kid, I'm not bullying you, but you've got a vendetta against the two gang, and I'm going to get that back for the two gang. It's just a matter of you messing with the wrong people. Lin Jian was curious, is the two gang that powerful? 2 Li 2s and 2. At the time you graduated you hadn't yet entered the National Vocational College, right? That's for sure. At that time, the boss of the two gang was the big brother of his clan. I see, but having messed with it all, there was no room for Lin Jian to retreat. The so-called lice are not afraid of biting. How much more troublesome can this group of goods from the two gang be? How much more troublesome can the demon race be? Saying that, Lei Chuan stood his greatsword up. Come on, I'll let you attack first. I'll fight this battle with you no matter if I win or lose. After the fight, the grudge will be cleared and there won't be any more follow-up. And if you're still alive, you can seek revenge on me as well. Sounds like quite a leery one, but can't help but be a rival now. I'm curious, do you block quasi-forbidden spells? What did you say? Lei Chuan didn't understand that Lin Jian's side had already taken out his staff, and his 7-tier stacked fireball spell was still on the staff. Yuren also wanted to see how powerful this quasi-forbidden spell that Professor Yuan was talking about was. Zhao Ji was still sneering. Big brother Lei Chuan is level 35. He's still afraid of you. A life changer? Ha ha, if you can block me for a moment, count it as a win. Lei Chuan is also incredibly confident. That indeed, the 35 level comes to bully the freshman. There is really no need to knock to death. Lin Jian looked at the staff in his hand and felt as if he wasn't being a bit of a bully. Tell you what then, if you can block this fireball spell, I won't kill you either. Joke, fireball magic? A life changer relying on enchanted equipment. And you think you're going to have a fighting chance? Elementary spells? Ha, you want to use them against an S-rank priesthood bigot? On Lin Jian's side, the fireball had already hit. Chapter 103, the prophet will be punished by God. The power of the fireball that hit at that moment was certainly not the same as a normal fireball spell. Professor Yuan said that it can reach the power of quasi-forbidden spells, but forbidden spells are all large area damage, and Lin Jian this specializes in single body. Imagine that so much power is concentrated in a person, that there is no reason to carry it. Everyone beside him watched in awe as the fireball emitted a blinding light and pierced through that great sword of Lei Chuan's, while simultaneously piercing through his body and still blasting on the ground not far away from him. Boom! A large crater formed, and Lei Chuan absorbed a large amount of damage as an expert of S-class priesthood rank 35. Otherwise, the pit in the ground wouldn't be so small. Lei Chuan himself basically laid down with a single shot, and was already on the ground with only outgoing air and no incoming air. That doesn't seem quite powerful enough? Lin Jian went over to check it out, and Yu Ling followed suit. She analyzed. You can't say that. An S-rank divine shield warrior. It said that his defense is able to carry forbidden spells, and it's quite enough damage to be able to hit like this. Yeah, I just think it's a bit of a small movement. The reason for the low commotion is that the damage was all absorbed by him, and he's probably still breathing now. Zhao Ji and others, shivering on the sidelines. Boy, has graduated from the divine shield warrior. I hit people are gone? And here he is discussing not doing enough damage. Is that what people say? Lin Jian sighed. I said, just hit this shot. If he can carry it I won't kill him. Hey, you guys. Saying that, Lin Jian looked over towards Zhao Ji and the others. This, big brother. We also have no other meaning, not to challenge you. I said what are you guys still waiting for? Hurry up and pull people away to resuscitate maybe they can still live. Ha, hey. Zhao Ji and the others carried the person away with incomparable nimbleness, and no one dared to look at Lin Jian during the entire process. Only when the man carrying him walked away did Zhao Ji breathe a sigh of relief, and the little brother next to him asked, Third brother, is this guy really a life changer? Yeah, I think he only has fireball magic too. It's just that fireball magic is a bit sick. Zhao Ji immediately figured it out. That enchanted equipment in his hand is strong. It is said that those equipments are very expensive. We don't even have them in our two gang. Humph, he's rich now. It's indeed troublesome to move him. To say that Lin Jian was rich wasn't quite true, but it was close. As long as he sells the enchanted equipment, it is impossible to be poor. Think about the days he used to live in. It is really a heaven and a earth. He used to sell his blood and body parts, all just to put together 500,000 for awakening. Now, what about casually enchanting more than one piece of equipment? There's a saying that goes, knowledge is power. On Lin Jian's side, he had already returned to his apartment, intending to go on a rampage to enchant a batch of equipment, just in case. Judging by the reaction from Professor Wang's side, she hadn't informed the other demon race about the matter, but it does not mean that the demons will not find. Lin Jian has to be prepared, immediately began to attach the magic to sell his life. Immortality is just right for this. It's all about maximizing the use of abilities. But not long after, Ji Yun and the others who were practicing came back with bad news. Captain, Lin Yashi seems to be sick again. Lin Jian was taken aback. They had taken Linya to practice leveling, so it was reasonable to say that there wasn't any danger. These guys are all level 17. Is it still a big deal to bring a budding newbie to practice? And the ones who went to the Divine Realm secret realm of the National Vocational College are all low-level practice grounds. There can't be any wild monsters that can't be dealt with. Lin Jian hurriedly carried his sister back to the bedroom while asking Ji Yun, what happened? I don't know. Linya has always been by my side. There's only Zhao Feng and Wang Dong in front of us. The two of us can't even touch the monsters. Then how did my sister get like this? She did that all of a sudden. Oh yeah, she used the Great Prophecy. The Great Prophecy? Yoren suddenly said from the side. She can't use it alone. The level of the Great Prophecy spell is beyond the forbidden spells. It will be fatal to the human body, and it's the gods' punishment for the prophets. Their power is beyond the rules. Yoren, she's like this because of the use of the Great Prophecy? Definitely. The historical prophets, they couldn't use the Great Prophecy a few times in their lives. The divine punishment would be severe. So that's the reason. Rinya actually wants to use it to fight monsters? Lin Jian shook his head and said to Ji Yun and the others, in the future, she can't use the Great Prophecy technique without me present. Several people nodded their heads, and Zhao Feng said anxiously, we don't know about this either. Now the question is, how is she? She's fine. All of you get out. Lin Jian waited for the others to go out before opening his natural skill. Change your life, live and die together. Binding his sister directly. Meanwhile, his sister took a breath and began to flush. Lin Jian felt the damage from the Great Prophecy technique. It was quite heavy, and ordinary people couldn't afford it. But it doesn't matter. To Lin Jian, which time he is not running to the fatal injury. Brother, I'm alive? Linya woke up. She felt herself recovering from her state and looked at Lin Jian worriedly again. Brother, was it you who took the damage? This damage is trivial to me, and I can recover any time. But you can't do this in the future. Great Prophecy, you can't cast it alone without me present. And you can't use it even more when fighting monsters. Spells that go beyond the rules are penalized like cheating. The prophet's ultimate ability can't really be used more than a few times in a lifetime. And often people lose it. This is even more serious than forbidden spells. It is said that there used to be people who used forbidden spells a lot, but too many people died, including the users of the forbidden spells themselves. And then there were gradually fewer and no more people abusing the forbidden spells. Because the backlash damage is so severe, Greater Prophecy is the best of the bunch. Well, I don't have to. That sister before said that my power can deal with gods and demons. Which sister? Oh, that Professor Wang? I don't know who she is. She took me away and kept me locked up. Come out, Professor Wang. Lin Jian held the magic crystal and drove the energy of the magic crystal. So he released Professor Wang. Those two big thunders are just too eye-catching, swaying and swaying in front of Lin Jian. Lin Ya, on the other hand, was stunned. Brother, how did you catch her? She's a demon. Right, Professor Wang. Why don't you introduce yourself? Lin Jian, release me now. It's not too late. Don't talk such nonsense. You're in my hands now. The only value you have to me is to tell me what I want to know. And if you have no value, well, I won't ask you again. Chapter 104, Unite with our demon race. Lin Jian had wanted to threaten Professor Wang, but with his sister present, he couldn't say harsh words. Obviously, this witch realized her situation, and Lin Jian was very strong-willed and wouldn't be swayed by a few words from her. Good thing, Lin Jian wouldn't do anything to her. Both siblings were extraordinary, not controlled by gods or demons, and the witch intended to be cautious. In fact, what she didn't know was that the reason why Lin Jian was uncontrollable was because of the reborn soul. No matter how strong your mental power is, you can't hold back the fact that Lin Jian's soul comes from another world. So, what do you want to know? Professor Wang, my sister is now a prophet. Hasn't this been rumored everywhere for a long time? Oh, she was using the Great Prophecy and hurt herself, right? The witch immediately understood what was happening. I told you earlier that your sister possesses a power that exceeds the rules and is subject to divine punishment. Prophets usually don't use their powers easily. It is not that there have been no prophets in history, but prophets give a very wonky impression. Usually prophets have to be accompanied by an escort. But it's not that prophets can't fight. It's that they are divinely punished if they use their true power. So prophets have a lifespan, and they can't fight more than a few times in their lives. Are you saying that God is going to hurt my sister again? What's so rare about it? Let alone a seer. Forbidden spells are not allowed by the rules and will bring great repercussions to you humans. Why is it not allowed? Is it because forbidden spells can hurt you gods and demons? You are thinking that humans can resist? Oh, it's true that forbidden spells can hurt gods and demons, but only just. The witch's words can't be taken at face value, as it would hurt them too. But gods and demons do fear forbidden spells, and that intensity is hard for humans to withstand. Using a forbidden spell was actually exchanging lives in principle. It just wasn't as precise as Lin Jian's exchanges. In other words, only by sacrificing themselves are humans barely qualified to fight the gods and demons. So what did you want when you took my sister in the first place? Can't you see this? She's also outside the rules now, and can deal with those ugly-mouthed god race. Compared to us, the god race is even more shameless. They enslave you humans and suck your power. Get to the point and stop cursing all the time. Lin Jian, the only way you can trust me now is if the demon race can help you fight the god race. Are you kidding? With a tiger? While it's true that humanity is now in the hands of the gods, that doesn't seem like such a bad thing. After all, When humans gained power, it was tantamount to working for a boss, who paid you and you helped the boss make money. You can't say that just because you did the work, all the boss's money should be yours. And that's not right either. Lin Jian didn't know what was right, but at least there was a set rule for now. Can humanity afford to break this rule? The devils are the ones who encourage them to break this rule and are hiding from being discovered by God. It shows that they are actually less powerful than the gods, and they are afraid of the gods. In this situation, a human being egged on to go up would be sending them to their deaths, and Lin Jian wasn't that stupid. But would the other demons find out if they imprisoned this witch, or killed her? Trouble had come to his body, and Lin Jian couldn't help but solve it. It was impossible to release. He dared to release the witch now. The witch turned around and came back for more. That's a given. I can't trust you right now. After all, it's not my kind whose heart is different. We have a common enemy. Look at your sister right now. She's also suffering from divine punishment. Just don't use the great prophecy. I'll protect my sister. Oh, is it that simple? She doesn't use the great prophecy? Do you believe it yourself? Lin Jian reached out to run the magic crystal. I have to be in a position to trust you before I can come to an agreement with you. Right now. Well, I'm still looking. The witch turned into a ray of light and was collected into the magic crystal again. Linya looked stunned. Brother, that's sister. She can be taken into the stone? Well, she's a demon, so you should be careful in the future. I know, because as soon as I saw her, I knew she was a demon. How did you know? Oh, you're a prophet. Knowing that his sister had a different perspective, Lin Jian immediately asked, then can you recognize the other demon clans? Linya nodded affirmatively. Of course I can. I recognized her when I wasn't awakened. That prophet doesn't have to use the great prophecy either. Other roles are obvious. At least, it wouldn't be considered chicken like he, a life changer, was. Good. If you find the demons, tell brother and let him sort it out. Only after recovering Linya did Lin Jian take her out of the room. At this time, Ji Woyo came over and inquired with a concerned face. Is everything alright? I heard that Linya was injured and came over right away. She can't be alright. Right now she's the #1 talent of the National Vocational Academy. Sure enough, the NCAA only looks at the talent of its students. Dean G, it's fine. It's just that she can't use the great prophecy. Well, the stories passed down from the previous prophets also say that the great prophecy technique should not be used more than once, and should never be used unless as a last resort. And this time, it was my negligence to not tell you guys about this, and I almost caused the National Vocational College to suffer a loss. Ji Wuyo frowned and commanded again. In the future, all of Linya's practicing will have to be cleared. You will have to notify the institution, which will have expert professors provide protection, and everyone else will have to come out of the divine realm mystic realm that she enters. Good man. Such a big row. Linya's treatment on the side of the National Vocational College was going to exceed Qin Xiu's treatment in the Divine Vocational College. That was also because there were fewer geniuses in the State Vocational Academy than those in the Divine Vocational Academy. Linya's willingness to come over was already a blessing for the State Vocational Academy. Of course they had to do their best to safeguard Linya, and it was also a matter of the Academy's interests. And even though it stemmed from the interests, it was sincere for them to offer their help. Then thank you, Dean G. Don't be polite with me on this one. Your sister is also a member of the National Vocational College. By the way, I heard that the two gang has come after you again? It's okay, I fixed it. No, they said that you secured a level 35 Divine Shield Warrior with just one spell? The State Council couldn't be said to be impersonal, so it also took care of Lin Jian. But he didn't expect that Lin Jian would actually be that fierce. Oh, that Shield Warrior. He's not dead? No, supposedly resuscitated. What spell did you use to attack him? Dean G. Have you forgotten that I asked you for permission to go to the Enchanted Equipment Lab earlier? Ji Wudo's eyes widened. You're attaching magic to your equipment? But a skill that can second a level 35 Divine Shield Warrior in one go is stacked to say the least. So Professor Yuan gave you such equipment? Not from him, I enchanted it myself. Chapter 105 Unique Pioneering Mission. Lin Jian told him all about what happened at Professor Yuan's place. From Ji Wuyo's point of view, Lin Jian seemed to be extremely talented in enchanting. But in fact, Lin Jian wasn't skilled, but rather, he ate damage the hard way, but the effect of this was the same, and Ji Wuyo realized that Lin Jian had a future in many ways. I didn't expect that you still have this hand. Then you guys can go to participate in the Secret Realm Exploitation. Well, Dean G, what is Secret Realm Exploitation? You know that the two major academies have their own Divine Realm resources, and before these Divine Realm resources are obtained, they are secret realms that have not been opened up, and they must go through the stage of opening up. And only after opening up is the secret realm called a divine realm. Ji Wuyo said this because he wanted to give Lin Jian a little more of a chance, but he also needed to be able to do it. Places like the National Vocational College of the Divine Office have divine domains that they've gone on to develop on their own, before they were developed. The dangers of these places were unknown when you went in, and it was certainly not possible to get into the students in the first place. The places provided for students to practice were secret areas that had been developed and matured countless times. However, there are undeveloped areas full of unknown dangers. Although it had been developed by the Academy's high-ranking people, there could still be hidden dangers that hadn't erupted, but it would be much smaller than it was at the beginning, and this was an opportunity to exercise some elite students. This part of the realm is also known as the not fully open realm and is much more exciting. It is suitable for elite students who have studied for many years, and of course it has to be a stronger team. Usually, the ones who tried out in these secret realms were the teams of the 5 major societies. Not even an experienced multi-year veteran. You still have to have a team, and that's the advantage of clubs in the academy. You can always rely on the members of this club to form a team you need. Solo is a bit awkward. So, can I bring my team in? Actually, even though it is not fully open, it has been developed by the masters of the National Academy, so it won't be constantly dangerous. And at the same time, we have arranged for the 5 major societies to go in together to further reduce the danger. So what's the benefit of a place like this? The benefit is that materials will be more plentiful and rarer in the not fully open divine realm. Lin Jian suddenly realized that there was a benefit to this, and that there were fewer materials when there was more development. Basically the divine realm that was open to all students, that had been exploited to the point where there was nothing new in it, and a lot of rare materials would no longer be present. These were for those newbies to practice. With the abilities that Lin Jian embodied, it was clear that the novices area was no longer suitable for him. Ji Wuyo had always been able to see miracles in Lin Jian, so even if Lin Jian had been reduced to an A grade, he still wanted to know what other miracles this youngster could pull off. After Ji Wuyo left, Lin Jian had everyone prepare and join the secret realm exploitation. Captain, Lin Yu won't go, she's only at level 10. Come along, it's much faster practicing, and there are definitely better opportunities in there. But she's only level 10 and can't use the Great Prophecy. She'll be fine with me. Lin Jian said with certainty that, in fact, no matter where she is, her sister is the safest by his side. It's actually a special treat, which in the past has basically been done by the elite of the community, in order to prevent students from practicing as hothouse flowers, so they can't be practicing without any accidents at all. Those mature divine realms are only suitable for newborns to cultivate, and are called baby carriages, but really these close to pioneering the secret realm, also really dangerous. The academy side also do not want their own trainees to fold, so Lin Jian their team of this position, the previous is the figure to help. The 2 gang used to participate in such pioneering missions, but now the first and second leaders of the 2 are gone. The next day Lin Jian brought his team to the rendezvous, and the people from the 5 major societies were indeed gathered. But the atmosphere was a bit weird. What's going on? The big 5 don't pay much attention to us? Lin Jian felt that it wasn't normal. Hadn't these people been screaming about pulling themselves together before? Even if he was claimed to have been demoted to the priesthood by the National Vocational Academy, didn't he still have his sister? And before that, his sister Linya was also red for a while. So it's time for these people to come and say something nice, no matter what, right? Couldn't figure it out, and the rest of the team was pretty confused, but Yurin understood it well. Do you not know why they have this attitude? I know, because we're apparently going to be a new power here as well, and that's definitely going to be less friendly to their original power. What? My team can be a party too? Zhao Feng was the first to disbelieve. I and Wang Dong. And, anyway, we were all special enrollment before. No strengths at all. Yuling, you also have a latent skill. I'm like this are the main force. Can become a party of power? And yes, this team is so weak. These special enrollment students, they didn't come up on merit. To be honest, the fact that they were now able to be full-fledged students was completely tainted by Lin Jin's light. Yurin said lightly, you really don't understand. Because the soul in a team is the most important thing. And in the future, to become an influential force, it doesn't lie in the majority of the members, because the members will change very quickly. It lies entirely in the core, the forest sword. There were many rumors about Lin Jian right now, including his relationship with the strongest genius in Divine Office Academy or the school's flower. With this layer of relationship in place, Lin Jian's team could definitely grow stronger. You don't just look at these current members, you have to look at Lin Jian's influence, and now Dean Ji is giving him so much face. See, that Lin Jian, he's here with a team. Dean Ji really thinks highly of him. Coming to participate in such a pioneering mission? You don't want to be careless. It turns out that this position is owned by the 2 gang, and the 2 gang was sort of wiped out by him alone. Wasn't there a message yesterday that the former big brother of the 2 gang had come to settle the score with him, and in one move, he was seconds? Really? You're behind in your news. He's now full of 5-star equipment and is already in the Enchanting Academy. These were of course just rumors. Lin Jian hadn't joined the Attunement Academy, and there weren't many people there. The so-called 5-star equipment refers to the equipment that stacks up to 5 layers of skills, which is the top level for the average person, and even higher enchanters won't help you do it. However, Lin Jian is using 7-star equipment. Lin Jian listened to the other club members not far away and said nothing. Don't you move here, we'll be reserved for the first time. He instructed the team, which was actually 6 people including him, now with the addition of a sister. I'm going to check in with their captain. We need to collaborate on this pioneering mission. Okay, Captain. Not far away, a few heads of the 5 major societies had gotten together to confer. Ji Wuyo was there, and Lin Jian had to communicate with them. Chapter 106, Stealing Land with the Divine Office Academy. Lin Jian walked over, and a few of the club leaders just greeted him politely. A few bosses. I'm kind of new here, and I haven't gotten to know you all fully, so if we want to work together in the future, I'm here to also say that I'll give the team from the State Academy as much help as I can. This statement is also considered polite and sounds very courteous. But the bosses just nodded, not as enthusiastic as before. Lin Jian remembered Yulin's words. It was true, they were trying to recruit Lin Jian or his sister in to strengthen their own society. But once Lin Jian wanted to make a separate power, they weren't so polite. The 5 major societies are all in competition with each other, and they all have to hook up, and you can never recruit the head of a power. Lin Jian happens to be such a character. Lin Yi didn't have to think about it, it was his sister. Unless there was some special opportunity. Now that Ji Wuyo was here, everyone was just being polite. In reality, they were all wary of Lin Jian as a force, even though he didn't even have a name right now. Lin Jian had broken up the 2 gang with a single strike, so the threat in the future would definitely be stronger than the 2 gang. Okay, everyone is banded, so I'll give an overview of the mission. Ji Wuyo knew what they were thinking and didn't point it out, because competition between students is encouraged at the state college, as long as you don't overdo it. Competition is a great way to liven things up at any time, depending on whether you're using it right. First of all, you must remember that this time is an adventure, and this place is also different from other Divine Realm mysteries. The rest of the Divine Realm mysteries have been fully developed, and you can have normal communications in them, but it's not here yet. You can only have teammates and teams interconnecting with each other in an environment that approximates reality. What place and what monsters there are, this is all unknown. You must be on your guard. My first request is that if you receive a request for help from the State Academy team, you must step in and help. Understood? Ji Wuyo looked at them with a serious face. This was not a joke. Normally it doesn't matter if you make a scene, but this time of year it will centrifuge the students of the State College. Several of the bosses nodded, and Lin Jian agreed, to the best of my ability. Very well, the reason I'm telling you all this is because we're not the only ones pioneering this secret realm. From the other direction, there are people from the Clergy Academy who are also pioneering. At the end of the day, we in the Divine Office Academy are definitely splitting this secret realm. It depends on whoever explores a wide area, whoever takes advantage of it. You guys shouldn't be too pressured. The Divine Office Academy is stronger than us, so just do your best, don't push it, and the NCAA can just get a piece of the action. Ji Wuyo said this on purpose, so that the bigwigs of the 5 major societies were unconvinced, but it was only held back in secret, not spoken out, and Ji Wuyo saying so was tantamount to mobilization. In fact, this wasn't considered the first time the secret realm had opened up. There had been experts from the academy who had explored it long before. It wasn't the students' turn to open up the land for the first time. Ji Wuyo himself was part of the opening up of the land, and after they had swept through, they felt that there was no major threat before they would let the students come to further open up the land, so that the secret realm could complete its development completely. Only a fully developed secret realm can be called a god's domain. Of course, there will always be accidents, and students are not hothouse flowers, they have to learn to cope. If you are in danger that you cannot cope with, call for help and I will go to the rescue with the professor's team. There will be delays in the rescue as well, so be smart and protect yourselves. I haven't finished exploring in several directions this time, and I've assigned teams from the 5 major societies. Lin Jian, your team is relatively new. I'll arrange a safer direction for you. And finally, remember that each of your teams should have one person in contact with the other teams at all times. The mission was posted and everyone's spirits were lifted. The secret realm was more exciting than the divine realm. It hadn't finished pioneering yet, and it was most in line with the mentality of the young to take risks. They all gave Lin Jian a disdainful look. This time, Ji Wuyo's arrangement was clearly taking care of Lin Jian. But, is there anything wrong with taking care of it? Lin Jian has done credit for the National Vocational College. Back in the group, Lin Jian conveyed Ji Wuyo's meaning. We can head in, but be cautious. Ji Yun, you're in charge of contacting the outside world. Lin Ye, you stay close to me. Yes. Without much ado, Lin Jian led the team over in the direction assigned by Ji Wuyo. Since it wasn't a mature god's domain, It was anyone's guess as to what would be encountered here. Not even sure of the mountainous terrain ahead, but those parts are few and far between. What the National Vocational College has to grasp is to grab territory from the Divine Vocational College, and whoever explores more is the one who owns it. In the same secret realm, it was actually possible to divide up the territory, which Lin Jian hadn't expected. This is, of course, an important work of the two houses, because after all are their own resources. Strength are out of this yet. The direction they were going was the west side in the secret realm, and they would run into people from the Divine Clergy Academy over here. When encountering a team from the Clergy Academy, pioneering stops and the two sides draw a line in the sand. That's the rule. At the beginning, Lin Jian's party encountered quite a few small monsters. The level of the small monsters wasn't very high, more than 10 levels, and encountering a group of first-turn clerics was simply a send-off. Captain, there doesn't seem to be any big monsters with high experience over here. Zhao Feng was getting bored. They were progressing quickly, and this direction that Ji Wuyo had arranged had basically been explored. Yoren thought otherwise. Although the experience of the small monsters is not much, the monsters here are rare and rich in materials, so gather a little more. Lin Jian agrees with this. Collect more. It's our first time doing such a mission, and it's also a way to gain experience for the future. Only after the words were said, a rumble could be heard in the distance, exploding with a loud noise. Yuren jerked his head. It's estimated to be a few dozen kilometers. Could it be the movement of the Divine Office? Asterisk 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 asterisk. They're really fast. Worthy of being the Divine Clergy Academy. The speed was too frightening. The speed of the Divine Office Academy's land grab was beyond their imagination. According to Ji Wuyo's idea, they could probe hundreds of kilometers from this site yet. Lin Jian also judged. Steady. We don't want to go fast. Steady is the main thing. Don't do anything beyond your ability. But Captain, you do that sort of thing yourself all the time. I'm me. You guys are different. I'll check it out. You guys take your time practicing here. What with helping the National Vocational College to grab land? Lin Jian didn't care about that. It was just a star-and-a-half benefit. However, he was going to see how the Clergy Academy could get it going so fast. This progress exceeded Ji Wuyo's expectations. Leaving the team behind, Lin Jian alone began to move forward a few dozen kilometers to scout the situation. Change of life, Night Eye's quest. Using this skill, Lin Jian's detection range was now 600 meters, and this range was enough for him to be able to react before his opponent. Chapter 107, the elite team of the Clergy Academy. With Lin Jian at the front, it would allow the team to get some safe practicing time. Sister Linya followed the team. She is now very advantageous, because the level is originally low, so no matter what small monsters to fight, she can share the considerable experience, which is hanging level. Follow to the first turn. However, after Lin Jian came over for 20 kilometers, he realized that something was wrong, because the environment in front became barren, as if it was a scorched earth. This should be a volcano. Grass doesn't grow in many places, so it's judged to be a half-dead volcano, and whether it's in danger of erupting is yet to be determined. It's hard to say if that movement just now was made by the Divine Office team. Under the monitoring of Night Eye's exploration, Lin Jian sneaked all the way and continued forward. His sneaking wasn't like Yuren's kind with a talent. It was just ordinary people sneaking, which meant that he spotted the threat first and found a place to hide on his own. It wasn't as magical as Yuren's, but it could be circumvented ahead of time because of his strong sensing ability. After advancing another 10 kilometers or so, he was the first to spot the Divine Office Academy's group. Captain, if you go any further, you'll be out of comms range, Ji Yun warned from behind. And of course Lin Jian was always aware of the state of the team. I understand, but I've also just realized that it's really the Clergy Academy that's coming. Are they that fast? Do I need to report back to Dean Quarter? You talk to Dean. I'll keep an eye on them from here. Lin Jian stopped moving forward and found a hidden place to hide. Even if the people from the Divine Clergy Academy didn't activate their skills, they wouldn't casually discover the hidden Lin Jian, and activating their skills belonged to a purposeful search. They didn't know that there was a person hiding next to them. It could be seen that this group of people were all elites, all above the second turn. Putting it on the side of the National Vocational College, it should belong to the level of the 5 major societies, but it is obvious that the individual strength is stronger than the 5 major societies. After all, it was the Clergy Academy, and the dozen or so of them had a wary look on their faces. Watch out, that thing is going nowhere. It's not easy to catch. Did you see what it was? I saw it, but didn't get a good look at it. There's no such creature on the Monster Atlas. Didn't get a good look. Was that powerful? I don't know. It was running too fast. There was a lava pit and the thing jumped in at once. From their conversations, they were indeed chasing something. Not sure what it was. This thing was quite powerful. A team of second-turn clerics hadn't even caught it, and the loud noise that erupted just now was probably from here as well. Lin Jian heard them talking and hurriedly hid some more, fearing that they would unleash their detection skill. It's not good to be discovered. Although Lin Jian is not afraid of a single second-turn clergyman, but there is a team here. Each of them exceeded Turi's strength, and were an elite team for the clergy academy to explore. Through the cracks in the stone, Jian Lin observed them looking around. Captain, Dean Quartermaster asked, are they taking up territory and hitting here? I can't say. Dean Ji said that since the Divine Office Academies are calling, it's fine to draw the line with them on the spot if we encounter them. Okay, I get it. Ji Wuyo was still sympathetic to their freshman team, but this side shouldn't be the main direction either. It was normal for a freshman team to participate in the Secret Realm exploration. That would definitely not be able to rob the Divine Clergy Academy. So this first time, Ji Wuyo was just letting them come and experience it. He knew that the Divine Office would come over. He just didn't expect it to be that fast. Lin Jian observed the dozen or so second-turn elites and realized that they weren't out to grab territory either. This side of the ground doesn't matter. They should be coming after something. Thinking of this, Lin Jian suddenly realized that his side was a bit hot and turned his head to look frozen. There is a crack in the ground beside him, and the crack in the ground actually drills out a ball of orange flame, which seems to be alive, and will also jump, and it seems to be observing Lin Jian, which is considered to be a living creature. Lin Jian couldn't say it. Reaching out towards the small flame, he actually didn't feel the heat. The heat was there, but only warmth, and the flame actually didn't burn. Like a living thing. Lin Jian's hand was just about to touch the flame when the small flame also sent out a line of fire that ruffled Lin Jian's hand. It's funny, it's not hot. It's like being brushed by something warm. What a guy. Suddenly, the Clergy Academy team over there also noticed something strange and shouted. The little flame seemed startled and instantly shrank into a crack in the ground. Lin Jian had to stand up as he sensed that someone had used a skill to lock himself down. I'm from the National Vocational Academy. Someone from the National Vocational College? Did you get here that fast? You're not rushing to plot your territory, are you? The leader, a high-leveled student from the Divine Clergy Academy, walked over. He was at level 40. Lin Jian estimated that he was now level 20, and it wasn't certain if he could use his talent to through this, and there were so many second-turn elites behind him. Isn't it normal to grab land? Isn't that the rule? Lin Jian didn't false him either, since it was a rule the two academies had. These people from the Divine Office Academy wouldn't break it easily. They looked at each other as if they were passing on some kind of message. They weren't going to be silenced, were they? There's still a team behind Lin Jian, and if these people mess up, the National Vocational College won't stop. Ha ha, so it's a classmate from the National Vocational College. This leader relaxed his expression. It's fine, we know the rules. We just didn't expect you guys to be so fast too. The territory doesn't matter. It's fine to just paddle here, but now is not the time to paddle. Oh, are you guys chasing something? Lin Jian directly asked the doubt in his heart. He had just felt that this group of people were looking for something. The high-level 40 student boarded up his face. This is our business. You don't care so much. It was only after the words were spoken that the group behind Lin Jian actually followed up. Yurin led them, rushing to get here, and Linya was also in the group. Not surprisingly, her body wouldn't be as weak as it used to be now that she was past level 10. It's a team from the Clergy Academy. Captain, have you drawn the line yet? It was impossible for the Clergy Academy to have any more ideas about the team's appearance, not because of how strong the team was, but the number of people was not easy to control, and in case they turned around and said that they were unruly, the punishment would be quite severe. The people on the Divine Office Academy's side looked at each other in dismay, also intending to plot their territory first, and this time, warnings came over the team comms of both sides. Captain, several other teams are calling for help. They seem to be in danger. What danger? They've encountered high-level monsters. Like, there's level 50. What did you say? A level 50 monster wasn't something they could handle at turn 1. Turn 2 couldn't even manage it. Ji Yun was reporting the news. This monster has attacked several teams and is now coming our way. Chapter 108, his target is not the lava beasts. Right after the communication came through, the ground began to shake and rumble so hard that people couldn't stand still. Quick, take cover. Lin Jian immediately reacted. Yuling, take them and hide them. Don't come out. Okay, I understand. Yurin immediately understood Lin Jian's intentions. In this situation, Lin Jian had to act as a maneuvering force. Because level 50 monsters were the same for students from both academies, everyone couldn't beat them. The group can't do it either. It's too far away, so they all just have to hide. And there's nothing they can do when the monsters come. What would happen that way? It is possible for the opponent to make a bad move and draw the monsters toward the side of the National Vocational College team. This is entirely possible. That was why Lin Jian had to act as a maneuvering force to deal with these things. And no one else could move. Yoren, my brother, doesn't he hide? Don't worry about him, we need to hide. There's no point in us striking out at this level of monsters. Yuling's brain is very clear. She will not do those useless things, such as shouting what friendship live together and die together are very boring. In front of the 50-level monsters all will be ashes. Lin Jian had an immortal body after all. He could run even if he couldn't fight. Both sides began to hide, and as Lin Jian found a place to hide himself, he saw a huge guy running over from the distant rolling peaks. This thing was actually as tall as a small mountain. There's another group of people it's hurting, and that's hundreds of students from both colleges. Any first turn or second turn was not enough to look at, and there were no higher level powerhouses present here for a while. No amount of low-level ones would be effective, and Lin Jian watched as the behemoth tore apart a second-turn elite student. Monster, Lava Beast. Grade SS grade. Level, 50. Talent, Earth Fire Scorch. His body is covered in lava heat. Anyone who gets close will be scorched by the heat. Rock True Body. His body is made of rock. Hard and heavy, with super strong defense. Skill, Lava Eruption, which can scorch enemies with magma within a certain range. Skill, Rock Blast, impacts the enemy with an invincible rock body. Ignoring damage. Honestly, it was a bit of an exaggeration. Lin Jian didn't even know how to kill it. This one didn't even know if it was a proper creature. With this defense, it wasn't sure if it could defend against Lin Jian's Hell Whale. But if you are at level 50, don't think about it so much. Right, the difference is a little too far. The more you get to the advanced level, the more experience you need. This guy Lin Jian doesn't even know if it will hurt, and there is no difference between hitting it and hitting the rock. Soon, the lava giants jumped from hill to hill. Apparently the students on both sides had pissed this thing off, and it was after these unknowing guys. By Lin Jian's side, there were also those elite students from the Divine Office Academy hiding, and they were also terrified. What should we do? It seems to have grabbed the ice fairy. What? We have to save her then. Did you notify the dean? No masters are coming? Ice fairy don't die. She's the two-time school flower of the Divine Vocational College. I've admired her for a long time. Nerve, it's level 50. You can't lick it without it killing you. Can you? Listening to their conversation, it looked like the situation was dire, and this lava beast seemed to have killed quite a few people. Lin Jian then saw it tear one apart. Many students beside him were bravely throwing skills, but these skills couldn't harm the lava beast in the slightest. The rocks were shattered, it even managed to reassemble itself. The broken rock reached it and was seared by the lava flames and fused back together. How do you kill this? Lin Jian saw that the 5 major clubs of the National Vocational College had followed him, and it looked like the lava beast had crossed several areas and was killed all the way over here. And the lava beast wasn't unintelligent. It had actually captured someone. It seems to be one for the National Vocational College and one for the Divine Office. Lin Jian didn't recognize any of them, and by now, the lava beast had already run up this hill. Put the man down. The ones from the 5 major societies were shouting, while the ones from the Divine Clergy Academy side were also shouting, and the lava beast alone messed with both sides. These students had no way to deal with the lava beasts either. They could only shout, hee hee, come if you have the ability. Little mole cricket, dare to invade my territory. The lava beast was furious, and it reached out and grabbed a man from a rock crevice on its body, which had been burned, and then casually tore the man apart. Just now the man was able to hold his own just a moment ago, but he was roasted by the lava in the rock crevice for too long. Lin Jian heard a wail from the 5 major clubs, which should be the students of the National Vocational College. He didn't even recognize it, and at that moment, the lava beast reached out and grabbed another person. It was a woman, and had sealed herself with cold ice when she was captured by the lava beast, but this was still taken by the lava behemoth, and she formed a ball of ice in the lava behemoth's large hand. More to come. Get out of my territory or I'll kill you all. It used this frozen girl as a threat, and the students from both houses who had just been chased were exhausted. The fire-bearing orbs looked around and suddenly sneered. Do you think that it's possible to hide it? The lava behemoth was a super giant, and could have carried a man in his hands in one step. Suffered. Lin Jian took a look. Over there was where his team was hiding. The people were there. They had to be lured away quickly. Stop. At this time, Lin Jian stood up and did not hide, and the few elites of the Divine Clergy Academy around him looked at him in horror. You're crazy. They all refused to reveal their hiding places. Lin Jian couldn't. His sister was still over there. Despite being level 50, it's still okay to rely on immortality to pester, right? If we really let the monster pass, Linya's situation would not be easy to say. Captain, you take my sister and evacuate farther away. Lin Jian commanded in the team channel and directly blocked in front of the lava beast. You release the people. He also doesn't say it's for his team, because that's what attracts hate. What if the lava giants are smart enough to see that you can stand up for these people? So, Lin Jian made an excuse to keep its attention back on the ice lump in its hand. Who are you to order me around? Lava eruption. The lava behemoth got angry and roared. and flames actually came out of the rock crevices throughout the mountain. The students of the two academies who were hiding around them all jumped in the air, and the ones who were shouting for help just now all ran away. The defense of these second-turn elites also bottomed out instantly. Lin Jian was a bit unable to carry this high temperature, but just at this time, he spotted the small flame again. The lava behemoth seemed to see it as well, and it hesitated a little for a moment. Change of life, divine chain binding. Focus. Change of life, hell whale. Change of life, gravity confinement. Lin Jian decisively came out with a set of combos. He couldn't suffer on his own. He had to bring others along. But his target was not the lava beast, but the small flame. Chapter 109, If you don't let me go, I won't rest with you. Lin Jian wouldn't bind the lava beast because this was too strong. But this little flame seems to be involved with the lava beast, whether it is or not. Bring it to try. In case it is not useful, Lin Jian has an immortal body to fight, and he can slip when the team is safe. But the hate, it can't be on your own team. So Lin Jian pointed to the person who was meant to save the lava beast's hand. Let go of this person or I won't be able to spare you. Another way of saying this is, you can use this person to pin me down. The more the enemy cares about something, the more it is his weakness. It wasn't known if the lava giants had the intelligence to understand this level. Lin Jian was only concerned about the safety of his team. Yet he uttered the words in the presence of students from both houses. The lickspittles, who had just shouted for help, all lowered their heads at the moment, very ashamed. What kind of lickspittle is he? Look at that one. He can even give up his life. Captain he. 1T be okay? Will he? Dean G's team hasn't arrived yet. Ji Yun was worried, but this time it was Linya who answered her. My brother will be fine. Don't you worry him. Zhao Feng and the others were surprised, and this little girl was instead the calmest one. But on second thought, it's a prophet. She's got a premonition. Surely she won't talk nonsense. The truth was actually just as Linya had predicted. Lin Jian had his own cards. He couldn't kill a level 50 monster, but the monster couldn't kill him even if he wanted to. He was able to escape. In such a situation, as long as the team didn't become a drag on Lin Jian, he would be fine. However, this scene, in the eyes of others, had a somewhat different meaning. This fierce man from the National Vocational College actually wanted to save the schoolgirl from the Divine Vocational College. Is there actually someone who licked to the point of not even wanting to die? Are you really not afraid to die? Lava giants have not seen creatures that are not afraid to die, and it is instinctive to live and let live. So it didn't even realize that threatening Lin Jian with the girl on its hands was necessary? Then it swung the fist that the rocks had converged into and slammed into Lin Jian. You don't deserve to make conditions with me. That huge rocky fist, with magma blazing fire still flowing from its fingers, just smashed into Lin Jian's head. Boom! The ground sparked and lava erupted as everyone let out another gasp. Is that your National Vocational Academy? Only one turn? That dead. This second turn also Nima cannot carry. Right next to him, an older brother from the seminary jumped to conclusions, but he didn't finish the sentence and got stuck, because the next moment, Lin Jian stood up from the blazing fire. No one can describe the image of Lin Jian at this moment. It was too great. In the blazing fire, his body was burned black, and even stained by the magma still bubbling out of the fire. Nuisance scalded flesh. Smoke. However, this could not affect Lin Jian's gaze firmly in the slightest. Let her go. Don't say. The girl who was pinched in the hands of the lava beast was really something. Her cold shell actually carried until now, although the lava beast didn't take the initiative to attack her, but just being able to withstand the fiery flames of the beast's body. It was quite remarkable. At the moment, she was also filled with despair, thinking that she might not be able to hold out any longer. However, it was at this point that Lin Jian jumped out and with great perseverance demanded that the lava beast release her. It was a bit nonsensical that she didn't recognize this person, but the kind of emotion in her heart was unspeakable. You, classmates, go away. I won't go. I won't give in, and if I don't let go, I'll tangle with you to the end. It's too touching. Lin Jian carried a thick smoke and flame on his body and once again walked toward the lava beast. A whole lot of tears below. However, Lin Jian's attention was on that little flame. That little flame had just started to tremble after Lin Jian had taken that punch, and was a bit unable to hold up. The little flame was a fire attribute. It shouldn't be afraid of fire. Instead, the lava behemoth's fists took a small amount of damage from the small flames. The fire is also afraid of being extinguished. It depends on whether you have enough force, and the lava giants definitely have enough force. And this force expanded 361 times, bouncing back to the little flame. That one moment just now nearly snuffed out the little flame like it was a candle. Lin Jian also saw the lava beast's hesitation as its body froze, as if it had turned into a stone sculpture for a few seconds. Useful. Lin Jian was even more certain of his thoughts. Sure enough, binding small flames had a threatening effect on the lava beast. This was its soft spot. Could it be that this was its child? the little lava beast? It wasn't a monster to look at. There was no gross damage, and Lin Jian didn't know what it was. Again, will you let go or not? If you don't let go, I won't rest with you. Lin Jian roared and charged towards the lava beast, which actually didn't dare to hit him hard. Moreover, as long as Lin Jian was close, he would be scorched by the high temperatures on the lava beast, and the lava beast didn't dare to let him get close because any damage on Lin Jian would bounce back to the little flame. That's why the lava beast only dared to reach out and push Lin Jian away. But how could Lin Jian let him go? Pushed away and continued to charge. And he was addicted to playing. But Lin Jian's hand really brought the audience below to tears. Is he really that infatuated? Impossible. His girlfriend is the school beauty of this class. He's Lin Jian. Don't you guys recognize him? Ha! 2 feet in 2 boats. All still so crazy. Don't want to die? Isn't this a scumbag? He's dying. It's just as well. I can't stand to look at people like that. The boys below reacted to everything. And some also recognized Lin Jian, the guy from the challenge. He was also the public enemy of the boys of the Divine Vocational College, the boyfriend of this year's school flower Qin Xiu. With this buff alone, the boys below couldn't wait for him to die. And they didn't feel miserable at this point. But the girls reacted completely differently, each one's eyes red with excitement. Ha! So, he's that infatuated man. Hey, what do you mean by this reaction? I don't think he knows our ice fairy, right? You don't know each other and you can trust them with your life? Too touching. You are good. I have no words. The boys turned out to be furious, and Lin Jian moved up another notch in the girls' minds. But this misunderstanding is so big. Lin Jian is certainly not for that girl at this time. It's sort of incidental. He was trying to see if this would threaten the lava beast, and it seemed to work. It was impossible to fight. But right now the lava beast's soft spot was in Lin Jian's hands. He was on fire and didn't look alive at all. Even his arms and legs were burned through with lava, but still stood up and advanced towards the lava beast. If you don't let go, I'll keep pestering you. Promise. Once again, Lin Jian charged towards the lava beast, and the girls at the bottom of the mountain all covered their mouths. This is so good to cry about. Chapter 110, That Brave Man. The clergy academy girl who was captured by the lava beast. She had certainly never seen such a moving scene. Lin Jian's resolute aura of giving up everything. Looking at her all the time with tears in her eyes. Sometimes sentimentality is just like that. She knows that this boy doesn't even know himself, and still feels that this person is fighting for his own life. Don't come any closer. Just go away. She didn't know what to say anymore, and absolutely no one usually saw her like this. With all the nicknames being Ice Fairy, it's clear that she's always had a high-flying persona, but no girl can top this scene. Lin Jian still supported himself and stood up again. His arm was burned through. How much would it hurt to have lava searing through it? Oh, I'm not giving up. The life force within Lin Jian's body began to erupt, and the vigorous vitality began to make up for it against the burning of the magma. Now could be said to be the moment that tested Lin Jian's immortal body the most. He had never been hurt in such an all-encompassing way before. Before that was just a little injury. Now, he was injured all around him at the same time. With temperatures that could melt rocks, there was still an ice shield she had condensed around that girl, and Lin Jian was not protected at all. But at the same time, Lin Jian saw hope. Although he hadn't done a single bit of damage to the lava beast, at this point the lava beast was mad. I don't know why the monster was in such a hurry, but he roared, and lava began to rise from the entire mountain. All of the people below were forced to retreat again, and no one could get close to the mountain, which had turned into a volcano. It wasn't as scary as an erupting volcano, but the bubbling lava was no fake. Come on, let's back away. Linya suddenly spoke. My brother is fine. Don't worry guys. Yuling looked at the Crimson Mountain and nodded. Retreat. We have to wait until Dean Ji comes over. Lin Jian's team also withdrew. It was actually useless for them to stay. Linya was a seer, and at the same time, she had Lin Jian's divine chain bound to her, and there was a connection between the two. The students of the 2 academies at the bottom of the mountain instantly retreated to nothing, and some who were unwilling to do so were half pushed and half led. Dozens of kilometers around the mountain were burned to a crisp. Let's go. Don't look. We can't beat that lava beast. Hey, it's a pity. 2-time school beauty don't you get any ideas? I've never had any reaction to any man. That's a shame too. The students of the 2 academies all withdrew dozens of kilometers away, and at this time, the lava beast went crazy again. It roared wildly and was actually disintegrating on its own. It was important to realize that from the very beginning, Lin Jian hadn't even attacked it, and the divine chain hadn't bound the lava beast. The charred and blackened Lin Jian hooked up the corner of his mouth and smiled. Sure enough, he hadn't misjudged. That little flame was the key. The lava behemoth cared about that. That was its weakness. Looking into the crack in the ground next to him, the small flames burst forth once more, seemingly watching the lava giant solve the puzzle. Lin Jian grabbed it as soon as he could. not caring about the flames burning. The problem was that the small flame didn't have much of a temperature. It was very mild, and it didn't enter Lin Jian's arm as soon as he grabbed it. Then Lin Jian lay on the ground, waiting for the life force to repair his body. Frost and snow, ice field. That ice fairy began to cast spells to extinguish the magma flames on the top piece of the mountain, and the temperature dropped. She emerged from the ice sphere, her beautiful eyes looking at the scorched earth around her, and then at the sea of fire at the bottom of the mountain. It was all gone, and for the first time she was that close to death, without anyone with her at the end. Only this man, on his deathbed, was desperately trying to save her in his last moments. She walked over and was suddenly surprised to find that Lin Jian was actually still alive. Not knowing what to say, she just squatted beside Lin Jian, who was lying on the ground with nothing burned on his body, but could see the exuberant vitality constantly repairing and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Are you okay? Lin Jian was actually able to speak, and the girl nodded with a mist in her large eyes. My name is Dragon Cole. I'm all out of clothes, so if you don't mind, help me change. I'm afraid it wouldn't be decent for someone to come over later. Good. The girl didn't mind in the slightest and took the clothes Lin Jian took out. That was all the trouble a life changer had. But she didn't put it on Lin Jian right away either. Instead she looked at the injuries on Lin Jian's body. Could she get dressed right away like this? Should these injuries be treated? These were all things that a normal person would have to consider. And Long Kor was very hesitant. Her large eyes were azure blue in color, as clear as frozen ice crystals, but she was looking at Lin Jian's body with a blink. Lin Jian also sensed the difference and realized that this girl was very bold, daring to stare at her body parts. How's that for big? Well, your scars are coming off. Does that not matter? If you have time, you can wear it when it comes off. It's cleaner that way. Lin Jian is also too lazy to say anything, lying still. At least it is also considered to have saved people. To help themselves to be decent is also desirable. Right. The girl sat on her knees beside Lin Jian, very quietly, watching as Lin Jian's wounds grew and his scars fell off. You're still a life changer. Your priesthood hasn't been washed away. Well, how about that? Haven't seen a man in its entirety like that, have you? Well, you don't have to worry. I'll put it on and help you clean up first. What kind of words are these? This iceberg beauty in other people's eyes. At this time, although there is also not much expression, but unusually well behaved. In fact, the iceberg beauty is other people's stereotypes. She is just happy and angry not to show her color. At this point, the professors and deans of both institutions rushed over, each inquiring about the state of the damage. And when Ji Wuyo heard that Lin Jian was still over here, he came over this way again, and there was another person following behind him. That was Prof. Han from the Divine Vocational Academy, who he had met with Lin Jian before when he was at the Sia family's house, and Long Kor was his student. The two rushed to this volcano without saying a word, and saw that the surrounding dozens of kilometers had all been turned into scorched earth. The high temperature was still there, but the two experts weren't afraid, and when they came to the top of the mountain, they saw Long Kor and Lin Jian. Kagome, are you okay? Professor, I'm fine. You guys stay back. He's not wearing any clothes. What was the meaning of this? Professor Han and Ji Wuyo glanced at each other, and Ji Wuyo also saw the vitality in Lin Jian's body from afar, and he said to Professor Han, it's fine, that lava beast is gone. Really? What do our two houses say? Since it happened here, this is our dividing line. I agree, but what's up with my students dressing your students? Ji Wuyo probably also knew that Lin Jian hadn't lost his priesthood as a life-changing master, and at the moment was snorting. Young people, they're young, they always have their own ideas. Haven't you ever been young? And you'll do something ridiculous. Chapter 111, do you like him? Obviously Ji Wuyo was being snarky, and the two didn't actually have that kind of effort to make anything happen. But with his attitude like this, Professor Han instead didn't say anything. This man's bad temper Lin Jian had seen it before, but at this time, he had a stern face and didn't say anything. Every professor in the Divine Office Academy wasn't simple. Even Ji Wuyo he might not give face. With a sudden stomp of his foot, a blast of cold air spread out in all directions, and the remaining magma flames all began to die out. Ji Wuyo glanced at Professor Han and didn't say anything else. The two houses had reached a consensus. Over here, Lin Jian was actually healed, and after the scars came off, Long Kor helped him put on his clothes and even helped him up. In fact, there was no need to help, and Lin Jian didn't want to refute the other party's good intentions. They call you the Ice Fairy? Well, I'm probably usually more aloof, but you're warm and not cold at all. Thanks. The two were very close to each other, and no one expected the Ice Fairy to be so good at talking, and she wasn't even shy? It's actually shy, but she's different from others and generally doesn't show it easily. This Ice Fairy was also a very unique priesthood. She was the SSS ranked Ice Mage. Such an attribute wouldn't even be enough to be SSS ranked in anyone else's place, but she was different. Purely an ice spell she could utilize to the extreme. Mono system, but she can master all ice spell skills, even forbidden spells. The reason for not sending out a forbidden spell was that it was pointless, as forbidden spells were self-injurious skills, and she wouldn't be able to survive if she sent them out. Such a genius was one of the most outstanding in the Divine Office before Chinshou arrived at the Divine Office. Of course she was still the two-time school beauty, and still is, except that her whole body looks as lacking in temperature as an ice sculpture. The boys, of course, could only look at her from a distance. Not too many of them dared to come close, and her family was still powerful. Long Core helped Lin Jian over, and Ji Wuyo and Professor Han were already waiting. Lin Jian, are you alright? Luckily, Dean Ji, that lava beast disappeared for some reason. Oh, there's such a thing. We'll have to mark this side of the room to prevent students from coming over in the future. Ji Wuyo looked at Professor Han again. Although things went awry this time, the students of our two academies are united against the enemy, so it's considered a friendly witness, and I hope that we can share this secret realm amicably. He's obviously full of. It didn't happen the way he says it did, but it doesn't matter. Aha! Professor Han recognized this as well, and as he looked towards the ground, he wasn't sure why the lava behemoth had collapsed on its own, so he asked Lin Jian, "You didn't kill the lava beast?" "I didn't gain experience. I definitely didn't kill it. It collapsed on its own." "Why is that? You're a professor. Why are you asking me?" Lin Jian didn't treat Professor Han too politely because this guy he had seen in the Sia family and didn't have much of a favorable impression. Now that Ji Wuyo was beside him, Lin Jian wouldn't be polite to him, so how could he flip out now? Sure enough, Professor Han stopped talking, and Ji Wuyo came out to speak. "Let's go. This place is set as a forbidden zone for the time being, so that the students don't suffer more casualties. Even though the clergy are facing battles, they can't die for nothing. I'll go return to my team then," Lin Jian said, patting Long Core by his side. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll see you later." Long Core let go of Lin Jian and watched him wave his hand, then run wildly down the mountain. Really a man like the wind. Ji Wuyo also excused himself. "I have to go back to pacify the students. It looks like we've lost some of them." Professor Han nodded and watched Ji Wuyo leave as he asked Long Core, "What just happened?" Just now he didn't want to die to save me." Long Core could see that scene of Lin Jian as soon as she closed her eyes now, and she probably wouldn't be able to forget it in her lifetime. Professor Han estimates that he can't ask for any clues, and now that the onlookers can't see it, he can see that this student of his has fallen. This ice fairy's emotions are generally unreadable, and the changes in expression are small. "You like that boy? Aha! But he's Lin Jian, he's very famous, and he's rumored to be the boyfriend of freshman genius Chinshou, but he didn't want to save my life. Does it matter to me if he has a girlfriend or not?" Professor Han couldn't say anything for a while. This kind of genius student thinking are very special, precisely because of the maverick, so any aspect is different from the ordinary people. The strong, of course, they are dominated by themselves and take it for granted. Okay, it's good that your own students are happy, and Prof. Han is also a no-nonsense person. As long as the student is happy, it's fine to be with anyone. Strong people never complain about conditions, so what if they have a girlfriend? Can't they like it? This is the world of the strong. There is no such thing as a regular romantic relationship. It's good that you know that. That Chinshou is very good. You have to be better than her. Lin Jian didn't know about this side of things. He had already returned to the team and his teammates came up to shush him. Ji Yun came up to pinch. "Really nothing? Captain, you have a really good body. These clothes are worn by yourself?" Linya directly exposed. "No, it was that sister who changed it for my brother." Yikes, wouldn't that let her take advantage? Seeing the captain's body like this, she wouldn't be looking at it, would she? "Sister Ji Yun, what's so strange about looking at my brother? All girls should look at my brother." Linya that justified unconditionally on the side of their brother, is the mentality of all children. "My brother can do everything. You should all like." Who do not like that is a hard mouth. For her part, Yurin noticed something different. She saw that Lin Jian's right hand account had a marking of a flame. "Well, Ji-Yun, you don't move your hands either. The captain is fine." Yurin dispersed them, when the heads of the 5 major clubs of the National Academy came over to inquire. "Lin Jian, where's that lava beast from earlier?" "Nope, what do you mean it's gone? That big of a monster, and it just disappeared while you were fighting?" "Then how can I explain to you guys? That's a level 60 monster. I haven't even seen it before. You should ask Dean Ji about that." Lin Jian skimmed it off the top and knew nothing about it. Facts he didn't quite figure out. It should have something to do with the small flame in his hand, but it was not clear what exactly. The teachers and professors that Ji Wuyo brought with him were calming the students and treating the injured. The people from the 5 major clubs looked at each other before one spoke up again and asked, "Lin Jian, are you planning to start a club?" "I don't know. As I see it, you and your sister can join our club. Our old club has more resources. You have to start from scratch with another group. It's not cost effective. You guys can become core members when you come in and enjoy the highest treatment. Oh, you say that? Do they promise? As soon as Lin Jian said that, the man shut up because the bigwigs from the other clubs were looking at him. You're just digging in our faces? Even if Lin Jian wasn't going to form a group, everyone had to compare notes. Chapter 112, the most famous man in the clergy academy. This time back, Lin Jian was still level 20, but Lin Ye was already close to 16. That's the benefit of being low-leveled. Following along and practicing grows quickly, and is on the verge of ushering in a turn for her sister. And Lin Jian himself wasn't in a hurry, so let's get busy helping his sister boost up first. But before that, Lin Jian had to figure out what was going on with this little flame that had attached itself to him and didn't react. A scar with a flame-type marking formed on his hand that wouldn't wash away. For this reason, Lin Jian felt the need to figure it out, and the first person he asked was Yu Ling. Regarding the origin of priesthood power, very few people know about it now, and I only know a little bit about it. So little? Then why do we have access to all this power and no one wonders? There is, but there is no answer. At the moment the only place I can guess where I can find the answer is the library of the Divine Office. Even the National Office doesn't have the relevant information. The person who holds this part of knowledge is very mysterious. Hearing Yu Ling say that, Lin Jian was more or less discouraged. The more intrinsic it is, the greater the gap between the National Vocational Academy and the Divine Vocational Academy. Generally coming to train to upgrade or accomplish a clergyman. The state office was also competent, but further would be difficult, and it just so happened that Lin Jian was poor in this area. If it was simply a matter of training one's own priesthood level, did Lin Jian need the state office? As long as someone provided the Divine Realm Mystery Realm, he could practice and not need the National Vocational Academy, and the related deeper knowledge is what really advanced the cleric. The only way to understand where your power comes from is to know how to improve yourself even further. This is the gap between the state vocational colleges. So is it possible for me to go into the library of the Divine Vocational College to access the relevant information? Don't you have a girlfriend over there? Or a first-day talent? You're joking, right? Was indeed joking. It could never be these students who actually have access to this information. Not even those associate deans. Only a few professors who specialize in this. This was difficult, and Lin Jian's acquisition of knowledge hit a ceiling. He was resigned to this, and if he continued at this pace, he could even predict his future. Achievement of prestige in the National Vocational College. Reaching an achievement that everyone looks up to with immortality, because as long as you don't die, you can be extremely accomplished, and that's how it is in the world of the strong. There have been countless geniuses in the past, and most of them didn't make it to the end because they died. Is having everyone look up to you the highest achievement? In Lin Jian's opinion this was not yet. At least, he topped the sky could only make the people of the National Vocational College look up to him, due to his half-understanding of power. In the end, Lin Jian wasn't even sure what was going on with his undead body. Playing with a limit, Lin Jian didn't allow himself to be ignorant of the power. That's why he went to the Clergy Academy to look for Qin Xiu again. Once again coming to the Divine Office Academy, Lin Jian was already very dazzling. Truly, even in the National Vocational Academy, his reputation might not be that great, whereas on the Divine Vocational Academy side, he repeatedly shocked off the eyes of the Divine Vocational Academy students and faculty, and he established himself as a legend that time of the challenge tournament alone. But it's not enough to be a transgressive genius, not by a long shot. Who isn't already a genius? What Lin Jian really made the students of the Divine Office Academy find little superiority in was still his legendary nature. As Qin Xiu's boyfriend, he is more famous in the Divine Office than the challenge winner, because the challenge only shows strength. It shows that you're also a genius, but lacks legendary status. Becoming the boyfriend of the first genius of the freshmen of the Divine Vocational Academy, the topic of conversation was pulled full circle. Countless people were curious about how Qin Xiu looked at Lin Jian, and at the same time why the Divine Vocational Academy disliked him. The visibility was high right here, and this time, Lin Jian had saved their ice fairy, raising his popularity once again. Being involved with two well-known schoolgirls from Divine Vocational College at the same time, Lin Jian's popularity was momentarily unrivaled. That was why he was greeted with countless gazes when he came to the Clergy Academy again. After agreeing to meet with Qin Xiu, he first encountered a large number of Divine Office Academy students surrounding him. This is that Lin Jian. If he's really that powerful, why isn't he recruited into our priesthood academy? Because he's a life changer. Who would want this chicken rib occupation? One life for one life. Isn't the Divine Clergy Academy training for nothing? Nope, you're lagging behind in information. He's not a life changer now. He's an A-class mage. You're the one who's wrong. Someone analyzed how he could have saved the ice fairy if he was only an A-rank mage. There were many different opinions, and Lin Jian didn't care what they said. It could be said that Lin Jian was the only one who wasn't from the divine office and dared to strut and flail about in the divine office. He even asked those people, "Classmate, have you seen Qin Xiu? So arrogant." A student from the National Vocational College, daring to tease their schoolgirl. At that time, someone was infuriated and stood out. "Even if you are a SSS grade life-changing master, it's still just one life. Dare you accept my challenge? I don't believe that you can survive every time." This student, "Are you for real?" Lin Jian didn't care at all. Although the Divine Office Academy was powerful, the rules were also big. He asked, "You guys should have heard about me in the State Academy. Anyone who wants to challenge me has to sign a life and death contract." This one was enough to scare off a lot of people, because Lin Jian had really ed people over. Though this world is a real battle even in the divine realm, it takes motivation to decide life and death with a stranger. So this one will dissuade a lot of people. "Why should I fight you? But the boy in front of me is also a bit reckless. Sign it." "I'm still afraid of you? It's you who can't rely on me after signing this." "Oh, really?" Lin Jian also didn't want to provoke the Divine Office Academy further, as long as they were polite. In fact, Lin Jian didn't want to complicate things, but when there's a lot of people, there are those who are not convinced and have to fight you to the death. "No need. Whoever wants to challenge him will have to go through me first." That's when someone stepped forward, and magically the temperature of the scene instantly and steeply dropped several degrees. "Ah, the ice fairy is here." It was Long Core. She appeared and of course she would not allow anyone to challenge her benefactor here. High and mighty as she was, she recognized the fact that she had been saved by Lin Jian. "Let's go. Don't watch here. It's hard to believe that you're really going to fight Long Core. Hey, this bargain won't be taken by this out-of-school student too, will it? What's the point of saying that? As if you have a chance if the outsiders don't take it." As soon as Long Core appeared, she immediately dispersed the onlooker students of Divine Vocational College. It wasn't that they didn't want to gather around a beautiful woman. It was that Long Core was the old-school flower of two terms, and they knew the temperament of this ice fairy. She doesn't take offense to anyone who wants to challenge her and she takes it. Worthy of being an SSS-ranked past genius? She hadn't lost even when dealing with challenges. Strength was hard. Chapter 113, The Hierarchical Library. Lin Jian was also surprised by Long Core's behavior. "You're so good-looking. Why are they afraid of you?" "Because I've never lost a challenge." "Isn't it good to target you with such a single attribute? Only the ice attribute?" "Because I'm the limit of the ice system. They can't target it, and I have a way to break the ice resistance." Various priesthoods sometimes appeared to be mutually exclusive. It was possible for a fire expert to be defeated by an ordinary student of the ice system. This was a normal phenomenon because of being overcome, while priesthoods with a single attribute were prone to being overcome. Dragonkar is a single attribute, and many priesthoods naturally have high ice resistance. With ice spells against those people, it's possible that if you use 10 points of power, only 1 point will work. This means a 90% damage reduction, which is simply unbeatable if you're not absolutely level strong. However, Long Core was an ice subversion, and she certainly had the unique ability to break ice resistance. Lin Jian wasn't interested in asking her about this. It should be her secret. "I came to look for Qin Xiu. Have you seen her?" "We agreed. She's not coming. I just heard. I don't know why. She seems mad at you. Because of me? Ha, that doesn't make sense." Lin Jian felt that this was unlikely. He had lowered himself to a grade and Qin Xiu didn't mind. Just because Lin Jian saved someone else so Qin Xiu cared in his heart? Don't be ridiculous. If Lin Jian chose to have the ability and not save it, that's what Qin Xiu should dislike, right? You're willing to be with a man who's willing to help you when you're dead. But Long Core had said so. It wasn't like she was lying. She might be eccentric, but she just wouldn't lie. Rumors about Long Core could be heard outside of the divine office. So this time, Lin Jian's fame was also influenced by her. Even if she hadn't heard of Lin Jian as a life-changing master, because Long Core knew that there was such a person like him. After all, he had saved the life of the iceberg beauty. "That's what I heard. I'll find her for you if you want help." As for why they said they'd say yes and not meet again, Lin Jian couldn't really guess. However, his relationship with Qin Xiu was actually forced out by words. At that time, Qin Xiu was just using this relationship between the two as an excuse in order to deal with the situation. And Lin Jian felt that this attitude wasn't clear enough to be taken seriously. And since he had now become a public enemy attracting so much firepower, it wouldn't be good to involve Qin Xiu again. If you don't see it, then don't see it. Lin Jian, a poor man, is not in a good position to climb up to people. There are a lot of rumors about Lin Jian right now, and there's a lot of pressure to be his girlfriend and not force this. "No, actually I'm here for something else." "Oh, so tell me, maybe I can help you." "Ryuko, you know I'm rather unpopular with your school, and there will be gossip if you get involved with me." "I know, but I won't care about that. You saved my life. I should help you as a matter of reason. What others say is not in my consideration." Genius is confidence. And when has gossip ever affected this ice fairy? Public opinion won't put any pressure on her because she's just such a unique person. On the contrary, the people who gossip about her are the ones who face her with more pressure. Always feeling unworthy. That would be great. I happen to need help. Can you help me get into your library? Lin Jian immediately made his request and was not polite. This was helping Long Cour because she always felt like she owed Lin Jian and was always thinking about how to pay it back, which was a burden. Lin Jian felt that she was a good person, and made the request early so that she wouldn't have the mental burden of owing favors sooner. It's like I do you a favor and you buy me dinner. It feels balanced mentally, but there is a continuation in favors, and buying dinner is certainly a small thing, but it shows attitude. If you don't let people express such an attitude, they will be disturbed. Is that it? It's easy, you go in with my card. Ah, is this okay? I'm not from the clergy academy. You can get in even if you're not. We have graded library requirements, and my grade isn't that strict anyway. Still grading? Thanks in advance then. I'll just go in and have a look around. Lin Jian immediately accepted Long Cour's help and got her contact information. Don't think wrong. Lin Jian didn't think in terms of any men or women. It was purely an exchange of favors. Can't there be simple friendship between people? Long Cour was very quick. You don't have to hurry to pay it back. You can use it for a while. I have another way to get in. And also, from now on we are friends. You don't have to be so polite. Call me Cour. Ah, good. Lin Jian got Long Cour's card and went straight to the library of their Divine Clergy Academy. No one noticed him this whole way until he entered the library. He was a boy who paid attention. And the students who went to the library were all very focused. There wouldn't be anyone staring specifically to see who the others were. If they found out Lin Jian's identity, then it would probably be a bit of a spectacle. After all, Lin Jian was the most famous person in the current Divine Clergy Academy, the public enemy of the Divine Clergy Academy. If there was a current hot list, Lin Jian could be number one here. When no one was watching him in the library, he could look up the information he wanted in peace. However, after Lin Jian used Long Cour's card to go in, he realized that the Clergy Academy library was highly hierarchical. In the student's authority, Long Cour had already reached the highest, but there was still the teacher's authority above it. There are many permissions according to professorial rank, and the last level of access is identity confidential, and no one knows who has the highest level of access in this library. Overall, there are 3 main levels: student, teacher and finally mystery. Long Cour had only reached the maximum permissions in the student level, and Lin Jian had searched for it and had no relevant information. Ah, it's you! Lin Jian was thinking about how to gain access to the higher levels when a girl exclaimed softly beside him. He turned his head to see that it was an acquaintance, the healer from the last time he teamed up with Qin Xiu. Hello. Lin Jian was just about to say a friendly greeting when this girl ran off in a panic. Is this a problem? Lin Jian remembers that the last time he teamed up with her, she purposely let Lin Jian leave the team and have a leg up with the demons? Only when he thought of this did Lin Jian realize the relevant knowledge and why he didn't ask Professor Wang. Now that he had full control of Professor Wang, this demonic race must know the most. Professor Wang, can I ask you a few questions? You let me out. Lin Jian touched the magic crystal again, but didn't activate the energy to release the switch. If I wasn't seriously injured, could I be captured by you like this? If you don't believe me, let me out and let's go again. Professor Wang, I'm an adult too. Can you stop using such childish fighting words and techniques on me? So what do you want? I'd like to ask what kind of person has access to the highest ranked level of your clergyman's library. Do you have it? Chapter 114, The Origin of Power is very simple. Lin Jian's guess wasn't wrong. This witch did have the highest authority. What information are you looking for? I have the highest access in this library, but if you're sincere, you don't really have to look it up. Ask and I'll tell you. As long as you promise me some conditions. Let you out? That won't work. Or give me some limited freedom as well. I can't always be stuck in this magic crystal. So what do you want? The witch was luring Lin Jian, letting go of the restrictions step by step. But of course there was a plan. But Lin Jian also had things that he wanted her to help with. Depending on the situation, he could slowly give conditions, but he couldn't let her out, which was the bottom line. Any condition, and not as valuable as this witch. Lin Jian would not let go of this. If you want me to let you go, forget it, I'll find another way in. There's no way for you to get in. This place is heavily defended unless you have the strength to break in hard. Really? I could look for other demons, like the healer you worked with in the last team. She might know other demons. I'll work on her. Do you think I can find them? You, do this, put out a trace of my demon soul. Lin Jian refused without hesitation. That won't do. I can't do anything if you call for help. The witch actually began to beg. Just put a little bit. I can't leave the magic crystal too far. Otherwise the magic soul will also dissipate. You can try. I'm too lonely in there. I can't stand the loneliness. Actually, You don't have to be afraid of me asking for help. You can take me as a hostage. I am a witch, and the importance of my status cannot be compared to that of other demons. Wait a minute. Witch is a real identity, like the sons and daughters of the Holy Spirit, who are high in status in a particular community. Then the women of the demon race couldn't be demonesses. They could all only be demons. So Lin Jian had even captured a high-value target? That's good. She's really that important. Lin Jian isn't even afraid of being known by the demon race, because he could use the witch to negotiate with the demon race. But not yet. Negotiation also requires strength. Then I'll try. Lin Jian really did release a trace of her divine soul, and the great Thunder Woman appeared at that moment, standing right next to Lin Jian. But it was just an image of nothingness, because the demonic soul that was released was so weak that only Lin Jian himself could see it, and even when Lin Jian looked at her, she was just a looming demonic soul that would dissipate when she was far away. This way, if she tried to run, she would only be injured once more, and Lin Jian held it to his advantage. You really put a little bit in. I'm more cautious. If this is how you can communicate with other demons to release information, I'll have to take you hostage. It was a risk worth taking. The witch must know more information. She was more important than this library. The problem was that Lin Jian couldn't possibly believe anything she said, and had to cross-reference the information in the library. Thinking with her heels, she knew that the witch wouldn't tell the truth, but she was luring Lin Jian. Why would you go into a library when I'm here? I can tell you anything you want to know. No, I'm going to go into the library, and I'll take you in if you can't help it. Don't do this. You walk over to the doorstop and I'll open it for you. No one will question you. Oh, you're trying to use the power of the demons. No, there's no code? To open the doorway, she would be recognizable by using her magical girl powers, but then she would be noticed. Professor Wang has disappeared, when suddenly someone uses her power to open the passageway, and the demons must have surrounded the library. If there was a password to open it, even if it was discovered, Lin Jian would have something else to say. If you don't have the code, then forget it. I'm not going to risk your power to open the doorbell. Okay, count your blessings. I'll tell you, there really was a password. Lin Jian learned. It was a privilege of professors in the clergy academy. They can use their power to open the door to get up there themselves, while their password is for their own students. That means that their licensed students, too, can use their passwords to access higher access materials. There were some special passages here, and Lin Jian casually found one and entered the password the witch had told him. The access control did open, and the system didn't alarm, so Lin Jian hesitated slightly before walking in. The passageway leads inside to a special room which is very secretive. Lin Jian even saw that this secret room had an extremely high security level. If someone forced their way in, the information data connected inside would immediately disconnect, and the person who forced their way in would see nothing while the system alarmed. When he entered the chamber, Lin Jian saw a large screen with information retrieval. What do you want to know? The witch's silhouette was still standing beside Lin Jian, and she was very vulnerable right now. I want to know everything, including gods and demons, including the origin of the powers, why we gained them, what the hell is going on with the priesthood. Is it all documented here? Some do, some don't. And this mark on my hand, do you know it? Only then did Lin Jian light up the small flame mark on his tiger's mouth. The witch took one look and was surprised. You actually have this. Actually, don't go to that much trouble. I can tell you. I'm sorry, I don't believe what you're saying. There must be official information against which to compare it. There was nothing the witch could do. Then retrieve the power essence. Is this thing a small flame that seems to be alive? Lin Jian opened the search and followed the witch's prompts to find it, and soon found it. Fire essence, like other elemental forces, is pure power essence. Actually, it's what's recorded here that's false. There's no point in you believing that. What do you mean? The source of power in the world. There are many sayings. Some people tell you that it is gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Some people tell you that it is ice, fire, earth, wind and thunder and so on. That's all wrong. There is only one source of power in the world. Fire. Lin Jian couldn't be sure if the witch was fooling people. The world power source was only fire? That's a bit too monotonous. Is this deeper knowledge or did she make it up? You're lying to children. How did that ice system appear? The emergence of the ice system is a manifestation of the fire element removed. Meanwhile, the thunder system, water system, and even the earth system are all manifestations of fire. And I'm also telling you that if the power of fire is completely withdrawn, then the ice system will usher in the ultimate skill. Absolute zero. Lin Jian suddenly felt that it made some sense, and it was something he understood through the knowledge of another world. He had learned in his previous life that energy could be converted into matter and that all matter was in motion. Motion is also energy, and when energy is lost and can no longer move, then all matter approaches absolute zero. This fire is energy, representing the most original power. If she made it up, It makes too much sense. At this time, Lin Jian's phone rang, and it was actually Qin Xiu calling. Chapter 115, Demonized Cleric. From the phone, Qin Xiu didn't say anything, only that he was delayed by something. Lin Jian then met her for dinner and then made a copy of the desired information himself first. In fact, the more you get to the higher end of knowledge, the less certain you are. Lin Jian had discovered that, like what the witch had said, there was no standard answer to what he wanted to know. Some people said that the root of power was the various elements, while others said that the root of power was the gods, along with various other academic speculations. It's not the same thing as what the students are going to learn anymore. So many conjectures. Which one do you believe? Lin Jian also couldn't help but ask this question to the witch, but she said, there are all sorts of smoke bombs in here. That is, fake information that we put out to blur people's perceptions. Do you believe me when I say this? Not really, it's highly likely to be true. And now the words of the witch. Lin Jian wouldn't believe them at first, but he couldn't absolutely disbelieve them either. It's also about providing a reference and ultimately having to understand exactly what gives you the strength you need to be strong. The information was all copied and complete before Lin Jian left the library, but as he left, the small flame marker in his tiger's mouth pulsed. Lin Jian's heart stirred and he hurriedly checked his surroundings. Someone was following him? It was just a little hint of a heart-to-heart, and he immediately didn't move again, continuing to act as if nothing was wrong. When she saw Qin Xiu, she apologized before Lin Jian could speak. I'm sorry, we agreed to meet and I was delayed. That's okay, I actually wanted to go to your library. So how come you met Lan Ke and took her card into the library? And you didn't wait for me? I thought you were busy with something else. Lin Jian was embarrassed instead. This made it seem like the true echidna was only for the library from start to finish. However, it would be a bit impolite to say so. Appearing to not take Qin Xiu seriously, Qin Xiu's mood seemed to be a bit low, and she actually apologized again. I'm sorry, I'm the one who came late. I shouldn't have said that about you. No, something happened to you, didn't it? No, don't think too much. If you think Lan Ke is not bad, you can consider her. Something about this was getting out of place. Lin Jian wondered, was this jealousy? It's not enough to be jealous of yourself, is it? Is he in that position? At this time, suddenly a person came over from the distance, and said in a hoarse voice, sure enough, here comes another private meeting. A person from the State Vocational Academy dares to run to our Divine Vocational Academy to dig in. Can you really do whatever you want? The person who came was a boy who looked a little strange. It's not weird looking, it's just a weird expression. Like it's a little stiff. Is it playing it cool? Why are you here again? I told you I don't like you. Qin Xiu was in a hurry. Lin Jian heard the clues. She said again, must have been pestered by this boy before. It wasn't really hard to think of how the boys from the Divine Office Academy would let Lin Jian do whatever he wanted. They will surely make a show of it and will use all sorts of means to make trouble out of it. Who is he? Lin Jian asked Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu quickly explained. He is Zhao Gu, the son of the director of freshman management Zhao. It is he who pestered me one after another. I came late. Let's go. He doesn't dare to do anything. Qin Xiu got nervous. What? A freshman management director with a strong background? Lin Jian hadn't seen Qin Xiu so nervous before. She was so spirited before as if she wasn't afraid of anyone. Then it looks like it's going to have to be resolved. What do you want? Lin Jian asked that Zhao Ku, who looked unsuspecting at first glance. It's not appropriate for you, an outsider, to lay hands on two of our schoolgirls, is it? Oh, what's it to you if they do? Lin Jian asked rhetorically. Just angry at you. How about it? Anyway, he is a public enemy in the Divine Clergy Academy. Ha! That's going to depend on the skill. I know you can beat a level 35 second turn S-rank student at level 16. I happen to be level 35 as well. Do you want to give it a try? You clergymen allow private fights? We can go to the gladiatorial arena and have a go. You shouldn't be afraid, should you? This was the place provided by the Divine Clergy Academy for students to compete. So it seemed that this one was up to no good. But Lin Jian found it strange that since his opponent knew that he could cross the level to fight against him, why did he still dare? Have you thought about it? I was able to defeat a level 35's Divine Priesthood opponent when I was level 16. Now that I'm level 20 and you're also level 35, do you really dare to challenge me? You know, you have to sign a life and death contract to fight against me. Do you dare? Signing, life and death or not, is also allowed in our clergy academy. He's really not afraid. He must have something to fall back on, right? Lin Jian sensed that the small flame symbol on his tiger's mouth was jumping from one to the other, indicating that the other party had a problem. This was by no means a simple level 35 cleric. He had something extra on him. He was demonized. At this time, Lin Jian heard the witch's voice. Those who are demonized can take more damage. They can be humongous and turn into the purest fighting machines, or they can fight over the levels. meaning turned into a puppet? It's the same as when you controlled those monsters with your magic soul? It's different. He's not under anyone's control, but his spirit is demonized, and he has an extremely high tolerance for damage, which is equivalent to using a drug. And demonized people tend to boost powerful combat abilities. Same as taking pills? The medication is only short-lived. He can keep it up. No wonder there's this undercurrent. In the witch's description, being demonized is indeed like being a walking corpse as well. There is a saying that the soft are afraid of the hard, and the hard are afraid of those who don't want to die. Demonization presumably took advantage of that, so they could also cross over to fight against each other. Being demonized has side effects, right? There is, and eventually they lose their consciousness completely. In our experiments anyway. You experiment on people? Is it strange? We also want to be like God and give you humans power. Ha! That's using people as tools, isn't it? To put it mildly, the witch was not at all afraid of Lin Jian saying it. No one would believe him anyway. Then this demonized boy is very interesting. Lin Jian wants to try what the effect of demonization is. Is this what they call second awakening? Is this what they call a second awakening? It's a unique ability of the Divine Clergy Academy that strengthens clerics. Qin Xiu pulled Lin Jian to leave. Ignore him, he can't do anything if you don't accept. No, I accept. Ha! Qin Xiu did not expect Lin Jian to be so uptight as well. Not sensible at all. Is there any point in such a sparring match? Could it be that it was for herself? She had to think so. Lin Jian still had her in his heart. Thinking so, Qin Xiu's face turned red. Having been upset about long cord just now, you don't have to do this for me. This kind of thing, even if I don't face it now, I'll face it later. And I can't hide from it. Lin Jian was very firm. Chapter 116, A Duel to Provoke the Clergy Academy. It's the same old saying, if you throw one punch, you don't have to throw 100. Lin Jian couldn't hide. He could hide for a while but not for a lifetime. There would always be someone to pick a fight. Although he didn't think too highly of his relationship with Qin Xiu, and the fact that she was a schoolgirl was probably just an excuse. But who decided that he, Lin Jian, couldn't be good with a schoolgirl? That was a completely different meaning. There are things that I can do without, but you can't limit me. It would be another thing to say that it was all an illusion now, and that in fact both schoolgirls ended up not being able to look at Lin Jian. But if someone stands up and says you can't be nice to the SOTC schoolgirl, who gave you the authority to make that decision? If someone came out and disallowed it, then Lin Jian would have to fight for it. In the Divine Clergy Academy's gladiatorial arena, suddenly many students gathered to see what was coming. Did you hear about it? That Lin Jian from the National Vocational Academy. He wants to duel with our people. With whom? That Zhao Ku. He's only experiencing his second turn. You guys have heard of him, right? Oh, Zhao Ku ah. This person is very evil. After the second awakening of he defeated many classmates whose rank is higher than his own. Then in that case, I think that Lin Jian is not a rival. He hasn't encountered a real genius yet. They had all heard about Lin Jian. There was no way the fame was too great, including Lin Jian's victory over one of their Clergy Academy's second-turn mages. That was a true first turn beating a second turn. But coincidentally, Zhao Ku also has such a skill, based on the fact that Lin Jian seemed to be having an affair with both of their schoolgirls alone. This duel had attracted a lot of attention. They had been looking forward to having such a fight for a long time, and Lin Jian's appearance was too buggy. With the nature of the Divine Office Academy, it should have found fault with Lin Jian a long time ago. There was no way it could have waited until now. But Lin Jian's characteristics of fighting over the level, so that some people with high levels are not good to take a shot. Your level is too high to take a shot, but you can't beat it all. Even if you can beat it, it doesn't take advantage of anything. It's not bullying. Even that second turn mage in the challenge before, he won actually considered it a loss. You're a second turner. What's the point of winning when you're beating someone who's just turned one? So, you can't take a shot at a high rank, and you have to be able to do it at a low rank. Aren't you giving away food? Now, the right person for the job has appeared in the form of Zhao Ku. In that case, Zhao Ku is the most suitable person to challenge. Otherwise it will be said that our Divine Clergy Academy bullies people with their high rank. Yeah, you guys betting? I'm betting on Zhao Ku's side. You're here to open the game? Good. I'll bet on Zhao Ku as well. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I'll see who dares to bet on the National Vocational College. Don't worry. This scene, Zhao Ku can help us get it back. Everyone trust me. They were very confident and the challenge got so big that word spread instantly. In the gladiatorial arena, a large number of people had actually gathered, and Lin Jian himself looked confused. What's going on? I don't think it's a good idea to fight. You're not a member of the priesthood. It's not a big deal if you don't get involved. Even Qin Shou found it bizarre. She was a freshman, but she also knew the inherent pride of the seminary. Could people let Lin Jian win on such an occasion? No matter how powerful Lin Jian is, He can't help that the Divine Vocational College is a recognized talent, and there is always a way to win you. Don't worry, if I don't fight, I'll be in real trouble later. This kind of situation, Lin Jian had already thought about how to deal with it, and looking towards the hosting stage, there was actually an older student who appeared to host the scene. It seems that the dueling system of the Clergy Academy is very mature, and there are still people betting on it. Now, if both dueling parties will please sign, upon request, you should sign the life and death contract. The player from my Divine Clergy Academy side, level 36, Berserker, Zhao Ku, please sign, and remember, once a name is signed, life or death, grudges will not be taken off the field. The moderator made the announcement, and Zhao Guangyang stepped forward, wrote his name in broad strokes, and pressed his handprints. The arena cheered loudly, and actually gathered more than 2,000 people, and the number was still growing. How much the Divine Clergy Academy valued this competition. Lin Jian was their public enemy. Even if the schoolgirl had nothing to do with these boys, they were willing to see the outsiders get crushed. There were quite a few girls coming in as well, and the girls were almost always curious as opposed to the boys. Another part of Lin Jian's reputation is gaining favor with girls, as he goes to the altar again for his sister. Lin Jian watched from behind Zhao Ku. So this kid is a berserker. It does seem a bit of a counterpart. The berserker's berserker has a higher defense than the berserker, and the berserker's attack is a little higher. Isn't this just the right way to deal with the life-changing division? Zhao Ku was prepared according to this. Your turn, boy. Name, priesthood, rank, Lin Jian, life-changing master, level 20. Didn't you say you surrendered your priesthood and aren't you an A-ranked mage now? How come you're still a life-changing master? So would you guys rather write A-rank mage or SSS rank life changer? Lin Jian this sentence to the host to ask the question. This is intentional, right? Write a level mage also do not need to fight. You win, so what? SSS-level life changers are different. Even if they are low level, there is still gold in beating them. After all, this was the highest level of priesthood, and the gold content was there. Belittling your enemies won't get you anywhere and will lower your own gold standard. Well, it's the crap profession of life changer, and it's given a top level. The presiding student was disdainful and had Lin Jian registered and then fingerprinted. In fact, it's all procedure. So many people saw it, it can be used as evidence that both parties are in agreement. Lin Jian and Zhao Ku walked onto the field, a field that had been reinforced and was safe all alongside. Do you, have any more requests for weapons? Zhao Ku also asked Lin Jian, and at this time he put on a generous face, just so that Lin Jian wouldn't be able to find an excuse if he lost. The only doubt is how he can conclude that he will win. The demon race behind the curtain, how much backbone could it give him? Lin Jian was still most interested in this. It looks like it's all about intent and fighting over women? Actually, no. What Lin Jian was interested in was the demon race behind the scenes, and Zhao Ku should have brought the demon race mission to try it out as well. Just now, Lin Jian had used the permission of a witch to enter the library, and it was impossible for the demons not to have sensed it. It wasn't the power of the witch that was used, but she was the only one with that authority, and the demons definitely had ideas. I don't need any weapons to beat you, do you? Ha ha ha. Don't pretend. Just say what you need and I'll let you take it, or you'll regret it at the beginning. Berserkers, are they really that berserk? Lin Jian was curious. Can this person fight or not? Only just past the second turn but already. How many means can the demon race give him? The moderator immediately announced. On your mark, once you start, you can't regret it. As the issuer, he closed off the gladiatorial arena, and no one could come up to the stage and interfere with them at this point. Change of life, divine chain binding. Focus. Change of life, Hell's Whale. Lin Jian used these two skills. Since the opponent couldn't escape, there was no need to use any other skills. Chapter 117, Berserkers, only this level? The two were very hot as soon as they started to do it, charging up and going straight to the hardcore. Bang! The sound of fists to flesh resounded throughout the room. However, Lin Jian's real damage came from his opponent, so he didn't dodge at all. Since his opponent was a warrior, he had a lot of strength. Just let him fight, without taking a weapon. In just the first round of exchanges, Lin Jian was punched in the chest by his opponent, and the force penetrated so much that it actually caused the clothes on his back to burst open as well. However, his opponent was injured even worse than Lin Jian, and soared straight backward. Lin Jian only stumbled a few steps before standing firm, while his opponent was ragged by his punch. The current Lin Jian wasn't level 16, and his divine chain binding could focus damage up to 400 times. There are 20 divine chain bindings at level 20, each of which does 20x damage. So, if Zhao Ku punches Lin Jian, it's the same as punching himself 400 times. He staggered to his feet, seemingly hurt so badly that he was having trouble breathing. So it's like this. No wonder you can fight against the second turn. Anyone can't fight against their own 400 punches. Lin Jian doesn't need to put in his own effort, just doubling the opponent's attack and rebounding it. At the same time, the life force in his body is rapidly recovering its vitality. The difference of 400 times of the damage that each of them suffered is not something that can be wiped out by this level. However, Lin Jian also knew that his opponent was more than that, as Zhao Ku was a berserker. Berserkers are able to fight across levels because they fight with great explosive power at the moment. At the same time, it also has dominance as well as huge damage reduction. Since that's the case, you'll have to use some real skill. Fine, as you wish. Rock body, go berserk. Zhao Ku roared. His body suddenly launched a change. Not only did the bones and muscles become powerful, the skin also became rough as a rock, and the top also kept fluttering off powder slag, which was truly petrified. It made Lin Jian think of that lava beast, which was also made of stone, but it was real stone. Moreover, lava giants could also transform into magma, so they weren't existences of the same level. If it was just a normal sparring match, Zhao Ku absolutely couldn't carry Lin Jian's talent, as had been proven many times, but all of a sudden he went straight into a berserk state, and the situation on the field changed again. Berserked. In this state, it's possible to have nearly half damage reduction and ignore control dominance while not perceiving pain at all. It's really powerful. No wonder he can fight across levels and basically win. But why didn't Zhao Ku use it right from the start, and had to wait until he was injured? This you don't understand. Because the berserk state he can't perceive the pain, so at the beginning to first estimate the intensity of the sparring, can't perceive the pain, easy to ignore the death. He has to have a number in his own heart to do so. The clergyman watching the battle discussed the extreme state of the berserkers quite literally, because the combat power all comes from extreme states in a short period of time. It's very hard to control, and sometimes after a fight, even if you win, you'll die from your injuries, and you simply can't take it back after you've gone berserk. That's why it's necessary to perceive the intensity of the matchup at the beginning. So now Lin Jian should be dead. Right, he seems to be able to change lives? Changing lives is also to be judged according to the degree of damage between the two sides. He definitely can't change the berserker. Do you know that the berserker's subverted berserk state can reduce the damage by nearly half? Isn't changing lives a counter-injury? Can he change it? People who know what they are doing analyze it, and everyone has confidence in Zhao Gu again. Defense damage reduction is already very exaggerated if it can reach 1 or 2%. If the two were of similar strength, that 10% damage reduction would be enough to separate the winners from the losers. Berserker is close to half damage reduction. That's a bit of an overstatement, but the side effects that come with it are significant. That's why the berserker priesthood is important, not when you fight, but what you do when you're done. So now Zhao Gu had entered a state of invincibility, walking towards Lin Jian with ease. I know, you have the skill to change lives, but my defense is so strong. Can you change it? And don't expect to scare me off with pain. I can't feel pain right now. I'm not a fragile mage, and you may not be better at swapping lives face to face than I am. At this moment, Zhao Ku's body was as strong and scary as if it was fake, but Lin Jian still didn't make a fuss. How much can you reduce damage? Oh, at least 40%. That's not much, and if that's all it takes, you're going to lose. Lin Jian's confidence froze Zhao Gu's ears. Was there anyone else so capable of bragging? This level of damage reduction is already very rare. Even if the damage bounces back, Zhao Ku feels that he can avoid entering the danger line of damage. While he can withstand, the opposite side cannot withstand. He can drain the opponent to death. A punch is the equivalent of blunt force trauma. Even if you have hard armor, blunt weapons can ignore the hard skin to slam the damage in. You'll die if you don't brag. Let's see who carries it. It was all about who could carry the damage. As Zhao Ku charged forward and slammed another punch into Lin Jian, Lin Jian didn't dodge at all. He punched as much as he wanted, his fists swinging so much that they resounded in the air with cracking sounds. Bang bang bang. Basically, every punch was solid, and the damage was complete on Jian Lin. Lin Jian was instantly beaten to a bloody pulp, and many students had closed their eyes. While they were all clerics and those who had seen life and death in battle, many were not in such bloody combat professions. Long-range mages would not see such misery, and there were other non-combat professions as well. So this scene is so heartfelt they hurt to watch. 13 punches in a row. Zhao Ku's flurry of attacks were executed, sending Lin Jian soaring into the air and being smashed into the grounds again. Although Qin Xiu knew that Lin Jian had the ability to carry damage, the sight still scared her. Covering her small mouth and staring in disbelief, she wanted to stop the match. How could a person survive in such a state? It wasn't like a sword, where a punch could break sinews. As the attack ended, Zhao Ku cupped his rock-hard fist and looked at Lin Jian on the ground with a cold smile. Compare carrying damage with a berserker. You're really... Before he finished speaking, he suddenly froze, while at the same time, Lin Jian rose from the ground again. Some of the students from the Divine Clergy Academy had seen this scene before. In the secret realm, When Lin Jian fought against the lava beast, as if he could not be beaten, he always stood up, no matter what blows he endured, as if he believed the next moment that he could stand up. It looked like it was already a bloody mess, but Lin Jian still straightened his tattered clothes. Is that the only level? The berserker is still a disappointment. You need to put some effort into it. Lin Jian turned on the taunt. That wasn't what he wanted to see. He wanted to see the characteristics after demonization. That should be Choku's ultimate ability to see what the demons can make of people. Chapter 118, A Human Being Becomes a Monster. The gladiatorial arena, which had been noisy just a moment ago, quieted the moment Lin Jian stood up. They couldn't believe that under such an attack, the unprotected person was actually fine. There was another thing. They were wondering about Lin Jian's counter damage. They had seen it before in previous challenges. Even if the berserker's damage reduction was exaggerated and his own defense was sufficient, it couldn't not be reflected in him at all, could it? In the next moment, a change arose in Jiaoku. Snap! His bones and joints seemed to explode, and a crack actually appeared in the skin on his body that was as hard as rock. No way! That can hurt? Everyone was shocked. Although Jiaoku wasn't too top-notch, the berserker attribute determined his ability to resist physical damage, and spell damage was mostly immune. After all, hegemony, those core students had a hard time trying to hurt him. At this time, Zhao Guo's first mouth sprayed out blood, internal injuries, from his own beating, and he actually managed to screw himself out of internal injuries? On the contrary, Lin Jian, he was actually getting in better shape. Who was the berserker? Lin Jian knows why. 40% damage reduction. Is enough to see? That was over 200 counter damage as well, about the same as when fighting Dueling, and never something a level 36 second turn could take. More than 200 punches, waiting for him to hit himself. How can this damage reduction be possible? No, it's more than that. Just now his instant combo was 13 punches, more than 200 times this. Even a stone body will be broken. Jiaoku slumped to the ground, spraying blood furiously, and it was obvious that the internal injuries had been very serious. Even if he couldn't feel the pain, all sorts of negative effects followed after his body was destroyed. He doesn't have much strength left. Strength comes from the sinews, and this time he broke himself without his opponent even having to put forth any effort. How? You actually, for the first time, he was able to appreciate the power of a life-changing master. And the wounds on Lin Jian's body were actually healing. I've heard it all before. Life changers are chicken asterisk. What's the point of having a higher rank? People's lives are not equal. It did seem true now that it was he who couldn't compete with Lin Jian. It means you don't have enough strength. And these defenses of yours, they're not real, Lin Jian said. And seeing that Zhao Gu was going to stand up, he reached out and grabbed one of his legs himself and wrenched it with all his might. Click! One leg just snapped off at the knee and the sound of ligaments tearing was very creepy. The entire audience gasped in shock as Zhao Gu, who was just about to stand up, stumbled again and fell to the ground. His leg actually wasted on one side as well. After all, this was a berserker. High defense, not high recovery. Lin Jian had all compared himself to those monsters with recovery abilities, and none of them were like Lin Jian. Jiaoku really couldn't feel much pain, as he was still in a state of berserkness, and he roared in anger as he tried to get up again. Click! Lin Jian broke his other leg as well, tearing it right through the joint. Hey! Jiaoku once again lost his balance and fell to the ground. Lin Jian was also injured in the same way, but he quickly recovered. Now that there was no way to stand up on either leg, Lin Jian didn't make any further movements. He would wait to see what Jiaoku's ultimate ability was. Stop fighting. It's pointless to keep fighting in this state. At this time, the referee spoke up, and the student who had been the fair student just a moment before spoke up to stop the fight. You say you won't fight? That agreement is hand-printed. Now that the situation is like this, if we fight again, people will die. Let's stop here. This is the Clergy Academy. Really, you can end it if you want to. You'll all have to admit defeat in front of me. Lin Jian was only one, and the thousands of people here were all from the Divine Office Academy, and they all conceded to Lin Jian? It would be better to let this one on stage go to hell. Yeah, what's the point of keeping him? The whole student body loses face. To Lin Jian, this Xiaoku was indeed much more powerful than Dueling, but not beyond Lin Jian's ability. That who? Do you admit defeat? Admit defeat and I won't continue to beat you. Lin Jian inquired about Zhao Gu, and the entire room fell silent once again, because Zhao Gu admitting defeat was the same as them admitting defeat. Who else can fight Lin Jian? Continuing to let the higher level come to fight. This will spread out. The Clergy Academy will be discredited. You have 2 turns to fight others, but can't beat them and still let the higher level come? The Clergy Academy is shameless, but it can't be this shameless. And the lower ranks, can they beat Lin Jian? I'm stuck here. I thought Jiaoku was quite hopeful, because Lin Jian has accepted the challenge of level 35. This seems to be tacitly recognized that he is the one who fights the second turn. If Zhao Ku is undefeatable, you guys can still send out a level 50 expert? Don't make a scene. Lin Jian is only level 20, and this gap is just shameless. Cootie, it's all obvious. Want me to admit defeat? You dream. Quite a backbone, but you can't even stand up now. Even if you can't feel the pain, this body of yours can't support you to continue fighting. On what basis do you not admit defeat? On the basis of a mouth? I'm only level 20. Lin Jian continued to irritate Zhao Ku, noticing that his eyes suddenly changed. Coming? Zhao Ku's eyes were originally a little brown, not so black, but now they were getting darker and darker. The black color was gradually expanding, almost covering all the whites of his eyes, so black that it was translucent, but it also appeared to be more and more bizarre. Zhao Gu began to shake his head, and Lin Jian hooked the corner of his mouth in a smile. You finally started. A lot of people don't know what's going on either, and they're a little curious because it's pretty outrageous. Isn't he ignoring the pain? What's the shouting about? Does it mean the skill is failing? Not so fast. A berserker can fight through an entire normal army. Then what did he cry out for? Not pain, but his own shame? As I recall, Zhao Ku went through a second awakening, and he has the skills of the other priesthoods in him. Immediately, someone broke the news and told everyone that Chiu Ku still had means, so we should not lose confidence. But Lin Jian wanted to see it more than all of them, and didn't even bother to influence Zhao Gu's change process. After the pupils of his eyes turned all black, Zhao Ku's expression began to dull, as if he had turned into a puppet. And at this time, something magical happened, as Lin Jian sought his opponent's attribute panel. Monsters, Demon, Grade, S, Level, 35, Talent, under the influence of magic, completely enter the state of demonization, as long as the demonization does not end. That is, an immortal creature, regardless of any attack on the body, the individual will not lose the ability to act. Lin Jian was stunned. This wasn't a person. It was a wild monster? Demonized people are actually not treated as people by the system anymore. Yet this wild monster has no skills. Talent. Lin Jian only thought of one thing. Zombies. Zombies are such undead creatures that you don't lose the ability to move no matter how you attack and what kind of fight you get. You've really become a walking corpse? Lin Jian is a little out of the blue. So is the vitals a headshot? Because it was the first time he had seen one like this, Lin Jian didn't know how to deal with it. If he didn't die either, wouldn't there be no end to the fighting? Chapter 119 Easily tearing apart Berserker. Usually when we say someone is a monster, it's just a metaphor, but this time it really turned out to be a monster. Even the system recognized it as a monster, and there were no other creatures on the grounds. Can't skill. Gifted with not being incapacitated no matter how you attack. This is so interesting. It's still different from Lin Jian. It's a zombie-like situation. Hey, why can't I see what's going on with that Zhao Ku right now? An awakened new priesthood? Doesn't look like it, and he doesn't seem to know any skills. I'm guessing it's further berserking, and I can't say for sure. The qualifications for a second awakening are extremely rare and mysterious. Is this really a priesthood? I'm not well read, you guys don't lie to me. Many of the students in the Divine Office Academy could tell that something was wrong, and of course Lin Jian was even more aware of it. At this point, the first thing he did was to ask the witch, is this the creature that went through your demonization? This one? It's just a failed product. You see, he's not even sane anymore. It's enemy to enemy in this situation. Oh, so he destroys everything in sight? Lin Jian, you know, our original intention was to be like God and grant you abilities. This is said quite sincerely, but is it convincing? It seems that the demon race doesn't have the ability of a god, or at least it's not in the same class. God can grant priesthood and give power to people. The demons do this and turn people into monsters, and it wasn't even as good as the elite monsters, which at least had some intelligence. Zhao Ku looked to be a complete loss. Without all the bull ********, how am I going to cope with this? Only to break him completely. Breaking? Yes, if he has one arm left, that one can still move too, and if he has one head left, it can still bite. It's the power that's got him under control, and I can do better than that if I'm given the time. Still thinking about being a god. Lin Jian didn't eat her. Then if I tear him apart right now and his body can still move, the Priesthood Academy shouldn't be able to ignore it. Will your demon clan be exposed because of this? No, it will be taken care of. After the witch said this, Lin Jian immediately looked to the side of the field. There would be a demon race to clean up the mess. So who was it? At this point the opponents on the field didn't matter anymore. Lin Jian had to know who the next demon race he encountered would be, and all of a sudden there wasn't much of an answer. Will the demons step in and take away the power? Lin Jian still wanted to see more of their demon race's methods, but if this was the effect of the second awakening, it was better not to mess with it. No matter how much power one has, if it's not under your control, it's not yours. Lin Jian was still looking for someone, By this time Zhao Gu had already stood up on his own. He twisted his two legs that seemed to be broken. The sound of clicking bones was hair-raising to hear. Although it was crooked, Zhao Gu really stood up. Just can't be wiped out? Lin Jian started to do it again, greeting himself towards his leg and twisting it once more. But at that moment, Zhao Ku was just stumbling, and he forced his way towards Lin Jian again. Obviously, Zhao Ku had lost consciousness, and he was now moving, not under autonomous control. Electrocution. Lin Jian suddenly built up his spells, and faint electric light flashed in his hands. The viewing gallery exploded again all of a sudden. Everyone couldn't understand what Lin Jian was up to while he continued. Electrocution. The first one didn't fire, so Lin Jian built up another one in his palm, just like a demonic possession. What's he doing? Isn't he a life changer? It said that he's an A-ranked mage. Could this rumor be true? Then using primary spells won't do much. In a battle of this level, he expects to use primary spells against the enemy? This electric shock is a lightning primary. Hitting it will at most numb the opposite berserker for a bit. Hey, it doesn't seem right. He didn't give it out. Can he stand it in his hand? Lin Jian had been building up. Basically 2 or 3 primary spellcasters couldn't carry the backlash. At the moment, Lin Jian's arm had been struck by a violent electric current, but he forced himself to hold back and struck a third electric shock. Then the fourth course, the fifth course. At this time, Zhao Ku suddenly jerked all over, and he also received an electric shock. That's right, at this moment, Lin Jian was suffering from the pain of the electric shock, but this pain had also expanded by more than 200 times to Zhao Gu's body. The fifth electric shock buildup was already the strength of an S-ranked profession in the Thunder Department, but Lin Jian continued. The sixth course, the seventh course. The intensity of the electric shocks on his hands increased, and his arms began to glow with electricity. Although it didn't go out, the backlash was quite severe, and Lin Jian himself shivered from the electricity. The entire audience felt the terror of that power buildup, and the intensity increased instantly. What is that? And why do I feel the power of lightning? It takes the strength of lightning to travel through the air. He's seemingly exceeding it here. If I'm not mistaken, this is the strength of a forbidden spell. This buildup of power by Lin Jian had already made the students at the scene feel horrified, and if it really reached the level of a forbidden spell, this would be absolutely astonishing, as both academies prohibited students from using skills at the level of a forbidden spell. The rhetoric of the institution was to prevent students from being backfired by the forbidden spell, but in reality, Lin Jian knew that it wasn't because of this, but because forbidden spells could attack gods and demons. Lin Jian stopped, not to the extent of banning the spell. He didn't want to make that much noise yet, but this super electric shock in the center of his palm, is it hitting himself or Zhao Gu? Soon Lin Jian decided that this was the 7th level of electric shock, and he chose to hit Zhao Gu. Crack! Super electric light flashed, which was even more exaggerated than the advanced lightning spells, making the disoriented Zhao Gu tremble with just one strike, because electric shocks can make a person lose control, and proper shocks don't kill, so high-level lightning spells were also a control skill. And Lin Jian couldn't use high-level spells, so he directly stacked them with the most elementary ones to form his own control skill, which instantly made Zhao Gu tremble like crazy. Zhao Gu was shaking while Lin Jian rushed over and grabbed Zhao Gu's hand. The electric shock sensation reached Lin Jian. He wasn't afraid of it, and resisted the electric shock he released. At the same time, he squeezed his right hand to take care of his wrist, and the small fire mark on his hand actually released a little bit of flame. Relying on this little bit of flame, Lin Jian actually tore off Zhao Gu's entire arm. How can this be done? That's a berserker. The berserker's body is so sturdy with top-notch defense, and he actually tore it apart easily? What is he typing? I can't understand it at all. More people were dumbfounded. Isn't this a berserker? Why is he like a block of tofu? Lin Jian, only to carry out a kind of test, and really let him try into, tore Zhao Gu's arm off. He's still on the ground, to see if this arm will move. The result is not. After looking at it, Lin Jian went around to Zhao Gu's other side and grabbed the other arm and started tearing it again. Chapter 120, Who is not a human being? Smoothly tearing off another arm. Lin Jian got a good look. The fact that this arm could actually move meant that it was different from what had just happened, and it was already clear what the difference was. At this point, the situation on the field had fallen under Lin Jian's control, and the entire field was silent. They had seen Lin Jian deal with a second-turn mage last time, and this time they were even more refreshed, going head-to-head with a berserker. Anyone who knew that they couldn't touch a berserker head-on, especially at this stage of berserking, would have to dodge it. But Lin Jian is not. He just won a hard up, and finally spelled bloodfix spelled win. Lin Jian had already removed 2 of his opponent's arms, and at this point, the demonized berserker could only charge around. But to Lin Jian, this didn't have the slightest effect, and he decided to give the whole room a shock. It's over. whether you're conscious now or not. Lin Jian cupped his head in both hands and suddenly twisted. Someone in the audience screamed. It was unheard of for Lin Jian to pull this on himself. However, the head of his opponent, Zhao Ku, spun around and fell at the same time. Lin Jian, however, reset his own head and looked dumbfounded that he was actually fine. Is this the life-changing master that the clergy academy can't see? Why doesn't he die? It's all about dropping his head. Others will die if they do and he won't? Making a berserker lose his head. How hard is that? How did he do that? Everyone had question marks in their heads. They couldn't explain the scene. Berserker was already the strongest profession they could think of in terms of defense, especially when berserking, fearless of life and death, not afraid of injury. Usually the enemy was to avoid it. The correct approach was to wait for this period of berserking time to pass. But this time, Lin Jian had opened their eyes. Even a berserker in his prime, a life-changing master could replace him. Especially in the last, Lin Jian screwed his head off the scene. He actually did not die. This is their own recovery. And the opponent did not recover. The defense is thicker, but also cannot block the damage of physically dropping the head. Ding! Congratulations on killing the demonic creature and gaining 20,000 experience points. This message, however, froze Lin Jian in his tracks. What? This is really a wild monster? No, wasn't he a student of the Divine Clergy Academy before? And this gladiatorial arena was part of the Divine Realm system, and it actually identified him as a monster? So now this person was dead, right? But Lin Jian felt that the crisis still hadn't been lifted. Who would have thought that the system rewarded the experience value and treated the opponent as a monster? And in the eyes of the entire audience, the fight didn't end because even though Zhao Ku's head fell off, he was actually still able to fight. Zhao Ku's demonized body was still moving, throwing his head to the side and charging towards Lin Jian. Lin Jian didn't touch this hard either, but instead cast the blast wind technique and dodged to the side first. What's going on with your clergy academy? It's awesome that you can still fight like this. He looked towards the hosting stage and didn't care that the demons continued to attack. It wasn't like he was afraid of those attacks anyway. The students on the hosting stage also froze. They couldn't explain this phenomenon either. By all rights it should have been the Divine Vocational College that lost. They didn't want to admit it. But how can you explain it when a person can still be alive in such a state? This situation can only be explained by the legendary demon race. But the demon race only existed in legend, and the clergy could not just recognize it. What then? Zhao Ku's remaining demonic body was still rampaging, and Lin Jian's blast wind technique kept dodging. Stop! It ends here. Suddenly a voice rang out and a man jumped into the gladiatorial arena, casually striking down a pillar of light. The remnants of Zhao Ku's body instantly fell to the ground. No longer able to move a bit, Lin Jian froze, because Zhao Ku had already died according to the system's judgment, and was still moving, indicating that it wasn't his autonomous will that was supporting him. It was kind of like a zombie type of existence. No wonder it was called a demonic creature. But this man suddenly blocked it all. What was he trying to hide? Or rather, he actually had the ability to stop Zhao Ku in such a way that it was equal to a second move. Who are you? Lin Jian stopped and stared at the man. He knew in his heart that Zhao Ku had died a long time ago and was waiting to see who would stop it. The fact that this man jumped out at me now meant that there was something wrong with him, and the man looked to be in his early 20s as well. I'm the assistant professor of the Priesthood Academy, Evergreen, the man declared himself, and Lin Jian didn't suspect anything. There were so many people at the scene, it was impossible for him to impersonate. Assistant professor, can you explain what just happened? Just now, Mr. Xiao Gu fought with what was left of his will. We should all learn from him. Ha! This unexplained bad thing has turned into a good thing, and it's actually a role model? It's clear that it has turned into a demon, which is more of a stretch than taking a pill and should be boycotted by all. But admitting this is tantamount to admitting that there is a big problem within the clergy. Lin Jian wasn't going to let him off the hook. So this assistant Professor Chang, I would like to know, what part of a person does the will exist in? Does a person still have a will after losing 2 hands, as well as a head? This is because of the body's muscle memory, which shows the Zhao Ku student is a worthy warrior. That's okay? On the contrary, why are you still able to recover from such a serious injury? Lin Jian, I know you're a life-changing master, but no matter what, it's impossible for a person to recover from a fatal injury. Yet you recovered so quickly. Is there something wrong with you? It was actually backwards. It could be. He was actually starting to suspect that Lin Jian had a problem. However, judging from the eyes of the others, Lin Jian's performance was indeed more amazing than Zhao Gu's. Zhao Ku was only dead with the remnants of his body still able to move. How could Lin Jian explain that he didn't die even after screwing his head off? As if to match this assistant coach, someone next to him immediately shouted, Lin Jian, are you a demon? I've heard that demons can be spiritually immortal. There's definitely something wrong with him. It's totally unexpected. It's just not human. There's a big problem with the students at the state college, and they have to come and say why they're recruiting such students. Everyone don't let him go. We can't let him get away today. To actually attract the hatred of everyone. Lin Jian was still quite impressed with this person. Raising demons, isn't that what demons do? This assistant teacher must be a demon. But Lin Jian has to solve his immediate situation first. The scene of a few thousand people. All the students of the Divine Office Academy. Every one of them has the ability. Lin Jian how to fight again. Want to single-handedly fight these possibilities is not big. If they swarmed, Lin Jian wouldn't be able to get out. Some of the problems were small. Some were big. And if Lin Jian really let them get their hands dirty, the Divine Office would be able to turn black into white. If you don't die like this, either you're on medication or you're not human. You're a legendary demon. It was unlikely that Lin Jian would be able to tough it out with a few thousand people, but he wasn't without a solution. Approaching the young assistant teacher, Lin Jian lightly said, I have the witch. Do you want to protect her? Chapter 121, I challenge all of you. Lin Jian didn't bother arguing with thousands of people. There was no point. They were all students of the Divine Vocational Academy and were filled with preconceptions about an outsider like themselves. They definitely wouldn't be on the same side as him. No matter what happened today, as long as they could take care of Lin Jian, they were willing to do it. Even if it was against their conscience, they wouldn't let Lin Jian go. So this time, Lin Jian went straight to the heart of the matter and directly picked out the main point of conflict. If he was a demon, there was no way he could ignore the witch's well-being. And to the demon race, humans were nothing more than lowly creatures, and a few thousand of them were nothing more than ants. He wouldn't care if there were thousands of people over there, or if it was just Lin Jian alone over here. He only cared about the witch. Lin Jian gambled correctly, and although the other party didn't change too much on the surface, he next said, but, after all, we lost in the gladiatorial arena, so if we renege on the debt, I'm afraid that people outside will say that our Divine Clergy Academy doesn't have the temperament to do so. The reversal made thousands of students freeze again. Are you going to admit it or not? Give me a straight answer. As students, they are unlikely to pick that fight, and teaching assistants are good enough. As long as this assistant teacher said that Lin Jian had problems and that this duel didn't count, they would all renege on it. And no matter what the outcome was, the people who were watching on the spot were all the students of the Divine Office Academy anyway, and they were united in their disavowal of the duel. However, it seems that this assistant coach has reversed the past. Of course, it's only in terms of the duel that you won, but we at the Clergy Academy reserve the right to pursue the matter. Evergreen came over and said, this student from the State Academy, may I ask what you say? Lin Jian looked to the side, and there didn't seem to be anyone else who came out to stop this assistant professor from speaking. So he asked him, what's the matter? It's your turn as an assistant professor to speak at the seminary on such a great matter? It's not a big deal in the Clergy Academy. The gladiatorial arena is clear as day. In that case, then I would like to ask that anyone else in the scene who is not convinced can continue to come up and challenge. What did you say? Evergreen froze. Never seen such a rampant person. You alone want to provoke the entire Divine Office Academy? It was indeed amazing to beat a second turn, but the Divine Vocational Academy had more than just students of Zhao Gu's level, and Zhao Gu was only in the middle of the pack here. There were more elite students of a higher level here than in the State Vocational Academy. You have beaten Zhao Gu. But what will you do if a few more masters who are even more ruthless than Zhao Gu come out? Take it for what it's worth. But not Lin Jian, who continued to provoke in the face of thousands of Divine Office Academy students. I know, you guys are unconvinced and think that the priesthood is great. Then today I'll beat you all until you're convinced. Anyone else in the scene who is not convinced can come up and fight me one-on-one. No priesthood, no rank. I'll take them all today. Lin Jian actually faced the thousands of Divine Office Academy students and opened up in mockery. If you don't dare to come today, then you'll be too vain to try to find trouble with me in the future. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. His move made Qin Xiu outside the arena dumbfounded. So brave? It's only a single fight, but can you really stand up to a wheel battle with that many talented students? As soon as Lin Jian finished speaking, there were immediately many students who were dumbfounded. Each and every one of these students of the Priesthood Academy were the most outstanding priesthoods selected from all over the world. They have never had their eyes on the sky, and they have the strength to do so. They are mad for a reason. If they all come up to fight, how much can Lin Jian consume? Lin Jian, why don't we just forget about it? Qin Xiu reminded him of this outside the arena, but Lin Jian favored using this opportunity to establish his pattern. Don't worry, your boyfriend won't wimp out. That's not what I meant. Actually, you don't have to. It seemed that Lin Jian misunderstood Qin Xiu's meaning and continued to open taunts to the thousands of Divine Vocational Academy students on the scene. That's right, I'm Qin Xiu's boyfriend, and at the same time, I've also saved Core, and she's very grateful to me. They have a crush on me. So what? don't you guys? People don't like you guys because you're not good enough, so who can blame them? Now I'm going to give you guys a chance to prove that you're good enough to come up here and duel me. No matter what angle he looked at it from, Lin Jian was acting like a great death, but he was so reckless and out of everyone's expectation. According to the general opinion, this kind of person must be very stupid, right? Obviously, he can't fight against so many people by himself, but in the eyes of many girls, the favorites eat it up. He's so brave. How I wish this was my boyfriend. In the face of so much opposition, he didn't wimp out at all and dared to stand up for his girlfriend. I wish my boyfriend was like that, but unfortunately, there's a lot of posturing nowadays, and none of playing for real. That's not true. I've seen boys, all of them bragging when they're fine, but when they're not, they can't even find their shadows. The attitude of the girls once again enraged the boys on the scene. Who could stand this? At the moment, they were in a frenzy of excitement. Lin Jian was already their mortal enemy, and they all demanded to go on the field to fight for their lives. There's always a time when people get on top, and Lin Jian favored pushing them down this path. Was Lin Jian really seeking death? No. Soon assistant coach Evergreen reacted. Everyone calm down. Today's duel is over. Ha? Why? That's the problem with everyone. And you stopped when this scumbag out-of-towner picked a fight? Because our Divine Office Academy is the highest institution of learning. Those who come here are the best of the best. We don't take advantage of people, and we don't deny when we lose. But let's recognize that there are still a lot of good clergymen in the world. With this teleprompter out of the way, the students should realize that the day is bound to end here. But they're still a little reluctant. This is just an assistant professor, and I don't think he's going to be recognized by the university for what he says, right? However, the next moment, someone from the university arrived to announce the university's decision. The Divine Clergy Academy recognizes the duel just now, and at the same time, the duel with Lin Jian ends here. No one may take advantage of the situation, and anyone who wants to duel with it needs to get permission from the school administration. Any duel with Lin Jian without the school's approval is considered a violation of the Divine Clergy Academy's rules. Once the hammer is down, you'll be in violation of clergy house rules if you fight again. So this person who came out to read the resolution of the Divine Office was tantamount to announcing that the Divine Office was protecting Lin Jian. As long as the Divine Clergy Academy let the students' behavior go, Lin Jian would definitely not be able to walk out of here today. Both pretending and letting him get away? Thousands of students at the scene were bewildered. What did the school administration mean by this? Turning their elbows outward? And at this moment, Lin Jian was even more certain of the situation. The witch hadn't lied. She was an important figure of the demon race, using her to hold the demon's works, and it looks like the demons and the clergy have compromised. Now then, Lin Jian was curious as to how many demons were in the clergy academy, and had they all infiltrated in the guise of humans? Chapter 122 Symbiosis with the Demon Race. The scene was still controlled by the teachers of the Divine Vocational College, and Lin Jian was brought down by Evergreen. He didn't ask Lin Jian to leave immediately, but the two of them found a secluded place to talk first. Lin Jian, don't get too carried away. If it wasn't for me stabilizing the scene just now, do you really intend to fight thousands of Divine Office Academy geniuses one by one? I thought we were supposed to be talking about something meaningful. What do you really care about a duel? Lin Jian asked a rhetorical question, followed by, are you a demon? What are you babbling about? The demon race is just a legend. In that case, there's no need for us to go on. Beat around the bush with me and wait to regret it. You wait. Evergreen reached out to stop Lin Jian, and only then did he begin to speak normally. You know where the witch went? Told you. I have the witch. Nonsense. The witch's power is not something you can match. How could you possibly hurt her? You don't believe me? Then we don't have anything to talk about. And you won't believe me if I say anything else. At the moment, Lin Jian assumed that he could hold the other party, and if he couldn't, then he would prepare for the worst. The Divine Clergy Academy couldn't use such power to suppress an outside freshman, right? How humiliating it would be to spread the word. Sure enough, Evergreen stopped Lin Jian again. Wait, well, I'm a demon. General Evergreen. General? Very well, then if there is I will have to ask you, what exactly are you going to do to the humans? You'll have to prove to me first that you have a handle on where the witch is going. That's a good one. You watch, Lin Jian said, and released the little bit of the witch's demonic soul, and the image of Professor Wang appeared in front of the two of them. As soon as the witch appeared, she recognized Evergreen. General Evergreen, why are you here? Witch, In the next moment, Lin Jian put away the demonic soul of the witch again and looked at Evergreen with a smile. How dare you? Dare you treat the witch like that? And what are you going to do? Kill me? How about you try? Lin Jian was so emboldened, not to mention whether or not you care about the demoness. With my talent, you wouldn't necessarily be able to kill me. After all, Your demon race isn't without scruples. If you were really that strong, you wouldn't have been in hiding for so many years. These are all things that can be seen on the surface. The demons are indeed powerful, but they still had scruples, and that was God. And they wanted to avoid letting the world know about the existence of the demons. If this news got out and people took the existence of the demon race seriously, they would definitely be in trouble. Why don't you just rule the human race if you're so powerful? According to normal people? Since they didn't do it, they must have had concerns. What do you want? What I want is not up to me. It's up to you. Evergreen's face was cloudy. He should have also thought about what Lin Jian would be thinking. Since he could put his chips out there, he must be talking. Otherwise he wouldn't be here to show him this. So, what does Lin Jian want? If Lin Jian didn't say anything, Evergreen couldn't guess. So he could only think about it in the long run. You name the conditions. And if I can do it, I can promise you. I haven't thought of the conditions yet. I'm the only one who knows about this matter. I dominate the life and death of you magical girls. If I don't survive, you magical girls won't either. Do you understand the significance of this? Evergreen's face sank again. Lin Jian could be considered to be playing tricks by saying this. It is to take their witch as a talisman. I have to die, your witch can't live. And in the future, if Lin Jian encounters any danger, their magic clan is obliged to help. This is not a trick, and it may not be released for a lifetime. Evergreen was able to understand that Lin Jian meant to allow him to gain the benefits of the present. Holding a witch can be used as a talisman. If you let the witch go, does this talisman still exist? It's in line with everyone's most fundamental ideas. Profit, self-preservation. How about this? I, the demon clan, promise you protection for the rest of your life. How do you protect it? Verbally? This is nothing to us. Your life is only a few years. We devils have a long life. That won't do. Words don't count. I want certainty. Lin Jian can't be coaxed well. He's not a 3-year-old who takes everything others say seriously. But it was hard to spoil Evergreen. What Lin Jian meant was that he promised equal amulets in order to exchange the witch. How do you guarantee that? Do you sign an agreement? What do you do if you tear it up? It was easy to switch back to the witch, convincing Lin Jian that he wouldn't be targeted for it, while still gaining the protection of the demons. How to convince Lin Jian is the question. Evergreen thought for a moment and said, "Are you aware of the symbiotic blood oath? Anyone who signs this blood oath will live and die together, and if one party has any disasters, the other party will share the burden. And this blood oath can also be taken between clerics. Why? What's in it for me to sign this blood oath? The first benefit is that you can also have the same lifespan as the demon race. And secondly, the demon race's strong spiritual power can also be reflected in you. And at the same time, the demon race will come to the rescue if you are in danger. And who do I make this blood oath with? With me," Evergreen said with certainty. "I'm willing to live and die with you. And you enjoy my lifespan as well. How about that?" It was a tempting suggestion. And Lin Jian knew about the symbiotic blood oath. It's similar to his divine chain reverse binding, in that it's not as explicitly manifested, as in how much damage is taken is manifested in real time to the other person, which is something a symbiotic blood oath can't do, and will only backfire accordingly. And this blood oath is very complicated to sign. A person can only sign up for one person in his or her lifetime. It cannot be changed or interrupted. This is because it requires an oath at the altar of God, which can be punished by God if violated. Therefore, there was a notary public for this blood oath, and Lin Jian doubted that the demon race would be able to take such a blood oath. Are you not afraid that God will know of your existence if you sign a blood oath? Demons, who can avoid the eyes of the gods, and the gods won't stare at such trivial matters. So, how does one sign such a blood oath with you demons? It's very simple. On the same magic crystal, refine it with the power of both sides, while both sides absorb the power of the magic crystal. This magic crystal will disappear. And the most important thing to form a connection between the two sides is that both sides are willing to do so. Hearing this, Lin Jian didn't immediately express himself, and searched his heart for a moment. Having the lifespan of a demon wasn't necessarily a good thing for himself, with his own life force being so strong. And would his immortality manifest itself on the other side? So it's hard to tell who's taking advantage. Also, this blood oath can be lifted. Now that the witch was seriously injured and couldn't resist, if she recovered later on, Evergreen could still backtrack. But since Lin Jian had talked about it, it wasn't like he couldn't come to a consensus, right? Chapter 123, Devil's Bodyguard, Double-Edged Sword. According to you, you are at a great disadvantage by signing this blood oath with me? That's for sure, and it's the greatest shame that I've given my life to God to judge. So, you're willing to give your life for the witch? Don't ask so many questions, just answer or not. It's the biggest promise I've ever made. He couldn't answer like that. If he said that he was willing to give up everything for the witch, then Lin Jian would be able to hold him. Suddenly Lin Jian thought of another funny thing. You saw the way I fight, right? What's wrong? If I fight someone and take damage, will it manifest itself to you because of the symbiotic blood oath? It will, but you have the ability to recover yourself so that you can make up for it. Okay, I'll think about it. Lin Jian nodded. First of all, I have to look into this blood oath thing. It can't be whatever you say it is. I have to have a period of time to think about it. And secondly, I have to think about whether or not it's worth signing a blood oath with your demon race. Evergreen was annoyed. You're still picking and choosing. It's the greatest honor for you people to be able to coexist with the demon race. That's not really true. That's what you think. We humans prefer the glory of God. So how long do you need to think about it? 1 month. I'll find out the details of the blood oath and make a decision at the same time. Lin Jian was clearly hanging on to his opponent, but it wasn't like he wasn't giving it a chance, and Evergreen was furious. But he can't help it. The demon race is a more honorable party to people, and if he uses means to deal with Lin Jian, then maybe he now wants the demon girl to exchange 1 for 1. For him, this is obviously not cost-effective for the demon race. No matter what it was called, the demon race was a powerful being, and humans were not worthy of it. Meanwhile, the devils have another way to save the witch, by dragging. That's right, drag it out until Lin Jian dies, because human beings have a limited lifespan. It won't take long for their lifespan to end, while the demon race still has a very long time ahead of them. So as long as he coaxed Lin Jian to live out this life, the witch would be free. Except that this solution seemed a bit weak. Otherwise, could he really make a move on Lin Jian right now, betting on the witch's life? The honorable demon race is already giving you the greatest honor by being symbiotic with you, and it's okay for you to actually think about it, but you have to guarantee the safety of the magical girl, so I have to follow you during this period of time. It's not appropriate. It's not like you, the assistant professor of the divine office, to follow me, a student of the state office. Don't you give a damn? So what do you want? Lin Jian didn't show any weakness and glared back. Chang Qing didn't really dare to do anything. He had already seen Lin Jian's vitality in battle. He might not be able to get Lin Jian killed in one go, while Lin Jian could get the witch killed in minutes, because the current witch was too weak. Otherwise she wouldn't have been caught. Good. Remember your words, or the demon clan can let you die without dying. That would have to be the most vicious thing the demons have ever said. They think it's the not dying that's the most painful. Lin Jian had his own considerations. The demon race might not be incapable of uniting, though they have magical means of controlling humans. Good and bad can't be categorized by that. As for Lin Jian himself, he bugged out on the altar of God. Would God let him go? If there is a day in the future when God pursues him about his priesthood, the only ones who can unite are the demons. As for demonization, there are humans who are more cruel than that. Lin Jian and Chang Qing agreed on a time limit while keeping in contact, and went to find Qin Xiu when they came out. But at this time, Zhao Gu's father came, his eyes red with anger, and he was holding Qin Xiu for questioning. That state college kid, where is he? Teacher Zhao. Thousands of students saw it on the scene. Both sides signed a life and death contract. You can't pursue this matter. Joking aside, the national vocational colleges came to us to provoke us and killed my son. So what makes me not pursue the matter? There wasn't much Qin Xiu could do about it. There was really a teacher who was playing a trick on her. As it happened, Lin Jian saw the scene and immediately contacted Evergreen, an assistant professor who dares to speak to the director? Soon, Lin Jian saw the effect. Although Evergreen was only an assistant teacher, he was a demon. What exactly was the role of the devil race in the clergy academy? Lin Jian didn't know, but there were definitely privileges. Evergreen came over and directly called Director Zhao away. Lin Jian didn't even need to see him. Where did you go just now? Now you have to hurry back, or that Zhaoku's father will find you trouble. Oh, him? It's okay, I'm not afraid. Lin Jian immediately experienced the benefits of the demonic bodyguard, but it would be a double-edged sword. Qin Xiu still doesn't know what's going on. Characteristically, Zhao Gu's father is vindictive. My guess is that he's going to be transferred out of the priesthood soon. Ha? Why? I don't know. That assistant professor told me just now. Maybe it's a secret of the priesthood academy. There could be too many secrets in the clergy academy, and with the presence of the demon race, it was impossible to stop. Qin Xiu was still skeptical, so Lin Jian was not in a position to say more. By the time he got back to the National Vocational College, the news had gotten this way. It's such big news that it can't be suppressed, but in terms of the narrative, it will be different from the reality. Lin Jian, you're giving our National Vocational College students a long face now. Zhao Feng also heard the news, and when he saw Lin Jian come back, he immediately inquired excitedly, there's news coming out from the Divine Office Academy side, that you're actually single-handedly taking on the entire Divine Office Academy by yourself, and that no one of them dares to challenge you. Why are the rumors so evil? And how? According to the rumors, you defeated them with a forbidden spell and used a lightning forbidden spell. But I don't know how to ban spells. That's what they all say. There are a lot of boys who worship you now. They all say they want to join your club. By the way, is this a club? Now of course there isn't really a club yet. It's just a temporary team. But spreading the word like this would also push Lin Jian into the limelight. He wouldn't be afraid. But what about the people on the team? And at this time, Ji Wuyo also came over. And when he saw Lin Jian, he said, "Good fellow, you went to the Divine Vocational Academy to provoke again? It's not like we haven't had geniuses in the State Vocational Academy for so many years. And this is the first one that's as rampant as you are. Dean Ji, you can't say that. They're the ones who provoked me. Come on you, that sounds even more wild. What's going on? Dean Ji, there's something I'd like to ask you. Do you believe the story of the demons?" Asking about this matter, Ji Wuyo's face instantly sank, and I don't know what he thought, just faintly said, "How many years has this kind of nonsense been passed around? Is there really a demon race they will hide and not come out? It's this argument that allows demons to exist without fear. Dean Ji, if I say that there really are demons in this world, I've seen them, you should trust me, right? Don't be confused. How many people say they've seen it? But it's all just talk." Chapter 124. The future needs no prediction. That's why the whole demonic bodyguard thing doesn't work well outside of the clergy academy. It wasn't sure if Ji Wuyo meant what he said, but his attitude was to deny the existence of the demon race. "It's okay, actually my arrival at the divine office was a misunderstanding. They thought another schoolgirl had her eye on me. Then you should go over there less often from now on. I'm arranging a new god's domain for you to practice in. Thanks to Dean Ji, we are in need of practicing, as well as my sister. She is about to transfer. Your sister's transfer was arranged by the State Vocational College, and whatever was needed was provided by the institution. This was the treatment of a genius. When Lin Jian transferred, he had to get everything himself. It was also good that since the National Academy valued his sister, it would definitely focus on protecting her as well. So Lin Jian had a lot less to worry about. At this time of the day, Linya was also still insisting on practicing, and she was suddenly hardworking as well. When Linya's transfer was complete, their group would be able to try out together in one piece. Otherwise it wouldn't be good for the monsters to be too strong or too weak. That night, Linya came back from the trial, and she had heard about Lin Jian. "Brother, you're so fierce that you seduced 2 schoolgirls at the divine office? You'll listen to less of this gossip in the future. It's all people blowing things up. It's impossible to think about it. If I'm happy with it, will the other schoolgirls be happy with it? Brother, I see strange things all the time now." "See what?" Linya pulled Lin Jian into the bedroom before telling him. "It's like I can see people's destinies. I don't know how to describe it to you, but I can't. There's no way to describe it. I can only say a generalization. She's a prophet. It's normal for her to see some visions. Since it was a vision, it was different from ordinary people's perception, and there was no way for her to go into details. It's like telling a blind man born without eyes how vast the ocean is. These things, just look at them, don't bother with him. But I see what's happening to you, and it's like there are 2 things following you." "What 2 things? I can't describe it well, but I'm not quite sure. 2 very powerful things, both following behind you, and at the same time I know that they are enemies to each other, and to you not so much." She's talking about gods and demons? It's true that they are professions that transcend the rules. This can be seen, and gods and demons can be predicted, but for a prophet, the more you see the worse it is for you. It is a backlash, and that is what happens when you leak information. Remember, whatever you see from now on, don't say anything. It's not good for you. Not even about your brother? No, your brother doesn't need a prophet to say anything. He can decide his own future. Lin Jian resolutely does not need his sister to pay these prices. A person's life, know it or not, will pass. If there were no repercussions, he'd be curious, but there was no need to know if it would require his sister to pay the price. The next day, the National Vocational College made a big deal about transferring Linya. Now Rinya was also level 16, and although she was still some levels behind the team, she would soon catch up. The SSS-ranked priesthood trials flew by so fast that she would quickly surpass Xiao Feng and the others. So Lin Jian didn't want to delay, and led his team to the Divine Realm trial first to see the effects. Strength was the hard truth, and Lin Jian had a sense of urgency since he knew he was in trouble. When they came outside the Divine Realm that Ji Wuyo had arranged for them, they happened to meet the Star Ceremony Society's team, who were also going in. This was Niu Mu leading the team, and he had been quite favorable to Lin Jian before and was eager to recruit in. "Yo, if it isn't Lin Jian, the hottest person in the 2 academies." It was a bit shady, but Lin Jian didn't so much as pay attention to him. The arrangement given by Ji Wuyo was of course the best Divine Realm secret realm, and there were even more chances to meet up with the 5 major societies. If Lin Jian remained the same as before, he would encounter a lot of trouble, but now that he was famous, many of those who wanted to trouble him had backed off. "The Star Ceremony Club is here too, so I don't suppose our team will affect you?" "I don't think so. The level of the monsters where we're going is too high for you guys to go. I thought Nyomu was a nice guy before. How come he's shady too? But it's okay, it's very spirited. Lin Jian wasn't going to talk to him anymore. But Nyomu still said, now that you're all the way over to the Divine Vocational Academy to mix up your reputation, it's not easy to rank the Heavens Pride list in our State Vocational Academy. The Heavens Pride list? It doesn't matter. You care a lot? Because I'm curious as to where you should rank in terms of strength. And it's not like you're cutting your teeth in this house. I'm afraid you guys can't afford it if I'm cutting up with someone. Oh, Lin Jian said indifferently. Coming up and exchanging lives. What kind of sparring is this? But as soon as Nyomu heard this, he immediately realized what was wrong. Wait, you're still a life-changing master now, right? I thought the rumors had gotten sidetracked. It said that the life-changing master that you reported for accepting the challenge at the Divine Clergy Academy. What's wrong? And ask what happened. It's a big deal. You've been on the altar twice and your original priesthood is actually still there. Yeah, it's really a big hole that everyone's not sure about, because none of the rumors were completely believable. Lin Jian was talking about his life-changing master over at the Divine Vocational Academy, and when the news came to the National Vocational Academy, the people at the National Vocational Academy thought that it was because the information over there hadn't kept up with the version yet. But if Lin Jian personally said that he was a life-changing master at the National Vocational Academy, it would have a different meaning. Is this calling God blind? Realizing this bug, Lin Jian immediately fixed it. What priesthood I am? The academy has its own determination. A-rank mage? How can you, an A-rank mage, beat a second-turn berserker? Another bug has been encountered, and now that the demons are hiding, you can't say that God is blind, can you? Lin Jian didn't move, because I have my own special skills. Really, all the priesthoods are well understood. What skills are there that others don't know about? You're dying to know. Challenge me and force my skills out and you'll see. You, Nyomu spoke straight, was disliked by Lin Jianbak as really want to start a fight, but on second thought, signing the certificate of life and death moves a lot. Even on the Divine Office Academy's side, someone had fallen into Lin Jian's hands. At this time, suddenly Linya broke the deadlock and defused the fireworks between the two. Quiet. One person will die in this secret realm today. Silence fell over the scene as her words came out. It was one of the few prophets. No one would take her words seriously, would they? Often, at times like this, people wanted to know the details, but it was not good for Nyomu to inquire now. Because of a few flaming words just now, it looked as if they were scared. Think you can scare us like that? Let's go. We've been in this god's domain many times. Nyomu led the team as if he didn't care, and flew into the secret realm, fearing that if he was slow, he would be laughed at for being afraid of death. And in the team Yulin asked Linya, really, which team will it be in? I don't know. I can only see the general ending. Chapter 125, Temple of the Stone Ghosts. Linya made some remarks that actually froze her own people. Zhao Feng then smiled. Let's go. It's all combat. Can you still be afraid of dying and not practicing? That's right. What day don't we face something like this? Haven't we realized it in our hearts? Yuling said looking towards Lin Jian. Let's go. All we do is fight and kill. How can we take the liberty of expecting to be fine all the time? In the old days it was called a knife fight, and those who lived were lucky. Why do you think you won't die if you fight and kill every day? Lin Jian then led the team into the Divine Realm, which was a mature Divine Realm secret realm. That is, one that had been fully developed, compared to the previous secret areas that were not fully developed. The advantage is that the heart is in the right place and there will not be too many surprises. You'll be able to know what kind of monsters are in what areas, and take what you can get. There will still be dangers, but as long as the heart is in the right place, everything is still manageable. Which area should we go to? I've heard that fighting orcs is fast leveling. It seems like they've gone over there as well. Orcs can fight individually, and the ones of the first turn can be dealt with easily, but orcs all appear in groups, and once an army of orcs comes out, none of us will be able to carry it, and that's something that could happen unexpectedly. A few people discussed how to practice, and Lin Jian had to get the idea. After calculating, he said, there are too many orcs. If we have large area kill spells, finding orcs to practice will be fast, but we lack large area kill skills. We can only find places with fewer monsters, which can boost the strength of individual monsters. Yuren also felt that Lin Jian had made the right choice. Go to the temple. There are stone goblins over there. How strong are the gargoyles? It's hard for us to kill the stone goblins alone, but if we form a group, we can easily practice, especially with the presence of a forbidding master in the group. We'll be able to inflict effective kills on the stone goblins. Okay, go fight the gargoyles. Grouping is a learned skill that brings out the level of 1+1/2. Stone goblins aren't very friendly to individual first-turn clerics, being hard and fast-moving, but in a reasonable group it's possible to kill them without any problems. It all depends on the skill set, and captains aren't that good. The group arrived outside the temple, surrounded by stone statues all around. None of these gargoyles are alive until they are alarmed, but when they are alarmed they turn into gargoyles. Rinya, scout first. Yes brother. Linya opened the eye of the sky. This is also one of the skills of the prophet. She is a prophet who lacks offensive power, but the auxiliary skills are still very good. This eye of the sky than the real eye is even more useful, to provide a safe zone for the whole team. Within the range of Linya's celestial eyes, any movement would be detected by her. That is to say that there was no sneak attack from the enemy. What the true eye couldn't see, she could also see, because the principle of her discovery wasn't with her eyes, it was a precognition skill, so even if she was completely invisible, Linya could mark the enemy out. Also, her secondary role is to add the prophetic blessing. With the prophet's blessing, Zhao Feng could even be used as a paladin, and his defense and dodging had increased qualitatively. In an instant, all the monsters within a few thousand meters around were marked by Linya. Then the prophet's blessing went down, and Jian Lin took Zhao Feng and Wang Dong with him. In the back row were the two Ji Yun and Linya. Yuling roamed for kills. Her sneaking was equivalent to stealth and was suitable for independent combat. Whoever followed would expose her, while Zhao Feng and Wang Dong would be the front row. But kills would have to rely on Lin Jian and Yuling. The Yurin gunsmith needs no introduction, and the forest sword can actually utilize a wide range of firepower. Wayawa! The stone goblins moved, and Linya's prophetic heavenly eyes could draw monsters along with them. At the same time banning Master Jiyun turned on his skills, banning all the local skills he could and also weakening the defense of the stone ghost. Zhao Feng in the front opened up the kill, initiating the night charge to kill the monsters, and Wang Dong with his sword kept chopping away. Bang bang bang. Yoren was also constantly hitting, and her kills were the most efficient because of the accuracy. What about Lin Jian? He wouldn't go so far as to trade his life to bind a stone goblin. The monster wasn't worth it. So Lin Jian hand-played. Are stacked 2 or 3 times the primary skills? What fireball ice cone? Wind blade ground stab. Stacked 2 times cannot break the defense stacked 3 times. Anyway, just can effectively supply enough. The group kept killing the stone goblins and advancing towards the temple. It's just not the same with an assist. I'm killing it. Zhao Feng also fought excitedly. He now felt like he was a true paladin, and his skills were all attached by the prophet. Wang Dong looked at the rising experience and said, "We didn't kill as many as those two, captain and vice captain. Look at the speed at which this experience is growing. I've never encountered it before. This is what we call leveling." When he said vice captain, he was referring to Yoren, who was actually more experienced in commanding the team. Lin Jian can only serve as the soul of the team. The efficiency of these 2 kills was high, and Lin Jian spammed the small skill hit with the counter damage stack enough for anything. It didn't take long for them to hit the entrance to the temple. It's okay, with this kind of leveling speed, it's much faster than I used to be in the Toho gang. Ji Yun was also excited. At this rate, we can approach the second turn in a year as well. Wang Dong was not that optimistic. What are you thinking about? There aren't many chances to enter the divine realm. If we can enter once and ascend a level, I guess there is still a chance. You can't get a level up once you enter. Otherwise the strongest would be all over the place. Yuling appeared behind her. But now that we've gotten the attention of the State Academy, there are still many opportunities to enter the divine realm in the future. Surely they're all given by looking at Xiaoya's face. We're blessed to follow her. This was something Zhao Feng had to admit. With her assistance, my strength as a special enrollment instantly rose. It's no wonder that all the emphasis is placed on support, and only a very few talented players can be powerful, such as heavyweight mages. Aides, however, can make a group of people instantly powerful. If there were enough auxiliary additions, then the weakest special enrollment could challenge the geniuses. Of course, such a challenge is unfair and usually not allowed. Well, there must be a big guy in this temple. Rinya, look, okay, Heaven's Eye, open, Wild Monster, Stone Knight, Grade A grade, level, 20, talent, Stone Skin, high defense, high fire resistance, skill, Death Charge. Facing a large army formation can be a charge to the end. The crowd then saw 2 stone knights come out of the great hall inside the temple. They were really riding horses, also stone horses, also in the same line as the gargoyles, just usually only as stone statues, and could only move when they needed to fight. Only level 20, Captain, leave it to me. Zhao Feng, can you do it? You're only level 17 too. With a limited support skill, I think I can challenge a level 20 monster. Okay, Ji Yun, give out a ban as well. Zhao Feng wanted to try and see if he could cross over to fight monsters with the team bonus. Chapter 126, 1 Million Orc Armies. Lin Jian had Zhao Feng and Wang Dong each deal with a stone knight while he himself dived towards the temple, with his sister's Heaven's Eye. There couldn't be any monsters hidden inside. The Heaven's Eye had a larger range than Lin Jian's skill, and it could recognize all the submerged units, and Lin Jian was safe to go in. Nothing could miss the Heaven's Eye's detection. but he found it strange. Isn't there a boss of some kind enshrined in this temple? This place may have been knocked out when it was previously developed, and sometimes development is so destructive that the wildlife can't be refreshed. Urine also followed. These monsters, they all came through the secret realm, and if the opening is too destructive, it will destroy the secret passageway, and some monsters won't be able to continue to appear. It's probably for safety too. After all, it's for students to practice. A temple like this that enshrined a super boss would be a bit of a problem for them. There were no more other monsters in the temple. It seemed empty, and Lin Jian found it tasteless. Then let's go out and brush the stone goblins on the other side of the temple. Brother, there's a situation. At this time, Lin Jian heard his sister's voice and hurried out to check. What's the situation? Someone is closing in on us. My celestial eyes picked up on it. It's the same group we met outside just now. What do you mean? In the regular god's domain, they still dare to play dirty tricks? No, they were chased here, and behind them, an army of orcs pursued, with no head in sight. Lin Jian froze. None of the star ceremony societies were bad, and the ones that came were all at the second turn. Can't even they handle an army of orcs? Usually orcs can be soloed in one turn, but it's not good when there's a lot of them, and the high-level ones usually brush a lot of orcs for experience. Even though they're low-level monsters, it's a lot faster than chopping them up one by one. But once there were more orcs, no one could carry them. Bad. Then we have to leave early. We can't get stuck here. It seems like it's too late. Brother, the temple is surrounded by orcs dozens of kilometers away. What? How many orcs would that be? Lin Jian found it hard to believe that an encirclement formed dozens of kilometers away must not number in the millions. So many orcs, spread out to be able to flood a city. This was a divine domain developed by the National Academy. How could the intensity of the monsters be so high? This was definitely some kind of accident. Hide yourselves in the temple. Monsters have territories too. Orcs can't get in easily. Lin Jian looked at Yuling and said, "You take them, I'll go ask what's going on." Yurin wanted to say something else, but nodded again. Take care of yourself. Their team, fighting a few stone ghosts is okay. Fighting orcs, a few hundred is not a problem, but reaching the number of millions, that would take a serious army to fight against. As Yorin had said, there were passages in the secret realm. The monsters are just constantly replenished and refreshed through these passages, but when they are developed, many of them will be blocked to ensure the safety of the secret realm, and you can't have a constant stream of them or the students won't be able to carry them. But now, it seems like something went wrong with the development. Lin Jian went out of the temple and ran out a kilometer when he happened to see Nyomu fleeing over with his team. What's wrong with you guys? Are you guys here to brush the stone goblins? Yeah, how can you draw monsters our way? So many of them. Is it murder? Don't talk so much, we can't carry it. We're being chased around. Nyomu was also cornered. I killed tens of thousands before, but I didn't expect there to be more and more. Their team of second turners was really powerful, killing tens of thousands of orcs out of the blue. However, the orc army did not care about casualties, and if the secret passage was smooth, they would appear in a steady stream. So how much is there? I'm guessing over 1 million. That's more than we can handle. I've called for help. When will the backup arrive? Not sure. But you haven't cleared out all the gargoyles here, have you? And I was counting on the gargoyles to hold off for a while. Lin Jian looked behind them. The orc army was so powerful that he could feel the earth shaking at this time. Can the stone golems really stop it? Although the stone goblins were of a higher level than the orcs, there weren't that many of them, and the orcs were literally a sea of them, and wherever their armies went, even higher level monsters could easily be leveled to the ground. The rumble sounded like a tsunami, and the orcs in the distance were like a tidal wave. Lin Jian pulled Nyomu. Don't run, the surroundings are all filled with orcs. Dozens of kilometers are surrounded by them. What? The road behind is blocked too? That's more than 1 million. How did so many come out? My sister saw it, and now they're all stuck hiding in the temple, and it's only a matter of time before they're trampled by the orcs. Yeah, your sister. Nyomu immediately lit up in her eyes. The only thing that can fight the orcs now is her great prophecy technique. The only spells that could counter an army of more than 1 million were forbidden spells, and the great prophecy spell was clearly the strongest of the forbidden spells. But casting forbidden spells had a price to pay, and Lin Jian didn't want his sister to use the great prophecy spell again, although he could take the damage instead of his sister. Who knew if there were any other effects? If it was an ordinary forbidden spell it would be fine. This was a great prophecy spell that transcended the rules and could easily lead to divine punishment. God's punishment. Lin Jian could also carry it, but the point was that if God noticed his sister, something more serious might happen. No, my sister can't use the great prophecy anymore. What do you mean? What do we do then? And also, we have a man hallowed before letting the group escape. If we don't get him back right away, he won't be able to hold back for too long. And you're telling me that we don't need to use the great prophecy spell right now? This is another prophecy from Rinya, Who says that one of the people on this trip will die in the divine realm? This guy behind the temple shouldn't be able to come back. Regardless of the situation, Lin Jian still put his sister first. She can't use the great prophecy anymore. So you guys come with me and retreat to the temple first. With over 1 million of them, Lin Jian didn't know how to cope with it, and he couldn't bind that many with his life-changing master. There is an upper limit for anyone, and such a quantity exceeds anyone's limit, and indeed one has to be out on a level like the great prophecy. But now that Lin Jian had been targeted by the demon race, how could he live if he was targeted by the god race again? He led the group of cowherds first, to the temple, where everyone looked grim. Lin Jian recounted the current situation with the team again, and Yulin shook her head. We can only hold on and wait for reinforcements. But with this amount of people, the rescue won't be taken care of that quickly, and it'll have to be a level like the forbidden spell that steps in to do it. So it's a question of how long we can hold out. As long as we hold out until support arrives. By the way, do any of you have flying skills? We need to communicate with the situation outside of God's domain now. Chapter 127, The Prophet's Chessboard Formation. Forbidden spells were extremely rare, and even if there were such capable people in the State Academy, they would not proclaim them. The reason why it was forbidden, the witch had told Lin Jian, was because it was an ability that could truly fight against God. But the great prophecy technique belonged to another tier. Forbidden spells would just backfire on themselves. The great prophecy technique wasn't just high in intensity. The rules broke through the limits of the gods, and it was impossible for a person to use it a few times in their life. Previously, when Lin Jian learned about enchantments, it said that stacking them 10 times gave him the strength of a forbidden spell. Remember, that's just strength. A fireball can stack up to spell strength, but nowhere near spell range. So if a mage can ban a spell, they can't really use it more than a couple times in their life. Use it once and you have to go back to recuperate. And without special means of recovery, a lifetime may pass. In fact, warriors also have forbidden spell level skills that likewise have to burn their life force. At this moment, Nyomu thought of Linya again. Don't you have the great prophecy technique? Surely you can deal with the orc army. I awakened and used it once before, and now if it's just me, I won't live long enough to cast the great prophecy. Rinya wasn't lying. She wasn't able to use the great prophecy spell on her own right now. There had to be Jian Lin to help her carry the damage so that she could successfully cast the great prophecy technique out. So what other help do you need? Don't you understand? How can a spell of that level be used again in a short period of time? Lin Jian pushed Nyomu away from him so that he wouldn't pester his sister again. In fact, if they were targeted by the gods, in the future, their siblings might not be better off than being caught up in an army of orcs. With the eyes of the gods staring at them, there was nothing to hide in the sky or on the ground. Nyomu was anxiously trying to think of a solution. Then we have to solve the situation at hand. Yuling, you have the wind control technique. You can fly out, right? Don't fly. There are griffins in the sky. You won't make it. Linya spoke up again to stop it, and now her celestial eyes were the only way for the crowd to observe the situation. It took everyone a moment to realize that this was utterly desperate, and that griffins were individually high-level boss monsters. Yorin asked Nyomu again, did you guys succeed in asking for help or not? Notified, but the follow-up is unknown, and with all that commotion, it's not like no one knows about it, is it? But commotion was definitely known, but for the academy to react and know how big this was, it was estimated that the orcs had already stepped on this place, right? Such a scale of the National Vocational College may not be able to be solved even if they gather all the experts. Lin Jian began to think that not only Nyomu and the others, but his own team had to be saved as well. So how do we get out of here alive? It's just like fighting a war. You need to know the situation first. He pulled Linya to the side and asked, can you scout out the situation of the orc army? I want to know how they're made up and what weaknesses they have. Behind the orc army, there is a giant behemoth. It is the highest ranked existence of the orcs. It can dominate the movement of the orc army. Killing it, or forcing it back, can disperse the orc army. This behemoth is great. Level 35, SS-level monster, brother you. Well, I don't need you to predict this. Leave the behemoths to me. How long can you hold off the orc army here? At a time like this, there is no need for prophecy. As if prophecy means you don't have to fight. If you have to fight anyway, you don't need to know the outcome. Level 35 monsters. Lin Jian still has a way to deal with them for a bit. It's not like I haven't killed them before. This one is also SS ranked and seems to belong to the legendary level of existence. I just found this in the temple. Linya took out a chessboard and placed it in front of Lin Jian, who didn't see anything. What is this? It looks worn. Normal people can't use this, but I'm a prophet. I can use this to fend off the orc hordes, and stalling for a while should be fine. Try it first then. So Rinya set the chessboard on the table in front of her and sat herself down in front of it. Lin Jian beckoned toward the team. Come over here. Protect her. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong and the others then came over to protect around Linya. Yuling came over and was curious when she saw this chessboard. Is this an ancient relic from the secret realm? What's the use of it? This is the central control of the temple, and only the prophet can use it, Linya said, laying out a few pieces on the board, which were strangely enough, figurines. As she placed her pieces, the front of the temple suddenly shook, and a group of stone knights suddenly burrowed out of the ground in front of the temple. There were dozens of knights, lined up in front of the temple, in a position to defend it. Immediately afterward, Linya continued to set up the chess pieces, and once again a single gargoyle ghost drilled out of the earth, spreading its wings and flying, all squatting on the roof of the temple like bats, with some of them hanging from the roof beams. These, then, are the armies that guard the temple? But this scale, though objective, is compared to the million-strong army of the orcs. The stone knights totaled a few dozen riders, and the gargoyles were hundreds in size, not enough to stuff their teeth. I don't know how long I'll be able to hold it, but it'll buy you guys time to kill the behemoth, Linya said to Lin Jian. Lin Jian hesitated at this time. He was not worried about himself, his immortal body. The main thing was that his sister was here, and how could he stay safe if he couldn't keep watch? But he does not kill out. The orc army cannot retreat. Do not look at one by one, a turn can be dealt with, but the spell is the number. Piled up to the limit of the number of such a kill over the attack is also a matter of time. Yuling seemed to see Lin Jian's hesitation and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm here. I can guarantee Rinya's safety, at least if she's alone, which I am. I'm sure she'll survive. Then I'll leave her in your hands while I force the orcs to retreat." Lin Jian handed over and went over to call Mu. "I need your assistance. Do you have the ability to kill your way into the orc army?" "I can, but I'll have to get out soon or I'll be easily trapped too. Behind the orc army, there is a giant beast controlling the orc legions. What I need to do is drive the beast away or kill it. It can't be delayed for too long. Can you get me there?" Mu froze. This wanted him to strike through the entire orc front. It's not like he can't. Orcs can be killed at turn 1. He's at turn 2, but trapped in an army of orcs. This was something even the Professor Deans couldn't get out of. Orcs don't matter. Feel free to die. But Mu goes in consuming every second. He hesitated for a moment and looked towards the stone man array that Linya had set up. "I didn't realize that your sister had this in her arsenal. Is it so that we can kill the head of the orcs before they break through the temple?" "Yes, you're the strongest here. Can you send me there?" "Yes, go." Mu clenched his teeth and agreed. Well, at least Lin Jian thought of a way. A dead horse is a living horse. Chapter 128, Killing Through Millions of Armies. Mu dared to say this because he was an authentic paladin. Because the talent was thick skin and flesh. His defense was thick and exaggerated, and he could carry on for a while even if he bathed in a pile of monsters. Meanwhile, paladins come with an aura that provides various buffs to their teammates. Such a team core plays an extremely crucial role. With his team, and the players all being second-turn powerhouses, they could even resist 1,000 armies. However, this was in the millions, and within the orcs, there were many high-level orc creatures. Even if you can resist, it's a chronic death when you're trapped. But there was still a chance to help Lin Jian kill his way out, and as the head of the Starry Society, he wanted to save his teammates as well. "What? Just the two of you going? That's an army of millions, and the behemoth to be killed is also level 35, or an SS class monster. How can 2 people be enough? Otherwise, let's kill our way out as a group. After all, orcs aren't high-leveled." His teammates began to advise Mu, but Mu had already made his decision. He put on his golden armor, a big shield in one hand and a sword in the other, making it look like a god of war. Zhao Feng, who was next to him, looked greedy. This was an authentic paladin. "Let's not talk about this anymore. We've all discussed it. We're bound to lose out if we get caught up in an army of orcs. It's very risky for all of us to go together, and I can hold my own for now if I'm alone. And as Brother Lin has taken on a much heavier task, I'll make sure he's not harassed by the orcs." Both sides were captains hammering away. Lin Jian and Mu both went out to get ready, intending to look for the orc army's weak link and cut to the enemy's rear, while the people in the temple were ready to die. The battle began, and the gargoyles continued to burrow out of the ground and fly into the air. There were indeed griffins in the orc army, flying through the air from higher up, but instead of flying further into the air, the stone golem lunged straight at the orc directly in front of it. The battle began and the front was the first to break out, so the orc army began to surge towards the front of the temple. Behind them the stone knights arrayed themselves and began to charge. Although the orc army was large, the stone knights were more heavyweight, and a few dozen riders could create a powerful impact. As the rumbling hooves of the stone horses passed, the orc army was actually stomped out of the way by the stone knights. However, the bloody path that was killed was quickly blocked by the orc army, who braved death and desperately blocked the group of stone knights. And without getting in too deep, the stone knights continued to turn a corner and return to impact. another bloody path was taken, and the killers came back to form up in front of the temple and continue their formation. Taking advantage of this lull, the gargoyles and the orcs engaged in a ferocious fight to buy time for the stone knights to form up. Just these dozens of stone statue knights, and hundreds of gargoyles, actually blocked the million orc army. But the blocking is only temporary, and the situation is unlikely to last. Soon the stone knights would be depleted, and by then there would be nothing left to stop the orc army. Moreover, the orc army surrounded from the side and back as well, and the target was determined to be the temple. At this point in time, both Lin Jian and Niumu were hiding near one of the stone statues around the temple. How about we get to work too, or they won't last. Go this way. The orc line is weaker on this side. Lin Jian chose to make a flanking raid and continued to draw the orc army away on one side. He had many primary spells stored up in his hands as well, all of which were stacked with triple power, where the orcs could not withstand them. Wind Blade. Many blasts of bladed air struck together, and the air-breaking spells cut the orc apart with ease. Orcs don't have a high level, so they rely on the number of people, and this was a stacked wind blade that flew out and couldn't possibly kill just one. Therefore, Lin Jian's wind blades struck out in a fan shape, and each trajectory of the wind blades sliced through many orcs. A large portion of the orc camp fell, while the two of them, Lin Jian and Niumu, met the millions of orcs and began to attack. Wow! See, the captain is so brave. The players on both sides were watching from the temple, watching as Lin Jian and Niumu stormed the vastly outnumbered orc army. Their backs were so thin, but they bravely charged forward towards the orcs, and the tide-like orc formation seemed to be cut through by them, like the seawater that had been broken open, and the two plunged straight into the deepest part of the orc army formation. The captain is truly the bravest of men, dwarfing even the paladins around him, Zhao Feng heartily exclaimed. As a knight he was the most enthusiastic about charging like this, but the people from the bull shepherd team next to him couldn't listen to it anymore. What's the point of an A-ranked mage charging blindly? It's not because our captain is there that he dares to, even if he's still a life changer. How is he going to change those millions of lives? Humph, our captain is not just a simple life changer. He can handle even more enemies. Talking nonsense are you? What gives him the right to deal with it? What do you know? Our captain could have killed all these orcs himself. He could have traded lives with every single one of them. Zhao Feng and the other teams were lifting the bar, just to power through. According to the usual, Lin Jian had killed a level 35 second turn mage, or two, and even a berserker. These others did not dare to say anything, but a million level number of enemies. How do you change your life? Yurin, who was next to him, thought that it was really possible. Lin Jian's invincible life force, even if he could only bind one at a time, he would still be able to change them all one by one. Tie one up first, then go to the other. Kill them slowly. No one knows where the Lin Jian limit is anyway. Only the number of millions. You kill one by one, not to mention whether you will die of exhaustion. The besieged teammates cannot wait. And at that moment, the two captains were penetrating the heavy siege, and they killed their way out. Sacred Shield Strike. Niumu made a ferocious charge, and a path was opened up right in front of him, and the orcs actually fell by the hundreds. The second turn of the paladin is strong. His body defense orcs even if he desperately attacked, but also to spend a certain amount of time to break the defense, not to mention a single shield strike bounces all the surrounding orcs away, followed by the surge skill. Lin Jian, we're about to break through. Can you make it? Don't worry, you're in charge of getting through here, and I'm in charge of dealing with the behemoth at the end. It's only a level 35 behemoth. I can do it too. That's not necessarily true. This is the leader of a million orcs. Even if it's weakened a bit in terms of fighting, it still has a special talent. Paladins are difficult to challenge across levels because their strength can be seen at a glance. Not like a berserker who goes berserk and doesn't even know where the edges of his strength are. And Lin Jian was special. His priesthood level exceeded the normal rules, and no one knew his limits, not even himself. The two of them then killed dozens of kilometers out of the orc legions before they finally saw the behemoth. It was still dozens of kilometers away, but the behemoth was as tall as a dinosaur, was very visible from a distance. Chapter 129 gives you the chance to retreat, breaking through dozens of kilometers more, and that dozens of kilometers of orc army after orc army. This is exhausting to think about. Niumu are a little tired, although the orcs can't break his defense for the time being, but he crashed all the way over dozens of kilometers, tired of being tired. Fortunately he has an aura to replenish. It wasn't that the orc battle line was hundreds of kilometers thick, but the fighting was so intense here that the orcs were all crowding towards it. It's just congestion when they all come together. If it was just about breaking through the defenses, they wouldn't be able to break through in 10,000 years of charging like this, because the orcs would still be pouring in. The cavalry was able to break through, mostly because of their speed, and the two of them were completely pestered by the orcs. How do you plan to get there? It's like I don't have to go over there. It's coming over on its own. there was still a way for Lin Jian to get over there. Don't forget that he was also an A-ranked mage with a wind-repelling technique. He knows all the primary spells, and it doesn't matter if they're not powerful enough. He can stack them. It was the same with the wind magic. He could fly over like that, but the griffins in the air would cause no end of trouble. But now that the behemoths were coming over, they saved themselves the risk, and it was better to be in a pile of orcs than in a herd of griffins. Sure enough, it came over. But it's a level 35 monster. I'm coming. Nyomu raised his shield and immediately went into a long-distance sprint. He actually broke through the human-crowded orc legions, as if he was breaking through the water, and rushed straight towards the giant beast, which was 10 meters tall and had already arrived in front of them. Nyomu rushed over with the light, but after the blink of an eye, he was bounced back by the giant beast. Its defense is so thick. Watch out. Just by smashing back, Nyomu also smashed quite a few orcs to death. This showed how thick Nyomu's defense was, but on second thought, the defense of that giant beast was even more exaggerated. Monster, Behemoth, Grade SS grade, Level, 35, Talent, King of the Orcs, can lead an army of orcs, defense strengthened, skills, Fervent Roar, can inspire orc legions to charge bravely, Manic Claws, using their huge front claws to inflict sustained damage to the enemy, can strengthen the power when attacking. Lin Jian saw this giant beast, all have a feeling of smallness. Giant beast people stand up, also similar to gorillas, like a pair of giant hands to support the ground, and the claws on the giant hand are longer than a long, can easily cut the waist to cut down the big trees. Such behemoths, despite being of the ruling legion type, were by no means low in combat power. Level 35 didn't seem high, but it was actually hard to kill even if a second-turn berserker came over, because all around were its army, and in the air flew griffins, which were even higher-level monsters. A berserker might not be able to break through this blanket of orcs, compared to a paladin's more hardened defense, but Lin Jian had his own way. Change of life, divine chain binding. Focus. Change of life, hell whale. Change of life, gravity bind. The gravity bind was applied to prevent it from escaping. At the same time, the griffin in the air wouldn't be able to get close, and if it got close it would fall under 50 times the gravity, and there couldn't possibly be anything in the air that could still fly in the radius of Lin Jian's spell casting. And the heavier the creature, the greater the sensation of gravity binding, because the larger you are, the more your own original weight can overwhelm you, and the larger you are the more detrimental it is. That's why the gravity bind was only applied when the behemoth fell to the ground unprepared. This time, Lin Jian wasn't afraid and didn't stop the surrounding orcs from attacking him. Any attack they make will manifest as 400 damage to their leader. Ow! The behemoth wailed towards the sky, which was obviously an orc attacking Lin Jian with a wolfsbane. Lin Jian didn't dodge in the slightest and was smashed over the head with a stick. However, the behemoth was even worse off than him. Nyomu, who was still fighting in the pile of monsters, suddenly realized that the orc next to him had slowed down its movements, as if it had suddenly entered some kind of sickly state, which was reflected in the 50 times gravity. What's going on? They don't seem to have any strength? You protect yourself and leave me alone. I'll kill this. Lin Jian walked towards the giant beast. It was hard to kill for others, but not for him, as long as the divine chain was bound. Lin Jian didn't have any little monsters interfering. If you have the ability to come together and fight me, 50 times gravity. It's hard for a behemoth like that to hold up. The bigger it gets the less it can hold up, but after all, it was still a legendary level boss monster. The behemoth roared furiously and still managed to stand up, waving its enormous claws, and with this roar, the orcs around Lin Jian all stepped aside. It was probably because Behemoth had also realized that the damage from attacking Lin Jian actually appeared on himself, and at that moment, Lin Jian was smiling badly while walking towards the giant beast. Come on, hit me. That expression was almost like a demon from the abyss, but demons weren't as creepy as him. Apparently the behemoth looks savage, but it is possessed of sufficient intelligence. Otherwise how would it command an army? In the face of this situation, all it could think of was to strike a blow. It realized that Lin Jian could trade lives with it, but it had a chance to wear Lin Jian down with its strong defense. As long as its blow was enough to make Lin Jian fatal and kill it, it would never recover. Just don't believe it. The damage-carrying ability of such a small human can be compared to a top boss like it? With another roar, the behemoth lunged forward and slapped across the room with its claws outstretched. It was going to cut Lin Jian off at the waist. There was no way anyone could be alive in that state, right? However, the sharp claws only grabbed in half. A huge pain appeared on the giant beast. It actually couldn't grab anymore, as if all the strength of its body was poured out in an instant. The sharp claws were just like grabbing on it. Roar! There was another wail. It was 400 times the counter damage, and the claws had sliced into Lin Jian's spine. With his spine severely damaged, Lin Jian collapsed, but the behemoth himself followed suit, and his attack couldn't even be completed. Lin Jian had been pierced in the claws of the behemoth, and any slight tremor of the claws was a huge pain. However, the pain returns to expand 400 times. How much of your defense can carry it? The behemoth rolled on the ground, and it threw out Lin Jian, who was on its paws, but Lin Jian stood up again after a few rolls. At this point in time, the injuries on Lin Jian's body had already recovered, and at this point, the battlefield fell into silence. With its spine broken, the behemoth was already lying down and unable to move, and the surrounding legions of orcs watching the scene didn't dare to come forward. Behemoths are powerful for their size, and do have high defense, but not recovery. Defense could be all about stopping surface damage, and for it to pierce Lin Jian was the same as hurting itself from the inside. Lin Jian walked over and, one step at a time, stepped onto the giant beast's body and stood at the highest point. I'll give you a chance to order your legions back or I'll be rude. Standing on the huge behemoth body, Lin Jian looked defiantly at the million orc army and gave his orders. Chapter 130, The Prophet is the pride of the National Vocational College. Lin Jian didn't make any further moves, because if he wanted to control the millions of orcs, there had to be a leader. There is one characteristic: beasts are different from decent people. They lack shame, which means they are perfectly capable of submitting to the strong. You are powerful, then I will submit to you. This is the simplest nature of beasts. People can have such a character, but not exactly. Because of the presence of shame, even if they have a hard mouth, they have to bar to the end. So a man can't be beaten, but a beast can be beaten. At the same time Lin Jian gave the order, he saw all the orcs stop. The griffins flying in the sky gradually moved away. The surroundings seemed to be quiet, and Nyomu also stopped his hands, staring blankly at the scene. Didn't see how Lin Jian hit him? Did that giant beast really feel that much pain? Lin Jian observed the situation around him and felt that he had control over these orcs. Certainly not total control, only that it stops them from advancing. Complete control that would have to be whatever Lin Jian says they do. Nyomu, you wait here for the rescuers to come. Ha, what are you doing then? I'm escorting these orcs back to keep them away from this god's domain. To where? Lin Jian didn't know where to go either. These beastmen shouldn't have existed in the secret realm. How did they get here? That was why he needed to go and take a look. And Lin Jian was thinking of a good excuse. Compared to the others, Lin Jian was more curious about this world and wanted to know what was going on. Why can people have these priesthood powers? Why are there so many monsters in the secret realm? Where do these monsters come from? Why do they still infest humans? And the people in this world don't think about that when they're always happily practicing? But Lin Jian sensed that someone in this world was hiding this. To the National Vocational College for so long, no one has ever told Lin Jian about this. You try out just fine. Why do you think so much? Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'm just afraid of these orcs repeating themselves, Lin Jian said, jumping off the giant beast and coming very close to it. Now the giant beast didn't dare to attack Lin Jian at all, because it completely understood that the only one who would suffer from attacking Lin Jian would be itself. Take your legions, get out of here, and return to where you came from. Lin Jian knew that this giant beast understood. It was just that it wasn't like other boss monsters and couldn't talk. If the behemoth didn't have intelligence, it couldn't have commanded that many orc armies. A million legions requires a great degree of organization, which is also great wisdom. It's possible that these orcs are intelligent in a different direction than people, but certain areas can still be similar. The behemoth stood up, its enormous eyes glancing at Lin Jian. Such a huge beast was very oppressive in front of the human's heel, making people shudder. But this time, it was the tiny human who gave it a huge oppressive force, and the suffering it deserved had already been suffered just now, and now it was all still in a weakened state. Lin Jian was pretty sure that the orcs, in their simple wisdom, would yield to the strong. To fight for dignity is something only humans do. The behemoth threw back its head and roared, then turned and walked away, dragging its frail steps. Lin Jian is very curious about how these orcs received the behemoth order. The number of millions put out is a vast area. Just rely on the roar cannot be. That need to have a tight degree of organization. How the message is conveyed down. The orcs around them follow and then conduct into the distance. Interesting, and orcs are extremely obedient. Such a race is extremely scary to fight. Shouldn't it be more fierce if it's untamed? That's a personal misconception. The more willingly obedient a group is, the more amazing the fight is because they can unite. Lin Jian decided to go follow and see. This should involve some secrets of the secret realm. After Lin Jian left, Nyomu's side quickly waited for reinforcements. Ji Wuyo personally led the team over, and the ones he brought with him were the elite of the professorial team of the National Vocational College. What happened? Where are the others? The reason why Ji Wuyo was there in person was actually just because of Linya, the highest genius of the National Vocational Academy since its inception. The priesthood of prophet alone is enough to be unique, so Rinya must not be okay, and the state academy can totally revolve around her now. Dean Ji, they're all over at the temple, with Linya protecting them. They should be fine, right? Rinya protects you guys? No, she didn't use the Great Prophecy, did she? That's not true. She seems to have used a chessboard to control the gargoyles. That's good. Take me there. Wait, how did the orcs retreat? Ji Wuyo's first question was also Linya. If it was Linya who drove away these millions of orc legions, then it must have been with the Great Prophecy technique, and the National Academy was also determined not to allow such a thing. Linya's Great Prophecy technique couldn't be used easily. After asking for understanding, Ji Wuyo also breathed a sigh of relief before thinking of the threat of millions of orcs. It was Lin Jian who subdued the behemoths and then took them away. Oh, Ji Wuyo looked at the footprints on the ground, then looked out at the direction the footprints had left, not knowing what he was thinking. Forget it, take us to the temple first. 2 teams are over there. We need to make sure more people are safe. It's really just a matter of making sure Rinya is safe. When Lin Jian's SSS-Level priesthood did not have this treatment, it can be seen that the importance of the prophet priesthood. It's arguably not a priesthood, as prophets break God's rules, and it's still a mystery how it was born. The cowherd brought the rescue party to the temple. The orcs here had also withdrawn, leaving only the hills in shambles, showing signs of the siege. And around the temple, Ji Wuyo saw neatly arrayed stone statue ghosts, and behind them there were stone statue knights who were posing as dead guards, but were now motionless, as if they were a group of statues. Good, that's the power of the prophet to counter-control these demonic units. Dean G, are stone statue-type monsters all demons? Sort of, because unlike other monsters, they're not creatures themselves, so in that case, the prophet can counter-control all monsters? Nyomu also got curious. If he could do this, wouldn't the prophet be invincible? Ji Wuyo shook his head. We still don't have a complete understanding of the profession of the prophet, so we need to protect student Linya. She is the pride of our National Vocational Academy, and there is no one in the Divine Vocational Academy who can match her. I didn't realize that Ji Wuyo's rating was so high. Nyomu was also a bit of a surprise. Often some do not know how the priesthood appeared, such as Lin Jian's life-changing master. It shows that people don't have a full understanding of all the priesthoods, but at least, prophets have the ability to compel people. Dean G, I understand. At least the Star Ceremony Society will guarantee the prophet's safety in the future. As the head of Star Rituals, Nyomu was very sensible, which was a necessary quality to be a big brother. Chapter 131, A Strong Man from Another World. Of the many unknown priesthoods, some are sought after and some are not. That unpopular Lin Jian was currently following the giant beast, escorting the Orc Legion back, to see where they came from. Look at where they are now returning to. Soon, the legions of orcs came to the heel of a huge void door, and walked inside in groups. By the time Lin Jian arrived here, the orc army had already gone in partially. Over there, is that another realm? Lin Jian was puzzled. Was there specifically a world of orcs? The behemoth wasn't able to answer him, and Lin Jian didn't have the ability to communicate with any creature. Not this priesthood. Suddenly, the huge void door shimmered, and a glow drilled out of it. Lin Jian didn't have the thought to prepare himself and was blinded by the light, but after the light passed, he actually saw a woman, an extremely bewitching woman. She could be more than just good-looking. She had that kind of charm that she carried in her bones. Foxes. Level, unknown. Level, unknown. Talent, unknown. I can't believe the Divine Realm system doesn't know anything about this. This clearly looks like an extremely beautiful woman, but it's labeled as a wild monster. This must be an incarnation. Lin Jian understood, because she had come out of the orc world. Human, you're special. Who are you? My seduction works on anyone, but you seem to have 2 souls, and I don't even know which one to seduce. Her voice was also extremely seductive, simply crispy to the bone. Just listening to it could not carry. Lin Jian had seen a lot of beautiful women in his 2 lifetimes, but basically they were all just beautiful in appearance. This one was definitely different from the previous beauties. It was as if anything on her body was hooking, making it a little hard for Lin Jian to tense up. But like she said, Lin Jian has had 2 lives, so the soul aspect may be more complicated. That was something that confused even the altar of God, let alone her. A fae. Is that why the charm is not working? I don't know why, but Lin Jian sounded and felt pity. How demoralizing it would have to be to really be charmed by her, with nothing but pleasure and reality to consider. She may have only just entered the divine realm through this void gate, so the divine realm didn't recognize her for what she was. Who the hell are you to fight me? Warrior, I'm not cut out for fighting, and I don't want to, and besides, do you want to give it up? She smiles seductively again, giving the impression that she specializes in that, but the strength was indeed powerful, more powerful than even this behemoth, for the divine realm did not even recognize her now. Foxes? Is that the only generalized identity? Why are you here? Over there. Is your world? Cluck. Young warrior, there are things you're better off not knowing. She lightly moved lotus steps, Her feet actually did not wear shoes and socks. Crystal-like pearl jade toes actually do not touch the ground. Thanks for not killing these orcs and returning them. I have you to thank for that. Then you may be overestimating me. I can't kill that many. Oh, you really can't kill them all? Lin Jian couldn't say, but it would definitely be tiring to kill. And his tactics like this weren't suitable for too many targets. Lin Ya's great prophecy spell could certainly exterminate these orcs, but at a great cost. The physical damage Lin Jian could carry, but if Lin Ya was put on top of the storm, it would not be good in the future. Lin Jian didn't know what to say. Was he going to fight, or make a friend? The beautiful woman looked at Lin Jian and didn't say anything. She smiled sweetly and walked towards him until she was very close to him. Lin Jian just watched as the beautiful woman approached him. A burst of aroma came over him, and to be honest almost fainted. And the beautiful woman came close to him as if she were all set to throw herself into an embrace, the tip of her tiny nose sniffing at his neck. I remember you, but why are you so calm and not afraid that I will suddenly strike? I thought you said you didn't know how to fight? Lin Jian joked, because he wouldn't be afraid of this woman suddenly snapping, and the first to die would definitely be the behemoth, because by now Lin Jian hadn't withdrawn his bind. If she did, she would bind her. If she was really that strong, Lin Jian could at least make her feel the pain. That's why Lin Jian is different from others. It doesn't matter how close you get. Just be afraid that you won't hit me. It feels like you're unusual, and the future is still something to look forward to, the beautiful woman said, suddenly pulling on her long hair and cutting off a strand of it with the sharp jewelry on her white wrist, then pulling over Lin Jian's hand. She actually wrapped a strand of her long hair around Lin Jian's wrist. What are you doing? In the future, if there is a future, I want us to be friends. I'm asking what you're doing like this? Tie your heart giggle. Not to tease you. This is a mark. Anyway, it is good for you. Where there are high-level orcs notice this mark, at least they will not actively attack you. She was indeed an orc, but the morphing was a bit too high-end, and Lin Jian was a bit uncomfortable fighting monsters. It would have to be hideous to do that, and it's a bit hard to do with one like her. Not actively attacking me? What kind of favor is that? I have orcs to fight to upgrade. LOL. Feel free to fight. It doesn't matter. Orcs kill each other more than once anyway. Then I don't get it when you're like this. Grateful that I don't kill them and allow me to do it later? Whether we kill each other or not is trivial. The key is why. Why do you want to kill? She smiled sweetly again, and actually came over, looking like she wanted a kiss. Lin Jian subconsciously avoided it. Then the beautiful woman giggled and flew away, flying towards the void door. The next moment the beautiful woman disappeared into the door. Lin Jian did want to go over and take a look, but he didn't quite dare in a situation like this. Come out and tell me what's going on. You want to know who she is? She's the foxes. Don't you know that? I don't know. Is that the world of the orcs over there? And can I get over there? Now you'd better not go over there. You can't come back. But I know what she means. Just now she asked you why you kill. It's the god who makes you kill, so that in the midst of constantly killing each other, you can improve yourself, and then go to pay tribute to the god. That's a little off-putting to hear, meaning that God has raised people like pigs. Pigs provide meat for humans, while humans provide faith for God and help him to strengthen himself. The which still seems to be compelling Lin Jian. You know how they do it. It's your priesthood. By obtaining the priesthood, you establish communication with the god, and at the same time the god can extract cultivation from you guys. It's the power of faith. It's a comfortable way to cultivate, isn't it? Having a world of people to help God cultivate. Each one of you are a part of God's cultivation, which is like collecting taxes. But again, you are controlled by the priesthood all the time. You think it's an honor, but it's really a shackle. Chapter 132 will take this temple. Not to mention that there is no market for compulsion if it is nonsense. So what the witch says is 80% true, but the fact that she says it from a different angle gives the impression of being enslaved. That's really all it is. Slavery indeed. Lin Jian thought carefully about what God had really done. They give human priesthood, is to establish contact with God. This priesthood is the bridge between human and God communication. But God will not communicate with you what thoughts, only communicate strength. You have to keep trying to become stronger to get God's approval. In the meantime, your efforts, partially extracted by God. What did you get in the end? People still die, and then God starts raising the next one. Isn't that pig farming? What do you want by telling me this? Are you willing to be raised by them as if they were inferior creatures? Saying that to me means that you demons want to be like them, right? You're right, and I'm not going to hide that. The witch also stopped pretending. What we're looking forward to is, like them, controlling you humans. It's all about giving slavery anyway, to whom it's not the same, and when the day comes, we take the place of the gods, but only with a different name. Lin Jian nodded. It was also true. Who stipulated that God was supreme? It was all defined by man. God and devil are but two different words. And if someone grows up telling you that God is bad, that God is evil, then the devil becomes the supreme being on the devil's altar today, and receives the devil's office. There's no difference, just a different word. But there is one thing, the supreme, why can't it be a human being? Lin Jian did not continue to discuss this point with the witch, because the strength was not enough. Strength is not enough to say anything is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Blindly yelling will only make people laugh. When you have this strength, you are qualified to talk about this. Everyone fights for a position. The demon race thinks that they are qualified to replace God. You can hear me talking to others? Then you know what that assistant professor of yours from the clergy academy said to me, and you know that he wants to trade you out, and I'm still thinking about it. What are you thinking about? Not wanting the great power of the demons? Let's not talk nonsense, okay? You and I both know that's a lie, but the symbiotic blood oath, which exists, is also the same as if you swapped lives, except it's permanently bound, and if you were to kill yourself, he wouldn't survive. Isn't that sincere enough? Lin Jian looked around to see that the orcs were almost gone, and turned back himself. As for what the witch said, it was actually compelling and unimportant. There are two sides to the story. He wants to be symbiotic with me. Does he deserve it? Are you kidding me? He's a general of the demon clan. That's because you guys think I'm unimportant, no better than God, and are so high and mighty that you think you're giving me a favor? My perspective is different. I don't think he's worthy. He's just not worthy. When Lin Jian returned to the temple, Ji Wuyo had been waiting here for a long time. The masters of the State Academy who had come to the rescue had circled the area several times to make sure it was safe. When Linya saw him, she jumped over. Brother, are you alright? It's okay. Dean Ji is here too? Dean Ji had a serious look on his face as he nodded to Lin Jian. It's good that you're alright. We didn't even think about this accident. There are still unsafe places in this god's domain. It looks like we need to step up the restoration work. Lin Jian looked around at the others and asked in surprise. All waiting for me? Yuling said at this time. It's not yet Linya that Dean Ji wants to take someone out right away. She must wait for you to come back. That's right. Ji Wuyo had never thought of Lin Jian as important. He was just curious about that SSSS ranked priesthood. And with Rinya, one can see the favoritism of the State Academy, where everything is centered on her. Even if Lin Jian and Linya were siblings, the National Vocational College wouldn't change because of this. The division was clear. Unless Linya specifically requested it, they wouldn't even wait for Lin Jian. Of course it was Linya's safety that came first. However, the National Vocational College taking such good care of Linya was something Lin Jian would like to see. Dean Ji, this place has been restored, right? It's hard to say, but we will definitely repair this god's domain. So please don't worry, students. Then this time, our team is considered to have made a mark in the god's domain, right? Yes, the hospital will reward you. Ji Wuyo also had to admit that Lin Jian's team, even though they were all turn 1s, had saved another turn 2's team. Linya had defended the temple so that the orcs couldn't breach it, while Lin Jian had directly made the orcs retreat. Otherwise the other team are all second turn, so what? Head on hard against the millions of orcs army, still will be a tragedy. For Linya, they were convinced, even in the first turn. After all, they were prophets, and Lin Jian is still more or less looking down on this priesthood of his, feeling that it is still chicken ribs, and it is not dignified to exchange lives with people. Lin Jian didn't care what they thought. It didn't matter. So can I claim my reward now? Oh, and what do you want as a reward? I think this temple is good enough for my team to try out until turn 2. So I'm applying for this temple in the god's domain to temporarily belong to our squad's territory until after we ascend to turn 2. In other words, Lin Jian's team was going to hijack this place to practice. This is the divine realm, and it's an extremely rare opportunity for the academy to let you in even once. Limited resources are let to the genius, and Lin Jian this team is mostly what. However, Lin Jian emphasized that they should be rewarded for their merits. Besides, there's Linya in the team. She's the most valued current student at the National Vocational College. It's not too much to ask, is it? When Lin Jian said that, the ones from the Star Yi Club next to him all went red-eyed. What grade are you? You open your mouth and negotiate with the hospital. The 5 major associations are not as righteous as you are to ask for an area. After determining that the temple would be occupied for a long period of time, Lin Jian and the others came to practice whenever they wanted to. The others must not envy Lin Jian to death, and he can even ignore the arrangements of the academy and enter here at will. Normally the hospital would not agree to such an excessive request, but this time was clearly different. Okay, let's fix this god's domain first, and until Linya turns 2, this place in the temple will be yours. Ji Wuyo actually agreed, and the team from the Star Ceremony Club next to him looked on in disbelief. None of the 5 major societies had such a face, but they had to admit that Lin Jian had indeed made a great achievement by driving away the orc legions, not even mentioning his sister. That's an SSS class seer, an existence that even the clergy academy wouldn't dare to compare to. Although the 5 major societies were the elite of the National Vocational Academy, compared to the Divine Vocational Academy, their geniuses were more bullish alright. So, right now Linya was the only one from the National Vocational Academy who could hold her own and dared to show off in front of the Divine Vocational Academy. Chapter 133, they finally broke up. Having a fixed piece of land to practice on helped Lin Jian's team a lot. He chose the temple because it was the most suitable place. There weren't many monsters and the leveling was enough for them to practice. Meanwhile, Linya has control over the temple and nothing will happen. So Ji Wuyo promised to make sure that Lin Jian's squad all rose to the second turn. Next, the courtyard repaired the divine realm, and Lin Jian led the team here to start practicing constantly. If another orc army advances, Linya would still be able to defend this place. Lin Jian would still be able to expel the orc legions. The risk would be manageable. And in fact, such an accident wouldn't happen a second time. Lin Jian also saw his sister's strength, and he was relieved to be able to practice in such a place. As for the conditions on the demon race's side, Lin Jian hung back for now. Indeed, he didn't have much leverage to talk about anything right now. The first point is that one's strength has to be raised, so it was a matter of constantly practicing. Although Lin Jian also believed those words of the witch, God gave mankind strength to kill each other and the creatures of other worlds, right in the God's domain, marking the creatures of other worlds as monsters, and gaining strength by killing them, while extracting mankind's strength. Indeed, they are high and mighty and do not give a damn about human death or life. But what could be done now? Lin Jian could only go along this road first, waiting for the day he has the strength to be able to talk to these strong people properly. He is thinking that he has the qualification, but just think that it is useless. The strength to the time, really force them to talk to you. All the water will come to the right place. On the other hand, Lin Jian did think that the demon race wasn't qualified to be symbiotic with himself. That's what he thinks. What can you demons do? But how to explain it on the Chongqing side? Lin Jian has to think of a good way, and there is still time. By then, if you don't agree, the demon race may lose patience and will have to resort to means. Because it's impossible to let you keep holding the witch hostage. The self-esteem of the demon race can be much stronger than that of the humans, and just being coerced by someone makes them very irritated. This is not playing out well. Maybe the demons will retaliate after saving the witch. It was because of this that Lin Jian didn't immediately agree to Evergreen's conditions. With the witch in hand, he still had to coax Lin Jian, but in the past few days, Qin Xiu began to be out of sorts. Both she and Zhenlin contacted each other looking preoccupied and acting inexplicably. While Lin Jian was busy practicing, he received messages from her from time to time. Oddly enough, finally she asked Lin Jian to go to the divine office again. Going to the divine office seemed to be the norm, and Lin Jian always swaggered over. This highest institution of learning that felt sacred to all. Now Lin Jian's fame was greater than even the students of their own school, and walking down the road attracted countless gazes, attracting people harder than looking at a beautiful woman. One gritting his teeth. What's the saying? I love it when you guys look at me and can't do anything about it. Having already been planted twice, no matter how brainwashed the students of the Divine Office Academy were, they wouldn't openly challenge. Those with high ranks were not allowed to be challenged by the Divine Clergy Academy, and that would be a loss of face for the Divine Clergy Academy. So Lin Jian estimated that the next time they were going to come, it would definitely be a dirty trick. This time, Lin Jian waved once more, and Qin Xiu invited him to dinner at the Divine Office. Everyone else was lining up to treat the school flower to dinner, except for Lin Jian, who was raised by the school flower. What was even more infuriating was that when Qin Xiu went to make the arrangements, Long Kor actually showed up, and after saying a few words to Lin Jian, she actually smiled. There was simply no heavenly reason. Who in the Divine Office Academy had ever seen Long Kor smile before? So Qin Xiu came back from ordering and asked about this. Oh, and she didn't say anything. I just told a joke. It seems that you still actively attract women when I'm around. Hey, I'm doing this because I see her all day long with a stern face, not to do anything. This you also sour? It's because everyone knows we're in a relationship like this. That's why. The next moment, Lin Jian was surprised to hear Qin Xiu utter the words, "Let's break up." It didn't feel real at all. The two were just perceived as having that kind of relationship, but in reality they hadn't done anything, not to mention all that superficial stuff, not even a friendship, like both sides of the bottom of the barrel were unknown to everyone. You call this a boyfriend and girlfriend? To be pure, the two should at least say something heartfelt to confirm their attitudes, but even this has not been. You now say break up. Lin Jian will have no involvement. Is it because of all the things I said to that dragon cur? Not really, it's just that I think the two of us are pretty far apart to be together. The words were all very reasonable, but Lin Jian felt wrong when he listened to them. You said something about the door not being right, and the two of them not having a sufficient emotional foundation. That indeed. Lin Jian had to admit that he didn't even feel in love. At least the two didn't get to that point in their relationship. It was all forced out. There was also a real gap in status, as she was the schoolgirl and freshman first genius of the Divine Vocational Academy. It made sense to look down on Lin Jian like this, but it just felt a little weird. Can you be more specific? Is there something I don't know? That's it. I'm feeling tired. Then Qinxiu stood up and left, leaving Lin Jian sitting there. The dishes were not even served. Lin Jian was dumbfounded. Not the slightest sense of participation. According to reason now his own feelings should be very painful. Self-esteem brushed up. There is a kind of shame of being looked down upon by his noble girlfriend, but not at all. If the mood strikes, it's going to be something like, don't be a fool, or something like that. But now Lin Jian didn't feel like he had much of a position to say this. What's it got to do with me? Lin Jian was in a daze, and next to him, some students from the Divine Clergy Academy were laughing. They finally broke up. Ha ha, I told you. How could the first genius look at this Yakuza? This kid is not bad at all for beating a second-turn berserker, but he's just too floaty and actually dares to step on two boats in public. He thinks he's so great. Hey, in the end, he can't get one. These people were doing it on purpose. The mocking words were spoken loudly. If Lin Jian couldn't hear them, wouldn't it be a waste of expression? And Lin Jian was indeed quite embarrassed. Now that the food was up and he was sitting here all by himself. 2 feet in 2 boats? I haven't even stretched my legs yet. How come I'm in 2 boats? As it happened, he saw that Long Kor was still not far away. So let's step on it. So he reached out in greeting. Kagome, have you eaten yet? Would you like to join us? The mocking group of people immediately silenced their voices. Their gazes all looked towards Long Kor. This ice fairy was always cold to others. This time she actually rolled up to the tip of this scandal. Was she moved to true love? Now that Qinxiu had revealed Lin Jian's true colors, it was time for the ice fairy to ignore him, right? However, what the crowd didn't expect was that Long Kor actually gladly walked over and sat down. No God. Chapter 134, Strengthening Lin Jian. All the students of the Divine Vocational College looked at them with itching teeth, not expecting that just one of them had just left and someone would immediately fill in. Lin Jian was already a public enemy in everyone's mind, but now he had turned into a great devil. But none of this mattered. Lin Jian didn't care what they thought. Marvelous to go one-on-one again. And Long Kor was actually simpler than everyone else. She was cold not because she loathed anything, but it was just the way it was. So she didn't understand that it wasn't a good time to go over and sit down. She would be gossiped about or something. Since you don't get it, you don't have to bother with that. I'm not eating. You eat. I'm full. Long Kor did not mind in the slightest. Said the words have sat down. She said is not a polite word, but all that is said is what she thought in her heart. Just because it is too pure, absolutely will not be polite with you so a little. Lin Jian didn't care what Long Kor thought and asked about the situation first. You know about my relationship with Qinxiu, don't you? Well, she's your girlfriend. She just broke up with me out of the blue. You can see that, can't you? I didn't notice. Why? Long Kor was also confused. It's not like she knew anything about this, and she didn't know what had just happened. There are people who look like ice fairies on the surface, but in fact, they are very pure. Lin Jian at this time to cheat her to sell it is estimated that she does not realize, but Lin Jian is not afraid. After all, people behind the powerful forces. Because I talked to other pretty girls. Oh, you moved on and saw someone else? No, just plain talking. Might that be misleading? Well, that doesn't make sense. She should have at least figured it out first. There can't be another reason. Can there? Who says only straight men talk like this? Straight women talk like this too. Long Kor's heart was pressed without so much as a bend in the road, and she went straight towards the root of the problem. Lin Jian slammed the table. That's what I thought. No one would be so inexplicable. To say that Qinxiu and Lin Jian were already in a romantic relationship, that was definitely not true because the two were not in this state. But it wasn't right to say that Qinxiu didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards Lin Jian, otherwise she wouldn't have even bothered to take the blame. What girl have you ever seen who wants to rumor with a guy she doesn't have a crush on? So that's odd, and categorically wouldn't be the reaction if she wasn't otherwise stressed. Look at Lon Kerr. This reaction is just normal, too rational. If you ignored her looks that made you want to go up and bully her, it felt so natural to talk to a brother. I see. I'll ask for you. Long Kerr actually is not that kind of typical girl's character. She will not waste time with you, but straight to the main contradiction of the problem. Think this has a problem to immediately identify this problem. She is not without power. After a flurry of inquiries, Long Kor found out the root cause. I asked, and she turned down the vice dean's son when she first joined the school. Then you showed up and she announced your relationship again. The latest news I received is that great young man has put pressure on their Qin family. What kind of rational girl is this? She finished logically without any suspense at all, and before and after are not a bit of nonsense. Clear and understandable. Lin Jian listened to the dumbfounded. It was no wonder. With a personality like Long Course, people in general were probably a bit uncomfortable. So that's it. That's not surprising. What's going to happen to her? Being forced to be with that what's-his-name vice president's son? That's up to her. Normally, the Divine Office wouldn't let this kind of bullying occur between students. But there's no way around it because it's the Qin family that he's putting pressure on. And outside of the Divine Office, the Divine Office can't control it either. In other words, if Qin Xiao succumbed to that great young man's pressure, she could only resign herself to the situation. After all, no matter what, her Qin family was also a party of power, much more important than herself. Lin Jian wouldn't be a love brain and say something like you are the most important thing, or something like that. The actual chain of relationships can be complex, and absolute strength is both simple and uncomplicated. It was reasonable for Qin Xiao to have that kind of choice under duress. Anyway, she just had a crush on Lin Jian, and it wasn't to the point that she was in love with him, while it also depended on whether or not she had a strong character and would give in. If you were to replace someone like Lin Jian, the more you pushed, the more you came. You can't let her go? Why don't I help you? So that the Qin family side can reduce the pressure a little? No, that's not necessary. You saved my life. Are you embarrassed to ask for my help? Or do you think my family's power can't swing this? Neither. It's a complicated matter to say the least. Lin Jian organized his words, not knowing what to say. First thing first, she and I aren't together yet. The sure for life kind of life. You understand. Both sides still have choices. Secondly, I can't represent her. I can't take liberties without her asking for help. It's not my place to make choices on her behalf. Right now my ability to just mind my own business. You can't say this kind of thing to the average girl. They're sure to say, you're all indifferent and don't care about me at all. So what? There would be no need to explain this. They would give up their power of choice. If you don't actively fight for it, then I won't follow you. There's really no need to. Get a different one when it comes to this kind of situation because it's a unity of opinion between two people. And first of all, you have to express your own will instead of hoping that a man will snatch you away from you like you're something to be snatched away from him. Overlord life? No, Lin Jian couldn't reach that level now. I see. See, Ryuko took that logic well. It's a two-person thing. Things only work when you choose her and at the same time she has to choose you. And she's hesitant now so you don't need to do anything. Lin Jian nodded and almost burst into tears. This was understanding. Long Course stood up. I have things to do. If you need help, you can call me anytime. Okay? Don't you want to eat some before you go? I am not good at eating a lot of things. Long Cour coldly refused. Of course, it seemed that way to others, but Lin Jian knew that she was simply speaking her mind. While on the surface her emotional intelligence wasn't very high. That's fine. You do your business. And, if you choose me, I'll choose you. Lin Jian was dumbfounded. Was this a confession? She would actually blush? Long Cour was holding back a strong sense of shame to leave. Lin Jian instead felt more at ease with this one. Because the two were too talkative. There was nothing to say about this character. This was the part that was missing with Qin Xiao. Definitely not that cheesy stuff, which you don't get for a little money. But as Lin Jian looked at Long Cour's back, he thought of something else. Is it a tactic of the demons? Are they putting intensity on me here? Adding their own leverage? With that thought, Lin Jian dialed Evergreen's number. Chapter 135, You Dare Challenge the Demon Race. It was only dialed, but it was hung up again. And at this time, Evergreen walked out from the side. This made Lin Jian even more puzzled. Did you do it? You mean that weapon master? How can that be? We demons wouldn't be so boring. Then why are you following me? You're not going to say you just happened to be here, are you? Of course I have to follow you. You haven't answered about the witch. It shouldn't be him. The demons wouldn't do such a boring thing. And there's nothing to be gained by tearing people apart. That's not what the demons want. They figure it can be big, but it's also too hard. Thinking of this, Lin Jian twisted his head to look at the altar of the gods not far away. Of course, there is also an altar of the gods in the Divine Clergy Academy. I just don't know if these devils will be. They are certainly not a match for the gods, and have the strength to grab it early tomorrow. In that way, the priesthood is a bit ironic. As the highest cleric academy that everyone admired, it was actually harboring a demonic mole. It's something I'll have to think about. You know, and if it's not done right, there could be serious consequences. Aren't you just afraid that I will cross the river and break the bridge? Afraid that after releasing the witch I will still make a move on you? Isn't that a symbiotic blood oath? I can't possibly kill you. I will die if I kill you. This binding you should understand. Of course Lin Jian understood that this should exist, and that the demons had already lowered their voices enough. It looked like the witch was important to them, making this demon general sacrifice so much to save it. However, Lin Jian didn't believe that he would be so honest. They must still be tampering somewhere. At the same time, Lin Jian felt that he didn't deserve to be symbiotic with himself. That's why Lin Jian was still looking at the divine altar next to him without saying anything, pondering if there were any other ways to deal with the demons. Evergreen was on fire. What kind of attitude is that? Not talking again? I know about your human mental state. You just don't believe me. It seems that I really need to use some means on you. This thing with your girlfriend, it's not me. It's too childish. If it's me who does it, it will definitely be aimed at the most effective places for you, such as your sister. Don't you think so? That's right. What a girlfriend. Right now neither Lin Jian nor Qinxiu are in a state. The younger sister, on the other hand, was Lin Jian's true weakness. And once Lin Jian heard this, he turned his head and stared at Evergreen. The killing intent instantly came up. The demon race could sense human emotions the most, and their spiritual power was very powerful. Oh, I was right. You turned on me. Make another comment about my sister and I'll really kill someone. Ha ha ha. You scare me. I'm not a human. And you're only a turn. Any human can't defeat a demon. If the witch hadn't been seriously injured twice, could she have been captured by you? It seems that keeping you is a real curse. Lin Jian's killing heart was already incomparably resolute. Do you think I can't kill you? I have at least 2 ways to kill you. Evergreen looked as if he had heard some kind of joke. Fine. Then challenge me. I can let you try. He stepped out into the wide area of the square and drew his saber and pointed it at Lin Jian. The surrounding people instantly looked dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on, and Lin Jian walked out as well. Ah, this handsome assistant professor is going to duel someone? Doesn't the clergy academy not allow private fights, and all challenges have to go to the gladiatorial arena? No, his opponent is that Lin Jian from the outer school. You know, the one who dug up 2 schoolgirls. Wow, this has got to be a crowd pleaser. What's going on? Is the assistant professor fancying some schoolgirl? Assistant teachers are also teachers, and seem to be qualified to duel, as long as they are challenged by students. The crowd buzzed, and Lin Jian walked across to Evergreen, not moving to look at him. In terms of opponents, what Lin Jian was facing this time was indeed the most powerful opponent he had ever had. Although Evergreen was an assistant professor, he was a demon, and even a few deans from the Divine Office Academy might not be his opponent. In that case, is it possible for Lin Jian to win? Everyone be witnesses. I am Lin Jian from the National Vocational Academy, and I'm going to challenge your Divine Vocational Academy's assistant coach, Evergreen. The students exploded, all excited and chattering in a chaotic manner. There was no need to hear what they had to say. There were too many happy people, and many felt that Lin Jian, the prick, was not really easy to deal with if he was looking for a student, because it was dangerous to fight him at the same level as him, whereas to be somewhat sure of it, he would have to be at least level 40. And those over level 40 are too embarrassed to challenge freshmen in their teens and 20s, right? So awkward here. I didn't expect. Lin Jian actually saw death by himself. The boys were overjoyed. If the boy was lost here, at least the schoolgirl wouldn't be abducted by an outside school. When people were in a collective, there was more or less a sense of honor, even though the school flower had nothing to do with them. You're pretty fierce, outsider, but this time you're kind of at the end of your rope. That's right. You think you're too good to be true because you beat up a few students who just turned 2? Can you be an assistant teacher without some strength? I've heard that anyone who challenges you has to sign a life and death contract, so don't wimp out this time. Yeah, don't be a wimp. Let's do it again. Immediately, some boys racked the fire and fired off taunts. Let's see how you're going to act this time. All of them were praying for the assistant coach not to stay his hand. Lin Jian had already defeated several of their geniuses, and gave back to get one killed. This time it was impossible to let Lin Jian win no matter what. Otherwise, where would the Divine Clergy Academy put its face? It wasn't a matter of winning or losing. They felt that they shouldn't let Lin Jian leave alive this time. Ha. You are aware of the demon race. Where did you get the guts to dare challenge the demon race? The 2 of them were close. And Evergreen chuckled lowly. You don't think you're emboldened just because you're holding the demoness? Do you think the demon race is afraid of death? Dare to provoke like this? I'm only giving you this face because I don't want things to get out of hand. If you think you've got the demons, you're sadly mistaken. Even if you threaten the witch, the demon race will not let humans ride on their heads, and I will sacrifice your life to the witch. How about it? Or symbiotic with me? Letting the witch go was better for everyone. It looked like Evergreen was also very resolute. Indeed, being taunted by humans like this, the demon race would feel ashamed. If he pushed any further, the demons would fight for their lives as well. And he was warning Lin Jian not to get carried away. Symbiosis? With you? You're not worthy. This sentence Lin Jian finally said. Originally tonight Qinxiu sighed he did not take it seriously. Mainly Chang Qing mentioned his sister, which cannot be forgiven. Actually take his sister to threaten him, can only be said to precisely step on the thunder. I take your witch. You threaten me with your sister. Well, then it's a fight to the death. This fight, life or death, has no limits. Assistant Coach Evergreen, do you accept my challenge? In an instant, the cacophony of students from the surrounding Divine Office Academy stopped instead. They were stunned. This kid's crazy, isn't he? You are able to challenge over the level and fight to the second turn is very impressive. But the assistant teacher of the Divine Office Academy is also a teacher. How can he even be inferior to a student? This kid's brain must have been caught by the door. Coming to seek death like this. Chapter 136, Physical Attacks Ineffective Against Demons. Was Lin Jian crazy? He looked crazy to everyone. And he looked even crazier to Evergreen. What kind of existence was the devil race? That was going to replace the gods. And Evergreen was also the leader in the devil race. You are a human. No matter how powerful you are, you can't be a match for the demon race. And in the future, you will be your god. If there was a different person who didn't know about the real existence of the demon race, there was something to be said for that. But Lin Jian clearly knew. He wouldn't think that he could beat the demons just because he had captured the severely injured demoness. Would he? Okay, I accept. And I have to say, among humans, you have some balls. After all these days of thinking, instead of compromising, you're fighting for your life. I don't want to, but how big of a joke is it for you, a human, to try to scare the demons? Any compromise, too, has a bottom line. The demon clan wanted to exchange back the demoness, to compromise with Lin Jian, and hadn't wanted to exchange him for this human's cheap life. But Lin Jian gives face to face. That devil clan can't afford to lose this person. You can scare the devil clan. How can the devil clan dominate you in the future? Compared to losing their lives, the demon race doesn't want to see this joke. So Lin Jian is not turning back until he hits the south wall. When it really came to this moment of killing, the students of the Divine Office Academy were surprisingly quiet, because they were truly feeling the killing aura this time, which had never been seen in previous challenges. Just a short distance away, Qinxiu also came over because this side was really conspicuous, and then she saw the scene. What's going on? Could it be that I proposed a breakup and he couldn't take it? Qinxiu blamed herself a bit. It was all her fault. This was a bit too sudden for Lin Jian. No, she had to stop this duel. Just as she was about to step forward to stop it, she was pulled by a hand next to her and turned her head to see that it was actually Lon Kor. You, don't go. That's his fight. He is because of me. Don't think of yourself as too important. At the same time, he won't be a reckless person. If he was that shallow, he wouldn't be qualified to be your boyfriend. So he must have fought this battle through. You can tell by the aura that he's determined. Long Kier said faintly. Now, are you still going to stop a fight between men? Qinxiu froze. Wasn't this for her own sake? But she had heard that men would fall into madness after falling out of love. But right now, Lin Jian's aura wasn't crazy. It was resolute, without any leeway. But where did he get the strength to take on an assistant coach? Do you know him well? Long Kier asked again. Qinxiu did not speak. Indeed, her understanding of Lin Jian seems to be about the same as other people. Nothing too important. Lin Jian's things are spread all over the Divine Office Academy. Thinking about the past, Lin Jian really wasn't an impulsive person. When he was in the Sia family, Lin Jian that was not impulsive. There is no way back. In order to his sister he can only do this. Then it's the same now. Another person has touched the scale. So what if it's the devil race? Is it just you guys figuring out the humans? Lin Jian is figuring them out as well. He was negotiating with the demon race, but any negotiation was based on strength, which Lin Jian understood. So these days, one of the questions in Lin Jian's head was directed at the demon race. Change of life, divine chain binding. Focus. Change of life, hell whale. The talent was immediately exerted, locking onto Evergreen, who stood calmly still. As a demon, he clearly felt that Lin Jian had locked onto him, but he didn't panic at all. Looking down at his sword blade, he said indifferently, "This hand of yours has indeed given many people a headache, but it's useless to me." Really? Try it then. It's already started. In all fairness, your gift is enough to make any human cringe. Who can't afford to be hurt with such intensity? Evergreen took a deep breath. It's a pity your opponent isn't human. Sorry about that. Which? He didn't make a big move. Just a sudden jab forward that didn't even look like it could reach Lin Jian. However, at this moment, a bloody hole immediately appeared in Lin Jian's chest, piercing through his heart. Wow, that was fast. The onlookers of the Divine Office Academy students didn't know what to say. This was strength. Even the most gifted geniuses had to train for years to achieve such speed and such attack power. Evergreen's hand could be described as a plain, straightforward stab, not fancy in the slightest. And Lin Jian would be even less fancy, as 400x damage had returned. Lin Jian only swayed and immediately stood firm, while his wounds were recovering rapidly. Evergreen also stiffened for a moment, looked down at his chest and smiled. Not bad. This damage is big enough. No wonder you have the confidence to challenge any opponent. I felt it, but you forgot what the demon race is. Demons are not humans. We are spiritually powerful beings. Physical? You won't be the least bit effective against me if your damage only stays physical. Don't believe me? Then go ahead and see if I'll die. Lin Jian's heart stirred slightly as he remembered that berserker from last time. The final demonization stage. He had killed the berserker at the time, but the demonized power still kept his opponent fighting. Meaning the demons would be able to ignore physical damage and continue to fight? They could even treat their bodies as zombies, and no amount of serious damage could affect their mental powers in the slightest. At the same time, Evergreen's level was high, registering as level 45 in the Clergy Academy's file. It didn't even matter. The demons seemed to be able to perfectly avoid Lin Jian's rebound damage. In that case, wouldn't Lin Jian be in danger? Electrocution. Stacked. He started trying to stack primary spells, but the move was powerful as hell and the forward swing was too long. Evergreen quickly perceived what Lin Jian is doing. Of course, will not let him stack to enough layers. This move to fight is not feasible. You think the forbidden spell is so good to release it? Face-to-face combat with the same as a joke. Immediately after that, Evergreen seemed to float over, sword light waving in his hand. He didn't seem to use any skills at all either, and the tip of his sword sliced through a wound on Lin Jian's body. Lin Jian wasn't afraid of these damages either, yet it could interrupt any of his other movements. That sword could easily cut off Lin Jian's arm. It wasn't something that could be defended against by a dominating body. Luckily, Lin Jian now also had a corresponding undead battle body with enough toughness, or else with these few hits, his level 20 strength would have already been dismantled by Evergreen, and he had never imagined the gap to be that big. It was so big that it made people feel a bit desperate, and Evergreen was bleeding from his body, but he wasn't afraid either. It was important to realize that at this point, the damage that Evergreen was facing was 400 times that of Lin Jian. The onlookers of the Divine Clergy Academy students were even more desperate. They had also never seen such a simple and sharp attack, and the strength of each sword was astonishing, making it look like a light touch, as if Evergreen had not put Lin Jian in his eyes at all. Damn it, this time he's met a really strong enemy. Qin Xiu also felt that helplessness. Just swinging his sword brought enough oppression. Chapter 137. I said you're not worthy. How big was the gap between the two? The gap between Lin Jian and the assistant coach itself was huge. Even if it wasn't a demon race, he didn't have much of a chance of winning, and besides, this was still a demon race that could be crushed by spiritual power. Relying only on the rebound of physical damage didn't seem to do much anymore, and Evergreen's movements weren't slowed down in the slightest. Evergreen was still a bit surprised, recovering so fast. You're not simple either. His sword chopped through Lin Jian's body, but Lin Jian was recovering with the naked eye. How interesting. But what if my attack is fast enough to outpace your recovery? Lin Jian sank his face. He knew that the other party was able to do it, destroying faster than he could recover. The crowd, on the other hand, saw that Lin Jian didn't have the slightest chance to fight back. In fact, he had already unleashed his strongest attack, which was the life-changing talent. He didn't need to attack himself. Evergreen had already given him enough attacks and was still increasing his strength. At this point, it wouldn't seem much of a necessity for Lin Jian to attack himself again. People were carrying 400x damage and still able to attack smoothly. What other tricks did Lin Jian have that were effective? Without it, there's nothing any human being can do. It's all been said. You're not going to do this until you're toast. It would have been the best choice for you to take the symbiotic blood oath. Is it the best option? No, definitely not. Even if Evergreen was telling the truth, Lin Jian had only saved himself. What about his sister? The demons were going to take a shot at his sister, and he still couldn't do anything about it, which wasn't what he wanted. Indeed, there was no way for humans to deal with this situation anymore, and neither did Lin Jian now. But what if, is not human? I told you, you're not worthy. Lin Jian suddenly hemmed and hawed and lunged towards Evergreen, the speed of this one instantly exploding out. What Lin Jian had been storing up just now wasn't some small spell in his hand, but rather, it was the Royal Wind Technique. With his feet on the Royal Wind Technique, Lin Jian pounced over and hugged Evergreen, but Evergreen sneered. Do you think it's useful? I ate all your damage. Did it have any effect at all? Really? Come along then, Mikado. In an instant, Lin Jian soared up with Evergreen, the two of them leaping high into the air. This was Lin Jian's Royal Wind Technique that had stacked 5 layers. What's the point of Evergreen being unprepared? But he's obviously not afraid of this? Until everyone saw where they flew. Over there, it was above the altar of God. Puff! The two fell together on the altar of the gods, both looking woefully out of shape. Evergreen himself bubbling with blood. After all, he had taken hundreds of times the damage, but his mental power had not been damaged in the slightest, which did not affect him in fighting. What are you doing? What for? Do you know what happened the first time I stepped up to the altar? Lin Jian laughed. Ha 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 ha, divine punishment, come on. God, you are blind. I have 2 priesthoods. With that, he hit the altar with a fireball spell, and the altar actually activated. The students below can't understand. What is this going to do? The altar of God like this is unable to open the awakening ceremony. Disrespect to the altar of God will only be punished by the gods. Wait, he can't be trying to die with his opponent, right? That was the only thought that popped into everyone's head, and the divine punishment happened. Boom! Apparently fooling around on the altar of God makes God angry and sends down direct divine punishment. A bolt of electricity struck Lin Jian, who was directly knocked to the ground, but at the same time Evergreen was also struck by lightning. Ha 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 ha, you're not afraid of my harm, then you're afraid of God's harm. Lin Jian sat up on his butt like it was nothing and laughed maniacally, and at that moment, Evergreen was in a bad way. He was beaten and rolled all over the place, and he threw his sword. Ah! Evergreen screamed miserably as if he had suffered a severe blow. The 400 times damage that Lin Jian had bounced back just now wasn't as severe as this. But why was Lin Jian not hurt at all? Lin Jian hadn't guessed wrongly. Divine punishment really did have a huge bonus for the demon race. My honey, his arsenic. We all feel differently about the same thing. Lin Jian stood up at once and met the heavenly thunder and carried it hard again. I told you, you don't deserve it. He turned around and walked towards Evergreen. At this time, Evergreen was still rolling on the ground. Suddenly another electric light split on Evergreen. This is the power of divine punishment. If you demon race is not afraid of divine punishment, you would have jumped out long ago, right? After taking a few hard hits of heavenly lightning, Evergreen grew weaker and weaker, and he was now actually in a complete disadvantage. At the altar of the god, it was as if there was an invisible pressure that made all the power in Evergreen disappear. Lin Jian walked up to him and stomped on him. Just like you, are you worthy? Even divine punishment is afraid of you, and you're actually thinking of replacing them? Hiding like rats and just fantasizing every day. How many years have you been like this? Help, help, help me. I still like you as you were before when you were untamed. Where is your demonic dignity? Help me, let me down. Evergreen was in extreme pain at this time, and Lin Jian had guessed correctly that divine punishment had the power to target the demon race. Beneath the altar of the gods, the students looked on in disbelief. They couldn't figure out what was going on. How did you invite all the divine punishment? That kid did it on purpose, didn't he? Strange, how come he's okay? Yeah, this kid has been struck by lightning many times at the altar of God, yet he seems to be getting more and more natural. What's this called? That handsome assistant coach was chopped by God's punishment. Heartbreaking, and not far away. Qin Xiu revealed an expression of dawning realization as she clearly remembered what had happened before. On the occasion of Lin Jian's awakening, he was similarly punished by the gods. The kid naturally looks like he's not in God's good graces, but he carries it off. I told you, he must have an idea. Well, no, I know him better than you. He was struck by lightning the first time he awakened. Next to Long Kor popped up a sentence. Qin Xiu sour again. Do you know Lin Jian or do I know Lin Jian? As a matter of fact, they are from the same place. It's not your turn to interrupt as an ice fairy. But come to think of it, Long Kor had blocked her just now, and it seemed like she knew more about Lin Jian's firmness. Thinking about it this way, did this schoolgirl also have her heart set on Lin Jian? Qin Xiu felt the mood is very complicated. Do not know how to say. She just proposed the breakup. Who cares if people move or not? But she has a hard time with it, and she doesn't want it herself, which is why it's complicated. And by this time, Lin Jian already had an absolute advantage, and he wasn't afraid of any heavenly thunder at all on the divine altar. Picked up the floor of the evergreen is a pounding. First whack a nose and face before. In fact, hitting Lin Jian like this couldn't create much damage. It would be better to whack on himself, but it was extremely insulting, because someone watching, Lin Jian cannot whack himself. Whacking the opponent aura is much stronger. Let this remain in the minds of the seminary students as the final settlement picture. And Lin Jian's actions made them feel more or less crazy. And the most unbelievable thing was that this kid even dared to mess with a god? Chapter 138. The assistant coaches were all convinced by him. Lin Jian's pounding didn't actually do any damage to Evergreen. Instead, he rode on Evergreen is crushingly hard to fight, resulting in the sky thunder continues to fall. Even more thunder strikes suffered by Evergreen. And do not know why. God punishment very much like to find Lin Jian. The audience could only watch from afar above the divine altar. And Lin Jian's advantage was incomparably huge. Lin Jian finally stopped, and at this point, Chongqing didn't have the ability to counterattack. He still had to carry the constantly falling heavenly thunder. Now it's time to talk about us. What is your choice? Anyway, I don't want you guys to be out of my control, and if you want dignity, I'll let you die on top of this altar of God. That's a bit of respect, isn't it? If you want to live, then we need to talk in detail. Lin Jian would see what the other party chose. In fact, if he killed Evergreen here, the demons would still be looking for him. So what's the best way to get Evergreen to stop folding? Couldn't think of anything else. The demon race regarded themselves highly, and it was logical that they wouldn't succumb to the humans. Since there is this pride in, then Lin Jian is ready to extinguish the intention. Even if there is a devil to find again, it is also a later thing. Think of a way to solve it again. Well, anyway, the altar of the gods on the devil's harm will be higher, and Lin Jian actually carried it off with ease, which was a 2-level reversal from beneath the altar of the gods. I yield. Ah. Evergreen had only opened his mouth to speak when another thunderbolt slammed down. On the contrary, Lin Jian had gotten used to it. I have to say that everything is born together, and the reversal came in a dramatic fashion. But I don't believe you can tell the truth. If you were truly honest, you wouldn't be hiding like this, and engaging in tactics to confuse the humans. What kind of self-respect does such a person talk about? And how can I be sure that you'll do what you say you'll do? Because the witch is the most important person to us, and in your hands I would be wary. That's not believable either. I've had the witch in my hands the whole time, but you still fought me to the death. I just thought I could win. I didn't intend to kill you. It's still worth believing if you want to put it that way, because Lin Jian didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. It would be really bad to mess with the whole of the demon race. The gods and devils are thinking about him, and in the future, even if he is practiced to the strongest, he will still be a human being. The gods and devils are definitely higher than this strength, and Lin Jian is still a dead end. According to the idea of the gods and demons, humans should be subordinate to them. No matter how strong Lin Jian was, he was still just a tall one among these short human beings, right? With this strength of Evergreen, he wasn't afraid of any human, only to be brought to this altar by Lin Jian. With the help of heavenly thunder, Lin Jian had only suppressed Evergreen, and the other demons didn't need to think about it. It was the same. So many strong people were a bit desperate if they were all enemies of Lin Jian. Lin Jian's solution was to keep Evergreen quiet, and this matter would be pressed for the time being, and he would slowly think of a solution. In fact, we may not be enemies, because there is nothing of interest between us. Why do you have to cross me when you figure to take the place of a god? Now hidden among humans? Maybe I'll be able to help you guys out a little bit if there's a chance in the future. It's the same for humans if either side, gods or demons, wins anyway. Lin Jian seemed to be planning to compromise as well. He couldn't finish killing the demon race either. He had to find a way. Evergreen took one look at the relief and immediately responded. Yes, that's it. It's not actually humans we're dealing with. And what will happen if you replace God later? It will still give you humans priesthood powers. Their powers, and ours are actually the same. That is indeed the same. There is no good or bad power. It just depends on the person using it. And the demons still extract power as much as the gods do, as the price of faith. This is already good. Lin Jian nodded and got down from him. When another thunderbolt smashed down, Evergreen was already pitch black, and the killing power of divine punishment was a bit exaggerated. If it wasn't for divine punishment, I'm afraid that any human attack would have little effect on him. Get up. I hope you keep your word. Lin Jian turned around and looked at the Divine Clergy Academy students gathered under the altar and shouted, "Anyone who is still not convinced can come up and challenge me." With this mighty wind shaking, no one in the Divine Vocational College dared to say anything, and this scene was estimated to be a new height in the history of the National Vocational College. If word got out, in the future, all the students of the National Vocational College would walk with their heads raised at a few angles. No way. The assistant coaches are getting beat up by him? What's this kid's origin? Go up and fight. I can't carry that divine punishment. Then how did he carry it off? As if nothing had happened to him at all. And God didn't punish him? Everyone carried doubts, but in fact, Lin Jian did take advantage of the divine altar. Whoever went up to challenge Lin Jian at this time would lose, because the aftermath of the divine punishment would be enough to exterminate the students of the Divine Profession Academy. Don't look at Lin Jian as if he's fine. Just because he can take it doesn't mean others can. It varies from person to person. Looking under the altar of God again, many students retreated. The best result of hitting them like this would all be the same. Look at Evergreen and the fact that he can take it because the real power is strong. It was much weaker now, and Lin Jian seemed to have another chance to hold him like he had captured the witch. It was true that the demons were powerful when they were mentally strong, but it wasn't like they couldn't fight after being seriously injured. Looking at the students of the Divine Office Academy dispersing, Lin Jian was curious again. How come no one in charge of your Divine Office Academy has appeared until now? Evergreen, how many demons are there in the Divine Office Academy? You all have this place under control, right? Yes, it's our guys in key positions and they think I'm going to win. It was felt that Evergreen would win, so the priesthood didn't appear to be in charge of anything and let them fight. Who knew it would end this way? Lin Jian wasn't a fluke. He'd thought about it before. Then go down. If you don't, the divine punishment will still have to split you. Lin Jian didn't bother to waste any more time, and as soon as he pulled Evergreen downwards, he jumped directly underneath the altar of the gods. No one comes to disturb the best. If the clergy court blocked today, this Lin Jian is not good. But once down there, Evergreen slowed down and changed his mind. You think I'm better to deal with now that I'm seriously injured, right? As long as there's no divine punishment appearing, you're no match for me no matter what. I'll be able to recover immediately now. He saw that Evergreen took out a magic crystal and was restoring his spiritual power, looking like he was going to fight again. So you're cheating and don't care if the witch dies? Now I think that getting rid of you is what the demon should do. Which, I'll do my best. Since he was so obstinate, Lin Jian was out of options and had to find a way to control him. The current state of affairs was that the reason the witch was honorable was that she didn't think it was worth dying at the hands of Lin Jian, but the more Lin Jian embodied the threat, the more valuable it would be. So maybe it would be worth it to take the witch? Hey, like I said, I have more than one means of killing you, at least two. What did you say? Evergreen didn't expect Lin Jian to actually not be afraid at all even at this time. Chapter 139, he was struck to death by divine punishment. Without the power of divine punishment, on what basis could Lin Jian still fight against the demon race? This was something that no one else could do. And Lin Jian was only a first-turn student right now. Evergreen, do you think everyone else has a low IQ? If, coming down from the altar of God, I had no more means of holding you, would I let you down alive? If I kill you up there, even if the other demons know about it, they'll just think that they were killed by divine punishment and won't suspect me. But I let you down anyway. What does that mean? That I have a low IQ? Lin Jian laughed, thinking that he had just said his words in vain. The demon race's self-perception was too good. Before, Lin Jian had said that he wasn't worthy of it, wasn't worthy of living in symbiosis with Lin Jian, and hadn't it ever occurred to him that Lin Jian wasn't actually a braggart? Is there a possibility that he is truly unworthy? Lin Jian said again that there were at least 2 ways to get him killed, so now there was at least one more. I don't believe it. You can't even make me really hurt with your attacks on yourself. On what grounds? You can't talk too much. And since you're skeptical, I'll give you a ride. Lin Jian opened his hand as if he was letting Evergreen attack casually again. The reason why I couldn't hurt you is because you have strong spiritual power. And my previous attack could only hurt my body and couldn't affect my spiritual power, right? Now then, it's time for me to show you my other tactic, fiery flame burning body. This was something Lin Jian came up with, as it wasn't his skill, but rather the little flame came out. Flames emerged from the tiger's mouth of his right hand, and then crawled all over Lin Jian's body. In a flash, his entire body was ablaze with fire, but the flames didn't seem to have a high temperature. None of the clothing hair was burned off. However, this was no ordinary flame. In the gladiatorial arena before, Lin Jian had tested the effect of this flame on the power of the demon race. And now, while the flames were not felt deeply here in Lin Jian, a reaction of power exceeding divine punishment occurred in Evergreen. Evergreen screamed again and huge flames came out from his body. Physical attacks were ineffective, so they switched to mental attacks, and Lin Jian still attacked himself. The flame's power suppression against demons doubled 400 times at once and burned on Evergreen. Lin Jian walked over and snatched the magic crystals from Evergreen's hand as soon as he could, and at this time, Evergreen had no time to care. Why do you have divine fire? Is that called divine fire? Do you know what that is? Help! This fire! Evergreen rolled on the ground again, thrashing in pain. This fire was burning spiritual energy. After enduring immense pain, Evergreen looked like he was dying, and Lin Jian couldn't help but marvel. This fire doesn't affect me at all, yet he's so exaggerated. It looks like he's got one more means of attacking himself. The divine chain binding had been there all along, waiting for this moment. As long as he didn't pursue any spectacle, Lin Jian was directly attacking himself. How frugal. Lin Jian wasn't in a hurry. The life force of the demon race was very strong anyway, so let's slowly burn it weak first. Strange enough, this fire couldn't even burn clothes on Lin Jian's side, and Evergreen was actually scorched all over. Let's call it a day. And don't bother listening to your bull *********. Lin Jian still used the magic crystals to collect Evergreen as well, but the ground was still left with a pile of burnt ashes. What exactly was the demon race? Lin Jian didn't have a clear idea right now, but at least, myself and my sister will have a relatively safe period now, where burning others can't be seen. Only after collecting Evergreen. This side, Dean Gu came over with a large group of people. It's you again, Lin Jian. Why do you always come to our Divine Office Academy looking for trouble? Dean Gu, this trouble was found by your assistant professor. All the students could see it, and also, meeting all the challenges. Isn't this exactly the way to reflect the power of your Divine Clergy Academy? What? Are you not confident now? Assistant, Prof. Chang, what happened to him? You saw it, just now, when the divine punishment struck down. He was burned to ashes. What Lin Jian said was obviously not the same as what Dean Gu understood. Hadn't he come down from the altar? How did he burn to death again? Dean Gu examined the pile of ashes left behind by Evergreen with a shocked expression. Lin Jian, on the other hand, was carefully looking at Dean Gu's expression, expecting to see something. There was a demonic race lurking in the Divine Office Academy. Did the Academy know about it? If they knew, what was going on? And if they didn't know what was going on? But Lin Jian didn't see anything famous. After all, the old fox. It was interesting to say that Lin Jian had used a special method to defeat Evergreen, who was a demon, and was definitely stronger than Dean Gu. Unless Dean Gu was also a demon, and Lin Jian was far from being a match for Dean Gu. It's kind of a one-for-one thing, isn't it? Under the proper priesthood system, Lin Jian was also just a first-turn freshman. How did you do that? Assistant Professor Chang is level 45. Ancient Dean, you Divine Office Academy can't afford to lose, is it? Countless pairs of eyes have seen it. It's God's punishment that cleaved him to death. As for why that, who knows? In case his identity is taboo to God? It was close to the express. And Lin Jian still couldn't see any changes in Dean Gu. Could it be that he really didn't know that there was a demon race in the Divine Office? Seeing how coincidentally they came, Lin Jian believed Evergreen's words that the demons controlled the key positions of the Divine Office. Otherwise the people in charge would have been here earlier, all thinking that Evergreen could win. So they came a little late. How were they going to toss Lin Jian now? They couldn't find any reason. Who told you to ascend to the altar of God? Is that a place to just go? What can I do? With Evergreen, fight and get to the top. At this time, Dean Gu was also wondering what to do. Just let Lin Jian go tonight? But what can you do? You've lost face. Who's going to get it back? Even if you guys step in and kill Lin Jian now, the face isn't yours. What was lost in the ring must be recovered in the ring before you can do so. That being said, Lin Jian is a disaster. He's the one who has been causing the Divine Clergy Academy to lose face. He's not allowed to come here anymore? Joking aside, how is he going to get back on his feet if he doesn't come and then look like how much of a dish the Priesthood Academy is? Dean, we all saw it just now. They were dueling normally. Yes, both sides agreed, and hundreds of people testified. At this time, Long Kor and Qin Shou also came over, and once they came over and spoke, the others couldn't say anything else. It's just a matter of when the clergyman's face will be recovered. Lin Jian carefully observed the group of people behind the ancient dean. There might be a demon race in there, and the odds were that the next time they looked for trouble, it would be the demons again, and it would be best if they all thought that divine punishment had cleaved Evergreen to death. Otherwise Lin Jian's secret would be exposed. Imagine how scary it would be if they knew that it was really Lin Jian who had defeated Evergreen. Those who knew the identity of the Evergreen Demon Clan probably had their three views reversed. The devils were so powerful, how could they lose to a human? They would think that there must be something wrong with this person. Luckily, Lin Jian had just brought Evergreen up to the altar. Chapter 140, The Newly Appeared Demon Race. Lin Jian was eventually taken away by Dean Gu and the others, but of course it was just a formality, because after all, it's such a big deal that it's impossible for them to do nothing. But then again, they can't really do anything. Last time, there was talk of a duel with a student from this side of the world, and the two sides were going at it one by one. And this time, involving an assistant coach. That's more formalities. So Dean Gu's intention was to have the state vocational college come over to collect the people, and it wouldn't be good to just let them go on their own. This is the kind of explanation that doesn't count, right? So that everyone understands the seriousness of the matter as well. Just like that, Lin Jian was under house arrest by them in a room. There was no need to fight them hard. Anyway, so many people had seen it. This matter would not be dealt with by any means in private by the Clergy Academy. So next, Dean Gu and the others wouldn't say anything more to Lin Jian and just waited for the National Vocational College to come and collect the people. And with the loss of an assistant coach, what kind of internal communication they would have? Lin Jian had no idea. After waiting in the room for a few moments, suddenly the door opened and in came another very seriously dressed woman, who actually didn't look very old, just dressed in an old-fashioned way and wrapped up tightly. It's hard to feel uninterested in what is otherwise a very good-looking person. Lin Jian, you must describe to me again what happened tonight. Oh, did Dean Gu send you to ask? You'll talk when I tell you to. You did the thing. You must give an answer. That doesn't make sense. I don't know who you are, and I've said what I should have said just now to Dean Gu. There's nothing I can do if you guys believe me or not. So many people at the scene are watching. It's not like this is something done in private. Lin Jian just doesn't say it anymore. And he doesn't say it even if he asks over and over again. And there is a kind of clergy academy that just keeps shutting down. Normally this kind of battle would scare young people, but Lin Jian was more or less experienced in his previous life. As long as you are in control of the whole thing, whatever posturing the other side is doing is a bluff. What can they do? What you just said, I grasped some of it. I'm the director of the Divine Vocational Academy specializing in teacher logistics. You can call me Director Phone. Because of you, Our Divine Vocational Academy has already suffered multiple losses. Are you thinking that you're very powerful? Wait, multiple losses? That doesn't make sense. Open duels aren't your rules? But you shouldn't put people to death every time. Tell me, how did Assistant Professor Chang die? Many people have seen it. Divine punishment. Right, Director Feng, you said this Assistant Professor Chang. Is he a demon? Lin Jian suddenly turned the conversation around, drawing it upwards towards the demons, and then looked at this Director Feng's expression. Why? Because it was highly likely that the ones who came to ask for details at this time were also demons. It's not the place of an onlooker to ask, and they won't let a human ask about this. So, this Director Feng would be highly suspicious, and Lin Jian didn't know how to tell if it was a demon or not. They don't look as if they're any different from humans unless both sides strike. What do you mean? Demons? Director Feng's expression was surprised, as if he was looking at a little cutie. Look at Lin Jian. Don't you talk nonsense to muddy things up? Right now you're still in the Divine Vocational Academy. Do you really think that we don't dare to do anything to you? Mentioning the demon race at this time was the same as Lin Jian saying that he had seen a ghost in his previous life. If it's something that happened and you're being questioned by the police, you say a ghost did it and see if the police believe you. So this expression of Director Feng's was normal, as if he didn't believe in this at all. In this world, demons and ghosts alike are legends, and it is precisely because they are said so much that no one believes them. So what can you do to me? Come right on and show me. Lin Jian said indifferently. If the Divine Clergy Academy is perceived to be unable to lose, the loss in reputation could be much greater than mine. In fact, I'm just wondering why divine punishment worked so well on him. Could there really be a demon race in the world? Director Feng sank his face. Then how did you survive? Just because he attracted the power of God's punishment, the damage I received was minimal, which makes me wonder why he reacted so strongly when I'm fine. Do none of you believe there are demons in the world? Don't talk nonsense east and west. You've got some serious problems on you. What other questions do I have? The Professor Wang who disappeared earlier, I suspect it has something to do with you. Ha, she actually brought up that witch. Lin Jian is even more suspicious of her identity, because Lin Jian and Professor Wang direct relationship. No one knows. People know, only because Lin Jian's sister was captured by Professor Wang. The two did not directly face each other. How did you get hooked up with Lin Jian? Doesn't the person who thinks so know the identity of Prof. Wang? Who is Professor Wang? Are you playing dumb? She grabbed your sister before, so I have reason to suspect that because of that you took a shot at her. You're the Priesthood Academy, and a professor can be defeated by my first-turn freshman? Who knows if you've used any underhanded tricks? This time, Assistant Professor Chang, who was also far more powerful than you, didn't he die as well? Is it getting more and more like that? Or is she just plain god-awful? It made no sense that this could be suspected on Lin Jian's head, and Lin Jian could completely deny it. There's absolutely no necessary connection. The sister is coming back. Why would Lin Jian want to do it? What kind of underhanded trick did I bring that Prof. 1 to the altar? 2, Lin Jian asked with great depth. It was as if it wasn't her asking the question, but the two of them testing each other. Unless one knew about the demon race, one would suspect that Lin Jian had a problem, and Lin Jian's side also suspected that this Director Feng had a problem, and normally people wouldn't pull towards this kind of thing. Then who knows? You're the one who has awakened twice on the altar of God, and you actually haven't been washed away from the priesthood. Ordinary people can't think of that, but I know very well that God definitely doesn't allow anyone to awaken twice on the altar of God. Then you shouldn't ask me that. You have to ask God. Lin Jian refused to answer again and had a reasoned argument. What do I know as a freshman? Freshmen know everything. What else do I need you guys as teachers for? Do you think there's a possibility that God is particularly partial to me? Apparently Lin Jian was pulling something out of the air while trying to ask his own question. Director Feng also knew that he had encountered a prick. It was difficult to deal with. And if he didn't use any tactics, he basically couldn't ask anything. At this time, a man outside walked in and said, Dean G of the National Vocational College is here. Come to collect the person. Then Director Feng cannot ask further, because lie also lie soon. Lin Jian suddenly smiled at her, because at this time, it was unwise to come out and expose yourself. The devils would definitely come again. Lin Jian knew this, but was curious as to who the next devil to appear before him would be. Now it seemed that this was the one, and although it was just a guess, they wouldn't let humans get involved in matters involving the demons. Chapter 141, I'm a freshman and you're asking me? Lin Jian had an advantage in that he counted himself as hiding in the shadows. Those things with the witch, no one else knew about them and didn't dare to do anything rash, in case the truth was exposed. Of course Lin Jian would be in trouble, so he couldn't say anything. One concern was that the demon race was mentally powerful. Could they or could they not sense Lin Jian's mind and use a mind-reading type of tactic? In the legends the demons could. It was said that nothing in the world could be hidden from them. But Lin Jian is not an ordinary person. Even God has fooled. Ji Wuyo came and directly took Lin Jian away, and he seemed to have given the Divine Office a good deal, directly leading Lin Jian out of the Divine Office Academy. He only stopped. What should I say? By rights I should teach you a lesson and not do it again next time, but I don't seem to have a reason to be like this. After all, the relationship between the National Vocational Academy and the Divine Office Academy. Well, did Dean Ji think I add him pretty good? You have to be careful. It's not good to get too inflated these days, but I don't think my words should limit you. Ji Wuyo shook his head and didn't bother to talk about that nonsense. I'm curious. I heard that you killed one of their assistant professors with the help of divine punishment on the divine altar. Is divine punishment really ineffective against you? Dean Ji can't say that. He can only say that the target of divine punishment is just him. Lin Jian hurriedly explained. Otherwise it would look like he stood out too much and would easily be caught for study. That's why this argument of seasonlessness is a pit. Never jump into it, and the blame is thrown on the loser. The target of divine punishment is a clergyman's assistant professor? Yes. Has Dean Ji ever heard of the demon race? This legend has been around since ancient times. You're not going to tell me that the assistant teacher is a demon. That I don't know. Just from this result, inferring that it's possible. Lin Jian wouldn't say such things to Ji Wuyo because he didn't trust anyone right now. Going around looking for someone to complain when something goes wrong can only be described as looking for death. Who knows if Ji Wuyo will also have a relationship with the demon race. He is the vice president of the National Vocational College, and even he himself may be a demon. If the devils have a plan, won't they infiltrate the National Vocational College? Ji Wuyo shook his head with a strange expression. On the contrary, it is you who surprises people every time. I still underestimated you. Only, even if I want to do anything, there will be people within the National Vocational College who will question you. This priesthood of mine is too chicken ********. Yeah, you, the priesthood. Why are you still around? Ji Wuyo finally noticed the point. It was reasonable to say that it was impossible for the god not to notice. That's a god. How could it go wrong? It's absolutely impossible. Lin Jian still made excuses for himself. Maybe my sister's awakened priesthood was too heavenly and attracted the god's attention? Can God be negligent too? Then who knows? I'm just a freshman. Ji Wuyo couldn't be bothered to ask. Asking a student such a question. Are you serious? What is God like who has ever seen? So of course such a question is unanswerable. Bringing Lin Jian back, Ji Wuyo could only tell him to be careful. And only careful. What can we do? If the divine office wants to do something bad, Lin Jian can't always hide, right? Thinking about it from this aspect, Lin Jian should also take some precautions himself. And the best defense is to get all sorts of gear first, so you can take it out and use it in a pinch. Yoren was the most vocal in this regard, and she seemed to have always relied on her equipment. Lin Jian, it's not that I'm talking about you. Facing a grudge from the Divine Clergy Academy, you should just take it seriously. They can have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Even if you're personally strong, they'll find a weakness to exploit. Indeed, I'm fine against a single strong enemy. If there are more, it was hard for Lin Jian to have more, and all he could think of was to rely on his immortal body to run as far as possible. That would be too passive. But none of his skills had a great range. The last time he was able to deal with the two-gang swarm attack was because they were all vegetables, and the Divine Clergy Academy wasn't vegetables. They could overwhelm Lin Jian. Moreover, the hatred that Lin Jian was pulling right now was more than just the Divine Clergy Academy. You do this. Last time I made bullet slugs from the cow bones. If you are free, enchant all the slugs and stack them at least 5 layers. Then a random shot will have the power of a top mage's shot. What if I still want to stack upwards? That won't hold up. And that cow bone won't hold up to you stacking it too much, material-wise. Meaning there has to be more powerful materials for my enchantments to stack upwards? It was really troublesome to say so. Lin Jian thought that he could casually craft equipment. Come to think of it, he'd get a strong backlash when he stacked primary spells on himself. Then the equipment is the same. To enchant up, the first material has to carry. Last time that was a level 40 Bull King, and the bones could only stack 5 layers? Yeah, if you're going to stack to the forbidden spell level, you're going to have to acquire some rare materials. Lin Jian thought he was bored with his equipment and came out with 1,000,000 guns. But, if he stacks a bunch of spell equipment of forbidden spell strength, then whoever dares to mess with him will come to 10,000 rounds. Forbidden spell strength. Ah, the magic clan can't even carry it, right? Now I hear. It is not that he can attach it if he wants to. And where do I find these materials? This kind of strength material is rare, and it is very expensive to casually come out. This way, I know that an auction is going to be held, and it is said that some high-strength materials will be auctioned, as well as those handed down from the ancient demon god war. What? The demon god war is real? I don't know. It's just a legend. It's always good to check it out. The next day, Yu Ling took Lin Jian to the auction house. no matter what world it is, there is always someone thinking about making money. And obviously the auction house is a place where prices are inflated openly and honestly. However, the auction houses also only make money from the rich and are not considered to be price gouging. After all, the things that appeared here were not used by the general public. They were all for the tycoons, and they were not common enough for anyone to know how to price them. So it was a case of the highest bidder getting the best price, and those who were willing to buy it paid for it. Yurin, do we have that much money? Lin Jian followed Yulin to the scene, which also provided them with hidden boxes. Such a great of place, Lin Jian previously thought not even dare to think. Yuling dressed in broken but money actually so much, then why is she acting like a beggar? There are things I didn't tell you, I hope you don't mind. Ha, is it the secret of your birth? That doesn't need to be told to me. It's just that it's a bit embarrassing for you to break the bank. It's alright, I have the money, it's just my family history. Forget it, I'll tell you. Yorin suddenly willing to speak again. Actually, it's not complicated to say. The same as your situation. My family has messed with the demon race. To humans, they are as unappealing as gods. So you can see that I don't dare to show my true face to people right now. Her family messed with the demons too? So they're in the same boat. Chapter 142 Yuling's Family History. According to Yurin, it made sense. No wonder she was so scared. After knowing Lin Jian for so long, Yurin could simply be said to be a secret. Deep down, sometimes it felt like she was like another Lin Jian, who also often pulled off things that shocked others, and Yuling hid no less, if not more, secrets as her family became secret. My family was originally a powerful family in the capital, but that era has gone on for so long that young people nowadays no longer know about it. Older people, not to mention young people, have almost forgotten all about it, haven't they? It can't be helped. That's why I know something about the demons, and all the ones that are sure they're real and can have a big impact, they won't let it go, and they're transforming the world. In other words, none of the forces in the open are aware of the existence of the demon race now. All those posh forces that have actually changed a bunch, it could be seen how many dark battles had been experienced before, and the demon race would not put these things out in the open. Their forces have spread to all corners of humanity? It's like this, that's why I'm only telling you, because you're in the same situation now. But you can't say anything about it, and you can't talk nonsense when you're facing someone you're not sure of, no matter who he is, or the demon clan will make up its mind to settle. Lin Jian nodded slightly, which was why he refused to tell Ji Wuyo. Let the demon race feel the need for this when they will destroy you no matter how much it costs. Lin Jian was absolutely unable to carry it off. He hadn't swelled up to this point. In that case, tackling that evergreen last night was also the right thing to do, and thankfully it got done. At that moment, there was a knock on the door and the two immediately stopped their conversation. Yurin went to open the door and a very seductive woman handed in something at the door. This is the list of items for today's auction. Please keep it in your hands. Besides, do you need any special services? No need for that. Just serve tea. Okay, we won't bother the customers. After delivering the monogram, the sultry woman left, and Yurin relocked the door again. Bring in a single eye of two people to study and see what possesses a little value. Lin Jian looked at the names on that list of items, and he barely recognized them himself. Many things are of little value. We are mainly purchasing some materials for you this time. Materials that can withstand the level of forbidden spells are definitely not available on the market, but they are also not rare in the auction house. These things are indeed rare, but they don't meet the requirements. Oh, no? Wait, I don't know what this is. A wine glass from the time of the War of the Demons. Yurin thought for a moment. She had no idea. There is a possibility that these things are fake, but some of them are also worthless. Nowadays there are people who collect items from the period of the Demon God War, but they are only used as antiques. They are basically fake. That period, too, exists only in legend. Was there that period or not? Let's just say that some people believed it and some people bought it. Can't we see the real thing first? They will show it, just won't let you get it so clear. Just doing business, you should also understand. This, our goal today is this thing now. A piece of dragon bone. What's a dragon bone? A dragon's bone? No, the name stands for something that has a long vintage, possibly the bones of a powerful creature from a long time ago. Incomplete but possessing unknown properties, and the unknown is the value. Lin Jian suddenly realized that the original auction was actually similar to buying a lottery ticket. It's possible to be duped or win. There's no way around it. Good things can only be blogged this way. Yurin, if I have something to sell, can I still participate in the auction now? You have something to auction? It can't be some kind of heirloom that will fetch a price here? There are. Like this one. Lin Jian took out a poisonous stinger from his storage ring. It's what I obtained from killing the queen bee last time. I keep forgetting about it. Can this be sold for a price here? Yurin was a bit surprised. This is good stuff. You can keep it. No, I don't want you to come up with the money. that could potentially expose you. Lin Jian was still thinking about Yuling. She was very surprised and froze for a moment. This has to be handed over to the auction house for appraisal, because how much it can be sold depends on the quality, and the quality of such a material is divided into many levels. Then let them appraise it, and claim to the public today that it's me paying for it, and you'll make it up if it's not enough. Well, thank you for thinking of me. It's only natural. You don't need to be thankful. Soon after, Yuling led Lin Jian to the person in charge of the auction house, a thin man wearing glasses. The man with the glasses looked at what the two of them were wearing and asked with some disdain, "Do you two have something to sell as well? We're a classy auction house. Not everything is up for bidding." Yuling had only spent money before and couldn't meet such blank stares. But if you want to take something to bid on, people will have to scrutinize your worth. After all, who doesn't want to waste time with poor people? We are also guests bidding today. Can't you appraise it? Yurin spoke up and didn't bother to pull anything else, so he told him that I spent money today. As expected, the man with the glasses immediately stopped talking nonsense, but still had more or less a disgusted look on his face. Then please come out, sir. In a short time, an old man was invited out, looking plain and unimpressive. Lin Jian took out the poisonous stinger for him to appraise, and the old man's cloudy eyes lit up at the first sight of the stinger. This, he raised his head and glanced at Lin Jian. Where did you get that? I don't want a bull ***** you guys. Just see if you can auction it off. It can, and it definitely sells for a high price. It's a poisonous thorn from a demon. The glasses guy's eyes dropped at the side. What? Demons? Lin Jian did find it amazing. Isn't it true that no one believes in the existence of the demon race? You misunderstand. The demonic creature is not talking about the demon race. It's just a monster that exists with unknown power. Just like you with the poisonous thorns, it possesses power that far exceeds the level of this monster. It's not simple. Can that be sold? Yes, but our auction house takes 30%. Deal. Lin Jian didn't care at all. There were still a dozen or so left anyway, so he took one to test the waters first. According to this old man, Lin Jian still had a young bee. Wouldn't it be demonized as well? Now that the young bee was in his storage ring and had gone dormant, was it worth a lot of money to take this out and sell it? I didn't realize that the monster materials had gone up in value after the witch had done this. Okay, Lu, guests, you wait a moment. We will sign the agreement right away. We promise to arrange it properly for you. Seeing that there were benefits, the man with the glasses no longer had that bored look on his face, and he was more positive than anyone else. No wonder it is said that such a talent can be successful. He can change his face at any time, and he does not have the slightest psychological burden on himself. Chapter 143, Being Rich as you want to be. The auction house process was smooth, what with the protocol process being readily available. After Lin Jian handed them the poison stinger, he returned to the box with Yuling. Soon the auction began, and I didn't expect that the first item on the stage would be Lin Jian's poisonous thorn. Your guests have been waiting for a long time. The auction will begin immediately, but before we begin today, I have an announcement to make. There has been a change in the auction. We've just collected a lot, so before we begin, we'd like your guests to organize their budgets for the day. The presenter is loud and still very organized, showing what's not on the monogram first, because a lot of people have budgeted according to that list item, and if something new is added, there's a good chance they won't have too much money left. By mentioning it first, you are giving them ample time to prepare. Today's newly collected lot is a poisonous needle from a cold poisonous bee, which is a queen bee's poisonous needle. The quality is very high. We appraised it as excellent, and it's been rare for many years. Everyone knows that cold wasps are hard to deal with, especially the queen, because it's so poisonous it's hard to get close. The poison of the cold poison bee is also one of the top strange poisons, but these alone are not enough to describe the preciousness of the lot. This one shot today is a demonized poison needle. The scene was suddenly quiet. The bidders, many of whom were also publicly visible, were in the room looking at the stinger that a few people had carried out with their eyes glazed over. Clearly that was the focus of everyone's attention. Demonization has a surreal feel to it, because the demons only appear in legends. This is not reality in most people's perception. Yet the demonized creatures are certain to have been seen by someone. So how does that explain it? Because of this, the materials used for magicalization are very expensive. And how it's said, it's dipped in buffs. Whether the demons are real or not, the power of demonization is really powerful. No need to bull *********. I'll take it for $1 million. Immediately, someone yelled. Lin Jian heard this voice at that time was also confused. To know, the starting amount signed with the auction house is only 10,000. The first person directly soared 100 times. Lin Jian had never seen so much money since he arrived in this world. You can't really understand the world of the rich. That's what they're after. The host immediately climbed up the pole. Well then, The reserve price will be $1 million. Does anyone else have a higher bid? The reserve price is all just a sense of meaning. In fact, many times the auction house has a bottom line in mind. Immediately after the host finished speaking, someone raised their card and the price began to skyrocket. By the time Lin Jian heard the host drop the hammer, the price had soared to $10 million. Ha! This thing, they're buying it for $10 million? What's so rare about it? Nowadays magical things are highly sought after because of the unknown power. Whether it's as research or an attempt at a breakthrough, there are always people who want a miracle. And magical power is the miracle they're looking for. That's right. How much is a miracle worth? That looks not at the price tag, but at how much you have. Today's auction was the first time Lin Jian had seen it, and he went over in a full haze. He didn't expect it to be like this either, and only blamed himself that he hadn't seen such a scene even in his previous life. Now he wasn't sensitive to life and death at all. Because of his immortal body, he had long been numb. And the sensitivity to money is probably an obsession brought on by a previous life. But today Lin Jian did not earn. That piece of dragon bone cost 1 million. And Lin Jian on a whim wanted to shoot that legendary wine cup from the time of the Demon God War. And spent 20 million. So instead of Lin Jian not earning, Yuling also hitched 10 million. Yulin had nothing to say about it. And Lin Jian wouldn't feel uneasy about it. He got rich. He had a dozen poison spikes alone. No, he could have unlimited magical items. Because he had 2 demons in his hands alone, which was an unlimited money generator. With the witch and evergreen, what is Lin Jian still reserved for? There is plenty of money in the future. How much owed to Yuling can be paid back? So when they finally went to settle the bill, the Lin Jian people were floating. You seem happy? Of course, we got what we wanted to buy. But don't be happy so early. That dragon bone I don't think is of high enough quality. It shouldn't be able to withstand the forbidden spell. And that wine cup, it's most likely a forgery. Because basically no one believes that the Demon God War happened. And anyone who buys this has a problem with having a lot of money. Luckily no one grabbed the dragon bone from Lin Jian. But any wine cup from the time of the War of the Demons and Gods would be too fake. Since no one believes in the existence of demons, where did this goblet come from? And how does it prove that it's from the time of the War of the Demons? But Lin Jian wasn't discouraged at all because he was too rich now. If he wasn't afraid of causing any unimaginable consequences, he might even sell the demon race directly. At this time in the auction house, the man with the glasses was also waiting for Lin Jian to hand over, and the old man was in the next room, followed by a woman with a veil over her face. They were all looking toward this side of the room, and from their viewpoint, the walls were actually transparent. Big, Missy, do you think this is necessary? I'll have to see if this kid, who can actually fool the eyes of God, is a bit of a bad rule, but it's better for the power of God not to appear here directly. This is the rule set by the previous king. If there is no such need, he cheated. It's hard to believe that he can change this world. It's hard to say. Even a prophet can be tolerated. But deceiving God is unforgivable. The veiled woman seemed to be in a mood. Only she was holding it back as well. Speaking coolly and sensibly, the old man couldn't help but let out a sigh. It depends on what you decide. But if the divine power is once directly present here, many things will be difficult to clean up. If he can't make a big wave, just leave him alone. It's just a pity that the Wheel of Fortune can't be activated. Otherwise I wouldn't be so hesitant. Just wait and see if you hesitate. It's not like you're coming over here in person. Don't worry. I know in my heart that I mustn't give the demon race a break now, and won't let them easily perceive divine power. The old man stopped talking and just quietly watched what was going on next door. At this time, Lin Jian entered the room with Yuling as well, making a handover of money items with the man with the glasses. The man with the glasses prepared 2 boxes, one containing the keel and the other the wine glass. If the money wasn't enough, Yuling made up for it, but the deal with the auction house was in Lin Jian's name. At the same time, Lin Jian had to inspect the goods to make sure that what was captured matched the auction house's description. Lin Jian first opened a box, checked the dragon bone, and then went to check the wine cup. But when Lin Jian opened the box containing the wine glass, the 2 people in this side of the room all stared in disbelief. It's Father's skull. How could it be? How could it be here? I was careless. I didn't even check all the items before. It's not your fault. Only the influence of the demons. Chapter 144, Divine King's Skull as a Wine Cup. Lin Jian didn't even know whether it was real or fake after inspecting the goods, and the auction house only guaranteed that it was consistent with their superficial description. Anyway, it didn't matter if he was happy today. Lin Jian, who had 2 demons in his hand, could be said to be spirited. After the formalities, he was excited to go back, and when he figured out a better way to make money, he would come back to get a wave, and it didn't matter if he was fooled. Anyway, he had no cost here, and with the money, he could get more equipment. Who knew that just as he got out to the door, he was stopped by a masked girl. You're Lin Jian? Lin Jian looked at the masked girl and then glanced at Yuling, thinking that anyone who wasn't allowed to see their true appearance had a powerful background. But that background shouldn't be able to affect him. The demon clan had messed with him. Who had a background as strong as this? If you have something to say, I'm pressed for time. Did you just buy a wine glass at auction? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. So how much are you willing to offer? Drive whatever you want. I'm willing to give whatever you offer. Hearing this, Lin Jian instantly lost interest in haggling, pulling Yuling around. Hua didn't even bother to say more than a word to this masked girl, who in turn became anxious. Hey, you should make a bid. Lin Jian didn't look back and waved his hand. I'm not selling. This time, Yulin was also quite puzzled. Why don't you sell it? Is it because you know the value of this thing? I don't know, but for one thing I can sell all sorts of magicalized items now. Short of money? That's true. Also, anyone who tells you to make a random offer is not doing business with you in good faith. Yuling got curious and hurriedly asked, why? At your age, you shouldn't have experienced too much either. And your family doesn't look like a businessman. Lin Jian laughed, because just think about it, she hasn't even considered the matter itself. If she had, would she not have an expectation? She could at least give a range that she thought would move me. Indeed, if the other person can't even answer such a question, it means she hasn't thought about the matter itself. No need to waste time with such insincere ones. Odds are they won't be able to talk. But Lin Jian probably didn't know that people really didn't have the sense to consider such issues. At the same time, it was also true that Lin Jian could afford to offer any price he wanted. Watching Lin Jian move away, the girl was also completely confused. She didn't even know what was going on. The old man appeared behind her, also looking helpless. I've never seen anyone so strange. Missy, you haven't really seen many humans. Actually, Autumn J, can you see through what he's thinking? I haven't tried. I don't think it would work, and I wouldn't waste that time. The fact that he can trick his way past the altar of the gods means that no one can see through him. The man is complicated and different from everyone else. I can't tell. He but makes a price, and I can meet it. Is there a possibility that he thinks you're bluffing? As soon as Lin Jian returned to the National Vocational College, he immediately began arranging for the enchantment. Anyway, he was an immortal body. The power of the backlash himself to bear it once first will come to the enemy will be able to hit out with a brain. It was an invincible means any way you looked at it, and the fact that the power could be stacked up was too good for Lin Jian. It's like making a cut today, memorizing it first, and then making another cut tomorrow, all the way up to 10 days later. And you memorize these cuts one at a time, and that damage is never going to be something that you can get out of it all at once. First up is that keel. Get Professor Yuan to identify it. This dragon bone. It shouldn't look ancient enough to withstand your 10 layers of stacking. Is that not good enough? Teacher, you casually managed to take out materials that could withstand 7 layers of stacking for me last time, so I'm still wasting such a precious thing of yours. $1 million for this dragon bone. Professor Yuan laughed out loud upon hearing this. That's not the case. There is a slight misunderstanding in your perception. I did give you materials that can withstand higher stacks last time. Even stacking 10 layers is fine, but it's not permanent. That's just material for testing. If you're going to make it into equipment, surely it's a spare, right? So really high-grade materials that can make permanent equipment instead of having to use it up right away. I see. It's not that ordinary materials don't work, but they don't last long. When you engage in this kind of enchantment, of course, the longer you prepare, the more powerful you are, and the more power you accumulate. It is the same as saying that provides you with external power reserves. You have the strength today, but today nothing to do. You can save up first, until you meet the enemy. Coincidentally, the state is not good, cannot be used. It's not bad when you can only stack 7 layers. It's just a shame that you can't get to the strength of a forbidden spell. Wait, Lin Jian, are you really going to prepare that much forbidden spell strength equipment? Prof. Yuan is dumbfounded. You're going to war? But on the contrary, Lin Jian had this backbone. He wasn't afraid of getting hurt, and the backlash could be resisted. Other people can't even do this with 7 layers, not to mention 10. I'm just insecure. I always have to have some around to prevent being targeted. Then your sense of worry is quite strong. But the superposition of the forbidden spell's intensity, you can really carry it? Don't worry, teacher. There is one more thing for you to see today. Lin Jian took out another lot, which was the ancient wine cup. Since Professor Yuan was a high-ranking person in the enchantment world, he must be familiar with a lot of materials. Lin Jian was short of materials. If this wine cup could also be used for enchantment, it wouldn't be a loss. He was not a fan of antiques. When Professor Yuan took it in his hand and touched it carefully for a few moments, his face suddenly changed. That's not a wineglass, that's a skull. Is the auction house that pitiful? Even if it's fake, it shouldn't take something so shocking out to cheat people. It's not a lie. This skull is quite old. I can look at it for at least 1,000 years. Lin Jian froze. It's really antique. But what's the use of a human skull? It doesn't record anything. There are so many dead creatures from ancient times that they don't all fetch a high price when left to this day. Prof. Yuan didn't really get it. This thing was beyond his knowledge, so he started to come up with bad ideas. Why don't you try enchanting? I've never seen this before. But materials, well, people try them out. Lin Jian felt it was right that one dared to speak and the other dared to listen. Lin Jian wasn't afraid of backlash anyway, so the big deal if anything happened was that he suffered. Okay, then I'll go back and try. Wait, speaking of skulls as wine cups, I do recall a story. Legend has it that during the Demon God War, the Demon King was defeated, but he also took the opportunity to kill the God King. He was driven back to the demon realm, and in order to let out his anger, he made wine cups out of the God King's skulls. Teacher, you're old enough to believe in this? Lin Jian disdained. So many people didn't believe in the existence of the demon race, and there were still people who believed in the more exaggerated ones? How ancient. And no one recorded it then. So what kind of people passed down such a colorful story? That's why this kind of thing sounds fake at first glance. Chapter 145, New Students Admitted on a Provisional Basis. Because of the difference in levels, Lin Jian was now letting the rest of the team go in practice. It just so happened that the temple place was very suitable for first-turn novices, and Linya had absolute control over the temple, so it couldn't be out of danger. It's a long time to go even one level up, and a few geniuses can't be used as a template. For example, those who reach the second turn in a year are not even a majority in the priesthood academy, who can be one level a day, and that 1 month on top. No one in the world is your opponent, no matter how high his priesthood level is. Obviously, God does not make rules for humans in this way. They went off to practice, and Lin Jian enchanted himself in his apartment, now that he had the materials. By the time everyone is at the same level, practicing together is the most efficient, and what Lin Jian is doing now is something that other enchanters can never hope for. Other people's upper limit is Lin Jian's lower limit. 5 levels of stacking? That's just the foundation. If it wasn't for the material limitations, Lin Jian would want to do it up to level 10. Putting down a cut piece of keel, Lin Jian let out a slight sigh of relief. It has been confirmed that this dragon bone can only be stacked up to a maximum of 7 layers. And Prof. Yuan is right. Any higher will be unstable. But Lin Jian really wanted to prepare a bunch of forbidden spell level equipment. It would be too late to stack them when he fought my enemy, too powerful. Lin Jian himself had to feel sorry for himself. He didn't want to mess with such a strong enemy. But what could be done? His priesthood is that paradoxical, and his sister's priesthood is even more anticlimactic, able to attract the attention of gods and demons. You can't hide it. The only thing that can fight gods and demons are forbidden spells, and now he doesn't have any of them. It was far from enough to deal with it by itself, and if it wasn't for specific conditions, Lin Jian wouldn't be able to fight the demons. No, we still have to find stronger materials. We must stack 10 layers. Lin Jian looked at the room full of enchanted equipment, weapons and defenses, and a whole bunch of bullets, with a minimum of 5 stacks. This was equal to the attack power of a top mage and was effective against anyone. 5 levels, that's the upper limit for regular enchanters. And if Lin Jian had died and lived for the enchantment over the course of a few days, anyone else would have had to die hundreds or thousands of times. Yorin let enchant me with so many bullets, really treating my life like it's not my life. Lin Jian once again lamented the fact that enchantments were actually inefficient for others, as they could all only be used once. And after the spell had been released you'd have to re-enchant it, as the power of the original enchantment had already been knocked out. There was no such thing as a permanent use of a single enchantment here, making Lin Jian feel sorry for himself. At this moment, someone knocked on the door, and Lin Jian went to open it to see that it was actually Ji Wuyo. Dean Ji, you actually came over in person. What is so important? Here's the deal. Introduce your team to a new student. Ji Wuyo turned sideways, and Lin Jian saw a young girl standing behind him who was simply top-notch beautiful. Lin Jian had seen too many beautiful women like this, but with different temperaments. How can I put it? This one's aura is worlds apart from anyone else's. It's not like a person. It was either cursing, or Lin Jian's first glance felt as if he had seen it again somewhere. I don't know her. Why? Because you're famous. People come to you because you're famous and they think you're great. Awesome or not for now. We don't even know her and it could break team unity. Don't worry. She's got skills. She's a great healer. Does Lin Jian's team need a healer? Actually, the prophet has some healing capabilities, but of course it can't be compared to a proper healer. But right now Lin Jian's team has a stable upgrade environment and doesn't need any healing at all. Good looking, Lin Jian can't take it easily. Is there less beautiful women around him? The 2 school flowers of the Divine Office Academy. The captured witch, which is not a top beauty. Lin Jian's sister is also getting more and more beautiful after fading away from her sick face, and the wind is catching up with the school flower, and even the seasonal clouds are not bad. Okay, it was also just Yurin's image that was a bit worse, but Lin Jian understood that if he could see her posse, he would definitely be shocked as well, because Yurin was absolutely confident in her looks, otherwise why would she disguise herself? So one more beautiful woman and one less. Lin Jian didn't care that much, and there was still the possibility of inviting trouble. This therapist, Lin Jian didn't know how to refuse. Dean Ji had personally come. Was his background that powerful? If you have the background, why don't you go join the 5 major organizations? Seeing that he had the intention of refusing, Ji Wuyo hurriedly pulled Lin Jian inside while instructing the young girl behind her. Li, wait here. I'll have a word with him. I'll be done soon. Then, Ji Wuyo pulled Lin Jian into the house without explanation. Dean Ji, so exaggerated? What do you think? Her family gave a big donation to the state college. Oh, I see. Lin Jian came to a realization. But why don't you set her up with the 5 major clubs? You can tell her that the 5 major clubs are awesome, and the fact that their overall strength is not comparable to our squad. Ji Wuyo was also helpless. You think I didn't say that? He had said so long ago, and since this student was so important, Ji Wuyo's first thought was not that he couldn't let her follow Lin Jian. It's not that Lin Jian isn't strong, but he's got too much trouble around him. So what if he gets another fortune teller involved? But she recognized Lin Jian, a young girl, always a little idol worship. Listen to me, Lin Jian, take good care of her. The National Vocational College owes you a favor. It's true that strength is honored in this world, and that those who are powerful in the priesthood have everything, but only in the priesthood. We at the state college still need some donations to keep it going. You can understand that, can't you? It's not that the NCAA isn't strong enough, it's that the SOTC is overly competitive. So the NCAA has been dangerous. You can't say how good you are as long as there are stronger ones. Sure, the national priesthood can boast of all the normal priesthoods, but people hold the priesthood over you. So it takes a little bit of business to make the state college stand. You say you're so powerful that you don't care about any money. Does the clergy academy agree? Lin Jian also fully understands Ji Wuyo's hardship. Bring more people chant. Anyway, in the future you can raise more conditions with the hospital. It does not seem to be a loss. He also asked, then this girl, is she honest? Don't worry, a rich, educated girl, no matter how dishonest, can cause more trouble than you? That's true. Let her in. Lin Jian and Ji Wuyo reached an agreement, then immediately raised conditions. Dean, I am now short of materials. Can you give me some precious materials? At least, something that can withstand the level of a forbidden spell? Do you realize what you're saying? It doesn't matter if you don't give it, except that I wouldn't dare make any promises. Okay, I'll help you find it. Forbidden spells. What the hell are you doing? Ji Wuyo finally compromised. The materials were precious, but the school had to operate. Chapter 146, The Challenge of a Love Enemy. Ji Wuyo left the man here and left to find materials for Lin Jian. When he promised, Lin Jian felt steady, because the National Vocational College was at least established, so he could definitely find the right material. In the hall of the apartment, Lin Jian scrutinized the young girl who was beautiful to the core. What's your name? Li. I've heard about you. Defeated the clergy house many times, so I don't go to the clergy house anymore, and asked my grandfather to send me here. And I've also heard that you helped my sister to awaken the clergy. I'm so touched. Stop. Let's talk about you first. You're a posh girl. I'm a bit stressed to be honest. Lin Jian also had a big head right now, fearing that this one had carried some kind of stinky problem since he was a child. Let's say goodbye first. Since you're running to me, I'll be your boss in the future, and if you deny it and betray it, I'll fire you. Now call out boss to hear it. It was obvious that Li was very torn right now, as if she hadn't obeyed anyone since she was a child. It was normal. The mansion was like that, but Lin Jian didn't say anything and waited for her to pay her respects. It's fine if you don't recognize it, then I can do without the hassle. Of course, it's not so easy to push back after talking to Ji Wuyo, so take it first. If she can't hold it now, it will be more troublesome in the future. So Lin Jian told her to go through this hurdle first, and to get out if she can't stand the aggravation. Boss, she really shouted. Lin Jian nodded. Then we'll see how you behave in the future. If there's anything you don't listen to, I'm not going to bully you. I can only say that we'll get together. If you listen, no matter who bullies you in the future, I'll help you out. A hint of arrogance suddenly flashed through Li's large, innocent eyes. Are you serious? Of course it's true. As long as you're one of your own, I won't let whoever it is bully you. Fine, I believe you. After all, you're not even afraid of the Divine Clergy Academy. And Li smiled sweetly, but the smile wasn't real, and there was no way she could take Lin Jian's words seriously. It's impossible to take it seriously. Who do you think you are? Even if you don't count those powerful human beings, there are still gods and demons. Gods and demons are bound to be stronger than humans, so how is this guaranteed? Ridiculous human who liked to brag, and there was no need to take him seriously, but she had her own agenda. It's good to know. Have you turned one already? I'll let you practice with them. Why don't you go practice? I want to join you. Ha ha, it doesn't have to be like this. Even for heroes, the daily routine is boring. You don't have to follow all the time. This innocent expression also really made Lin Jian flutter a bit, and Lee looked around and added, I heard that you were at the auction house yesterday and threw away a lot of money and bought a lot of expensive materials. What are they? I'm just curious. What did you use these materials for? Is it awesome? No. You call that a throwaway when you're as posh as you are? Lin Jian didn't understand. $20 million only. In the capital such a powerful family would put in the eyes? An Lai immediately digressed. I'm just curious about how you utilize these things. After all, I want to be strong too. Well, there's a chance. Except people are different. He was about to say that his model couldn't be applied to others when there was another knock on the door. Going over and opening the door, I saw a strange boy, handing over a letter. Another love letter? You could have put it in the mailbox outside. No, it's a challenge. From the priesthood. Oh, you're not from our state academy? I am, but I also want to see you abuse their divine vocational academy and give our national vocational academy a voice. Come on, Lin Jian. I'm optimistic about you. The boy waved his fist excitedly and walked away. It's hard to figure out. Lin Jian did a few big jobs at the divine office, and the boys are starting to have a tendency to worship. It was normal that those who weren't accepted had low self-esteem, and those who weren't accepted into the divine office still had low self-esteem as well. The students of the State Academy had always felt that they were head and shoulders shorter than the divine office, and they hadn't even won any of their matches against each other. Therefore, Lin Jian had been unprecedented every time since the time of the challenge. Now he is not only girls in the National Vocational College, the boys are also a lot of pursuit. The 5 major clubs that are cynical and hate. Of course there is diversity in people, and there are people looking for a fight at any given time. Lin Jian came in and opened the letter. On the letter was a challenge from a first-turn student of the Divine Clergy Academy. Yes, this one was also a first turn. Too High Divine Clergy Academy was also embarrassed. This student was a puppeteer. Unheard of priesthood. So what was his reason for the challenge? It's not something for the honor of the divine office. And saying that about the divine office doesn't promote it either. As if it looks like the divine office is holding back how much it's holding back. The excuse was Qin Shou. And it turned out that this was the sleazy man who had set his sights on Qin Shou. And it was he who had put pressure on Qin Shou's family. Why challenge again when pressure is applied? It was because Qin Shou's side was stuck at a critical point and didn't agree to be his girlfriend. Qin Shou's attitude was that she had broken off with Lin Jian. So everything that happened would never have anything to do with Lin Jian again. But she just wouldn't agree to go out with this puppeteer, which was a different thing, and she was still righteous. If they didn't break up now, then Lin Jian was related to the Qin family in the name of his boyfriend. Once the relationship was severed, then whatever happened to the Qin family would have nothing to do with Lin Jian. This was excusing Lin Jian. Qin Shou was planning to take this on alone, and it would be false for Lin Jian to say he wasn't touched. Qin Shou didn't want to involve Lin Jian. She was still so righteous. In that case, it would be unrighteous of me to remain indifferent. Lin Jian nodded. It had nothing to do with men and women. If the one in trouble at this time was one of his good brothers, could he not step in? The challenge is also interesting. It ends with a special enchanted symbol at the place where you press your handprints. As long as Lin Jian's side pressed his handprint, the challenge was established, and the contest would take place 2 days later. The other party also gave the competition additional terms. Whoever loses who is not allowed to socialize with Qin Shou. So childish, but it works. Can this lose? Obviously not. I could stop seeing her, but not be restricted by something, and that would never be tolerated. You have a girlfriend already? At this time a voice next to him asked, and Lin Jian almost forgot that An Li was still next to him. You have such good eyes? Well, I've had good eyes since I was a kid. A lot of things don't escape me. Are you up for the challenge? Too, but I heard that woman broke up with you last time. So if you say you're fighting for her this time, and it doesn't stand up, wouldn't it seem far-fetched to fight like this? How does this little girl know everything? Is she a fairy, or just a little fan of gossip? Lin Jian thought about it, but decided to educate the ignorant girl and let her know what a man was. You are still young. You will understand later. Man is the highest of creatures. Sometimes fighting is more than simply surviving. One must have the right to refuse any disrespectful request, and I will fight to the death for it. Chapter 147, A Few More Sister-in-Law. The matter of the Divine Clergy Academy's renewed challenge wasn't something that Lin Jian had put too much stock in, but the matter caused a stir once again, because this time, it was a challenge from the Divine Office Academy. It had always been others who challenged the Clergy Academy. When was it their turn to challenge others? The posture of the challenger is automatically downgraded. and whoever is the challenger tacitly recognizes his or her disadvantaged position in advance, a level of meaning that was unacceptable to the divine office in the past. But now there is finally someone from the divine office challenging the national office. Lin Jian didn't feel anything, but the people of the National Vocational College rejoiced. The reason why I wasn't worried was because the challenger this time was only a turn 1, over level 20. This kind of rank that was almost on the same level as Lin Jian. How did he dare? One had to know that Lin Jian's previous challenges had exterminated several turn 2 high-level cleric players, and this one's family is quite well established, so why is he so desperate? Behind every irrationality, there was something unexpected, and Lin Jian firmly believed in this. Therefore, he also felt in his heart that it wasn't that simple, and it was possible that this first turn student was even harder to handle than the previous second turn. But so what? Lin Jian's current situation wasn't something he could hide from just because he wanted to. In the past 2 days, Lin Jian also inserted Li into the team. Not bad. This 1000 gold does not seem to have any bad habits. Temperament is okay. Usually not much love to talk. Quite quiet. Do not make a fuss is very good. And Li also practiced leveling with Lin Jian's team for 2 days before it was time for the challenge. This time, Lin Jian didn't need to go over. It was the challenger who came over. And this had always been the rule since ancient times. At night, Linya then came to Lin Jian's room alone, wanting to speak. You don't have to predict for me, ever. I don't need this. Brother, I understand, but that's not what I was going to say. So what's going on? What happened at the temple in the last few days? It's not about the temple either. Right now I feel like my precognition is getting fuzzy and I'm not sure what's going on. It feels like we're surrounded by 2 powerful forces that we can't quite put our finger on. Oh, she actually sensed the presence of demons? What is the other of the 2 forces? Is it the mighty fox of the beast? That beast beauty is indeed very powerful. Lin Jian himself feels that he is not sure how to deal with it, but the other side can't help his own immortal body is. I don't know how much damage a strong person like that can carry after binding. You don't have to care so much. You have your brother for everything. I understand, but these 2 powers, in my perception, are too powerful to change anything. Oh, are they all that strong? That's not necessarily a bad thing. Lin Jian felt that it should be that beast race powerhouse, not realizing that behemoths weren't their highest rank. In the legend, the behemoth is the strongest of them all, and apparently this legend doesn't know much about the beasts. But to say that the beast race had the same ability to change everything as the demon race, Lin Jian was still skeptical. The devil race is a one of a kind, and their comparison should be to the gods, not some beast race. Whatever, it was best that Linya didn't have her seer powers anymore, and Lin Jian wasn't looking forward to this. The prophet is the innate trouble holy body, regardless of the gods and devils will target. The simplest is to leak the information will be condemned by heaven or reason. Not to mention the power of the prophet beyond the rules, the gods would like to get rid of after the fast. Then brother will have a sister-in-law if tomorrow goes well and you win the fight. What words? Women aren't trophies. I didn't accept this challenge in order to fight for any women. You can't understand even if I tell you this. By the way, you're not allowed to predict against me in the future. That would be dangerous. I know, but I would know something even if I didn't actively think about it. Then don't talk about it. Bury it in your heart. Prophets do that. Not everything goes out to the world. Linya nodded and walked out in a happy mood, which reassured Lin Jian. This sister was the most obedient, so there was no need to worry about anything. Lin Jian just did his own thing, but Linya went out to the outside, and Ji-yoon was waiting. How so? Do you think your brother will win? Sister Ji-yoon, my brother hasn't disappointed anyone. Tomorrow's challenge is indeed a bit difficult, but it won't affect him. So tell me, after the fight, are your brother and that schoolgirl from the divinity school going to make up? What in good? Oh, you want to be my sister-in-law? Ji-yoon immediately blushed in shame. You, as a prophet, can't say such things. Linya was still joking about her. If you like it, then you like it. It's not like I'm refusing to have another sister-in-law. The two made a scene and walked away while a figure appeared at the end of the hallway. It was Yorin. The next day, Lin Jian felt as if the entire National Vocational College was having a festival. The 5 major clubs didn't say much, but most of the students, who usually didn't speak, were ecstatic. The State House is finally branching out and they are honored with the fact that it is a milestone for them. Lin Jian, the rightful owner, didn't even feel anything. It was just that the first time he had gone through the process so fussily, it felt quite troublesome. The challenge took place in the gladiatorial arena of the National Vocational College, and it wasn't that casual, because this challenge concerns more than just 2 people. There are also the forces behind it, the National Vocational Academy and the Divine Vocational Academy. So Ji Wuyo and other leaders arrived, and the side of the Divine Vocational College. Lin Jian noticed Director Feng. Dean Gu was also present, but it wasn't him that Lin Jian paid attention to, it was this Director Feng. To say that she didn't have some problems, hell no. she probably started to want to test Lin Jian. This is a challenge from the students of the Divine Office to the students of the State College, and I hope it's just a sparring match, but both sides have signed a life and death agreement, and we have to respect the attitudes of both sides of the fight. Since they are all priesthood powerhouses, they should not fear life and death, but the proper etiquette should still be there. Ji Wuyo snapped, and at the same time, he also looked at Dean Gu. Their statuses were counterparts. Dean Gu, on the other hand, had a cold expression and only nodded his head slightly, making Ji Wuyo puzzled. And among the people who came over from the Divine Vocational College, there were actually 2 school flowers as well, and they naturally became the object of attention for the students of the State Vocational College. It's really beautiful. People from the Divine Vocational College, even their face value is much higher than ours. Humph, you're an inferiority filter. I'm telling the truth. Our National Vocational College is inferior to others. What's wrong with admitting it? However, both of these schoolgirls have been rumored to be with students from our state college. It's not you. Why are you happy? The side of the students of the state college was noisy, but the noise was ordinary students. The elites of the side of the 5 major associations were also present. They did not say a word. After all, it is more jealousy. How is it that the person on the stage is not himself? They felt that the one who came to challenge them this time was only a transfer student. It wasn't that hard to deal with, was it? No matter how loud the reputation of the Priesthood Academy was, it was still crucial to have a high rank, which was the foundation of all priesthoods. So it was Lin Jian who took advantage. Chapter 148, Why did you come to die? As for the 2 priesthood colleges' flowers being able to sit together, it was also extremely rare. Regarding this situation, the students of the Divine Office Academy were not calm. What was wrong with them? Were they all going to be taken in by Lin Jian? These 2 just can't be together anyway. It's not right to have a good relationship and it's not right to fight. It was also a mixed bag for Qin Xiu. I was so stupid to think that this would have nothing to do with him, that he wouldn't feel guilty even if my house was threatened. I didn't realize. There's no escaping it. Qin Xiu, it's not just men. People are impotent and furious looking for an outlet. Long Cour said calmly from the sidelines. This matter, in fact, she exerted pressure. Pressure on the Qin family. That boy is the son of Vice President Ouyang, who is present today, called Ouyang Send. So today the Divine Vocational College came with 2 vice presidents, and both colleges came with 2 vice presidents. But the reason the dean never showed up was because the dean was never in charge of the school's specific affairs, and it was difficult for the vice presidents to see them. And to the vice dean's son, Long Cour could actually apply pressure. In this way, Ouyang San didn't dare to really do anything to the Qin family because he was afraid of Long Cour. Long Cour hadn't told Qin Xiu about this matter either, so Qin Xiu was still in a self-blaming state of mind. Then I'm still implicating him. He won't think so. You can look on the bright side in that regard. It's possible that he's quite touched by you as well. After all, there aren't too many girls that can be as righteous as you are. They're all fairies. Kagome, do you like him too? This is my business. There is a lot of speculation on the sidelines about this complex set of circumstances, especially what scandalous relationship involved in the fight. That can be too much to let people on the head. So the average student sour to sour, but also always love to talk about this. People are the same face, who do not say who, but Lin Jian, who was the person in question, didn't actually think about it that much. He was considering what kind of routine this opponent, Ouyang Send, had prepared to dare challenge himself. Doesn't he know that several second turns have died under Lin Jian? Lin Jian saw that his opponent was already preparing, but his gaze was still skewed towards the VIP seat, where Principal Ouyang was seated. As the challenger's dad, wasn't he worried at all? Or did he have some certainty of victory? Now it seemed that only the demons clearly wouldn't be afraid of this kind of life-swapping binding, and for a human who wasn't much different from Lin Jian's level, it was really hard to know where the confidence came from. Was it possible that Principal Ouyang didn't want this son of his anymore? Hey, it's me you're up against, look where you're going. The kid on the opposite side got anxious and provoked Lin Jian, who still had his gaze on that Director Feng's face for a moment longer. At the moment, Lin Jian was a bit arrogant in the eyes of others, but he did have the money to be arrogant. After all, this influence is his own to fight. The war record can be checked. Can not be arrogant? Only then did Lin Jian look at that Ouyang Send. Why are you challenging me? Do you think you're great? Invincible in battle? It's not that. What do you get if you win? Nothing will change. I guess Qin Shou didn't promise you, and you can't put pressure on the Qin family now. So you just want to take the heat? When Lin Jian saw the 2 schoolgirls sitting together, he knew that Long Cour had struck. She's also very righteous. Otherwise this Ouyang Sen will not be so furious. There is this kind of taught people. Things cannot be done want to move a little anger out of anger. In fact, all people have this idea, only some people dry out. Ouyang Sen is such a rampant person because he grew up so smooth. Ha, Aren't you just trying to scare people with a life and death statement, thinking you're a genius and no one else can beat you? You still haven't comprehended the main points. Forget it, let me see what strength you have. Lin Jian is also too lazy to talk nonsense with this kind of person. No matter what priesthood the other party has, what kind of power they have, as long as they are bound by Lin Jian, then the two of them will only be able to compete in terms of vitality and who is more difficult to harden against the damage. The amount of strength you have has nothing to do with this. Strength just makes it so boring. Change of life, divine chain binding. Change of life, hell whale. Lin Jian directly on the intensity, but there is no focus. Everyone is about the same level use? Not focusing also had 20 times the rebound damage, and it definitely shouldn't be something that a first-turn god could carry. So such opponents Lin Jian could deal with 20 of them at once, and could solve them in the same boring and tedious way. I'm ready to start whenever next, and I'll end the fight if you don't. These words were heard by the students of the National Vocational College, and the atmosphere was baked to the peak. We're having this day at the National Vocational College, too. In their eyes, Lin Jian had already won, right down to his momentum. And this was actually the first time that the Divine Clergy Academy had come over to challenge them. In the past, the Divine Office didn't even bother to do this kind of thing. You don't deserve it. Is that all? Don't think you're the only one who's strong. I'm actually not afraid to get hurt. Ouyang Sen sneered. I've seen your battles and know how you fight. Now I'll show you mine. With a loud roar, he pulled out a knife and slashed ferociously towards Lin Jian. Ka-ching! Lin Jian didn't move a muscle and let the blade cut into his shoulder. The blade penetrated deep into Lin Jian's shoulder blade. Lin Jian didn't even frown. At this moment this damage was returned 20 times to the opponent. Lin Jian grabbed the back of the blade as soon as he could, and also pressed downward towards his wound. How was it? Did it hurt? You cut yourself. Good thing you didn't do it to my neck. To the neck. This is estimated to split the winner. Ouyang Sen only 25 levels. The difference between the two sides is not far. Are within a turn, so the damage he has to be able to withstand the hell. However, Lin Jian had really seen a ghost. Blood was also running down Ouyang Sen's shoulder, but he didn't seem to be in any trouble at all either. Moreover, Lin Jian didn't look like his opponent was rebounding this damage 20 times. What's going on? Lin Jian, do you think only your body is strong? Mine is the same. I can't be killed either. Ha ha ha. Lin Jian flipped the blade with such force that he almost pried off one of his arms. His opponent obviously took this damage as well, and the pain caused him to simply withdraw his blade and back away, holding his arm. However, the wounds on Ouyang Sen's body were also rapidly healing, also visible to the naked eye. Lin Jian also gave a shock. Wasn't his own talent unique? This Ouyang Sen also had the ability to recover quickly, and the opponent is even more unafraid of injury. Ouyang Sen even swung his fist and whacked his wound. Come on, it's only this much damage. A man wouldn't frown. It's so obvious to target. Lin Jian felt the other party's confidence and came prepared. Wait, something doesn't seem right. This guy's priesthood is puppeteer. Then why is he only attacking with his main body? Is this not his main body? Chapter 149, the field is full of puppets. When he hit here, Lin Jian had to be more than a little mindful. But can a puppeteer not be there to manipulate the puppets? If this is just a puppet, then what is the clergy to do? Simply come to vent? Not so much. If that was the case, Lin Jian didn't need to exchange lives right now to win, because after all, the difference wasn't that big. Elementary spells only needed to be stacked 5 times to be enough to defeat the other party. And that was the limit of an ordinary enchanter. Suddenly, Lin Jian felt a small flame pulsating in his right tiger's mouth. He realized, this is not just a puppet, it is also a demonic creature, and the other party is using a demonic creature to test it, wanting to know if Lin Jian really has the means to deal with the demon race. No wonder they are so solemn even in this kind of low-level confrontation. Ostensibly, it's looking for a scene, and then there's the salacious stuff like grabbing women, but in reality, well-intentioned they began to suspecting that Lin Jian just has the means to deal with the demon race. In that case, Lin Jian wouldn't be able to use the small flame to extinguish the demons, which was a secret. Only the other party can't keep fighting blindly like this. Right, he's a puppet master. Won't people see the problem if he fights like this? This is the National Vocational College. Ji Woyo can see the problem won't come out to speak? As Lin Jian was wondering, Ouyang Sen really changed his fighting style, and he released 3 figures at once. That's what a puppeteer was. It looked a little more normal, but there was no way Lin Jian could change his life to bind a puppet, right? It seems that you have never seen the power of my spell. Ice Spike. Lin Jian began to build up his spells as the 3 dolls began to attack. Lin Jian meanwhile began to maneuver around with his wind magic. After circling twice, the ice spikes had piled up to the 6th layer, then the 7th. Seeing the right moment, Lin Jian suddenly charged forward as if he didn't want to die, and was attacked by the 3 mannequins. But such an attack Lin Jian didn't dodge in the slightest. Carrying the attack he closed in on Ouyang Sen's body, and an ice spike struck, hitting not the main guy either, but this puppet could definitely manipulate other puppets. The 7th layer of ice spike was close to a forbidden spell, except that the opponent was not a real person, but also a puppet. A golem is much stronger than a human if it carries damage, and at least you can choose powerful materials. What Lin Jian wanted was certainly not to directly harm the golem either, but to freeze the restrictions, just by freezing for just a split second. Lin Jian rushed over and cupped his opponent's head with his hand, then the small flame quietly ruffled his opponent's head before retreating back. At this time Lin Jian wasn't busy doing anything else and continued to maneuver, because the power of the use is not large, so it is a small hand. Lin Jian knows that this Flame Team Demon is very effective, but cannot be immediately effective, so he was very patient to control the dose, so that the other side only brain damage a little. After circling around for a few moments Lin Jian kept getting hit as if he couldn't return the favor. The students watching were then surprised. They had never dreamed that Lin Jian would actually be beaten sideways. It can't be. He can even win at the second turn. How come he can't do it when he hits one similar to himself, blowing it out of proportion? Right, that's how strong he is. Maybe it was a fluke before? Just kidding. You went on a fluke a couple times I see, and they're all masters of the priesthood. And how do you explain this? Everyone couldn't understand it for the first time. Lin Jian wasn't so passive all the time, was he? The truth is that it can only be passive, and there is no point in him attacking the mannequins, and the only way to win is to attack the main body, and the main body is actually not on the stage. This is a very big deal, and there is no way that Lin Jian can waste his strength to whack a few mannequins. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'm going to lose. The faces of the people from the National Vocational College are getting ugly. Those who were applauding just now are silent. The SOTC is still strong. After a few slightly entangled rounds, Lin Jian suddenly retreated to the side, dodging the attack and shouting, "Pause, I protest my opponent's cheating." Ji Wuyo looked at it as being out of place as well, and suspiciously looked over to the Clergy Academy. On the Divine Vocational Academy side, the two of them, Director Feng and Dean Ouyang, glanced at each other and seemed to be puzzled as well. How did Lin Jian recognize them cheating? The key was this. How in the world did Lin Jian deal with the demon race? So many people here didn't see the problem. Only he saw it. This was the answer they wanted today. As for this duel, it was indifferent. The priesthood wants honor, but the demons don't. Dean Gu, according to the rules, our side can suspend the examination if we have any objections, right? Well, then and see, but you'd better really find out what's wrong or you're a sore loser. Ji Wuyo didn't care about him and directly jumped into the field to stop the fight. Separating the two sides, Ji Wuyo asked Lin Jian, "Why did you say your opponent cheated?" "Because I just stacked my spells up to the 7th level and hitting him had no effect, so I must have cheated." "Is it possible that it's his defense that's strong?" "There's no way. 70% stacking, any of you don't know the power. There's no way he can block it." The scene was in an uproar, and the students looked at each other in disbelief. And Director Feng of the Divine Vocational College stood up and said, "Speak with evidence." "I'm afraid there's nothing convincing about words based on this alone. If you can't beat others, won't you allow others to be strong as well? It's this reasoning. If it's just what Lin Jian said, it can't be beaten, then you can't say that the other side is cheating. Since you can stack 7 layers of spells, don't you allow people to be geniuses as well and carry your 7 layers? And it was reasonable to say that the 7th floor couldn't even stop a puppet. So what kind of reasoning was this from Lin Jian? So the rival Ouyang Sen started taunting. "If you can't win the fight, just admit defeat and end up with a mouthful." How ugly is that? The students of the National Vocational College were also ashamed, not expecting to see this. Before they were full of expectations. They all felt that Lin Jian had let them down, and only the 5 major clubs remained calm. Lin Jian didn't care about this at all. He saw that Ouyang Sen was staggering a bit. It looked like the small flame strike just now had played a role. The roll was very slow, and now it needed to be dragged out for a bit. So he added, "Dare to let us check it out." "What do you want to check? You must be carrying something forbidden on you. Otherwise how could you possibly defend yourself against my attacks? To allow others to carry unlimited equipment for a duel, then everyone can be very powerful. Don't you think so? Fine, just check." The other party actually agreed, and Ji Wuyo took a step forward. "I'll do it, and I hope this student from the Divine Office Academy will cooperate." Lin Jian watched as Ji Wuyo went over to check, and it was strange that Ji Wuyo didn't even notice anything wrong. He really started checking Ouyang Yifan for contraband, but he didn't think Ouyang Yifan himself had a problem. Lin Jian was more certain of one thing, that they were using Ouyang Sen to test himself, to see how he actually dealt with the demon race, and that this matter was very important, more important than the honor of any divine clergy academy. Ji Wuyo couldn't find out anything special at all and glanced back at Lin Jian. You're not going to make the National Vocational College lose face today, are you? It was at this time that Ouyang Sen's body suddenly lurched and he just fainted on the field. Chapter 150, The Clergy Academy has been disgraced. This was good. The duel was terminated, and the people from the Divine Clergy Academy rushed up. That Principal Ouyang took the lead in picking up his son and was about to leave. But Ji Wuyo wasn't that easy to fool, and went over to stop them. It's not good to leave right here. Others still think that it's us who made the backstabbing. Dean Ji, we were negligent this time. It should be a recurrence of the pediatrics' old illness. What exactly is the situation? We also need to find out. This is the National Vocational Academy. Although you are the Divine Vocational Academy, but if you disrespect us like this, I will not agree. After all, a door-to-door challenge is not an ordinary bout. Ji Wuyo cannot be so inexplicable to let people go. Otherwise, what is the face of the National Vocational College? You come when you say you'll fight and leave when you say you will. Isn't that a provocation? Although the State Vocational College is indeed low vocational college ahead, but this door to make trouble is the face of the State Vocational College to the ground. They cannot accept it. Higher than me you cannot be so not to give face. To be a person to have a bottom line. Lin Jian also came up and said, the Divine Clergy Academy is not being courteous in doing this. We were talking about a duel beforehand, and before the winners and losers were decided. You guys are trying to take the person away. This is cheating behavior. What if he was injured by me just now? There's an honor in it, and the winner of the duel is certainly an honor. And their behavior of watching someone fall and having to take them away is undermining a fair duel, which is cheating. Ji Wuyo still with a bit of emotional intelligence. Lin Jian will directly say that the other party to play rogue. To take people away like this is not a duel, but you want to unilaterally beat others. Their own disadvantage does not count. Ouyang, put the man down. Dean Gu spoke out. In a duel between two academies, the people are already on the field. They have to follow the duel process beforehand. We can't just suspend it when we say we will. Either that or find out what's going on the spot. It seemed that the inner circle of the Divine Clergy Academy wasn't all ironclad, and the ancient dean was going to have a face. Lin Jian's words are hard to hear, but isn't it right? I knocked someone out on stage and you popped up and said it didn't count. So who's going to believe in your fairness in the future? Because of the life and death situation, it's an honor for Lin Jian to knock someone down or even beat them to death, and the losing side can't liquidate, because it was agreed beforehand that it would be a win/lose game. With the ancient dean stopping him, Dean Ouyang finally put his son down. Privately you can say whatever you want. This kind of public occasion cannot be tricked, even if it is strong, even if it is the Divine Clergy Academy. Dean Gu nodded, then turned to Ji Wuyo. Let's all take a look and determine the outcome of the matter. It's not like the Divine Clergy Academy can't afford to lose, but win or lose it has to be convincing to the people of the world. This seems to have been said to Dean Ouyang as well. As a vice president, it is really undesirable for him to fight and leave, and it will reduce his credibility. Ji Wuyo nodded and stepped forward to check, because the accident just now was after I checked, so it is necessary for me to figure out the situation. Otherwise people will still think that I did it. It doesn't matter if you guys want to lose face or not. I do. Having satirized Dean Ouyang again, he could only grit his teeth and keep quiet, and Director Fong in the back didn't care about this at all. She only looked at Lin Jian. Lin Jian didn't mind at this point. He must have a problem. My attacks can't even be received by a second-turn divine. What makes him tick? You guys say he's gifted. Well then, tell us what the gift is. What's the reasoning for not being afraid of my skills? Why should you, a level 20 freshman, be afraid of your skills? Dean Ouyang said coldly, and Lin Jian simply pointed at him. Then, as the dean, can you take my skill? What can't? If I can catch it, do you just shut up? Well, if you catch it all right, I won't suspect a thing. Or else something must have been done to this dueling classmate of yours. It's getting more and more ridiculous. As the dean, how could he possibly make a move with a freshman in public? Dean Gu rebuked. Shut up, Ouyang. Why do you need to fight a child over such a matter? Dean Ouyang didn't speak again, and Lin Jian regretted that he had unfortunately missed this opportunity. He felt that 7 layers of skill stacking would be difficult even if a vice dean level person picked it up. At least it wouldn't be that easy. But unfortunately this opportunity couldn't be forced, and he couldn't keep making a scene as a junior. Otherwise, it really does seem like the other side is being generous. So Lin Jian turned the topic to that Ouyang Sen again. There must be something wrong with him. If he's not carrying something that destroys justice, then he might not even be himself. As long as it's a human being who can't catch my skills. Oh, Ji Wuyo suddenly froze and pressed her hand to Ouyang Sen's heart. Dean Ouyang could not stop. Ouyang Sen, the whole person bang is gone. So big a person, suddenly turned into a small doll. The doll is just the shape of a person, palm-sized, and cannot see the face, made a little rough and fuzzy. but the material can be seen very delicate. Ji Wuyo was also startled. What's going on here? The people of the Priesthood Academy also changed greatly, and Dean Gu's face turned green. Lin Jian was prepared in his heart. He saw two people whose expressions didn't change much, Dean Ouyang and that director Feng. In an instant, it was clear what was going on. Neither side knew what to say, and the scene was awkward for a while. So then Lin Jian spoke up to help break the awkwardness. It's a doll. Where is he? This matter is a negligence on the part of my Divine Clergy Academy. So let's end it here. Dean Ku made a snap decision, feeling that the more this went on the worse it would get. Ji Wuyo also didn't want to die with the Divine Office Academy. Then what does Dean Gu think should be the end of the matter? The Clergy Academy owes you an account, and this will be made up for later. And it ends here. The surrounding students of the National Vocational College are all dumbfounded. This fact can't be messed up anymore. Ji Wuyo then nodded. Good. The Clergy Academy owes us one. At this time, Lin Jian has been around to pick up dolls. Just now Ouyang Sen's the dolls released a few. Also with the Ouyang Sen body disappeared all turned into a small dolls. Hand-me-downs like models. Hey, it's my duel. I haven't said anything yet. You guys need to give me that mannequin too. Lin Jian could see that Ouyang Sen's dolls weren't simple, and he didn't know enough when he picked up these few. Dean Gu immediately said, this matter is also counted as something that my divine office owes you, because our divine office also needs to investigate. So this cannot be given to you, but I can give you a reward in exchange. Whatever you want. Really anything? Well, or let's make up for one thing after we discuss it. You can suggest what you want. This is not a white talk. Lin Jian did not know what to ask for a moment. The key is what the Divine Clergy Academy has. And Ji Wuyo suddenly said, they have an ancient shield in the Divine Clergy Academy. Since you like antiques, why don't you ask them for this? Let's put this matter to rest. Chapter 151, Humans Can't Change a Thing. Ji Wuyo was such a good helper. Lin Jian looked at Dean Gu, who was torn for a moment. Okay, I'll have someone bring it to you later. And that's the end of it. With a wave of his hand, the people from the Divine Vocational Academy began to pack up and leave the field, while the National Vocational Academy's side was filled with boos. Some students actually booed along without knowing what was going on. That Dean Ouyang's face was extremely ugly, but the only exception was that Director Feng's face had been calm from start to finish. As soon as they left, the National Vocational College side dispersed, having expected a hilarious scene, but many of the students didn't know that this was the biggest fun. Even if the Divine Office Academy lost the competition, it wasn't as big as this fun, because it's still a farce and reflects the lack of seriousness of the seminary. This time, when they go back, the Divine Office Academy is estimated to undergo a major reorganization, and that Dean Ouyang is estimated to have to step down. In the lounge, Ji Wuyo was in a bit of a happy mood. Lin Jian, I've kind of helped you out. That ancient shield is legendary for being able to withstand forbidden spells, so you've gotten what you wanted. Right, our National Academy isn't that deep. It doesn't count. One size fits all. I typed it myself. How can it not count? You must not go too far. That's also a matter of legend. Something left over from ancient times. Are you sure it can withstand a forbidden spell? Also, asking me to help bring a millenarian is a big drag. Your hospital can't give nothing away. Lin Jian that really dared to open his mouth to ask for it. And it was also Ji Wuyo's fault, because he hadn't been very dry when he'd taken in Lin Jian before. He'd come to be only a special enrollment, and Lin Jian fought his way out all by himself, counting that the National Vocational College did owe him. This is where Burroughs didn't do a thorough enough job. Ji Wuyo was interested in Lin Jian before. If he could have bailed Lin Jian all the way over and treated him as a key cultivator, then there was no reason for Lin Jian to say these words today. It wasn't like he didn't have any vision, but unfortunately there wasn't much. Well, let's wait for the faculty to discuss this matter. After all, I'm not the only one who has a say in the resources of the State Academy. First things first, it has to be to my satisfaction. And also, qualifications for practicing don't count. Why doesn't it count? Do you think Secret Realm practicing privileges are that easy to obtain? Just because Rinya is my sister. Ji Wuyo was dumbfounded. Lin Jian was right. He didn't need to propose any practicing privileges, because it's always been there. Can the NCAA disregard Linya's need to practice? As long as Linya was on Lin Jian's team, then such permissions were definitely given generously. So Lin Jian would never ask for this and would give it without asking. Ji Wuyo also had the same feeling as the Divine Office. This young man, so difficult to deal with. One more thing, Dean Ji, as a puppeteer, is it possible for a puppet to be in combat while others are not present? Ji Wuyo also didn't want to tear his face off with the Divine Office Academy, so he hadn't been too clear just now. The fact that this was impossible, the will to fight of the puppets, was all a reflection of the puppeteer. If the puppeteer wasn't there, how did the puppets fight? If the puppets had their own will to fight, Would they still be puppets? Dean G. Could this be the means of the legendary demon race? AI. Lin Jian. The legend about the demon clan in the Divine Clergy Academy isn't just today. It's been circulating everywhere for a long time, but it's no use. People are just talking about it, and there's no evidence to prove it. That's like saying where it's haunted. It's just a rumor after all, and even if it was rumored, most people wouldn't believe it because the thing called a ghost is thought not to exist. That's why the whole thing about there being demons in the Clergy Academy has always been viewed as a conspiracy theory. This is also a very clever move by the devils. You can spread as many rumors as you like, and I'll help you spread more exaggerated rumors. There are rumors that are false on first hearing and spread so much that people get tired of hearing them and won't believe them in the future. I want to know if Dean Quarter believes this? What does it matter if I believe it or not? Does it change anything? Dean G. Whether or not it can be changed, and whether or not it wants to be changed are two different things. And if the demon race really exists, there is no need for me to say the consequences. I know, everyone knows, but no one can change. Ji Wuyo didn't say whether he believed it or not, only whether it was useful or not. He was more realistic. What does it matter if it's true or not? Can you change anything? Dean G. After all, they are demons, and there are still gods in this world that can't deal with them? Do you think, young man, that God is good? Ji Wuyo surprised Lin Jian. He left these words meaningfully and stopped. Alright, this matter should not be discussed in the future. It's not something we should discuss simply because it's pointless. When he finished, he left on his own, seemingly unconcerned about it at all. Lin Jian looked at Ji Wuyo's back thoughtfully. There were things that didn't seem to be lost on anyone. It just doesn't work. All the humans combined don't make sense. It's the crushing of the rules of hierarchy. Being outnumbered meant nothing to the demons. It wasn't that Ji Wuyo didn't care, but he saw through the suppressed relationship and didn't make any unrealistic fantasies. Still a bit like the ghosts in Lin Jian's previous life. If ghosts really existed, they were invincible. Because ghosts can possess and guide one person to kill another. No matter who dies, the ghosts can be possessed by another person instead. And so on and so forth. Humans will die out in tens of billions more. And this is suppression from the rules. On the clergyman's side, there was a serious meeting first. Nothing was decided at the meeting, as the dean was not present, but issues were seriously discussed. After the meeting, Dean Ouyang returned home, and at this time, Director Feng was actually waiting at his house. Master, I didn't do a good job on this one. It's none of your business. Come with me. There seems to be something wrong with your son. The two entered the bedroom of Ouyang Sen. At this time Ouyang Sen rolling on the ground, but also giggling. This look IQ lost at least a big half. Cannot be called a normal person. I do not know the ability to take care of themselves on a daily basis. There is no. What's going on? Master, Sender he suffered devastating brain damage. And at this point I don't know what that damage came from. How could this happen? Wasn't it always fine before? Is it because of controlling the magic pet? It's hard to say. This time, we didn't try to find out if that Lin Jian had any problems. Seeing his usually outstanding son become like this, Dean Ouyang was in tears. He had never lost his temper like this in a previous meeting. Just to test Lin Jian, he could actually make someone like this? And before you can try anything, your son is stupid. Is it because humans aren't demons after all and can't use soul control type spells? Master, since you want to know the bottom of that brat, why don't you take action yourself? No human would be a match for the demons. Chapter 152, I can't know. Dean Ouyang folded a son, and he really couldn't figure it out. The demon race is crushing to the human race. Why doesn't the master go out to test it? Even if it is trivial to get Lin Jian killed, that is just a new student. If the demon race wants to make a move, he, the dean, can't even escape. You're teaching me things? Wouldn't dare. Just wondering. Sen's sacrifice was well deserved. Dean Ouyang immediately behaved himself. Even if his son was gone, he had to be obedient. Director Feng sneered. You'd better not mess with this person either. A bit evil. Why? He's just a freshman. He doesn't even have a background. Do you think an ordinary person can awaken twice at the altar of the gods? And the demon clan related to him has already lost 2 of them. Whether it's directly related to him or not is still unknown. We have to be careful. In fact, Director Feng wasn't afraid of how powerful Lin Jian was. He was afraid of God. All signs indicated that Lin Jian's relationship with God was different from that of ordinary people. Whether Lin Jian was dead or alive was not a big problem. If the demon race was exposed through him and God knew about it, this would be a big problem. So it wasn't that Lin Jian was powerful, but they were afraid of alarming God. In her eyes, this is the same as dogfighting. A bit unpleasant, but right. Dogs are not strong fighters, but why do they dare to be so fierce that wild animals have to be afraid? That's because dogs are backed by people, and if you get tangled up with a dog, the person behind it will step in. Of course, that's not actually what happened. Director Feng was afraid that there was such a thing. Then, Master, we can move only worldly power. What do you mean? That Qin show. Can Lin Jian disregard it? Involve him in it depends on this girl. Only now our secular power can't do it. That long core is protecting the Qin family. We can't lay our hands on it. Well, it doesn't matter if you do it. The dragon family side. I want to find a way. Lin Jian felt that Ji Wuxia was trying to play tricks again and didn't want to care when she threw a big lady on her side. Is money that important to the clergy? Lin Jian was in his room and instructed Li. In the future, listen to my sister and practice with her. Don't. I came with you. What's with them? Practicing I level higher than you guys. So practicing like this is very inefficient. When everyone levels up and wants to wait, then we can practice together. Whether Li agreed or not, Lin Jian had thrown her to his sister. A first-turn freshman who just leveled up at 16 and wants to practice with a level 20? Since her family is so powerful, why delay others by hiring an expert to accompany her? Linya's attitude on the other hand was different from an older brother. And Li, you don't have to be in a hurry. It's only level 16. The days are long. Things had come to a head. Lin Jian's temper she couldn't change, and Li could only stop. Okay, but when I get to level 20, you have to level with me. How's this for talking? I have a girlfriend. What are you thinking? That my family is so big that I can look at you? I'm just worried about my girlfriend getting the wrong idea. I'm not trying to do anything with you. Don't flatter yourself. Ji Wuyo's side coaxed. Lin Jian here was not polite at all, and Li was not angry. Her target was originally Lin Jian. By Lin Jian angry, she sneered, also girlfriend, between you is still early. Screw this, unclear days cannot be long. People's fate is so humble. Ah, brother, I'm taking her to rest. Seeing the situation, Linya hurriedly pulled Li away. These two people living in one room. The two live together is Li's own choice. She has money. Missy, everyone has to provide. When she came out of Lin Jian's room, Linya slowed her pace. Don't tell my brother about this. What's wrong? You're heartbroken about your brother. Afraid he'll worry? No, I know what you said, and I'll let you off the hook for who you are, but there's no ill will towards us, at least for now, right? And Li's gaze turned to Linya and changed her expression. Not bad for a seer. Linya didn't react too much either. Since that's the case, let's keep our hands off each other for now. Prophet, do you know why I'm here? I could know, but right now I don't because my brother told me that I don't have to know everything, so I don't talk to him about a lot of things, and he trusts his own ability to work things out. Well, your brother is a very interesting man. What can you do if you know? You can't know everything as a seer. Can you? Even about gods and demons? I don't know. It's funny how these two talk. And Li means, you prophet can override the gods and demons? And when Linya said I don't know, it meant two things. One being that she couldn't prophesy about gods and demons. The second is more subtle. As Linya's I don't know is that she doesn't know if she knows. Because Lin Jian had told her, don't think about this. We don't rely on any prophets. Would she know if she wanted to? She doesn't know either. You can see the connotations of the prophet. And Rinya grew up without leaving the front door to talk like that. Anyone who sounds plausible actually has another layer of meaning when you think about it. And do you know who I am? I can't know. And Li was also tossed around. No one had ever dared to talk to her like that before. But that was the flavor of the prophet's words. And she wasn't a hot-tempered person. She smiled. Let's go. Hopefully we can catch up to your brother's rank soon. Though that's no longer a hope. Lin Jian didn't realize that his sister and Li had come to such a pass. He was also making plans for his practicing schedule. He had to reach the second turn as soon as possible. By the time we reach the second turn we will have more redundancy to maneuver with the Demon Clan. And today's incident is entirely the Demon Clan testing the waters. Why they tempted Rinjin can be figured out. For fear that God would notice them. If they didn't have scruples, the demons would have already killed the door. Lin Jian's two performances on the divine altar had made the demons scrupulous. Once by helping his sister awaken, and once by extinguishing Evergreen's human identity. It was impossible for the demons not to think about it more. The only thing they fear most in this world is God. God is a force they can't ignore. They don't dare to do whatever they want to humans. And it's because of God's existence. But don't think for a moment that God is any good. It's just the right checks and balances. Gotta practice on my own. Can't follow Rinya and the others anymore. Keep all eyes on me so Rinya can be safe. It just so happens that Dean Ji has given permission to pick any of the Divine Realm's secret realms. Lin Jian made plans, and it was obvious that all of what he had just told Li was a lie. He just didn't plan on practicing with the team all the time, and he couldn't because if someone wanted to deal with Lin Jian, they would look for his soft underbelly, and the closer the people around him were, the more dangerous they would be, and it was enough for Linya to have the National Vocational College to protect him. The Forest Sword must become more and more prominent. Chapter 153, Singling Out the Advanced Secret Realm. The next day, Lin Jian went to practice early in the morning, and now he practiced separately from his team. Outside of the National Vocational College's second turning focused God's domain, there was a concentration of the college's elite second turning students. Although it was not as strong as the Divine Vocational Academy, the second turn elites of the National Vocational Academy were also very powerful, at least better than the stragglers outside, most of whom were still concentrated outside, basically the people of the 5 major societies. This God's domain, which is close to the third turn, is not the place to take a munchkin. Therefore, the concentration of the elite, even in the 5 major associations, also go to a few. At this time, they saw Lin Jian pass by in a flash. Ah, that one is Lin Jian? Who wouldn't recognize him if he's so famous? What? He dares to come to this leveling ground to practice? No, the monsters here are too high leveled. Is it efficient for him to come over here when he's only level 20, hacking small monsters one by one? Look at him pretending. Don't die in there. It was impossible for a cleric to practice in absolute safety. After all, this was combat and it was all to the death. But living within one's means is a prerequisite for living a long life, and as long as one chooses a God's domain that suits one's level, practicing is not a big problem. Crossing the line challenges you once or twice in a while, and a lot of people have done that. Young people, they always like to take risks, but you can't keep practicing in over-the-top challenges. As the saying goes, if you're always by the river, you don't want to get wet, so don't walk by the river if you want to avoid this danger. The probability of dying will be high when you engage in adventures even for daily practice. Lin Jian, on the other hand, didn't even care what they said and went in alone as if he didn't see them. What? He's going in alone without a group? Heavens, us second turners, we have to team up and practice inside this God's domain as well. Love to pretend. Think you're so great. And don't say that. For better or for worse, he gave us the face of the state dean. Anyway, saying anything, I can only say that it's too flashy for a first-turn freshman to be doing this. The ones concentrated outside the divine realm were all second-turn elites, all around level 40. Leveling in this place continues to be a struggle, and to avoid this danger, teaming up is a huge learning curve. In this case, a one-turn freshman got in on his own. Is he mocking? Lin Jian couldn't care less about what they thought. He came in and went straight to his chosen leveling area. He's headed for the cemetery. Ah, this is exclusively looking for excitement. Ah, over there is the paradise of undead creatures. As I recall, he fought vampires last time too, didn't he? That's another secret realm. It's only a vampire count. This time he gets to meet the prince. He's pretty beat resistant too, and he can run himself out anyway, so let him try it on his own. The second-turn elite veterans were clearly not optimistic that Lin Jian would be able to level normally, but now that they more or less understood Lin Jian, they knew that Lin Jian was resistant to beatings, and the odds were that he would be able to hold out, and if he couldn't, he could summon help, or at least he wouldn't be dead by the time the rescue team arrived. It's just humiliating too. All of them were in the 20s and 30s, and to a first-turn freshman, each one was a boss. Then it's hard to top. Although Lin Jian has dealt with level 40s, but can't help that there are many here. It's certainly easy for you to single out one, and if it's too much of a push, it's better to kill the monsters that are more numerous, and choose the lower level monsters. Older students have their own tips for practicing, not the higher the better. In the time it takes you to knock out a high level monster, some of the smaller ones can clear a large group. How efficient is that? So young people just love to show off. What Lin Jian was heading straight for was the area of undead creatures, and vampires were the leading ones, because there will be a lot of experience. The worry is getting stuck in it and wasting time not being cost-effective. System alert. We're entering the graveyard area ahead. Please form a team to enter. Lin Jian directly ignored the system warning and single-handedly killed his way in. And at this time, a silhouette appeared in the air behind him, a faint golden light enveloping the silhouette as it loomed. Seemingly sensing something, Lin Jian saw this figure as soon as he turned around. What a guy! Lin Jian was shocked. This person hadn't entered through the divine realm entrance. Is it hard to be a demon? It seemed that only gods and devils could enter the secret realm at will. They didn't need any entrance and came and went at will. Then the figure disappeared, and Lin Jian froze on the spot, rubbing his eyes. It can't be a blink. It must be on me. Just in time. Isn't that what I was hoping for? This place is just right. Come on. This is the right place to do the job. Lin Jian smiled and dashed into the dense forest next to him. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to fight against the demons right now, because he had the little flame in place, and it was as if it was the demon's nemesis. However, the foundation was still Lin Jian's life force, and it was difficult for the demons to kill him. At this point, Lin Jian couldn't just hide. He had to give the demon some chance. When he disappeared, the figure in the air reappeared and it was actually An Li. She looked over from high in the air, her large eyes releasing golden light as if she could see where Lin Jian was. Is it true that he won't affect the order? There's still the scent of the demon race on his body. Interesting, is he colluding with the demon race? No matter what, first retrieve father's remains. But this kid is so difficult, he won't even abide by the rules of the gods, and the demon race can't think of much to gain. Underestimating him is going to be a big loss. Now she was well hidden in the clouds, as if she could walk on air. First time I've been that cautious about a human. Looks like I was right, she muttered under her breath. But foolish human, do you really think God can't see you? No one could tell anything from her expression. She looked incredibly holy and desireless, but it was obviously a pretense. She just wanted an item in Lin Jian's hand. Anri, where are you? At this time, a voice floated in from the distance. It was Lin Ya's voice. She glanced at Lin Jian's departing direction again and turned around. There's something wrong with both of these siblings. It's as if they're not siblings. They're from two worlds altogether. Why do I have such a strange feeling about this? Murmuring strangely, Li left the secret realm. And it was only then that Lin Jian from below drilled his head out of the shrubs. Gone? It doesn't seem to be a demon race. The little flame didn't react. Why do I feel that the figure is a bit familiar? Could it be that director phone? Is not right. His physique is not that mature. That said, if the demon race wants to come, they should be able to enter this as well, right? Lin Jian also turned around and continued walking towards the dense forest, when he suddenly felt the flame symbol on his tiger's mouth jump a little, and stopped again, looking in one direction. What? There are demons in here too? That's complicated. Has the State Academy been infiltrated by the demons as well? Even if it's true, it's still normal. The Divine Office has infiltrated the Divine Office. What's the National Office? It's just a matter of whether or not the demons look at you. And let's just say that, thankfully, they're afraid of the existence of God. Chapter 154, Anomaly in the Divine Realm. Lin Jian crossed over a graveyard, and the first thing that popped up was skeletons all over the place. He didn't want to tangle with these small characters, but the problem was that skeletons also piled up in numbers, and given enough time, they wouldn't be weaker than an army of 1,000,000 orcs at all, and were very difficult to deal with. For upgrades, Lin Jian wasn't very efficient at beating them. Don't hit this unless it's a spell with massive damage. So Lin Jian's tactic was to go around and use his newly acquired golem to lure the monsters. These puppets were popped out from fighting Ouyang Sen, and Lin Jian wouldn't be able to control them. Just put them out to attract monsters. It was also enough for Lin Jian to head deeper into the graveyard. With his idea was that the demon race would definitely still test him, and it would be best to use the same tactic that the witch had used last time, which was to perform demon soul control on the monsters. And when Lin Jian killed the controlled monsters, the demon race would definitely have a great deal of damage to their demon souls. This was the time to strike out against the demons. A lesson learned on the witch. In the depths of the graves, there were a large number of active corpse demons. These guys were a level higher than both skeletons and zombies, and there were still quite a few of them. But at this level Lin Jian still couldn't bring himself to be interested because it was still too low. At the very least, the demons shouldn't be able to possess it with their demonic souls. But at the center point of the countless corpse demon activities, Lin Jian sensed the presence of a piece of life force. What's going on? A place with dead air everywhere can still have this kind of life force? Lin Jian himself was in existence with a strong life force, so his perception of this was also particularly clear. A bit of the same kind of feeling. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. Because of curiosity, Lin Jian decided to kill in and take a look. To kill in, the first thing you encounter is, of course, the corpse demon swimming in the air. Although these monsters were the most suitable targets to kill in the first turn, Lin Jian still coped with going over there, constantly sending out low-intensity spells to rush in, and to kill a boss or something if he had to encounter one. This was Lin Jian's way of upgrading. Monster, Ghoul King, Grade, B, Level, 20, Talent, Dodge, the Soul System's own attribute, moves extremely fast, skills, Negative Curse, Retardation, Aging. Fighting monsters of your own level is the normal way of upgrading, but if it is normal, it can be very slow. That's why many students can't get to the second turn until graduation. There is a saying that people don't get rich without a fortune, and horses don't get fat without night grass, and the students who upgrade fast don't use the conventional way. They all fight monsters over the level. This was not exclusive to Lin Jian either, as many of the academy elites would. As soon as the Corpse Demon King came out, it was 10, so Lin Jian felt that this could also be a good time to strike. Change of Life, Divine Chain Binding. Change of Life, Hell Whale. Talent Cast. Lin Jian instantly bound 10 Corpse Demon Kings. At the same time, the Corpse Demon Kings also cast curses on Lin Jian. All sorts of retarded aging was inflicted on his body, but because Lin Jian's vitality was so strong, these curses didn't have much of an effect on him. This is the perfect place for Holy Knights to come over. They have a huge damage bonus against these things. Lin Jian didn't stop his footsteps while quickly casting spells. Ice Spike. Wind Blade. All the spells greeted him. Ice spikes stuck in his body and wind blades scarred him. The bound corpse demon kings were even worse, as they took 20 times more damage than Lin Jian. So Lin Jian was walking leisurely all the way into this dead land. It's actually okay. It's pretty clean with no gargoyles hanging around where the Ghoul King is running amok. What made it difficult was that there was no life at all in the range, and even the grass had long since withered. However, it was in such a place, at the center point of the dead land, that a green actually appeared. A small tree appeared there, not so big that it could be held in one hand. Lin Jian stopped in his tracks and looked at this thing that had a life force similar to his own, while ending the life of these corpse demon kings. In a leisurely stroll, 10 corpse demon kings flew away in ashes. What a cute little tree. Makes a nice heel stick. Lin Jian was about to go forward and pull down the small tree when the ground began to shake. A new monster appeared. A figure in a cloak appeared next to a small tree. What kind of person dares to break into my place of cultivation? Monster, Necromancer. Grade, S. Level, 40. Talent, Drive the Undead. Manipulate undead attacks. Skills, Curse System, Summoning System, Poison System. Lin Jian was okay with this level. It wasn't like he hadn't fought before, but this one had a bit too many skills. It was very exaggerated. Never before had I seen a wild monster that could master so many skills, and it looked like the intelligence was super high. According to the Divine Realm setting, monsters with high intelligence were top tier, no matter what level they were at now. Is this one also immortal? Lin Jian was curious. So compared to himself, whose immortal body was more powerful? But many, like the other creatures of the undead line, were not undead, they just kept coming back to life. And immortality in this way was not the same thing as Lin Jian's model. And this necromancer, under his tattered robes was a pile of bones. Give me that tree. You wish. This is the source of my life. What is my life if I give it to you? Oh, so it was possible to absorb life force. Then Lin Jian would be more than eager to obtain it. These undead were not the same way as Lin Jian, but the tree was the same. The problem was that as long as the tree didn't die, the necromancer couldn't die either. Come out, skeleton warrior. From the underground around them, 5 more skeletons suddenly emerged, and these skeletons shone with golden light when they emerged, and were actually level 40 as well. This was obviously not the same thing as the skeletons outside again. It seems that this necromancer can cultivate on his own. The level of the skeleton's summoning technique wasn't supposed to be high, but the gold skeleton clearly exceeded the other skeleton levels. It's another anomaly in the realm of the gods, i.e., something uncontrolled. For example, this necromancer can cultivate on his own. If he doesn't clean up the monsters here for a long time, it's likely that he'll raise a boss that the students won't be able to cope with. But I guess the faculty is aware of this, right? And they'll surely come to check on it from time to time. Change of life, divine chain binding. Focus. Change of life, hell whale. Change of life, gravity bind. Lin Jian released his natural skills in a brainstorm, while the divine chain bindings all focused on the necromancer, because everything was controlled by this necromancer. Holding him took care of everything. None of those gold skeletons needed to be bothered with. Even if they were level 40, they couldn't hack Lin Jian. At least the necromancer would die first. So what if it's level 40? Thousands more are coming. It's useless. Lin Jian had bound the mage, and as long as these skeletons attacked themselves, the first to die would probably be the necromancer. And as soon as the necromancer died, these skeletons would lose control. So all of this was an illusion. Even if the number reaches 1,000,000, it doesn't affect the outcome. In the next moment, Lin Jian hardened his golden skeleton's blade and charged towards the necromancer. Chapter 155, Necromancer's Bone. While the knife slashed at Lin Jian, the necromancer began to wail in hell. A few level 40 gold skeletons didn't stop Lin Jian, who rushed over and grabbed the necromancer. At this moment, Lin Jian was also fretting about how to kill this guy, as he was also a handful of bones. Ha. You can't kill me. As long as the life force is there, I'm alive. Yes? Lin Jian ripped open the necromancer's robe with one hand, revealing the skeleton frame inside. This posture is really a word, and Lin Jian's posture of pressing the necromancer is really indecent. This would be fine if it were a picture of a beautiful woman, but unfortunately it's a skeleton. After observing for a while, Lin Jian really didn't know how to do it. Did he dismantle this bone? The next moment, the necromancer himself began to dismantle it, and as he grabbed one of his ribs, he actually pulled it out. Come and die before me. Bone spike. That bone transformed into a long bone spike and directly pierced through Lin Jian. Lin Jian, however, laughed. You're asking for death. Any way you fight, you'll die before me. There's no chance. He was already focusing on the necromancer, so both sides were fighting to see who would die first. The damage on Lin Jian, 200 times presented to the necromancer. It was his own attack. He carried it? Sure enough, the necromancer wailed in agony. and Lin Jian stumbled and fell to the ground. Don't even have to do anything, just lay down on the ground and let the enemy attack. But while the necromancer was no longer able to attack, Lin Jian's body was recovering rapidly, growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Lin Jian pulled out the bone spur in one go, only for it to turn into a strange piece of bone. Congratulations on obtaining the necromancer's bone, a sublime artifact that is the foundation of the necromancer. Is this the end? Lin Jian climbed up and looked in the direction of the necromancer. The pile of bones had fallen apart, not realizing that the essence was actually on this heel of bones, which had now shrunk and turned into something like a small spear. Looking around again, a few level 40 gold skeletons had disappeared. Is this something like puppetry? Lin Jian didn't know puppetry, but thought that controlling skeletons was similar. A few golden skeletons should be specialized by necromancers. Maybe the spells used were on these bones. Lin Jian picked up the bones and waved them around. Summon the skeletons. Boom! A golden skeleton then emerged from the ground, appearing in front of Lin Jian with open teeth and claws. This necromancer is considered a wild monster by the Divine Realm system, yet he can cultivate his own spells and has improved his skeleton summoning. It's a pity that this thing is mine now, and it can be taken out to be used as a puppetry spell. Lin Jian was quite satisfied, but suddenly froze. Why? There's no announcement from the system? Shouldn't this be the first kill? It was reasonable to say that no one had killed this thing before. Perhaps the academy experts who had come over to check hadn't noticed this place? After all, this wasn't the center point of the graveyard either, so it was normal to not notice it. So how much experience did I actually gain? Shouldn't have gotten no experience. Lin Jian hurriedly opened his system panel. Name Lin Jian. Profession, Life Changers, Mages. Level, 23, first turn. Talent, Divine Chain. As level grows, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Currently the number that can be bound, 23. Undead Battle Body. After exchanging lives, it triggers the undead primordial spirit and permanently increases the strength of the physical body and the strength of the spirit. It also has the focus ability, which concentrates the damage of all targets bound to it into one person. Live and Die Together. Reverse bind. You can bind one of your teammates and fully take the damage taken by your teammate. Skill, Hell's Wail. The pain and damage suffered by the body is increased by 23 times on the target. Pain and damage multiplier increases with level. Skill, Night Eyes Exploration. Can detect dangers up to 650 meters outside of the main body. Increase range with level. Skill, Gravity Imprisonment. Manipulate gravity within 60 meters of yourself. Gravity strength is 50 times your own. Can imprison enemies. Multiplier range increases with level. Skill, Equivalent Exchange. Sacrifice a body part to gain 1 hour of dominance. This skill can be used when controlled. Skills, all skills of an A-ranked mage. Physical strength, 7, 9%. Spiritual strength, 7, 9%. What the hell? I actually gained so much experience and rose to level 23 at once without the system prompting. Lin Jian realized that he might have trespassed into that accidental area of the Divine Realm again. There are always bugs in divinity development. It's normal, and generally speaking maintenance always removes these things. It has to be maintained every once in a while, because the Divine Realm changes, and so do the monsters. According to Lin Jian's understanding, these monsters were from another world, and they could also possess intelligence. For example, this necromancer, who could cultivate himself, was now level 40, but it wouldn't be the same in a few years. The main idea of maintenance is to make students less likely to encounter these accidents and to prevent untoward incidents. But what makes an accident is that it leaves one defenseless. So there must have been quite a bit of negligence on the part of the academy as well. And coming in according to the map of the Divine Realm, it's possible that the strength of the monsters isn't what it was before. This place was at least unchecked. Luckily it was Jian Lin who came. Not bad at all. I guess the higher the wisdom level, the more experience you get. Accidentally exceeded the system judgment. The experience is a bit explosive. Good guy. This time Lin Jian gained experience that others cannot get for several months of hard work. Unfortunately, this kind of exceeded the system judgment is very rare, and I do not know where there is still. Lin Jian raised the bone again and pointed it at the golden skeleton. Take it. The golden skull disappeared, and it turns out that the necromancer is this bone. Satisfied, Lin Jian put the bone away and looked at the small tree next to him. So small that it happened to be a stick. Men have a powerful obsession with sticks, and Lin Jian took out his dagger and was about to cut down the tree. After chopping for a while he realized that the tree couldn't be cut down because one cut wouldn't break, and then the little tree recovered quickly. How dare you be like me? At that moment, the small flame at the tiger's mouth began to beat again. So it was because of that, not the demons. Lin Jian thought about it and walked forward, reaching out and grabbing the small tree to uproot the tree. The mound of soil were pulled up by him. I did not expect this small tree underground root system is so huge. Lin Jian actually cannot completely pull up, but to put down. The small tree will grow back, so engaged as not to take away. Lin Jian had the bright idea of letting a small flame emerge, and since there was a reaction, he would use that. In an instant, small flames climbed up the small tree and began to burn down the trunk, all the way to the root system. The little flame kept burning and the little tree kept growing, and both sides magically reached an equilibrium. The roots were all burned out, the crown was gone, and the little tree was reduced to a stick. But it was here that the little flame could no longer burn. Chapter 156 Airborne Boss Zombie King. Lin Jian watched as the little flame crawled back into his tiger's mouth, and the little tree could no longer grow back, waved a little, quite smooth. Just now the flame and the life force of the small tree in the confrontation. The two sides launched a duel. The flame burns how much? The small tree grows back how much? Other people really cannot take away this thing. But when Lin Jian held it in his hand, he felt that the stick had a special communication with himself. Long. Lin Jian shook the stick and it actually grew out. Short. The next moment the stick was retracted and turned into a short stick. Something like this was really fun. Was this life force something that could be retracted and released? Or was Lin Jian's life force of a higher rank than the little tree? And the little tree was obeying Lin Jian? It is not good to say. Lin Jian all want to become smaller put in the ear. But ears were obviously not a good place to place a stick. And at this point, Lin Jian couldn't understand why anyone would have such an idea. It was better to use it as an ordinary stick. In fact, Lin Jian didn't know what use it would be. It's just a more durable stick, with perhaps the mystery of the life force being strong on it. And Lin Jian still had the priesthood of a mage. So could this stick withstand a forbidden spell? This was what interested Lin Jian the most. The vitality was so tenacious. That enchantment up there should be able to withstand it, right? Lin Jian did as he thought and immediately started enchanting here. And as a test, he used fire spells to see if the heel of the stick could carry it. Fireball. Lin Jian began to stack. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. It was quick at first, but the further it went, the more Lin Jian himself suffered from the repercussions. When he came to the 5th layer, it was basically the limit of an ordinary person, which was also the peak of a possessor's normal condition. But Lin Jian continued, and came to the 7th layer again, where the average possessor could no longer carry it at this layer. Keep stacking. Lin Jian finally stacked the enchantments to the 10th level ever. Then he attached a brain to the stick, and if it had been any other material, it would have blown up in an instant. Can you top that? Lin Jian carefully looked at the stick. It's actually not reacting? It's done. Carrying a forbidden spell actually requires such a strong life force. No wonder forbidden spells were banned spells. There was basically nothing in this world that could carry them. If it's myself, if I can resist it, does that mean I'm as strong as a god or a demon? Lin Jian thought back to the sparring match with Evergreen. And in fact, Evergreen couldn't kill himself. It's only that Evergreen was able to press Lin Jian, suppressing Lin Jian's recovery with his attacks. And at that time, if he held out a little more to test his strength how good it should be. It is also Lin Jian who has such an idea, and other people do not dare to hurt even a little bit. System alert. The Zombie King has appeared. Please respond with caution to the teams in the Divine Realm. System alert. The Zombie King has appeared. Please respond with caution to the teams in the Divine Realm. The system issued an alert at this time. Generally this kind of system notification of chance events, which were also considered controllable, was possible to be killed by a team of students, and there were generous rewards after the kill. Lin Jian hurriedly checked the system information, and the Zombie King actually appeared in his area. Anyone with a system alert should be considered the strongest monster in that god's domain. The necromancer just now didn't count. That was the one that escaped the system's tracking. Now this one was arranged by the system for the students, so that the most elite students could be allowed to fight. And if they were not strong enough they could hurry up and exit the area. Lin Jian checked and it happened to be just this side of the cemetery and immediately packed up his things and went over. However, when he went to arrive, there were already several teams arriving. They came from the 5 major associations and were discussing how to team up for a kill. Lin Jian was in this district and actually came slower than them. Pick another elite from the 5 major clubs, and it would inevitably be the most powerful student team in the National Vocational College. Lin Jian saw that Niumu happened to be in there, and out of all these people Lin Jian had only dealt with Niumu. Seeing Lin Jian coming over, Niumu immediately said, "Lin Jian, do you want to join and kill the big boss?" Before Lin Jian could speak, someone else immediately interjected. What's the point of letting him join? He's only turn 1 and this monster is close to level 50. Don't drag us down. That's right, we are going to elect the most elite people in the state college. A separate club can't do it. He's also fought turn 2s. But this time it's turn 2's elites that he wants. He's a life changer. And this zombie doesn't have a life. How can he change it? All of them were against it. And Nyomu couldn't say anymore. Because of the attribute problem, Nyomu had to be in this team, because he was a holy knight, which itself was the most restraining of undead creatures. As for Lin Jian, Nyomu also felt it was appropriate because Lin Jian's vitality was too strong. But some people are also right. The undead basically are not convenient to change life. The fact is also so. Lin Jian against those puppets, zombies, and so on. Life-switching skills do not play a big role. Zombies randomly cut into a few pieces can still be alive. It's okay, I'm just here to watch and observe. Lin Jian didn't fight them either. In fact, he didn't have much intention of fighting the Zombie King. The temporarily formed elite team also stopped caring about Lin Jian, and the group discussed. The Zombie King has a strong ability to recover, and it can be cut into several sections and come back together, so we have to be ruthless enough. Calvert rose ahead to see if his holy light works. It's no use. The Zombie King doesn't eat this. What holy light holy water is ineffective. On this side of the graveyard even the highest level monsters can't compare. But the Zombie King doesn't have many means of attack. Purely rely on unarmed attacks. And the necrotic poison? How can our group still be afraid of corpse poison? A few people began to line up again. As the Zombie King's defense was strong enough but attack skills were lacking. Most of the people they picked out were strong and flexible in their attacks. As long as they weren't caught by the Zombie King, none of them were a problem. Arrangements made, they began to head into the mists ahead. There were a few other teams next to them, but most of them hadn't seen this kind of airborne boss either. This is the first time I've seen this happen. Does it matter? Do we need to notify the hospital? No. Whenever there is a notification from the system, students are allowed to play. Don't you see? That's the Zombie King in that mist, and it won't come out of it. Lin Jian heard and understood that this was still safer, as long as he didn't go into the mists. Mist is not too thick. Visibility has 100 or 10 paces. It is quite loose. It's just that the outside is too far away for fear of not being able to see. And Lin Jian is not good at leaning over, not joining people's teams, and people are afraid of him stealing monsters. It didn't take long for Lin Jian to hear movement and spell blasts coming out, but after only a few moments of ringing, the group that had gone in retreated again. Damn it, not enough attacks. That monster is immune to all spells and only eats physical attacks, yet its defense is oddly thick. Chapter 157, Compare who is the toughest. Everyone knows that spell attack power is the highest, by panel, because mages usually only output. All their abilities are on output. Their defense body strength can't be compared to warriors, who tend to output only to a single body, and are harder than mages as well, which is usually the case. But that doesn't exclude some warriors who have very powerful group attack skills. It's just rare. If the monster is immune to spells, it's very bad. The main firepower are mages. Mage attack failure to fight monsters is inefficient, especially zombies. Such monsters. Zombies have the strongest defense of all the monsters and are hard to destroy. Werewolf vampire streams are top-notch in recovery, but still can't look good against zombies. Normal zombies are hard to kill and the injuries are non-existent. The greatest nemesis of life changers like Lin Jian. Lin Jian relied on his strong life force to recover, and zombies didn't even need to recover because they were originally corpses. What to do? We lack physical professions with powerful attacks. Breaking defense? Spells aren't actually completely out of the question. That requires resistance reduction. We don't have any good assistants. What if we can't play? A couple of people thankfully came out in full whiskers, but none of them could do anything with the Zombie King. In this case, that ice fairy from the clergy academy had an advantage, because she was the most complete mage in the ice system, and had resistance reduction skills herself, so if your ice resistance was even higher, she could bring it down for you. In other teams, it is carried out mainly by the auxiliary. Change the resistance reducing assist on it. The team made another adjustment and then killed again, this time for a longer time, but in the end it failed and retreated. There was no way around it. The resistance reduction wasn't effective enough. The students of the National Vocational College are also quite comprehensive, but every aspect is not as excellent as the Divine Vocational College. For example, some people have reduced the resistance, but the attack power is still insufficient, and this reduction ability is not enough to eliminate quickly, and the zombies will recover if they are slowly ground. Seeing that they were too tired to do anything about it, Lin Jian only went up and asked, "Can I go in and take a look?" "Don't mess up, zombies suck blood too. Don't you give away blood packs." "But you're not even going in, and you're not letting the being in?" Several teams froze. They couldn't fight, but Lin Jian couldn't go in? Lin Jian was also too lazy to pull that much. "Are you guys still fighting or not? If not, I'm going in. Don't waste time." "Oh, that Zombie King in there. It's level 45 and it's an SSS talent. So what? I can't even look at it? Fine, go in then. Don't blame us if you die in there." A few people didn't bother to persuade them any further. Their team was supposed to be the most elite among the students of the National Vocational College, and there were even more superior ones who were the teachers of the National Vocational College. so if they made a move it would be like losing an opportunity to exercise. Nyomu still had a bit of a soft spot for Lin Jian. After all, the two had fought side by side. Lin Jian, why don't I go in with you? No, I still have no problem escaping. Lin Jian declined to help. In fact, there wasn't much help with a cowherd, and there was nothing they could do with a team of people. They then watched as Lin Jian walked into the mist, and by this time, the high-ranking rescue team from the state college was ready. There were elites who stayed in the school in the past years, and these people were also the backbone of the National Vocational College, and they were usually involved in dealing with such tricky matters, and they stepped in to solve what the students couldn't handle. As for when you graduate, this varies from person to person. People have different talents. Some can be practiced to a very high level, but most upgrade slowly. The students won't wait for you, and the standards will be high in a place like the Divine Office where there are so many talented people. And at State College, most are graduating by second transfer because the college can't afford to wait either. Hey, why did you go in alone? The rescue team saw this and didn't know whether to step in or not. The Zombie King is very difficult to deal with. Even we can't take it for a while. How can one of us still go in? With all the teams on the field, they didn't stop it? Go on. Get in there. The rescue team immediately entered the Divine Realm and questioned the concentrated group coming from outside the mists. After asking for information, the rescue team realized who was inside. It's Lin Jian. Isn't he only a first turn? He's too confident, isn't he? And how do zombies change their lives? It's undead. So Captain, should we go in and stop it? Let's wait for a while, and be reasonable. We only step in when a student asks for help, fighting monsters and practicing, which is not dangerous, so the rescue team cannot suspend without authorization. Monsters are given to students to challenge them, and you can't fight monsters if you're afraid to die, so there are strict rules about that. Lin Jian, who had entered the mists, quickly found the Zombie King. The Zombie King looked strong and was wearing armor that shone with gold. I thought it was a disgusting image, but I didn't expect it to be so imposing. And Lin Jian wondered if the Zombie King had a consciousness of its own. He stabbed the Zombie King with his stick first, and the Zombie King let out a growl and lunged at him. Narrowly avoiding it, Lin Jian made sure that this Zombie King wasn't too flexible, so no wonder that team was still able to run. But Lin Jian came in to attempt a battle. Wild Monster, Zombie King. Grade SSS grade. Level, 45. Talent, Vidra Unbreakable. Possessing strong defense, Immortal. Can be resurrected even if crushed into pieces. Skills, Corpse Poison Mist. Can make all the creatures within the range poisoned. Step in the air to fly. High-level flying stiff skills, Corpse Mutation Outbreak. Instantly enhance the state. All aspects of the combat power to get a long way to improve. It looks pretty fierce. Inflexible just in general condition. And it didn't even explode into necromancy. It seems like the defense is really strong. That team came in twice and didn't hit necrotic status. If they really hit a necrotic, there's no way they're going to get away unscathed, right? Change of life, Divine Chain Binding. Focus. Change of life, Gravity Bind. Lin Jian immediately turned on his natural skill. Come on, let me see which one of us is the most unafraid of death. Here, Lin Jian decided to measure his upper limit. He didn't turn on Hellwhale because zombies don't have any feelings. Any pain is useless to zombies. This can be saved. Lin Jian also wants to know where the boundaries of his ability. After binding, Lin Jian immediately went after himself, cutting off one of his own legs, then the other. The Zombie King also fell to the ground as he recoiled from the 500 plus times damage rebound. Remembering that the way to deal with zombies was to explode their heads, Lin Jian took out his dagger and stabbed it directly into his brain. Ow! The Zombie King finally realized that he had suffered a strong attack. The attack of that team just now was a tickle compared to this one from Lin Jian. Even the reduction of resistance didn't allow the Zombie King to have any damage. Next, it's up to whoever carries it off. And I don't think there's a crazier move in the world than this. Someone actually competed with the Zombie King for hard life. Chapter 158, Killing the Zombie King Alone. Lin Jian's behavior was indeed very irrational. Yes, then he's so gifted that if the life change is ineffective, he'll be caught by the demons in the future for his weaknesses. Last time, he had gotten the puppet, and Lin Jian felt it was very uneconomical to bind the puppet master. Now it was the Zombie King again, and Lin Jian wondered if this most unafraid monster could be killed with a life swap. The Zombie King felt the damage and tried to get up, failing because Lin Jian cut off his legs first. It didn't get up. Then it crawled towards Lin Jian, its eyes staring menacingly at him. This horrific scene is very scary and anyone should be afraid of the image of a zombie crawling towards you. But Lin Jian was not afraid. That's how life changers were. To dare to do it to themselves. All human fears came from casualties. And if Lin Jian was afraid of that, there was no way he could do anything to himself. The Zombie King crawled over and grabbed Lin Jian's hands with both of his, both of them twisting and fighting on the ground. Corpse venom also permeated the surroundings, but any damage that Lin Jian received would bounce back at over 500 times as it should. The muscles on Lin Jian's body were rotting and melting, while the Zombie King melted even faster. Ow! The zombie realized what Lin Jian was capable of, and with another shout, it actually violently ripped Lin Jian in half, but at the same time, the divine chain binding allowed the Zombie King himself to crack in half. It was true that the monsters with the strongest defense seemed to have almost the same effect. The Zombie King could take over 500 times more damage than Lin Jian. Both sides also lost the ability to attack, and next, it was up to both sides to recover. Lin Jian's body was recovering as far as the eye could see, and the Zombie King was slowly fusing his shattered body together. 4 hands were crawling on the ground, each grasping their own body parts. It looked like the Zombie King was a little faster. Lin Jian had only grabbed his head when the Zombie King was almost done putting together his upper body. Lin Jian felt that this could not go on, and did not spell it out. One hand directly grabbed and exploded his head. Then Lin Jian cupped his hand around his brain. Come on, let's all pop our heads and see who can carry it. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Skyfall boss. Level 45 Zombie King. Kill level 45 Wild Monster. Gain experience value 100,000. Divine Realm Spiritual Realm Full Map Broadcast. SSS Ranked Divine Priesthood Life-Changing Master. Lin Jian kills the Skyfall Zombie King. For the only single kill record, the system rewards 50,000 experience value. This broadcast made all the people outside the mists listen to it dumbfounded. What? A single kill? Several teams were all looking at each other in dismay. How could such a thing happen? Could the Zombie King also exchange lives? A few people from the rescue team froze just the same. They were all high-leveled, around level 50. Captain, with your ability, can you single-handedly kill a level 45 Zombie King? I'm sure I can't. Don't look at the level. It's hard to kill such undead creatures. I guess if our whole team goes in, we'll only be able to get people out. Mainly because immunity to spell damage is so nasty. Physical attacks don't seem to be much more effective. Its armor is too thick. Because of the existence of this SSS-ranked Zombie King attribute, it's not as if a high level is a good fight. When it comes to attribute restraint, even small monsters can't be killed. But Lin Jian has only turned 1 With this, Lin Jian gained over 100,000 experience points, and he couldn't even be bothered to look at his level. Only after his body gradually recovered did he compose himself and look at the Zombie King's body. Can this thing come back to life? In theory, it can be resurrected, because the Zombie King is not a living body. Do not look at the name for the undead creatures, but in fact is not a living thing. The life is not how to change. Lin Jian is to spell the limit of bodily injury. Damage and recovery are the basis of the confrontation, and if the damage is greater than the recovery, it can kill. Lin Jian couldn't help but think of the battle he had with Evergreen. If his recovery couldn't keep up with the damage Evergreen gave him, would his immortality come to an end? But his priesthood was a SSS level that had never been seen before. Everything has to come to an end. So where is the end of Lin Jian? After all, he was an existence beyond the rules, and the priesthood rank set by God seemed to be only SSS. Does it mean that his ability to recover is more than the gods and demons predicted? Lin Jian finally stood up, and he collected the Zombie King into his space before opening the attribute panel to check. Name Lin Jian. Profession, Life Changers, Mages. Level, 29, first turn. Talent, Divine Chain. As level grows, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Currently the number that can be bound, 29. Undead Battle Body. After exchanging lives, it triggers the undead primordial spirit and permanently increases the strength of the physical body and the strength of the spirit. It also has the focus ability, which concentrates the damage of all targets bound to it into one person. Live and die together. Reverse bind. You can bind one of your teammates and fully take the damage taken by your teammate. Skill, Hellish Wail. The pain and damage suffered by the body is increased by 25 times on the target. Pain and damage multiplier increases with level. Skill, Night Eyes Exploration. Can detect dangers within 800 meters outside of the main body. Increase range with level. Skill, Gravity Imprisonment. Manipulate gravity within 80 meters of yourself. Gravity strength is 60 times your own. Can imprison enemies. Multiplier range increases with level. Skill, Equivalent Exchange. Sacrifice a body part to gain 1 hour of dominance. This skill can be used when controlled. Skills, all skills of an A-ranked mage. Physical Strength, 8. 3%. Spiritual Strength, 8. 3%. Good guy. This time it gave the top to level 25. No wonder they all want to kill this kind of Skyfall boss. And just now, Nyomu and the others, intending a small team to share the experience, were all making a big profit. Lin Jian gave one person a solo, and the system also gave a reward for the solo kill, which was really enviable. He stumbled out and was greeted with a few dumbfounded stares from the teams outside. Student Lin Jian, how did you do it? The oncoming rescue team couldn't help but ask. They were no lower in rank than the Zombie King, yet they asked themselves if they could do it. just killed it. You've all seen it before. But if you change your life like that, it will work on the Zombie King too? The Zombie King is a lifeless thing, and it doesn't suffer yet. Yeah, and the Zombie King is immune to all kinds of spells, so it's hard to kill, even if the level is high. Going to kill the Zombie King will be discounted, which is also a talented player. What else could Lin Jin say? He could only shake his head. I'm a freshman. You guys are asking me? I don't know what to say. Is there such a thing as a freshman? The rescue team had to sidestep the question by asking him, what about the Zombie King's body? We need to prevent it from coming back to life. I killed it. It's mine. We are just worried that the Zombie King will be resurrected again, and it will be hard to control it if it goes outside of the divine realm, mystic realm. Then you guys show me how to stop it from coming back to life and I'll get it myself. The loot that came into his hands. There was no way Lin Jian would let it go again. This thing was also a high-level material and was very special. Chapter 159, Don't Tell Even If You Know. The several teams from the 5 major societies looked at Lin Jian as if they were looking at a godman. Zombie King can kill. This is a little too anticlimactic. Even if the scene of the rescue team's experts to go in, self-preservation is not a problem. But to kill words are very difficult. Much less heard of anyone who can be killed by one person. The rescue team had no choice but to report the incident. In the end, it's up to Ji Wuyo to step in, as the Zombie King is set up to be resurrected and live forever. God's domain system ruled that it was only a temporary wipeout, and you don't want to bring it out and have the Zombie King come back to life. According to the treatment, we must send the Zombie King away and not stay without authorization. Dean Quarter. What does it mean to send away? To what? It's the space within God's domain that leads to other worlds. Dean G. Since I can kill it alone by myself, even if the Zombie King resurrects again, I can still handle it. Ji Wuyo shook his head. The Zombie King was still too dangerous, mainly because it was hard to kill. A high-level person can't be killed, and he or she can run away. But if the Zombie King lashes out at ordinary people, it's hard to stop them. When the time comes, if something does go wrong, who's on the hook? Dean G. Do you know about the demon race? Lin Jian rehashed this matter. The duel I had with that Ouyang Sen had the handiwork of the demon race in it. The one they arrived at the scene wasn't the person himself but a puppet. Is the dean's heart the least bit wary? Ji Wuyo certainly wasn't that easy to fool. There were a lot of things he knew but couldn't say. If the demon race really existed, then things would be a big deal, and it wouldn't be possible to turn a blind eye to it as it was now. Such absurdities are not to be spoken of within the State Academy. But I myself am threatened by the demons. They can use a puppeteer against me, a life changer, and the person is still not present. Dean, tell me, and isn't it much more dangerous than the Zombie King? What kind of existence is the demons? Since I was personally threatened, it was impossible to tell any lies. Lin Jian couldn't possibly turn a blind eye to the threat either. Apparently, Ji Wuyo didn't know everything, and he entered a brief silence. Lin Jian continued, if it's just me, of course I can try other solutions. It's not that stressful for the time being. The key is that there's still my sister. I don't want her to be in danger. Isn't she the key cultivator of the National Vocational Academy? I must do everything in my power to keep my sister safe, and there can be no compromise when lives are involved. If Dean Ji says he really doesn't know, I'll prove it on the spot. Lin Jian said, releasing Evergreen's demonic soul from the magic crystal, and it appeared right in front of Ji Wuyo. Evergreen's demonic soul was sleeping. After all, it had been burned by a small flame and was already dying. Right, he wasn't dead yet, and it wasn't easy to make the demons die. And right now Lin Jian didn't want them to die either. It's always a bargaining chip if anything changes in the future. Ji Wuyo was dumbstruck. He knew that this was not an illusion. The power of the demon soul was very clear. How did you do this? Dean Ji, my sister and I are threatened by the demon clan. This is not the time to answer questions. You are not a demon clan, but I'm not sure if you'll take the side of the demon clan. And there are already people in the Divine Clergy Academy who are subservient to the demon clan anyway. Ji Wuyo wasn't a demon, and the little flame didn't react, but he also wanted to hide the existence of the demon race, not ruling out the possibility that he would help the demon race. Lin Jian chose to show his hand on Ji Wuyo's face, and also hesitated for a long time. There was always someone on the Divine Clergy Academy's side who was going to test the waters, so he had to try it himself, and if Ji Wuyo helped himself, the pressure would be a lot less. Dean Ji, did you know that the ones who kidnapped my sister are also demons? Stop it. I know. Ji Wuyo finally told the truth. Since Lin Jian had moved against the demon race, there was really no need to hide it. The existence of the demon race is known to many, but no one dares to talk about it now. A batch of them were once exterminated. Lin Jian, we can't go against each other in this matter. Humans are no match for the demons. If this is kept emphasized, the demons will tear it apart. So those who know now choose not to say anything. Since this matter has been picked out, Ji Wuyo also has to make it clear to Lin Jian that he can't beat you to say anything. At the same time, there was also an implied layer of meaning that Lin Jian, no matter how he singled out this matter, in front of people Ji Wuyo would never admit it. Ji Wuyo sighed. The things, you can keep them, but you have to be careful to manage them, and don't say this again. Lin Jian took out the matter of the demon race before Ji Wuyo agreed to let him leave the zombie king's body behind. In addition, he also measured that Ji Wuyo really knew, and not only Ji Wuyo knew, the few people who stand at the top end of the scale are in agreement about this. People know, but don't talk about it. Now Lin Jian kind of understood Ji Wuyo's reaction to a series of things. He wasn't a softie, but he stayed out of a lot of things involving the Divine Clergy Academy, including the first time the witch took his sister away. At that time, Ji Wuyo didn't even dare to say anything. He knew very well that dwelling on this matter would not only not do any good, it would also bring disaster. Okay, I'm only asking Dean Ji for one thing. If anything happens in the future, protect my sister and I won't have to care. Don't worry, I have my own considerations. Lin Jian had been making plans for this. Ji Wuyo could not mention it and pretend to be blind, but Lin Jian could not. There is no turning back on what happened to him, and what can be done about the demon race coming hard to the door, but only be forced to deal with it. Looking at Lin Jian's departing back, Ji Wuyo sighed slightly. This kid is good, and he can still come up with this trick of bringing the demons to the altar. But what about the future? When Lin Jian came back, Yuling's side had also closed the group. Their practicing went well today. 2 of them leveled up, Lin Yat and Yuling, and the others were getting close. 2 more days and all of them would be able to level up smoothly. They are very satisfied with this result, which can reach the average level of the divine office. However, when they realized Lin Jian's rank, they were all thunderstruck. What do you mean? Get to level 29 in one day? You're messing up like this. The rules God made are false. Right. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong both used this to express their shock. This could no longer be described as genius. Lin Jian smiled. It doesn't happen every day. I just caught a chance. I heard about that. There was a zombie king. How did you beat it? Ji Yan blinked and asked with adoration, but Lin Jian shook his head. The specific process, you won't want to hear about it. Yeah, he's a life changer. The process must have been bloody and not the least bit aesthetically pleasing. And Li said it in a single word. Her expression was not shocked at all, as if she had already known it. Similar to her was Rinya. Now Rinya had said she wouldn't actively predict anything, but she always saw something too. At this time, Lin Jian had a call come through. It was an unfamiliar number. Chapter 160. God doesn't care about you that much. What man? It's me, Lin Jian. Do you remember me? I'm Qin Shou's best friend. Oh, by the sound of your voice, you're the therapist? Lin Jian remembered who it was, and suddenly covered the phone and inquired of Yuling. When you guys introduce yourselves, do you say you're whoever's best friend? Girls like to talk like that? No, that kind of address is usually reserved for jokes. Yeah, that's how girls usually introduce themselves, as girlfriends in casual situations. This was not the case with boys, who also called themselves brothers in serious situations, and Lin Jian felt that this was at least not a common phenomenon. The other party's words were so urgent. This was obviously not some ordinary occasion for joking. Is that something? Can you come over here? I can't say it clearly on the phone. My name is Blue Rain. Wait for you to come over. About Qin Xiu. Lin Jian was puzzled and paused slightly before saying, okay, you wait for me at night. Anyway, it wasn't like it was the first time he went to the Divine Clergy Academy. Even though he had become a public enemy of the Divine Clergy Academy, nothing would happen in public. And even if the people of the Divine Clergy Academy hated him, they wouldn't make things happen within the boundaries of the Divine Clergy Academy. Hanging up the phone, Lin Jian looked at the others. I'm going to make a trip to the Divine Clergy Academy. Linya was about to speak, but Lin Jian raised his hand and pressed it down. Don't you say anything? No, brother, even though I'm a seer, I don't just predict things. I'm just telling you to be careful. There are powers that I have a hard time predicting, and I can't tell you what's associated with those powers. Well, that's just as well. You don't need to do that. Now, even for those of us, I can't see it. It's like there's some kind of cloud hanging over us. In other words, Rinya now seems to have lost her role as a seer. As she said it, she unconsciously glanced toward Anlai. At this moment, Anli suddenly said, I also want to follow you. You're going? Why? You've only just joined us. You're not familiar enough. And I didn't even bring anyone else. Take me there. It's got to be good. Is it about your girlfriend? Anli seemed to guess what would happen. My family has power in the capital. And you go this time? It must be something happened in your girlfriend's family. There are things that are more convenient for me. As long as I open my mouth there are people who give face. It sounded reasonable. And Lin Jian glanced at Yuling, who nodded slightly. It seemed that Yuren had learned about it. And there was indeed such a powerful family, and her information couldn't be wrong. So Lin Jian nodded in agreement. But you have to be obedient. This is the world of the clerics after all. I know, but the clerics I have in my family, and the clerics aren't the same power that can scare anyone. She's a bit dismissive. Apparently her family line is impressive enough. As the two of them exited the National Vocational Academy and headed to the Divine Vocational Academy, Lin Jian couldn't help but ask, "Why do you want to join us? You're so famous, can't you be worshipped?" "It doesn't look like it to me." "Worship? I'm not reacting this way. Look at Ji-yoon. I've come to join you at the National Vocational College. Can't you give me some credit?" And Lee shook her head. "Well, I'm picturing you with one thing, and I can pay a big price if you're willing to transfer it." "What is it?" "An antique you bought. A wine glass at auction." Lin Jian suddenly realized. "So it's you. No wonder I feel so familiar. But I'm not short of money and don't want to sell." That thing Lin Jian felt had a history, so he saved it for a slow study later. If it's a rich girl as an antique hunting, Lin Jian doesn't want to just let it out. No lie, he's really not short of money. "I understand. And anything else you need, you can tell me, and I'll help you until you think it's ready to be transferred to me. Even if your family is rich and powerful, it's not omnipotent, is it? And you dare to offend the divine office?" "That's hard to say. The clergy academy isn't all that united internally, so I can't say that my family has power within it. At the moment, there's nothing I need from you." And Li glanced at Lin Jian. She knew Lin Jian's situation and really didn't lack money. At the very least, with Yurin by her side, this mysterious woman seemed to be rich, but liked to pretend to be poor. "Are you sure there's nothing you want me to do? This is a good opportunity." "No, you can't help where there's a hard time." "How do you know I can't help if you don't tell me?" Lin Jian laughed. Was this something that could be casually said? His troubles could be much bigger than the average person. The devils, are they big enough? This is not something that can be solved with money and power, including the clergy house. So there's no need to say things like that. It's pointless and better to have a bit of townie to cover it up for a longer period of time. And Li, however, is anxious to die. The demon race she knows. You say demons are a problem for you humans. Not a big deal for her. It's like rats and cockroaches. You can't tolerate them but you don't have time to catch them at home every day. So it's not a problem to deal with them on a temporary basis. So you'll really help me if I tell you? You can try. I am a heretic of the altar of the gods. You have heard of me. Whenever I arrive at the altar of the gods, I will always undergo divine punishment. And the last time I fought a duel with someone, I got someone else involved. Can you fix this? Oh, heretic, is it possible that God doesn't care about you at all? And Li said dismissively that the situation was similar to that of the demons, and that there was no need to make a big deal out of it as long as it didn't affect the bigger picture. Although Lin Jian himself was a bit outside the rules of the gods, he couldn't affect this world. God doesn't care if things don't go wrong. Don't always think you're so important. God doesn't care? Then why the divine punishment? Does God approve of what you say? Why do you need me to say this? If God can't stand it, he'll surely make a move. Aren't you fine now? It's possible that God can't see me. You see, I awakened 2 priesthoods. What's that? There are still those in the priesthood who have broken away from the altar of God to engage in the second awakening. They are even more treasonous. Didn't God leave them alone? Fair enough, a second awakening away from the altar of God, which is tantamount to denying the role of God. This was like being in a sect that imparted abilities. If the master didn't teach you something and you learned it from the outside without permission, the master would definitely get angry. This was indeed much more serious than Lin Jian's second awakening. Is it possible that God really doesn't care much about himself? Lin Jian actually felt a little disappointed when he thought this. Then if I join forces with the demons, God should always pay attention to me, right? You're not looking for a pain in the ass, are you? Lin Jian looked up and saw that the divine office courtyard had arrived, and didn't bother to notice what expression Li had on her face. You stay close to me. Don't trust anyone. I know your family is powerful, but at least I don't want anything to happen to you while following me. This was definitely another trap. Lin Jian was prepared for it, and that healer Blue Rain had problems. Only, he didn't want anything to happen to Qin Xiu, and it would be good if Li could really save her. Chapter 161, Facing the Great Power. When he met Lan Yu at the divine office, she mysteriously pulled Lin Jian to the side to talk. It was then that she saw An Lion froze slightly. Who's this? One of our own. You can just say it's okay. That's right, Qin Xiu asked me not to tell you, and I had to go against her wishes because I'm her best friend. And something major has happened to her family, and lately she can barely stay in the divine office. Take your time. First of all, what's going on and who's up to something? Lin Jian listened calmly, calculating that the accident in Qin Xiu's family should be true, because although Qin Xiu's family wasn't bad, it could only be considered a local gentry, and was nothing compared to these capital city gentry. Lan Yu shook his head. People don't need any conspiracy to mess with the Qin family. They can just mess with them directly. So I have to go back? There's no need to go back. I know who's causing the trouble, and I can relieve the Qin family directly in the capital. Isn't it Ouyang Send? That's him. He should have been injured in that battle with you. And in his anger he laid his hands on the Qin family. Lin Jian nodded slightly, thinking carefully, taking the initiative to mess with Ouyang Send himself? This is obviously impractical. When he saved his sister, to the Sia family brutality, but the Sia family is just a small clan. With his current strength, Sia family like that naturally do not put in the eyes, but Ouyang Send behind the unusual. His dad is all vice president, or vice president of the priesthood. What about this position even if one's family is not big? What about the priesthood coming out to stand? Ji Wuyo do not dare to touch. Other people even more do not think. Lin Jian is not afraid of anything, but his own shot to no avail, but also cannot save the Qin family. What is this to do? At this time, more or less helplessness of insufficient power. He, the life changer, wasn't just saying he could protect anyone after all. If it was a one-on-one fight with anyone, then even stronger Lin Jian would be willing to try. But this was not a one-on-one fight. There are forces on the opposite side, and what Lin Jian wants to do is to protect the Qin family. How to protect? The same life and death can only lock a person. And this Blue Rain, big problem. The very first time I met this Blue Rain, she was the one who tricked Lin Jian out of the team, and then the witch showed up. Is that a coincidence? The forces behind Ouyang Send, the Xia family were small compared to them. Even if Lin Jian could kill 7 in 7 out, it wouldn't be much help to the Qin family, not to mention the fact that they were most likely involved with the Demon Clan. At times like this, it was time for Enli to come into play. Are they using the power of the clergy academy, or secular forces? This is, don't worry about who I am. It looks like we're both therapists. Just say it. At the moment, it seems that the clerics of the clergy academy are not involved. It's just the Ouyang family's own forces. Lan Yu also looked at Lin Jian's eyes, and she only spoke after Lin Jian nodded. It wasn't clear why Lin Jian had brought a petite girl. Did she have great power in the capital? Lin Jian was sure of this because Yuling had also investigated, and the Enli family did have a large background. Then there's nothing to worry about. Lin Jian, I'll help you this time. You sell me the item. Anri was confident that she could handle it, as long as the cleric wasn't involved. Lin Jian only knew that she had a relationship with that appraiser at the auction house, and wasn't clear about the capital city forces. Normally, the two houses were above these forces. After all, they were all just secular forces, and the two academies cultivated clerics. After all, this world was honored by strength, and the power of the clergy could subvert secular power. But it's not a clear-cut distinction, and secular forces often collude with both houses as well. The example of Ji Wuyo and Enli is a good example of how even the gods have to eat offerings. So it actually gets complicated. And Lin Jian is surprised that Enli is only holding on to that wine glass. That's all the more reason not to say yes so easily. Maybe there's some richness in there. For a family that was so confident even in the capital to do so for just one item, it completely explained the significance of this item. Well, let's take a look first. I don't understand the Qin family's situation right now. The Qin family? There's no need to understand. All you need to know is that Qin Xiu can no longer go to school for this reason. That is indeed serious. Let me give Qin Xiu a call and ask her. Hey, don't. She told me I couldn't tell you. Lin Jian still insisted on making the call. It's fine. I'll just say that I inquired about it myself and won't betray you. Then Lin Jian called and didn't get through. This time Lin Jian felt a little serious, as if something did happen, even if it was a trap purposely given to himself. Then the Qin family should have acted as this bait. And then how to doubt the Blue Rain? The Qin family, this matter should also be true. Recalling that Qin Xiu had helped him and was quite righteous, Lin Jian felt that he should step in. Putting aside any boyfriend/girlfriend thing, there had been a love affair between the two in that regard. But how to help? Where to start? Xia family as small as Lin Jian is struggling, not to mention the intertwined nature of the capital's forces, not even knowing where to start. Like the Xia family to directly kill in? Lin Jian, the first turn freshman, has that strength? Even if he could cross the level to fight against the second turn, people's big powers wouldn't lack experts, right? When Lin Jian got trapped, I was afraid that he would mess with more big powers. What? You don't believe in the power of my family? And Li saw that Lin Jian was still hesitating, but Lin Jian shook his head. Treating the symptoms is not curing the root cause. Do you know why they are targeting the Qin family? In reality, they are targeting me. The Qin family was able to save this time. There will be a next time. Then I'll protect the Qin family for the rest of my life. What a big mouth. Blue Rain was frozen. Who would dare to say such words? And Li said it with such a powerful confidence that both of them didn't dare to spit it out. Good. Now where is Qin Xiu? I want to know what can happen to her. She went to Ouyang's house and said she was there to settle the Qin family matter. Lin Jian looked at Enli and asked, Can you guarantee her safety even now? Right now? I'm not sure. Who knows how she is now? Then let's go see how she's doing first. Isn't Ouyang Send at the divine office? Blue Rain said. He went back. Sent back after his duel with you. We don't even know the situation. When he was fighting against Ouyang Send, Lin Jian had done something, and he wasn't sure if the demons could see it. Lan Yu, can you take me to Ouyang's house to find Qin Shou? Can. Only take you? This girl. Blue Rain wasn't sure what this petite girl was now. She was more hesitant because she was worried about something going wrong. As for who she was worried about, that was unknown. After all, this girl seemed to be a variable. Lin Jian then pulled Li aside. I do want to get help, but I have to confirm with you again. Do you really want to intervene in this matter? Because this matter may involve the demon race, I need you to seriously consider. Chapter 162 Fox False Lin Jian. And Li only laughed coldly. What demon race? Would she care about that? Only the demons were hiding from her. Where would the demons dare to appear? But these cockroaches are just too many. No one will find every cockroach in the house. Sometimes they just turn a blind eye. In her eyes, Lin Jian are just cockroaches, and usually don't bother. Lin Jian asked this again, and she felt that answering this kind of question simply lowered her status. It's the same as asking an adult, you could beat that rabbit, couldn't you? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lin Jian reminded again, because I don't want you to get involved. After all, our relationship isn't very deep yet. Do you not believe that there is a demon race? I can't give you proof about that. No, I believe there are demons. That's good. So it's a mixed bag, not something you can top with how big your family is. Don't worry, I can handle it. And Li said very dryly, whatever it is, I can help you out with this, but you have to sell me the wine glass. Lin Jian emphasized once, and she actually raised her wine glass again. At this time, Lin Jian became cautious, remembering his sister's words. The things his sister had said had given him a bolder idea of what if it was true. That's why it's necessary to keep a hand. Never play all your cards, and that wine glass counts as a card. Tell you what then, you'll follow first, and if I need your help, I'll just ask for it. You seem to be cheating? No matter. I know it's not easy to pay back a favor owed to your mansion, so I want to take a step. You don't owe anyone anything, just sell me that glass and I'll do anything for you. These words were too absolute. Lin Jian was even more cautious, and Li's words were considered to have completely alarmed Lin Jian. Is it really worth that much? Maybe worth more than money. This thing has enough strategic value to change a person's life. And none of Lin Jian's talents had really changed his life. And now he had no way to deal with the big powers. And Li could do it with a single word. And the source of all this was just that wine glass? Why don't you hold off and I'll come back for you if I can't? You're still coming back? To return is a sure thing. I'm a life changer. With the ability of the immortal body, if you can't fight, you can at least run. And it's not that easy for the demons to kill Lin Jian. So Lin Jian had this certainty to see if he could fix it. To be honest, killing a few demons was not a big deal. At least in Li's eyes it would not affect anything. Last time Lin Jian invoked divine punishment on the altar of the gods, she also knows. This kind of management or not actually can be. For humans and demons, this is a big thing. For the gods this is just an ordinary small thing. Just like what you encounter in everyday life. There are things you can do or not do. And Li gritted her teeth. Okay, I'll go with you. I'll help you when you can't. You can't deny it. Don't worry, if you really help me, you must admit it. A few people killed Ouyang's house directly. Not the clergy house, but outside the school. Lin Jian took Lan Yu and killed his way right through the front door. This was the only way he had always done it, and the last time he went to Sia's house was quite a show-off. However, this place was different from the Sia clan, where people had experts of the third turn. If they really fought, Lin Jian would never be able to hold out. But Lin Jian didn't intend to really use force either. I'm Lin Jian. I heard that Qin Shou is in your area, and I've come to look for her. It was so direct that Blue Rain was dumbfounded. Don't you want to think of a brilliant solution? What a brilliant way. Since they don't care to use conspiracy against the Qin family, I'll play my cards plainly as well. I'm tired. I can't really sell that wine glass. This place was a huge villa, and the one who came out to greet them was a third-turn expert. The third-turn masters didn't even put them in their eyes. Who cares what priesthood you have? The level difference is so much, but this expert seemed to have received a mission as well. You're Lin Jian? Bold enough? Since you're here, please come inside. What? It lets in. Doesn't it fight first? You haven't even reached your second turn. Who can you beat? The people next to him laughed out loud. The Ouyang family, but they had gathered many elites. Just think about it, the Ouyang family head was the vice dean. He must have done favors for his family, and many of the outstanding graduates must have come to his house. It was absolutely impossible for Lin Jian to break in, but in terms of strength, this place is probably comparable to the National Vocational College. Okay, then I'll go in. Lin Jian, I, 1T go in. Blue Rain suddenly shrunk. This performance was normal, probably because she deliberately acted normal. Anyone who has some friends and wants to be righteous and timid, okay, just go back and wait. Lin Jian didn't want to break up so much with her right now, even if there was a problem. She was still only a minion. So, Lin Jian led Li inside. Up to this point, Lin Jian was still wondering if they didn't recognize Li. So he asked that expert, "Is your Ouyang family very powerful? What is it in the capital? Do you know who is beside me?" This was clearly foxing around, and of course Li could see what Lin Jian was thinking. But, foxes and tigers don't work most of the time, and it takes a tiger to really help you out. Oh, isn't this the daughter of the newest power mysterious family? The Yin family? Nice to meet you. Ha, you're really not afraid? Does this have anything to do with their Yin family? There is, if you guys want to use your power over us. She's my friend and won't look away. Lin Jian looked at Li next to him, who on the other hand kept a high and cold expression. She knew that Lin Jian was playing mind games to engage in fox and tiger, but she didn't mind. How could she mind such things with lowly humans? But that master wasn't afraid at all. Really, but it still has nothing to do with her. Only said this sentence. Lin Jian knows what this one is thinking. Surely they are the existence of power is not afraid of you. What family? All secular families they are not afraid of, because this involves the demon race. The devil race is going to strike, and no secular whatever force is going to be effective. Seeing how confident he was, Lin Jian realized what he was facing. This is a turnaround. Yes, he dealt with human experts. In fact, the strength is not quite enough, but against the demon race, Lin Jian is a set of things. Like Evergreen, he changed into any human expert. Lin Jian is very difficult to solve. Favorably, Evergreen was the demon race, and was burned down by Lin Jian in a fire. So here, if Lin Jian really wanted to deal with the demons, should he expose that flame? Passing through the front hall and entering the backyard, the Ouyang family had a wide backyard. When he arrived, Lin Jian saw Qinxiu, who was actually sitting there drinking tea in a nice manner. Qinxiu? Shouldn't you be tied up? They didn't coerce you? What? No, they coerced me into not needing to be tied up. Qinxiu's face looked bad. But why are you here? They told you? Chapter 163, A Balance Between Gods and Demons. It came from her best friend, but her best friend is obviously in league with these guys. So Lin Jian nodded. Yes, they said something about you and approached me. Qinxiu is not a vase with face value alone. She instantly understood. Could it be that they came at you? You're so smart. So technically I'm the one who got you into trouble. You're not comforting me by saying that. So now that you're here, you have a way to deal with them? Depends. I'm not sure of everything. Lin Jian really didn't have one, but relying on his undead body, he came to poke around first. Is it a conspiracy he has to come? This step is necessary. The other side is sort of holding steady. Oh, Lin Jian student, you have a very clear perception. At this time, that director phone walked out and looked at Lin Jian indifferently. Lin Jian didn't expect that she would show up straight away, and that she would be able to give orders in the Ouyang family. Waving her hand as all the others retreated. She was dressed hotter than she was at school and actually had a black leather jacket, but still with a pair of glasses. The eyes, instead of feeling dull, brought a touch of something else. Lin Jian then had to think more. You're Dean Ouyang's wife? What are you babbling about? He doesn't deserve it. That leaves only one identity. Devil race. Only the devil race can do this. It is really not to be messed with. Lin Jianji messed with the big guy. You said that if you messed with a few young masters or something, Lin Jian could still carry it for a bit, and at most exterminate a few clans. This stab at the demon race, isn't it a bit too fast? He hasn't even practiced yet. There's a feeling that you can't beat the final boss as soon as you enter the game. Although he did have a way to deal with the demon race alone, one or two of them would be fine, but not more. The devils were more than just powerful on their own. They could also coerce the human forces of this world to work together against Lin Jian, all around deathless. So was there any point in saying that Lin Jian could single-handedly kill a handful of devils? Isn't it a little too fast? Lin Jian has a feeling of losing control in his heart. Hearing Lin Jian say this, Director Feng sneered. You'd better let them leave first. Otherwise, none of you will be able to get out. This is to move to kill. Those who know the existence of the demon race must be eliminated. Yuling had said that many forces were clear about this matter before, but a group of them were destroyed by the demon clan, and now's no one dared to mention this. Everyone said that they didn't have it, and the subsequent generations didn't know about this matter. She's right, and Li, you take Qinxiu back first. Lin Jian was also ready to have a fight with Director Feng here, but they must never know about the existence of the demon race, not to their faces, or they won't survive. Anyway, Lin Jian's difficulty was just dealing with another demon, which had already lowered the difficulty, and if he had to single-handedly take on the third-turn expert who had brought him in, I'm afraid it would be even harder. since his small flames were obviously ineffective against humans. No one was there, and Lin Jian was relieved to use his ultimate killing move on the demons. Don't you need my help anymore? You can't beat her with your strength. And Li refused to go, and a golden light actually emerged from her eyes as she looked at Director Feng. Director Feng also saw it, and she was shocked and frozen on the spot. Although there wasn't any change on the surface, Lin Jian could clearly feel that Director Feng was like a rat seeing a cat at this moment, with a feeling of blowing up her hair, as if this young girl was skyrocketing her. This instant, the thoughts in Lin Jian's heart turned 1,000 times. What Rinya had said, two powers she couldn't see, were here. The devil race was still like this, and Lin Jian was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get much out of being caught in the middle. He had to find a way to check in balance, so he didn't wait for the others to speak and turned back himself. Since you guys don't want to leave, just stay put and let me take care of it. Oh, can you fix it yourself? You can try, but you promise me that whatever you see, you won't say anything to the outside world. Lin Jian smiled mysteriously and turned to Director Feng again. At this time, his heart was the most bottomless. Seeing Director Feng frozen in fear, Lin Jian walked over and reminded her to pay attention. Hey, what are you thinking? You still want to fight me? Who the hell are you? Good question, but I won't tell you what I am either. Only that I can kill you. You? Are you also? Director Feng was truly terrified, but she remained stubborn. So what if she is? You guys are powerful. Isn't it just by virtue of the faith of humans? Without those powers, we are actually about the same in terms of strength. Lin Jian played dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. I've mastered the trick against you guys. Do you know how Evergreen died? Not punished by God. No, he was burned by me. Look at this. Lin Jian directly flashed flames on his hand. I don't know if you recognize this or not. Anyway, this thing can kill you, no matter how strong you are, as if you were born to be compatible. Am I right? Director Feng's eyes widened. God fire. Where did you get it? Let's not talk about that. I'm the only one in the world who is not afraid of gods and demons. Remember the divine punishment. The divine punishment is not effective against me either. Do you know why it's not effective? It's my secret. Want to know? What the devils wanted to know the most, Lin Jian thought, was how to deal with God. That one is most conspicuous. Twice awakened on the altar of God, without being noticed by God. Is it not enough proof that every divine punishment has done little damage? Director Feng looked at him with suspicion. She wasn't sure if Lin Jian knew the identity of the girl in the back, or even if she was the same person as her, but with Lin Jian talking like this, it was obvious that he wasn't. It even seemed like Lin Jian didn't even know what Li was. Do you think God doesn't know these things about you? Even if they know, they can't help me. Divine punishment is useless to me, don't you think? Lin Jian said all that just to tell Director Feng that he didn't know the identity of the girl in the back. This beating around the bush is exhausting, and if she can understand it, the purpose of deterrence is achieved. So what is Lin Jian up to? He couldn't go to war with the demons, nor could he turn his back on God, and could only exist in the middle ground between the two, because Lin Jian was worried that both he and his sister were going to be punished by the gods. What? God doesn't seem to care? Who knows if they care in the future? This kind of situation where one sentence can determine life and death should never happen. So Lin Jian couldn't favor either side, and how they fought couldn't involve Lin Jian. That wine glass must not be sold. No worries, who knows if they will do it. As for the demon race's side, as long as they compromised, Lin Jian didn't want to keep barreling with them. Right now, Director Feng didn't know what to do about it because she didn't know Lin Jian's attitude. As soon as the one in the back made a move, there would be no more talking. But Lin Jian bet that they wouldn't do it easily. Chapter 164, Being on the same side as the demon race. Lin Jian had never seen a demon race scared like this before. It seemed like Li's deterrent power was really great. So what do you want to do about it? Director Feng was so shocked that the question was asked, and she was in danger of being discovered by the god. Lin Jian nodded. This time he turned to the two girls and said, "You guys go out first. It's time to discuss conspiracies and plots down there. Girls can't listen to this or they'll turn bad. I'll take care of it here." Lin Jian, you're not safe here either, Qinqiu said worriedly. Lin Jian raised his hand, signaling her not to say anything further. I came here to save you. If you're not safe, then I didn't come for nothing. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with her. You have to trust me. Not to mention, Lin Jian's words could really make her believe it, because Lin Jian had exterminated an assistant teacher, and that wasn't weak. If not, Lin Jian could run on his own. Anyway, that was the kind of trust she had in Lin Jian. Okay. But it's not just me you're saving. Who else? Long Core, her family. If her family hadn't been suppressed, they wouldn't have been able to touch my Qin family. Long Core has been helping me. Okay, save this place, then save her. Lin Jian agreed with his mouth full, and he lit up the small flame, actually showing it to Li. Let Li know that he can handle this, and he's 9 out of 10 for something like single-handedly taking on the demons. As long as Enli didn't immediately lay out her identity, Lin Jian was able to keep things entangled. What's launching now is the worst thing in the world. The two greatest forces disliked each other, and Lin Jian didn't want them to collide. Looking to Enli, who still had her eyes on Director Feng, Lin Jian reminded again, "You guys get out, you hear me? Humph, you'll beg me again." Enli actually gave up as well and turned to head out, and Lin Jian sighed in relief. Why didn't Enli exterminate this demon race immediately? Was she not powerful enough? Definitely not. This demon clan has said that God has acquired a great deal of power from the human world, and the demon clan is not their opponent now. After all, the offerings have been made for so many years, and how many clergymen's power has been extracted? As long as the divine altar was still there, she was also crushing on the demon race. Only after watching the two go out did Lin Jian turn to Director Feng and say, "Now, it's time to talk about how to solve this." "What do you mean by that? You can't escape when she sees you, can you? I thought you didn't know who she was." Lin Jian smiled. "I guessed it, and now you should understand that your enemy isn't me, but you've brought her here. Isn't that the end of everything? And she'll still listen to you? It doesn't matter if she can listen to me or not. I can still help her find out where the remaining demons are. You know I can. It's time to start laying out the chips. It's up to both sides to sit down and talk." Director Feng was still a bit reluctant. "If I kill you, won't it be over?" "You can't kill me. Evergreen isn't even capable of killing me. Do you have that certainty?" There really wasn't. As long as Lin Jian didn't die, he would be able to lead the gods to find out the demons one by one. Lin Jian was threatening her now. Director Feng asked, "You're working for them?" "No, I don't know who they are so far. Do you understand?" Director Feng finally understood, but still asked, "Why don't you work with her?" "Because, I am also the one who was punished by God. We should be on the same path." It wasn't a lie. Lin Jian really thought so. He didn't feel like he should lean on God, because his priesthood ability would also be punished by the altar of God. It was something that would have to be cleared up sooner or later. It just wasn't enough of a big deal to mess with right now. Don't think that if Enli helps him deal with the demon clan, he can be at peace. Director Feng finally compromised. "I will release the Qin family, as well as the Long family, and stay out of these matters. But Ouyang Sen was made stupid by you. The Ouyang family won't stop. Can you solve this on your own? None of it is a problem as long as you stay out of it. But you have to do something for me as well. After she sees me, I won't be safe. I'll be on the run next. You said you're on the same side as me, so do this for me, and the demons will help you later." "Okay, tell me what's going on." When Lin Jian came out from inside, Qin Xiu greeted him. "Are you alright?" "It's okay," she wimped out. "So it looks like my deterrent is working." Lin Jian had just talked to Director Feng, without mentioning the demon race, so Qin Xiu was unable to understand. But Anri understood. "It's not like I'm helping you yet. You have to recognize my role." "Of course not. I'm on my own. And you know the last one I brought to the altar, he died." Qin Xiu was there, and Lin Jian didn't say so explicitly. Anli insisted. "You must go back and sell me that wine glass." "Why? You just followed. You didn't do anything, and I ended up talking about it all by myself." "Why, you know yourself." Anli also didn't say it explicitly in front of Qin Xiu. "Well, even if you solved it on your own this time, but you know what she is. Without me, how will you solve it next time? Don't think that your God can help you deal with everything." Lin Jian nodded. "You're right. So, next time? Humph." And Li was exasperated, but there was nothing she could do. And what Lin Jian didn't know was that she couldn't really just make a move, because it is also God's rule that cross-border displays of power are not allowed. Even the demon clan was avoiding it, and they wouldn't easily use the power of the demon clan until they had to. Only when it was felt that it should be used would it be used secretly, such as against Lin Jian. They were usually no different than a normal cleric, their human identity being their disguise. For Enli to make a move, there had to be a sufficient excuse, such as removing the demon race. Right now was the opportunity, but she wouldn't do it herself. Naturally another force would step in. Director Feng has spoken to Lin Jian, and she'll be hiding for a while, so Enli's main task was still to get that wine glass. Everything else was trivial. She, who was high above the world, naturally wouldn't tug and pull with a mole unless the mole held something important. Moreover, she couldn't use her true ability to find Lin Jian and take it by force, which violated the rules of the gods. If only Lin Jian was a demon, she would be able to strike without fear. But right now Lin Jian was partial to not being, and the only thing that Enli could use then was the ability to have the same priesthood as a human. She was just a healer. "What are you talking about?" Qin Xiu couldn't understand a thing, and Lin Jian smiled. "Let's go. Now go save Kur." Then, Lin Jian took the token given by Director Feng and went all the way out of the Ouyang family without anyone daring to stop him. Right after Lin Jian went out, A golden light flashed and the old man's silhouette appeared in the backyard. This was the old appraiser from the auction house. At the moment his eyes were flashing with golden light and he searched the surroundings with a majestic face. Actually ran away? I'd like to see where you can run to. Chapter 165, even the vice president is in on it. Lin Jian brought in Li and Qin Xiu, and then came to the Long family, which had already been seized at this time. It could be seen how powerful the lurking forces of the demon race were, and a power like the dragon family was very confident in the capital. Long Cour didn't even put a vice dean in her eyes, and for that matter, she was suppressed by the forces of the demon race. You're not allowed in here. They were stopped by the guards outside, but Lin Jian showed him the token. Something magical happened. The guards actually let them in, and even Qin Xiu froze. That's not right, is it? This is the family crest of the Ouyang family, and wasn't the Ouyang family crushed to death by the Long family? You don't need to worry about these complications. I solved them anyway, Lin Jian mysteriously did not say, and Li was a little disdainful. What is pretending? This is the thing of that demon race. The family crest is just the surface. This token has the power of the demons on it, and many of these guards are controlled by the demons. Henri said with some indignation. There are a bit too many cockroaches, and while they're not disrupting order, they should be cleaned up. This kind of inexplicable words Qin Xiu couldn't understand at all, and Lin Jian pulled her inside. The Long family ancestral residence was a large retro mansion, and Lin Jian had only gone in when he heard Dean Gu's voice. I say this is inexplicable. What does the capital city governor mean? And I don't care about this vice dean? It turned out that Dean Gu was on the side of the Long family, and the Long family also had people in the Divine Office Academy. As long as there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Ah, these disjointed. Lin Jian walked over and saw Dean Gu talking to a sheriff. Hello Dean Gu. You, Lin Jian, how did you come here? It's obviously something that concerns me, so I have to come and deal with it. What's the use of you coming? Dean Gu obviously knew what was going on here. He knew it had something to do with Lin Jian. Dean Ouyang's son you made stupid. This isn't blamed on your head. The Long family is still helping you, but you're counted as the number one person with face in the capital. It was said with sarcasm, and clearly shouldn't have been said by a dean to a freshman. Not even another dean could say that. Such words are both incompetent and petty, and not very patterned. Incompetence was obvious, and it was obvious at a glance that he couldn't even protect the Long family. After all, he was only a vice president, and the power of the divine office was basically in the president. The basic value of the vice presidents is clerical. They just borrow the aura of the priesthood, while they all rely on outside forces. Since it's my business, I'll take care of it. Lin Jian walked over, saw the man in uniform, and directly flashed his sign. Are you the sheriff? Let's evacuate the people. The Long family is fine. These guards weren't very strong, but the Long family didn't dare to resist because there was still power behind them. And as soon as Lin Jian flashed his sign, the sheriff immediately saluted. Okay, I'll close up and go back. Without a word of nonsense, it was gone in a puff of smoke. The ancient dean was also starting to be dumbfounded, and Lin Jian was satisfied that the forces of the demon race were really good, but it could only be used for those two things, and the demons didn't trust him yet. Now that the cards were no longer valid, the power of the gods and demons was not something Lin Jian could understand. What's going on with you? You, Dean Gu, please understand that I caused you a lot of trouble before. If you know that, why don't you cause more trouble? I'm guessing I'll get into trouble again in the future, so I hope you'll bear with me and go on. After all, there are a lot of things you can't say. Lin Jian, this is all considered mockery, but it is also the truth. There is no point in listening to you. You have no say. And of course Dean Gu also saw the sign, because there were other people around. It was not good to say it outright. They gave this to you? Then how was the matter resolved? What did Dean Ouyang's side say? He said it, and it doesn't count. Lin Jian said disdainfully, now that these vice dean's status had fallen in his eyes. What Dean Gu didn't expect was how Lin Jian was able to negotiate with the demon race. As the vice president of the Divine Office Academy, it was fine to scare some people who didn't know any better. But Lin Jian, a person who knew the details of the demon race, wasn't so easy to fool. And there was one thing that Lin Jian was very curious about. Is it like this in your academy? Or is it the same all over the world? The priesthood is worldwide. Have they all been infiltrated by demons? In that case, the joke is on you. As the priesthood shouldn't be the most devout place to God? In this world, devotion to God is reflected in cultivation, and the stronger the strength, the more devout. It is not reflected in any incense offerings. After all, it is human strength that God extracts. So the question arises, a place like the priesthood is supposed to be the purest place. I can't believe that the infiltration is full of demons. Aren't they ashamed of their priesthood? Don't you talk nonsense. There are many things that are not for you children to understand. Even though Lin Jian was holding a pass from the demon race, Dean Gu still couldn't put up a fight. He wanted face. Of course Lin Jian would give him that face. After all, Lin Jian was even worse now. It was a case of having to defend both ends. Soon, everyone from the Long family came out. Dean Ku, thanks for coming over. Don't thank me. This little brother Lin Jian made a move. The ancient dean did not dare to take this credit. After all, Lin Jian showed something unusual. All called little brother. Long Ao Tian, the head of the Long family. Yes, his real name is Long Ao Tian, and this is how he saw Lin Jian. You are Lin Jian? Lin Jian was a bit surprised. Family master knows me? Long Ao Tian looked back at his daughter and smiled. Claire has told me about you more than once. She has never been that attached to someone before. You saved her, right? This time, you actually saved our family again. I really don't know how to thank you. Thank you isn't necessary. I'm friends with Kagome and she's doing this to help me. If the Long family got stuck in and couldn't get out, I'm afraid Long Ao Tian would be another face, right? After all, hitching a ride with his Long family was not a good thing, and the power that could suppress the Long family must be very terrifying. Lin Jian was able to arrange this, and it was obvious that Long Ao Tian also carried other thoughts towards Lin Jian. Anyway, both sides were a flurry of politeness, and no matter what was on their minds, the courtesy came up first. Long Ao Tian also insisted on keeping them for dinner, and Lin Jian agreed, always giving people a chance to thank them. When she sat down to drink tea, and Li didn't look at anyone else, but only stared at Dean Gu. Looking at the ancient dean are a little hairy. He also do not know why hairy. So he asked, this little girl is, you know what a situation you're in around you is the dean of the priesthood, don't you? What do you mean? What are you? The priesthood is like this, and you're actually at peace with it. Can you afford this priesthood? A faint golden light flashed in Li's eyes, giving Dean Gu a huge shock. At that time, Dean Gu was about to kneel down, but a strong force held his body together. Don't be fake and be seen. I don't intend to do anything to you, but you, as the dean, need to reflect on why it's called the Priesthood Academy and who gave you the power. Chapter 166, The Altar of the Gods and the Altar of the Devils. It's hopeless. I can't help any of us. At this time Lin Jian just happened to come over, saw the ancient dean's stiffness, was puzzled. What is said? Ancient dean, you are an expert. Why is the body stiff? You shouldn't be in bad health, right? For a moment, the power disappeared, and Dean Gu looked at Li in surprise, and Li shook his head slightly at him before Dean Gu calmed down and said to Lin Jian, nothing, just some habits. The thing that Lin Jian found most amazing about this meal was the fact that Qin Xiu and Long Kor were actually on good terms. It was a bit incomprehensible. Mustn't they fight? Or was Lin Jian a bit too self-absorbed? After dinner, Lin Jian took Li back, while Qin Xiu stayed at Long Kor's house. Unbelievably, they had actually become good friends, and this time, Long Kor had taken the initiative to help Qin Xiu. Wait, does that mean Lin Jian the boyfriend doesn't count? There were too many people, and Lin Jian was too embarrassed to figure this out, so he first took Li back to get rid of her pestering about buying a wine glass, promising her that he would do it next time. And then in the bedroom, Lin Jian released the witch. That's right, with Director Feng fleeing to his death, the demons of that divine clergy academy are equal to being leaderless. You know everything that happened today, don't you? Lin Jian, you're really good. For another person, this kind of thing would never dare to do. Do you mean that cooperating with your demon race is working with a tiger for its skin? No, I mean that hidden danger you have around you. How long do you think you can hang on to her like that? When Annalie's patience runs out, will she make a move? Lin Jian also had this consideration. Since she has the ability, why doesn't she go out and grab it? Because she doesn't dare. God has set rules that he himself cannot break or he will be greatly punished. Can't commit it herself means she can take it from me with the help of someone else? No, she could have grabbed it herself too. It's just a matter of how much she pays. The witch said indifferently. You'll have to release me in order to fight against her forces. Otherwise, do you think she won't be able to use our tactics? The demon race crossing the border is suppressed, and our strength can't be utilized on your side. Otherwise, do you think the demons would be so weak? It's the same with the gods. They have altars that are a little stronger than ours, but they have to suffer punishment for breaking the rules themselves. But she can also use your human forces to create pressure on you. Stronger? Today, Director Feng is like a mouse seeing a cat, and now he doesn't know where to run away. Now Lin Jian knew that gods and demons were restricted when they crossed boundaries, but because of the existence of the divine altar, they were less restricted, and in this realm the demons definitely couldn't beat the gods, which was why they were commiserating. Otherwise they wouldn't have said anything to give way to Lin Jian, right? Your demon race can't build a demon altar? It suddenly occurred to Lin Jian that the divine altar could enhance the strength of the gods in this realm. Wouldn't the demons be able to do the same? The witch sighed. There is a part of history that has been covered up. A long time ago, there was a magic altar as well. Two faiths of humans fought a great war. Have you ever heard of the war of the demons and gods? And in the end we lost. I see. If they fight again, they won't be able to build up their power well, right? The priesthood have all become beliefs, and any other beliefs that pop up at this time are automatically considered heresy. There's no need to tell you how hard the zealots have been fighting heresy, is there? That's why over the years, the demon race has been hiding in the shadows, refusing to come out into the open. But what the hell are you guys preparing for? Quit if it doesn't work. It's a bit of a no-brainer to hide it after all these years. Preparing for what? We're preparing for a battle with God. And we don't understand even if we tell you. The witch shook her head. How long can you drag this out now that you think you can hold her? Lin Jian shrugged. Doesn't matter. Big deal. I'll just sell it to her. She'll have to worry about the cost anyway. Odds are she won't do it. All these things, Lin Jian also sorted out that gods and demons were suppressed in this realm. But even suppression is more powerful than man. Another thing is that God is punished even more if they go against the rules they set. Rules are only called rules if someone follows them. Otherwise they're called bull asterisk 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 asterisk. And you have to follow them yourself in the first place. The devils had fewer scruples in this regard, as the rules weren't set by them and they could dodge them. For example, gods and demons can't go directly at people and cross the line to break the order with higher powers. This was an iron law, and there would be a punishment for the demons if they violated it, but it was assumed that the punishment wasn't very fatal, so they still dared to use part of their power. But if a god violated it, the punishment would be much more severe. With one exception, gods and demons can go all out on each other. Thinking about it like this is a bit scary. The demon race itself crosses the border to suppress the power, because the rules of ordering dare not use part of it. This is still more powerful than the humans so much, that if the fight is not at all the chance of victory for human beings, it was a good thing that Lin Jian didn't have to think about it that much. It wasn't like he was crossing the line. What the hell is that wine glass? I don't know. Why don't you ask her? Lin Jian sighed. It's better not to ask. Right now what I need to do is to gain power, because even if you guys don't make a move, you'll still use the people of this world to deal with me, and I'm not considered an expert in this world. At best, he was immortal, and not powerful enough to fight it. One must know that gods and demons have their own forces in this realm, suppressing Lin Jian in every minute. Now that Lin Jian was in the National Vocational Academy, did you believe that if an oracle was sent down, the National Vocational Academy would immediately list Lin Jian as a target to be hunted down and killed? Obviously it was inappropriate behavior for Lin Jian to take the initiative to pick a fight when people hadn't flipped out. You can use the power of our demon race and save yourself a way out. How do I use your demonic powers? Just like your current priesthood. This is how we demons brought power to humans back in the day. Why do I feel that this is not a good thing? The power itself was extracted by the gods, and then it was extracted again when it came to you demons? I won't do it. The power of the demon race you are talking about is the so-called Second Awakening of the Priesthood Academy, right? Lin Jian guessed that their so-called Second Awakening didn't need a shrine. So who else in this world can give power to people besides God? The witch sneered. Not learning? Priesthood is a power given by the gods. No matter how much you practice, what will you do one day when they say they won't give it anymore? If they ban your priesthood, everything you practiced will be for nothing. Yeah, but can they ban it? Lin Jian was skeptical because the second time he went up to the divine altar to awaken, his priesthood hadn't been washed away. At other times it can be argued that God doesn't want to break the rules, but twice going up to the altar and awakening and washing away the priesthood is reason enough. So this doubt Lin Jian buried in his heart and never said it. Is he an exception? Chapter 167, where the power really comes from. Regarding the suggestion of the witch's second awakening, Lin Jian would have to reconsider. On the surface, it looks like an extra road, but in reality, who knows if it's an extra restriction. This is not a description of working two jobs, because each job does not have working hours, and can be done completely, and if you work two jobs at the same time, Lin Jian may be taxed twice. Regarding this, Lin Jian wanted to find someone to ask, but whichever side they were on was unreliable. People themselves can't know too much, and telling you everything makes you lose your faith. The next day, Lin Jian arranged for the team to practice, and he interfaced himself to practice as well, only to arrive at Professor Yuan's place, because Prof. Yuan was the only one who told where that wine glass came from. Lin Jian remembered, Professor Yuan had mentioned this, and whether it was right or not, there was always something to look into. His excuse for going was the stick he had acquired in the divine realm. Sure enough, it sealed a forbidden spell inside. Professor Yuan picked up that stick of Lin Jian's, and his withered hand began to tremble slightly. He glanced at Lin Jian in astonishment again. You really are different. The strength of the forbidden spell's enchantment. It was previously thought that humans would never be able to do it, as it exceeds the human limit when it reaches the 6th or 7th layer. That means the enchanter will die in this place on the 6th or 7th floor. Lin Jian had sealed a forbidden spell strength beginner's spell himself, and he deeply felt the power of that backlash. Yes, so I wonder where the power comes from. You're asking a good question. Don't look at me as actually younger than your Dean G, but I stopped cultivating many years ago, and when they were diligently trying out, I was thinking more. So in terms of theories, no one can compare to me. Theoretical experts like Prof. Yuan are actually very rare, because if he doesn't cultivate himself without strength, he will probably be thrown out. The State Council kept him for some reason, but the Divine Office was bound to get rid of him anyway. How can you feel power without practicing? It's enough for me to have that little base. Lin Jian, do you know why people can transcend other species to rule this world? It's because people can think, not because people can fight jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards with their bare hands. Professor Yuan was holding the stick that Lin Jian had in his hand, his surprise now receding. His creased face glowed with wisdom and he smiled slightly. Many will tell you that power comes from the priesthood, and that is the most superficial layer of understanding. There are also those who say to you that power comes from the various elements of the world, and that is not even true. No matter how strong the power is, what you cannot master is not considered your power. Look at this stick. The life force in it is so powerful that it can instantly recover from whatever damage it suffers. The power comes from yourself. Understand? From the life force. The perceptions in Lin Jian's head began to turn upside down. This old man wouldn't be doing civil science here, would he? It is recognized by both houses that power comes from the priesthood. This is, of course, a statement of faith, and the power of the demons does not come from the priesthood. But humans themselves are too fragile to be able to have great power and can't stand it themselves. Professor 1, what is the priesthood then? Priesthood. Let's start with the enchantment. This stick has no priesthood. Why can it seal in spells? Sure enough, there is thinking. The two hospitals are now all engaged in cultivation people. Lack of research. Jian Lin, let me tell you, it's the gun and the bullet. The power to kill comes from the bullet, not from the gun. You can understand that, can't you? But there are bullets all over the world, and we don't have that gun, and the human body can't carry them. The priesthood, that's the gun that God gave us so that we could use the power of the world. In saying that, Lin Jian understood that power didn't come from the priesthood. It was the priesthood that allowed you to use greater power. The world is full of power. Wind, rain, lightning, volcanic eruptions, but those powers don't make sense to the average person. You can't use them for your own purposes. For example, mages of the lightning system are accurately described as those who control the power of lightning. The focus is on control. How much you can control your strength level is how much. Cannot control the use, then they will collapse, and the use of power is to drive the power to achieve their own intentions. In other words, Urin's pretend gunsmith like this is actually the real thing. She could control that gun of hers and the power of the bullets she could use. It's just that her gunsmith's ability is externalized, and people take it away from others to be able to use it. Professor Yuan smiled at Lin Jian and asked, "Now, do you have any questions? Where the hell did that power come from?" "From the life force." "How do you explain that statement?" "There is no life in a volcanic eruption." "That's a tremendous amount of power, but that's uncontrolled power, and all controlled power comes from life. So the strength of the life force is the source of what we often call power, and it's pointless to talk about uncontrolled power." Professor Yuan smiled and handed the stick over for Lin Jian to catch. So, this stick, which possessed a strong life force along with Lin Jian, were both sources of power? So, man's power is not given by God or by the demons? Right now, Lin Jian had a strong life force. Didn't that mean he could also be unafraid of gods and demons? Lin Jian was skeptical of this conclusion. Gods and demons were existences that crushed humans. Why? Are you wondering if the old man could be talking nonsense? It might be, but people have to think for themselves. You have to think how it makes sense, not just believe whatever someone else says. I see, Professor Yuan, and there's also the matter of what you said last time about the origin of that wine glass. Is it true? Oh, that one is a legend. I heard about it in my early days. I haven't heard anyone tell it for a long time. Maybe when I die, the story won't be known anymore, but a legend is just a legend. You want to hear it? Well, it's best to be thorough. Oh, the story is very vague. It's been passed around for years, and even if it were true, passing it around would deviate from what the story originally looked like. Lin Jian came out of Professor Yuan's place and thought about a lot of things himself. Since power came from life force, how could one's immortality be fully utilized? He still had a long way to go before understanding this ultimate mystery. But what should be done is not to stop walking. Just keep going and one day you will arrive. He released the witch again. Has anyone ever succeeded in your second awakening? Of course we did. It was meant to be a tactic used many years ago during the War of the Demons and Gods, when many joined us. Well then, I'd like to try it. What Lin Jian thought was that it was fine to try, since divine punishment couldn't do anything to him at the altar of the gods. The awakening of the demon race wasn't afraid either. Chapter 168, Awakening of the Demon Warrior. So Lin Jian didn't go practicing. he slipped back into the clergy academy, releasing the demoness. She led Lin Jian to a special secret realm of the divine realm, which didn't seem to be a divine realm anymore, and the secret realm was filled with many teachers and students from the Divine Office Academy, who actually carried the power of the demon race with them. Obviously, these people were either demons or second awakenings. Many of them Lin Jian had never seen before, and it looked like the demon clan's hidden strength could be even more powerful than imagined. Seeing these people, Lin Jian wasn't surprised at all. This time, he also released only a part of the witch's demonic soul, leaving a part of it to continue holding. I have spoken to your director phone. What she is called here in your place I don't know, but due to God's pressure she has now gone on the run, and what she meant to do was also for me to come here for my second awakening. The crowd certainly didn't trust Lin Jian, but the witch appeared and they all looked at her. The witch had to do as Lin Jian thought. Do everything here as I have arranged, prepare the magic altar. They began to get busy, and as Lin Jian paid attention, Lan Yu wasn't among them. What will I gain upon awakening? A magical vocation? No, the awakening of our demon race has always been simple, purely only power, and the human body is too weak. The only thing that is strengthened is the spiritual power. You will soon understand. With your talent you will surely be able to awaken. The awakening of the demons is not so fancy. The altar of God has also been messing around for so many years. I guess there's 1,000 years to come up with such a complicated system. The devil race, on the other hand, lost to the God race in the beginning, and hadn't developed much over the years. So their awakening is simple and brutal. Just one thing, boost your power. This power is also mainly mental power, and they have always disliked people for being too physically weak. Soon, the magic altar was ready, and Lin Jian climbed up and looked around on the magic altar, and there was nothing. So how does it start? I am the demon. I don't need you to summon me like the altar of the gods. Just sit down for the rest of the day and leave everything else to me. Yes, Lin Jian didn't hesitate to sit down. The demons were right in front of him. There was really no need to summon them again. The witch stood behind Lin Jian and hooked the corners of her mouth in an evil smile. Don't worry, this has a high success rate. I have another question. If I can be awakened successfully and I also have the priesthood at the same time, will I be discovered by the gods? You can usually seal our powers. God doesn't notice a thing. We've been trying for years. Well then, let's get started. Lin Jian simply closed his eyes, and the witch laughed demonically again and hugged Lin Jian from behind. Then the massive black chi was released, enveloping the entire demon altar. The people watching from below are all students and faculty members of the Divine Clergy Academy. Some of them are directly from the demon race, and some of them are second awakened demon warriors. Yes, there is only one type of demon warrior on their side, and there is no restriction on the type of power. The gods prescribed magic warriors as warriors who could use spells, and the demon warriors of the demon clan would refer to the demon warriors, who would be in control of all the power. To actually have a magical girl come and awaken herself, this person is not ordinary. I've heard of him, someone from the National Vocational Academy side. He's caused a lot of trouble for the Divine Vocational Academy. Why did he defect to us as well? It doesn't matter. After the awakening, he's the witch's vassal, one of our own. The meaning of these people's words, whether or not they could be awakened, wasn't the problem. The problem was that after awakening, Lin Jian would become a demonic woman's vassal? It's the equivalent of a magic pet type of being, only more intelligent? It was true that the demon race was untrustworthy, and the demoness had probably already thought about getting out of Lin Jian's control by relying on this hand. That director Feng, too, had helped, setting up Lin Jian at such a dangerous time. When he was at Ouyang's house, Lin Jian did make an agreement with director Feng, who had asked him to do all of this. Essentially, it's uniting against God, because Lin Jian is also dangerous at the altar of God. Several times suffered divine punishment. His sister is still a prophet, so how could Lin Jian not worry about when God gave him a power cut? In one fell swoop, Director Feng even went along with the setup, allowing the witch to control Lin Jian during her awakening. This way, their witch is saved. What a good plan! However, even divine punishment couldn't help Lin Jian, and they, the demon race, were still inferior to the divine race? Could really control Lin Jian? Not to mention control. Lin Jian was able to fool the gods at the altar of the gods, so how could the witch control him? The black aura was closing in. The awakening would soon be complete. Eventually, the sea of black chi was absorbed cleanly from the altar, and two people reappeared. What? It's... The people watching below were dumbstruck as they saw that Lin Jian was still sitting while the witch was sprawled out in front of him. What's going on? Why is the witch in such a mess? She's a witch. At this moment, the witch was lying on her back in front of Lin Jian, looking at him with unbelievable eyes. Lin Jian opened his eyes and slowly said, "Power is power. You guys make it so weird. What do you do? Come out as a big pile of black gas. How to see how to look like the villain. Like God like to make a golden light. How good. You. Why? Why can't I control you? Oh, is this the way to control a magic pet? I just learned it from you for temporary use. How can this be? I can't find where your soul is at all. Of course she couldn't find it. God couldn't find it. The identity of Lin Jian was deceptive. Lin Jian could be said to not be from this world, carrying a double identity, and it would be wrong to say that he was anything but. In this world, it could be said that there was no one more special than Lin Jian. There was no point in him being special in the first place. So what if he carries memories of his past life? It doesn't make you stronger, but when it comes to the realm of gods and demons, the nature of identity plays an important role. How you still do not serve. Now, you have to completely obey me. I let you take off your clothes. You dare not wear. Stop again. Not now. You're big thunder to appear here. I can lose a lot. Lin Jian stood up, and the witch followed suit, but could only follow him. Suddenly he wanted to try this power, and instantly a set of black battle armor wrapped around his body, and his hand reached out, holding a black lance. What's going on? It's all black. Can't it be any other color? This, Master, this is a way of recognizing the enemy in us in the great wars of the past. And it continues. The equivalent of a uniform-like color scheme doesn't really mean anything. It's just handy for distinguishing the enemy from us. Lin Jian didn't care, but was a bit dissatisfied with his own strength. You, a witch, helped me awaken. How come I'm not considered strong? All strengths, the same as your trial level. Whatever level your priesthood is practiced to, so is the level of the magic warrior. You can't whore yourself out even if you're controlling a witch? Well, at least it's all figured out. Practicing one item allows you to interoperate with other powers. And now at least you're not afraid of divine sanction. Chapter 169, 2 feet in 2 boats. Lin Jian didn't think that his priesthood would be banned because his priesthood was originally beyond the rules set by God. And when he reached the SSS level, as well as when he went up for the second time, God didn't have the ability to give a wash. So naturally, he couldn't disable it. At least, life changers can't ban it. And A-level mages don't know about it. But just because it couldn't be banned didn't mean it couldn't be sanctioned. And Shinde could keep Lin Jian from upgrading. There are many ways to do this, such as in the divine realm, without giving Lin Jian experience value. This is not sanctioned. He will never get to the second turn. God is to treat the earth as a game. People are just inside the role of pawns. How they want to set how they can set. It was different now, and Lin Jian was able to practice over here as well. God's domain sanctioned me and won't let me upgrade. Fine, then I'll come over to the demon's domain side. Anyway, Lin Jian's several professions, no matter which one practiced, all were the same. By the way, this side of the world is called the magic realm, and it's really all the same secret realm. It just depends on whose rules it's according to. What amounted to 2 incompatible games. Lin Jian could straddle, practicing on this side and fighting on the other. What is not a game? And the law is one of the rules of the game on earth. Leaping off the altar in one leap, Lin Jian brought the demon girl to the crowd. He looked at the various styles of gazes in front of him and faintly said, "Don't say anything about today's events, do you understand? Just pretend that I haven't been here." The group is a bit tense. Who are you to suddenly come and boss them around? But Lin Jian didn't feel that way in the slightest as he calmly did what he thought he should do. "You're going back this way?" Witch asked from the back. "Trying out here with us can be faster than practicing anywhere else." It was somewhat tempting, but Lin Jian shook his head. "Another time, I can't get too close to you guys. Only next time for sure. Because this world is still God's world and there are altars of God everywhere. The altar of God then represents the authority of God, as well as the power of God, and the demons just can't do it. So is there any benefit for Lin Jian to get involved with them too much? But it can't be cut completely, because it's kind of a fallback for Lin Jian, just in case, in the future, God starts to pursue him as well, so that there's a place to throw his hat in the ring. God could care less about his problems, but he couldn't expect God not to care. Just as a man with a gun pointed at you, he is not bound to kill you. It's just a matter of thought. No one wants to bet that the other guy won't lift a finger at a time like this, right? Lin Jian finished talking to the witch and left without looking back. He didn't even look at the others and didn't want to recognize them. They were all heretics if they were exposed. It was the feeling of being the enemy of the world. If he was alone, Lin Jian could still swing for the fences, but he still had his sister. Then you have to have your foot in both boats, and you can't be offended to death on either side. Looking at Lin Jian's departing back, the others were of course very unacceptable. A stranger coming around and leaving, a situation where anyone would feel uncomfortable. However, Lin Jian didn't bother to engage in polite conversation with them. "Which, did he just leave without joining us? We can't let him go. Just give the word and we'll go. He hasn't even reached level 30 yet. By what right? No matter how talented he is, he's no match for us." One by one, they were filled with righteous indignation, but the witch coldly did not show any indication, and she did not bother to talk nonsense with these people. The height of a witch, but a leading figure of the demon clan. She couldn't possibly break bread with all of these people. Finally, he said faintly, "You know nothing. Say nothing." The meaning of the words was the same as Lin Jian's. It wasn't for them, these small characters, to manage. Even though Lin Jian was only level 29, he had dangerous people following him around. Back at the National Vocational College, Yurin led the team back as well, and they all leveled up today. Happily, they didn't envy Lin Jian for being able to leapfrog into level 29. In fact, they could already call it fast. None of the official students of the National Vocational College had this speed of theirs, except that Lin Jian had long since been treated as a special being by them. After a person does too many miracles, people get used to them. Any future encounters with these magical periods will feel like you can do it, whether you're lucky or not. Lin Yi joyfully came up to report to her brother about today's practice, and everyone was happy. At this time, Ji Yun said from the sidelines, "In a few days, there will be a divine artifact descent event for both houses. Do you want to participate?" "What artifact? I've never heard of it." Lin Jian was puzzled, but his gaze went to Li. Yuling came over to explain, "Divine weapons are indeed uncommon. This is also equivalent to the ability of God's descent. Its power is strong, and usually rarely seen in use. The key is to use it to destroy the heavens and the earth, and the power of ordinary people holding it does not diminish. In other words, ordinary people with artifacts aren't afraid of clerics anymore? But to compete for this, Lin Jian shouldn't have much of a chance, right? It wasn't that he couldn't compete with others, but it was unlikely that he would be able to gain the god's approval. After all, he and his sister were both existences beyond the rules, and weren't on the same path as others. God would have a punishment for this, so how could he still send down divine artifacts to him? Lin Jian shook his head and said, "We're still early for this kind of opportunity. Let's wait until everyone has passed the second turn." Zhao Feng and the others felt that this was also the case. It was good to have ideals and to recognize reality. Not everyone could cross the level to kill a second turn, but among them Lin Jian really had this ability. "We're not going." "What about you, Captain?" "I'm not going either. This belongs to something meaningless. Artifacts are out of body." It sounded so noble that it made everyone's eyes look at Lin Jian in adoration. But Li broke the knot in Lin Jian's heart with a single word, "You're too vain to go." It was still true that Lin Jian had only just awakened on the demon side, and now he was afraid that he would reveal something broken. Awakening the divine priesthood on the god side, and also awakening the demon warrior on the demon side. This kind of behavior of stepping on two boats. Those who understand understand. Although this is considered justice for Lin Jian, because he wants to protect his sister. But being in the presence of gods and demons is like walking a tightrope, not knowing when to fall. "Okay, yeah, if you say it's a weak heart, it's a weak heart." Lin Jian directly admitted it, but no one thought he was serious. That was the benefit of having too many miracles, and Li was also infuriated and pulled Lin Jian into her room regardless. "What are you doing?" It looks as if Lin Jian is afraid of being bullied by a petite little girl, and in fact, this girl really has the ability to bully Lin Jian. He is not pretending, and Li is still a stranger to him. Everything is still strange. It's best not to predict the behavior of someone you don't know. "How about you sell me the wine glass and I'll help you obtain the artifact?" Sounds intriguing. How come your family can even manipulate the clergy? Don't you worry about that, just answer me. So let me start by asking you why that wine glass is so important to you, and what the hell is a wine glass? Chapter 170, Making a Deal with Gods and Demons. Lin Jian asked this question out, and of course Li wouldn't answer. "Don't you worry about that, it's important to me. You just have to make an offer. Then I'll have to think twice in case I miss a great deal. There's no meaning to you. It's not as good as a divine weapon. With a divine weapon in your hand you can even dominate. Artifacts, what the hell are they?" It was a concept that few people dealt with, and like the demons, it was only found in legendary stories. No one could say exactly what it was either. Only that it was so powerful that an ordinary person could kill a cleric with it. But there was one thing. There was a price to be paid for using the artifacts. And there was no way that arcane stories could provide any correct answers. Lin Jian had heard of it. Something about having to gouge out 2 eyes, chop off a leg, or something. Does this sound a bit like a wicked curse? Or is it something sacred? The so-called divine artifacts are things with divine power. Power that doesn't need to be cultivated. Power that is directly bestowed by God. Ah, for nothing? Of course it's not for nothing. It comes at a cost, but the cost is not necessarily standardized. I told you, but this doesn't sound like the work of a god. It sounds like a demon. As soon as she heard Lin Jian say that it looked like the demon race, and Li was slightly furious, but immediately held her tongue. It's understandable that young people don't know any better and talk nonsense. She could only patiently explain. The so-called price is what the god needs. Harming humans, the god can't get anything, so there won't be any curses. Changing arms and legs and eyes, that's a rumor legend. Well, reason I understand. Do you really understand? Of course I understand. Humans are so weak. Why would God give power for nothing to awaken the priesthood? It's not for nothing. God has to recycle power to all priesthood holders. Even if it's just a portion of it, and a little goes a long way. Henry nodded. It wasn't something that could be figured out. Essentially everything is an exchange of benefits, including making friends and doing good. When you're in a restaurant and suddenly someone says he's going to buy everyone dinner, you think you're making a profit, and he's not going to lose, because the point is what he thinks he's getting, and that's his profit. The gods are the same. They won't do anything without benefit, and none of the demons will just kill anyone. The question is, what does he get out of killing you, and what does he get out of gouging out eyes and cutting off legs? In that case, sell me the wine cup and I'll help you acquire the artifact. How dare you say that? You think you're a god? I'm not, but I can help you get it some other way, as long as you take me. This was more or less tempting to Lin Jian. After all, it was a divine weapon. Holding a divine artifact was tantamount to divine power being present, and it wasn't on the same level as an ordinary priesthood. According to the legend of many artifacts, as long as the artifact appears, it is not to beat people into submission. But after the appearance of the opposite side of the priesthood began to worship, and there is no need to fight. That is the power of God. And what do you fight? That is your faith. But just how well it worked, Lin Jian wasn't very sure. It would at least create a bit of a deterrent to get enough safety for my sister. Okay, but you have to add one more condition. On what terms? After I sell you something, you swear that you can never be my enemy again. And Lee suddenly froze. Did this kid find something? Ordinary people can swear as if they were farts, but not gods, and what they say is the rule. So as long as she swore not to be an enemy of Lin Jian, she couldn't break her oath no matter what in the future. Once a fight develops into its highest form, it is the rules that are spelled out. That's why the child's play like mountain oaths of ordinary people are the most binding for her. She had been very lenient. It took a serious oath to count. Serious high-level powerhouses generally didn't dare to speak, as every word they uttered had to be honored. There was no such thing as shady talk. Jokes counted. Okay, I hereby solemnly swear that as long as you give me the item, I will never be your enemy in the future. It was a statement that she didn't think was serious. Just a humble human. If she didn't do it, naturally there were others. When was it her turn to target a human? Lin Jian wasn't quite satisfied yet, including the artifacts this time. Of course it's included, but you have to remember that once the artifact is in your hands, you have to give it to me. It's a deal. Lin Jian also dryly agreed, as this matter couldn't be relied upon all the time. You can see that people are still calm now, but if they rely on it for a long time, anyone will lose patience. As of right now, what right does Lin Jian have to rely on? Does he have that strength? With both sides having agreed, Lin Jian left in Li's room and returned to his own, locking the door behind him. He wasn't afraid of anyone peeking at him with special abilities, because he was on the altar of God. God couldn't do anything about it, so now he was also free from all sorts of things. God could count everything in this world, but what if it wasn't this world? After trying, the door was completely locked before Lin Jian took out that wineglass. It's been processed, but it does look like a skull. As Prof. Yuan said, it's kind of gross when someone uses this as a wineglass, but Prof. Yuan may not be right. It didn't make sense that the witch didn't even know about this stuff. So what made Professor Jen know about it? Anyway, to Lin Jian, this thing didn't seem to be able to do much right now, so he might as well get something real instead. Probably, to the average person, there's actually no mystery to it. After trying several ways, Lin Jian didn't find any great power hidden within. Wait, just because the witch doesn't recognize it doesn't mean she doesn't know what happened. Witch, answer back. Lin Jian directly issued commands to the witch, and since the witch was subordinate to him, a relationship that had been established at the altar, Lin Jian could now communicate with the witch at any time through his spiritual power. The witch is in. I suppose you've heard the story of the great battle between the Demon King and the God King? I've heard that the Demon King is my father. Ah, is this God King defeated? And then the Demon King used the God King's skull to make a wine cup? This time you have to answer me properly. You can't tell lies, and I won't pursue any falsehoods you have said in the past. The witch's voice lacked emotion. Yes, it happened, and I couldn't possibly tell you a lie now. You said you didn't recognize me in this glass, so do you now? Still don't recognize it. It seems like she hasn't told many lies before, except this is reliable. So now she can't tell lies? Lin Jian felt that he still had to test the waters. At the altar, you were backhanded by me. You must be very unconvinced right now. Right, so let me ask you, is it possible for you to unilaterally change a subordinate relationship like ours? That, there is, and a way to get out of the subordinate relationship with you, Master. In what way is that? The solution is more complicated. I have to be born again. Chapter 171 Dean Ji's license to use the back door. The rebirth that the witch was talking about was clearly not the same as this meaning of Lin Jian. She that had a goal. remained in this world, and now she couldn't lie to Lin Jian. It doesn't matter. Lin Jian also has his own calculations. Wanting to completely control the demon race is a dream, so this was nothing more than a staged approach, and Lin Jian needed the power of the demon race to prevent God's side from snagging him. At the same time, didn't Li offer to give him a divine artifact? This could also be used to restrain the demon race. Prof. Meta said it, the priesthood is just a gun and the bullets are your own. So in the meantime, Lin Jian took the time to enchant, because last time he won, the clergy academy was willing to gamble and send an ancient shield, which wasn't really that big. It was just a small shield strapped to his arm. Lin Jian wanted to cut the small shield, but couldn't find a way to do it and gave up for now. A small shield. The defense is no longer powerful. Lin Jian still hoped to cut into many parts of the enchantment. Maximum utilization. He himself has an immortal body, does not need any defense. The stronger the defense, the stronger the whole of himself is still troublesome. Possessed until very late. The next day Lin Jian took Li with him and went to find Ji Wuyo. You're going to attend the divine consecration ceremony? The ceremony of acquiring the artifact is called the divine consecration ceremony. But of course it is not as straightforward as just saying you are going to get the artifact. People are always polite. You can't just say you want something. The so-called divine service ceremony is a ceremony in which the clergy serves God. So it's reasonable to take something from you in passing, isn't it? Yeah, why didn't Dean Ji inform me of such an important matter? That's because we felt as if you didn't have to. The idea of the National Vocational College. Of course, do not want all the resources are concentrated in one person. A few more students have success also appears to be full of peaches and plums, and at the same time, the reasoning that eggs cannot be packed in the same basket. But such things are all about fairness, and there is no designation of who cannot participate. If you really say that, the credibility of the National Vocational College will go down, so there will be no notice. Lin Jian still came and justified. Isn't this open to all students? Why can't I participate? Fine. Sign yourself up if you want to participate. Then there's more. You didn't give me the materials you promised me last time, did you? This hospital still need to study for a period of time. What are you in a hurry? What you want is not ordinary materials. Such a precious material people may not need a piece in their lifetime. What's wrong with a few more days of research? What kind of material can carry a forbidden spell? This kind of stuff hurts anyone's flesh who takes it out, and it must be rare. Ji Wuyo sighed. I'll mention it to you. Go to the god enshrinement ceremony, and I'll get you the materials as soon as possible. The academy is definitely not to be relied on. Ji Wuyo hurriedly sent Lin Jian away, and the sight of it gave him a headache. Just as he was about to leave, Ji Wuyo reminded Lin Jian again. The god enshrinement ceremony is not a contest of strength. It looks at faith in God and compares affinity, and it has to take place on the altar of the god, so you can't attract God's punishment again. Ah, no problem. Besides, it's not my fault. Can't you be generous as a god? Lin Jian had Li by his side, so I guess it was no problem? He came out and asked. You can guarantee that I won't be divinely punished at the altar of God, right? Don't ask so many questions. Since I promised you, I'll do it. Lin Jian could not help but look at Li a few more times. In addition to looking good, is she really that kind of identity? Didn't see much of that coming. Still have disbelief to this day. We're all on such good terms that we won't turn against each other in the future, right? It was hard to say. If she really was in that capacity, it was only natural for her to be unemotional. Surely she wouldn't be as smoldering as a human being. Lin Jian could only think of her as a different kind of creature that couldn't be measured by human logic. It's not uncommon to talk nicely one moment and then fight to the death the next. Since it's not a human being, it can't be measured against a human being. Lin Jian came from a world that didn't take God seriously, and it couldn't be said that, in his perception, God was indeed a strong person, but not a person who decided everything. The name God was just a human definition. The strong remain strong and cannot be ignored. What makes God a god is the certainty that something is better than you and you can't do what he does at all. But don't get ahead of yourself. There are things you do better than others. It's just that the advantages aren't as absolute. Once again, we came to the altar of God, where the students were already lined up and waiting to go up to the altar. One of the teachers leading the group was saying the precautions. When you go up to the altar of God, don't worry about anything. What happens is normal. Remember, don't make any move that offends God. You don't know what offends God. Then don't move. Though you have all been on the altar of God at the time of your awakening, at all times, as at the first time, maintain the highest reverence, and never offend the gods, for all your power comes from God. This is just the preliminary selection for us. After the selection at the National Vocational Academy, we will attend the ceremony with the selected students from the Divine Vocational Academy, and then hold the divine enshrinement ceremony at the largest divine altar in the capital city. What's wrong with you, that student? He saw that Lin Jian had come over and brought Li with him. Lin Jian replied, come to participate in the selection. The quarter dean licensed. She is the accompanying staff. The teacher was confused. Why is there an escort? What do you think this is? She's my girlfriend, so she cares a lot about whether I get picked or not. It's about my future. Ah, that makes sense to the teacher. But Anri protests, don't you have a girlfriend? Lin Jian shook his head. After all this, I'm afraid no one takes it seriously, said Qin Xiu. That indeed. Qin Xiu happened since this kind of thing. See, are not male and female friends of the plot. Lin Jian should be rushed to the red face or something, and then go to the Ouyang family to fight for their lives. The two people and then come to some of the life and death of the plot of the earth and the sky long. And Li didn't bother to explain. She wasn't above getting on the wrong side of a human. Is Dean Quarter licensed? Then come over here and your girlfriend can just watch from the side. Teacher, do you really not recognize me? Who are you? And why do I have to know you? A relative of Ji Wuyo? Not. Well, it's better not to recognize it. Lin Jian shook his head and joined the team. He had thought that he was so famous that all the teachers here should know him as well. But in reality, no matter how famous you are, there will be people who don't recognize you, and you're not in the textbook. The teacher, who seemed to be genuinely unrecognizable, greeted Lin Jian as he went over and told everyone to line up. Well, no one else is coming. Are there any more backdoors? Then everyone line up in a circle. Those who made it here have been primed. And you all have a better affinity for divine power than anyone else. But we have to pick the best affinity here, or the artifacts won't choose you. Chapter 172, You're always inviting divine punishment. In fact, the final step of this divine consecration ritual is very simple. Depending on who the artifact chooses, it's not really necessarily related to the specific power level, but only to the degree of affinity with divine power. But there is a certain relationship with the priesthood. The better the priesthood, the better your affinity with divine power must be. For example, Zhao Feng and Wandong's kind of blank slate priesthoods that have no chance at any level represent the gods not looking at you favorably. And Lin Jian, the life changer, not to mention, should be even worse, right? That's why the surrounding students were all staring at Lin Jian, with the life-changing master, a priesthood that everyone disliked. Didn't God dislike him? Such a person had come to take the back door. Dean Ji was really uncouth. Lin Jian stood in boldly, not ashamed at all. A girl beside him moved away in disgust, and deliberately uttered tart words. When did all the first-turn freshmen get to come and participate? The National Vocational College really can't pick any geniuses yet. Aren't life changers a profession disliked by the gods? The voice wasn't too loud. It sounded like a mumble, but it was actually purposely made to be heard by Lin Jian. Lin Jian acted as if he hadn't heard. His face didn't change color and his heart didn't skip a beat, and Li had to admire his cheek. Hello Lin, don't mind too much haha. Oh, my name is Su Yu. I'm Nyomu's friend. The one who spoke just now is the boss of the Flower Moon Society. Her name is Su Linger, ranked 5th on the Heavens Remarks list. It's understandable to be a little bit proud when one has the strength to be there. No wonder. It's a rare genius of the National Vocational College. Lin Jian also chimed in. Nyomu's friend. That would be someone from the Star Ceremony Society. So this time to come out to speak, but also in order to diaphragm the Flower and Moon Society. Listen to this name girls. Often girls more places are not suitable for reasoning. Plus the people still have the strength. It is really not good to communicate. At this moment, Su Linger of course heard it and glared over. Su Yu, you're not bad either. But unfortunately, what's being compared here isn't rank strength. That's right, boss Su Linger. Rumor has it that I'm not treated well by the gods either. But I've made it here. Poof. Obviously between their two associations, there is also a clear fight. Normal. There is competition. Lin Jian sighed. Not a fan of any of them, just the temperament on this Su Yu. Really unlike other priesthoods, wearing a Taoist robe and holding a floating dust, with a kind of transcendent attitude of not caring about anything. It would be strange for a god to like it, but the fact that he was actually chosen to be here as well shows that he truly has talent that exists. Faith is certainly important in God's choice of people, but personal talent is also an important part of the equation. It's like a boss choosing an employee. You don't kiss ass. The competent ones are just as popular. After all, you make money for the boss. Bosses aren't stupid. They can't be floored by a line or two of horse's ass. The goal is still to make money. But this time it's the choice of divine weapon. Talent actually can't help much. Divine weapon is equal to the strength for nothing. That god is definitely willing to give loyalty. Even ordinary people can kill the 4 directions by virtue of the divine weapon. So often, at times like this, the priesthood is instead not absolutely dominant, because the priesthood chooses students for all their gifts, and the priesthood can only tell faith to a certain extent, in case people can be transformed. I hope you too. Don't hold us back at the State Academy. Su Linger put down a word and stopped paying attention to them, making a clear-cut gesture. Lin Jian could only shake his head. while Sia cared even less about that and wanted to talk to Lin Jian. At this point the teacher droned. Don't cross your fingers, it's disrespectful to God. Next, we use divine choice to select 8 people. Watch this bead. Whoever it floats to is chosen. We'll only select 8 people. The rest will be eliminated. But it's not about strength. Only the ones with the highest affinity with God will be chosen. Don't be discouraged if you're not selected. It's not because you didn't work hard. Don't think too much about it. The teacher was quite amiable, and he took out a metal bead that actually floated directly in the air. The golden light shimmered up and the bead began to float like a living thing. But in the next moment, the sky suddenly gathered dark clouds, and there was a clap of thunder so loud that no one could describe how fast it was. Boom! Thunder had rumbled through the clouds, and the teacher was startled. In an instant, everyone looked at Lin Jian in unison. No, what are you guys looking at me for? Oh, every time you go to the god's altar, a divine punishment appears. Are you going to get everyone killed? Su Linger pointed out Lin Jian's past without mercy. That indeed, every exception. To say that God likes people like this, then absolutely no one would believe it, right? Giving God's punishment every time means that this person has gone against God's will and God wants to kill him. The others made a scene. Why would someone like that come to this? That's just it, knowing it's impossible to get through. It doesn't matter if he passes or fails. If this attracts divine punishment, it even drags everyone down. Divine punishment can be too powerful. Haven't you heard? The Divine Clergy Academy's side directly cleaved to death an assistant professor. Of course I heard about it. It's the same kid who attracted it and killed people. This glorious deed they also know. Lin Jian is just using divine power to get rid of demons. But seeing that the teacher was already rushing this way, Lin Jian had to look at Li in the distance, and Li waved her hand from a distance, reassuring Lin Jian that nothing would happen. Damn, this girl isn't pretending, is she? Bluffing? She can quell divine punishment? Now Lin Jian's heart was also a bit unsteady, and he said to the teacher who came over, "Don't worry, it's fine, it was all an accident before. In fact I'm a very pious person. If it wasn't for that, how could God have given me 2 priesthoods? It's useless for you to talk about this. If a divine punishment comes down, none of us will survive. Don't worry, it's not divine punishment, it's just going to rain." Lin Jian hadn't even finished speaking when suddenly a ray of sunlight shone down, and the dark clouds in the sky were actually gone. A moment ago the cloud was still moist with electricity, but at this moment it was completely calm, as if it had never existed. What's the deal? It came and went so fast. This scene alone is a miracle. How it came to be and how it didn't. That teacher was also dumbfounded. He looked at Lin Jian and didn't know what to say. I told you so. Since I was given 2 priesthoods, how could God not favor me? That's a bit of a good point. But don't make any more mistakes. If anything goes wrong again, I'll kick you down at the first opportunity. What's that saying? Even if Lin Jian could attract divine punishment every time, the others weren't at fault at all? Others were staring at the sky in disbelief, suddenly gathering and then suddenly dispersing. What made it so fast? Lin Jian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Li in the distance, who gave him a thumbs up. So it seems that the artifact is stable. It is said that as long as you get the artifact, in the State Vocational College Lin Jian can be a core person, forever enshrined in the Hall of Fame of the National Vocational Academy. Chapter 173, The Aggrieved God's Chosen Orb. The selection continued to start. That teacher suddenly let go of the little ball and something interesting happened. The little ball swished around and, as if without thinking, immediately selected one. How did that happen so fast? Even the teacher was amazed that, as if by some force of attraction, the little ball blinked and came to a student. Okay, you're first, I'll go to the center. You guys line up and start again. One is selected and this person goes out of the line. The line is adjusted again and everyone is once again in a circle. The teacher releases the balls again, and whoosh, they leave the hand and quickly choose one, flying as fast as a bullet. Su Linger was anxious. That's not right. I have the best affinity with divine power. How could I choose someone else first? I wondered about that too, but that's God's choice. There's no way around it. The teacher shook his head. It wasn't the first time he had officiated such a ceremony, but he hadn't seen anything like this. Sensei, has this been the case before? That's not. It's after a series of determinations, a process that takes several minutes. So why now? I don't know. Maybe the affinity of these people is so strong that the divine power is immediately attracted to them? Elected another. Su Linger anxious eyes, because it seems that other people affinity, but in fact, from her point of view, that small ball as if disgusted with themselves as if, is fleeing like away from her. How much does God have to loathe himself from her perspective? Again, at the same angle, Su Linger realized that the blob was not attracted to anyone, but repelled. She turned her head and looked at Lin Jian. This can't be because you're around, can it? You speak so unreasonably, why don't you look for your own reasons? Lin Jian's face was aggrieved, And the little ball didn't have a clear point of view. So how is it that he loathes me? And loathes that you can't? Su Linger immediately thought of a way out. When I adjust my team, I'm going to stand opposite him. Okay, wait for the next one. The teacher didn't think it was too much to ask. And it was God's own choice anyway. For the fourth time, as if answering Su Linger's guess, she stood opposite Lin Jian, and the little ball went straight to her. Chosen. I told you, it's the divine power that's rejecting him. Su Linger was chosen and left such a sentence. Lin Jian was really helpless. How can you say that? God loves the world. The teacher was a little skeptical. It seems like it. The ball's choosing, every time, to go the opposite direction from you. Is there a possibility that it's a coincidence? That the blob is just quickly choosing the best affinity, and that if Su hadn't switched places just now, she would have come over just the same, except that she chose to stand across the room from me. Well, don't rule that out either. The teacher was really strict, but the students couldn't tense up. They all grabbed to occupy the opposite side of Lin Jian. There was almost a fight. The scene was hard to control for a while, and the teacher was a bit overwhelmed. Stop. If that's the case, you all suspect him, right? Then let him and you have a choice. Instead of standing in a circle, split into two sides. He stands on one side, you stand on one side, and you pick when the ball flies to your side. To be able to come up with this solution, this teacher is also a talent. But this is not isolating Lin Jian. The teacher looked at Lin Jian. How about you? Do you agree? Agreed. I am upright and God will stand with me from the beginning to the end. Seeing Lin Jian speak with great righteousness, the other students were not affected in the slightest, and they all stood opposite him. But there was one exception, Su Yu, who was still standing motionless beside Lin Jian. Good brother, you actually trusted me even though we met for the first time. Classmate Lin, you've got it wrong. I'm just here to go through the motions. I won't be able to get a divine artifact even if I'm selected to go in the end. I know that I'm talented but my affinity is definitely not at the top of the heap, so let's just eliminate it. Lin Jian was in an awkward position. This person was really open-minded. He was actually the one who misunderstood. He dared to agree to this because Li was standing at a distance. How could there be a mistake in what she had agreed to? So, this time, Lin Jian was going to break the rumor and make a name for himself. Lin Jian glanced at Li in the distance, and she gave another thumbs up. The selection begins again, and this time, it's a bit more suspenseful, as the ball hangs in the air and begins to shake, as if pulled by some force, as if it had lost its direction. It suddenly scrambled here and there. The students on the opposite side of the table looked worried, and in the midst of this tugging and pulling, the small ball that shone with golden light actually went towards Lin Jian's side. What? Actually misjudged him? Su Linger was also surprised, but the little ball was like it was under a strong pull at this moment, as if it was being pulled by a stubborn donkey, reluctantly being pulled, and leaning towards Lin Jian's side, not in the least bit as dry as it had been a few times in the beginning. The final choice was an uproar, and the little ball bobbed in front of Lin Jian's heels, but it actually crooked to Su Yu, who was beside him. Ah, how come it's me? Su Yu was also surprised. It seems that it's not impossible to have to choose me. He shook his head indebtedly, as if troubled, and stepped into the chosen line. Lin Jian looked back at Li, who reached out with a false pressure to steady him. For the sixth time, it was Lin Jian alone against the rest of the group, while the little ball once again reluctantly came over. The test teacher also looked dumbfounded. This is also the first time that I have seen the small ball as such a trajectory. It was as if the little ball had been yanked hard through. But who had that ability to control divine power? Although it wasn't a divine weapon that was used, the hint of divine power that was carried in the blob was also supreme and no one could control that power. So there shouldn't be any cheating. So was it considered cheating for God to control this blob? It doesn't really count yet, because this rule of choice is made by man, not by God. God did not prescribe for you to be selected in this way. It is a reasonable selection made by mankind itself. So God doesn't count it as breaking his own rules if he intervenes in this outcome. It's not God's rules. Finally, the little ball still reluctantly came to Lin Jian. Even as it floated in front of Lin Jian, the little ball was still reluctant, shaking wildly there, as if it was furious and exploded. It was hard pulled here by some kind of force. If it was not such a long time ago, it would have bounced out in the opposite direction toward Lin Jian. But after all, it came to Lin Jian's heel, and this result can't be denied by anyone. Okay, the sixth person to pass, Lin Jian. The test teacher had to announce the result as well, and he caught the ball, which was still shaking. It was as if it was crying out about the grievances it had just suffered, but the little ball could not speak and the teacher could not understand what it was expressing. Lin Jian smiled broadly and stood in the line of selected personnel, and congratulated these people. Congratulations. Hello classmates, we're sure to win the artifact this time. Chapter 174, Girlfriend invests big money in school. Eventually, all 8 were selected, and they immediately got ready. The next step is to join forces with the clergyman and all go to the largest altar to beg for artifacts. Lin Jian's selection is the most surprising. He was talking to his girlfriend at the moment. That kid changed girlfriends again? Didn't we say before that he was having an affair with a weapon master from the Divine Clergy Academy? Hey, it's glamorous, it's floating, and it would be the same if I did a few great things. Bah, you stinking men, none of you have a conscience. On a more realistic note, this girlfriend of his is not simple. She is very powerful in the capital and is the latest mysterious force to rise. It would be nice for me to do the same, and have enough soft food for the rest of my life. What are you thinking about? Which of those things Lin Jian did was something you could have done? And at that moment, Lin Jian, who was deeply questioned, was conferring with An Li. That wasn't enough, because it wasn't the final ceremony yet, so An Li had to tag along. An Li was shaking her head. I didn't even know that the divine altar would loathe you so much. Do you know how resistant that little ball is to you? Just get it done anyway. No, you don't even know that? I don't know what's so strange about that. It doesn't matter. Just wrap me up and pass anyway. The artifact will only count if it chooses me. It was a negotiated deal, and An Li had sworn that she would never give a wineglass until the artifact was in her hands. However, what Lin Jian didn't know just now was that An Li had really used a lot of strength. The little bit of divine power on the little ball has been resisting Lin Jian, as if it is dying to come together with Lin Jian. With An Li's knowledge, such a heaven-defying person, how could he still be alive? Being detested by God as such, it should have been removed. Long ago in fact, God has exerted himself, and there is not a divine punishment every time. Only Lin Jian does not mind this too much. Splitting does not kill him, and this kid is a rebound bone resistance is still quite sufficient. Lin Jian pulled An Li over and explained to the teacher. Teacher, can I bring my girlfriend over? This won't do. This is a divine service. No one else. Teacher, my strength and you are not unaware of. So many people to me, God have chosen me. That I went to the opportunity is very big. Besides my girlfriend, her family is also to the National Vocational College huge investment. Oh, teachers are starting to fall silent. Yes, the state college would have struggled to operate if it wasn't for this investment. No matter what priesthood or not, it takes money to operate in the human world, and the National Vocational College is not strong. The problem is that the Divine Vocational College win suppresses the National Vocational College. A lot of people are not willing to give the National Vocational College investment. What can you do? Forcing people to do it. People will directly rely on the Divine Vocational College. So, the National Vocational College is still difficult, and there is no first place in literature, no second place in martial arts. It's very hard to maintain the State House when it's second, and people aren't afraid of you because there's a boss. Okay, next time. Now you can see the gold content of Ji Wuyo bringing in Li. It's hard to beat a hero for a penny. Even such an unselfish test teacher had to agree to all sorts of unreasonable requests. What rules go to the side? They've invested a lot of money. So, you're not going to run the National Vocational College if you're so tough? So what? Anri was also authorized to follow along to meet up with the Clergy Academy. When they got to the bottom of the biggest shrine, the clergyman hadn't come yet. They'd have to wait. It's also true that people have more geniuses, so the selection aspect has to be a bit more troublesome. So the lead teacher instructed everyone to take a break. And of course Lin Jian sat with An Li. Lin Jian was very curious. Your force is over here. You've invested so much in the National Vocational College. Why? Don't be curious about such things. I guess it's because the priesthood is so outrageous that even the demons have. You are daring to say anything because you are not afraid of divine punishment? And Li couldn't even imagine that there were such bold people, below the altar of the gods, who dared to openly talk about such things. Definitely not afraid of Lin Jian divine punishment have gone through several times, accustomed to it. It's like someone who's been locked up so many times in the bureau that he's stopped being ashamed of it. I'm just wondering why you guys aren't making a move. It's none of your business, don't ask. Is it because they haven't changed the Great Order and still know how to hide, so there's no need for that? Or is it that if you were to strike out against them, it would also be a big move? If you ask again, do you believe I'll stop helping you and just rob things? Lin Jian shook his head. I'm also looking out for you guys. In fact, I can be your agent and subvert their institutions in the divine office. You have human power agents, but they can't help you deal with the demon race. I can. It's okay to handle one or two. You can't handle more than that, isn't there you guys? Think about it. You don't have to hurt yourselves. It's good for me to be able to harass them as a sidekick, and if I can get inside them, I can also give you information. How great is that? It had to be said that Lin Jian's words were indeed encouraging. It sounded very reasonable, and it still had to be Lin Jian. No one else could do it, because it has nothing to do with strength. As long as you are a human, you can't fight against the power of the demon race. It's not about how strong you are. Lin Jian is not afraid of the power of the demon race, and with his tenacious vitality, he is indeed suitable to be used as an agent against the demon race. And Lee was calm on the surface, but she had actually moved. There is a price for doing everything, and if the gods and devils have a big fight, the devils can't beat them now. But setting up for a big fight is also troublesome. It's like you're trying to catch a cockroach in the house and you're tired of the cockroach burrowing everywhere. A lot of times it's just a matter of giving up, or buying whatever medication you can and putting it away. Now Lin Jian is the medicine. You don't need to go through a lot of trouble. I'll help you to find out the information. Which corner of the cockroach I'll drive out for you. It's not a problem. You just lift your foot to step on it. And Li's eyes stared at Jian Lin, even releasing a bit of golden light. Are you serious? That's for sure. I'm in the State Academy, and I also hate the overbearing attitude of the Divine Office. How do I know that you're helping us and not the other way around? That said, anyone with a normal IQ knows which side to choose. Need it be said? God is a symbol of power in so many altars of God in the world. As long as these altars to the gods don't turn into altars to the demons, the power of the gods will always be greater than that of the demons. So isn't it obvious which side Lin Jian would choose as a compiler? Is this even something to think about? Is it an IQ abnormality? That's something I'll have to think about. Don't mention it for now. The people from the Clergy Academy are already here. Lin Jian looked into the distance. The people from the Divine Office Academy over have already arrived. A large group of worthy of being the Divine Office Academy. There were so many talents, and the probability of having many people was also high, and they wanted to collect divine artifacts by virtue of the probability. Chapter 175, 3 feet on 3 boats. The students from the Priesthood Academy came over on their toes, which was their normal state. Even if you're not towing the line, you're actually faking it and feeling good inside. What else could the NCAAs do? They also came over to flatter, ostensibly to say that they were trying to improve the relationship between the two institutions. Only 2 people didn't move, Su Yu and Su Linger, and that was because they were proud of themselves. Of course, Lin Jian is not counted. He is already a public enemy in the Divine Office Academy. If he goes over to take it is certainly not bah humbug. It will be considered provocative. Lin Jian, but whenever he appears in front of the students of the Divine Office Academy, he naturally brings his own provocation. The point is that he's just not a good guy to hold at this level in combat power. Those who are higher ranked than him to challenge him will say that you are bullies. And it's not like Lin Jian is the one who is humiliated. Hey, that's Lin Jian from your National Vocational College, isn't it? Sure enough, he's here too. You guys know him? Hey, how can you not recognize that pretty girl next to him? His new girlfriend said to be very rich. This is to follow, but also broke the rules. Can only say that people have different destinies. On this issue of Lin Jian, the students of the 2 academies had actually reached an agreement. The problem was that Qin Xiu and Long Kor were both in their camp, and were disappointed to see that Lin Jian was actually bringing another beautiful woman with him. Didn't you go to the seminary for dates all the time before, and now you're looking for someone else? Long Kor was then furious and wanted to go over to accuse Lin Jian of a few things, but was pulled back by Qin Xiu. Hey, what are you doing? He's wronged you like this, and I'm going to talk to him about it. No, he kind of saved us. I'm the one who got him in so much trouble. It's not the same thing. How can you materialize feelings? I must say, when it came to the critical moment, it was still Long Kor who was strong and went on with righteous indignation. Long Kor came directly to Lin Jian, and Li was sitting there. Lin Jian squatted beside her. Saw Long Kor come over. Lin Jian looked up at her. Oh, you guys are here too. Oh, it's more affinity. Freshmen can come, too. You tell me, what's the matter with her? Who? She is my classmate or my teammate. Isn't there anything else to do with it? But I heard you brought your girlfriend. Lin Jian was in an awkward position. Blind talk worked well at first, but at the back he didn't know how to round it off. And Li heard Cola. In the beginning she was all forced by Lin Jian. Only for that thing, Lin Jian said what have to be by him. Now it is good. Lin Jian was trapped inside by his own big words. This time how he round? Simply. And Li wrapped her arms around Lin Jian. Did sister forget about me? I followed Lin Jian and saved your family. I've seen you before, but I'm his girlfriend or a rich girlfriend. Your Long family power are not as big as my family. This is not. As long as it is his request I agree. Who let him is a man. Always want to have face outside. Lin Jian. Lin Jian couldn't let Li fool around any longer and stood up to pull Long Kor away. And Li didn't spare him, sitting there shouting, I'm your girlfriend. You can't have 2 feet in 2 boats. No, this is 3. Am I not better than them? I'm better than them. I have money. I have power. And I'm prettier than them. Lin Jian pulled Long Kor all the way away before stopping. She made that up. That's the explanation? Yes, that's the explanation. More than I can say, but you have to trust me. Why make me believe you? not Qin Xiu? Lin Jian glanced over at Qin Xiu's side and said to Long Kor, if you believe it, she'll believe it. Long Kor was still puzzled. Why did I believe her just because I believed her? Because you're now BFFs. Your words have a tremendous impact on her. You must be very close now. Put in the boys, that's a lifelong friendship. That's why she listens to what you say. And at the same time you have to have a strong sense of conviction when you're explaining it to her. Oh, no, I don't even believe you yet. Where's the sense of conviction? I can't say, but you have to trust me. That's all. Lin Jian just said these seemingly senseless words, and then nodded seriously to Long Kor. And then, he actually returned to An Li. It wasn't that Lin Jian didn't want to explain. What was in here was really hard to explain. The power involved in those two parties was really not something that could be dealt with. So Lin Jian didn't want to involve both Qin Xiu and Long Kor, and since he didn't want to, he couldn't say anything about those two parties, and he couldn't explain it without saying anything. Then there was only no explanation, and Qin Xiu really couldn't accept that. What else can we do? Long Kor came back again with a confused look on her face, and Qin Xiu looked at her state strangely. What? Did you scold him? I didn't. So what did you guys just say? I actually don't know what he said. He just said to trust him. Qin Xiu looked in Lin Jian's direction again and found that Lin Jian was still squatting beside An Li and talking. It's really hard to put yourself in the role of girlfriend when you're in such a state. And he's got this kind of face. I'm not exactly familiar with him, but I know what he is, and he wouldn't be like that. Oh, tell me then, what he used to do. Although Long Kor's character was a bit cold, but her thinking logic was still normal, a bit less able to understand Qin Xiu's thinking, because such a situation had been seen countless times, and in the face of the Minotaur could still be false. However, in her heart, she actually believed in Lin Jian. Not completely, but believed. Qin Xiu's thoughts, on the other hand, were that it was impossible for someone who could fight to the death for his sister not to be emotionally attached. Could it be that there isn't quite enough affection on both sides? They didn't have to toss it around for long. The final ceremony was going to take place. A large number of people came up with a hoot and a holler on the Divine Vocational Academy side, and the teacher leading the group smiled mockingly towards the National Vocational Academy side. No matter what, the Divine Office always seems to be showing off. People just have capital, and if the National Vocational College's side went up with a mere 8 people, they were only afraid that they would be drowned out amongst the Divine Vocational College's students. But this time, it was the artifacts that chose the people, not the advantage of having more of you, because there is only one artifact and only one person is chosen. The one that should have that affinity will be chosen, and the one that really doesn't. It's just a waste if you let more people up, otherwise why sift through it? Everyone would just bring it up, and in these teams, Lin Jian was very drawn out. The people from the State Academy didn't care to be with them, and the people from the Divine Academy automatically distanced themselves from Lin Jian. They all had a mental shadow. They might be dragged into another duel by Lin Jian. This was the altar of the gods. On the altar of the gods, Lin Jian comes with his own buffs. Even the assistant coaches have been screwed over by him for one. Suyu was not so bad. At this time he was still standing next to Lin Jian. He was very envious of him. You really live up to your name. No, Brother Su is joking. I think they don't want to be influenced by me in their choice of divine artifacts. Chapter 176, Divine Weapon Beats People. This shrine is the largest in the capital. In fact, the largest in the world. In fact, the size of the altar doesn't make any difference. It's just that the bigger ones are more imposing and seem to have more than enough faith. It's just a matter of appearing, which is like having more money to be a good Samaritan. Is that because all hearts are evil without money? No, it's more money that expresses it better. No one knows if it's actually true or not. It's all about the signs, not the heart. There are multiple places all over the world where artifacts appear, and it has nothing to do with size. The largest shrine in the capital also comes out with artifacts at a fixed time, and if no one is able to claim them, then the artifacts will also disappear and not appear again. It's not a given that it will be taken. It depends mostly on the choice of artifacts. The group just waited for the ceremony to begin, and didn't bleat much, as everyone wanted to see the results anyway, but there had to be some flow to the ceremony, and Lin Jian said to Suyu beside him, "You'll have to stay away from me for a while." "Why? Do you still trigger divine punishment?" "No, I'm aiming for the artifact, and I'm afraid I'll be robbed by you." "Ha ha, you're such a joker." "Okay, I'll stay away." Suyu didn't even believe him, even if the little ball chose Lin Jian just now. But if the little ball had its own mind, it must have been reluctant. Suyu could see that. That designation was right. He didn't even know why Lin Jian had such a good sense of self. The students stood apart so that the artifacts could be chosen, and the two lead teachers opened the altar. After a series of processes, a golden light began to emerge from the altar of God. All students, get ready. The last few classes didn't manage to claim their artifacts away, so don't miss out this time. Students who come to the altar of God take the initiative and don't fool around. It's the most devotional time. And don't let others affect your mood. Artifacts, only choose the most devout believers. A few words later, the golden light pierced one's eyes. But what no one expected was that Li under the altar of God stood up. And at that moment, her eyes were also golden. She looked up at the golden flash and asked with a cold face, "Why?" "Because it is the rule that you shall not interfere with the decisions of the altar of God." "No, this matter is important to me, and to all of us, the God clan." Shedding the light. "Goddess, what's most important to us are the rules. Is it because my father is gone that my position is null and void?" And Li's expression didn't change, but his exasperation was all over the place, and the golden light in his eyes became more and more prevalent, seeming to surpass the golden light of the God's altar. At this time, the most powerful aura was not the altar of God instead, but her. The voice seemed a bit panicked. "No, Goddess, you can't do this. Who will you let take the punishment for breaking the rules? For my father's sake, I'm willing to bear it alone. It's not up to you alone. The rules aren't set by you alone, unless you're a God King." And Li didn't speak anymore. Her golden light gradually retracted, but her two big eyes still stared at that golden light. Gradually, the golden light weakened and everyone was able to open their eyes again. But the golden light didn't disappear above the altar of God. It still shone, only it was acceptable to the human eye. That place of golden light must be a divine artifact. Okay, the artifact is revived. Who will be chosen? Do you have a sense? I've heard that the person the artifact chooses in the beginning will have a sense. I didn't finish. Was it not me who chose? Everyone was a bit afflicted, but there was only one person who truly appreciated the artifact. It's Lin Jian. He felt the presence of the artifact clearly now. He didn't know how to describe it, but there was something there, visible even without using his eyes, and it was making some kind of contact with him. Was it hostile? That's right, it's hostility. And unlike in the past when God punished them, this time the hostility is even better. "No way. Why do you feel like you want to fight me? Can't Li control the field? Did she brag to me that in reality she's hanging on for dear life? I'm the one who took the injustice for her. Being misunderstood by two schoolgirls, such a big price to pay." Lin Jian muttered to himself that something didn't feel right, while the others looked at me and me at you. None of them seemed to be reacting. The artifacts didn't send them a message? It was unknown where the artifact belonged. But anyway, the artifact sent out a message of challenge, which Lin Jian accepted. Wasn't this a ceremony to claim the artifact, or was it still a battle? The others hadn't reacted much yet, but Lin Jian was already certain that the artifact was going to come at him. A force burst out from the altar. Golden light rushed towards Lin Jian. He could not care less. Directly light up the ancient shield. To resist this attack, the golden light hit the ancient shield. When a huge force came, Lin Jian retreated 2 steps. He didn't actually need any shields, but to test if the guys given by the clergy academy were any good. Being able to resist a divine weapon, even if only for a moment, proved the gold content. That's why Lin Jian didn't care about any artifacts in the first place, and first looked to see if his shield was intact. It seems that the divine clergy academy didn't lie. This ancient shield is not ordinary. He saw that there was not a single mark on the small shield. His heart was a little more comfortable. This was also a very rare opportunity to test the strength of the ancient shield. It is estimated that the clergy academy itself does not know that this antique strength is so sufficient. Being able to resist the attack of a divine artifact, it was definitely able to carry a forbidden spell. Not a big problem. But why did the artifact attack Lin Jian? He should figure this out next. What do you mean? If you don't give it, why are you hitting people? Instead of retreating, Lin Jian took a step forward and shouted. And only he under the heavens dared to speak like this at the altar of the gods. The next moment the artifact attacked again, and now everyone could see that it was a sharp sword. Lin Jian, on the other hand, extended a stick to fend it off, and the sharp sword chopped over and was blocked solidly by Lin Jian. Don't forget that the stick, too, is a material that can withstand the strength of a forbidden spell. The rapier cut deep marks into the stick, but in the blink of an eye it grew back, intact. Damn, where's everyone? Who do I lock up without anyone? Lin Jian, the life changer, was dumbfounded. No matter who the opponent was, he dared to fight a little. The problem was that he could not find an opponent. How does this work? Locking that sword? That's not actually a living thing. It can't be locked. He could even lock a zombie, but really couldn't lock a sword. Zombies were at least once living beings. The sword began to attack again, and at this point, it actually turned into a sledgehammer. Bang! Lin Jian blocked the solid blow with his stick again, which was bent, but immediately recovered. What's going on? This isn't what was promised. Lin Jian shouted and looked down at the altar of the gods, wherein Li was standing. Suddenly a voice seemed to ring in Lin Jian's mind. It was in Li's voice. Let's go. Things have changed. You should hurry and come down. Chapter 177, How can you change your life with only one weapon? Run, hurry down. The artifacts seem to be killing people. Is something happening? Is God angry? Something's not right. I knew that kid wouldn't work on the altar of God. Divine punishment again. It's that Lin Jian kid. Everyone come down quickly so as not to be affected. The students were in disarray. They all realized that something was wrong. In the past, the divine consecration ceremony was never that dangerous. It was always the divine artifacts choosing the master, and that was the end of it. And sometimes they chose ordinary people. How could they start a martial arts fight? In that case, not only students, but any individual can't stop it, because that is the power of God. And above the rules, the power of God is not something that can be resisted. Don't look at Lin Jian, who had gone through several divine punishments. That was just him. None of the others could stand it. It's not a matter of how many levels. The power attribute is the rule. Lin Jian was at this point with a stick in one hand and a shield in the other. He checked it out for himself and was quite satisfied. It wasn't completely unproductive. At least it proved that both of these things were something, at least strong enough, just not the power of a divine artifact. A divine artifact contains the power of a god. Lin Jian began to hesitate. Did he really want this divine artifact? Because it contained the power of a god, it would clash with Lin Jian, as if he and God are just out of place. This kind of artifact, even if it is collected, maybe one day also have to fight. Pity, it'll still morph. It's such a good thing. Lin Jian sighed, and instead of running, he charged up against that divine light. He'd actually fought a sword with a talent waiting to be used, but he'd never been able to realize that there was someone controlling the sword. Was it really necessary to bind a sword? That just sounded kind of funny. A human and a weapon life? Not to mention whether or not the artifact had life. Even if it was mortal, it was still a pile of metal. It can also be deformed. Will not hurt. That even if Lin Jian locks up and divides himself into hundreds of pieces, that artifact also cracked into hundreds of pieces. It can still close itself because itself can be deformed. Dang it! Lin Jian touched the artifact 3 more times. The artifact had 3 kinds of deformation. The third time also turned into a row of flying daggers. Machine gun-like continuous shooting down. Lin Jian all blocked away. Even if you can't block away and hurt, it doesn't matter. You think you can kill me? Who's manipulating? Have the balls to come out and fight one-on-one. Couldn't just run away. Had to force the person behind the curtain to show himself. Lin Jian had to at least see what the enemy looked like. Are the artifacts attacking automatically? Are they non-human intelligences? And there's no god at the controls? Even if there was a god standing out, it would be fine. Lin Jian had encountered the demons. Encountering another god shouldn't be a big deal. Anyway, gods have to suppress their power in this realm, so it may not be impossible to beat them. Of course, the only person under the sky who had such treacherous thoughts was Lin Jian. The devils wouldn't dare to stand here and fight against the gods, and Lin Jian himself was a life-changer in mage, and didn't have any martial arts skills, but he actually fought against it in style. And at this point just no one thought about that. If someone were to observe intently, they would realize that the battle technique Lin Jian was using was the chapter and verse of the demon warrior back then. From this, one could even guess if Lin Jian had awakened the demon warrior, which was the ability of the demon race. But it didn't matter. He didn't use the power of the demon clan either. Just the shape of it wouldn't be suspicious. There are infinite recovery stick in, and that hand shield, as well as his own immortal body. Lin Jian actually fight with the artifacts back and forth. In fact, only rely on the immortal body he can also carry. After all, is the man who has carried the divine punishment just one weapon? What else can it turn into? Call your master. I'll see who's manipulating. Call your father. Call your grandfather. Lin Jian was hitting stumps all over the divine altar, and the students all went down at this point, only to see Lin Jian fighting a ball of golden light. This is disobedience. Why do you have to target Lin Jian alone? Not even a single figure appeared? The others aren't convinced. A good ceremony, and you've made it look like this. So what is this now? What is it about you that God doesn't like? Why do you bar up every time? There were still students running down the stairs at this time, and Qin Xiu was among those people. She looked back and saw that Lin Jian was still fighting the golden light and stopped walking again. And next to her, Long Kor stopped as well. We can't leave him there alone. He saved me. Long Kor was going to walk back, wanting to help Lin Jian. At this time Qin Xiu, who was a weapon master after all, grabbed Long Kor and pushed her down. I'll just go alone. I owe him the most. The ice fairy was unable to be fast enough to defeat the weapon master. And at that moment, Qin Xiu's lance was already out. The tip of her spear also rushed towards that golden light, no longer caring about whether it was a god or not. Lin Jian was in the middle of fighting with the artifact. When he saw Qin Xiu coming over, he hurriedly shouted, "Get down! What are you doing here?" "Of course I'm here to help you. I don't even know how to fight this thing. I don't see anyone, just a weapon." "It's okay, the two of us will figure it out. Chinchou's lance stabbed in, but it was directly churned by the golden light, and her weapon couldn't even touch it. And the golden light suddenly turned around and rushed towards Chinchou. Lin Jian was too late to move, so he had to rush over to block. And if he couldn't block with his stick, he blocked with his body. Originally, his undead body was very durable and didn't care about this, but Chinchou felt differently in this moment. She was actually moved because this move was something that the girl would never be able to resist. It looked like a desperate attempt to kill himself, and the people below were all dumbfounded. The words were too short, but the scene really felt like a dog and pony show. And although Lin Jian had awakened the demon warrior, after all, the time was too short and he wasn't too familiar with it, so his movements weren't as agile as the weapon masters. Chinchou grabbed Lin Jian in a split second, and the two of them reversed in the air, and in turn Chinchou had his back to the golden light. Hey, you, Lin Jian, I'm not returning your favor. I just want you to remember me. The two of them hugged each other like this, and who would dare to believe that they weren't afraid of being put through 2 in 1 by the golden light? However, 1 through 2 didn't happen. Lin Jian had been calm. He had experienced this situation countless times, but when Chinchou went to block it himself, he was really shocked. Others didn't have his ability. No, are you okay? What's wrong? Lin Jian, are you hurt? I'm not. Not that I'm not afraid of getting hurt. You know the first time. What are you blocking? Let's see. Lin Jian hurriedly turned Chinchou over and actually did not see any wounds. Could this be an internal injury? Chinchou suddenly murmured. I'm sorry. It's okay. It doesn't matter to me where exactly you're hurt. It's you that matters. I'm fine too. This artifact. Lin Jian suddenly saw that Chinchou stretched out a slender jade hand, and a golden light gradually flashed out from her hand. He understood that the artifact had actually recognized its owner and directly attached itself to Chinchou's body. Sort of a good result, or one of their own took it. Lin Jian was relieved. Chapter 178, They Are All My Wings. It didn't seem like Lin Jian could have a divine artifact either, and this thing would attack Lin Jian as long as it carried divine power, and Li didn't seem to work. Not to mention this, Lin Jian was at least mentally prepared. He was so used to fighting divine punishment that he didn't care about fighting another artifact. It was just that the life changers really didn't know how to fight something that no one controlled. Meaning, what if the opponent was inanimate? One of the most marginal things Lin Jian encounters is zombies, and zombies can still lock. But when it comes to the golem, there's no way around it, because a zombie is at least a corpse, and a golem is not a person. Golems, artifacts, and the like, things that aren't people or anything else living, there's no way to lock them. But to be fair, it would actually have to be controlled by an intelligent being. It's just that the puppet controller wasn't there last time, and this time the artifacts. Apparently the divine power came from God. Lin Jian was still thinking about how to deal with it. Chinchou realized that the two people's posture was a bit unclear, so her pretty face reddened. Sorry, I didn't want to be like this. I don't know why this is. Something. Oh, Lin Jian then realized that he was still straddling someone, and Chinchou actually didn't struggle, so he hurriedly withdrew his hand. It's okay, it looks like this thing is going to make an enemy of me. You're the one who collected it. Is this a divine weapon? Chinchou realized that the golden light could change at will in his own hands. All of a sudden it could turn into a lance, and suddenly it could turn into a short sword, a dagger. It was really arbitrary, and it seemed to have a power bonus. It was something that was actually incredibly suitable for Chinchou and no one else. She is a weapon master, familiar with all the combat techniques. It can be said that every kind of weapon attack skills mastered, just now did not reflect it. This divine weapon seems to be tailor-made for her, but Lin Jian was doubtful. Is that all there is to it? If there's only a shape change, it doesn't reflect the role of any artifact, does it? I don't know. I feel the power contained within. Shall I try? No, don't try it here. Let people see the eye candy. Lin Jian prompted her, and Chinchou then noticed that everyone was paying attention to the two of them. Another red face lowered his head and stood beside Lin Jian. That means this girl has posed, no matter how you guys look at it. She followed Lin Jian. Anyway, how to deal with her are handed over to Lin Jian. Lin Jian didn't doubt the power of divine artifacts in the slightest. He had fought them. Moreover, in the legend, artifact users, even if they are not transmutants, can use them without any problems, and can also suppress other transmutants. To what extent they can be crushed, that's just a legend. In fact, very few people who have access to artifacts are non-transmuters. Oh, looks like we'll see. Ha! Lin Jian looked at the people below the god's altar, and especially swept a glance at Li, who was actually dazed alone. What? She actually posed too? I'll clean her up later. Gotta end this awkward scene now. The students from the National Vocational College over here came up, each one a little disgruntled. Lin Jian, aren't you great against the Divine Clergy Academy? Why didn't you grab it? That's it. now it's been taken by someone else. It gets so intense, and in the end there's nothing. Only after complaining a few times, Lin Jian taunted, don't lose things and lose people. Ah, you just slipped away faster than anything. A few people couldn't speak again. What could they say? They did just run away. There was nothing to be ashamed of compared to others, but compared to Lin Jian on the altar of the gods, they were far from knowing. Lin Jian all dared to plunge in and do battle with the divine artifacts, which they could not compare to, and the whole world estimated that only Lin Jian dared to do so. That's someone's girlfriend. No wonder the elbows are going out. Oh, I forgot. A long time ago rumor that he is outside the woman. Is this with a man like that, you expect him to help us at the state college? Gossiping again. But this kind of gossip Lin Jian likes to talk more. And Su Linger glared at them and they stopped talking. While Su Linger wondered up, is this your girlfriend? Lin Jian didn't reply either, just spread his two hands without objecting. Miraculously Qin Shou didn't object either and stood shyly by the side, which simply gave the answer. Su Linger wondered, what about the one down there? That one too? They're all my wings. There's still something like that? It's outrageous. Su Linger can't imagine that there are girls who are willing to be like this. However, Qin Shou still didn't answer. That actually meant that she still didn't object, but in reality, Qin Shou was believing that Lin Jian could handle this. She was still in the midst of being touched by what she had just seen, and wouldn't pay any attention to this at all. Su Yu walked up. Boss Flower Moon, can't you understand this? People can do whatever they like. At this time, the people from the Divine Office Academy also came up. While that teacher was very relieved, but over as far as this side of the teacher is also okay, did not blame Lin Jian, blame not on God's might under no one performance line. In addition to Lin Jian, that can also say what? At this time to say the more difficult to see. People are also divided into those who know what they're doing and those who don't. Those who know what they're doing will stop and call it a day. The uneducated are still trying to save face, but in reality the more they talk the more humiliated they become. But this time, the performance of the National Vocational College is not a disgrace with the presence of Lin Jian. What about the more people on the Clergy Academy side? They all ran away as well. The more people you bring in this situation the less face you lose. So teachers from this side of the world go over and do exchanges with teachers from that side of the world to have a face. Teacherly, the people of your Divine Office Academy. Quite powerful. Oh, Mr. Wu, we're the Divine Office Academy. Yeah, well, this big bunch can run faster than our students. That's because we were prepared. Look, didn't we still obtain the artifact? The two of them mouth off, not realizing that privately their teachers are battling it out. Since they all came up, Lin Jian didn't bother to break up so much with them. It was all over anyway. Lin Jian himself didn't feel much pity. The only thing he was puzzled about was why didn't Li work? He saw Anri standing down there alone, looking strange. Qin Shou returned to their Divine Office Academy campsite, while Teacher Wu on Lin Jian's side glared at Lin Jian with hatred. There's going to be a lot to take in next. We're going to have a joint activity with the Divine Office Academy students. There's an event? So what do you think? This superficial form of association is done every time, and you know what kind of opportunity you're missing out on. So you guys talk. I'm going to go talk to my girlfriend about something. Teacher Wu couldn't pull it off, and Lin Jian got off the altar to go talk to Li, shaking his head in annoyance. But the next moment he froze. Hey, which one is his girlfriend anyway? Teacher, he said both. This. Teacher, you see now, he certainly doesn't have it as hard as we do. Chapter 179, God is too deadly-eyed. Getting off the altar, Lin Jian walked over and saw that Li's face was expressionless. No, you promised me, and now you're bored? I'm sorry, I didn't make it, so our deal is off. And Li said lightly, but her face still didn't have any expression. At this time she was like a perfect statue of a god. A god doesn't carry any expression and can't, but Lin Jian always felt that she had some kind of suffering. Then again, with her skills, she should be able to do nothing wrong. Earlier on the stage, Lin Jian had almost attracted divine punishment again, and she had backed off. Lin Jian asked curiously, can you give me an explanation for this matter? Sorry, can't explain. Oh, I'm not qualified to know about your internal affairs as a human. And Li is this meaning? Lin Jian said so she does not deny, not look down on you, but feel that it should be so. The two sides of the identity is such a gap. You do not serve no use. It is a matter of course. Honestly, it was already pretty good for her to be able to achieve such an attitude around Lin Jian. Kind of like how humans treat other creatures. They certainly can't do the same. But what Lin Jian wanted to do, he still had to explain. And Li faintly said, I wasn't able to help you get the artifact, and I have no way to buy back that wine cup. You keep it first. Remember not to destroy it. We'll talk about it later. Anri, in fact, as a human, there are many things that don't need to be so catty. What do you mean? That is, You don't have to do anything, or even buy it, for me to give you this wine glass, if I want it. Lin Jian didn't want to rely on someone else's stuff either. It looked important to Li. It's good to have something to hold on to, but if you hold on to it until people lose their patience, you've botched it. This wine cup, Lin Jian didn't know what use it would be if he kept it, so he might as well give people more than one favor. So Lin Jian felt that this was the best opportunity, better than her helping to take the artifact, and now displaying his attitude was simply unbeatable. I'm giving you something like this, how can you not be hostile to me? However, things were out of Lin Jian's expectation. No, I can't have it now. Why? Because of status? I come across as a charity case? Oh, no one can give me a handout. The reason I can't have it is that it's not in line with the rules. I can't just take something from you for nothing for no reason. There has to be an exchange. The rules we have to not follow and no one else will. She said it very seriously, not in jest. Talking out of turn wasn't a problem for normal people, but it was a big problem for her. The more important the promise, the more honorable it represents the person, and the more cheaply the person speaks, the less valuable he is. So status is often reflected in these aspects, and if a person is too prone to backtracking, basically his value is worthless, because his words have no gold, and everyone knows their farts. Therefore, strict adherence to the rules is also a law of God. Don't worry, I'll definitely do this deal again, just not right now, and for today, I kind of owe you and will pay you back later. For the time being, I have things to take care of, so remember, keep that thing safe. After saying that, Li suddenly turned around and actually disappeared. The physical sense of disappearing into thin air was right in front of Lin Jian's eyes, and it was only then that he truly realized the difference in Li's identity. Before it was all guesswork, and even if you guessed right, it was not intuitive to see how so rigid it. If really want to comply with what rules, that is not very good to break it. I casually mention a simple request. You do not just finish, go through the things, have to be so. Lin Jian shook his head. He really wanted to give that wine glass to Li. Not what soft heart. God also has no place to let you soft heart. The main thing is to take really nothing to use, give out or personal favor, which is good for everyone. Now what to do? Said so dead-eyed Lin Jian, or the first time to see. Is God really obsessed with the law to the point of obsession? Something must have happened to them internally or they wouldn't be this embarrassed. Lin Jian muttered again. Again this was his guess. No group was ironclad within itself, and Li agreed with confidence. So she was supposed to have the ability to help Lin Jian obtain the artifact, and this time, an accident was the outward manifestation of their conflict, and Lin Jian more or less remembered a little bit of what he had learned in school, and so the speculation began as to what had gone wrong with the conflict, and whether the demons would have a conflict as well. And at this time, Qin Xiu had also noticed Lin Jian and Li's situation, or rather she had been paying attention. Next to her, Long Kor was obviously paying attention and said, "That's definitely the case. Some stay, some go." It's clear that they both have a very skewed understanding of the truth. It means that the current girlfriend couldn't stand the part between Lin Jian and Qin Xiu on the altar of God and broke up with her. What a big misunderstanding. Qin Xiu thought the same thing. Isn't it not good for me to be like this? That must have been something you had to earn. You like his mom? Well, what about you? I'll fight for myself too. What the hell were the two of them talking about? Unfortunately Lin Jian didn't even realize that they were going further and further down the road of misunderstanding. Mr. Li and Mr. Wu also agreed at this time to do a joint pioneering this year. Just like a military alliance, the process was to conduct a joint military exercise. The fellowship of the two academies was basically also reflected in the opening up of the secret realm. Sparring was too hurtful, and that only happened when they were competing. Good, then we'll pick a place and each provoke an elite team. Remember to bring your new artifacts with you. After all, it's the artifacts that open up new secret areas. It was a done deal. Another secret realm was going to be developed, and the key to opening it up was actually a divine artifact. This was unknown to many before. How the secret world came to be and how to open it was unknown to many students. And to open the secret realm there must be a divine artifact, which develops into a divine realm after breaking open. Whatever that place is called, it belongs to a subspace that humans can't get to. There was no way for humans to open it, and it was the artifacts that granted humans this ability. So this was another meaning of the artifacts, or rather this meaning was more valued. There was a huge value in it. The fact that you were able to open up the secret realm meant that a lot of transmutants would have to depend on you, because you can give them room for upgrades, which makes you a natural force to be reckoned with. This role of divine artifacts was more meaningful than fighting, so those who held divine artifacts often didn't need to fight. Lin Jian also turned around and learned about this before he realized that divine weapons were more than just being used to fight and be powerful. Having a divine domain for practicing leveling, it was entirely possible to raise a group of transmutants on their own, and they would soon become a major power in the capital. Chapter 180 Gods and Demons have internal problems too. The two sides agreed on a joint operation and went back to their respective preparations. Lin Jian felt that there was nothing left for himself, because this kind of fellowship behavior with the divine office should have been without himself. He was a freshman first, not to mention that he also possessed a great mockery effect on the divine office. Back in the school apartment, Yurin saw that only Lin Jian had returned. Where's Anlai? She went back. What's the point of going back? We're waiting for her to practice. Don't wait. Practice on your own. Don't fall behind in your rank. That's the point of coming to the National Vocational Academy. After hearing him say that, Zhao Feng looked at Linya, subconsciously feeling that the seer should know something. Lin Jian immediately stopped this behavior. Don't look at her. In the future my sister won't wrap up the prediction. This is rule-breaking behavior. You guys just have to remember that Anli isn't in the same category as us. Don't have too many thoughts about her. All along, Lin Jian had been preventing his sister from performing any seer abilities. Any prediction is not supposed to exist. It's like a spoiler to break the rules. Of course it wasn't like Lin Jian didn't want to know, but now that he understood that gods and demons really existed, then Linya would definitely be revolted. Ah, I see. Of course, and Li's family is so rich that they can fund the school. We definitely don't deserve it. Zhao Feng smiled. Although his guess was incorrect, he still had a clear self-awareness of himself. Yuling gave him a look and said, focus on practicing. The less skills you have, the more trouble you'll have practicing. People are 1,000,000 times more efficient than you. Think of something else and you won't be able to keep up. Of course, how can we possibly compete with the captain? It's not just the captain. Any high-level mage, one spell out there is as efficient as you hacking for a day. That's a bit much. You're talking about a forbidden spell. The atmosphere livened up, and Lin Jian pulled Yulin aside to whisper. Said about Anli, she will come back later. You pay attention to grasp the state. The relationship with her is probably a state of if it is not humble. Don't offend her on the line. Lin Jian knew that wineglass was still important to Anli, mainly because it was too dead. Oh, what kind of special status does she have? It's hard to say. I remember you said something big happened to your family, right? She's the devil. No, it's more serious than that. It dawned on Yuling that Lin Jian hadn't made this matter much of an honor, and that it was more serious than the demons. Because gods and demons don't carry attributes in Lin Jian's eyes. They don't discriminate between good and bad, and he didn't engage in any worship in his previous life, so he didn't have this filter either. But Yuling could fully appreciate it because her family had actually suffered a big change. It was the demons that caused this. Where is God then? That was why Yuling's thoughts were the closest to Lin Jian's, and the two were the most suitable for communication. When Lin Jian talked to other people, there was usually a bit of misunderstanding. Not with Yuling, and Yuring knew more than anyone else about Lin Jian's mentality towards gods and demons. How to put it? If you're faced with a transmogrifier whose level in priesthood crushes you, there's no difference between him and a god or demon to you. For example, if you jump from a building, there is no difference between jumping from the 10th floor and jumping from the 100th floor for a normal person. It's just a better master. You can't beat it anyway. As for any altar of faith or anything like that, it's only appropriate to talk to believers. So what is she after us? I'll take care of this one. Don't worry about it. The figure is definitely not us. Lin Jian suddenly turned his words around. About your family, is it convenient to tell me? It's not that I like to pry. It's just that now that I've dealt with those people more, I might be able to help you with something. Yurin understood that he was talking about the demon race, but she was cautious on this matter. There will be a chance later, right? Later then. Lin Jian of course wouldn't force her to say anything. Anyway, this was her family's business and could be resolved once and for all. You know, right now, Lin Jian's status in the demon clan wasn't low because of controlling the demoness, but chances are the demon situation is not ironclad either, and any internal divisions are there. Otherwise the witch wouldn't have dealt with Linya on her own in the first place, causing her to be attacked by Lin Jian for a long time without the demon clan even realizing it. It's only natural then that the witch must be defending herself against some of the demons as well. Right at this time, someone else came to visit, and Lin Jian went to open the door to see that it was actually that Mr. Wu. Teacher, what are you? No need to go in. I'm just here to let you know that you'll be joining the team tomorrow. The team? What team? Of course it's a team exploring in conjunction with the clergy academy. Wasn't that just today? Lin Jian was very shocked. I'm just a freshman. Isn't this something for the older students? Besides, if I run into them and fight, it's either death or disability. It's very hurtful. Are you guys sure it's appropriate for me to go? A direct confrontation was certainly not appropriate, and if Lin Jian fought someone, his men were not light. He can just toss himself around, but the people he's bound to can suffer, and transmutants don't all have the same resistance to damage. What if Lin Jian goes up against some brittle profession and just plays the guy down? You don't have to worry much about that. Dean Ji recommended you as well. The key is that we're not in direct confrontation with the clergy academy this time. It's a joint exploration, so it's not like we're directly fighting with them. There's no deaths or injuries. It's just that both sides have each sent their own elite teams to explore the undeveloped secret realm. It's practically just meaning to enhance the relationship. The secret realm is undeveloped, but someone has checked it out. At the same time, they've got a freshman coming out, which of course you know, your girlfriend. Teacher Wu was also very split at this point. Who was Lin Jian's girlfriend? Or were they both? I'm envious to say the least. Why didn't he meet it when he was younger? So that's how it is. Jinxiu is going too. So fine. Lin Jian agreed, thinking that it wouldn't take much. With his current level, it was much better than it could have been before. And the bound abilities that grew with his level were greatly strengthened. So it wasn't as if even a level 40 or higher transmogrifier wasn't something he had no way of dealing with. Thus, in a one-on-one situation, Lin Jian shouldn't be afraid of the students from the Divine Office Academy. The level of the secret realm shouldn't be too high, and both sides were just putting up a show anyway. If the Divine Clergy Academy was sensible, they shouldn't have let any pricks mess with Lin Jian. It wasn't the first time they had planted themselves in this, and besides, Lin Jian seemed to be on better terms with the Divine Clergy Academy's higher-ups now. For the demon race portion, Lin Jian shouldn't have any problems, and the ancient Dean side should have obliterated the enmity. Since Lin Jian helped him out to save the Long family, then even if he wasn't on the same side as Dean Gu, he couldn't be an enemy. So if he let a guy like Ouyang Sen come again, Lin Jian would be less likely to lay his hands on him. Moreover, Lin Jian might not be without means to deal with puppet masters now, as he himself had discovered. If it was a living thing, bind for life, and if it was a soul type, such as a controlled puppet, burn it with a small flame.